Gu Chen traversed into a world where everyone could change their profession. His father was a holy sword warrior, the war king of the northern realm. His brother was a dragon knight, a rare vocation. Yet, he had been abandoned for 18 years, enduring relentless hardship and humiliation. After finally returning to his family, his father regarded him as a disgrace. His stepmother hurled insults at him, and even the household servants looked down upon him. Severing ties with his family, he successfully transitioned into a summoner and acquired a divine-level talent Darkborn Bloodline. Darkborn Bloodline. Gain 1 Dark Bloodline with each level. Creatures fused with the Dark Bloodline could evolve into dark entities. Bloodsucking Bat Dark Bloodline Dracula. Nightmare Dark Bloodline Nightmare Overlord. Gargoyle Dark Bloodline Undead Golem. From that moment on, Gu Chen single-handedly commanded a dark army, crushing countless talents in his wake. When the Abyss invaded, led by the demon god and his alien forces, the Dark Legion effortlessly subdued them. Facing the trembling demon god, Gu Chen remarked with a smile, "You know the despairing black dragon Nidhogg? The one even the god, King Odin, cannot defeat? Yes, it too is a dark entity. Your father is the hidden class, Holy Sword Berserker, the strongest of the Empire. He once led the Imperial forces on the Abyss battlefield to resist the alien invasion and earned his title in a single battle. Your brother is a rare-class Dragon Knight, accepted by the prestigious academy in the capital. And you, with the lowest talent rating, you failed the transition ceremony and lack even the qualification to participate in the academy's assessment? You wretched fool, you've brought shame upon the Gu family." In the oppressive hall, Gu Chen listened to the furious voices around him. A flood of memories suddenly surged into his mind. He had traversed. This was a world invaded by the Abyss, where humans could become professionals upon reaching adulthood. As the legitimate heir of the northern royal family, with a mere word from his father, he could command all the resources of the 7 cities in the north. Becoming a divine professional and inheriting nobility was merely a matter of time. Yet, who could fathom the countless sorrows hidden behind such a prestigious identity? Since he could remember, he had lived in a remote town called Lincheng. To support his education, the couple who adopted him worked themselves to exhaustion and eventually passed away. However, in their final moments, they entrusted him with all their savings and urged him to excel at Lincheng's top high school, to become a professional. In this world, those born from the lower echelons had but one path to alter their fate, to become a professional. At 15, Gu Chen excelled and gained admission to Lincheng's top high school, embarking on his journey to learn the fundamentals of professional life. However, the high school experience he yearned for was far from the idyllic dream he had envisioned. Due to his impoverished background and lack of support, he was perpetually ostracized and bullied by his peers. The harder he tried, the more miserable his existence became. Under such oppression, his mindset shifted and he gradually abandoned all hope for this world. Yet, just last month, a couple approached him. It was then that Gu Chen learned of his true lineage. The man before him was his father, Gu Qingfeng. The elegantly dressed woman beside him was his stepmother, Qin Yun. As for his biological mother, she had passed away shortly after his birth. He bore no grievances for the injustices he had suffered over the past 18 years. He simply understood that he was no longer an orphan, he had family now. He soon discovered that after his mother's death, the abyssal aliens invaded the divine Xia Empire. At that time, Gu Qingfeng had military orders and could only leave his young son with the farming couple in Lincheng. What was thought to be a brief absence of 3 to 5 years turned into an 18-year delay. Therefore, this was the first time Gu Chen had met his father since he could remember. After hearing these explanations, his heart swelled with mixed emotions. Yet, there was little to say his father was a soldier of the Empire. In the face of the abyssal invasion and rampant alien forces, he understood the principle that a nation must exist for a family to thrive. However, he soon learned that his father and stepmother had another son, who had been raised closely by them and had blossomed into a celebrated prodigy. At that moment, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel that his father's claims of necessity sounded like a cruel jest. To protect him, they had abandoned him in a foreign city? For 18 years, his father had never inquired about his well-being. All the suffering and humiliation he endured were known to his biological father, yet he remained unmoved. The eldest son was left with strangers, subjected to degradation for 18 years, while the second son was nurtured with countless resources and became a rare professional, accepted into the Empire's most prestigious academy. Ah, this poor fellow indeed elicits sympathy. No wonder I have traversed here. Gu Chen sighed, having glimpsed this portion of memory, feeling a sense of empathy. The familial love and care he had longed for throughout his life were nothing but a farcical joke. Though he acknowledged his father, he had never felt an ounce of warmth or concern from him. Instead, he was met with blatant disdain and contempt. With a crash, Gu Qingfeng shattered the table before him with a single strike. The room fell silent, the attendees trembling in fear, while several servants bowed their heads, paralyzed with trepidation. Unfilial son, kneel! A thunderous rebuke swept through the air, and Gu Chan felt a fierce wind rush towards him as he looked up at the imposing figure. I, Gu Qingfeng, have fought for half my life, guarding the abyssal battlefield for 18 years without falter, slaying countless aliens, and earning the title of War King of the North. And you? Creating disturbances at school, unable to awaken even as a professional? What face do you have to call yourself my son? Look at yourself, exuding nothing but the air of a rogue, where is there even a hint of my likeness? You've brought shame upon my name. Gu Chan furrowed his brow, his expression growing dark. Perhaps due to absorbing the memories of his former self, a surge of intense anger welled within him in response to Gu Qingfeng's scolding. Just as he was about to retort, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Transition system loading, entering selection interface. Different choices may lead the host to entirely distinct professional careers. Please choose wisely. The system has arrived? Gu Chan was slightly taken aback, quickly suppressing his rising anger. This morning, he had already failed the transition ceremony in his senior year. Could he still change professions? Wasn't it said that one only had a single chance? Please select your professional career. Choice 1. A prodigal son returns. Apologize to your father, earn his understanding, and strive to reinvent yourself. Transition. Hidden class. Dusty, sword immortal. Could one really change professions? Gu Chen's eyes brightened, but no choice. After being abandoned for 18 years, must he apologize to his father now? Surely this is madness. Choice 2. Endure for a moment. Tranquility will follow. Continue to bear your father's scorn. Silently endure the cold eyes and disdain directed at you. Transition. Rare profession. Ninja Turtle. This is possible? Gu Chen's lips twitched. Ninja Turtle. Indeed. To transform from a person to a turtle. How could that be rare? Wouldn't that make him a turtle man? I have traversed. The system has appeared. It's clearly the hallmark of a male protagonist in a gratifying tale. How can I endure such torment? No choice. No choice. Choice 3. Today I realize I am myself. If heaven oppresses me, I shall cleave it asunder. If the earth confines me, I shall shatter it beneath my feet. Since you regard me as a disgrace, let us sever ties and owe each other nothing from this day forth. Job change. Randomly transition to an ordinary profession, acquiring a divine level talent. As Gu Chan gazed upon the 3 choices before him, a resolution began to crystallize within his heart. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot languish in the shadows indefinitely. For 18 years, I have received not a modicum of kindness from the Gu family. Living in solitude, vulnerable to the whims of others, merely surviving at the bottom is no small feat. And yet, in the end, you dare to claim I have brought you shame? Very well. Such a father, I shall not acknowledge. The legitimate son of the Northern War King. This identity holds no allure for me. Let anyone who desires it take it. From this moment forth, I shall no longer serve. I choose 3. Choice successful. You may now randomly transition to an ordinary profession. Upon job change, you will acquire a divine level talent. A divine level talent. Anticipation surged within Gu Chen's heart. Though it may merely be an ordinary profession, with the blessing of a divine level talent, surely my future achievements shall be remarkable. Just as he prepared to explore this opportunity, the furious voice of Gu Qingfeng pierced his ears once more. Rascal, do you think that by remaining silent I cannot discipline you? I shall punish you to kneel in the courtyard for a day and a night without my permission. You are forbidden to rise. Chapter 4. Dark Bloodline. Dracula. Upon returning to the dormitory, the clock had already passed midnight, as the following day marked the commencement of the novice dungeon. Many students had already returned home after their class transitions. Consequently, apart from the dormitory supervisor, the building was nearly devoid of students. Gu Chen found himself alone in the room, which afforded him a serene solitude. His gaze fell upon the summoning skill book in his hands, filled with eager anticipation. Skill book. Bloodthirsty Bat Summon. Level 1. Quality. Fine. Effect. Contract with the Bloodthirsty Bat. Generally speaking, the first summoned creature holds great significance. Noble summoners typically opt for rare or superior summons. However, given Gu Chen's circumstances, this fine-quality Bloodthirsty Bat represented the optimal choice at present. Despite being overlooked by the majority of summoners, it nonetheless allowed him to take his first stride. With a resolute expression, Chen declared, "Learn." The skill book erupted in a blaze of white light, and soon, he felt a mystical realm connect with his consciousness, the summoning space. A bat, entirely black and rather unsightly in appearance, materialized within the summoning realm. You have successfully contracted with the Bloodthirsty bat. Summon creature, Bloodthirsty bat. Quality, fine. Level, 1 health, 150. Attributes, strength 5, agility 4, constitution 4. Spirit 5, talent, bloodsucking. Skill, sonic attack LV. 1. The summoned creature can wear equipment. Upon its demise, there is a chance for the equipment to drop. If the summoned creature falls, it cannot be summoned again within a day. Glancing over the attributes, Chen noted that the level 1 Bloodthirsty bat possessed lower health than a level 1 mage, with mediocre attack power. It was no wonder that fine-quality summons failed to attract the interest of nobility. Jiang Songhua's words echoed in his mind, accompanied by such a summon. He would likely struggle even in the novice dungeon. Should he fail to contract a higher-level summon, the path of the summoner would indeed be fraught with peril. With this thought, Chen accessed the talent interface in his mind. Divine Talent, Dark Bloodline, Initiation, Activate. In the next moment, a pitch-black radiance blossomed before him, intertwining crimson shadows like veins, manifesting before Chen. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Initiation, Dark Bloodline Initiation, an exceptionally pure dark lineage that can transform ordinary beings into primal dark entities, granting them unparalleled talents and abilities. Primal Bloodline? How intriguing. Chen surveyed the summoning space and directly infused this dark bloodline into the Bloodthirsty bat. The crimson light surged explosively, dazzlingly vivid. Dark Bloodline Initiation fusion successful. Summon creature advancement. Bloodthirsty bat. Fine. Dracula. Epic. Dracula? The primordial vampire? An epic-level creature, no less. This was astonishing. Chen's face was a canvas of disbelief. A single dark bloodline had propelled the fine-quality Bloodthirsty bat across 3 tiers, transforming it into the epic-level Dracula. Was this the power of divine talent? The effects were truly extraordinary. In a realm shrouded in darkness, the significance of nobility dwindles to naught. Even a mere commoner summoner can ascend to divine stature. This pertains solely to the exceptional grade summoned beasts. One can only fathom the heights attainable should a dark bloodline be harnessed to transmute legendary grade summoned creatures. Beyond the primordial dark bloodline, do higher echelons of darkness exist? A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen as he turned his gaze to the summoning space. There stood a figure clad in a dark red suit, tall and poised, exuding an air of elegance. This young man bore a gaunt visage, a prominent nose, and penetrating, sharp eyes that glimmered with a sinister crimson light. His arms hung naturally at his sides, each hand gripping a formidable black and bright silver handgun. The construction of these firearms was identical, both being oversized caliber pistols. Their ammunition far more potent than that of standard handguns. Is this Dracula? Chen appraised him from head to toe, nodding slightly. This appearance closely resembled his preconceived notions of a vampire. He then accessed the summoning panel. Summoned Beast, Dracula. Qualification, Epic. Level, LV 1 health, 1,800. Attributes, Strength 28. Agility 32, Constitution 30, Spirit 29. Talent, Bloodline Instinct, Epic. Skill I, Fatal Shot LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Crimson Feast LV. 10, Epic. An epic talent. Skills at the pinnacle of their potential. Truly, this epic summoned beast is as formidable as anticipated. The qualification of the summoned beast has ascended from exceptional to epic, granting attribute augmentation, summoner attributes 10 across the board. When the qualification of a summoned beast is elevated, the summoner is also bestowed with a degree of attribute enhancement. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare, as the evolution of summoned beasts demands exorbitant financial and resource investments, often rendering it more economical to procure a beast of higher qualification outright. Consequently, this phenomenon is seldom witnessed in reality. After receiving the 10 attribute boost, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief and an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. He opened his character panel. Name, Chen. Occupation, Summoner. Level, LV. 1, 0, 100. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 19. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV. 1. Epic. A look of excitement illuminated Chen's face, a wave of clandestine satisfaction washing over him. It is noteworthy that the average attribute values for all freshly transitioned level 1 professionals seldom exceed 10. Yet, this level 1 summoner boasts an average attribute value nearing 20. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly cast other professionals into deep embarrassment. Moreover, summoners typically refrain from direct engagement, instead commanding their summoned beasts to battle. Entering a novice dungeon with an epic-grade summoned beast feels akin to child's play. Tomorrow indeed holds promise. At the break of dawn the next day, Chen arrived punctually at the novice dungeon area of Lin City No. 1 High School. In the realm of the Divine Summer Empire, nearly every prominent high school boasts its own artificial dungeon, which is accessible for a mere 10 days each year, exclusively for students who have yet to advance beyond the 10th level. Although it is a synthetic creation, the beasts within are indistinguishable from those lurking in the abyss. Defeating these creatures yields experience points, and there exists a chance to acquire equipment and items. Crucially, should a novice be slain by a beast within this trial, it results in genuine death. However, as this novice dungeon is tailored for students, each transitioning student is provided with a teleportation scroll by the school, granting them an immediate escape in times of peril. At this moment, throngs of transitioning students congregate at the entrance of the dungeon. Despite this being the novice dungeon of Lynching No. 1 High School, due to a scarcity of resources, students from several lesser institutions are also summoned here. Looking for a team. Level 1 warrior, equipped with a complete set of novice gear. I have surplus teleportation scrolls for sale at a low price. Come and get them. Seeking archers or gunners. Priority given to those with equipment and skills, without employing any shielding items. Practitioners possess the ability to sense the levels and classes of those around them through mental perception. Chen surveyed the vicinity, noting a gathering of relatively conventional classes, primarily seeking companions for their quests, a method heavily endorsed by the school. After all, even the mightiest individual has limitations, and as one progresses, nearly all dungeons necessitate teamwork for successful completion. Rarely does a single practitioner conquer a dungeon alone. At that moment, Chen's presence attracted the attention of several individuals. Look. A summoner. Is it true? Indeed. They must be a scion of nobility. Of course, who else would choose to transition into a summoner without a fortune in the millions? Oh, esteemed one, I seek to join your team. Please, take me along. Chapter 5. The unconventional use of the cunning dragon and the phoenix chick in the collective perception of the populace. Those who transition to the vocation of a summoner are typically members of the aristocracy, possessing formidable strength. Thus, when Chen made his appearance, nearly everyone directed fervent gazes in his direction. However, it did not take long for a few students from Lynching No. 1 High School to recognize him. Isn't that Chen? How did he become a summoner? A commoner daring to take on the role of a summoner? Surely, he must possess a worthless summoned beast. They scoffed. What business does a commoner have in summoning? Such foolishness. What a waste of excitement. With just a few exchanged words, the fervor in their eyes transformed into scorn and derision. Once Chen's humble origins were revealed, no one was interested in forming a team with him. A commoner summoner possesses nearly no offensive capabilities and must share experience points, which would be tantamount to dragging oneself down. Even in poverty alleviation, such circumstances were unheard of. In truth, Chen had no intention of seeking a team. He was preparing to approach the entrance of the instance dungeon when a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Chen. Upon hearing his name called, Chen turned to see a tall young man striding toward him. Lin Yuan approached, astonished as he clapped Chen on the shoulder. Hey, it truly is you. Where have you been for the past month? Chen had few friends at school, and Lin Yuan was one of them. Nothing much, just dealing with some personal matters. Chen casually fabricated a reason. Lin Yuan scrutinized Chen from head to toe, his expression filled with confusion. I must ask, why on earth have you transitioned to a summoner? You can barely sustain yourself, let alone care for a summoned beast. Lin Yuan had taken the path of a swordsman, a class that heavily relies on equipment and emphasizes single target damage and explosive power, making it one of the more favorable professions among commoners. Chen offered a faint smile. I had no choice but to become a summoner. Lin Yuan sighed, saying nothing further, yet his face betrayed his unmasked concern. Chen then inquired, why aren't you entering the dungeon? Your class shouldn't have difficulty forming a team, right? Lin Yuan shrugged. Forming a team isn't the issue. Unfortunately, I lack decent equipment. You know Li Wenwei, the class leader from the elite class? Today he donned a complete rare-grade knight set into the dungeon. If he clears it, he'll be slaughtering left and right. The quality of equipment and items is classified similarly to that of summoned beasts. Rare-grade equipment is already considered above average. The knight class's novice set consists of 7 pieces: knight's sword, knight's shield, knight's armor, knight's pauldrons, knight's trousers, knight's boots, and knight's gloves. Do not underestimate these 7 pieces. An ordinary family could not afford them even if they abstained from food and drink for a lifetime. Lin Yuan produced a fine-grade greatsword, carefully polishing it. This is the weapon I just exchanged for with a teleportation scroll. Whether I enter the academy or a factory depends entirely on it. The absence of teleportation scrolls meant that once inside the dungeon, there would be no retreat. It was a gamble with his very life. Yet, there was no alternative. Born in the lower strata, if one did not strive desperately, there would be no opportunity for ascendance. Lin Yuan slung the great sword across his back and asked, "How about I take you along?" Gu Chen gazed at Lin Yuan with an odd expression. With his combat prowess, did he truly require assistance in a novice dungeon? However, upon further reflection, the novice dungeon had a strict limit of 5 participants. The greater the number of players, the higher the difficulty, and consequently, the experience gained would also increase. Initially, he had intended to tackle the dungeon solo to expedite his leveling. Yet, in comparison, it appeared that forming a party would yield superior experience points. "Do you still have a team?" Gu Chen inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes, Li Wenhui is the captain. I paid him 50,000, and I agreed to surrender any items or equipment obtained within the dungeon, which is why he consented to take me along." "Wait a moment. I'll ask Li Wenhui to include you in the team. He'll add me. Don't worry, I'll speak to him right now. If he refuses to add you today, I'll promptly withdraw from the team." Lin Yuan sent a message to Li Wenhui, requesting that he include Gu Chen. Before long, he received a reply. "Li Wenhui has declined your request and removed you from the team." "Damn, he kicked me out. It was just about adding one person. Damn it." Lin Yuan's expression fell instantly. Gu Chen sighed. This outcome was to be expected. One was merely a swordsman wielding a heavy sword, and the other a common summoner. It was already a stretch for an ordinary team to accommodate one of them, let alone both. Any team willing to accept them would require a captain of extraordinary caliber. "Let us recruit our own members," Gu Chen suggested promptly. "Just say a summoner is seeking 4 teammates to challenge the SSS rating." Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Are you joking? An SSS rating? That would grant extra points in the Academy assessment. Do not underestimate those points. The Academy assessments are fiercely competitive, and even a single point can separate thousands of candidates. If a class of transitional students achieves an SSS rating, the success rate for its members in gaining admission to prestigious academies would undoubtedly soar. There's even a chance for direct admission into a top academy. Coincidentally, there's a reserved spot at Linqing No. 1 high school for direct admission to a prestigious academy." In response to Lin Yuan's skepticism, Gu Chen smiled faintly. "You can choose whether to believe it or not." Lin Yuan's expression shifted between indecision and resolve, ultimately deciding to trust Gu Chen. He then called out to those around him. "A powerful summoner is seeking 4 teammates to challenge the SSS rating. Those interested in guaranteed admission, come quickly." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. "A powerful summoner? Which one? Challenging the SSS rating? When did Linqing produce such talent? Is it true? I heard it's a transitional student from Linqing No. 1 high school, a common summoner. How absurd. Huh, challenging the SSS rating? If he can pass, I'll stand on my head and defecate. Is he perhaps unwell? Does he possess the strength to challenge the SSS rating? He is likely too weak to find a team, resorting to this method to draw attention. Really? Only someone with a screw loose would join him." The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet not a single person stepped forward to join the team. Upon discovering the backgrounds of Gu Chen and Lin Yuan, skepticism enveloped the crowd. Some even mockingly dubbed them Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix, suggesting that any ordinary team fortunate enough to have even one of them would struggle to graduate smoothly. Should a team be graced with their assistance, there would be no need to await the Academy's assessments. They might as well head straight to the factory. This was rather excessive. Lin Yuan felt a surge of indignation at the incessant jeers echoing around him. Until today, the term Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix had not been employed in such a derogatory manner. With a scowl of anger, Lin Yuan cast a disdainful glance at those surrounding him. Never mind, it was futile to waste time with these foolish dogs. Matters of expertise should be left to the professionals. Professionals? Gu Chen's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Chapter 6. The earnings of professionals are remarkably lucrative. I can only spend money to hire a coach. I hope their fees are not exorbitant. Lin Yuan remarked as he deftly navigated his phone. The notion of hiring a coach left Gu Chen momentarily speechless. Is it truly so effortless to earn money as a professional? He, who guided others in leveling up, still had to pay someone else? It was simply absurd. He glanced around, noticing that all the students had distanced themselves from the two of them. Indeed, they found themselves isolated. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that hiring a coach was the only viable option. Lin Yuan acted swiftly, not long after posting a message on the forum. A flurry of individuals began to privately message him with their offers and prices. However, when those coaches discovered that their captain was merely a common summoner, the conversations abruptly ceased. One performer, however, reached out to Gu Chen. Yes, a performer, the type who engages in idle chatter throughout, never needing to enter a combat state, and can withdraw from the dungeon at any moment if the situation turns dire. In essence, they lacked the requisite skills and were merely paying for experience. After a dungeon run, the captain reaps the majority of the experience, while the performer only receives a small fraction, yet this is still more profitable than going solo. Thus, hiring a coach incurs costs, while engaging a performer requires payment. Gu Chun inquired of Lin Yuan about the typical fees for performers in novice dungeons. I'm not entirely sure, Lin Yuan replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. Perhaps 4,000 to 5,000 per person. Gu Chun nodded and quoted 8,000, anticipating a counteroffer. To his surprise, the other party accepted immediately, but requested to bring along 2 individuals. Gu Chun readily agreed. 8,000 for one person meant 16,000 for 2, a sum exceeding his annual living expenses. Indeed, the earnings of professionals are remarkably lucrative. After finalizing the arrangement, Gu Chun added the performer Lin Qingqing to the party, a female warrior. Subsequently, Lin Qingqing invited another individual named Su Ran, a female assassin. The warrior class is notoriously unkind to commoners. Without superior equipment, leveling up in the early stages can be excruciatingly difficult. Moreover, when it comes time for formal dungeons, warriors typically need to be at least 2 levels higher than other classes to be sought after. As for the assassin class, it is even less forgiving to commoners. With inherently low defense and relative fragility, their early output pales in comparison to mages or archers, resulting in a slower leveling pace than that of warriors. It is no wonder they would prefer to spend money to join Gu Chun's party. It is no exaggeration to say that among the 4 individuals in the current party, any one of them could stand in the dungeon square for an entire day without receiving a single invitation to form a group, unless they were to pay for the privilege. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, while 8,000 each might seem steep, it still offered them a chance to clear the novice dungeon. However, Su Ran remained somewhat apprehensive. Qingqing, are you truly planning to join this team? I just heard someone mention that the captain is a common summoner. How can he possibly aspire to achieve an SSS rating? We could end up losing a teleportation scroll because of this. Lin Qingqing harbored her own reservations. Yet she found herself at an impasse. Financial constraints weigh heavily upon them, as other teams commence with a minimum of 15,000. While this particular group remains the most economical option, the team captain has boldly proclaimed an ambition to achieve an SSS rating, indicating a potential for something remarkable. Thus, a trial seems warranted, for opportunities may soon vanish. Numerous team formation requests have been dispatched, yet all have vanished into the void, without exception. No one is willing to ally with them unless they seek mere practice partners, but the prevailing market rates exceed what she can afford. With a heart full of resignation, Su Ran conceded. All right, let us take a gamble. Even if we lose, we possess teleportation scrolls for safety. Though it is a novice dungeon, the mortality rate is not negligible, as adventurers must disengage from combat to exit the instance. This disengagement requires either a significant distance from the beasts or their annihilation. A misstep could lead to being ensnared by the creatures, resulting in a slow demise. Since actors are not obligated to engage in battle, they can withdraw at the first sign of danger. Thus, investing 8,000 for the next dungeon seems worthwhile. Following Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, another familiar face entered the fray, a tall, handsome young man adorned in an exceptional combatant's ensemble. Class Monitor, are you joining our team? Lin Yuan asked, astonished. Gu Chun, upon recognizing the familiar visage, was similarly taken aback. The striking combatant before them was Wu Zi, their class monitor. Wu Zi, typically somewhat haughty, harbored a disdain for the common folk despite his humble origins. His family circumstances, though decent, did not meet noble standards. Although clad in an impressive combat outfit, its surface bore the scars of battle, evident signs of having been procured from the second-hand market. In response to Lin Yuan's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I am joining your group as an actor. However, I must make it clear that if we encounter situations beyond your capabilities, I will intervene. And I will claim 2/3 of the team's experience. At these words, Gu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. It became clear why Wu Zi, a man so proud, would suddenly wish to join their team as an actor. He was here to seize an opportunity. Despite the allure of Wu Zi's ensemble, it was insufficient for him to lead a team through the dungeon and monopolize the experience. Thus, his gaze shifted toward Gu Chun, betting on the notion that Gu Chun, as a civilian summoner, lacked the prowess to lead the group effectively. Understanding yet silent about the underlying dynamics, Gu Chun acquiesced to Wu Zi's terms, swiftly negotiating the fee and incorporating him into the team. At last, the group was assembled, a warrior, a swordsman, a fighter, an assassin, and a summoner, all at level 1. They lacked range damage dealers like archers and mages, as well as support roles such as priests or paladins. Overall, the team's configuration appeared rather perplexing. Wu Zi recognized this fact, but remained indifferent. He was merely gambling, wagering that Gu Chun could not sustain the team through the dungeon. When Gu Chun faltered, a slight intervention would enable him to claim 2/3 of the experience for himself. Isn't this experience far more enticing than sharing it among those 5-member teams outside? Moreover, even if his predictions prove erroneous, Chen could single-handedly lead the team to conquer the novice dungeon. And the worst outcome would merely be a loss of 8,000 coins. No, it wouldn't be a loss, rather. It would be an investment of 8,000 coins for the experience of soloing a dungeon. It hardly seems a waste. After assessing their status and ensuring everyone was prepared, they entered the dungeon. Chen communicated through the team channel. Lin Yuan, Swordsman LV. 1 ready. Lin Qingqing, Warrior LV. 1 ready. Su Ran, Assassin LV. 1 ready. Wu Zi, Martial Artist LV. 1 ready. Standing before the swirling portal of the dungeon entrance, Chen opened the options panel and selected the hard mode. Instantly, a dazzling blue light erupted from the vortex, enveloping the 5 of them, causing their figures to vanish. Upon witnessing Chen and his companions disappear, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. Goodness! That commoner summoner truly led a party into the dungeon? Isn't that reckless? It seems he opted for hard mode. This can only bode ill for him. Aiming for an SSS rating? He should first consider how to survive. Just watch. He surely won't last 2 hours. Let us hope he emerges not as a pile of shattered flesh. I've seen many stubborn fools. But this is a first for such blatant self-destruction. Truly. A case of harming both himself and others. Chapter 7. I thought you were PUing me. You have entered the novice dungeon. Ruins of the temple, moss and vines clung to the shattered stones at one's feet. Surrounded by crumbling walls and towering stone columns, the air thick with an aura of antiquity and mystery, Chen stood amidst the ruins, his mind instinctively recalling some information about the temple. According to historical accounts, the temple is regarded as the origin of the profession's exploration into the mysteries of class advancement, believed to conceal the path to higher-tier professions. However, the site of the temple has since been eroded by the abyss, plagued by foreign entities, leaving only dilapidated remnants. This novice dungeon replicates the authentic scene. Is this truly the legendary temple? It resembles the descriptions in historical text perfectly. Lin Yuan drew a heavy sword from his back, gripping it with both hands, his gaze curiously scanning the surroundings. Behind him stood a female warrior and an assassin. At first glance, Lin Qingqing appeared to be an innocent and adorable young girl, yet her physique was that of a muscular titan, towering close to 6 feet tall. Su Ran, on the other hand, exuded a delicate grace, following Lin Qingqing with an air of vulnerability, their contrasting figures strikingly apparent. Chen gestured for Lin Yuan to sheath his sword and then addressed the 4 companions beside him. I will be in charge of slaying the monsters from here on. Stay close behind me, do not stray, refrain from claiming any loot, and certainly do not engage the enemies. Such is the self-discipline expected of actors. It should not pose a problem, correct? Not a problem, Su Ran replied, her curiosity piqued. But are you truly serious about aiming for an SSS rating as a summoner? Chen offered a faint smile, raising his hand as a contract magic array materialized automatically. A tall figure draped in dark red robes emerged, emanating a chilling and sinister aura that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Dracula slightly bowed to Chen, executing a standard noble gesture, then cast a shadowy gaze over the others, dismissing any threats before nodding subtly. Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is that a summoned beast? In human form? Lin Qingqing and Su Ran shivered under that ominous gaze, instinctively retreating half a step. Only Wu Zi recognized the pivotal point, exclaiming in disbelief, an epic level. Is it truly an epic level summoned beast? He glanced at his average attributes, which, even with equipment bonuses, barely exceeded 15 points. In stark contrast, Dracula's average attributes approached 30 points, nearly double his own. Did this imply that this summoned beast could easily overpower him? Lin Yuan finally comprehended the situation, examining the summoned beast's data with a complex expression as he silently sheathed his heavy sword. An epic-level summoned beast. In a small place like Ling City, it could be considered the pinnacle of existence. Lin Yuan marveled. Wait, are you really aiming for an SSS rating? Chen turned to him. What do you think? Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. I thought you were just teasing me. Lin Qingqing added. So did I. Su Ran echoed. Indeed, I thought the same. Chen. Just then, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from behind the dilapidated gate. Emerging from the ruins were several corpses clad in tattered armor, wielding longswords. Otherworldly race. Fallen Guardian. Level 1. Health points 500. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 7, Constitution 9. Spirit 7. Skill: Heavy Strike. These warriors once protected the temple before the abyssal invasion, and it was only after death that they fell victim to the corruption of the abyss, transforming into their current forms. Although these were merely the first wave of monsters with low attributes, their numbers were not to be underestimated, as 7 or 8 appeared all at once, blocking their path. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and the others wisely took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Gu Chen and entering observation mode. Gu Chen's face remained calm as he spoke indifferently. Kill. Dracula swiftly chambered his dual pistols, the oversized black barrels aimed confidently ahead, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Deadly shot. Dracula's dual pistols are loaded with high-caliber explosive bullets, dealing critical damage when striking vital points. Bang! The shimmering high-explosive bullet instantly struck the foremost guardian. Crack! The head of the fallen guardian burst apart like a shattered watermelon, thick black blood splattering across the ground. Killed fallen guardian LV. 1. Experience 8. By the heavens. Witnessing this scene, the often aloof Wu Zi could not help but exclaim in surprise. Although the fallen guardian was merely a level 1 monster, it was not something that a novice could easily dispatch. Truly, the prowess of an epic summoner was astonishing. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged incredulous glances, sharing a knowing smile. They had indeed encountered a master this time. With a mere 8,000 coins, this was a tremendous bargain. The summoned beast could effortlessly eliminate the fallen guardians with a single blow. Perhaps this dungeon would genuinely yield an S-rank evaluation. Only by securing an S-rank in a difficult dungeon could they unlock the Hell Dungeon, and upon conquering it, they might earn an SSS rank evaluation. Incredible! Now, they were poised to wreak havoc. Lin Yuan excitedly rolled up his sleeves. To them, it appeared as though Dracula had casually fired a shot, causing such terrifying damage. In reality, it was the skill, deadly shot, that allowed him to eliminate the fallen guardian in one strike. A typical practitioner would not achieve such feats. The fallen guardians were undead beings, highly immune to physical attacks, with 500 health points and formidable armor, making them far from easy prey for novices. The first wave consisted of 13 fallen guardians, and the strategy recommended was to employ a kite tactic, luring 1 or 2 monsters while retreating and attacking, which would take approximately 40 minutes to complete. However, in just 1 minute, Dracula had already fired 3 shots, each a headshot, swiftly dispatching 3 fallen guardians. If not for the cooldown on his skills, the first wave would have already been cleared. The damage was astonishing. Was this truly a summoner? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? Lin Qingqing could not help but exclaim, feeling as though her worldview had been utterly overturned. Wu Zi curled his lip and remarked indifferently, "It's quite normal. The epic-level summoned beasts are formidable. If I were equipped with an entire set of epic gear, I could single-handedly conquer the dungeon." The implication was that Gu Chen's achievements were solely reliant on his summoned beast. Lin Yuan approached with a sly grin, posing a question. "So, where's your epic gear?" Wu Zi fell silent, his expression momentarily frozen. If he possessed such legendary equipment, would he still be standing here? His gaze shifted to Gu Chen's silhouette, a flicker of confusion surfacing in his eyes. An epic-level summoned beast was worth a fortune. Not only he, but even Li Wenwei, the head of the elite class, could not afford it. How could a mere commoner like Gu Chen possibly achieve this? On another front, Dracula's figure resembled a specter, fearlessly charging forward. The talent, bloodline instinct, bestowed upon him not only extraordinary physical strength and regenerative abilities, but also acute senses. In his perception, the movements of the guards were as slow as molasses. Even in the midst of encirclement, not a single guard could brush against his clothing. At such close range, every shot fired by Dracula found its mark with deadly precision, each bullet a critical hit. With every gunshot, a guard's head was obliterated. Kill the sinking guard LV. 1. Experience 9. Kill the sinking guard LV. 1. Experience 7. Kill the sinking guard LV. 1. Experience 8. Several guards lagging behind had yet to approach when their heads were blown apart by the explosive bullets. As the final shot rang out, the ground was stained with thick black blood, and the entrance to the ruins was littered with the bodies of fallen guards. Level up. Level, LV. 2. 6200. Strength, 27. Agility, 26. Constitution, 28. Mentality, 29. Summoned Beast. Dracula LV. 2. Epic. He had leveled up. A notification appeared before Gu Chen, filling him with joy. Talent. You can now acquire a dark bloodline. Chapter 8. Bloodline Awakening. Kill reset. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Gu Chen immediately activated his innate talent, and a familiar darkness blossomed before his eyes. Subsequently, crimson light entwined like veins, manifesting in his sight. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. Dark Bloodline Descendant, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark creatures and allowing the original dark beings to undergo a bloodline awakening once. Bloodline Awakening? Gu Chen's eyes sparkled. Although this descendant bloodline was not as formidable as the original, it certainly did not disappoint. Without delay, he merged this descendant bloodline into Dracula's being. Bloodline Awakening successful. Summoned Beast. Dracula. Epic. Level. LV. 2 follows Summoner's level. Health. 3200. Attributes. Strength 38, Agility 42, Constitution 40. Spirit 39, Talent, Vampire Instinct, Epic, Blood Shadow's Fury, Epic. Skill I, Fatal Shot LV. 10, Epic. Skill 2, Crimson Feast LV. 10, Epic. With the awakening of the Bloodline, Dracula's health nearly doubled, and all attributes rose by 10. Moreover, a new talent was acquired. Blood Shadow's Fury. Whenever Dracula uses a skill to slay a target, the cooldown time for that skill is reset. Good heavens. A kill reset. As long as a skill is used to eliminate a target, the cooldown can be refreshed. This is nothing short of divine talent. If employed against lower-level Abyssal Guardians, it would grant him boundless firepower. Though it may seem lengthy, it transpired in mere moments. Under Gu Chen's guidance, Dracula continued to forge ahead, with Lin Yuan and the others following closely behind. The temple ruins were not particularly vast, yet the paths within were labyrinthine. A moment's inattention could lead one to a dead end, wasting precious time. After traversing several severely damaged sculptures, the group arrived at a relatively open square. The square lay in ruin, with flower beds shattered beyond recognition, and the black earth overrun with tangled, withered grass. The fountain at the center had dried up beyond semblance. Further ahead stood a headless human statue, its color somber and surface riddled with cracks. Wu Zi surveyed the surroundings and aptly remarked, "The strategy mentioned that a level for Guardian lurks behind that statue. It would be best to avoid engaging it, lest we attract more Guardians." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Despite his disdain for Wu Zi's self-important demeanor, he had perused several strategy guides prior to entering the novice dungeon. The wisest course of action was to avoid provoking the level 4 Guardian, or the difficulty of clearing the dungeon would escalate dramatically. Most ordinary adventurers would undoubtedly adhere to the strategy. However, Gu Chen was no ordinary adventurer, especially upon hearing that more Guardians would be summoned. A glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Having just acquired the kill reset talent, how could Dracula let such an opportunity slip by? With a swift kick directed at the human statue, Dracula unleashed nearly 40 points of strength, shattering the statue into countless fragments. After the shattering of stones, a deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow from the stone mill. Alien race, Abyssal Guardian, level, LV, 4, health points, 2,400, attributes, strength 38, agility 20, constitution 40, spirit 30, skill I, O-Blade, skill 2, ultimate judgment, thud, thud. Accompanied by heavy footfalls, the level 4 Abyssal Guardian came into view. It was a massive corpse shrouded in pitch-black armor, with murky eyes peering out from beneath the helmet's shadow, reflecting a profound stillness. Approaching the statue, it drew a long sword from its waist, the blade as dark as ink pointed skyward, emanating a black aura that rippled outward from the tip. Oathblade summons nearby Abyssal Guardians to attack intruders. Simultaneously, movement stirred from all directions as a dozen Guardians emerged from the surrounding stone walls and corners. Lin Qingqing surveyed her surroundings, her expression darkening. How could so many Guardians appear so suddenly? Su Ran exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. That level 4 Guardian is activating its skill." Lin Yuan felt a jolt in his eyelids, instinctively gripping the heavy sword on his back, as if it would provide him with sufficient security. Wu Zi swiftly retreated to a clear area behind, seeking to distance himself from the battlefield. Such a scene was far beyond the capabilities of a mere level 1 brawler. Even clad in an excellent grade combat suit, he felt inadequate. If the novice dungeon was already this challenging, what horrors awaited in the abyss? As they spoke, Lin Yuan and the others began to back away. No wonder no one had been willing to team up with them earlier. Now he understood that even if 10 of them entered, they would likely be unable to defeat that level 4 Abyssal Guardian. With 2,400 health, a strength of 38, and the ability to summon reinforcements. Was this something a level 1 adventurer could contend with? Lin Yuan gazed at the level 4 Guardian, cloaked in chilling armor, feeling utterly devoid of the will to resist. It was terrifying. Even if he unleashed his maximum damage, it would only amount to a mere scratch. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. "Had I known the level 4 Guardian was this formidable, I would never have joined your party." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, if it weren't for old Gu, we would have met our end here today." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's lips curled slightly, a sense of relief swelling within her. Su Ran remained silent, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Although the level 4 Abyssal Guardian was powerful, it paled in comparison to Dracula. Suddenly, a dark crimson figure darted like a specter among the Guardians, the black and bright silver heavy pistols spitting flames. With each gunshot, a Guardian fell to the bullets. Coupled with the reset effect from Blood Shadow's Fury, there was no need to wait for skill cooldowns. Within mere moments, a significant number of lower-level Guardians lay slain. Thankfully, they had a summoner. Had they been a typical level 1 adventurer team, they would have surely been annihilated by that level 4 Abyssal Guardian. Lin Qingqing gazed at the attributes of the level 4 Guardian and remarked, "That seems unlikely." Gu Chen's voice resonated beside her. "As long as the team comprises warriors and paladins, along with a cleric, vanquishing the level 4 Abyssal Guardian is more than feasible. Albeit it may require a bit more time." Lin Qingqing paid little heed to Gu Chen's explanation and, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "What brings you here?" Gu Chen chuckled lightly. "The chaos of the battle over there is quite rampant. One might easily be caught in the crossfire." At that moment, Su Ran interjected. "Aren't you supposed to be responsible for slaying the monsters?" Gu Chen gestured toward Dracula, who was engaged in combat with a horde of Abyssal Guardians. "He is indeed fighting." Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly strange. They were merely actors, and it was entirely reasonable for them to remain distant from the fray. It was unexpected for Gu Chen, the team leader, to be present as well. Su Ran, with a look of innocent bewilderment, asked, "So, you merely direct your summoned beasts to slay the monsters without participating in the battle yourself?" Gu Chen shrugged. "Isn't that the way of a summoner?" That seems valid." Su Ran nodded, though she felt somewhat adrift. "A hard mode dungeon? This feels rather effortless." Gu Chen reclined casually on the edge of the flower bed, observing the battle in the square as his experience points surged. Kill Abyssal Guardian LV. 1. Experience 8. Kill Abyssal Guardian LV. 1. Experience 9. Kill Abyssal Guardian LV 1. Experience 9. After leveling up, the damage of Deadly Shot saw a marked enhancement, even without striking the head. He could obliterate the Guardian's body with a single shot, resulting in an immediate kill. Coupled with the skill reset effect, within mere seconds, the summoned Guardians were all dispatched. As he surveyed the ground strewn with the corpses of the Guardians, the level 4 Abyssal Guardian finally made its move. It let out a low growl, and the pitch-black long sword in its hand suddenly emitted a blinding black light. The skill, Ultimate Judgment, was activated. A colossal black blade descended from the heavens, akin to a bolt of black lightning, aimed directly at Dracula's head. Chapter 9, Epic 1-star, Talent Enhancement. With a swift motion, Dracula vanished from sight, evading the descending black blade. In the next instant, it materialized before the level 4 Guardian like a wraith, raising its arm. The icy muzzle was aimed directly at the Guardian's forehead, and the trigger was pulled. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, the bullet striking the Guardian's head. Although it did not obliterate the skull, it nonetheless reduced its health by nearly 1/3. The absence of a fatal blow prevented the skill reset, and Deadly Shot entered its cooldown phase. However, due to the substantial damage inflicted upon the Guardian's head, a stunning effect was triggered. The level 4 Guardian leaned heavily on its black sword, eyes glazed, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. How could Dracula let such an opportunity slip away? It radiated a scarlet glow, blood energy erupting from its being in a spiraling cascade towards the level 4 Guardian. Crimson Feast detonates the target's blood, inflicting significant explosive damage. If the target's health is below 50, it inflicts additional damage equal to 30 of Dracula's maximum health. Boom! The Guardian's body trembled violently, a thick mist of blood erupting from it, staggering as its health plummeted to 1/4. Immediately following, another scarlet light blossomed upon it. If the target's health is below 50, inflicts additional damage equal to 30 of Dracula's maximum health. The additional damage condition activated. Damage exploded. Bang! The level 4 Guardian detonated on the spot, blackened flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Kill Submerged Guardian LV. 4. Experience 75. Level LV 2. 193-200. Experience surged dramatically. Just one more level 1 Guardian would suffice for an upgrade. At this moment, Gu Chen was elated, having anticipated a swift leveling experience upon entering the dungeon. Yet he had not expected it to transpire so rapidly. It seemed that by the time he cleared the dungeon, he would effortlessly reach level 5 and be able to contract a second summoned beast. 2 skills to fell a level 4 Guardian. Simply explosive. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, as if caught in a dream. This was the essence of an epic-level summoned beast, truly monstrous. Lin Yuan, seated by the flower bed, slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet, exclaiming that 2 skills inflicting nearly 3,000 damage was nothing short of extraordinary. Such terrifying damage. Even Li Wenwei from the elite class could not achieve that. Wu Zi remarked with a complex expression. Be a bit more confident. Drop the couldn't. Did you not see how Gu's last skill overflowed with damage? Lin Yuan replied smugly. Li Wenwei, a Retribution Knight focused on burst and sustained damage, would not manage to inflict nearly 3,000 damage even at level 4. Lin Qingqing shook her head in disagreement. As for the discussion among these individuals, Gu Chen remained non-committal. Purely from a damage perspective, the skill, Deadly Shot, combined with Crimson Feast, could at most reduce the level 4 Guardian's health by 3/4. To directly slay a level 4 guardian still presented a considerable gap. The ability to achieve a direct kill stemmed from Chen's summon beast, which, after several evolutions, had amassed an impressive vitality of 200, effectively sweeping through its peers. Currently, 30 of Dracula's maximum health approached 1,000, sufficient to inflict substantial additional damage. Thus, it was able to eliminate the level 4 guard outright. In contrast, an ordinary summoned beast of the same level would possess a maximum vitality of merely around 700. Even with additional damage, it could only severely injure the level 4 guard, utterly incapable of delivering a lethal blow. Therefore, the recent feat primarily relied on the epic-grade summoned beast. After surveying the battlefield and confirming the absence of equipment or items, Chen led the group deeper into the ruins of the temple. Traversing the plaza, they arrived at the inner courtyard. Dracula, at the forefront, raised his weapon and swiftly eliminated a guard wandering in the inner courtyard. Kill, fallen guard LV. 1. Experience 8, level up, level, LV. 3, 1386, strength, 37, agility, 36, constitution, 38, mentality, 39, summon beast, Dracula LV. 3, epic, talent, currently able to obtain a dark bloodline. Upon receiving this notification, a spark of excitement ignited in Chen's eyes. Positioned perfectly between the plaza and the inner courtyard, with no immediate threats, he activated his talent, and the familiar crimson light flickered into view. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. First generation, Dark Bloodline. First generation, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark entities, and allowing first-generation dark creatures to merge bloodlines for a star upgrade. The star upgrade of a summoned beast is akin to a minor evolution. Without hesitation, Chen proceeded with the fusion. Bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast star upgrade. Dracula epic. Dracula epic. Level, LV3, following summoner's level. Vitality, 200. Attributes, strength 58. Agility 62. Constitution 60. Mentality 59. Talent, bloodline instinct, epic. Blood shadow fury, epic. Skill I, fatal shot LV. 10 epic. Skill 2, crimson feast LV. 10 epic. Talent, bloodline instinct, enhanced bloodline instinct. Blood can bestow greater physical prowess and recovery abilities to the bloodline. Dracula gains 10 permanent vitality points with each kill. With the epic star upgrade, all attributes increased by 20, and vitality surpassed the significant threshold of 4,000. Most crucially, the talent, bloodline instinct, was reinforced post-upgrade. The prospect of gaining 10 permanent vitality points from each kill spoke volumes of its formidable nature. A thrill surged through Chen. At merely level 3, how terrifying would Dracula's vitality be by level 10? What of level 30? Level 50? Furthermore, the additional damage from Crimson Feast correlates with Dracula's maximum vitality. This means, as Dracula's health rises, so too does the additional damage of this skill. The synergy was astounding. Truly formidable. One can envision that this skill will continuously strengthen alongside Dracula's growth, with no upper limit in sight. Once his health reaches a significant level, even the annihilation of a boss may become a reality. After ascending in rank, Dracula's power receives a remarkable enhancement, enabling him to effortlessly eliminate a level 1 guard with a mere standard attack. Should he employ deadly shot, he can similarly dispatch a level 2 guard in an instant. When confronted with a level 3 guard, the Mozambique shot technique comes into play: 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, leaving even the divine in disbelief. As for the level 4 guard, apart from the one he previously vanquished in the square, he is yet to encounter another. As he navigates through the inner courtyard, he is a relentless force, dispatching foes at an astonishing pace. A level 1 guard yields 8 experience points. A level 2 guard grants 16 points. A level 3 guard bestows 35 points, and a level 4 guard offers 72 points. This represents an average, with actual experience gain fluctuating slightly around these figures. The journey from the inner courtyard to the end of the corridor takes approximately 1 hour. The primary reason for this duration lies in the complicated navigation and the intermittent pace, compounded by the time required for guards to respawn. Without these factors, it is likely that the task could be accomplished in half an hour. At this moment, the group stands at the entrance of the main hall. The time to confront the boss has finally arrived. With a serious expression, Chen pushes open the heavy double doors and steps into the hall. Chapter 10, Can you take me along? The main hall serves as the heart of the temple, adorned with exquisite architectural designs and decorations, now regrettably reduced to mere ruins. The statues and deities once worshipped within have long since been destroyed, leaving their forms unrecognizable and in a state of disrepair. As Chen and his companions stepped into the hall, a layer of elusive black mist began to rise from the surroundings. shortly followed by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing from the rear of the main hall. Thud, thud. The light dimmed, and the ground trembled slightly. As an unprecedentedly powerful aura gradually approached, Lin Yuan instinctively climbed onto a half-figure statue, standing atop a broken shoulder, deliberately distancing himself from the fray. Observing this, the others also scrambled upwards. Though the main hall was spacious, one could never be certain of where the guards might emerge. A skilled performer knows that the first rule is to avoid combat. Chen was not idle either. His attributes had significantly increased, allowing him to effortlessly scale the top of a pillar. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire scene below. Suddenly, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall surged forth from the rear of the main hall. Alien race, fallen guardian, level, LV, 5, health, 2,900, attributes, strength 48, agility 29, constitution 48, spirit 37, skill I, oath blade, skill 2, ultimate judgment, a level 5 guardian with close to 3,000 health. The colossal being wielded a black longsword, charging directly at Dracula. Without hesitation, Dracula raised his gun and fired. The bullets from his standard attacks were not to be underestimated, striking the guardian's head in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. With agility now at 60, surpassing that of a level 5 assassin, Dracula emptied 2 magazines in a single breath, inflicting a fifth of the guardian's health. The skill connection was seamless. Deadly shot unleashed high explosive bullets that screamed from the barrel like a flash of brilliant silver lightning, instantly embedding themselves in the guardian's forehead. Although it did not result in a headshot, the guardian's health plummeted to half. As before, the substantial damage struck the head and triggered a stunning effect. The guardian, momentarily halted in its advance, stood frozen in place. Without a moment's pause, Dracula activated Crimson Feast, as blood-red energy spiraled around his form and crashed into the guardian's chest. A wave of damage erupted, followed by an additional burst. Bang! The guardian trembled violently. Its health depleted, exploding into a mass of blackened flesh. Kill fallen guardian LV. 5. Experience 113. Incredible. Lin Yuan, perched upon the shoulder of a statue, wore a look of astonishment. This level 5 guardian had been discussed in strategy guides, where the only viable approach was to kite it. Given its nearly 3,000 health and strength nearing 50, once ensnared, the entire team faced annihilation. Yet, Dracula had effortlessly dispatched it with a combination of basic attacks and skills, not even allowing a single skill to be cast. At this moment, concepts such as intricate positioning and tactical maneuvers pale in comparison to sheer power. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the epic-level summon was terrifyingly formidable. Not to mention Li Wenwei from the elite class. Even the most exceptional professional from Ling City would likely struggle to reach such heights. At this juncture, the level 5 guards had been vanquished, and the lower-tier guards that were supposed to spawn alongside them finally emerged. From all directions, in corners one would least expect, emerged bodies clad in chilling armor. Bang! The first guard to step forth was instantly dispatched with a single shot to the head. Bang! 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 Dracula, wielding dual pistols, stood amidst dozens of guards, continuously firing. None could breach a 3-meter radius around him. The moment they approached, they were met with a swift execution. The speed of the kills was astonishing. It was a veritable bloodbath. Once all the guards were eliminated, a level-up notification appeared before Chen. Level up, level, LV. 4, 1680, strength, 47, agility, 46, vitality, 48, mentality, 49, summon, Dracula LV. 4, epic, talent, current acquisition of a dark bloodline. A look of excitement spread across Chen's face. The first wave of monsters had been completely cleared, leaving no room for hesitation as he activated his talent. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Royal Blood, Dark Bloodline Royal Blood, capable of transforming ordinary beings into dark entities, and can also facilitate a bloodline advancement for first-generation dark beings. This ability to promote the first-generation bloodline was indeed a valuable asset. It seemed that the royal bloodline corresponded to legendary level, the first-generation bloodline to epic level, while the descendant bloodline aligned with rare level. Chen contemplated promoting Dracula to a legendary level summon, but reconsidered. Such an action might be unwise. Should he level up again, he would then be able to contract a second summon. If he were to utilize this royal bloodline now, and should he receive a descendant bloodline upon reaching level 5, the potential of his second summon would be significantly diminished. Conversely, by preserving the royal bloodline, even if he were to only obtain a descendant bloodline at level 5, he could still bestow the royal bloodline upon the second summon. At that time, the first summon would be epic level, and the second would be legendary level, resulting in a remarkable surge in combat prowess. As for the descendant bloodline, it could be utilized to awaken the bloodline of the summon, effectively serving as a form of enhancement, thereby increasing their strength further. Thus, to exercise caution, Chen resolved to refrain from using the royal bloodline for the time being. Nonetheless, this level up had significantly enhanced Dracula's capabilities. Dracula, Epic, level, LV, 4, following Summoner's level, health points, 5,620, attributes, strength 70, agility 74, vitality 72, mentality 71. After reaching level 3, Dracula had successfully defeated a total of 12 level 1 guards, 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards, and 1 level 5 guard. Consequently, out of the 5,620 health points, 220 were accrued from these kills. Though few, they can accumulate into a substantial sum, in addition to an increase in health. This upgrade has bestowed upon me an additional 12 points across all attributes. With this enhancement, my basic attacks, skills, and attack speed have all seen a corresponding rise. Now, with a mere flick of his wrist, Dracula can effortlessly vanquish a level 2 guard. A single, fatal shot can eliminate a level 3 guard. While the Mozambique shooting technique has been employed against a level 4 guard, the seamless integration of these two skills allows for the swift annihilation of a level 5 guard in a single breath. In the current dungeon, Dracula has undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of combat prowess, an awe-inspiring force to be reckoned with. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Chen's eyes as he prepared to push forward, only to realize that Dracula had already ceased his onslaught. The main hall lay barren, the first wave of enemies having been utterly dispatched. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and others descended from the shattered statue. Wu Zi stepped forward and declared, "The first wave is complete. We must wait another 15 minutes for the second wave of guards to emerge alongside the boss." Defeating the boss is the key to clearing this level. Although Wu Zi could be somewhat arrogant, it was undeniable that he had invested considerable effort into the strategy. Lin Yuan, unabashedly inquisitive, asked, "So, we just need to wait here?" Ignoring Lin Yuan, Wu Zi turned to Chen and inquired, "Once we clear this dungeon, we will unlock the difficulty levels. You will undoubtedly opt for hell difficulty, won't you?" The novice dungeon offers 4 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell, which correspond to A, S, SS, and SSS rankings respectively. As per the regulations, one can only select SS and SSS difficulties after achieving an S ranking. Chen nodded, stating, "I can't be bothered with the hassle. For the next round, I'll choose hell difficulty and aim for an SSS ranking." Wu Zi cautiously replied, "Then will you still take me along next time?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen shook his head. "Not this time?" Wu Zi's expression dimmed with disappointment. "It's hard to say," Chen replied nonchalantly. Chapter 11. I hold grudges. Is it inappropriate to say? What does it mean? Did he decline? Wu Zi expressed his confusion, asking, "What is there to hesitate about?" Before Chen could respond, Lin Yuan's voice interjected, "What else could there be? That is a hell-level dungeon. The difficulty is astronomical. And to this day, no professional team has managed to clear it. A moment's carelessness could lead to everyone's demise." "I am not afraid," Wu Zi promptly asserted. "This is not a matter of fear," Lin Yuan countered. "Then what is it?" "It requires additional payment." Wu Zi pondered for a moment. Suggesting increased payment at this juncture was not entirely unreasonable. After all, he and Chen did not share any significant rapport. Although they had been classmates for 3 years, they had scarcely exchanged a few words. To put it bluntly, prior to today, he would not have even greeted Chen had their paths crossed. In this team, the only one with any connection to Chen was Lin Yuan. It was certain that once this dungeon was cleared, Chen's performance would undoubtedly shatter the record for novice dungeon completions. At that point, the number of individuals wishing to team up with Chen would be inestimable. Chen would certainly continue taking Lin Yuan into hell-level dungeons, but whether he would include Wu Zi remained uncertain. Thus, from another perspective, proposing additional payment at this moment could be seen as a preemptive opportunity. Waiting until after the dungeon to negotiate payment would likely yield no chance at all. "How much?" Lin Qingqing asked directly. "For a hell-level novice dungeon, it costs 100,000 per person," Chen quoted. From 8,000 to 100,000, Wu Zi's eyelids twitched, nearly doubting his own hearing. "Not expensive," Lin Qingqing mused, and immediately declared, "Count me and Su Ran in. I will borrow money after we exit the dungeon." "My heavens. 100,000? And that is not expensive?" Su Ran gasped, her lovely lips covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. 100,000 is indeed no trivial sum, yet consider the SSS rating of the novice dungeon, coupled with the hell-level first clear rewards, can it truly be deemed costly? Su Ran murmured, "But we have no money." "Borrow," Lin Qingqing replied thoughtfully. "There are so many lending platforms these days, if you mention borrowing money, they will eagerly vital into you. Securing an SSS rating will provide extra points in the Academy assessments, and with the Hell level first clear rewards. Gaining admission to a prestigious academy is virtually assured. It can be said that for individuals like them, who could stand at the dungeon plaza all day without forming a team, now, with just 100,000, they could secure a place in a higher institution within 10 days. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Wu Zi also made his decision. Take me along. I will transfer the funds to you once we exit the dungeon. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, who could not even afford a professional outfit, readily agreed. Wu Zi's family circumstances were considerably better than theirs, leaving no reason to decline. Gu Chen acknowledged with a sound of agreement, thus solidifying their arrangement. Lin Qingqing, seemingly unconvinced, reiterated her caution. We have agreed upon this. Once we exit the dungeon, you must not waver. Gu Chen shook his head in response, assuring her, rest assured. Even if those outside offer 1,000,000, I shall not ally with them. Su Ran, taken aback, inquired, why is that? Gu Chen candidly replied, when I was forming a team in the square, they mocked and ridiculed me, even banding together to isolate me. I want them to regret their actions and realize that underestimating me was the gravest error they could commit. Since they look down upon me, I, too, have no desire to engage with them. The SSS rank for the novice dungeon has slipped away, along with the rewards for being the first to conquer it on hell difficulty. For those who harbor ill will towards me, I have never contemplated repaying malice with kindness. I am a person who holds grudges. His words, though they might suggest a narrow-mindedness, carried an air of audacity and nonchalance. Su Ran and Lin Qingqing, upon hearing his sentiments, nodded vigorously, resonating deeply with his perspective. In the midst of their banter, 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. Within the main hall, a deep roar erupted from the altar above, followed by the heavy thuds of approaching footsteps. The boss had made its entrance, accompanied by a swarm of submerged guardians. Alien, black-robed steward boss, level, LV, 7, health, 9,100, attributes, strength 86, agility 79, constitution 86, spirit 81, skill I, gray mist curse, skill 2, darkest assault, skill 3, damage transfer. From the altar emerged a tall figure shrouded in a black robe, its features concealed. Behind it stood 2 level 5 guardians, 3 level 4 guardians, 4 level 3 guardians, and 18 level 1 guardians. The black-robed steward was tall and elongated, humanoid yet distinctly disproportionate. Enveloped entirely in its dark cloak, its true visage remained obscured. Buzz. The black-robed steward raised its hand, the wide sleeves billowing with the wind. And with its movement, tendrils of gray mist materialized in the air. Silently, the entire main hall became suffused with this murky fog, casting a pall of despair over all it enveloped. Though Gu Chen and his companions stood elevated, they too were ensnared by the mist. In an instant, their vision was clouded, their minds foggy, and their limbs felt as though weighted down by lead. Gray Mist Curse, the boss, barely on the scene, was eager to unleash its skill. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bit his tongue, the piercing pain jolting him into clarity. Despite the black-robed steward being only level 7, its attributes, bolstered by boss characteristics, approached 90, with health exceeding the formidable 9,000 mark. This prowess surpassed even that of a 1-star epic Dracula, verging on the grotesquely absurd. Focus on the boss first. Refrain from using skills, Gu Chen promptly commanded. With the swiftness of Dracula, the guards could barely graze the hem of his garment. Thus he momentarily disregarded that group of lowly sentinels, opting instead to have Dracula probe the boss with basic attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Enveloped in the haze, Dracula was least affected. Almost instantaneously upon issuing the command, the icy muzzle erupted, unleashing a volley of bullets towards the shadowy figure cloaked in black. Suddenly, a lustrous white light emanated from the black-robed steward. A barrage of bullets struck him, yet he remained unscathed. His health bar showed not the slightest fluctuation. The prior assault inflicted no damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, a level 5 guard nearby was inexplicably attacked, his health plummeting by 1/5 in an instant. Boss skill, damage transfer. As long as there were fallen guards in proximity, the black-robed steward could transfer the damage he sustained onto the guards. Chapter 12. Defeating the black-robed steward. It is not only Wu Zi who has delved into strategies. Gu Chen has also diligently studied the tactics. The black-robed steward possesses a skill that allows him to transfer damage to the guards, who, despite sustaining injuries, will not perish. Should a guard's health be depleted, he will resurrect fully after 1 minute. This interval represents the cooldown period for the damage transfer skill. This particular mechanic significantly escalates the difficulty of the novice dungeon. Furthermore, with the black-robed steward boasting over 9,000 health points, novice adventurers can only hope to vanquish him while evading the relentless pursuit of the guards. Engaging in a war of attrition. Even well-equipped novice teams find themselves laboring for 3 to 4 hours to defeat the Black-Robed Steward, and this is considered rapid progress. It is not uncommon for players to spend 2 to 3 days completing the novice dungeon. Bang, bang, bang. Dracula shifted positions, unleashing a flurry of regular attacks upon the Black-Robed Steward. Damage transfer. No harm done. The steward's health bar remained utterly unaffected. However, the health of the nearby level 5 guard plummeted rapidly, and in an instant, it was completely depleted. The level 5 guard collapsed to the ground, entering a state of faint death. The shimmering white light representing damage transfer dissipated from the Black-Robed Steward, indicating that the skill had entered its cooldown phase. Roar. The Black-Robed Steward emitted a low growl of fury, his tattered sleeves billowing as his gaunt, gray-white arm pointed menacingly at Dracula. The surrounding guards appeared to receive a command, charging swiftly towards Dracula. Bang, bang, bang. A series of regular attacks and skills ensued. As the guards approached, 1 or 2 fell in quick succession. Faced with the onslaught of the guards, Dracula's gaze was as cold as steel, maneuvering skillfully, aiming, and shooting. He resembled a merciless killing machine, nimbly navigating the battlefield. Each strike resulting in a guard being dispatched with a single shot to the head. Kill of the Sunken Guard LV. 3. Experience 31. Kill of the Sunken Guard LV. 4. Experience 75. Kill of the Sunken Guard LV. 1. Experience 8. What exactly is Dracula, a summoned beast or a professional adventurer? His prowess in slaying monsters rivals that of a gunner. This is far superior to the capabilities of a gunner. Let me ask you, can a level 4 gunner obliterate a level 2 Sunken Guard with a single shot? Not to mention, he reloads with one hand, predicts shots, fires while moving, and switches targets seamlessly. Has his firearm mastery reached its pinnacle? It is utterly absurd. Perhaps Dracula should teach classes to gunners, reaping a harvest of profit without risk. Amidst the banter, Dracula's figure flickered, appearing behind a level 3 guard. Critical shot boom. The head of the level 3 guard exploded in an instant, a swift kill. Kill of the Sunken Guard LV. 3. Experience 29. Without hesitation, he fired again, unleashing a torrent of regular attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The health line of the Black-Robed Steward plummeted rapidly, losing a fifth of its total in mere moments. The Black-Robed Steward, filled with fury, unleashed a deafening roar. With a delicate flick of his slender fingers, a crescent-shaped shadow of darkness abruptly materialized. A low, resonant tremor echoed through the air. The skill, Darkest Incursion, was activated. The crescent shadow vanished into the void, reappearing instantaneously before Dracula without warning. There was no escaping it, nor did he intend to evade. In the blink of an eye, the black crescent passed through Dracula, causing him to shudder as he lost over 1,600 health points. Fortunately, having undergone several enhancements, his health had neared the 6,000 mark. Although enduring such a skill was somewhat painful, he could withstand it. Simultaneously, Dracula's own attack was primed and ready. He sought to reclaim his vitality. Deadly Shot was unleashed. Almost concurrently, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 brilliant silver bullets soared forth, piercing through the black mist and striking the head of a level 5 guard with precision. Kill, Sinking Guard LV. 5. Experience 121. Without being selected for damage transfer, the guard could be directly eliminated. Thus, dispatching a level 5 guard equated to severing one of the Black-Robed Steward's health packs. The skill kill reset the cooldown. Without hesitation, Dracula continued to unleash his abilities. Deadly Shot again sent forth 2 bullets, almost simultaneously embedding themselves into the forehead of a level 4 guard. Kill, Sinking Guard LV. 4. Experience 75. In a matter of seconds, all level 4 guards were eradicated, leaving only one level 5 guard remaining, the one previously chosen for damage transfer, who had been reduced to a state of apparent death. This state conferred immunity to attacks, allowing Dracula to swiftly appear beside the Black-Robed Steward. At the same time, his eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Crimson Feast surged forth, blood-red energy spiraling from Dracula's form toward the Black-Robed Steward. Boom. The sound of a tremendous impact reverberated. The Black-Robed Steward staggered, suffering a significant reduction in health, yet not enough to drop below half, thus preventing additional damage from being applied. With another quick movement, Dracula repositioned and activated Deadly Shot. It was executed with precision. Just as the 2 brilliant silver bullets sliced through the black mist, the level 5 guard, who had been in a state of apparent death, suddenly opened his eyes, radiating dark red light, and fully revived. The Black-Robed Steward emitted a sharp shriek and activated a skill, Damage Transfer. The next instant, a crystalline white light enveloped him once more. The damage from Deadly Shot struck the Black-Robed Steward but inflicted no harm. However, the nearby level 5 guard met a dire fate. Barely revived, He was instantly stripped of 2/3 of his health. Level 5 guard. With Deadly Shot, now in cooldown, and Crimson Feast, also on cooldown. Dracula swiftly reloaded his magazine, unleashing a barrage of ordinary shots at the black-robed steward. Bang, bang, bang. With a single breath, 2 magazines were exhausted. All damage was redirected. And the black-robed steward suffered not a scratch. Not only that, but it unleashed the eclipse of darkness once more. Above, a black crescent moon subtly materialized. Dracula kicked a level 1 guard aside, reloaded his weapons, and unleashed a barrage of basic attacks upon the black-robed steward. In the blink of an eye, the black crescent moon appeared before him. Dracula felt no fear. His vampiric instinct bestowed upon him formidable regenerative capabilities. The over 1,600 health points lost to the eclipse of darkness had already been nearly restored, and even if he were to endure another skill, he could withstand it. In an instant, the black crescent moon passed through him, while Dracula's assaults rained down like a storm upon the black-robed steward. A faint, crisp sound echoed as the layer of shimmering white light enveloping the steward shattered. The level 5 guard fell once more, this time experiencing true demise. As the effect of damage transfer was disrupted, Dracula swiftly repositioned, locking onto his target with dual pistols, unleashing 2 gleaming silver bullets that whistled through the air. The deadly shot struck the black-robed steward squarely in the forehead, inflicting substantial damage without fail. Simultaneously, the headshot rendered the steward momentarily dazed. Dracula transformed into a shadow, surging forward, enveloped in a thick aura of sanguine energy. Crimson Feast activated. The spiraling blood energy collided with the black-robed steward, drastically reducing its health points, plunging it below half. Following this, an eruption of additional damage ensued as a vibrant scarlet radiance blossomed upon the steward's form. With a resounding boom, the body of the black-robed steward exploded, scattering blackened flesh and blood across the ground. Chapter 13. Breaking records. Dracula's initial attack merely depleted 1/5 of the black-robed steward's health. Subsequently, a series of normal attacks and the skill, Crimson Feast, followed in rapid succession. However, due to the absence of triggered additional damage, the black-robed steward's health was only reduced to slightly above the half-health threshold. Once the cooldowns were restored, Dracula unleashed a sequence of normal attacks, Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast, and additional damage. This relentless onslaught culminated in nearly 6,000 damage, resulting in the utter annihilation of the black-robed steward. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the main hall. The expressions on Lin Yuan and his companions' faces were vividly expressive, despite their awareness of Dracula being an epic-level summon beast. They were left speechless by its recent display of power. Nearly 6,000 damage. Could this truly be produced by a level 4 summoner? Even a dragon knight wielding the power of a dragon could scarcely achieve such a feat. A profound sense of unreality gripped Lin Yuan and his companions. Such terrifying damage could likely dominate even in hell-level dungeons. With this thought, a knowing smile spread across their faces. It seemed the SSS rating for the novice dungeon was assured, along with the first clear rewards for the hell-level dungeon. They had encountered a true deity this time. Kill Black-Robe Steward Boss, Experience 555, Loot Acquired, Black Steward Emblem 1, Loot Acquired, Black Steward Robe 1, Level Up, Level, LV, 5505, 1080, Strength, 57, Agility, 56, Constitution, 58, Mentality, 59, Summon Beast, Dracula LV, 5, Epic, Talent, currently able to acquire a Dark Bloodline. You have cleared Temple Ruins, Hard, Reward, Dungeon Chest 1, Hard, Professional Experience 500, Clear Successful. Will exit the dungeon in 60 seconds, 59, 58, 57. What? It's cleared. Lin Xingxing's eyes held a hint of bewilderment. It was all too swift. From their entry into the dungeon until now, barely 2 hours had passed. They had shared laughter and conversation throughout, never feeling any pressure or difficulty. Lin Yuan placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. A hard-level dungeon? Rubbish. I shall challenge the hell level. Lin Xingxing glanced over, her expression one of exasperation. There were few left like Lin Yuan who had yet to be battered by the dungeon. Gu Chen checked the time and then turned to Lin Xingxing and the others, saying, once we exit, make sure to attend to your own affairs. Let us regroup at the dungeon entrance at 2 in the afternoon. Understood. Lin Xingxing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi nodded in agreement. Typically, adventurers must maintain a high level of mental focus while delving into dungeons, which takes a significant toll on both physical and mental stamina. A single dungeon run, involving both navigation and combat, often leaves one utterly exhausted. Thus, it is customary to rest for a day after completing a dungeon, ensuring ample energy for the next venture. However, Gu Chen was different. Throughout the entire ordeal, he orchestrated his summon beasts in battle, experiencing only a negligible amount of personal fatigue. If one were to mention exhaustion, It would merely be the dizziness and weakness he felt while enshrouded in the fog of the curse. Even this trivial weariness dissipated entirely after the black-robed steward was vanquished. Thus, this dungeon posed no challenge to Chen. He could easily undertake 10 more like it. As for the delay in entering the hellish-level dungeon, it was twofold. First, he needed to allow Lin Qingqing and her companions some time to secure funds, and secondly, he required a moment to select his second summoned beast. After all, having just slain the black-robed steward, he had already leveled up to level 5. Before long, the 1-minute countdown concluded, and Chen and his 4 companions were teleported to the dungeon plaza. It was still just past 11 o'clock, and the plaza was teeming with people. Even more so than in the morning, the majority of whom were awaiting team formations. Look, a team has been teleported out. How could they be so swift? The novice dungeon had only been open for over 2 hours. It was inconceivable that anyone could have completed it in such a brief span. According to past records, the quickest completion time exceeded 8 hours. Just 2 hours? They must not have even entered the temple gates. Indeed, they must have been unable to progress and were forcibly teleported out. Quickly, look over there. It's Chen. Ha ha ha. I knew it. It's him, the commoner summoner. No wonder he emerged in just over 2 hours. It seems that being a commoner summoner truly leads to a dead end. What if they actually cleared it? Firstly, he's a commoner summoner, and secondly, emerging from the dungeon in under 3 hours. Such a scenario makes it implausible for a successful completion. The consensus among all professionals is that commoner summoners are destined to fail. Just as everyone laughed at Chen, believing he had been unable to conquer the dungeon and was forced to teleport out, an announcement from the Novice Dungeon Management Office silenced the entire plaza. Congratulations to the Novice Adventurer team for breaking the historical clearance record of the Temple Ruins, difficult level, completion time, 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 13 seconds. Team leader, Chen, summoner, members, Lin Yuan, swordsman, Lin Qingqing, warrior, Su Ran, assassin, Wu Zi, martial artist, rewards, adventurer experience 500, personal achievement 1. Historical record gift box X1, silence. The vast dungeon plaza fell into a profound stillness. Due to Chen's remarkable achievement in surpassing the historical record, this announcement would appear before every novice adventurer. It was not uncommon for records in the novice dungeon to be broken. Considering the continuous advancement of the adventurer system and the steadily increasing abilities of new adventurers, each time a rare combat class emerged, the dungeon records would typically be reset. However, the completion time this time was simply outrageous, surpassing the fastest record by over 5 hours. Completing a novice dungeon in just 2.5 hours. This achievement, even if it were to unleash the imagination of all novice professionals, would still not inspire anyone to envision such a feat, particularly considering the utterly inadequate configuration of this team of professionals. The captain is merely a civilian summoner, accompanied by a swordsman, a warrior, an assassin, and a martial artist. Such a combination of roles is incapable of executing any form of synergy. Speaking of synergy, it dawned on some that previously, Chen struggled to find teammates and had to venture into the dungeon with mere actors. This implies that this dungeon run was essentially a solo endeavor for him. A solo run. At this realization, the expressions on the faces of the crowd became increasingly animated. To undertake a dungeon solo, especially one of the difficult caliber, is a feat that even some prodigious professionals might find insurmountable. In an instant, the gazes directed towards Chen were filled with fervor. Among them, it was the students from Linqing No. 1 High School who were the first to voice their admiration. Chen Ge, you've set a solo record. Congratulations. Chen Ge, you are my idol. May I join you next time? Chen Ge, this card contains 100,000. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Chen Ge, I appreciate your efforts in this dungeon. Let me treat you to lunch. Chen, I have feelings for you. May I be your girlfriend? Chapter 14, Ascending Ranks. The second summoned beast, oblivious to the flattery and sycophancy surrounding him, Chen strode purposefully towards the outskirts of the square. You didn't invite me to play before? How fortuitous, for I shall not include you now. Although Chen was not a narrow-minded individual, he certainly was not one to exhibit magnanimity. Repaying kindness with enmity? How then does one repay kindness? At that moment, a youth clad in a mage's robe rushed forth, blocking Chen's path. Brother Chen, do you remember me? I've transitioned to a mage. How about we tackle the next dungeon together? Mage. Worthless, Chen retorted disdainfully. No, I am a mage. A primary combat class. Do you dare look down upon me? Is being a mage so impressive? I possess a rare grade staff, capable of dispatching a level 1 guard with just 3 fireballs. Do you think that is impressive? I do not, Chen replied, his disdain unwavering. The youth was momentarily taken aback, the sensation of being disregarded igniting his ire. Chen, what audacity. You merely cleared a hard-level dungeon. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? I am a mage. Countless adventurers vie for the chance to team with me. And you dare reject my invitation? You are finished. You will surely falter against higher-level dungeons in the future, and you will regret this decision. Is he truly that agitated? Chen continued to walk away, his expression one of utter disdain, not even glancing back. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, visibly indignant. Seriously, is he out of his mind? Is it such a crime not to team up with him? And he turns hostile over it? Quite normal, Chen responded with a chuckle. In his mind, teaming with him is a privilege. Having achieved a modicum of success, he believes I have become arrogant, failing to recognize my good fortune. This included those who had previously sought to curry favor with him. Though they feigned indifference after being snubbed, each harbored an inner resentment towards his success. The more he excelled, the more discomfort they felt. Yet, no matter how much they suffered, they would not outwardly display their feelings, for they wished to conceal their regret. Lin Yuan surveyed the crowd of onlookers pointing at Chen, contemplating. In simple terms, they cannot handle the game. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? Chen dismissed their opinions with indifference. They are but mere buffoons. If I am inferior to them, they will trample over me. If I surpass them, they will be envious. Thus, there is no need to concern myself with their opinions. Once I guide you to achieve an SSS rating, they will come to realize what they have missed, particularly that mage. He mistakenly believes that inviting me to team is a privilege for me. When we emerge from the hell-level dungeon next time, his regret will magnify infinitely. He will surely chastise himself for not being more courteous, for not teaming with me at the first opportunity. However, a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. Had he maintained his earlier bravado, I might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. But as for those who resort to insincere flattery only to become furious when ignored, I hold them in utter contempt. Indeed, Lin Yuan cast a glance at the figure behind him, feeling that it was only natural for him not to bring them along, while their failure to include him was a blatant lack of appreciation. With a dismissive scoff, he left the instance plaza. Chen returned to the school dormitory first, while Lin Yuan headed straight to a nearby stir-fry restaurant to fetch meals for the two of them. Just a few minutes after Wu Zi emerged, he transferred 100,000 yuan into Chen's account and promptly hailed a cab to depart. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, seizing the moment, rushed out to borrow money. As there were now less than 3 hours until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 200,000 yuan posed a considerable pressure on them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen first claimed the experience reward issued for breaking the instance record. Experience 500, level up, level, LV. 6, 53 1880, strength, 67, agility, 66, constitution, 68, spirit, 69, summoned beast, Dracula LV. 6, epic, talent, currently eligible for 2 dark bloodlines. After reaching level 5, the second summoning slot had been unlocked, meaning he could now summon a second beast. To his surprise, breaking the instance record had granted him an additional 500 experience points. Coupled with the experience accumulated from defeating the Black Robe Steward and the second wave of guards within the instance, he had just enough to level up. Thus, he could now acquire 2 dark bloodlines through his talent. However, Chen refrained from hastily activating his talent, as the matter of the summoning tome remained unresolved. By conquering the challenging instance, he had received a difficult-level treasure chest and a historical record gift box. Treasure chests typically yielded random equipment or items, while gift boxes offered a higher likelihood of containing items relevant to his profession. If he could obtain a summoning tome, it would alleviate much of his burden. Currently, Chen had just over 120,000 yuan. Even with the money Lin Qingqing and Su Ran might borrow, his total assets barely exceeded 300,000 yuan, limiting him to purchasing relatively low-tier summoning tomes. If he could acquire good equipment, he might exchange it at the trading post for a summoning tome. Thus, Chen opened his personal space. Instance treasure chest, difficult upon opening, receive 1 piece of equipment or item of excellent quality or below. Historical record gift box, upon opening, receive 1 piece of equipment or item corresponding to the current profession. Glancing over the rewards, Chen opened both. Opened instance treasure chest, difficult. Received equipment Hurricane Warhammer 1, excellent. Opened historical record gift box, received summoning tome 1, fine. To his astonishment, he had indeed obtained a summoning tome. Chen's eyes lit up. It was as if his desires were manifesting before him. Skill book, Dream Demon Summon, level 5, quality, fine, effect, contract with the Dream Demon. If Chen were to invest all his assets, he should be able to trade for an excellent summoning tome at the trading post. However, upon further reflection, having a slightly lower quality summoning beast would not pose a significant issue for him. Even a summoning beast of exquisite quality can ascend to the epic tier after merging with the dark bloodline. thereby bestowing upon its master a plethora of attributes. Furthermore, the dream demon, lacking a physical form, possesses an extraordinary immunity to physical attacks, making it a rare energy-based summoning creature. Should it merge with the dark bloodline, its power would undoubtedly surge. "You are the chosen one," Chen declared, as he grasped the summoning tome and commenced his incantation. The book radiated a brilliant glow, conjuring a formation, and soon after, a void-like shadow materialized within the summoning space. "You have successfully formed a contract with the Dream Demon, Summoning Beast. Dream Demon, quality, exquisite, level 6, follows the summoner's level. Health points, 2,980. Attributes, strength 46, agility 56. Constitution 43, spirit 58. Talent, dream entry, skill, mental binding LV. 1. The summoning beast can equip gear, and upon its demise, there is a chance for the gear to drop. If the summoning beast falls, it cannot be summoned again for a day as an energy entity. The Dream Demon exhibits relatively low strength among its four-dimensional attributes, with its spirit being the highest. Aside from its innate immunity to physical attacks, it possesses few remarkable traits. And a level 6 Dream Demon pales in comparison to a level 3 Dracula. Given its exquisite quality, one cannot impose overly high expectations. Consequently, Chen accessed the talent interface and activated his abilities, acquiring 2 dark bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Progenitor. Alongside the Dark Bloodline Royal Blood, acquired at level 4, he has now amassed 3 dark bloodlines. After careful consideration, Chen resolved to utilize the Progenitor bloodline to elevate the Dream Demon's quality to the epic tier, followed by a bloodline awakening using the Descendant bloodline. As for the royal blood lineage, it would be bestowed upon Dracula, facilitating its evolution into a legendary summoning beast. Chapter 15, The Bloodline Sovereign, Lord of Nightmares, Dark Bloodline. First generation fusion successful, Summon Beast advancement, Dream Demon, excellent, Lord of Nightmares, epic, as Chen had anticipated. The first generation bloodline allowed the summoned beast to ascend to the epic tier. The original Dream Demon transformed into an eerie shadow, ghostly and elusive, like wisps of smoke. Within the shadow, a pair of icy eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling brilliance, penetrating the soul and reaching into the depths of one's heart. Summoned Beast, Lord of Nightmares, qualification, epic, level, LV, 6, health points, 4,560, attributes, strength 68, agility 76, constitution 62, spirit 78, talent. Unspeakable, epic, skill I, annihilation strike LV. 10, epic, skill 2, nightmare affliction LV. 10, epic, with an epic tier talent paired with fully leveled epic skills. Chen felt a surge of exhilaration and immediately began the bloodline awakening. Dark Bloodline, Descendant fusion successful, Summon Beast Bloodline Awakening, level, LV. 6, health points, 6,580, attributes, strength 79, agility 86, constitution 85, spirit 90, talent, unspeakable, epic, skill I, annihilation strike LV. 10, epic, skill 2, nightmare affliction LV. 10, epic, skill 3, deep dream LV. 10, epic. After the bloodline awakening, the Lord of Nightmares health points increased to 6,580, surpassing the 6th level Abyssal Guardian by nearly 3,000. Among its 4 primary attributes, Spirit stood out the most, and combined with its talent and skills, it was a natural-born spellcaster. Unspeakable, the Lord of Nightmares form is elusive, allowing it to traverse freely between dreams and reality, resulting in a remarkably high damage mitigation against physical attacks. Annihilation Strike approaches the target unit through the dreamscape to execute a lethal attack, inflicting substantial damage. Nightmare Affliction. For every 10 points of spirit, 1 nightmare minion can be summoned. Targets afflicted by these minions will endure multiplied damage. Deep Dream constructs a profound dreamscape within a designated area, inflicting continuous high damage on any target ensnared within. The first skill is a single target burst, while the second skill doubles the damage. The third skill specifies that the target unit refers solely to enemies designated by the Lord of Nightmares, rather than indiscriminately affecting both foes and allies. Chen noted that the Lord of Nightmares could currently summon 9 nightmare minions. If all 9 minions attach themselves to a single unit, that unit would suffer 9-fold damage when struck by the Lord of Nightmares. In terms of damage calculations, by merely combining 2 skills, the Lord of Nightmares could instantly annihilate the Black Robe Steward, a level 7 boss. The explosive damage potential of the Lord of Nightmares was terrifyingly formidable. At that moment, yet another notification appeared. The quality of the summoned beast has ascended from excellent to epic, resulting in a bestowal of attributes. granting the summoner a total increase of 10 across all attributes. Gu Chen felt a surge of joy within, experiencing a refreshing sensation that enveloped his entire being. The enhancement of the summoned beast's attributes was akin to a level up for him, a truly exhilarating experience. Yet, the journey was far from over. Gu Chen summoned the royal bloodline and infused it into Dracula. Within the realm of summoned beasts, Dracula radiated a brilliant crimson light, surrounded by a rich tapestry of blood-red hues complemented by resplendent golden glimmers. Dark bloodline, royal blood fusion successful, summoned beast advancement, Dracula, epic blood lord, legendary, summoned beast, blood lord, level, LV, 6, health points, 8,600, attributes, strength 114, agility 118, constitution 116, spirit 115. The quality of the summoned beast has elevated from epic to legendary, resulting in a bestowal of attributes, granting the summoner a total increase of 100 across all attributes. Talent, bloodline instinct, epic, blood shadow fury, epic, frenzy blood, legendary, skill I, fatal shot LV. 10, epic, skill 2, crimson feast LV. 10, epic, skill 3, bloodline legacy LV. 10, legendary, new talent, frenzy blood, legendary, new skill, bloodline legacy LV. 10, legendary, frenzied blood. When the bloodlord's health falls below 30, it can unleash a surge of rage, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. Bloodline legacy, the bloodlord can consume its own health to transform deceased units into bloodline descendants. Impressive. Gazing at the attributes panel of the summoned beast, Gu Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. A level 6 summoned beast? Unimaginable. All 4 primary attributes exceeding 100, significantly surpassing the level 7 black-robed steward. Although its health was a few hundred points lower than that of the black-robed steward, this discrepancy was largely due to the latter being a boss with inherent health bonuses. However, this was inconsequential. The Bloodlord had only just reached level 6. Once it attained level 7, it would undoubtedly dominate any level 7 boss with ease. From excellent to epic, it gained an attribute boost of 10 points. And from epic to legendary, an impressive 100 points. Level, LV, 6, 53, 1880. Strength, 177. Agility, 176. Constitution, 178. Spirit, 179. Summoned beasts, Blood Lord LV, 6, legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV, 6, epic, with all attributes nearing 178. Gu Chen was slightly astonished to realize that he could now overpower the black-robed steward solely based on his own attributes. If he were to don a full set of equipment, he could even tackle a difficult novice dungeon solo. Speaking of equipment, Gu Chen opened his personal space once more. After defeating the black-robed steward, he had obtained the Black Steward emblem and the Black Steward robe, along with the Hurricane Warhammer recently acquired from the dungeon's treasure chest, 2 pieces of equipment and 1 item in total. Black Butler emblem. Quality, excellent. Effect, shields against external scrutiny, preventing others from obtaining the wearer's character information. Note, effectiveness diminishes when there is a significant level disparity. Black Butler robe. Quality, excellent. Attributes, Spirit 5. Constitution 5. Effect, the robe provides the user with a magical shield, with shield value equal to the user's Spirit 10. Both items are remarkable. The emblem prevents others from prying, while the robe grants a shield capable of withstanding 1790 damage. What is crucial is that the shield value increases with my growing spirit, which is quite impressive. Gu Chen donned the Black Butler robe and affixed the emblem to his collar. He then opened the professional trading platform on his phone and listed the Hurricane Warhammer. This weapon possesses commendable attributes in addition to its base enhancements. It includes a defensive skill suitable for classes such as warriors, paladins, and monks proficient in warhammers. Regarding its price, being an excellent grade weapon, while it may not fetch a high price, asking for 100,000 should not be considered excessive. Not long after completing the transaction, the dormitory door swung open, and Lin Yuan entered, carrying a stack of takeout boxes. Old Gu, come, let us have 8 dishes and a soup for lunch. Lend me a hand. In the afternoon, at 1:45, Gu Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the Novice Dungeon S Square. The square was still bustling with numerous students, most of whom were waiting to find good teammates. Is there any expert willing to enter the dungeon? I'm a monk equipped with excellent gear. I promise to be obedient. Looking for archers or gunners, priority for those with equipment and skills. Look, a summoner. Oh, it's Gu Chen. He just cleared the hard-level dungeon this morning, and he is back again? Huh, is he the one who soloed with 4 actors? As Gu Chen approached, countless gazes gravitated toward him, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Summoner Master, take me with you. I have a full set of warrior gear. Gu Chen, weren't you looking for teammates before? Could you take me along? Chen, we're old classmates. Let us team up. Gu Chen maintained an air of indifference, deliberately ignoring the flurry of requests surrounding him, and leisurely made his way to the dungeon entrance. Just then, a voice resonated from behind. Gu Chen, I initially thought little of you, but since you have proven your worth by clearing the hard-level dungeon, you do possess some utility. As such, my team has an open slot. Prepare yourself and join us in the dungeon. Chapter 16. What a coincidence. I also wish to venture into the hell-level instance. A voice, brimming with arrogance and disdain, resonated through the crowd. Everyone's expression shifted in surprise, turning their heads in unison. Who dares to speak to Gu Chen in such a manner? At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a rare grade knight's armor, approached Gu Chen. This was Li Wenhui, the class leader of the elite class at Lingqing No. 1 High School. Hailing from an affluent family and having chosen the rare profession of a retribution knight. In terms of profession, background, and wealth, he overshadowed Gu Chen in every aspect. With an air of superiority, he stood before Gu Chen, exuding confidence that was indeed well-founded. While I graciously permit you to join my team, do not rejoice too soon. Should you fail to perform adequately and hinder our progress, I shall not hesitate to blacklist you, he proclaimed, his tone dripping with unabashed superiority. This so-called invitation to team up felt more like a condescending act of charity, as if he were bestowing a monumental favor. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, not only unfazed but also revealing a peculiar smile. Did he truly think so highly of himself? Li Wenhui, from the illustrious Li family of Lingqing, was undoubtedly wealthy, a prime target indeed. A glint of cunning flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. It would be a disservice to let such arrogance pass without consequence. What are you waiting for? Follow me. Li Wenhui tilted his head, signaling Gu Chen to comply. Gu Chen, however, wore a look of disdain. No, my friend. I just soloed a hard-level instance this morning. You expect me to assist you now? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Li Wenhui scoffed. What does hard-level even mean? I am leading a team to tackle the hell-level instance. Hell-level? Do you understand? At the mention of those words, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, their gazes shifting towards Li Wenhui with newfound respect. Thus far, no one had managed to complete a hell-level novice instance in Lingqing. Given Li Wenhui's profession and background, his confidence seemed well-founded, and it appeared that success was nearly assured this time. In an instant, myriad eyes turned to Gu Chen, filled with envy and admiration. After all, a hell-level instance was a prestigious endeavor. Although Gu Chen had soloed a hard-level instance, it paled in comparison to the challenges of the hell level. To accompany Li Wenhui in such an undertaking was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Yet, Gu Chen maintained a nonchalant demeanor. So what? Li Wenhui continued. There are but a handful of teams in Lingqing capable of taking on the hell-level instance. If you decline to join my team, it shall certainly be your loss, understand? Quite the coincidence, Gu Chen replied with a smirk. For I too wish to venture into the hell-level instance. Just you? Li Wenhui scoffed, his disbelief palpable. What, you doubt me? Gu Chen responded casually. Since we are both aiming for the hell-level instance, how about we make a wager? A wager? How so? Whoever achieves a higher completion rating wins. Li Wenhui erupted in laughter, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Are you sure? I fear you will suffer a most humiliating defeat. At this moment, a follower beside Li Wenhui whispered, Young Master Li, Gu Chen's audacity in speaking so boldly surely stems from some form of confidence. It would be prudent not to wager against him. Am I to be intimidated by him? Li Wenhui retorted, his eyes narrowing. He is merely an ordinary student who happened to succeed in a dungeon raid once. Does he truly consider himself a deity? Gu Chen, visibly impatient, interjected. Enough of your prattle. If you lack the courage to wager, just say so. Who is Li Wenhui? He hails from an affluent background, possesses an arrogant demeanor, and has transitioned into a rare profession, earning him the title of genius. Could he possibly endure such an affront? Dare I? What a joke. Li Wenhui snapped. I fear you might not even be able to stake your wager. Gu Chen exuded an air of calmness, declaring, I wager 500,000. Is that sufficient? What? 500,000. Li Wenhui's brows furrowed slightly, revealing skepticism. As a student from an ordinary class, how could you possibly possess such wealth? Caught off guard, he reflected that while his rare knightly gear was worth over $1 million, it was, after all, a resource from his family. He had indeed saved several $100,000. But that was intended for upgrading equipment and purchasing skill books. If he were to lose, preposterous. He was a rare profession, the retribution knight. Clad in exceptional armor, how could he possibly be defeated? With this thought, a blatant disdain flickered in Li Wenhui's eyes. Very well, I accept your wager. But it must be conducted through the trading platform. Wagering between professionals is not prohibited. In fact, to promote such activities, the trading platform has developed a dedicated betting system to prevent the loser from reneging. Li Wenhui's insistence on using the platform stemmed from his concern that Gu Chen might not handle defeat gracefully. Without further ado, Gu Chen retrieved his phone, logged into the trading platform, and initiated a betting match. He transferred 500,000 into the account and subsequently set the terms and criteria for the match, sending the details to Li Wenhui. Yes, that works. Li Wenhui confirmed with a nod of satisfaction, transferring his own 500,000 to the platform. Once the wagers were secured, the match was instantly activated. There was no turning back now. Gu Chen, you can no longer retract your statement, Li Wenhui declared, a triumphant smirk gracing his face. Who would have thought that gambling against a commoner would yield such a windfall of 500,000? What a delightful surprise. Goodness. These two genuinely wagered against each other. How audacious of the summoner to challenge the Retribution Knight. Well, I predict Gu Chen will lose. Let us not forget. Li Wenhui's teammates are all top students from prestigious high schools. And Gu Chen's allies? I've heard they are actors. What? Actors? A chorus of pessimism echoed through the crowd. However, Gu Chen's face bore an unmistakable grin. At this moment, his sentiments mirrored those of Li Wenhui, as he too could not believe that a single wager could bring such a lucrative reward. What an unexpected turn of events. Just then, three figures emerged outside the dungeon square. Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi. Lin Qingqing, with her enchanting beauty, effortlessly carved a path through the crowd with her commanding presence, followed closely by Su Ran and Wu Zi. Before they could approach, she immediately spotted Li Wenhui standing alongside Gu Chen. This is not good. Lin Qingqing's expression suddenly shifted. How could Gu Chen be with Li Wenhui? Were they forming a team? Upon hearing this, Su Ran, who followed closely behind, revealed a look of panic. They had painstakingly borrowed 200,000 and had already transferred it to Gu Chen. Was Gu Chen intending to join Li Wenhui's team? What would happen to the money? That was 200,000. Wu Zi also noticed the situation ahead, his brows furrowing slightly. Although 100,000 was indeed considerable, what concerned him more was the opportunity to accompany Gu Chen into the Hell Level dungeon. Missing out on this remarkable individual would entail far greater losses than that of 100,000. Quickly, let us move forward. Wu Zi's expression grew serious as the three hastened their pace. Chapter 17. Only through battle will one understand in the square, at the entrance of the dungeon. After the bet was placed, Li Wenhui wore a triumphant expression. Gu Chen, initially, I regarded you with disdain upon realizing you were a summoner. After all, for a commoner to choose the path of a summoner is akin to pursuing a dead end. However, you have proven your worth through your strength, which is why I intend to take you into a Hell-level dungeon, allowing you to broaden your horizons. After all, possessing a record in a Hell-level dungeon could pave the way for you to become a coach, should you fail to gain admission to a prestigious academy. That is certainly preferable to working in a factory, wouldn't you agree? I am genuinely trying to help you, yet you fail to appreciate my intentions. Li Wenhui's words dripped with condescension and arrogance. As Lin Qingqing and the others squeezed closer, they were amused by Li Wenhui's remarks, their previously serious expressions dissipating in an instant. Woohoo! What a false alarm! Hilarious! Li Wenhui wants to take Gu Chen into a dungeon? Is he out of his mind? He thinks this will enlighten Gu Chen? Who exactly is failing to recognize the situation? Ha ha ha, with Li Wenhui speaking this way, I feel reassured, given Gu Chen's temperament. He would never agree to team up with him. The three laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief wash over them, as their futures were now completely intertwined with Gu Chen's. Ha ha ha, old Gu, did you hear that? Li Wenhui is doing this for your own good. If you don't get into a prestigious academy, you could always become a sparring partner. Standing beside Gu Chen, Lin Yuan couldn't help but snicker at the paternal tone of Li Wenhui's admonishments. Did I give you permission to laugh? Li Wenhui's expression darkened instantly. Although you didn't permit me, I simply cannot contain myself. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan beamed with mirth. With Gu Chen around, he regarded Li Wenhui, a prodigy of the elite class, with utter disregard. What did it matter if he held a rare profession? As soon as Gu Chen unleashed his summoned beasts, they would be obliterated in an instant. Foolish dog, what is there to be so arrogant about? Lin Yuan declared, hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. Who dares to challenge us? As long as Gu Chen is here, every individual in this dungeon square is merely trash in my eyes. You find this amusing? Just wait until I conquer the Hell-level dungeon. Then it will be your turn to lament, Li Wenhui spat, his face darkening as he departed. For his team still required one more member, and he needed to find a suitable candidate swiftly. At that moment, Lin Qingqing and the others approached Gu Chen. Master, Su Ran and I have transferred the 200,000 to you, Lin Qingqing announced. Together, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi had contributed 300,000. Earlier that day, after Gu Chen listed the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, he also placed the teleportation scroll for sale, yielding a total of 200,000. Altogether, that amounted to the 500,000 from the wager. Gu Chen led the four of them to the dungeon entrance. where he selected the Hell difficulty for the temple ruins from the dungeon interface. Warning, the current selection is set to Hell difficulty. The challengers will delve into the annals of the temple's history, facing immense challenges and a high mortality rate. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. The current team's average level is too low. It is advisable to reform the team. No. Entering the Hell level dungeon, please wait. A dark red glow blossomed from the spatial vortex at the dungeon's entrance, and in an instant, Chen and his companions vanished into thin air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. The crowd fell silent, then erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. No way. Chen actually entered the Hell level dungeon. Is he out of his mind? Seeking death in such a manner? Just clearing the hard level, and now he is diving headfirst into Hell level? The leap is too vast. Chen must be confused. How could he dare to solo the Hell level? Who gave him such audacity? He is doomed. Not even Jesus can save him, mark my words. If he emerges alive, I'll broadcast myself doing a handstand while, well, you know. Didn't you say that last time? Meanwhile, Li Wenwei learned of Chen's venture into the Hell level dungeon. However, he felt no concern whatsoever. A mere civilian summoner, accompanied by 4 performers, tackling the Hell level dungeon? It was laughable. Brother Hui, we recruited someone. He is a Thunder Mage. A rare class like yours, and he is on his way. All right, give him 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, everyone follow me into the Hell level dungeon. Li Wenwei's lips curled into a sardonic smile. His team boasted 2 rare classes, while Chen's team consisted of 4 performers. What is the comparison? It's utterly futile. Chen is finished. Oh, why is it foggy? A gray mist? Dizziness washed over him. His body felt leaden. This gray mist harbored a curse. Upon landing, he was immediately afflicted with a weakness status. Is this what the Hell level dungeon entails? Standing at the entrance of the temple ruins, the air thick with gray fog, Lin Yuan and the others appeared pallid, their bodies weighed down as if burdened by lead. The Hell level dungeon bore a striking resemblance to an authentic historical account. Thus, the environment they were currently in was indeed the true temple ruins. In contrast, the previously completed hard level dungeon was merely a diluted version. This gray mist was reminiscent of the skills employed by that cloaked steward in the main hall. Likely connected to the abyssal entities, it was evident that this temple was under siege by the abyss. Lin Qingqing scrutinized the temple's grand entrance. It wasn't merely a possibility. This temple had already succumbed to the invasion of the abyssal beings. Wu Zi interjected, stating, based on historical texts and strategies, all individuals within the temple have been tainted by abyssal power. The boss we encountered in the hard level, the cloaked steward, was one of them. Although we are now in the Hell level dungeon, we must re-enter the temple and retrace the previous narrative. Upon entering the main hall, we must not only vanquish the cloaked steward but also locate a sealed heart. Then we shall proceed to the sanctuary, where we will confront the Crimson Priest, the final boss of the Nightmare level dungeon. Defeating the Crimson Priest and retrieving the sealed blood will mark the completion of the Nightmare level dungeon. After passing through the sanctum, the next destination is the altar. However, what transpires at the altar and who the final boss may be remains uncertain. Wu Zi briefly outlined the upcoming milestones, which he acquired through paid channels. True to his role as the class monitor, he had thoroughly prepared for his acting. Despite the circumstances, Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on, massaging his temples as he remarked, "It sounds quite challenging. Reaching the final stage without any strategy is daunting." Wu Zi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that no novice would opt for a hellish dungeon, and even if they did, no one had ever managed to conquer it. Su Rai's expression darkened as she instinctively glanced at Chen. "Do you have confidence, master? One can only ascertain after the battle." Chen replied with an air of calmness, invoking a summoning skill. Suddenly, a tall figure clad in a dark red gown materialized out of thin air. In that instant, the Bloodlord emanated a formidable aura, an oppressive presence that unleashed a sinister energy, instilling a sense of dread and terror among all present. Chapter 18. Slaying the Blood Elite Guard. Old Gu, has your summoned beast advanced? Lin Yuan gazed at the figure adorned in a deep crimson robe, his expression one of astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and the others turned their heads in unison. Had they not just completed a challenging dungeon? And yet the summoned beast had already undergone an evolution? Such an astonishing rate of growth seemed unbelievable to anyone who heard it. As they scrutinized further, the familiar visage of Dracula had transformed. It now exuded an imposing grandeur, enveloped in an aura that was both chilling and eerie. Merely meeting its gaze was enough to evoke a profound sense of dread, a suffocating sensation that was nearly insurmountable. Wu Zi squinted slightly, eager to inspect the attributes of the Bloodlord. However, he was met with a series of question marks. Chen had configured the summoned beast's information to remain undisclosed, allowing outsiders only to glimpse its name, level, and health bar, leaving them blind to its precise vitality. After all, the statistics of a legendary summoned beast were truly staggering. At a mere level 6, its 4 primary attributes had already surpassed 100, with health nearing 9,000. This was no ordinary summoned creature. It could easily be a boss in a novice dungeon. Faced with the puzzled gazes of his companions, Chen chose not to elaborate. He commanded the Blood Lord to proceed towards the temple's grand entrance. Concurrently, the first wave of the fallen guards emerged from beyond the door. The legendary Blood Lord possessed formidable vampiric instincts. The moment it took a step, it had already locked onto a figure shrouded in mist. Raising its arm to unleash a shot. Boom. A single shot delivered a fatal blow, inflicting over 3,000 damage. The fallen guard barely revealed itself from the fog before being obliterated. Kill. Fallen guard LV. 5. Experience 113. Goodness. That was a level 5 guard. And it was instantly annihilated? Lin Yuan was left aghast, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Just as Lin Yuan was reeling from the shock, a towering guard clad in black heavy armor emerged, wielding a colossal golden sword. This guardian stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a hill, with its golden blade radiating a fierce authority, accompanied by a cadre of level 5 guards. Alien species, fallen guard, elite, level, LV 6, health, 11,500, attributes, strength 80, agility 73, endurance 92, spirit 75, skill I, mist curse, skill 2, iron guardian, skill 3, sword of oath, skill 4, ultimate judgment. Is this a joke? An elite guard? Lin Qingqing's face was a canvas of shock. My heavens, over 10,000 health, can this truly be just a guard? Su Ren covered her lips in sheer disbelief. Wu Zi interjected at the opportune moment. The hell-level dungeon replicates historical scenarios, so this elite guard with health exceeding 10,000 is merely a gatekeeper? Upon hearing this, their eyelids fluttered. If even the elite monsters were merely sentinels, what kind of insurmountable challenges awaited them further down the line? At that moment, the elite guard let out a thunderous roar, brandishing its golden sword, charging towards the Bloodlord like a small mountain. The Blood Clan sovereign's eyes narrowed, and a surge of murderous intent erupted within him as he raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! The gleaming silver bullet was thwarted by the obsidian armor, causing the elite guardian to sustain a meager amount of damage, merely 300 hit points, equating to 2% of its total health. Iron Guardian. The heavy armor can absorb 90 of damage for the fallen guardian elite, with total damage absorbed not exceeding 50 of its maximum health. A commendable skill indeed. Yet, it was unfortunate that it faced the Blood Clan sovereign. The elite guardian's maximum health, when halved, amounted to 750. For other challenger teams, this health pool was akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Even if the elite guardian stood idle, it was unlikely they could breach this formidable skill. Ordinary challengers could only hope to deplete the skill's duration through evasive maneuvers, patiently awaiting its cooldown. However, for the Blood Clan sovereign, 2 shots were all it would take to dismantle this impenetrable armor. Without a trace of hesitation, a resounding bang echoed as the second bullet whistled through the air, striking the elite guardian with precision. The guardian's form shuddered, cracks swiftly spreading across its heavy armor, shattering it. With the armor breached, the elite guardian unleashed a furious roar, its golden greatsword pointing skyward, radiating a blinding golden light. The skill, Ultimate Judgment, was activated. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the golden blade descended from the heavens, cleaving towards the Blood Clan sovereign with overwhelming force. Yet, being a legendary summon, the sovereign's keen senses had already detected the impending assault. Just as the golden blade was poised to strike, it vanished like a wraith, retreating over 10 meters with ease, evading the skill. Boom! The colossal golden blade crashed down, sending dust and debris soaring in a tumultuous storm. In that instant, the Blood Clan sovereign launched another attack. Bang! With the armor shattered. This shot obliterated over 3,000 of the elite guardian's health. Almost immediately, another bullet soared forth, striking the guardian squarely between the eyes. Bang! The substantial damage to the head triggered a stunning effect, rendering the elite guardian momentarily defenseless. Seizing this rare opportunity, the Blood Clan sovereign unleashed a relentless barrage, bullets cascading like rain, all targeting the elite guardian. Not aimed at the forehead or vital points, yet with the sovereign's current might, even the basic attacks dealt terrifying damage. Bang! 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 The elite guardian's health plummeted rapidly. After several shots, its towering form collapsed like a mountain, its health obliterated. In the span of merely 3 to 5 breaths, an elite foe boasting over 10,000 health points was vanquished. With the greatest threat neutralized, the Blood Clan sovereign flickered and charged into the encirclement of the level 5 guardians. Raising both hands, it unleashed a torrent of fire from its black and white heavy pistols, the gunfire falling like a relentless downpour, surrounded by the shattered remains of the guardians. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of Guardians was annihilated without a single survivor. Defeated the Abyssal Guardian, Elite LV, 6, Experience 468, Acquired Loot. Steel Plate Armor X1, Acquired Loot, Healing Potion X3, defeated the Abyssal Guardian LV, 5, Experience 111, defeated the Abyssal Guardian LV, 5, Experience 118, defeated the Abyssal Guardian LV, 5, Experience 115, defeated the Abyssal Guardian LV, 5, Experience 109. A radiant blue light emanated from the corpse of the Elite Guardian, and Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was no small feat. The first wave of foes had yielded equipment. He picked up the steel plate armor and examined it closely. Steel plate armor, quality, excellent, level requirement, 6, attributes, Constitution 30. Strength 5, effect. The steel plate armor reduces damage taken by the wearer by 15. A level 6 piece of equipment, classified as excellent. Granting 30 points in Constitution and 5 points in Strength, while also mitigating 15 of damage, quite a commendable acquisition, typically donned by warriors or knights. This armor would fetch a good price on the trading platform once he ventured outside. Chapter 19, Dreams Come True. Dream space. The wealth of practitioners is indeed easy to acquire, a thought that once again blossomed in Gu Chen's mind. Throughout his life, he had endured poverty. Even after moving to the Gu family, he was subjected to disdain. During his month in Gubei City, despite residing in the luxurious Gu estate, opulence remained utterly unrelated to him. The only solace he found was the absence of worry over daily meals. Contemplating the Gu family, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. Just yesterday, Gu Qifeng had deemed him a failure in his career transition, humiliating him in front of Qin Yun and the multitude of servants, branding him a disgrace. Today, however, he had emerged as a summoner endowed with divine talent. His future limitless. The Northern War King, the Holy Sword Berserker, the Empire's most formidable warrior? In the face of divine talent, they were utterly insignificant. One day, he would become a figure whom Gu Qifeng could only look up to, and that day would not be far off. As he stored the steel-heavy armor in his personal space, Gu Chen turned his gaze to another piece of loot. Healing potion, quality, excellent, effect, after absorption. Can resist the gray mist curse for 10 minutes. The Bloodlord's attributes had already surpassed 100, rendering the gray mist curse's impact negligible. Gu Chen's attributes far exceeded those of his peers, suffering only a minor effect, especially as he did not engage in battle. Thus, the healing potion held little value for him. However, for other practitioners, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Just one dose could render them immune to the gray mist curse for 10 minutes, completely dispelling any state of weakness. Carrying it was akin to possessing a purification spell, which would be crucial during boss fights. Therefore, Gu Chen was confident that if he listed it on the trading platform, he could fetch a handsome price. He stored 3 healing potions in his personal space, while the Bloodlord had finished eliminating all the guards at the temple entrance. Level up, level, LV. 7, 32, 2680. Strength, 187. Agility, 186. Vitality, 188. Mentality, 189. Summoned Beasts, Bloodlord LV. 7, Legendary. Nightmare Overlord LV. 7, Epic. Talent, currently eligible to acquire a Dark Bloodline. Level 7. If news of this leveling speed were to spread, countless individuals would surely be envious. Thanks to the attribute feedback bonus, Gu Chen's overall attributes were nearing 200 points, exceeding those of his peers by nearly double. This was indeed impressive. If he were to engage in a one-on-one duel in the arena, even without relying on his summoned beasts, he could easily dominate his contemporaries. Next, Gu Chen activated his talent to acquire the Dark Bloodline, a dark red light blossoming before his eyes. He hoped for a royal bloodline. Should he obtain another royal bloodline, both of his summoned beasts would ascend to legendary status, making this hellish dungeon a near certainty for success. You have acquired Dark Bloodline Descendant. Well, perhaps he had hoped for too much. It appears that the royal bloodline is not easily attained, as it possesses the remarkable ability to elevate epic-level summoned beasts to legendary status, even within the entirety of the Divine Xia Empire. Only a handful of legendary summoned beasts are known to exist. The rarity of such bloodlines is one aspect, while the scarcity of practitioners willing to transition into the vocation of summoner is another. Dark Bloodline Descendant can initiate a bloodline awakening for the original Dark Beings and can also strengthen the attributes of Royal Blood Dark Beings. It is evident that attribute enhancement holds little significance for the Bloodline Sovereign. However, the Bloodline Awakening could endow the Nightmare Sovereign with new talents or skills. Gu Chen directly infused the Descendant Bloodline into the body of the Nightmare Sovereign. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion successful. Summon Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level, LV. 7. Health points, 7,950. Attributes, Strength 99, Agility 106, Constitution 105. Spirit 110, New Talent. Dream Come True, Epic. Dream Come True. The cooldown of the Nightmare Sovereign skills is reduced by 50, while skill costs, energy expenditure, and adverse effects are diminished by 80. This talent indeed represents a dream realized. Not only is the cooldown halved, but all consumption and negative effects are drastically reduced by 80. Such an extraordinary effect is unparalleled even among legendary summoned beasts. It is clear that the Nightmare Sovereign, being an energy entity, enjoys such fortuitous circumstances, which would not be the case for other summoned beasts. Subsequently, the Bloodline Sovereign entered the temple, with Chen and the others closely following. Upon stepping into the temple's plaza, a denser gray mist enveloped them immediately. The group's expressions changed as they perceived the curse of the gray mist intensifying, their weakened state exacerbated. Chen furrowed his brow. Although his four-dimensional attributes had surpassed the 100 mark and his resistances far exceeded those of his peers, the effects of the gray mist curse still diminished all his attributes by 25. As for Lin Yuan and the others, their faces turned ashen, dragging themselves along behind, as if half their vitality had been sapped away. At that moment, Su Ran, who was walking beside Lin Qingqing, displayed a pained expression. Seemingly unable to withstand the gray mist curse any longer, her eyes rolled back, and her slender form collapsed straight down. Su Ran. Lin Qingqing hurried forward to support her, only to discover that she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen approached to assess Su Ran's condition. Her constitution was alarmingly frail. He was aware that assassins typically possess weaker physiques, but he did not anticipate Su Ran's constitution to be this fragile. She had fainted due to the sudden surge of the gray mist curse. At this moment, the true difficulty of the hell-level dungeon was laid bare before them. The omnipresent gray mist curse was exceedingly terrifying. Should a challenger's constitution prove inadequate, there would be no need for foreign entities to intervene. Merely taking a few steps could lead to their demise. It is no wonder that for so many years, no newcomers have successfully cleared the hell-level novice dungeon. Is this a burden that novice practitioners can truly bear? What to do? In other teams, a situation like Su Ran's would necessitate the use of a teleportation scroll to extricate her, as she had already lost the ability to act. If the intensity of the gray mist curse continues to escalate, it is highly likely that she may perish here. Master Chen, may I carry Su Ran? Could you allow her to continue accompanying us? Lin Qingqing implored, her tone laced with desperation. She and Su Ran had borrowed a staggering 100,000 yuan to follow Chen into the hellish level dungeon. 100,000. For a commoner just graduating high school, that sum was utterly astronomical. Should they withdraw midway, Su Ran's only recourse would be to work in a factory, likely toiling for years just to repay this enormous debt. Alas, what a troublesome predicament. Chen sighed. Observing Chen's demeanor, Lin Qingqing's expression fell into despair. Yet, in the next moment, Chen raised a hand, summoning a shadowy figure resembling a ghostly wisp. The Nightmare Sovereign. The Nightmare Sovereign seized Su Ran, and in an instant, the space before them shattered like a broken mirror, pulling Su Ran into the rift of that other realm. The Dreamscape. The Nightmare Sovereign could traverse the Dreamscape at will. By drawing Su Ran into the Dream Realm, she would naturally be shielded from the curse of the Grey Mist. Chapter 20. The use of healing potions. Dreams constitute a realm entirely distinct from the tangible world. Utterly isolated from reality, everything that transpires within this dreamscape bears no consequence on the waking world. Thus, upon entering the dream realm, Su Ran swiftly recuperated from her prior state of weakness. Where am I? Su Ran pondered, casting a bewildered gaze around her. Within the dream, she could vividly perceive the scenes unfolding in the instance, yet those in the real world were oblivious to her presence. Su Ran? Lin Qingqing appeared equally perplexed. Hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Su Ran responded instinctively and moved towards her. However, after taking only a few steps, she found herself back at her original position, a flicker of panic crossing her face. Without hesitation, she activated the assassin's ghostly dash, hastening towards Lin Qingqing. Yet with each stride, the distance between them only seemed to widen. Chen, through his connection with the Nightmare Sovereign, sensed the circumstances within the dream. Never mind. You may enter as well, he gestured, assuring them that within the dream, they would be immune to the gray mist curse. Once the mist dissipates, I will release you. No sooner had his words faded than the void before them shattered, dark fissures extending ominously toward Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Wu Zi. Subsequently, a grotesque hand, formed from swirling black mist, emerged from the fractures, its arms splitting into three, abruptly drawing the trio into the dream. Everything within the dream mirrored the instance's scenery. The sole distinction being that the four of them were unable to interact with Chen, as they existed in disparate dimensions. Has the state of weakness truly vanished? Lin Qingqing exclaimed upon entering and spotting Su Ran, her emotions a blend of excitement and astonishment. Gu Chen mentioned this as a dream? How did we get here? Lin Yuan gazed incredulously at the shadowy figure that resembled a specter. The Nightmare Sovereign, undoubtedly a summoned beast. It was astonishing that Gu Chen had contracted a second summon so swiftly, and not merely any summon, but a rare spatial entity. Wu Zi instinctively sought to examine the attributes of the summoned creature, only to be met with a flurry of question marks. So, the dream is a skill of the Nightmare Sovereign? Are we within a skill? What kind of skill can sustain itself for so long? Although the Nightmare Sovereign could traverse freely between dreams and reality, maintaining the dream for an extended duration was an extraordinary drain on its energy. Previously, the Nightmare Sovereign would have been incapable of such a feat. However, following its bloodline awakening, its innate ability, Dreams Come True, significantly reduced its energy consumption by 80, greatly enhancing the skill's endurance. Having secured Lin Yuan and the others, the Bloodline Sovereign continued to pave the way, with Gu Chun and the Nightmare Sovereign following closely behind. As they ventured deeper, the debilitating effects of the Grey Mist Curse intensified. Upon reaching the square, Gu Chun felt a 30 reduction in all attributes. What did this entail? His once formidable attributes, which had neared 200, had plummeted to a mere 140, resulting in a noticeable deceleration in his movements. The Bloodlord is similarly affected. His weakened state severely hampers his combat capabilities. A bullet that once could effortlessly dispatch a level 5 Guardian now requires 2 shots to achieve the same effect. As Gu Chen stepped into the square, numerous sinking Guardians materialized from all directions, almost refreshing every few steps he took. Moreover, with each series of refreshes, an elite Guardian would appear, differing only in rank. For instance, at the temple entrance, he encountered a level 7 elite Guardian, and moments ago, the Bloodlord had slain a level 8 elite Guardian. Now, directly ahead of Gu Chen, a level 9 elite Guardian approached him. Foreign race, sinking Guardian, elite, level, LV, 9, health, 16,000, attributes, strength 80, agility 87. Constitution 122. Spirit 95, skill I. Mist Curse, skill 2. Iron Guard, skill 3. Great Axe / skill 4. Spinning Bloodblade. This level 9 elite Guardian resembled a small giant, clad in imposing black armor, with a health pool of 16,000 and all attributes exceeding 100. It stood as the most formidable adversary Gu Chun had encountered since entering the dungeon. As the level 9 elite Guardian drew nearer, the surrounding mist thickened, rendering even its features indistinct. In its grasp was a blood-red great axe, its handle bound to a dark iron chain, which coiled around its exceptionally robust arm. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the mist. Great axe slash, without warning, the blood-red axe was hurled forward, its blade cutting through the air like a massive bolt of crimson lightning, racing towards the Blood Lord with alarming speed. The Mist Curse unleashed by the level 9 elite Guardian diminished the Bloodlord's attributes by a staggering 40. In an instant, the Bloodlord's speed plummeted to an abysmal level, and before he could evade, the razor-sharp axe struck him. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared on the Bloodlord, blood splattering as he was nearly cleaved in two. Fortunately, the elite Guardian excelled in constitution rather than raw attack power. Nonetheless, the blow still siphoned away over 4,000 of the Bloodlord's health. Having ascended to level 7, the Bloodlord's health had surpassed 10,000. It can be said that a single skill from the elite Guardian had nearly halved the Bloodlord's vitality. Roaring in agony, the Bloodlord's expression contorted in pain. This level 9 elite Guardian was truly terrifying. Wu Zi gazed at the Bloodlord's health bar, which had dwindled to almost half, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was the first time the summoned beast had suffered such grievous damage. Indeed, the hellish dungeon was fearsome. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim. The elite Guardian was astonishingly powerful. Should we send the Nightmare Sovereign to assist? Lin Yuan instinctively glanced towards the shadowy figure. Within the dream space, the four watched the unfolding battle, their hearts racing in anticipation. Yet, in the square, Gu Chen stood resolutely, his demeanor calm and composed. Despite the diminishing attributes imposed by the Grey Fog Curse, the Bloodlord failed to evade the elite guard's abilities in time. However, it is a creature of the bloodline. For such beings, as long as the injury is not fatal, any wound can be swiftly mended. This is not merely a skill, but an instinct. With a muffled grunt, the Bloodlord wrenched free the massive axe embedded in its flesh. In the next moment, the blood ceased to flow from the wound, and the grotesque injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly horrific gash had returned to its pristine state. Had it not been for the dark crimson stains lingering on its elegant attire, one could scarcely believe that mere seconds ago it had nearly been cleaved in two by that blood-red axe. Although the wound had healed, its vitality remained perilously close to the halfway mark. Nonetheless, under the prowess of bloodline instinct, its life force began to surge once more. Observing this, Chen resolved not to squander any further time and retrieved a vial of healing potion from his spatial inventory. Healing potion, upon consumption, it can counteract the gray fog curse for a duration of 10 minutes. The Bloodlord accepted the potion without hesitation, swallowing the glass vial whole. In the next instant, a radiant white energy enveloped its form, banishing the weakened state in an instant. With a mighty roar, the Bloodlord cast off its prior lethargy. Under the potion's rejuvenating effects, its attributes, along with its vitality, surged back to their peak state in mere moments. Chapter 21. The Whispering Sphere of Death. Legacy of the Blood Clan. Bang. Bang. With a resounding crack, two gleaming silver bullets sliced through the murky fog, simultaneously striking the elite guard's cranium. The elite guard staggered, losing a significant portion of health, plummeting to the brink of half-life. Bang. Bang. Another two shots rang out, once more invoking the deadly shot ability. Typically, skills adhere to a cooldown mechanism, preventing consecutive executions. However, upon ascending to legendary status, deadly shot was significantly enhanced. Previously, a single bullet imbued with skill effects was discharged from that silver-white pistol. Now, a full magazine of 6 bullets was unleashed. Each bullet dealt over 3,000 damage. And after 5 shots, the elite guard was left with but a sliver of health, merely a shot away from defeat. Yet, in its dying moments, the elite guard's ebony armor erupted in a shroud of dark light. The skill Iron Guard activated, granting the beleaguered elite guard a formidable damage reduction. Following this, Revolving Bloodblade was invoked. Bolstered by the skill, the elite guard seized a chain and swung a colossal axe, poised to deliver the decisive blow. However, the Bloodlord was at the zenith of power and would not succumb easily. Bang, bang, bang. The black pistol discharged a few rapid strikes, shattering the defenses of Iron Guard instantaneously. In a flash, the figure darted behind the elite guard. Just as the crimson axe was hurled forward, a silver bullet struck with precision, finding its mark at the elite guard's nape. Bang. Eliminated the fallen guardian, elite, LV9. Experience 795, loot acquired. Whispering Sphere of Death 1. Whispering Sphere of Death quality. Rare, effect. Each kill or assist accumulates 1 layer of Whispers of the Fallen. Each layer grants a 5 increase to all attributes. Note, the effect of the Whispering Sphere requires active invocation. Upon activation, layers reset. And the attribute increase lasts for 1 minute. Note, if the bearer dies, layers reset. A rare Great Sphere. Each kill or assist can accumulate a 5 boost to all attributes. Unlike conventional spheres, the Whispering Sphere's effects necessitate active invocation. Thus, even if 20 layers are amassed, yielding a 100 increase, without active invocation, the benefits remain unattainable. Furthermore, upon activation, layers reset, and the enhancement persists for only 1 minute. Contemplating this, Chen resolved to equip the Whispering Sphere of Death to the Nightmare Sovereign. Firstly, the Nightmare Sovereign could effortlessly traverse between dreams and reality, possessing superior survivability, making it less prone to death and conducive to accumulating higher layers. Secondly, the Nightmare Sovereign's Deep Dream could inflict area damage over time, maximizing the sphere's effect within the crucial 1-minute window. After equipping it, the Bloodlord pressed onward, passing through the courtyard and vanquishing a cadre of guards. Chen arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Pushing open the 2 heavy doors, a towering figure cloaked in black robes emerged beside the colossal, now collapsed statue that once graced the center of the main hall. Race, Black Robe Steward Elite, Level, LV, 13, Health Points, 35,000, Attributes, Strength 125, Agility 127, Constitution 132. Spirit 135, Skill I, Gray Mist Curse, Skill 2, Dark Invasion, Skill 3, Damage Transfer. It was still the Black Robe Steward, albeit at a heightened level. At level 13, the average of its 4 main attributes reached 130, and its health had soared to an impressive 35,000, while its skills remained unchanged. It now appeared even more imposing and ominous, with the Gray Mist Curse within the hall intensifying. Chen sensed that his weakened state had suppressed all his attributes by 40. Engaging in battle under such conditions would have his combat effectiveness. Fortunately, the Blood Sovereign had already utilized a healing potion, granting immunity to the Gray Mist Curse for 10 minutes. Otherwise, entering combat in a weakened state against monsters would yield no chance of victory. Simultaneously, within the vast expanse of the main hall, numerous fallen guards began to materialize from the corners of the room. In the blink of an eye, over 50 towering figures clad in armor surrounded Chen. In the dreamscape, Lin Yuan and his companions were overwhelmed by the sheer number of guards emerging from all directions, their nerves fraying. Is there really this many? The main hall was not like this last time. Lin Qingqing remarked, her brow furrowed. It's impossible to count. This is utterly terrifying. Su Ran exclaimed. We're truly in deep trouble now, Wu Zi said, his expression grave. What should we do? With so many monsters, even with the Nightmare Sovereign, it won't be enough. Lin Yuan cried in frustration. In the hard mode dungeon, the black-robed steward had only been accompanied by around 20 guards, the highest level among them being a couple of level 5 sentinels. Yet now, the number of guards had doubled, with the lowest being level 5 and some reaching levels 7 and 8. It must be noted that the black-robed steward possessed the skill of damage transfer. These 50-plus fallen guards were not merely minions. They represented a significant reservoir of health. Level 5 guards had 900 health points. Level 6 guards had 500. Level 7 guards possessed 200, and level 8 guards boasted 500. Assuming an average health of 400 per guard, their combined health would approximate 200. This meant the black-robed steward had 35,000 health points, supplemented by an additional 200,000 health from its guards. It was nothing short of a blood cow. No, it was more than that. It was a veritable blood bank. What are we to do? With over 200,000 health points, won't that shatter our weapons? Lin Yuan pondered with concern. That is not necessarily the case, a voice chimed in beside him. Turning, Lin Yuan was surprised to find Gu Chen had also appeared in the dreamscape. Old Gu, how did you get in here? Lin Yuan questioned, his face a mask of confusion. The upcoming battle will be quite chaotic. I fear collateral damage, Gu Chen replied with a calm demeanor. Quite chaotic? Upon hearing his words, the four companions turned their heads in unison. The Blood Lord extended his fingers, and 5 streams of crimson light erupted from his palms, instantly merging with the lifeless bodies of the guards outside the main hall. In the next moment, the guards' eyes flew open, radiating an ominous bloodlust as they slowly rose from the ground. Bloodline legacy, the Blood Lord can expend his own life essence to transform deceased units into bloodline offspring. The Blood Lord sacrificed 5,000 life points, resurrecting 5 corpses as bloodline sentinels, causing his vitality to plummet to half. The levels of the bloodline sentinels mirrored their former selves, 3 at level 7 and 2 at level 8. The bloodline sentinels positioned themselves behind the Blood Lord, their crimson eyes fixated with a savage hunger upon the surrounding fallen guards, revealing their brutal nature. Kill. The Blood Lord uttered a single command, and the bloodline sentinels, armed with swords and axes, charged ferociously into the fray against the guards. With their formidable physique and regenerative abilities, the bloodline sentinels should have held the upper hand in a fair confrontation. However, under the influence of the Grey Mist Curse, the level 7 and 8 bloodline sentinels were compelled to first eliminate the lowest-ranked level 5 guards. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord remained vigilant, his gaze locked onto an attacking level 8 fallen guard. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of silver bullets streaked through the air like lightning, striking the level 8 guard with precision. Defeated fallen guard LV 8, experience 616. The 5 bloodline sentinels engaged in a fierce battle against multiple foes, and soon, one by one, the fallen guards collapsed to the ground. Defeated fallen guard LV 5, experience 113. Defeated fallen guard LV 5, experience 113. Defeated fallen guard LV 6, experience 234. Defeated fallen guard LV 6, experience 234. Chapter 22. Ascending Stars, Skill Enhancement. What? I have leveled up. In the midst of a dream, Lin Yuan, who was in spectator mode, suddenly gasped in surprise, soon followed by a radiant expression of joy. Gu Chen glanced over, noticing that not only Lin Yuan but also Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi had all advanced to level 5. As for himself, he was on the verge of reaching level 8. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were ecstatic. After all, they had barely traversed half of the dungeon. They had surged to level 5 without any effort, something that would have been unthinkable in the past. What about Li Wenwei? Lin Qingqing suddenly recalled Gu Chen's wager. Surely he must have failed. Lin Yuan spoke up. Li Wenwei cleared the hard mode dungeon this morning, but he is only at level 4. With just a set of rare night gear, does he really think he can tackle the hell mode dungeon? It's hard to say. Wu Zi chimed in. Li Wenwei possesses more than just rare gear. He also has an A-grade talent. Moreover, the composition of his team is far superior to ours. He has an A-grade talent? How come I wasn't aware? Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. It's common. For ordinary citizens, many information channels are closed off. Wu Zi replied, slightly lifting his head. And how do you know this? Aren't you an ordinary citizen as well? Me? Humph. There are differences even among the ordinary while the group engaged in casual conversation. Chen utilized a life restoration potion to completely heal the Blood Duke's vitality. Subsequently, the Bloodline inheritance was cast once more, resulting in the transformation of 5 corpses into Bloodline descendants, 1 level 6 Guardian, 2 level 7 Guardians, and 2 level 8 Guardians. Why not transform more Bloodline descendants at once? Because the Blood Duke still had to contend with the level 13 Black Robe Steward, maintaining over 50% vitality to prepare for unexpected situations. The transformed Bloodline Guardians retained the foundational attributes of the fallen Guardians while possessing the innate abilities of the Bloodline, thus significantly enhancing their combat prowess. With heightened senses and speed, coupled with remarkable regenerative abilities, nearly every Bloodline Guardian could face off against 1 or 2 fallen Guardians, even under the suppression of the Grey Mist Curse. As the battle progressed, the number of Bloodline Guardians steadily increased, and the fallen Guardians began to falter, with only a handful remaining to stubbornly defend. Meanwhile, the Blood Duke's assault intensified, and after several rounds, the Black Robe Steward's vitality plummeted below half. In the main hall, only 6 fallen Guardians remained. With 25 Bloodline Guardians pitted against 6 fallen Guardians, the tide of battle was decidedly in their favor. The clash of long swords and massive axes continued, and the vitality of the fallen Guardians dwindled, soon leading to one of them collapsing to the ground. Defeated the fallen Guardian LV 9, experience 521, level up, level, LV 8, 134850, strength 197, agility 196, constitution 198, spirit 199, summon beasts, Bloodlord LV 8, legendary, Nightmare Sovereign LV 8, epic, talent, currently able to obtain a dark bloodline. A wave of joy erupted in Chen's eyes. Upon leveling up, the Bloodlord's health was completely restored. The Bloodline inheritance activated once more, causing the Bloodlord's health to plummet as 5 Guardian corpses rose from the ground, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red. With a count of 35 versus 5, the number of Blood Guardians had increased again. Chen activated his talent to acquire the Dark Bloodline. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Primordial. Dark Bloodline Primordial can be used to promote a primordial dark creature once, or to awaken the bloodline of a royal blood dark creature once. Promotion. After careful consideration, Chen infused the Dark Bloodline into the Nightmare Sovereign. Summon Beast promotion successful. Nightmare Sovereign Epic. Nightmare Sovereign Epic. Level, LV, 8. Health, 11,150. Attributes, Strength 119. Agility 126. Constitution 125. Spirit 130. Talent, Unspeakable. Dream Realization, Skill I. Annihilation Instant Kill, Epic. Skill 2. Nightmarish Entanglement, Epic. Skill 3. Deep Dream, Epic. Skill, Nightmarish Entanglement, has been enhanced. Nightmarish Entanglement. For every 10 points of spirit, summon a nightmare minion, which can temporarily entrap the target in place. Targets ensnared by multiple nightmare minions will suffer multiplied damage following the enhancement. Nightmarish Entanglement acquired a control effect, capable of immobilizing the target for a brief period. Furthermore, if ensnared by 2 nightmare minions, the target would receive double damage. 5 would result in quintuple damage, and 10 would yield tenfold. However, the source of the damage must be the Nightmare Sovereign to produce multiplied damage. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. Quite formidable. Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Previously, this skill merely allowed the nightmare minions to attach to the target without a control effect. Now, being able to immobilize the target was a significant improvement. With a thought, dark mist swirled around the Nightmare Sovereign as 3 shadows flickered and entwined themselves around the remaining 3 fallen guardians. The control effect activated, and the 3 fallen guardians were ensnared by the nightmare minions, losing their mobility, and were brutally slaughtered by the nearby blood guardians. Subsequently, the 3 shadows flew back to the side of the Nightmare Sovereign from the corpses of the guardians. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV 8. Experience 235. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV 9. Experience 518. Defeated Fallen Guardian LV 8. Experience 230. Kill assistance confirmation activated. You have accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Dead, exhilarating. This is precisely the effect desired. The cost of summoning the nightmare minions is negligible. Yet it allows the Nightmare Dominator to not only open the dreamscape but also accumulate layers for the Death Whisper orb, truly a double benefit. Astonishing. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. It was not merely the fact that Chen had amassed 3 layers of the Death Whisper with a simple maneuver, but rather the profound impact of the scattered corpses of the guards within the main hall that left him deeply shaken. This equated to a health pool of 200,000. Such vitality extinguished in an instant. With this, the black-robed steward would be a mere trifle. Lin Yuan paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that he might be getting a bit carried away. After all, that was an elite creature of level 13, with an average attribute of 130 and a staggering health of 35,000. Even wielding a great sword and hacking away for an entire day would hardly suffice to vanquish it. How could it be considered trivial? He hadn't consumed any intoxicating beverages before entering the dungeon, so how could he feel this way? At this juncture, all the fallen guards had been vanquished, and the black-robed steward could no longer transfer damage through his minions. Meanwhile, the Bloodlord had long since seen his healing potions rendered ineffective, enduring the effects of a weakened state as he engaged in a desperate struggle against the black-robed steward. Just then, the Bloodlord suddenly retreated at great speed, while the blood guards on the field appeared to go mad, charging fearlessly toward the black-robed steward. The first to reach the steward was a level 9 blood guard. Without a moment's hesitation, he detonated himself. Indeed, a self-detonation. With a resounding boom, he obliterated 2,000 health from the black-robed steward. Following closely was a second blood guard, then a third, and a fourth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed like thunder, causing the main hall to tremble. Meanwhile, the health of the black-robed steward plummeted dramatically, descending like a sheer cliff, ultimately reaching zero in just a few breaths. Beneath the blood-stained robe lay a towering figure that collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly motionless. Chapter 23. The debut of the Nightmarish Sovereign defeated the black-robed steward Elite LV. 13. Experience 1573. Acquired loot. Summoner Skillbook 1. Acquired loot. Doppelganger Doll 1. Acquired loot. Healing Potion 3. Acquired loot. Life Restoration Potion 2. A Summoner Skillbook. What extraordinary fortune! Gu Chen's expression brightened as he promptly accessed his personal space. Skillbook. Full link. Class. Summoner. Level 5. Quality. Rare. Effect. Establishes a comprehensive link between the user and summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and mitigating detrimental effects. This skill is indeed commendable. The consumption is divided with the summoned beast, leaving only a third remaining, while the benefits are shared, resulting in a tripling of effects. Although no equipment was dropped this time, the rare acquisition of a class skill book is a notable achievement. Upon learning the skill, a layer of purple light emanated from the skill book, which then vanished. You have learned a new skill. Full link. At last, a skill has been acquired. Gu Chen thought, somewhat exasperated. Skills for summoners are exceedingly scarce. In a remote place like Lin City, there are no corresponding skill books available for purchase. Thus, aside from the fundamental summoning skills, this marks his first professional skill. Next, Gu Chen turned his attention to another piece of loot. Doppelganger Doll. Quality. Rare. Effect. Upon activation, it can absorb up to 3,000 points of damage for the user. This value equates to 3 to 4 times the maximum health of an ordinary level 8 professional. Yet for Gu Chen, it amounts to a little over double. While it may seem insufficient, it serves well as a shield. Without hesitation, Gu Chen activated the Doppelganger Doll and affixed it to himself, then stored the remaining loot in his personal space. At that moment, the Bloodlord seemed to have discovered something, handing Gu Chen a glass bottle smeared with stains. What could it be? Gu Chen looked over with curiosity and was taken aback to find a heart within the bottle, slowly beating. Sealed heart. Type. Quest item. Description. A heart excised from a witch, originally intended for a sacrifice to the deity in exchange for the power to resist the abyss, yet. A quest item. I shall temporarily store it. Gu Chen placed the sealed heart into his personal space. After the black-robed steward was defeated, the gray mist curse dissipated significantly, and the weakening effects were greatly reduced. Gu Chen sought a clean area within the main hall and released Lin Yuan and the others from their dream state for a brief respite. This was primarily to allow the Bloodlord to restore health while also converting more vampire progeny. After all, in the haste to eliminate the black-robed steward, he had detonated 8 vampire offspring. Over an hour later, the Bloodlord had fully regained his vitality. Behind it stood 30 figures, each entwined in a dense aura of sanguine energy, representing the current limit of the Bloodlord's transformation capabilities. Among them was a level 13 Blood Steward and 29 Blood Guardians, comprising 4 at level 9, 6 at level 8, 9 at level 7, and 10 at level 6. Transforming units below level 10 into Blood Descendants consumed 1,000 life points, with a self-detonation damage of 2,000. For units below level 20, it consumed 2,000 life points, yielding a self-detonation damage of 3,000. As for those under level 30, the specifics remained uncertain. Once prepared, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign, and Lin Yuan along with the other 3 once again ventured into the dream realm. With the Blood Descendants forging a path ahead, Gu Chen swiftly reached the end of the main hall, standing before 2 heavy iron doors. Pushing these doors open would lead him into the sanctum, the final challenge of the Nightmare Tier dungeon. Upon vanquishing the boss within and locating a sealed vial of blood, he could successfully clear the dungeon. However, this was a hell-tier dungeon, and the sanctum was merely an appetizer. The true feast lay beyond at the altar. A level 6 blood guardian pushed open the grand doors, and under the protection of the bloodkin, Chen stepped into the sanctum. As soon as he entered, the density of the gray mist surged once more, and the effects of the weakening state erupted, causing Chen's attributes to diminish yet again. Such a terrifying curse of gray mist explained why no novice adventurer had ever successfully cleared a hell-tier dungeon. Chen's complexion paled noticeably. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others were already in the dream realm. Otherwise, he would have surely lost half his life. At the center of the sanctum stood a gaunt, hunched figure cloaked in dark red garments. According to the strategy guide, this was the boss of the sanctum, the Red Priest. Beneath the hood, the Red Priest's visage was shrouded in shadow, revealing only a pair of eyes gleaming with fervor and cruelty. Its skin was as pale as parchment, marred by black markings that spread like malevolent incantations across its surface. As the assembly of bloodkin entered the heart of the sanctum, a deep violet glow suddenly erupted from the crystal orb in the Red Priest's grasp. With a roar, a thick purple energy coalesced around the Red Priest, forming skeletal phantoms that writhed and howled in the void. Alien race, Red Priest Elite, level, LV, 15, health points, 72,000, attributes, strength 140, agility 147, constitution 162, spirit 150, skill I, Gray Mist Curse, skill 2, Wraith Impact, skill 3, Life Sacrifice, skill 4, Echo of Death. Indeed, they had truly descended into hell. With average attributes of 150 coupled with 72,000 health points and the debilitating effect of the Gray Mist Curse, it was likely that any ordinary adventurer would feel their scalp tingle merely by gazing upon it. Such a formidable health pool would certainly overwhelm the current state of the Bloodlord. Upon this realization, Chen retrieved a healing potion from his spatial storage and applied it to himself. As the healing potion took effect, the weakening state vanished immediately. Simultaneously, Chen activated his skills. Comprehensive Link, establish a complete connection between oneself and summoned units, sharing beneficial effects while mitigating detrimental ones. In the next moment, the once weakened Bloodlord and his legion of Bloodguards regained their spirits, their status swiftly revitalized. Subsequently, Chen cast his gaze upon the ethereal figure beside him. Go forth, it is your time to shine. The Nightmare Sovereign also restored its peak state, transforming into a swirling black mist and venturing into the void towards the Crimson Priest. In the central area of the sanctuary, the Crimson Priest flicked his voluminous sleeves, and 3 vengeful skeletal spirits soared into the air, effortlessly neutralizing the bullets shot by the Bloodlord. The foremost Bloodguards had already reached the Crimson Priest, their long swords and heavy axes descending mercilessly. However, in the next breath, a skeletal spirit surrounding the Crimson Priest lunged forward, reducing the leading Bloodguard to a pile of withered bones. Following that, several more skeletal spirits emerged, charging at the remaining Bloodguards. At that moment, a vast expanse of shattered, pitch-black rifts materialized in the void, swiftly engulfing the skeletal spirits. The Nightmare Sovereign revealed itself, surrounded by swirling, mist-like nightmare minions. In the next instant, these minions transformed into shadows, darting towards the Crimson Priest. Nightmare Binding. For every 10 points of spirit, summon a nightmare minion that can momentarily ensnare the target, causing multiple fold damage if bound by several minions. 1, 2, 3. In a single breath, 10 shadows coiled around the Crimson Priest, reaching the pinnacle of damage amplification. The black mist enveloping the Nightmare Sovereign surged, suddenly vanishing into the dreamscape. In the next moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind the Crimson Priest. Phantom Obliteration approached the target unit through the dream, launching a deadly strike that inflicts considerable damage. The skill activated. Phantom Obliteration struck the target, unleashing a burst of immense damage. Immediately, the 10 shadows entwined around the Crimson Priest trembled violently, and the tenfold damage from Nightmare Binding erupted forth. Boom! Beneath the crimson robe, the hunched figure stiffened as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. 28,000. The combined effects of the Nightmare Sovereign's 2 skills resulted in a staggering damage output of 28,000. The Crimson Priest's health bar plummeted, losing over 40% of its vitality in an instant. Chapter 24. The Fiery Red-Robed Priest and the Sacrifice of Life by Heavens. 28,000 damage. Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? Isn't the Nightmare Sovereign the summoned beast just contracted by Chen? How can it be more ferocious than the Bloodlord? Gazing at the red-robed priest's health bar, which was depleted by more than half, he could no longer contain his disbelief. Such damage, if it does not target the boss, would obliterate anyone in an instant. Lin Qingqing also wore a look of shock. The red-robed priest possessed 72,000 health points, yet it seemed insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the Nightmare Sovereign. Wu Zi, too, found it hard to fathom. The four individuals within the dream realm bore expressions of utter disbelief, akin to having encountered a specter. A newly transitioned summoner had unleashed 28,000 damage with their summoned beast. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? They would never have believed such an outrageous occurrence. Roar! The red-robed priest sustained grievous injuries, emanating a terrifying aura. Surrounding it were a dozen skeletal wraiths, emitting wails of despair as they surged toward the Nightmare Sovereign. At that moment, the Bloodlord launched a sudden attack, a barrage of bullets whistling through the air, striking the red-robed priest's head with precision. Bang! 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 A significant surge of damage erupted at its brow, instantly knocking the red-robed priest into a dazed state. The skeletal wraiths, which had been charging toward the Nightmare Sovereign, suddenly faltered, losing their direction and scattering like headless flies, colliding against the surrounding walls and sculptures. For an elite creature like the red-robed priest, the stun duration was merely 1 second. However, that was sufficient for the current battle. Deep Dreamscape, the Nightmare Sovereign wasted no time, unleashing its most potent skill, transforming the area around the red-robed priest into a deep dreamscape. Within this realm, the red-robed priest emitted a howl of agony, its form resembling that of pliable clay, stretching, compressing, twisting, and disassembling. Every passing moment, it endured the substantial damage inflicted by the deep dreamscape. Its health began to dwindle, albeit not as drastically as before when it had lost over 40% in an instant. This decline was steady, continuous, and visibly accelerated. Roar! The red-robed priest roused from its stupor, frantically attempting to flee the deep dreamscape. Yet, how could the Bloodlord let such an opportunity slip away? Though both were within the deep dreamscape, the Bloodlord remained entirely unaffected. In a flash, it positioned itself in an optimal shooting spot. Deadly shot activated. A flurry of silver bullets raced forth like lightning, causing the red-robed priest's health to plummet, losing 24,000 points in a heartbeat. Lin Yuan and the others felt their eyelids twitch violently, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Not only were they silent, but their entire worldview had been shattered. The Nightmare Sovereign dealt 28,000 damage, while the Bloodlord inflicted 24,000. What was happening? Were the damages of summoned beasts now measured in the thousands? Was it not said that choosing the summoner as a commoner was a path to ruin? How could Gu Chen be so extraordinary? Could it be that commoners choosing summoners were indeed the strongest profession? Has this world deceived us? The four individuals exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. An 8th-level practitioner? Which 8th-level practitioner could inflict 20,000 points of damage? Not just 20,000, but 24,000. The overlooked fractional figure could lead to your demise multiple times. If this were to occur during an academy assessment, the prestigious Capital Academy would be utterly insignificant. Perhaps not. Wu Zi interjected, expressing his dissent towards this statement. Dungeon monsters possess a threat mechanism, thus they fixate on the summoned beast incessantly attacking them. However, in a typical scenario, how should a summoner be confronted? The summoner must be eliminated first, Lin Qingqing asserted. Indeed, in a confrontation with a summoner, the priority should be to eliminate the summoner. In a genuine assessment, as long as the attack is directed towards Gu Chen, the battle could be effortlessly resolved. After all, he is merely an 8th-level novice practitioner. Lin Yuan snorted derisively, a sneer gracing his lips. What makes you think you can evade the Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign, the two summoned beasts, and approach Gu Chen to slay him? Simply find a tank ally to divert the summoned beasts. Then the question arises, what kind of tank can withstand 24,000 damage per second, even with an epic-grade armor? Could one endure it? Wu Zi turned away, falling silent. Lin Yuan smirked, choosing not to elaborate further. There are always those who believe they can achieve what he does. It is a delusion that needs remedying. At the heart of the sanctum, the Bloodlord unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles, inflicting wave upon wave of damage. As the Scarlet Priestess succumbed to a deep slumber, her health plummeting rapidly. Soon, the battle approached its climax, with the Scarlet Priestess's vitality dwindling to a mere 10%. Just as the Bloodlord prepared to command his legion of Bloodguards to self-destruct, a terrifying surge of energy swept through the surroundings, compelling the Bloodlord to retreat incessantly. Roar! An intense malevolence enveloped the Scarlet Priestess, her crimson garments billowing without wind, their hue transforming to a vivid shade reminiscent of blood. In an instant, her aura surged, shattering the confines of the deep slumber. The Scarlet Priestess ascended, extending her fingers towards the Bloodlord, grasping the air with an ethereal clutch. In that moment, countless dark purple wraiths encircled the Bloodlord, voraciously eroding his corporeal form. Pain contorted the Bloodlord's visage as a potent luminescence corroded his entire being, his body visibly disintegrating. His health bar plummeted dramatically, losing over 3,000 points in an instant. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened, promptly commanding the Blood Lord to withdraw from the epicenter of the battle, while the Blood Guards surged forth to draw aggro. It is crucial to note that the Blood Lord's health now hovered just above 10,000. Should the Scarlet Priestess raise her hand again, she could easily obliterate him. A dozen Blood Guards charged ahead, yet they were unable to reach the Scarlet Priestess, held in place by an invisible force. Immediately, the crimson-clad priest emitted a piercing howl, its garments swirling as if ablaze with flame. The surrounding controlled Bloodline sentinels ignited alongside it, disintegrating into dust amidst a blinding radiance. This luminous essence appeared to be summoned, flocking towards the crimson priest and being absorbed into its form. Bathed in this dazzling light, the priest resembled a deity reborn from the flames. Its previously hunched and frail figure transformed into one of towering strength, the gaunt limbs now robust and powerful. What was once a mere 10 of its vitality surged to an astonishing 60 in an instant. It had been resurrected, stronger than before. This was the priest's skill, sacrifice of life. Gu Chen's expression shifted as he commanded the remaining Bloodline sentinels to retreat immediately. When the Crimson Priest's vitality dipped below 10, it would sacrifice itself and everything nearby to regain its strength, amplifying its damage exponentially. In this heightened state, the priest would continuously unleash echoes of death, a skill akin to a domain. Any entity within the range of these echoes would suffer from devastating critical damage, their health plummeting drastically. The Crimson Priest let out a thunderous roar and, in a flash, lunged into the retreating Bloodline sentinels. Instantly, countless vengeful spirits surged forth from its center, launching an assault on the surrounding sentinels. Boom, boom, boom. The Bloodline sentinels struck by the vengeful spirits emitted no cries of agony, being swiftly corroded into mere remnants of bone. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 Bloodline sentinels were annihilated. The Bloodline descendants were utterly eradicated. Chapter 25. The Deathly Orb of Spells. Attribute doubling the moment the Blood Lord retreated. Gu Chen swiftly administered a vial of life-restoring potion to it. After the sacrificial ritual, the Red Priestess became a terrifying force. More than 20 Blood Guard fell victim to the deadly resonance instantly upon entering its range. Such devastation would likely overwhelm even the Blood Lord. It was imperative to avoid its skill zone at all costs. The most pressing concern was to buy time for the Nightmare Sovereign. The cooldown of skills was intricately linked to energy levels. The more energy restored, the greater the chance of ensnaring the Red Priestess within a profound dream. A chilling howl erupted from the Red Priestess, and suddenly, figures emerged within the sanctum. The temple guards had respawned. This time, not just a dozen or 20, but a horde. An overwhelming multitude that was impossible to count. All guards mobilized. The throngs of temple guards charged towards Gu Chen like a frenzy, their anguished cries reverberating in every direction. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen turned and fled with his 2 summoned beasts. In such dire circumstances, the only viable strategy was to draw them out and fight. Otherwise, if the guards sealed off the path and the Red Priestess closed in, escape would be impossible. The Red Priestess had locked its gaze upon the Blood Lord, moving with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously closing the distance. The Nightmare Sovereign spun around, and a shadow detached from it, swiftly entangling the Red Priestess in place. The Nightmare Servant bore no health points. Fundamentally, it was merely a manifestation of a skill, thus it could not be slain, only dispelled by purification-like abilities. Seizing the opportunity while the Red Priestess was immobilized, the Nightmare Servant and the Blood Lord began eliminating the surrounding guards, retreating rapidly alongside Gu Chen. Truth be told, cold sweat had begun to beat on Gu Chen's back. The sheer number of guards summoned by the Red Priestess was staggering, nearly encircling the sanctum completely. Despite the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign slaying their way through, the ground littered with the corpses of guards, they could not stem the tide of such overwhelming numbers. The 2 summoned beasts shielded Gu Chen in the middle, retreating while launching attacks against the obstructing guards. The Nightmare Sovereign was enveloped in a swirling black mist akin to flames. Each time it flickered into view, another guard ensnared by the Nightmare Servant was dispatched. Yet, the pace of their slaughter was painfully slow. Confronted with the relentless onslaught of the deluded guards, their killing speed proved utterly ineffective. A fierce anger ignited within the Nightmare Sovereign. This battle was meant to be its grand debut, yet it found itself in such a dire predicament. Surrounded on all sides, retreat seemed impossible. Enough. That's it. Suddenly, Gu Chen halted his retreat, exhaling a sigh of relief. What do you mean enough? We need to run. If we don't, the Red Priestess will catch up. The 4 individuals within the dream looked on in confusion, utterly bewildered. Gu Chen, however, fixed his gaze upon the Nightmare Sovereign. Or more precisely, upon the orb of spells swirling beside it. From the moment the Nightmare Sovereign struck down the Guardian, Gu Chen had been fixated on the layers of the Whispering Dead. Now, it had reached precisely 20 layers, the maximum limit. Each layer of the Whispering Dead granted a 5 enhancement to all attributes, culminating in a total doubling at the 20th layer. Chen nodded in acknowledgement as the Nightmare Sovereign, without hesitation, activated the effect of the Whispering Sphere. A dark, ethereal glow erupted from the sphere, enveloping the Nightmare Sovereign. In the next instant, a surge of black mist enveloped the Sovereign, dramatically amplifying its attributes, causing its form to expand exponentially. The Nightmare Sovereign ascended into the air, unleashing a thunderous roar as an imperceptible pale gray energy radiated outward from Chen, engulfing the surroundings. Deep dream. Under the influence of the Whispering Sphere, the Nightmare Sovereign's attributes doubled, its vigor surged, and it reconstructed the deep dream. Surrounding Chen, several approaching fallen guardians suddenly disintegrated like crumbling blocks, scattering into fragments. Whispering Sphere effect activated. The Nightmare Sovereign receives a 100 enhancement to all attributes, lasting for 1 minute. Though the duration was a mere minute, it was more than sufficient for the Nightmare Sovereign. The guardians trapped within the deep dream possessed no capacity for resistance. Whether they were the lowest level 5 guardians or the highest level 10 guardians, they fell victim to the terrifying power of the dream, reduced to mere debris. The only distinction lay in the few seconds of endurance they exhibited. You have slain fallen guardian LV. 6. Experience 589. You have slain fallen guardian LV. 8. Experience 852. You have slain fallen guardian LV. 9. Experience 923. You have slain fallen guardian LV. 7. Experience 694. A flurry of kill notifications appeared before Chen's eyes, and his experience surged like a rocket, skyrocketing by over 2,000 in just 10 seconds. He was on the brink of leveling up to 9. While Chen reveled in the demise of the countless fallen guardians, he was acutely aware that the Nightmare Sovereign could only sustain this power for a minute. If each attack were squandered on these minions, once the minute elapsed, the Scarlet Priest would be beyond salvation. Eliminate the Scarlet Priest, Chen commanded urgently. The black mist surrounding the Nightmare Sovereign swirled, and each nightmare minion morphed into shadows, instantly coiling around the Scarlet Priest. 1 shadow inflicted double damage. 10 shadows delivered tenfold damage, representing the current pinnacle of the Nightmare Entanglement skill. Within the depths of the dream, the form of the Scarlet Priest began to contort and blur. Following the doubling of the Nightmare Sovereign's attributes, the deep dream unleashed a catastrophic surge of sustained damage. The Scarlet Priest's health plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. Its body warped, compressed, and distorted, ultimately shattering into a sea of crimson fragments, akin to the fallen guardians before it. Defeated the Red Priest, Elite LV. 15. Experience 2731. Acquired loot. Ritual Robe LV. 10. Rare. Acquired loot. Ritual Grimoire LV. 10 rare. Acquired loot. Ritual Trousers LV. 10 rare. Level up. Level LV. 9. 122. 6900. Strength 207. Agility 206. Constitution 208. Spirit 209. Summon Beasts. Bloodlord LV. 9. Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV. 9. Epic. Talent. Currently able to acquire a Dark Bloodline. At level 9, upon reaching level 10, a third Summoned Beast could be contracted. Chen did not hasten to activate his talent. Much like at level 4, this Dark Bloodline would be reserved for his third Summoned Beast as an alternative. He then turned his attention to the 3 pieces of equipment obtained: the Ritual Robe, the Ritual Grimoire, and the Ritual Trousers, all of which were rare items at level 10. These could be considered of above-average quality and, as a set, would undoubtedly command a price exceeding 1 million on the trading platform, and would be the type to be snatched up instantaneously. Chapter 26. The Sealed Blood Priestly Robe Quality. Rare, Level Restriction 10, Attributes, Constitution 35, Physical Defense 10. Magic Defense 20. Effect. The Priestly Robe provides a shield with a multiplier of 10 for all attributes: Priestly Set, Priestly Robe, Priestly Grimoire, Priestly Trousers. A shield with a tenfold increase for all attributes? Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, his total attributes amounted to 830, which meant that the Priestly Robe could grant him a shield of 8,300. An item that offers over 8,000 in shield power surpasses even the health of an ordinary level 8 Abyssal Guardian. Even when confronted by a level 15 Scarlet Priest Elite, he could withstand 2 of their skills. Moreover, this equipment also enhances his Constitution by 35, Physical Defense by 10, and Magic Defense by 20, making it exceptionally valuable. The most crucial aspect is that this piece of equipment is part of a set. Although the Scarlet Priests are formidable adversaries, it must be said that the rewards are indeed worthwhile after the battle. Next, he examined the other 2 components of the set. Priestly Grimoire Quality. Rare, Level Restriction 10, Attributes, Spirit 30, Energy Recovery 25, Spell Damage 30. Effect. When the wearer or allied units have all skills on cooldown, It can replenish energy for allied units once. Priestly set, priestly robe, priestly grimoire, priestly trousers. This grimoire enhances spirit, damage, and energy, proving to be remarkably effective. Previously, all of the Scarlet Priest's attacks were cast through this tome, clearly providing a significant boost to their damage output. Priestly trousers, quality, rare, level restriction, 10, attributes, agility 15, effect, movement speed 25. Immunity to one slowing effect, priestly set, priestly robe, priestly grimoire, priestly trousers. The effect of the priestly trousers is rather modest, primarily increasing movement speed and offering immunity to a single slowing effect. However, when faced with the entangling effects of nightmare servants, it proves to be of little help. Furthermore, this immunity can only be applied to oneself and cannot be granted to allied units, meaning it is ineffective in synergy with summoned creatures. This limitation somewhat diminishes the overall utility of the equipment. Nevertheless, this is an unavoidable circumstance, as the priestly set is, strictly speaking, intended for mage classes and not summoners. The ability of the priestly grimoire to replenish energy for allied units is already quite commendable. Subsequently, Chen turned his attention to the effects of the complete set. Priestly set, priestly robe, priestly grimoire, priestly trousers, set attributes, Constitution 50, Spirit 50, Agility 50, set effect, conduct a sacrificial ritual on the target unit. The sacrificer will receive a damage multiplier of 10 for each unit sacrificed over the following period. Cooldown, 24 hours. This is undeniably formidable. In simple terms, the more units sacrificed, the greater the subsequent increase in damage. Chen recalled the scene where the Crimson Priest's combat prowess surged after sacrificing over a dozen BloodClan guards. No wonder it could annihilate all the Bloodline descendants in an instant. It was evident that the skills had gained a multiple damage enhancement. If this were bestowed upon the BloodClan sovereign, it would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable and terrifying damage. After carefully stowing away the 3 pieces of the level 10 set, a minute had elapsed. Within the sanctuary, the pale gray boundary representing the deep dream gradually shattered. Seizing this moment, Chen harnessed the power of the dream to traverse through countless fallen guardians, arriving beside a tall frame. In the painting, dark red liquid flowed in an erratic, slow manner, resembling an animated demonstration. Chen reached out and removed the artwork from the wall, then examined its information. Sealed blood, type, quest item, description, blood extracted from the witch, sealed within this mural by the Crimson Priest using a special technique. Having acquired the quest item, Chen wasted no time and immediately sprinted towards the passage leading to the altar. The BloodClan sovereign and the Nightmare ruler followed closely behind, fending off a multitude of pursuing fallen guardians. The 3 figures delved deeper into the corridor, advancing towards their ultimate goal. It seemed the gray mist had vanished. Could it be that the Crimson Priest was the source of the mist? In his previous haste to evade the throngs of fallen guardians, Chen had overlooked this detail. But after progressing through the corridor for a while, he began to sense a peculiar change within himself. Upon checking his status, he confirmed that the weakened state had completely dissipated. Fortunately, the gray mist curse was lifted. Otherwise, the final challenge would indeed have been precarious. Glancing into his spatial pouch, he found only a vial of healing potion remaining, as everything else had been consumed during the battle with the Crimson Priest. Should the gray mist still linger at the altar, a fierce confrontation awaited. The corridor was dimly lit, and a new wave of level 10 black-robed stewards emerged along the way. The Nightmare ruler and the BloodClan sovereign coordinated their efforts, swiftly dispatching all foes. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Chen found himself accompanied not only by the BloodClan sovereign and the Nightmare ruler, but also by 10 additional level 10 BloodClan stewards. Next, Chen released Lin Yuan and the others from the dream. With the gray mist entirely dissipated, they regained their freedom. Positioned in the intermediary zone between the sanctuary and the altar, they paused briefly to recuperate. We finally emerged. I felt so uncomfortable within the dream, Lin Yuan remarked, stretching against a wall. Now I truly comprehend the terror of hell-level challenges. If I had been there with those countless fallen guardians, escape would have been impossible, Lin Qingqing lamented from the side. I can guarantee that Li Wenhui and the others will certainly fail the hell-level dungeon. The Crimson Priest is simply terrifying. Any ordinary practitioner would surely meet their demise. Wu Zi said, still shaken by the ordeal. Listening to Lin Yuan and their conversation, Chen withdrew the BloodClan sovereign and the Nightmare ruler into the summoning space, allowing the 2 summoned beasts to rest momentarily. He himself found a relatively flat stone slab and leisurely lay down upon it. Glancing at the time, he realized that 3 hours had elapsed since they cleared the dungeon, and it was time to pause and recuperate. He felt relatively untroubled, however. The Blood Lord had been engaged in combat from beginning to end. Although he could restore health through leveling up, his energy had been significantly depleted. Furthermore, The Nightmare Sovereign had initially unleashed all of its skills and subsequently doubled its attributes to release its skills once more. After the 1-minute effect concluded, its energy consumption was even more severe than that of the Bloodlord. The mechanism of energy differs from health points. Attributes can be intuitively reflected through data. So far, energy consumption can only be gradually restored through appropriate rest. Gu Chen's gaze turned towards the distant altar, where the final boss of the Hell-level dungeon awaited. To date, no novice had ever cleared a Hell-level dungeon. Prior to this, nearly all newcomers entering such dungeons had not returned alive. At this moment, Gu Chen had completely redefined the records for the Hell-level dungeon. He was the sole individual who had glimpsed the finish line. Chapter 27. It's not a bet on who can endure longer in the instance dungeon. The entrance to the instance dungeon was abuzz with an overwhelming number of spectators, surpassing even the throngs of guardians within the sanctuary. Although it was a crucial time for the academic assessments, the prospect of waiting 2 to 3 hours to see who among Gu Chen and Li Wenwei would falter first was undeniably enticing. Indeed, it was 2 to 3 hours. Historically, the longest recorded endurance in a Hell-level instance was 6 hours and 43 minutes, culminating at the Red Priestess in the Sanctuary. However, those records were set by players of level 9 or 10, as the novice instance was only accessible to players below level 10. The audacity of Gu Chen and Li Wenhui, one at level 5 and the other at level 4, venturing into a Hell-level dungeon was rather perplexing. Thus, it was generally assumed that 2 to 3 hours would suffice to determine the victor. Curiosity is a natural human trait, and everyone was eager to witness who would emerge triumphant in this $1,000,000 wager. After 3 hours, both Hell-level instances were still active, indicating a fiercely contested battle. As the novice instance was an artificial construct, the status would remain active as long as not all challengers had perished. This allowed onlookers to ascertain whether the teams were still progressing through the challenges. I suspected that Gu Chen was nearing his limit. After all, a mere commoner managing to lead 4 elite players this far was no small feat. Li Wenhui, being the class leader of an advanced group, was likely deep within the main hall by now. I believed Gu Chen was quite formidable. How many ordinary citizens could endure so long in a Hell-level dungeon? However, it was difficult to predict. Perhaps he was merely hiding in a corner, biding his time. The crowd buzzed with animated speculation, while the entrance to the instance remained eerily calm, devoid of any movement. Another half-hour passed, bringing the total time since Gu Chen and Li Wenwei entered the Hell-level dungeon to nearly 4 hours. The two instances continued to show signs of activity, heightening the curiosity of the spectators. The sheer difficulty of a Hell-level dungeon was evident. The prolonged endurance of both Gu Chen and Li Wenwei had shattered all expectations. At that moment, a sudden flash of light erupted at the entrance of the instance, and in an instant, a figure was teleported out. He out. But wait. Why is there only one? The crowd's expressions shifted to a complex mixture of emotions. Regardless of the team, if 5 had entered and only 1 emerged, it indicated that the other members had perished within. The battle must have been extraordinarily brutal. As the light dissipated, a feeble figure stumbled and collapsed to the ground. The crowd turned their gazes, filled with speculation. Who had emerged? It must be Gu Chen, right? Indeed, the 4 elite players had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Alas, such a situation was a double-edged sword, bringing harm to both others and oneself. That is incorrect. It is Li Wenwei. How did he emerge? Astonishing. How could this be? Li Wenwei, covered in blood, bore the marks of battle on his rare-grade equipment. His complexion was pale, and he appeared disheveled, as if he were hanging by a thread of life. Yet, once Li Wenhui steadied himself and observed the astonished expressions of the surrounding crowd, a surge of intense pride welled up within him. I breached the main hall and inflicted over 20,000 damage on the level 13 Black Robe Steward. Who can surpass my prowess? After more than 2 hours of relentless combat, the team he led successfully penetrated the main hall. However, the Black Robe Steward, being a level 13 elite monster, along with over 50 emerging Abyssal Guardians, ultimately led to the disintegration of Li Wenwei's team. In the end, he deceitfully used the newly recruited Thunder Mage as bait, sacrificing the entire squad to delay the stewardess onslaught, while he himself slipped away amidst the chaos, barely escaping combat mode to teleport himself out. Though his abandonment of his comrades was somewhat despicable, at least I survived. Only by living can one aspire to be the most formidable practitioner, Li Wenwei consoled himself. The crowd around him began to murmur in disbelief. Incredulous expressions etched on every face. Shouldn't Gu Chen have emerged first? How could it be Li Wenwei? Li Wenwei absorbed the astonished gazes of the crowd, lifting his chin slightly, akin to a victorious general, interpreting all this as awe and reverence directed towards him. He then turned to his sycophant, who had been waiting outside, and inquired, "What is the status of Gu Chen's instance? Has he perished within?" The sycophant's expression appeared somewhat stiff. "Gu Chen, he is still progressing through the instance. What? Li Wenhui's smile abruptly froze, his countenance resembling that of a ghostly apparition. Repeat that, Li Wenhui bellowed. It has been nearly 4 hours. How could he still be progressing? For a moment, Li Wenhui struggled to comprehend, for his team included 2 rare classes, far superior to Gu Chen's troop. How could they nearly face total annihilation while Gu Chen's team, having entered earlier, was still engaged in the instance? Perhaps Gu Chen and his team are merely slow at dispatching monsters, the sycophant whispered. Li Wenhui paused, his expression softening slightly. That makes sense. He had already engaged the Black Robe Steward within the main hall, while Gu Chen's team might still be grappling with the Abyssal Guardians in the plaza. Gu Chen and he were not on the same level at all. Very well, after all, this wager pertains to the completion rating, not who can endure the longest inside. Set up my tent here. I shall wait for Gu Chen to emerge and witness firsthand his defeat, he commanded. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Wenhui's words. Indeed, this is a bet on the completion rating. The duration of Gu Chen's persistence does not necessarily correlate with a higher rating. I have always maintained that Gu Chen is merely cowering within the instance, dragging out time. The commoner summoner, accompanied by 4 performers, might not have even entered the temple gates yet. One cannot dismiss this possibility. Li Wenhui reclined within his tent, perusing the clearance records of his team. Though they had not succeeded in completing the dungeon, the system still provided a rating, albeit a modest one. AC grade? It seems rather low. Li Wenhui furrowed his brow. However, this was a hell-level dungeon. Ordinary transfer students typically perished within its confines. Yet, I not only emerged alive but also garnered a C rating, which is quite impressive in itself. A smile graced Li Wenhui's face as he envisioned the moment he would claim the 50,000 wager. Gu Chen, what rating do you think you will receive? A D? Or perhaps an E? He chuckled to himself, speculating that you would likely meet your demise within. Chapter 28. In the depths of the altar. The fallen witch, ruins of the temple. After emerging from the corridor of the sanctuary, Gu Chen reclined on a stone slab, closing his eyes to gather his strength. Should the events within the instance be visible to the outside world, one might easily perceive his actions as mere procrastination. Although Lin Yuan and the others found themselves in a state of ennui, they did not remain idle, seizing the opportunity while Gu Chen rejuvenated his summoned beasts. The 4 of them, feeling somewhat restless, collaborated to vanquish a solitary black-robed steward. The process of slaying the creature was relatively smooth, yet it consumed a considerable amount of time, spanning over 10 minutes. 4 individuals faced an ordinary level 10 monster, and during that duration, Wu Zi even sustained injuries. At this point, they profoundly comprehended the sheer terror of Gu Chen's combat prowess. After resting for over an hour, both summoned beasts had nearly restored their vitality. Gu Chen summoned forth the nearly perfect Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign. Gazing ahead at the altar not far away, he recognized it as the destination that had not even been mentioned in the strategies. Let us proceed. The Blood Lord, accompanied by 10 blood stewards, forged ahead, while Gu Chen, Lin Yuan, and the other 5 followed closely behind, with the Nightmare Sovereign bringing up the rear. As they approached the vicinity of the altar, an intangible pressure assailed them, causing Lin Yuan and the others to momentarily freeze, instinctively halting their steps. What is the matter? Gu Chen noticed the unusual demeanor of Lin Yuan and the others. It's nothing, just a sudden feeling of breathlessness, Lin Yuan replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Gu Chen then turned to Lin Qingqing and the others, noticing that they too exhibited signs of distress, their expressions reflecting palpable fear and heaviness. This is a mental pressure. Gu Chen's gaze shifted toward the altar, from whence the oppressive force emanated. The mental attributes of Lin Yuan and his companions hovered around 60, while the ultimate boss within the altar surely surpassed 150, thus they were immediately affected upon nearing it. Your attributes are too low. Retreat to the periphery. Gu Chen instructed them, then continued forward with his summoned beasts. As he approached the altar, a chilling wave of terrifying pressure erupted from within, and suddenly, the sky darkened. Gu Chen instinctively looked up. No, it was not the sky that darkened, but rather a vast expanse of purple-black light surged skyward, erupting from above the altar, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Following this, a dense aura of decay exploded forth, rippling alongside the purple-black radiance. Wherever it passed, vitality waned. Flora withered, and all exuded the scent of death. Gu Chen did not falter. Instead, he advanced boldly. For the situation before him was unmistakable. He had activated the boss within the altar. Why have you betrayed me? A chilling voice resonated in his ear. A woman's voice imbued with deep resentment and unwillingness. The deathly aura of the purple-black light continued to spread outward, while simultaneously, a translucent gray shield materialized around Gu Chen. Black Steward Robe Effect provides the user with a magical shield. Shield value equal to the user's total attributes multiplied by 10. Current shield value, 8,300 snap. 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 A violet-black radiance cascaded upon the shield, instantly erupting into a multitude of black fissures. Crack! The shield shattered. Over 8,000 shield points, under the weight of that violet-black light, could barely withstand 2 breaths. Gu Chen's expression shifted, and he promptly took a step back. The void behind him suddenly fragmented, drawing him into a dreamscape, narrowly evading the onslaught of that violet-black glow. Simultaneously, figures clad in black robes emerged from behind the altar, their cacophonous voices resonating around him, piercing and chilling to the bone. Gu Chen's brow furrowed sharply. The black-robed attendants emerging from the altar were all at level 15. With health exceeding 50,000, they could unleash Mist Curse and damage transfer, their power formidable beyond measure. If only 2 or 3 appeared, he might manage to cope. But now, there was a throng. At least a dozen black-robed attendants had emerged from the altar, and the numbers continued to swell. To vanquish the boss lurking deep within the altar amidst the siege of these attendants seemed an insurmountable task. The Nightmare Sovereign would restrain those black-robed attendants. The Blood Clan Lord would assault the altar. Gu Chen's gaze was fixed intently on the silhouette deep within the altar. Only by defeating the boss within could he hope to succeed. A thick cloud of black mist enveloped the Nightmare Sovereign, whose mental attribute stood at 142, allowing the summoning of 14 nightmare minions. In an instant, shadows shot forth like bolts of black lightning, striking those black-robed attendants who had just emerged from the altar. Concurrently, 10 Blood Clan priests forged ahead, charging alongside the Blood Clan Lord toward the altar's edge. Death, a black-robed attendant lunged forward, positioning himself at the altar's perimeter. The Blood Clan Lord's visage contorted with fury as he unleashed deadly shot. A flurry of silver bullets whistled through the air, forcing the black-robed attendant to stagger back, his health rapidly depleting. A single volley claimed 24,000 health points, nearly half of the black-robed attendant's life. Observing the dwindling health bar, Gu Chen's expression changed. Did this imply that the maximum health of these black-robed attendants was less than 50,000? He instinctively surveyed his surroundings. The black-robed attendants had been present for a while, yet the mist had not manifested. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. The red-robed priest was the source of the mist, and now that the red-robed priest was slain, the Mist Curse would cease to appear. With the absence of the Mist Curse, matters would become considerably easier. Gu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Blood Clan Lord, dismantle the altar. The Blood Clan Lord activated Crimson Feast, swiftly eliminating the black-robed attendant before him. The kill reset the cooldown. Seizing the opportunity, the nearby Blood Clan attendants surged forth, clashing with the surrounding black-robed attendants. The Blood Clan Lord's figure flickered, appearing spectrally deep within the altar. Dual pistols aimed at the violet-black silhouette, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets fell like rain, pouring forth with a savage intensity. Yet, in an instant, a faint and imperceptible shadow swept down, casting something to the ground. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and there, deep within the altar, a gaunt figure of a woman ascended into the air. Her skin was withered, her form resembling tattered parchment, riddled with wrinkles, as if her flesh clung tightly to her bones like a desiccated corpse. At the hollow cavity of her sunken chest, a gaping wound was a horrifying sight, its edges jagged, as though brutally torn open by some malevolent force. She lifted her eyelids, and an abyss of darkness surged forth from her eyes, a rancid aura of decay emanating from her entire being. Race, Fallen Witch Boss. Level, 15 health, 158,000. Attributes, Strength 185, Agility 180, Constitution 215, Spirit 220, Skill I, Withering, Skill 2, Damage Transfer, Skill 3, Wraith Impact, Skill 4, Life Sacrifice. Upon witnessing the boss's attribute panel, Gu Chen's expression instantly darkened. A staggering health of 158,000. It was utterly outrageous. Chapter 29. How to confront such a terrifying boss. The Fallen Witch, the ultimate boss of the Hell-level dungeon. Although she is only level 15, she possesses a staggering 158,000 health points and an impressive average attribute of 200. Merely presenting these statistics is enough to deter even the most talented adventurers. The withered corpse bathed in the halo of the altar raised its slender arm, bony fingers pointing ominously towards the Blood Lord. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. The purplish-black aura coalesced into grotesque, contorted faces, emitting piercing wails as they surged towards the Blood Lord. Vengeful Spirit Strike conjures vengeful spirits to unleash a mental assault on the target, potentially inducing a state of confusion. Confusion state. Units in a state of confusion lose control of their actions, indiscriminately attacking surrounding targets. The howls of the damned filled the air as the phantoms of the vengeful spirits penetrated the Blood Lord's form, unleashing a fierce mental shock. Boom. The Blood Lord trembled, overwhelmed by the fallen witch's formidable mental pressure of 220, succumbing to confusion. Its body swayed unsteadily, launching indiscriminate attacks on nearby foes, resulting in several unfortunate blood servants being struck by a barrage of bullets. Confusion state? Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly, though he remained composed. He promptly retrieved a potion from his spatial storage and consumed it immediately. Dispelling potion, upon use, dispels all abnormal states and grants 5 seconds of immunity to such conditions. This potion, priced at 5,000, was purchased by Gu Chen prior to the dungeon raid, originally intended to counter the fog curse. However, after obtaining a healing potion from defeating an elite monster, it had remained unused until now, when its purpose revealed itself. The confusion state was swiftly eradicated, and the Blood Lord's expression momentarily faltered, its eyes regaining their former brilliance. In an instant, a chilling intent surged forth from its narrow gaze. After all, it was the Blood Lord, a pinnacle existence atop the Blood Clan hierarchy. Its dignity could not be so easily tarnished. Now restored to clarity, the Blood Lord charged forward, without hesitation, and pulled the trigger against the fallen witch on the altar, unleashing its skills. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast, the skills intertwined, unleashing a furious barrage, however. The fallen witch seemed utterly unfazed, suffering not a scratch. Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. With an average attribute exceeding 200, the fallen witch's damage absorption capabilities marked her as the most formidable boss encountered thus far. Yet, it was incomprehensible that she could withstand 2 of the Bloodlord's skills without a trace of harm. At that moment, Gu Chen noticed a barely perceptible layer of crystalline white light emanating from the fallen witch. Damage transfer. His expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly grasped the situation. Retreat. He urgently commanded the Bloodlord, but it was too late. A vast expanse of purplish-black light erupted from the altar, an aura of decay and corruption sweeping outward like a tempest. As the Bloodlord retreated, a surge of violet light swept over him, striking with a force that sent him crashing to the ground. An unsettling sound echoed, heralding the decay of the Bloodlord's form. Flesh and blood began to rot away rapidly, dropping in chunks onto the earth. Apoptosis unleashes a deathly force upon the target, inflicting substantial continuous damage. In a mere breath, the Bloodlord's health plummeted, losing over 5,000 life points. Half of his body had already succumbed to decay, blackened blood splattering across his frame. Without hesitation, Gu Chen produced 2 vials of life-restoring elixir, replenishing over 4,000 hit points. However, this skill inflicted ongoing damage. Scarcely had he restored his health before, 3 seconds later, he lost another 3,000. Truly, this was a boss from a hellish dungeon, dealing explosive damage. Not only could it transfer damage received, but it also wielded such a terrifying offensive skill. Had that ability struck him directly, he would have surely perished by now. Realizing this, Gu Chen promptly withdrew, creating distance from the battlefield. As a summoner, his role was to command the overarching strategy. The brunt of the combat should be left to his summoned beasts. If he fell, it would spell doom for them all. By the heavens, this boss is absolutely monstrous. From afar, Lin Yuan exclaimed upon witnessing the significant drop in the Bloodlord's health bar. Could continuous damage truly be this catastrophic? Surely, this cannot be a bug. Lin Qingqing fell silent, contemplating how, if she were to engage, she would perish 2 or 3 times within a mere second. It was no wonder that there had never been a successful record of clearing the hellish dungeon. How could one conquer such a terrifying boss? Su Ren furrowed her brow, voicing her concern. The pressing question lingered. How were they to combat such a formidable foe? Wu Zi articulated the concern that weighed heavily on their minds. As his words hung in the air, the 4 exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Throughout their journey, Gu Chen's prowess had been undeniable, yet before this final boss, the disparity between their strengths became glaringly apparent. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed in anxiety, his jaw clenched, and his cheeks bulging. Whether they could successfully clear the hellish dungeon had ceased to matter to him. His gaze shifted to Gu Chen, revealing a flicker of worry. He questioned if Gu Chen could withstand this challenge. They had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. Gu Chen, too, felt the ominous presence of the fallen witch. Although the challenge was daunting, he remained resolute and confident. It was not insurmountable. Death, a chilling, sinister voice reverberated through the air as the fallen witch descended from the altar. An aura of decay surrounded her, and deathly energy coalesced into a purple-black mist that enveloped her. Her form resembled that of a desiccated corpse, with a gaping hollow in her chest, grotesque and alarming. Devoid of any trace of blood, her entire being shrouded in a pallid hue, steeped in death. It was as if all the blood within her had long since evaporated. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the items he had obtained from prior quests. It was evident that something unspeakable had transpired within this temple. The witch had once been drained of her lifeblood, her heart cruelly excised, and her lifeless form interred within this very altar. Was such a gruesome act of bloodletting and heart extraction within the capabilities of a temple? Chen dared not speculate, for he was unaware of the entirety of the circumstances. However, it was undeniable that this witch had endured unimaginable torment during her mortal existence. Descending from the altar, the fallen witch bore an empty gaze, her obsidian eyes scanning the surroundings. They briefly lingered on Chen and the Blood Lord in the distance before shifting towards the Nightmare Sovereign, who was engaged in combat with a host of robed attendants. In an instant, a potent wave of resentment erupted upon her visage. "You all shall perish." The frigid voice reverberated through the air, akin to the anguished wails of countless souls. Chapter 30. Not Chen Xiang. But the summoned beast's might, a chilling aura of death emanated from the fallen, which as she gracefully lifted off the ground, soaring towards the Nightmare Sovereign. The Nightmare Sovereign cast Nightmare Bind, valiantly resisting more than a dozen black-cloaked attendants, preventing further reinforcements from advancing. In its view, the elimination of the Nightmare Sovereign was paramount to consolidating greater power. "Do not let her pass," Chen Xiang shouted, instantly discerning the fallen witch's intent, and promptly commanded the Blood Clan attendants. They surged forth, attempting to intercept her. However, the fallen witch remained unfazed, effortlessly waving her hand to unleash her abilities. A cascade of deathly energy descended, striking the Blood Clan attendants, reducing their health to zero in an instant. Their flesh melted away like snow under the sun, leaving nothing but a heap of skeletal remains cloaked in dark energy. The skill, Withering, had previously drained over 4,000 health points from the Blood Clan Lord. Now, it had annihilated 5 Blood Clan attendants in a heartbeat. The fallen witch, akin to one crushing an insignificant insect, paid no heed to the Blood Clan attendants and continued her flight towards the Nightmare Sovereign. Yet, at that moment, 5 shadows appeared around her like phantoms. The fallen witch paused momentarily, but her indifference towards the Blood Clan attendants was palpable. She had already proven her ability to dispatch them with ease. However, just as she attempted to cast another skill, a thunderous roar erupted. Without waiting for her response, the 5 Blood Clan attendants detonated in unison. The crimson explosion enveloped the fallen witch, momentarily obscuring her form. Although the fallen witch could transfer damage to nearby minions, there was a cooldown for her skills. Consequently, the self-detonation of the 5 attendants inflicted a direct loss of 5,000 health points. Before the echoes of the explosion faded, shadowy figures swiftly converged upon the fallen witch. In an instant, Nightmare Bind had stacked to the 10th layer. The Nightmare Sovereign executed its move with precision, crafting a profound dream realm centered around the fallen witch, within which enemy units would suffer continuous damage. Coupled with the entanglement of 10 nightmare minions, the damage inflicted upon the fallen witch surged tenfold, her health plummeting at a visibly alarming rate. Blood loss. Over 10,000 health points diminished each second. This spectacle ignited excitement in Lin Yuan's eyes. Such damage, astonishing. Who would dare claim that a civilian summoner is weak after this? This was no mere strength, it bordered on the grotesque. I cannot comprehend how a mere transfer student could unleash such terrifying damage. The others gazed at the fallen witch's rapidly dwindling health bar. A mix of astonishment and delight etched on their faces. Yet, Wu Zi's expression remained taut, a reminder lingering in the air. Do not forget. The fallen witch possesses the skill of life sacrifice, which she has yet to employ. Life sacrifice. The memories of the terrifying aftermath following the sacrificial ritual initiated by the Crimson Priest are still vivid in everyone's minds. The mere thought of the fallen witch conducting a sacrifice sends shivers down their spines. A profound silence envelopes the crowd, their faces etched with concern. In the depths of the dreamscape, the fallen witch emits piercing screams, a tremendous force of death surging from her being, managing to resist the encroachment of the dream. As her deathly power intensifies, a tumultuous energy stirs within the dreamscape, hinting at an impending collapse. After all, the fallen witch is a level 15 boss, while the Nightmare Sovereign has only just reached level 9. Given such a significant disparity in levels, the fact that the deep dream can contain her and inflict substantial continuous damage is remarkable. As the fallen witch's death power escalates, it appears she is on the verge of shattering the dreamscape and freeing herself. Chen promptly calls out the Death Whisper Orb. The Nightmare Sovereign, understanding the cue, activates the orb's effect. Upon emerging from the sanctuary's corridor, the effect of Whispers of the Dead has accumulated to 8 layers. Taking advantage of the Bloodlord's incursion into the altar moments ago, the Nightmare Sovereign has subsequently eliminated numerous black-robed attendants, bringing the total layers of Whispers of the Dead to 20. Effect of Death Whisper Orb activated. The Nightmare Sovereign gains a 100 boost to all attributes for a duration of 1 minute. The Nightmare Sovereign ascends, its attributes suddenly doubling, while the black mist enveloping its form swirls chaotically, resembling flames of darkness dancing wildly. With a thunderous roar, it unleashes a formidable power, akin to an unstoppable deluge. In an instant, the overwhelming death energy is suppressed entirely, trapping the fallen witch firmly within the depths of the dreamscape, unable to stir even a ripple. With attributes doubled, the damage from its skills soars, causing the fallen witch's health to plummet drastically, losing over 20,000 health points every second. Suddenly, a shadow flickers, and the Bloodlord appears within the dreamscape, ready to amplify the damage. Deadly Shot and Crimson Feast are unleashed in rapid succession, followed by a relentless barrage of regular attack bullets that rain mercilessly upon the fallen witch. In mere moments, her health plummets by over 70,000. Incredible! Lin Yuan's face flushes with excitement. He never anticipated that the collaboration between the Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign could yield such devastating results. Reducing the health by over 70,000, the news of which would be utterly astonishing if it spread. In less than 10 seconds, the fallen witch is left with merely over 30,000 health points. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. How can Chen possess such overwhelming power? I am left pondering which class among equals could withstand such fearsome damage. The Death Whisper Orb may be a rare-grade equipment, but how can it provide such terrifying enhancements? Wu Zi observes the battlefield, solemnly stating, the Death Whisper Orb is merely one aspect. The crux lies in the extraordinary strength of Chen's summoned beast. For instance, when your attribute is at 1, utilizing the Necromantic Sphere will only yield a mere enhancement of 1. However, when your attribute reaches 100, the Necromantic Sphere can bestow an augmentation of 100. In essence, the greater the strength of the user, the more substantial the enhancement in combat prowess. If the Necromantic Sphere were to be donned by Chen, it would certainly not unleash such terrifying damage. Wu Zi's gaze fell upon the figures of the Bloodline Sovereign and the Nightmare Ruler, a flicker of jealousy glimmering in his eyes. Thus, it is not the summoner's strength that matters, nor Chen's, but rather the might of his summoned beast. Lin Yuan initially concurred, yet his agreement faltered upon hearing this. For a summoner, does not the strength of their summoned beast reflect their own prowess? Wu Zi turned away, his expression suddenly darkening. This is not good. The witch has begun her sacrificial rites. Chapter 31. Do not stop me. I can strike back. Wu Zi's words caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Immediately, a ferocious and violent aura of death erupted from the fallen witch. Several nearby black-robed attendants suddenly emitted deep, guttural roars, and in an instant, their bodies appeared to be engulfed in invisible flames, transforming into blinding light that surged into the fallen witch. Once the sacrificial rite commenced, it triggered a chain reaction. The bodies of dozens of black-robed attendants around them began to dissolve simultaneously, swiftly morphing into beams of luminous energy. The fallen witch's form resembled a magnetic field, continuously drawing in the sacrificed black-robed attendants. Her body rapidly expanded, her once withered flesh visibly plumping as if rejuvenated by life itself. Concurrently, her vitality ceased to deteriorate and began to surge at an astonishing rate, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. The recovery speed was nothing short of unbelievable. Even while trapped in the deep dream, had it not been for the persistent damage from skills, she would undoubtedly have regained even more. The fallen witch let out a piercing shriek, emanating an endless force of death from within her, coalescing into countless vengeful skeletal spirits that relentlessly assaulted the barriers of the dream. Boom! The deep dream began to tremble violently, descending into chaos. The Nightmare Sovereign's form shuddered, the swirling black mist surrounding it becoming disordered, as if struck by an overwhelming force. Anger surged within it, and just as it prepared to retaliate, a sudden wave of weakness washed over it, intensifying with each moment. Time was up. The effect of the Death Whisper Orb lasted only 1 minute. The Nightmare Sovereign's attributes plummeted, its strength waning until its form reverted to its normal size. Then, with a sharp crack, the deep dream that had imprisoned the fallen witch shattered like fragile glass. The fallen witch had broken free. In her state of sacrifice, she was enveloped by a torrent of deathly energy, voraciously absorbing the sacrificial light from the black-robed attendants, her recovery rate skyrocketing. Above the altar, dark clouds churned ominously, and a tempest raged. With a mere wave of her hand, the chilling aura of death emanated from her, sweeping outward. The power of death coalesced into myriad grotesque tendrils, wildly extending and striking out. The Nightmare Sovereign flickered and appeared beside Chen, pulling him into the dream to evade the overwhelming onslaught of black mist tendrils. Observing this, the Bloodlord hastily retreated, but was a moment too late as a massive black mist tendril struck him. Boom! His body was sent flying like a cannonball, flesh corroded to reveal stark white bones beneath. 8,000. Merely being struck once by the black mist tendril caused the Bloodlord to lose over 8,000 points of health. In an instant, approximately 60% of his health bar was depleted. Should he be struck again, he would surely perish without a doubt. Witnessing this scene, The four individuals at the outermost edge displayed expressions of utter despair. As the final boss lay severely weakened, it unexpectedly unleashed the grotesque skill of sacrifice, causing not only a surge in health but also an alarming increase in combat prowess. Each tendril of dark mist dealt over 8,000 points of damage. How could they possibly contend with this? Even the Blood Lord was reduced to a sliver of health with a single strike, and the Nightmare Sovereign lost the enhancement of its deathly orb. How could the final boss, in a state of sacrifice, be so formidable? Who could hope to prevail against such a foe? In that moment, Wu Zi's resolve began to waver. He was grateful not to have entered the fray, allowing him the option to withdraw at any moment. However, he refrained from activating the teleportation scroll immediately, for the situation had not yet reached its critical juncture. Let us not speak thus, from the beginning. It has only been Chen battling the boss. For a summoner to endure this long is quite remarkable, Lin Qingqing remarked, though a flicker of reluctance danced in her eyes. Hell level. This was a hell level novice dungeon, and thus far, no one had ever successfully cleared it. Having brought the final boss to such a state of near defeat, yet still unable to vanquish it, Lin Qingqing sighed, her expression tinged with bitterness. Su Ran stood silently beside her, but her face betrayed a palpable sense of disappointment. Both she and Lin Qingqing had borrowed 200,000 in loans to join this team, initially hoping to secure the first clear reward and an SSS rating that would grant them admission to a prestigious institution. Now it seemed, all their aspirations had dissolved into mere illusions. The fallen witch had entered a state of sacrifice, her health and power reaching an apex. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord had been grievously wounded and dared not venture near again. The Nightmare Sovereign had maintained its deep dream for far too long, its energy nearly depleted. As for the Bloodline descendants, they had long since perished. At this juncture, Gu Chen's defeat appeared inevitable, with no chance of a comeback. Just one final tremor remained. No. I must aid Gu. Lin Yuan shouted as he brandished his sword and charged forward. Come back. Are you seeking death? Wu Zi grasped Lin Yuan's arm. Do not hinder me. I can retaliate. Lin Yuan bellowed. Retaliate against whom? Can you slay the black-robed steward or the fallen witch? You will only be offering yourself as a sacrifice. Earlier, outside the altar, the four of them had toiled together to slay a single black-robed steward. Now, Lin Yuan sought to accomplish a solo retaliation? What folly! I do not care. My brother is over there. Lin Yuan cried out. It is precisely because he is there that we have been afforded this opportunity. Wu Zi's expression was graver than ever. Gu Chen was in combat. As long as he remained under the boss's assault, he could not use the teleportation scroll. Yet, the rest of them had never entered combat and could utilize the scroll to escape. If you charge in, you will enter combat status and lose the ability to teleport away. Lin Yuan, do you wish for death? Not at all. Lin Yuan turned back, but damn it. I do not have a teleportation scroll. Lin Yuan chuckled, his playful demeanor transforming into unwavering resolve as he brandished his long sword and charged forward. As if he truly believed he could turn the tide. Just as he proclaimed, his comrades were there with him. Madness! Wu Zi, visibly exasperated, gritted his teeth and shouted. You will die? You will die? Yet, in the next moment, he noticed Lin Qingqing gripping her battle sword, her eyes ablaze with unmasked combat fervor. Wu Zi's brow furrowed slightly. Are you also seeking death? Lin Qingqing grasped a black iron shield firmly, questioning, seek death? What if we truly could turn the tables? People will die? You really want to retreat? She asked, tilting her head with a hint of a smile. Actually, I don't possess a teleportation scroll either. With that, she seized her sword and shield, resolutely charging ahead. Wu Zi's expression became increasingly convoluted. He almost thought he was hallucinating. Did these few individuals genuinely believe they could slay the final boss of a hellish dungeon? What a farce. He sighed and turned to Su Ran beside him. Are you coming or not? I have 2 teleportation scrolls. I can lend you one. A flicker of light danced in Su Ran's hand as she replied, what a coincidence. I also possess 2 teleportation scrolls. She revealed both, one belonging to her and the other to Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Lin Qingqing's retreating figure. What is the purpose of this? Why choose to face death when we have scrolls? Without further comment, Su Ran tucked away the scrolls into her spatial pocket and then drew a dagger, her form gradually fading as she entered a state of concealment. A gentle breeze swept past, and Su Ran hastened to catch up with Lin Qingqing's silhouette. Wu Zi was utterly beside himself. Madness! These individuals were utterly insane. One by one, they marched towards their demise. They were lunatics. Damn it! Damn it! You all wish to die, don't you? I want to live. Only by living can one become the mightiest of adventurers. Wu Zi shouted at the departing figures, desperately venting the frustration within. Live. As he uttered those final 2 words, it felt as though he had exhausted every ounce of his strength, collapsing onto the ground. He retrieved a teleportation scroll and activated it without hesitation, leaving the dungeon behind. Chapter 32. Counterattack. With a hidden card. Old Gu, do not fear. I am here. Trust me, I can turn the tide. Lin Yuan shouted as he brandished his sword, racing towards the inky tendrils of death energy. Lin Yuan, stop. Gu Chen's expression tightened, and with a swift motion, he seized Lin Yuan as one would a chick, halting his clumsy assault. Good heavens! A counterattack? Are you here to hand over your head? With Lin Yuan's meager health, a mere brush from those black tendrils would spell instant demise. As Gu Chen set Lin Yuan down, Lin Qingqing and Su Ren arrived from behind. What are you all doing here? Gu Chen inquired, irritation lacing his tone. We're here to help you. Lin Yuan replied promptly. Help me? Did you not just claim you could not win? Lin Qingqing interjected. Who? Me? What of it? You cannot win. Gu Chen was caught between amusement and exasperation. Who had declared him incapable? Su Ran, with her innocent and naive gaze, chimed in. Did you not recall summoning both your beasts back? I was dodging skills. Gu Chen retorted, exasperation washing over him. The boss was in a sacrificial state, and its skills were amplified. It was unwise to let his summoned beasts endure the damage. Gazing at the trio before him, Gu Chen suddenly sensed something amiss in their numbers. By the way, where's Wu Zi? He asked, as the words left his lips. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran exchanged glances. Wu Zi, how to put this? Well, it is not entirely our fault. Team information, member, Wu Zi, fighter, has exited the team. At that moment, they received notice of Wu Zi's departure. Lin Yuan recounted the events that transpired. Let him go. It is his choice, Gu Chen remarked dismissively, turning to Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. Why did you choose to stay? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qingqing replied, You appear too composed, not at all like someone in dire straits. It seems to me you have a hidden card. Oh, what gives you this impression? Lin Qingqing's gaze swept the area, finally landing on the bloodied Blood Lord. It is this creature. In the past, when the Blood Lord was injured, you would heal it immediately, yet now, having been reduced to critical health, you have neglected it entirely. Though puzzled by this unusual behavior, it was clear this was not in keeping with Gu Chen's typical approach. A glimmer of approval flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. Congratulations, you were correct. Lin Qingqing's keen observation had unveiled his intentional strategy. Gu Chen sought to keep the Blood Lord in a weakened state. After all, it was a legendary summoned beast. If it performed on par with the epic Nightmare Sovereign, it would be a significant letdown. Upon advancing, the Blood Lord had acquired a legendary ability, Frenzy Blood. Frenzy Blood. When the Blood Lord's health drops below 30, it can unleash a surge of wrath, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. How does one interpret a twofold enhancement? Those not well versed in mathematics are in for a treat. In simple terms, it represents a full attribute multiplier of 1-2, equating to 3 times the total attributes. This is the ultimate trump card of Gu Chen. The formidable power of the Fallen, which stems from 3 key factors: elevated attributes, substantial health, and the sacrificial state. Presently, the average attributes of the Blood Lord are nearing 180, and when multiplied by 3, its combat prowess will surge to an alarming level. Even in a sacrificial state, the Fallen which would be overwhelmingly dominant. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air as the Nightmare Sovereign was struck by a tendril of black mist. Although it is an energy entity with remarkable resistance to physical attacks, this tendril was formed from death-infused black mist, which is classified as elemental damage. As soon as the black mist tendril made contact with the Nightmare Sovereign, it split into dozens of similar tendrils, ensnaring the entity layer upon layer. The Nightmare Sovereign was ravaged by the power of death, causing its health to plummet, losing 2/3 of its life force in an instant. At that moment, receiving Gu Chen's command, the Blood Lord rushed unhesitatingly towards the altar where the Fallen which resided. The aura of death surged like a tidal wave, transforming the Blood Lord into a shadow of dark crimson, boldly charging forward without evasion. Upon encountering the aura of death, the Blood Lord's health dipped below 30. Subsequently, its innate talent activated, and vibrant blood light erupted from its very being, unleashing an unprecedented and terrifying power that coursed through every corner of its body. The blood light rapidly condensed, and in the next instant, a grotesque figure engulfed in blazing blood flames materialized beside the Nightmare Sovereign. The black mist tendrils lunged forward, but upon contact with the Blood Lord, were incinerated by the searing blood flames, vanishing without a trace. This was not a case of blood flames countering the power of death. Rather, it was an overwhelming display of absolute strength. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, the Nightmare Sovereign vanished, retreating into the realm of dreams. The Blood Lord, however, transformed into a shadow of blood, charging straight towards the altar where the Fallen Witch awaited. A look of apprehension crossed the Fallen Witch's face, even in her sacrificial state. The current presence of the Blood Lord instilled a profound sense of lethal threat. Withering, vengeful spirit surge, perhaps due to the sacrificial enhancement. The fallen witch's skills appeared to have no cooldown, unleashing one after another, each imbued with potent death energy, mercilessly assaulting the Bloodlord. Undeterred, the Bloodlord surged forward. Braving the onslaught, blood exchange. As ever, it embodied a ferocious and domineering combat style. One skill after another struck the Bloodlord, indeed inflicting damage. Yet in the blood frenzy state, its defense, constitution, and health regeneration soared dramatically. While it could not achieve an injury-free status, all wounds healed at a visibly rapid rate. The bloodline fluctuated, rising and falling, maintaining a level around 30. Simultaneously, the Bloodlord raised its arms, with one black and one silver gun barrel locking onto the fallen witch ahead. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of blood-tinged bullets was unleashed, dense as a torrential downpour, coalescing into a palpable force that roared like an enraged dragon, erupting upon the fallen witch. The fallen witch emitted a wretched scream as her vitality plummeted, losing 30 to 40,000 life points within mere seconds. Around the altar, the black tendrils, born of death's aura, seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. In this moment, Lin Yuan and his companions were profoundly shaken. Though the fierce and dominant assault of the Blood Lord struck the fallen witch, it resonated within their hearts, plunging the trio into a collective silence. What was happening? The Blood Lord, despite dwindling health, became increasingly ferocious. First, he saved the Nightmare Sovereign, and then he directly crushed the sacrificial state of the fallen witch. This battle was bewildering, to say the least. The three exchanged glances, bewildered and perplexed. It was truly incomprehensible. However, this did not hinder the smirks of schadenfreude that graced their faces, for someone was destined to regret their actions. Chapter 33, The History of the Temple. Triggering the quest item in an instant, the altar was engulfed by a torrent of firepower, as the blood flame bullets unleashed relentless devastation upon the body of the fallen witch. Her form was battered and torn, her life force dwindling perilously close to extinction. With a swift motion, she grasped the void, summoning several black-robed attendants to form a makeshift shield in a futile attempt to absorb the damage. Yet, it was utterly ineffective. The potency of the blood flame bullets was overwhelming. A single shot could obliterate a black-robed attendant, their darkened blood and flesh splattering across the altar, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. The Bloodlord, empowered with a twofold enhancement of all attributes, exerted unilateral dominance, withstanding the skills unleashed by the fallen, which while unleashing a furious counterattack. As her health plummeted to the brink of annihilation, the Bloodlord pressed the dual pistols downwards, two streams of scarlet flames swirling around him, culminating in an unprecedented eruption of ferocious energy. The Crimson Feast spiraled forth like a cataclysmic tempest, bearing the weight of annihilating force, hurtling towards the fallen witch. She had been irrevocably marked by the Blood Lord, and faced with this ultimate onslaught, escape was impossible. With a resounding crash, her form writhed amidst the storm of blood flames, her surface fracturing with intricate fissures, her silhouette elongating in a haunting manner. Though her life force of 158,000 had been extinguished, she did not succumb to death. Instead, her visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, thrashing wildly within the blood flame tempest. "You all shall perish. It is you who have betrayed me," she roared in fury. Yet, in that moment, she realized she had lost control over her own body. Chen pressed down the Bloodlord, and from the instant the boss's health hit zero, the battle was irrevocably concluded. What followed was a reenactment of history. The blood flame storm had subsided entirely, and the altar was awash with flickering shadows. Soon after, a multitude of familiar figures emerged: guards, black-robed attendants, and red-robed priests numbering nearly 100. The abyss had invaded, and corruption spread unchecked. Many had perished in the gray mist. Who could save us? I do not wish to die. Where's our God? Red-robed priest, you claim that drinking blood can dispel the gray mist. Can it truly be so? Are you questioning the divine will? Only by consuming the blood of the saintess can one resist the gray mist. Only by sacrificing the heart of the saintess can the temple be saved. What are we waiting for? The saintess is pure of heart. For the sake of the temple, she would surely be willing to sacrifice herself. Enough of this. All guards, follow me. We must locate the saintess. The red-robed priest stood atop the highest point, surveying the crowd with a visage devoid of emotion. The faces of several black-robed attendants contorted with madness, their frenzied eyes betraying a complete loss of rationality. The history of the temple continued to unfurl in the interplay of light and shadow. Within the main hall, a cadre of black-robed attendants brought the saintess before the red-robed priest. High priest, the influence of the abyss upon you grows ever more severe. You must undergo the purification ritual. No, saintess, you do not understand. The red-robed priest revealed a visage as gaunt as a skeleton, startling the saintess. This is not pollution, but rather the divine power, The beings from the abyss are non-invaders. They have come to assist us in seeking the footprints of the gods. How could this be? High Priest, you have been tainted by the abyss. Come with me. The Red Priest seized the Saintess by her hair, his expression malevolent, with a flicker of wicked light in his eyes. I have stated, this is not pollution. The abyss is the guidance of the divine. A miracle. High Priest. The abyss is eroding your sanity. Do not succumb to evil. The Red Priest stared at the Saintess with a contorted visage, his eyes ablaze with malevolence. Saintess of the temple, he cackled, I require your assistance in my cultivation. No, High Priest. You have already been corrupted. Someone, quickly, help. The Saintess immediately sought aid from the group of black-robed attendants, yet their eyes reflected only numbness and madness. The scene shifted, revealing a naked female corpse upon the altar. The corpse was pallid, devoid of any trace of blood. The chest had been violently torn open, yet there was no sign of blood. The Red Priest stood beside the corpse, his eyes gleaming with malice and madness. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards knelt in reverence, their gazes filled with fervor. The Red Priest gazed upward at the towering statue of the deity, murmuring incantations as if in prayer. The group behind him gradually lifted their heads, appearing delirious, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, instead displaying expressions of ecstatic joy. As the sacrificial ritual concluded, the Red Priest raised a glass vial filled to the brim with blood. The prostrate clergy regarded the liquid with fervent zeal, perceiving it as a sacred elixir, their countenance suffused with intense longing. Yet, at that moment, a deafening roar erupted, and the temple began to tremble violently. The abyss had erupted. The otherworldly beings launched a massive invasion of the temple. A surging black mist appeared from all directions, transforming into a harbinger of death, relentlessly obliterating the temple's structures. Outside the temple's grand entrance, a tempest of black and red raged in the sky, resembling the apocalypse, as an overwhelming army of otherworldly beings surged forth. The scene gradually darkened, heralding the approach of a terrifying storm. You have successfully completed the novice dungeon. Temple ruins, hell level. The dungeon will conclude in 5 minutes. Or you may exit immediately. Is this it? Lin Yuan displayed an expression as if he had just swallowed a fly. So, what kind of dungeon is this? A tale of a group of perverts killing a woman? Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow. Although they had cleared the dungeon, why did it leave her feeling so constrained? Su Ran was profoundly dissatisfied with this conclusion. Gu Chen also felt somewhat at a loss regarding the outcome, when suddenly, he recalled the 2 quest items he had previously acquired. He retrieved the 2 glass vials from his spatial pocket, one containing a heart, the other filled with blood. Prompt. Trigger task item. The sealed heart. Option 1. Return the heart to the fallen witch, and the Saintess will be briefly resurrected. Sacrificing herself to end the abyssal invasion. The sealed blood. Option 2. Pour the blood into the altar, purifying the temple's corruption, granting the clergy the power to combat the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat itself. The abyss will invade the temple, and all will face annihilation. Please make your choice. Is this it? This time, it was Gu Chen's turn to display a look akin to having swallowed a fly. If the heart is returned, the Saintess will be momentarily resurrected, yet she will lose her powers and can only sacrifice herself to halt the abyssal invasion. Should the blood be poured into the altar, it will cleanse the temple's corruption, enabling those within to gain the strength to resist the abyss, regardless of the choice made. The invasion of the abyss will be thwarted, and the lives of those in the temple will be spared. Thus, throughout this entire scenario, only one woman perished, and she was an innocent soul. Damn it, this conclusion feels rather unsatisfactory. Chapter 34. After your death, who cares about the flood? Do you wish to choose? Lin Yuan suddenly inquired from the side. Should they repel the abyss or allow history to repeat itself? Since the instance had concluded, it would perhaps be preferable to withdraw entirely, letting those deranged zealots confront their own annihilation. Lin Qingqing and Su Ren furrowed their brows slightly, directing their gaze towards Gu Chen. Ultimately, the decision lay in his hands. Sensing their scrutiny, Gu Chen turned to them and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I abstain from choosing," Lin Qingqing stated decisively. "Let the temple fall to the abyssal beings." Su Ren nodded in agreement. After all, those clergy are merely a bunch of madmen and perverts. Gu Chen pondered for a moment, considering how far they had come. Opting out seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, a choice was indeed necessary. He approached the altar, moving towards the barely alive fallen witch. Observing her cracked form and harrowing wounds, his expression grew somewhat rigid. After a brief pause, Gu Chen spoke in a low and detached tone. "I can grant you a heart, allowing for a fleeting revival. Yet you must sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. By pouring your blood into the altar, you will perish completely, but in doing so, you will bestow upon the temple the strength to combat the abyss." Is resisting the abyss truly so paramount? He continued. They drain your blood and extract your heart, all in the pursuit of mere survival. Who within this temple genuinely cares about repelling the invasion of the abyss? The fallen witch trembled slightly, her dark pupils fading somewhat. What do you wish to convey? Gu Chen crouched down, a peculiar smile gracing his face. He returned the sealed heart to the witch, followed by the sealed blood. This action left Lin Yuan and the others somewhat perplexed. Having completed these gestures, Gu Chen exhaled deeply. What I wish to express is quite simple. After your death, who cares about the flood? The heart can grant you temporary life, and the blood can restore your power. Take them. In your final moments, you may choose to live for yourself. Before the abyssal beings invade, seek vengeance for grievances and settle scores with those who wronged you, ensuring they pay the price and perish in despair and agony, much as you have. Moreover, this will leave the abyssal beings empty-handed by the time they breach the temple. It will be too late. You shall have exacted your revenge and toyed with the invaders. How splendid that would be. Such a maneuver? It dawned upon Lin Yuan and the others, instinctively nodding in agreement, thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. They had endured enough hardship in the instance. The conclusion need not be so suffocating. Everyone relishes a gratifying narrative. Who would wish to suffer through a tragic tale? Gu Chen unsealed the 2 vials and then rose, leisurely descending from the altar. Although none of this was real, he still wished to offer the fallen witch a chance for vengeance. The true conclusion of the instance mattered little to him, as it did to anyone else. Each individual yearned to witness an ending of their own desire. At this moment, what Gu Chen desired to witness materialized before him. Having acquired the heart and blood, the body of the fallen witch emanated a radiant glow, which abruptly transformed into a multitude of luminous particles, soaring into the ethereal imagery upon the altar. Within the vision, a cadre of clergy stood aghast at the invasion from the abyss. Suddenly, the corpse of the witch began to levitate, a vibrant heart pulsating at her chest. And with the life-giving blood surged an unprecedented force that erupted from within her. The eyes of the saintess slowly opened, filled with savagery and resentment. As she gazed down upon the gathered multitude, her voice laced with an uncontainable murderous intent. Time is of the essence. I hope to eradicate every last one of you before the abyssal creatures seize the temple. High Priest, do you not pride yourself as a disciple of the divine? Allow me to escort you to meet your God. As the instance officially concluded, a series of notifications appeared before Gu Chen's eyes. Defeated the fallen witch boss LV, 15. Experience 5317. Level up, level, LV, 10, 1234 14500. Strength, 217. Agility, 216. Constitution, 218. Mentality, 219. Summon Beasts, Bloodlord LV, 10. Legend, Nightmare Sovereign LV, 10. Epic, Talent, Current acquisition of a dark bloodline. Congratulations, you have cleared the temple ruins. Hell level, rewards, practitioner experience 3000. Dungeon treasure chest 1, hell level, dungeon completed, exiting current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the dungeon square, since Wu Zi's emergence, an increasing number of spectators had gathered. Everyone was aware that the dungeon betting duel was nearing its conclusion. Each face bore an expression of eager anticipation, awaiting the climactic moment of humiliation. Considering the passage of time, Gu Chen was surely on the brink of demise, was he not? I had long asserted that a mere civilian summoner attempting a hell-level dungeon would meet a most tragic end. And now, not only had he lost his life, but he had also incurred a debt of 500,000. I pondered, after Wu Zi had been out for so long, why had Gu Chen not yet perished? Surrounded by murmurs from the crowd, Li Wenwei had already stowed away the tent. After a brief respite, he had nearly fully recuperated. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the dungeon, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, impossible to suppress. Listening to the public's disparagement of Gu Chen, Li Wenwei remained silent. In such instances, maintaining an air of superiority sufficed. If he too belittled Gu Chen, he would be accused of lacking magnanimity. However, upon noticing Wu Zi standing outside the dungeon in a daze, he couldn't help but approach. Seeing the smile on Li Wenwei's face, Wu Zi raised an eyebrow. What brings you here? Though I may be a coward, you have no right to mock me. Li Wenwei waved his hand dismissively, asserting that he had no leisure to amuse himself at Wu Zi's expense. He merely wished to ascertain where Gu Chen had led them in their endeavors. Wu Zi's countenance darkened, questioning the relevance of this inquiry to him. With a resigned sigh, Li Wenwei adopted a somber tone, stating, "Let us simplify the matter. You have been out for quite some time. Why is it that Gu Chen is still alive?" This question abruptly stiffened Wu Zi's expression. Since his emergence, he had been ensnared in a tumultuous struggle of guilt and self-justification, oblivious to the passage of time. However, upon Li Wenwei's probing, an unsettling realization gripped his heart. Could it be that Gu Chen had turned the tides? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. After all, they were entrenched in a hellish dungeon. At such a critical juncture, Chen had exhausted all his trump cards. How could he possibly stage a comeback? At that moment, a colossal screen above the dungeon's entrance illuminated with startling news. Major announcement. The temple ruins, hell level, dungeon has achieved its first clear. Clear time. 5 hours 27 minutes 36 seconds. Clearing team information. Captain. Chen. Summoner. Members. Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Rewards obtained. Practitioner experience 3000. Personal achievement 1. First clear reward box 1. Evaluation of this clear. SSS. Chapter 35. The psychological shadow area of Wu Zi. In an instant, the dungeon square fell into an eerie silence. The scene seemingly frozen in time. This stillness persisted for several seconds before it was finally shattered by a voice. What the hell? Did I just see that? The hellish dungeon has actually been cleared? This is the first clear. How on earth did he manage that? Can someone slap me? Oh, you really did slap me? As the announcement appeared at the moment the final boss was vanquished, Chen and his companions remained within the dungeon. Confusion and astonishment, even disbelief, etched across everyone's faces. Some desperately rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were imagining things or lost in a dream. Yet, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of the announcement. The notice was intrinsically linked to the dungeon system and could not be erroneous. Thus, it meant that Chen, an ordinary summoner, had successfully cleared the hellish novice dungeon with the help of 3 actors. It's all an illusion. You can't scare me, bellowed a rotund figure clad in a jersey. That was a hellish dungeon. How did he accomplish that? Wasn't it said that an ordinary summoner was doomed to fail? Were they deceiving me? Alright, who was it that claimed if Chen succeeded, he would livestream himself doing a handstand while defecating? Come on, let us see it. The handstand can wait. Who is good at math? Help me calculate Wu Zi's current psychological shadow area. No need to calculate. He must be regretting it to the core. Ha ha ha, what a pure victim. Truly a sight to behold. He chose this path himself. Who could he blame? Huh. The road he selected, he must traverse to the end, even if on his knees. Voices of speculation and ridicule echoed, devoid of any restraint or hesitation. These individuals were intentional in their mockery. While Chen's success evoked envy, Wu Zi's failure provided even greater amusement, especially in scenarios like this, where one observes another rising only to witness their downfall. It becomes a source of endless entertainment. From the moment he fled the dungeon, the rewards of the hellish dungeon slipped past him. SSS level evaluation. First clear rewards for the hellish dungeon. Either of these accolades would have been monumental opportunities for an ordinary transitioning player. Yet he, so unremarkable, had just let slip not one, but 2 opportunities, an unfathomable loss. Leaving one to ponder the enormity of his psychological shadow area at this moment. There was no doubt, Wu Zi was genuinely filled with regret. His gaze was vacant, his face a canvas of remorse and self-reproach. From the time he exited the dungeon to the announcement's issuance, merely about 15 minutes elapsed. However, for him, this brief interval felt akin to plummeting from heaven into the depths of hell. The series of rewards and achievements displayed in the announcement were painfully glaring to him. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The rewards and glory that should have been his vanished into thin air in an instant. What a tragedy. Smack. In a fit of frustration, Wu Zi struck himself across the face and departed, consumed by resentment, under the mocking gazes of the onlookers. The crisp sound of applause jolted Li Wen away from his trance. Chen had conquered the hellish dungeon, a feat that seemed utterly preposterous to him. Yet, he could not question it, for the completion information was clearly stated in the announcement. 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 36 seconds. An SSS grade evaluation. Such a result, not only in Lin City but throughout the entire Northern Realm, was undeniably explosive. Could it be true that an ordinary summoner could possess such strength? An SSS rating signified a crushing victory. I have come to realize, we have been deceived all along. The transformation of commoners into summoners is indeed the pinnacle of power. What a scandal. It is evident that Chen is the true powerhouse. In the dungeon square, Chen's reputation underwent a radical transformation. Those who had previously trampled upon him now elevated him to celestial heights. Li Wenwei, once revered and worshipped by the masses, had become an inconsequential bystander. His face was etched with bitterness. Although Wu Zi had become a laughingstock in the eyes of the public, he merely lost face. As for Li Wenwei, he had lost a fortune, 500,000. Despite being from the prominent Li family of Lin City, he was not the heir. For him, 500,000 was no mere pocket change. It was intended for upgrading and enhancing equipment. A complete set of rare night gear was worth over $1 million, a vital asset for gaining admission to prestigious institutions. Now, having lost 500,000, if his father were to learn of this, he would surely face severe repercussions. If only he had not engaged in a wager with Chen. A wave of intense regret surged within him, but it was too late. The decision to conduct the bet through a trading platform had been his own suggestion. And once the money entered the platform, the wager was irrevocably binding. Not even the head of the Li family could retract such a commitment. Gu Chen need not waste words. A few taps on his phone would suffice to transfer the funds into his account. Gu Chen, you may very well be the cause of my ruin. Just as Li Wenhui wallowed in his remorse, Gu Chen and his companions finally emerged from the dungeon. Upon their exit, they were greeted by a throng of reporters wielding cameras and microphones. After all, it was the season of job transitions, and the various novice dungeons were among the reporters' most coveted locations. The emergence of a prodigious professional breaking dungeon records was one of the most exhilarating stories to ignite the passions of youth. Gu Chen, I am a reporter from the Professionals Evening News. Could you share your feelings about being the first to complete the Hell-level dungeon? Gu Chen, this is Lin City Satellite TV. Why did you choose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, you have won the wager against Li Wenhui. How do you plan to handle the 500,000 wager? Goodness, is this your first day as a reporter? Why ask such questions? A dozen reporters surrounded Gu Chen, along with thousands of aspiring professionals, rendering him acutely aware of the meaning of being the center of attention. The crowd gathered in the square was filled with envy. This was a rare opportunity for someone to showcase their talents. Without a doubt, seizing this moment of attention would make the pursuit of wealth and fortune as effortless as the most basic necessities of life. The tides of fortune were turning for Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen had no desire to squander time with the reporters and promptly pushed Lin Yuan forward. It was Lin Yuan's first encounter with such a scene, yet he showed no signs of trepidation. Clearing his throat, he seized the nearest microphone and, indifferent to the audience's preferences, began to express his inaugural sentiments. This was a chance for him to bask in the limelight and ride the coattails of Gu Chen's fame, thus elevating himself to the status of a semi-celebrity. With fame would come fortune, making the accumulation of wealth as simple as the most fundamental acts of eating and drinking. Meanwhile, Gu Chen seized this opportunity to discreetly slip away. After the announcement of the dungeon's completion, the wager had concluded, and Li Wenhui's substantial bid of 500,000 had already been transferred to his account. Within his spatial inventory, hellish treasure chests and first completion gift boxes glittered enticingly. Gu Chen's heart raced with anticipation. It was time to open the boxes. Chapter 36. The Fallen Sphere and the Gargoyle having reached level 10. The third summon S tier had been unlocked. However, Gu Chen was not in a hurry. He decided to open the treasure chest and the gift box first. The Hell-level treasure chest in the novice dungeon guaranteed a 5-star rare equipment drop, while the Hell-level first clear gift box assured a rare grade item, with a high probability of it being a class-specific treasure. With a heart full of anticipation, Gu Chen opened the chest. You have opened the dungeon treasure chest, Hell-level. Acquired weapon, Fallen Sphere. Quality, rare. Level requirement, 10. Class requirement, mage class. Attributes, spirit 150, casting speed 50. Skill damage 50, effect. Each time a skill hits the target, a death tendril will spawn next to the target. Lasting for 2 seconds, death tendril. Inflicts 3,000 points of true damage to the target and applies a slowing effect. This sphere was impressive, not only enhancing skill damage, but also providing a substantial increase of 150 to his spirit. Gu Chen was visibly elated, thoroughly satisfied. With a spirit attribute of 219, the sphere nearly doubled his spirit, a remarkable boost. Furthermore, he had witnessed the terrifying power of the fallen witch's death tendrils firsthand. For a summoner, the skills of their summoned beasts were an extension of their own abilities. The Bloodlord's deadly shot could unleash 6 bullets, each bearing skill effects, and upon striking the target, 6 tendrils would emerge beside it. The Nightmare Sovereigns, Nightmare Entwined, could now summon 14 nightmarish minions to ensnare the target, subsequently generating 14 tendrils. In essence, Gu Chen only needed to command both summons to unleash their skills once, resulting in 20 death tendrils. Each tendril dealt 3,000 damage, culminating in a staggering total of 60,000 damage. With an attack speed of once per second, this damage could potentially double. 120,000. It was utterly terrifying. Even the final boss of the Hell-level dungeon, the Fallen Witch, had a maximum health of only 158,000. Just one sphere with its attached skill could inflict 120,000 damage on a target. The Fallen Witch would be left severely weakened. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. What made this sphere particularly formidable was its perfect alignment with his abilities. A 5-star rare sphere was merely of average quality, and its accompanying skill was quite standard. In the hands of other mages, it would yield only a modest increase in combat effectiveness, as most practitioners possessed only 3 to 4 skills at most. However, in Gu Chen's hands, the damage output skyrocketed. It was truly astonishing. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. placing the fallen sphere into his equipment slot. Chen eagerly opened the first clear gift box. You have unsealed the first gift box, hell level, and obtained the item, attribute fruit. Quality, rare. Level requirement, level 10. Effect, all attributes 100. At level 10, the attribute fruit grants a 100 boost to all attributes. Remarkable, indeed. The enhancement in attributes translates into various benefits, such as increased health, reduced energy consumption, and shortened skill cooldowns. As the summoner's attributes rise, so too does the damage dealt by summoned beasts, creating a synergistic relationship. Without hesitation, Chen consumed the attribute fruit. Its sweetness was reminiscent of a ripe peach, and soon, a profound energy coursed through his entire being. You have consumed the attribute fruit. All attributes 100. Chen felt a rejuvenation within, as if he were imbued with immense power, capable of shattering stars with a single blow. However, this sensation was merely an illusion brought on by the sudden spike in attributes. Subsequently, he exchanged his black butler robe for the sacrificial set acquired from the vanquished red priest and opened his character panel. Name, Chen, class, summoner, level, LV. 10, 7234 14500, strength, 317, agility, 316, vitality, 318, mentality, 469, talent, Darkborn blood. Divine skill, comprehensive link LV. 5, rare, equipment, fallen orb. Sacrificial set, summon beasts, bloodline lord LV. 10, legendary, nightmare sovereign LV. 10, epic, excellent. With Chen's current attributes, he is nearly invincible at the first tier, possessing the strength to contend with even second-tier practitioners. This bolstered his confidence as he prepared to venture into the wilderness. Having completed the novice dungeon, entering other dungeons would require a considerable fee, as all other artificial dungeons necessitate payment. After all, dungeons demand a high concentration of energy crystals for their maintenance. Without payment, they would soon cease to operate. Chen possessed a modest sum of savings but did not intend to enter a dungeon. Instead, he aimed to traverse the wilderness and delve into the abyss, the fastest route to leveling up. The abyss, situated above the wilderness, represents an incursion of foreign entities into this realm. Dungeons are merely imitations of the abyss, predominantly located within cities to prevent practitioners from undertaking long journeys through the wilderness. The wilderness is fraught with peril, teeming with fierce foreign creatures that could easily spell death for the unwary, presenting a danger even more formidable than that of hell-level dungeons. Having resolved to enter the wilderness, Chen first needed to finalize his third summon beast. He accessed the practitioner trading platform and discovered 5 level 10 summoning skill books: Unicorn, Earth Magic Turtle, Treant, Gargoyle, and Mountain Eagle. The Unicorn is a mage-type summon creature. The Earth Tortoise serves as a tank, the Treant embodies the warrior type, while the Mountain Eagle assumes the role of an assassin. Only the Gargoyle functions as a support type. Moreover, the Gargoyle is not a typical enhancement support. Rather, it specializes in debilitation. It cannot provide shields, healings, or damage boosts to allied units, but it excels at inflicting poison, curses, and weaknesses upon adversaries. Speaking of weakness, the terror governed by the Grey Mist curse remains vividly etched in memory, a formidable debuff that could elevate one to legendary status. Presently, the two summoned creatures, Bloodlord and Nightmare Sovereign, possess both resilience and explosive prowess. The addition of a debuff support would render the ensemble even more perfect. It is you, Gargoyle. After careful deliberation, Chen spent 150,000 to acquire the summoning tome for the Gargoyle. An outstanding grade, this price is indeed a bargain. High-quality summoning tomes are exceedingly rare, with even fewer circulating in the market, as they are typically absorbed internally among major guilds. Chen is neither a noble nor a guild member. Thus, with both buffs stacked against him, it would be astonishing to procure a high-quality summoning tome. However, fortune favors him, for although he cannot obtain such tomes, he possesses a divine talent that allows him to enhance the qualifications of summoned creatures using the Dark Bloodline. Both rank 9 and 10 yield the original Bloodline, enabling the third summoned creature to be directly elevated to Epic 1-star. Excellent. Chen's heart swells with anticipation. The Gargoyle merging with the Dark Bloodline holds great promise. Chapter 37. The Remains of the Golem. Xylee Rengia, the practitioner trading platform, seldom offers immediate delivery. The seller of the Gargoyle summoning spellbook is not in Lincheng, necessitating a remote procurement, and time is now of the essence. Subsequently, he purchased various consumables that might prove useful upon leaving the city, awaiting their delivery alongside the summoning book the following day. Afterward, Chen accessed a short video platform. Initially anticipating that conquering the hell-level dungeon would incite considerable excitement in Lincheng, leading to a flurry of shares and discussions regarding his achievement. However, After scrolling through several videos, he found no mention of himself, nor could he uncover any information about the first completion of the Hell Level dungeon. A sense of perplexity washed over him. It seemed not only the short video platform but also major media outlets had plunged into a state of silence. What could be amiss? Had the internet connection been severed? Chen felt a flicker of confusion but chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had already secured the rewards for clearing the Hell Level dungeon, and the SSS rating now adorned his record, rendering the notion of fame inconsequential. Henceforth, he merely awaited the school to confirm his reserved spot. The following day, as noon approached, Chen received a package dispatched from the practitioner platform. After extracting the summoning book and confirming its accuracy, he began his studies. You have successfully forged a contract with the Gargoyle, Summon Beast. Gargoyle, talent, excellent, level, 10, health points, 6,220, attributes, strength 85, agility 90, constitution 94. Spirit 95, talent, stone form, excellent, skill, petrification LV, 1, excellent. Next, Chen integrated both initial dark bloodlines into the Gargoyle's being. Dark bloodline initial fusion successful, summon beast advancement, Gargoyle, excellent, remains golem, epic. Summon beast star upgrade successful, remains golem, epic, remains golem, epic. Level, LV. 10, health points, 13,500, attributes, strength 145, agility 140, constitution 157, spirit 158, talent, unyielding, epic, skill I, utter fatigue LV. 10, epic, skill 2. Black Death Plague LV. 10, epic, skill 3, forbidden domain of the end of magic LV. 10, epic. The Gargoyle has evolved into an epic level remains golem. Initially endowed with an epic level talent and 2 epic level skills. The third skill was acquired post-upgrade. Irresistible when the undead golem is in a stationary state. Its defense and recovery are enhanced, and it becomes immune to all negative effects. Utter exhaustion inflicts the state of fatigue on nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50 and increasing damage taken by 50, which cannot be mitigated. Black Death Plague infects a target with the plague, reducing the healing effects it receives by 90, while continuously losing health, which is also immune to mitigation. Forbidden Domain. The undead golem designates a forbidden area centered around itself, within which all targets experience a tenfold increase in consumption. Similar to the Nightmare Sovereign. The targets mentioned in the skills are not confined to friend or foe. Only the adversaries directly targeted count as such. With a uniform array of debilitating skills, Chen felt a surge of joy. Particularly, the third skill, Forbidden Domain, possesses an almost terrifying power by magnifying enemy consumption tenfold. Just imagine, a mage from the opposing side casting a single spell and instantly exhausting most of their mental energy. Alternatively, a warrior from the other side could be left weak-kneed after just one attack. In fact, some formidable skills may become utterly uncastable under the weight of tenfold consumption, leaving foes merely standing there, dumbfounded. This is indeed formidable. After reviewing the skills and talents once more, Chen closed the summoning panel with satisfaction, brimming with confidence for the upcoming wilderness expedition. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua. Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Since it was Jiang Songhua calling, it must pertain to the matter of his guaranteed admission to the prestigious school in the capital. After all, having achieved an SSS rating in a hell-level dungeon, there was only one guaranteed spot available at Ling City No. 1 High School, which surely had to fall to him. However, as soon as he answered the call, Jiang Songhua's irate voice blared through the receiver. Chen, your guaranteed admission spot has been blocked by those office-dwelling fools at the municipal hall. Let me ask you, what are your thoughts moving forward? The aggressive tone momentarily stunned Chen, eliciting a chuckle from him. It was his admission that had been revoked. Yet it sounded as if Jiang Songhua were the one aggrieved. Ah, right. If Chen were to secure his admission to the capital school, Jiang Songhua, as his homeroom teacher, would experience a significant elevation in status, reputation, and standing. Thus, from this perspective, the teacher indeed was the one suffering. Chen promptly inquired. Teacher Jiang, please calm down. Why has the municipal hall blocked my admission? Jiang Songhua erupted. They believe that summoners lack substantial growth potential and are not worth nurturing. Those idiots. They are utterly ignorant of the challenges presented by hell-level dungeons. Lacking potential and unworthy of focus? This rationale sounded rather feeble. Chen continued. Since they rejected me, to whom has the guaranteed spot been allocated? Surely it hasn't been left vacant? It would be absurd for it to remain unassigned. Considering that such quotas are a limited resource issued from above, and wasting them would be nonsensical. For the time being, the guaranteed admission spot has fallen into the hands of the Li family. Is it merely temporary for the Li family? Are they really going to endorse Li Wenhui? What does temporary signify? Li Wenwei is but a collateral branch. This opportunity should be contended for by the heir of the Li family. The heir of the Li family? Who might that be? Li Renjie. Jiang Songhua inhaled deeply on the other end of the line and spoke slowly. He has been sent to Gubei City since childhood, availing himself of the finest resources in the northern region, and has transitioned into the rare profession of a spirit mentor, which indeed marks him as a prodigy. However, Gubei City is, after all, the heart of the northern region, teeming with talent. With Li Renjie's abilities, he simply cannot secure a place on the endorsement list. Thus, the Li family seeks to obtain a reserved spot in Ling City. Gu Chen's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. It turns out he is merely a beggar. Having been bullied in Gubei City, he comes to this small place, Ling City, to seek alms. The key is that it has landed on him. Gu Chen made a mental note of this name, and then inquired, Teacher Jiang, you mentioned that the reserved spot is temporarily with the Li family? Indeed. This is what I heard from the principal. Please keep it confidential. If Li Renjie can achieve an SSS rating in the Hell level instance before the Academy assessment, the spot will be secured for him. Conversely, there remains a significant chance that it could be allocated to you. A considerable chance? Gu Chen scoffed. He did not favor such uncertainty. It was clearly his rightful place. Why did it seem as though he was to be granted charity from others? So, Teacher Jiang, you are calling to inform me that my reserved spot has been obstructed? No, I am here to inform you that Li Renjie will likely seek your collaboration, offering you certain benefits in exchange for assisting him in clearing the Hell level instance. I understand, but I certainly will not acquiesce to this. You fail to comprehend. You are but a commoner. Why confront the aristocracy? Have you truly bested the Li family? You must comply with him. Jiang Songhua sighed. I recognize your frustrations, but the current circumstances favor the powerful. If Li Renjie approaches you, ensure you negotiate for substantial benefits. You know, the Li family is the preeminent family in Ling City, a formidable force. Seize this opportunity to extract a hefty price from Li Renjie. Extract a price from Li Renjie? Yes, understood. Gu Chen nodded, etching his mentor's advice into his mind. Just then, a commotion arose at the door. Shortly thereafter, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Li Wenwei. Cousin. This is Gu Chen's dormitory, Li Wenwei announced, stepping aside. At the entrance appeared a youth clad in a robe, bearing a striking countenance. The boy exuded an air of arrogance, radiating a sense of superiority that belittled all around him. He crossed the threshold, regarding the interior of the dormitory with a lofty demeanor, ultimately resting his gaze upon Gu Chen. I am Li Renjie. You must have heard of my name, yes? Chapter 38. You cannot afford it, nor can you take it. It matters not if you have not heard of it. I have merely come to discuss a collaboration with you. Li Renjie raised a finger, his demeanor haughty as he proclaimed, guide me through the Hell level dungeon and achieve an SSS rating, and I shall reward you with an epic piece of equipment. Gu Chen regarded him with keen interest. Truly, what a clever scheme. Even if one were to conquer a Hell level novice dungeon, the most one could hope for was a top-tier rare item from the treasure chest. Li Renjie, however, was offering an epic item right off the bat, a substantial proposition indeed. Had it not been for Jiang Songhua's prior revelations regarding the situation, Gu Chen might have been tempted to agree. Yet now, to exchange an epic piece of equipment for a direct admission to the prestigious Beijing Academy, that was a calculation that had already crumbled before Gu Chen's very eyes. Observing that Gu Chen remained unmoved, Li Renjie fixed his gaze upon him and raised another finger. 2 pieces. Truly. The first family of Lin City was as affluent as they come. Gu Chen scoffed inwardly. Epic equipment typically began at tens of millions, equating to over 20 million for a mere spot at the academy. Is 20 million a considerable sum? For an ordinary person, it would take lifetimes to amass such wealth. However, when juxtaposed with the Beijing Academy, the disparity was glaring. Without delving into specifics, merely conquering a few academy dungeons would yield returns far surpassing that figure. Gu Chen smiled coldly. You wish for me to lead you to an SSS rating while simultaneously usurping my admission spot. This is what you call collaboration? Li Renjie's eyes flickered with surprise. Gu Chen had caught on. Humph. Knowing is better than ignorance, and thus there was no need to conceal his intentions any longer. Li Renjie spoke with a deepened tone. 2 pieces of epic equipment. This is my final offer. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Unfazed, Gu Chen replied. I, too, extend you an opportunity. Present me with 2 pieces of epic equipment as an apology, and then return to Gubei City. I shall consider you as inconsequential and let you go. Li Renjie's gaze turned icy as he bellowed. Gu Chen, do you think that having conquered a Hell-level dungeon instills fear in me? You are mistaken. A mere wretch of your caliber would be regarded as nothing more than refusing Gubei City. Li Wenwei, teach him a lesson. Huh? Li Wenwei was momentarily taken aback. Me? His gaze darted. After all, Gu Chen was a formidable player who had conquered the Hell-level dungeon. How could he be tasked with reprimanding him? Yet, Confronted with the fierce determination in Li Renjie's eyes, he could only steel himself, swinging his fist toward Gu Chen's face. However, such a pawn posed no threat to Gu Chen. Even without summoning his beast, he could effortlessly dispatch him. With a resounding thud, Gu Chen sent him flying with mere physical prowess. Li Wenwei cried out, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Do you dare to retaliate? You seek death. Li Renjie glared fiercely, seething with rage. In Gubei City, he had been subservient, but in Lin City, he would strike back with force. Li Wenwei was his cousin. How could a commoner dare to strike down a member of the Li family in his presence? Was this not an invitation to demise? Gu Chen, I advise you to be sensible and kneel down to apologize immediately. Accompany me to attain an SSS rating. And if I am pleased, I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall find yourself at odds with the Li family of lynching. Gu Chen regarded him with disdain. What was the Li family of lynching after all? A flicker of anger ignited in Li Renjie's eyes. How audacious. You court death. No sooner had he spoken than, slap. Gu Chen retaliated with a swift strike, his foot pressing down forcefully, the sole of his size 43 shoe crashing against Li Renjie's fair visage. Li Renjie was momentarily dazed, humiliation surging within him. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not free himself from Gu Chen's grip. You dare to tread upon my face? The Li family of lynching will not let this go. Li Renjie's heart swelled with murderous intent. How dare this provincial fool humiliate him in such a manner? He wished for Gu Chen's demise, and it would be a most torturous end. Gu Chen increased the pressure, grinding Li Renjie's face against the unforgiving concrete, transforming that once pristine countenance into a gruesome mess. What of the Li family of lynching? If they wished to treat him as a soft persimmon to be squeezed, they must be prepared for the bloodshed that would ensue. Enough. Li Wenhui interjected urgently. Do you wish to provoke an irreconcilable feud with the Li family of lynching? Gu Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes icy and filled with a chilling malice. A mere glance made Li Wenhui tremble, a cold shiver coursing through him. Did Gu Chen intend to kill? How could he? Impossible. Li Renjie merely sought your guaranteed admission. You could not possibly desire his life. Surely it cannot come to that. Present me with 2 pieces of epic-level equipment, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Gu Chen replied coolly. Indeed, today he intended to take a life. To kill Li Renjie was to set an example for the Li family. They had brazenly seized his guaranteed admission, a fact that was indisputable. Could he endure this? Just because Gu Chen lacked power, must he be oppressed by the aristocrats? Was he to be regarded as an ant, easily crushed? The Li family demanded his admission today. What would they seek tomorrow? His life. In their eyes, Gu Chen was but a mere insect, a creature to be extinguished at will. Their claim to his admission was a sign of their regard. Should he refuse, he would be deemed ungrateful, and should he dare to resist, he would find himself on the path to annihilation. Thus, rather than be boiled to death like a frog in warm water, it was far better to eliminate Li Renjie first and deliver a resounding slap to the face of the Li family. As for that guaranteed admission, with his capabilities, even without it, his entry into the prestigious Academy of Shangjing was a certainty. You fool, I do not believe you dare to kill me. If I perish, you will undoubtedly suffer a most gruesome fate. The Li family of lynching will not spare you. Before he could finish, Gu Chen crushed Li Renjie's throat underfoot. Li Renjie's eyes widened in disbelief, life swiftly draining from them, departing without the luxury of closure. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that Gu Chen truly had the audacity to act. Cousin. Li Wenwei stood in shock, witnessing the scene before him. His cousin, the heir of the Li family, murdered before his very eyes. Moreover, after slaying Li Renjie, Gu Chen not only refrained from halting his actions but audaciously fixed his gaze upon Li Wenwei. A sudden shiver coursed through Li Wenwei, engulfed by regret. He had believed that with Li Renjie's transition to a spiritual adept, having grown up in Gubei City, he would effortlessly dominate Gu Chen. To his astonishment, Gu Chen did not even summon a beast. With but a slight exertion, he extinguished Li Renjie's life. Gu Chen was no bloodthirsty fiend. He refrained from attacking Li Wenwei. Shaking off the bloodstains from his shoes, he disdainfully remarked, "Return and inform the head of the Li family that my possessions are beyond your grasp, and you lack the life to claim them." With that declaration, the void before Gu Chen shattered, and an enormous hand of black mist abruptly emerged, gently grasping him, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Gu Chen was taken away by the nightmarish sovereign, leaving behind a dazed Li Wenwei and the lifeless body of Li Renjie in the dormitory. After what felt like an eternity of mere seconds, Li Wenwei finally emerged from his paralyzing fear. Subsequently, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire dormitory building. A life has been lost. Li Renjie is dead. Someone, please come. Chapter 39, Above the Wilderness not long after Gu Chen departed. The anguished cries of Li Wenhui drew the attention of the dormitory supervisor conducting routine inspections. Upon arrival, the supervisor immediately laid eyes on the lifeless body on the ground. his face contorting in horror. Who has committed this atrocity? He inquired, his gaze fixated on Li Wenhui. It was Gu Chen, Li Wenhui stammered, trembling with fear. Gu Chen. The supervisor's initial reaction to the name was one of disbelief. He was all too familiar with this student, who had lost his parents at a young age and was left to fend for himself. While others returned home during the holidays, Gu Chen, unable to afford housing, would sneak back into the dormitory. Initially, the supervisor had expelled him several times upon discovering his presence, but later, upon understanding his plight, he chose to turn a blind eye. At that moment, several middle-aged men clad in black appeared in the dormitory corridor. The leader, his expression grave, swiftly approached Li Renjia's corpse. After confirming the death, a palpable aura of vengeance emanated from him. Who did this? Who dares to slay the heir of the Li family? I will have his remains scattered. Witnessing this scene, the supervisor's face betrayed a sense of trepidation. He recognized the man as Wang Chongshan, the steward of the Li family, a peak-level second-tier assassin. It was known that Wang had once been renowned but had suffered severe injuries in the abyss, which diminished his combat prowess, leading him to accept a position as a steward within the Li household. Nevertheless, a peak second-tier assassin in a small town like Lingcheng was not to be underestimated. Apart from the principal, perhaps only the vice principal could contend with him. Unfortunately, both principals were absent that day. The supervisor retreated, understanding that the death of the Li family's heir was beyond his purview. Seeing Wang Chongshan's arrival was akin to a beacon of hope for Li Wenhui. He hurried forward to recount the events. Gu Chen, that lowly commoner dared to kill the heir of the Li family. I will ensure he finds no rest in death. With that proclamation, Wang Chongshan produced a lantern from his spatial storage. Under its light, a faint trace of energy revealed the direction in which Gu Chen had fled. Pursue him. A mere student who has just transitioned into his profession cannot escape far. Bring him back. He shall accompany the young master in death. At his command. Wang Chongshan, accompanied by several men in black, darted out, following the guiding light of the lantern. Meanwhile, upon exiting the school, Gu Chen hailed a vehicle at a secluded intersection, directing it swiftly towards the outskirts of the city. The cars here were powered by energy crystal stones, traveling along designated lanes at remarkable speeds. After a mere 10 minutes, Gu Chen arrived near the city gates. According to the laws of the Divine Xia Empire, individuals who had not attained level 10 in their profession were prohibited from leaving the city unaccompanied. At least one accompanying individual of level 10 or above was required. The young guard stationed at the city gates caught sight of Gu Chen's youthful visage from afar, smirking as he remarked, another student attempting to sneak out of the city. Huh? Let us see if I can catch you. The captain of the city guards cast a glance at Gu Chen, then slapped the young soldier on the back of his head, grumbling, what's the matter with students? Even if he is a student, he is already at level 10. You haven't even passed the entrance exams for a higher learning institution, and after serving in the military for so long, you've only reached level 9. Are you going to apprehend him? Gu Chen wore the black steward emblem, allowing the captain, a second-tier professional, to discern his level at a glance. Level 10? Impossible. The novice dungeon only opened yesterday, and today a student has already reached level 10? Is he even human? The other young guards turned to look at Gu Chen, their eyes filled with envy. It was only the second day, and he had already attained level 10, a feat unprecedented to date. Unless something unexpected occurred, it was a foregone conclusion that this student would be admitted to the capital's academy. Such a prodigy was someone they could barely hope to curry favor with. Approaching him to obstruct him would be sheer folly. Gu Chen passed through the city gate unimpeded. Meanwhile, at the Li family manor, Patriarch Li Xiao had received the news of his son Li Renjia's murder in the dormitory of Lynching No. 1 High School. The living room was in disarray, and the servants outside knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Li Xiao's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Gu Chen, that lowly insect dares to slay my son. Mobilize everyone. Search every inch of the ground. Even if it means turning Lynching upside down, I want him found. I will personally take his life to appease my son's spirit. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with cold fury, wishing to rend Gu Chen limb from limb. However, at that moment, Gu Chen had already exited the city. As he passed through the pale blue light barrier beneath the city gate, the once bright and sunny sky abruptly turned ominous. Gu Chen looked around, finding only a shroud of dark gray mist, visibility severely limited. Everything beyond 5 meters was a blur, and 10 meters was the utmost limit. Instinctively, he glanced back. The entire city was enveloped in a translucent hemispherical barrier, surrounded by an endless expanse of black mist. Isolated by that very barrier. Was this the wilderness? It felt even harsher than the textbooks had described. Gu Chen reached out, grasping at the thin black mist before him, and the dark gray vapor slipped through his fingers. No one knew how this black gray mist had formed. It had existed since the dawn of recorded history. Of course, The abyssal races had always existed as well. Upon entering the wilderness, one must confront the true dangers of the abyssal entities, where peril multiplies. One must maintain a heightened state of awareness and remain vigilant against potential ambushes emerging from the mist. Thus, one must be utterly alert. Chen produced a map, summoned the Blood Lord to lead the way, and advanced toward the abyss, soon vanishing into the black fog. Moments later, a deep roar echoed from afar. Following the sound, he peered through the mist and faintly discerned figures of professionals engaged in combat with the abyssal races. 1 kilometer beyond the city gate, the wilderness began to teem with abyssal creatures. Chen spotted an abyssal figure wandering just 5 meters ahead, and a series of notifications materialized before his eyes. Corrupted Warlock, level 10, health, 11,350, attributes, strength 93, agility 98, spirit 65, constitution 75, skill, bite. This is a level 10 aberration with a body largely decayed. Its tattered garments stained with mottled blood, surrounded by a swarm of insects and an unbearable stench. Examining its attributes, the Corrupted Warlock primarily focuses on physical offense and defense, boasting a formidable constitution with over 10,000 health points. Its agility is unparalleled, even surpassing that of assassins of the same level. This indicates that once ensnared by it, the outcome is invariably fatal. In the presence of such a monstrous entity, typical adventurers, unless entirely confident, would seldom engage in combat. However, this apprehension is non-existent for Chen. Without uttering a word, the Blood Lord swiftly activates his skill, unleashing a barrage of shimmering silver bullets that strike the Corrupted Warlock, instantly depleting its health. Defeated Corrupted Warlock LV 10, Experience 626, Chapter 40. The Corpse Golem, a comprehensive weakening. Defeating the Corrupt Warlock yielded a mere 626 experience points. How utterly insufficient. Chen was momentarily taken aback, almost doubting his own eyesight. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a common creature, and thus, it was of little concern. After slaying numerous elite monsters within the hellish dungeon, transitioning to ordinary foes felt rather disconcerting. As levels increased, so too did the experience required for ascension. Advancing from level 10 to 11 demanded 500 experience points, considering the experience overflow from vanquishing the fallen witch. Alongside the rewards from completing and first-time clearing, he found himself in need of an additional 266 experience points to level up. In essence, he would have to eliminate 12 more corrupt warlocks to achieve this. For the time being, this was acceptable, but what of the future? Would he need to slay hundreds, if not thousands, of alien creatures in the wilderness to ascend a single level? After traversing the hellish dungeon, common extraterrestrial beings were no longer worthy of his attention. The wilderness was predominantly populated by these ordinary entities, rendering their defeat hardly worthwhile. Thus, it was imperative to hasten his journey towards the Jinyuan army stronghold. The Jinyuan army, stationed in the wilderness, was perpetually engaged in combat with alien races, safeguarding the abyss and representing the most elite forces of the Divine Xia Empire. At the Jinyuan army stronghold, one could both accept and issue wilderness missions. For those formidable enough, there was even the possibility of exceptional enlistment into the Jinyuan army, reaping the benefits of military subsidies. Yet, Chen was not motivated by missions or military aid. Rather, his intention to enter the Jinyuan army stronghold stemmed from the desire to acquire vital information regarding the nearby abysses, thereby selecting one that best suited his capabilities. Gazing at the map, he continued deeper into the wilderness. Before long, he discerned faint sounds of air being sliced from the black mist behind him. Chen remained oblivious. But it was the Blood Clan monarch who first sensed the impending danger. Someone was pursuing him, and at an alarming speed. Could it be someone from the Li family? So soon? Chen's brow furrowed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow materialized at the edge of the black mist not far away. Following this, 3 more shadows emerged, an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him. 5 second-tier practitioners arriving simultaneously. Chen's expression shifted, revealing a hint of solemnity. Chen, how dare you slay the young master of the Li family? Surrender without resistance, or I shall ensure you find no rest in death. The voice of Wang Chongshan echoed from the black mist. He had initially been 10 meters away but had closed the distance in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. The peak speed of the second-tier practitioners left Chen little time to react. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chongshan stood before him, followed closely by 4 middle-aged men clad in black. Wang Chongshan was a level 29 assassin, accompanied by 3 level 23 warriors and a level 22 priest. A twitch at the corner of Chen's mouth betrayed his incredulity. This assembly could easily tackle a dungeon together. Were they intending to treat him as a dungeon boss? How much had they spent in the Li family over the course of a month? pursuing him from Lin City to the wilderness. Gu Chen, do not harbor delusions of resistance. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, escape would be impossible. Return to Linxing with us obediently, and you may yet preserve your life. Otherwise, the Li family will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Enough with the idle chatter. With only your 5 second-tier practitioners, you may not possess the capability to vanquish me. Gu Chen spoke coldly. The adversary's level surpassed his by a significant margin. And armed with the guiding lamp, escape was not an option. Rather than fleeing in desperation, it would be more prudent to consolidate their strength for a final stand. Humph. Arrogant and ignorant, I shall first render you powerless. Wang Choshan bellowed furiously. Whoosh. A flurry of dark projectiles, emanating an ominous glow, sliced through the murky haze, aimed directly at Gu Chen's vital points. At that moment, a colossal figure materialized from thin air. The undead golem. Its imposing form exuded an aura of authority, akin to a giant standing guard before Gu Chen. Constructed from ancient stone blocks, its body was interwoven with eerie, azure flames at the joints. With robust limbs and sharply defined angles, the surface of the stone was adorned with enigmatic runes and symbols, radiating an air of mystery and impenetrability. In the face of the onslaught of projectiles, the undead golem remained as steadfast as a mountain, not flinching in the slightest. Bang, bang, bang. The projectiles struck the rough stone of the golem, igniting a cascade of dazzling sparks, and its health plummeted by 30. Painful, yet bearable. After all, this was the skill of a level 29 assassin, while the golem itself was merely at level 10. While the golem stood motionless, its defenses were heightened, and its recovery was enhanced. To withstand such an assault without perishing was already a remarkable feat. Soon after, the golem's health began to visibly regenerate, a rate that could rival even that of a vampire lord. Emanating piercing azure flames, it unleashed an enraged roar towards the shadows ahead. In the next instant, 3 layers of black light erupted successively from its form. Extreme fatigue inflicts a state of exhaustion on nearby targets. Reducing all attributes by 50 and increasing damage taken by 50 cannot be immunized. Black Death Plague infects a target with a plague. Reducing the effectiveness of healing received by 90 while continuously draining health cannot be immunized. Forbidden Domain. The undead golem establishes a forbidden zone centered on itself, causing all resource consumption within the domain to surge by 10-fold. Confronted by a group of second-tier practitioners, Gu Chen immediately commanded the golem to unleash all its abilities. As the debuffs took effect on Wang Chongshan and his companions, their expression shifted to one of sheer horror. What is this skill? I've been reduced to half my attributes. Cough. Why do I feel so ill? My health is plummeting so rapidly. Do not panic. Behold my great purification spell. Curse it. These negative effects cannot be purified. Heal me. My health is dropping like mad. I am already healing you. Do you not feel it? Damn. The healing effect has dwindled to a mere 10th? Wang Chongshan, accompanied by several Li family bodyguards, approached with an imposing demeanor. But upon the emergence of the undead golem, their bravado instantly waned. Kill. Gu Chen stood behind the golem, softly uttering a single word. In the next moment, the Blood Sovereign and the Nightmare Ruler simultaneously sprang into action. 2 figures, one cloaked in crimson and the other in ebony, swiftly appeared before the 2 warriors. One warrior's expression shifted dramatically. He thrust his shield forward, adopting a defensive stance, and in an instant, enveloped himself in a shield of courage. This was the warrior's most frequently employed defensive skill. As one ascends in levels, their defensive capabilities intensify. Should a 6th-tier warrior invoke the shield of courage, its protective strength would be akin to that of a level 60 epic piece of equipment. Almost as soon as the shield of courage materialized, a barrage of silver bullets whistled through the air, striking the shield with a cacophony of sound. The shield, which the warrior held in high esteem, barely endured for a second before it was utterly shattered. The Blood Sovereign's gaze turned frigid, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, relentlessly pummeling the warrior. The shield crumbled. The armor fractured. The bloodline plummeted at an alarming rate. Chapter 41. A slash of 9,999. Just a hair's breadth away under the skill effect of the undead golem, all targets experienced a reduction of 50 in all attributes, an increase of 50 in damage taken, a decrease of 90 in healing effects, and a continuous decline in health. Most critically, their consumption surged tenfold. Although the level 23 warrior surpassed Gu Chen by a full 13 levels, the 50 reduction in attributes rendered him equivalent to a level 14 warrior. Furthermore, under the influence of the tenfold consumption, his entire energy was barely sufficient to cast a basic courage shield. When he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, he was shocked to discover that he had no status available. How could this be? Bang, bang, bang. In his astonishment, a barrage of bullets struck the warrior's head, causing it to explode in a gruesome display. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, leaving him in eternal bewilderment as to why he could not unleash his skills. Simultaneously, 10 nightmarish servants ensnared another warrior, while the nightmare sovereign appeared silently behind him, launching a lethal assault. Phantom annihilation, a single target burst, delivering tenfold damage. The warrior had yet to react before he perished on the spot. In a mere breath, 2 second-tier warriors lay lifeless. The remaining warrior gazed at the 2 corpses on the ground, his face reflecting unprecedented terror. He activated a courage shield around himself and turned to flee. However, just as he took a couple of steps, a shadow ensnared him, immobilizing him in place. Seizing this opportunity, the Bloodlord repeatedly squeezed the trigger, twin guns spewing flames, bullets raining down relentlessly upon the man's back. The last warrior fell. As 3 warriors met their grim fate, even Wang Chongshan, at the pinnacle of the second tier, was left pale with fear. Yet he dared not flee. Terrified of suffering the same fate as the previous warrior, who had been overwhelmed by the combined might of 2 summoned beasts. In this dire situation, the only chance for survival lay in a desperate struggle. A look of resolution crossed Wang Chongshan's face as he bravely activated his strongest skill, vanishing in an instant and charging towards Gu Chen at an unimaginable speed. As an assassin, he understood the weaknesses of all classes. In a battle against a summoner, the first target must be the summoner himself. Even with a 50 reduction in attributes, he was equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chen was merely at level 10. With his current attributes, a well-executed finishing move would surely dispatch Gu Chen on the spot. Though the head of the Li family had commanded the capture of Gu Chen alive, at that moment, Wang Chongshan felt no concern for such orders. Die! He roared, suddenly appearing before Gu Chen and launching his deadly strike. A menacing short blade materialized, radiating a fierce crimson glow. This was his ultimate skill, even under attribute suppression. It could deliver nearly 10,000 points of damage in a single blow. A typical level 10 practitioner would possess a maximum of around 8 or 9,000 health. And as a magic-based class, Gu Chen's health would be even lower. The sinister short blade transformed into a weapon capable of piercing all, mercilessly descending upon Gu Chen. Minus 9,999, an exaggerated damage value materialized. A surge of unprecedented excitement erupted on Wang Chongshan's face. A single strike for 9,999. The damage was catastrophic. A sinister grin spread across his features, as if he could already envision Gu Chen being vanquished by his blow. However, the ceremonial robe draped over Gu Chen shimmered with a faint glow. That lethal strike had not inflicted any harm upon him, merely impacting the shield. Not even the shield had been breached. Ceremonial robe, attributes, Constitution 35, Physical Defense 10. Magical Defense 20. Effect, provides a shield with all attributes multiplied by 10. What was Gu Chen's total attribute now? The 3-piece ceremonial set provided an additional 80 points. The complete set bonus contributed another 150 points, and the attribute fruit added 400 points, coupled with the 870 points he had accumulated upon reaching level 10. Gu Chen's total attributes amounted to 1,500, thus rendering his shield's value at 15,000. Although a strike of 99.99 was formidable, it fell short against Gu Chen. How could this be? An expression of intense shock crossed Wang Chongshan's face. He was a level 29 assassin. Even if his total attributes were halved, there was no way he should struggle against a mere level 10 novice. Moreover, his most potent strike had failed to penetrate the opponent's defenses. At this moment, Wang Chongshan felt utterly exposed. You are merely toiling for the Li family. Why gamble with your life? Gu Chen remarked with a hint of disdain. Wang Chongshan's eyelids twitched, and his instinctive reaction was to activate his skill to escape. Ghostly dash activate. In the next instant, his expression shifted drastically. It wouldn't he activate? Was his energy depleted? Simultaneously, 10 shadowy figures materialized around him, ensnaring him in place. Wang Chongshan spiraled into despair. He could neither fight back nor flee. As he beheld the condescending smirk on Gu Chen's face, a profound fear surged within him. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him, filled with regret. The one who perished was a member of the Li family. He was merely a wretched worker. Why risk his life? Gu Chen, I beg you to spare my life. I did not intend to harm you. It was the Li family that forced my hand. He fell to his knees, bowing his head in supplication, tears streaming down his face as he surrendered completely. Please, let me go. If you spare my life, everything I possess is yours. No sooner had he uttered these words than his form was engulfed by the black mist emanating from the nightmarish sovereign. Phantom annihilation. In an instant, damage multiplied tenfold. Wang Chongshan's face was etched with profound fear and resentment as his lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground. By killing you, all that you possess becomes mine. Gu Chen observed with indifference in his gaze. As the battle concluded, the Bloodline Lord expended 15,000 health points, transforming the 5 corpses strewn across the ground into Bloodline progeny. These 5 second-tier Bloodline progeny not only retained their former levels and attributes but also possessed the innate abilities of their kind. Furthermore, the self-destruct damage of a second-tier Bloodline creature reached as high as 5,000 points, making them invaluable allies in critical moments. Subsequently, Chen commanded the Bloodline progeny to retrieve all the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Healing Staff LV, 20, excellent grade. Holy Robe LV, 20, excellent grade. Hurricane Greatsword LV, 20, excellent grade. Hurricane Armor LV, 20, excellent grade. Fong Blade LV, 25, rare grade. Apart from a short dagger belonging to the Assassin class, which is of rare grade, the remaining equipment is of excellent grade. This is quite understandable, as they are merely laborers, toiling away for meager earnings. Rare grade equipment starts at $1 million. It is absurd to think they could afford it. In addition, there are some items and materials. The vast majority are of little use to Chen, yet they could be sold on the trading platform for some money. Thus, Chen collected all these items into his personal space. In the end, only a scroll radiating a blue aura remained in his hand. First-tier skill scroll quality, excellent, effect. Randomly acquire a first-tier skill of the profession with a possibility of obtaining a skill already mastered. Chapter 42 Your Majesty. The Young Master. The first-tier skill scroll is priced at 100,000 on the trading platform. Chen had not previously considered the utility of skill scrolls, as their randomness often results in low-quality or duplicate skills. Typically, it is the rare or hidden professions that lack advanced skill books and thus require skill scrolls. As a mere ordinary profession, the cost-effectiveness of using skill scrolls for a summoner is rather poor. However, given the opportunity of a free scroll, he decided to seize the moment. As he unleashed his mental energy, the scroll activated, and a dazzling radiance blossomed before Chen's eyes. Almost instantly, he felt a peculiar energy flowing into him like a warm current. You have acquired a new skill, Exchange Shift, excellent. Exchange Shift. The summoner can swap positions with summoned units and can also allow 2 summoned units to exchange places. This was a positional shift skill. The summoned units included not only beasts but also Bloodline descendants, significantly enhancing the skill's versatility. In the event of a close-quarters assault from an assassin, he could swiftly swap places with a Bloodline descendant. Imagine, after an assassin had exerted tremendous effort to reach Chen, the next moment they find themselves facing a Bloodline descendant instead. Then, boom, a self-detonation. The assassin would surely be bewildered, their mind in a whirl. A smile graced Chen's face as he began to anticipate the next adversary who would attempt to take his life. Ignoring the remnants of battle strewn about, he summoned the Nightmare Sovereign and the undead golem into his space, then consulted his map, glancing around before venturing deeper into the wilderness. The trail left by Wang Chongshan abruptly ceased here. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of Li family guards arrived at the scene. They discovered footprints leading forward, indicating that their quarry had fled deeper into the wilderness. Deeper into the wilderness? Was Chen heading towards the abyss? What should we do? Continue the pursuit? Continue the pursuit? The depths of the wilderness have already been invaded by the abyss, teeming with countless alien creatures and fraught with peril. To say it is a matter of 9 lives would not be an exaggeration. Who among you wishes to go? Upon hearing this, there was a chorus of headshakes. An ordinary guard earns merely a few thousand coins a month. Who would risk their life for such a pittance? Madness. The Master has issued a dire command for us to capture Chen and bring him back. What shall we do now? In that case, let us send someone back to Lin City to report to the Master, claiming Chen has escaped into the depths of the wilderness, and that Wang Chongshan is pursuing him with all haste. We shall remain on the periphery to provide support. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. After a brief discussion, they selected 2 individuals to hasten back to Lin City, while the others stationed themselves at the wilderness's edge, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. 20 minutes later, in Lin City, at the Li family estate, Li Xiao received word that Chen had escaped from Lin City and ventured into the depths of the wilderness. Incompetent fools. A band of utter incompetence. A mere level 10 novice, who has just transitioned professions, manages to escape from the Li family's pursuit and disappears into the wilderness. What are you all doing? Li Xiao was consumed by an overwhelming fury, his countenance betraying an unmistakable agitation. The guards and servants beneath him bowed their heads in deep shame, too intimidated to utter a word. How dare a lowly peasant take the life of my son? This is utterly intolerable. All members of the Li family, mobilize at once. I care not what methods you employ, alive or dead. That scoundrel must be brought back to me. Furthermore, issue a bounty throughout the realm. Whoever can return with Chen's head shall be granted the privilege to select any epic 5-star set from the Duobao building. Li Xiao ground his teeth, each word erupting from his mouth with a palpable venomous hatred. In that moment, it dawned on everyone. Gu Chen was assuredly doomed. The Li family of lynching had fully mobilized, and the bounty was a declaration that even a mosquito fleeing into the wilderness would likely be caught. After all, an epic 5-star set is worth billions. Such a sum would surely stir not just lynching, but the entirety of the northern region. Indeed, once the exorbitant bounty was proclaimed, it ignited a sensational discourse across the 7 cities of the northern region within mere minutes. Most adventurers, even if they devoted their entire lives to dungeons and the abyss, could never amass a complete epic 5-star set. Yet now, capturing a mere level 10 adventurer could yield treasures worth billions. Such an opportunity is rare and precious. Consequently, throngs of adventurers surged towards the wilderness of lynching, eager to uncover Gu Chen's whereabouts. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Gubei City, the Gu family estate fell into an unprecedented silence following Gu Chen's severance of ties with the family. This was primarily due to Gu Qifeng. After the commotion of that day, he had grown distant from his concubine, Qin Yun, refusing to engage in conversation. He secluded himself in his study, dismissing all servants, neglecting military affairs, abstaining from food and drink, and shunning all contact with the outside world. It had now been 2 full days and nights. He had lost the extraordinary aura he once possessed, now exuding an air of despondency and defeat. Reflecting on Gu Chen's scathing rebukes that day, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. How could the esteemed war king of the northern region, revered by the Empire's subjects and hailed as a great hero, come to such a rift with his own son? This realization brought forth an unprecedented sense of frustration within him. Gu Chen, being the legitimate heir of the Gu family, had only been subjected to strictness in hopes of fortifying him through challenges. Was that truly a fault? Your Majesty, the steward, Gu He, called from outside the door. Had I not instructed that all trivial matters be set aside and not to disturb me? Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed, a surge of intense anger flickering across his face. He was not in the mood to entertain any affairs. No, Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. The eldest young master, what has happened to him? Before the words could fully escape, Gu Qingfeng abruptly threw open the door, his fierce gaze trembling slightly. Could it be that Gu Chen has returned home? Has he realized his mistakes and come back to seek forgiveness? Gu Qingfeng's expression instantly shifted from gloom to brightness. After all, he is his biological son. If Gu Chen were to take the initiative to admit his errors, how could he possibly remain resentful over past harsh words? Although Gu Chen possesses a rebellious nature, lacking ambition, and has yet to become a professional, as long as his son is willing to return, what harm would it be for him, as a father, to support him for a lifetime? Upon witnessing Gu Qingfeng's eagerness, Gui felt a jolt in his heart and quickly interjected, Your Majesty, we have just received news from lynching that the eldest young master has killed the heir of the Li family and subsequently fled into the wilderness. His whereabouts remain unknown. Chapter 43, an explanation for the Li family. Will they dare to accept it? Your Majesty, the Li family has issued a bounty across the realm. Whoever can bring back the head of the eldest son shall be rewarded with a legendary 5-star set. The young master must be fleeing for his life, pursued by the Li family, and has taken refuge in the wilderness. You must act swiftly. If you delay, I fear. Gu He's voice trembled with palpable fear, unable to continue. The wilderness is fraught with peril. Even seasoned professionals face near certain death within its confines. Gu Chen, having failed his class transition and unable to become a professional, has been driven into the wilderness by the relentless pursuit of the Li family. How could he possibly survive? As his words faded, a terrifying aura erupted from Gu Qingfeng, sending Gu He sprawling backward. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned frosty, his eyes betraying an unrestrained murderous intent. A bounty across the realm? Hunting my son? Preposterous. Has the Li family in Lin City grown so audacious as to commit such an egregious act? Issuing a bounty in the northern territories to hunt the son of the War King is akin to trampling the royal family's dignity into the dirt. The murderous intent in Gu Qifeng's eyes intensified. After all, this was his son, hunted by the Li family and driven into the wilderness. Even a first-tier professional might struggle to survive there, let alone Gu Chen, who is merely an ordinary person. This is outrageous. Fury surged within Gu Qifeng, his desire to eradicate the Li family in Lin City palpable. Just as his rage reached its peak, a graceful figure entered the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Qingfeng's face, yet he spoke. Is it true that the Li family in Lin City is pursuing Gu Chen? Are you aware of this? I have only just received the news, Qin Yun replied calmly, seemingly unperturbed by his demeanor. Gu Chen has killed the heir of the Li family. This matter must be addressed, or the Li family will demand an explanation. At her words, Gu Qingfeng's gaze turned icy. In the northern territories, the Gu family reigns supreme. A merely family is nothing more than an ant, easily crushed before the royal clan. With a single word, he could obliterate the Li family. Does the War King truly need to provide an explanation to the Li family? What a farce. Even if he were willing, would the Li family dare to accept? Gu Qingfeng turned to Qin Yun, a chilling glint in his eyes. Has someone from the Li family come to demand an explanation from you? No. Qin Yun shook her head. After all, Gu Qin is the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. If news of his action spreads, it will tarnish the royal family's prestige. This matter must be swiftly resolved to mitigate the fallout. Your Majesty, after all, it was the heir of the Li family who was killed. If an explanation is not provided, the royal family's actions may dishearten the Li family, Qin Yun continued. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned frigid. Very well, very well. You speak of royal dignity? My son is being hunted by the Li family, his life uncertain. And you dare to speak of royal dignity here? Remember this. The dignity of the royal family is forged in the crucible of the abyssal battlefield, not something to be gained through apologies. If the actions of the royal family will cause the Li family to feel disheartened, then let the entire Li clan be cast into the fiery abyss. I shall see if the Lord of the Abyss can warm the hearts of the Li family. Gu Qingfeng cast a sharp glance at Qin Yun, reprimanding her coldly. If you truly value the dignity of the royal family, refrain from belittling yourself henceforth. How could you lower yourself to such an extent as to kneel before your mother? Qin Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, I merely wish for our family to reunite. I cannot bear to see Chun'er sever ties with the Gu family. Observing the frost in Gu Qingfeng's gaze, Qin Yun finally realized that her act of kneeling that day had been excessive. With this thought, she hastily added, Your Majesty, I was foolish before. Even if Chino has indeed harmed the heir of the Li family, there is no need to explain ourselves to such a trivial clan. Given that we have yet to find Chino, it indicates that he is temporarily safe. We must depart immediately for Lin City to demand an apology from the Li family and ensure they return Chino to us. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened slightly as he nodded. Well, at least you comprehend the gravity of the situation. He then turned to Gu He and spoke sternly, Gather the royal guards. We shall proceed to the Li family in Lin City. If anything befalls my son, I will ensure the Li family faces utter annihilation. Yes, Gu He replied, excitement coursing through him as he took a deep breath and quickly left to assemble the guards. The distance from Gubei City to Lin City spanned countless miles, and they hoped to arrive in time. Otherwise, it would not only be the Li family facing peril. The entire Lin City could soon be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. The following day, as dawn broke, the small border town of Lin City buzzed with unprecedented activity. A multitude of adventurers from afar flooded the streets, seeking information related to Gu Qin through various channels, then forming teams to venture into the wilderness in search of his whereabouts. So many adventurers. It's my first time witnessing such a crowd in Lin City, one remarked. They must be here for the Li family's bounty. I dare say Gu Chun is doomed this time. A bounty? What is going on? Aren't these folks brought in by Lin City's tourism? Are you a local? The situation with the Li family has become quite the scandal. How could you not know? Ugh, I just emerged from a dungeon this morning. Wait, let me catch up on some videos. On the streets leading to the city gates, small eateries were filled with curious onlookers and numerous adventurers below the second tier. The wilderness was too perilous for such individuals. They could only remain in the city. Watching the continuous stream of people pouring out and eagerly discussing every detail of the unfolding events. Wow, the heir of the Li family was killed by a commoner. Who was this soldier? I heard it was a student from Lin City High, a class change student with no background, named Gu Qin. Why he chose to kill Li Renjie remains a mystery. I remember Gu Qin conquered the Hell-level novice dungeon and received an SSS rating. He was bound to be granted a place at the Capital S Academy. Why would he jeopardize such a bright future by offending the Li family? What? An SSS rating? Have you been drinking? The Hell-level novice dungeon in Lin City has never been cleared. Stay updated with the news. I even like the video where Gu Qin received the SSS rating. Let me find it. What? The video has been taken down? Impossible. Let me take a look. Huh. Truly, there's nothing to be found. How can this be? I suspect you are all conspiring to deceive me. Listening to the conversations around them, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su ran wore expressions laden with worry. Am I wrong? The fact that we received an SSS rating has been suppressed. Apart from the transferees present that day, scarcely anyone in Linqing is aware that the Hell-level dungeon has been cleared. If even the locals are oblivious, it is inconceivable that those outside would know. The only entities capable of such a feat are the municipal government or the Li family. And it is not outside the realm of possibility that they have colluded, Lin Qingqing speculated. I heard that Li Renjie failed to secure a guaranteed admission quota in Gubei City. It seems the Li family has had their sights set on Gu Qin's quota from the outset, which is why they suppressed the news of our dungeon clearance. With so many professionals venturing into the wilderness to hunt down Gu Qin, if he is captured, it would be a certain death. We must go find him before the Li family does. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in grave trouble, Lin Yuan declared decisively. After a brief discussion, the trio set off toward the city gates. The number of professionals entering the wilderness had increased, and the danger had remarkably diminished compared to before. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from the distant city gates, followed by the appearance of a massive ship-like shadow on the horizon, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed into the sky. Soon, a colossal warship loomed above Linqing, teeming with armored warriors, the banner of the Gu family fluttering vigorously in the wind. Simultaneously, a commanding voice resonated throughout the skies of Linqing. The War King has arrived. All idlers, take heed. Chapter 44. The brother of the son of the Northern War King. The War King has arrived? Which War King? From the Abyss? Surely. There can only be one War King, and that is Gu Qifeng of the Northern Realm. What? Are you referring to that pillar of the Empire? He is a legendary figure. How did he come here? It is unclear, but judging by the direction, it seems he is heading towards the Li family. The floating warship, adorned with the Gu family banner. Gu Qifeng has not even made an appearance. Yet the tens of thousands of citizens in Ling City have erupted in fervor, excitement, and exhilaration. This is the king of the 7 cities of the north. To witness him in Ling City today fills everyone present with an overwhelming sense of honor. Soon, the floating warship halted above the Li family estate, beneath the royal banner. A legion of warriors clad in black armor stood like proud spears, exuding an aura of iron and blood that soared to the heavens, making it nearly impossible for anyone to gaze directly upon them. Gu Qifeng emerged from the command chamber, standing before his loyal guards, directing his gaze towards the Li family below. Beside him stood Qin Yun and the steward, Gu He. It is Gu Qifeng. My heavens, the War King in person. What on earth has transpired? A figure of such magnitude has arrived in Ling City? The floating warship hovering above the Li family estate. Could it be aimed at them? Do you think it is possible that Gu Chen is the son of Gu Qifeng? You must be jesting. Gu Qifeng has only one son, Gu Xi, who not only awakened a rare profession ahead of time, but was also admitted to the prestigious Capital Academy. How could Gu Chen possibly be his son? Never mind. Speculating is futile. Let us hurry to the Li family and see. At this moment, Ling City could be said to be deserted, as the masses flocked towards the Li family's direction. Outside the Li family estate, a sea of humanity surged, jostling for space. The streets, trees, railings, eaves, and rooftops were all filled to capacity. The floating warship blotted out the sun, drawing almost half of Ling City as populous to its presence. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ren arrived near the Li family, gazing at the Gu family banner fluttering boldly in the wind. A daring thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan. Gu Chen, Gu Qifeng. Could it be that Gu Chen is Gu Qifeng's son? Beneath the shadow of the warship, it loomed like a ferocious beast of steel, completely shrouding the Li family estate. Simultaneously, feeling the sudden and immense pressure from the outside world, a flustered Li Xiao emerged from his study and stepped into the courtyard. Looking up, he beheld a formidable figure descending from the warship, gracefully approaching the courtyard. In that moment, Li Xiao felt a jolt in his eyelids. As if his very blood were rushing backward, a profound shudder coursed through him, rendering him weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The War King. Li Xiao, in his ignorance of the War King's arrival, humbly sought forgiveness. Gu Qifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back and coldly inquired, Li Xiao, hand over my son. If I do not see my son today, I shall ensure the annihilation of the entire Li family. As the words fell, hundreds of black-armored warriors swiftly descended from the floating battleship, immediately surrounding the Li family estate in an impenetrable manner. Gu Qingfeng's declaration resonated with undeniable conviction, clearly stating that Gu Chen was his son. The onlookers, who had previously speculated about Gu Chen's identity, erupted in astonished exclamations. How astonishing! They had guessed correctly. Gu Chen, he was indeed of royal lineage from the Northern Realm. Lin Qingqing turned her head, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Lin Yuan. Don't look at me. I was deceived as well. Initially, she had thought him so impoverished that he could scarcely afford a meal. Yet who could have imagined that his father was the War King of the North? Lin Yuan's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He had been tricked by his closest friend. They had vowed to live as commoners together, and yet he was the son of the Northern War King? The sensation was exhilarating. His brother hailed from the most powerful family in this land. From that moment onward, he would embrace an entirely new identity. Lin Yuan, brother of the son of the Northern War King. Was this not an immediate ascension? An opulent fortune had finally come his way. Simultaneously, a tempestuous aura enveloped the entire Li family estate, as if everything within were on the verge of turning to ash. Li Xiao trembled in terror, prostrating himself on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. I swear on my life that the young master is not in my Li family. Li Xiao's mind raced. utterly baffled by how Gu Qingfeng could orchestrate such a grand display in search of him. Wasn't he Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Xi, studying in the capital? Why would he come to the Li family demanding someone? Though the Li family was the foremost household in Ling City, given his status, even if he were to curry favor with Gu Xi, the latter might not grant him the opportunity. That young master possessed an extraordinary background. Even if Li Xiao had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to show any disrespect towards such an individual, let alone confront him. Li Xiao, you possess an audacious spirit. I warn you, should my son suffer even a scratch, prepare for your family's annihilation. Qin Yin descended from the battleship. Standing behind Gu Qifeng, her voice laced with authority, clearly indicating her genuine fury. With Gu Chen's fate hanging in the balance, she could no longer afford to harbor any ulterior motives. Gu Qifeng remained beside her, his countenance a stormy shade of blue, as though he were a tempest poised to unleash its fury. The distance from Gubei City to Ling City spanned thousands of kilometers, and after receiving news the previous night, he had rushed through the night, arriving in Ling City at dawn. This meant that his son had been fleeing in the wilderness for an entire night. That was a treacherous wilderness, fraught with danger and the threat of foreign beasts. If one were to inadvertently stumble into a chasm, the consequences would be dire. Gu Qingfeng's expression hardened, his anger surging uncontrollably. His own son had been so brutally persecuted in the seemingly insignificant Ling City, pursued relentlessly into the wilderness. Now lost to him. The crowd outside buzzed with speculation, lamenting that the Li family had indeed kicked a hornet's nest. Gu Chen had killed your son. Pursuing him was one thing, but placing a bounty throughout the entire region had made the situation notorious across the northern realm. Now, having provoked Gu Qifeng, the Li family was undoubtedly doomed. Li Xiao's massive frame trembled violently, his complexion paling in response to Qin Yun's words. As the wife of Gu Qifeng, her utterances carried substantial weight, reflecting her husband's will to a certain extent. Li Xiao harbored no doubts should Gu Qifeng issue a command. The royal guards outside would undoubtedly obliterate his entire family without mercy. At this moment, his mind was a tumult of chaos, his heart shattered. Every muscle in his body quaking with terror, fear. He was engulfed in it. Yet, Gu Xi was truly not present at the Li family estate. The Gu couple had come in search of their son, and the entirety of the northern realm knew they had but one child, Gu Xi. Gu Xi was absent from the Li residence. Truly absent. This was indeed a matter of life and death for him. Your Highness, please forgive me. I swear by heaven that the young master is not at the Li residence. I have never laid eyes on Master Gu Xi. He implored. Please, Your Majesty, take heed. Please, Your Highness, understand. Nonsense. Gu Qifeng thundered, his fury palpable. Gu Xi? Who claimed he was here for Gu Xi? After all this time, Li Xiao had yet to grasp the true reason for his visit. Chapter 45, Gu Chen's movements, Lin Yuan passed as Li Xiao remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Gu Qifeng could no longer contain the fury that simmered within him. With a swift kick, he struck out. Gu Chen was currently fleeing from pursuers in the wilderness. He had no time to squander here. The relentless hunt by the Li family must be halted immediately. Otherwise, if Gu Chen were to perish in the wild, even annihilating the Li family would not suffice to quench his wrath. Li Xiao was sent flying by the kick, his body soaring backward like a sandbag, crashing into the manor's main building and reducing it to ruins. Amidst the debris of broken bricks and shattered stones, he felt excruciating pain, unable to muster even a modicum of strength. This was the might of the Northern Battlefield King, who had defended the abyssal battlefield for 18 years, single-handedly repelling myriad foes and earning his title through bloodshed. Before such an overwhelming force, even Li Xiao, a fifth-tier berserker, possessed no capacity for resistance. Li Xiao, heed my words. Gu Chen is my son. Should any harm befall him in the wilderness, I shall not only obliterate your entire clan, but ensure that all who participated in his pursuit pay the ultimate price alongside my son. As these menacing words echoed, the faces of everyone within and outside the Li manor froze in disbelief. Goodness! Thank the heavens my level is insufficient to accept the Li family's bounty. For the first time in life, one felt grateful for being underleveled. That was close. I had intended to head to the Li family for the task this morning, but I overslept. Oh no, I just accepted the bounty, but I only did it to join the commotion. Why must I face doom? The crowd erupted in chaos. Some laughed heartily, while others turned ashen. The professionals who had come for the bounty were utterly dumbfounded. They had believed Gu Chen to be their fortune, only to realize he had become their nemesis. Should anything happen to Gu Chen, all who participated in his pursuit would face death. They had merely sought the Li family's reward, not expecting to gamble with their lives. Li Xiao, you wretched fool, your son deserves his fate. Damn it. If I survive this calamity, I will surely dismantle the Li family. Enough cursing. We must swiftly leave the city and search for him. If anything happens to Gu Chen, we are all doomed. Amidst the throng, numerous high-tier professionals turned and rushed towards the city gates. No one dared to question Gu Qingfeng's words or attempt to flee. The speaker was the king of the north. With a mere command, all who hunted Gu Chen would become wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chen was their only hope. Meanwhile, upon hearing the name Gu Chen, Li Zhao's expression mirrored that of one who had seen a ghost. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Gu Chen? He is merely a peasant, orphaned at a young age. How could he be the son of Gu Qifeng? Li Xiao stood there, expressionless, stunned into silence as his mind blanked. The very person he had launched a bounty to hunt was, in fact, the son of the northern battlefield king. How could this be? It was utterly absurd. Had he known earlier that Gu Qin was the son of Gu Qifeng, not only would he have refrained from expressing any dissent over Gu Qin's act of killing his son, but he would have also remained silent even if Gu Qin had annihilated the entire Li family. Li Zhao's face turned ashen, and an unprecedented dread enveloped him upon realizing that the one he had been pursuing was Gu Qingfeng's offspring. He could hardly fathom the dire consequences that awaited him. At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside, intruding upon the Li family estate. Report to the head of the family. News from the wilderness indicates that Gu Qin is fleeing towards the Linyuan Pass. Li Zhao's body trembled violently, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Gu Qin was still alive. Yet, why was he fleeing towards Linyuan Pass? That area had already succumbed to the abyss's corruption, teeming with ferocious otherworldly beings, fraught with peril. A mere first-tier practitioner, should he unwittingly wander into these tainted lands and be besieged by the otherworldly creatures, it would be tantamount to courting death. Immediately notify all the bounty hunters to cease their pursuit and head at full speed towards Linyuan Pass. They must retrieve him before he enters the corrupted lands. Li Xiao bellowed these commands as if he were a cornered beast, driven to desperation. The bystanders, upon hearing this news, appeared as though they had witnessed the onset of the apocalypse. Linyuan Pass. The reason for its corruption by the abyss lay in its proximity to the graveyard dungeon. This dungeon was the sole first-tier abyss in the wilderness surrounding Lin City. A first-tier abyss may sound trivial, but it was, after all, an abyss. It posed dangers far beyond those of a hell-level dungeon. How could Gu Qin have found himself in such a dire situation, even if he managed to avoid stumbling into the abyss? The vicinity of the graveyard dungeon was rife with otherworldly beings lying in wait. It was a veritable death trap. Even well-prepared first-tier teams could meet their demise, let alone Gu Qin, who was now a fugitive. It's over. Linyuan Pass is perilously close to a first-tier abyss. Even a level 20 warrior would hesitate to enter alone. Was fate conspiring against me? Enough of this nonsense. Let us exit the city swiftly. Perhaps we can still retrieve that esteemed individual. Li Xiao, seething with determination, thought to himself, just you wait, Li family. If I survive this ordeal, I shall overturn your clan. The graveyard dungeon. A first-tier abyss. Each of these entities was already terrifying enough, and now they were compounded. The horror was overwhelming. Despite receiving news of Gu Qin's survival, it was evident to everyone that he was inexorably marching towards his own demise. No, that was not quite right. The wilderness was a labyrinth, and the closer one got to Linyuan Pass, the stronger the otherworldly beings became. Why would he choose to flee in that direction? Was he truly seeking his own ruin? Lin Yuan, drawing a map from his spatial storage, scrutinized it with growing suspicion. At that moment, Lin Qingqing also cast her gaze upon it, her expression reflecting her bewilderment. The route to Linyuan Pass was hardly conducive to escape, if he was indeed being hunted. Why would he opt for this path? At that juncture, Su Ran pointed to Linyuan Pass on the map and then slightly adjusted the angle downwards. The esteemed Gu Chen possesses a remarkably strong sense of purpose in his endeavors. I sense that he is neither fleeing nor heading towards the Linyuan Pass. A delicate, fair hand glided downwards, resting upon 4 small characters. He has reached level 10. Could it be that he intends to delve into the first-tier abyss, the grave of the buried? Su Ran's words instantly illuminated Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing's expressions. The first-tier abyss permits entry solely to practitioners below level 20. Well, would you believe it? Everyone assumed he was being pursued. I nearly thought he had fled into the wilderness out of desperation. Yet, it appears that this clever lad, Gu, is actually preparing to enter the abyss. To venture into the abyss at level 10, he truly deserves the title of a master. Lin Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. Let us go. Let us hurry. We must head to the teleportation array at once. Lin Yuan suddenly came to his senses, pulling Lin Qingqing and Su Ran through the crowd. The first-tier abyss holds immense experience for them. They simply must cling tightly to Gu Chen's leg. Chapter 46, is this all the doing of Gu Chen? After extricating themselves from the crowd, Lin Yuan and his companions did not make their way directly to the location of the teleportation array. Instead, they sought to borrow money first. Teleportation incurs a fee, particularly for arrays leading to the abyss, where the costs are quite substantial. Thus, many prefer to spend their resources on dungeons within the city rather than venture into the abyss. However, for Lin Yuan and his companions, the allure of the Buried Bones dungeon was far greater. The teleportation array would transport them directly to the plaza at the abyss's entrance, circumventing potential confrontations with the alien races in the wilderness. If they could reach the entrance first, they would undoubtedly find Gu Chen. Accompanying Gu Chen into the abyss posed minimal risk while offering extraordinary rewards. They had experienced this once before. How could they so easily relinquish such an opportunity? In stark contrast to Lin Yuan's group, Gu Qingfeng's countenance was as dark as thunderclouds. Upon learning that Gu Chen was fleeing towards the Lin Yuan Pass, an inferno of rage erupted from within him, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. The Lin Yuan Pass had succumbed to the abyss's invasion 50 years ago and had since become a realm of corruption. The adjacent Buried Bones dungeon was notorious for its high mortality rate, with its difficulty eclipsing that of 90% of the second-tier abyss challenges faced by the Divine Xia Empire, even when he was at level 15. He had dared not enter the Buried Bones dungeon, let alone Gu Chen. Li Xiao, you shall perish. In a fit of rage, a spectral holy sword materialized beside Gu Qifeng, radiating blinding light akin to the sun, and it swung toward Li Xiao with the force to obliterate worlds. No, Li Xiao was pierced by the holy sword's manifestation. His health instantly depleted, and the entire Li family estate crumbled to ruins under the might of the strike. His lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Die. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant holy light emanated from his corpse. Resurrection Cross revives upon death at the original location, restoring 30 of health. Valued at 10 million on the trader's platform, it was inconceivable that Li Xiao, the head of the Li family in Lin City, would lack such a life-saving item. Your Majesty, spare me. I acknowledge my sins and beseech your mercy. As soon as Li Xiao resurrected, he scrambled to kneel at Gu Qingfeng's feet, bowing repeatedly. At that moment, he could hardly attend to his injuries. The terror of death left him trembling uncontrollably. Having just faced death, he was nearly driven to madness. The Resurrection Cross could only be used once within 24 hours. Should Gu Qifeng strike again, he would surely meet his end. In his despair, Li Xiao steeled himself and implored, Your Majesty, quell your wrath. Young Master Gu Chen is still alive. I beg for just one day. My family will mobilize entirely to ensure his safe return. Just you? Humph. The holy sword in Gu Qingfeng's hand became intangible, and he ascended into the air, heading towards the floating warship. Royal guards, secure the Li family. Without my command, no one shall enter or exit. I have declared that if anything befalls my son, not only the Li family but all involved shall face annihilation. At this moment, Gu Qifeng resembled a volcano poised to erupt, his words booming like thunder, sending shivers through the hearts of those present, leaving their faces pale. Guhi and Qingyun, witnessing this, swiftly ascended to the airborne warship, the steel behemoth churning the clouds as it propelled itself towards the direction of Lin Yuan Pass. Arriving at the horizon in the blink of an eye, as Gu Qifeng departed aboard the warship, warriors clad in black armor secured the Li family estate, preventing anyone within from seizing the opportunity to flee. The oppressive weight of death receded like the tide, and Li Xiao, trembling, rose to his feet. His face etched with despair. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, his complexion grew increasingly ashen. At this moment, he no longer cared about the anguish of losing a son. A son lost could be replaced. But offending Gu Qifeng was a grave sin that could lead to the annihilation of his entire clan. Merely to secure a spot at the prestigious academy, the Li family had pursued Gu Qingfeng's son into the depths of the wilderness, and now Li Xiao lamented his choices with profound regret. Yet, if given a second chance, who could have foreseen that a peasant boy raised in Linton for 18 years would turn out to be Gu Qingfeng's son, had he not experienced it firsthand? Even with a knife to his throat, he would never have believed that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's offspring. Master, what shall we do now? To the ancestral hall. Huh? What could possibly be of greater importance than the survival of the Li family? Let us offer more incense to our ancestors, praying for their blessing that Gu Chen may navigate the perils of the wilderness and return safely. Li Xiao, disregarding his injuries, limped towards the direction of the ancestral hall. The royal guard stood watch at the entrance. Escape was impossible now, and all he could do was hope that their ancestors would safeguard the Li family from above. Guhi, have you uncovered the truth? What exactly lies behind the conflict between Chen and the Li family? Gu Qifeng stood upon the airborne warship, his mind in turmoil. In his recollection, Gu Chen had always been a lackluster, unruly youth, seemingly incapable of rising to the occasion. Yet, why had he acted so aggressively this time? Even going so far as to kill Li Renjia and flee into the wilderness? Was he employing extreme measures to force a concession from him? Or was there a deeper secret at play? Your Majesty, We have ascertained that the root of this conflict lies in the Li family's attempt to usurp young Master Gu Chen's guaranteed admission. Guaranteed admission? Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Gu Chen is not even a professional. How could he possess such a privilege? Could it be that the headmaster of some esteemed institution, upon learning of Gu Chen's failure to transition, sought to ingratiate himself through such means? Indeed, although the young master failed to transition in Gubei City, inexplicably, upon returning to Linton, he succeeded. Is such a thing truly possible? A look of astonishment erupted on Gu Qingfeng's face. While such occurrences were not unheard of, they were exceedingly rare. He had not expected it to happen to Gu Chen. What? Gu He, this is no time for jest. Qin Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Your Majesty, after the young master transitioned to the role of a summoner, he and 4 companions ventured into the novice dungeon known as the Temple Ruins. In the span of a single day, they ascended to level 10 and conquered a hellish dungeon that had remained unbeaten for decades. Steward Gu He recounted the information gathered, revealing that clearing the hellish dungeon would yield an SSS rating. According to the policies of Ling City, students who achieve an SSS rating are awarded a direct admission slot at the prestigious Jing Capital Academy. However, the heir of the Li family, Li Renjia, unable to secure a direct admission slot for himself, wielded the family's influence to suppress the news of the young master's triumph in the hellish dungeon, attempting to usurp the young master's admission opportunity. The circumstances of his demise were rather straightforward. Li Renjia, accompanied by the collateral descendant of the Li family, Li Wenwei, sought out the young master at Ling City No. 1 High School's dormitory and coerced him into leading them through the hellish dungeon. When the young master refused, he took action and killed Li Renjia, subsequently fleeing into the wilderness. Li Renjia, a level 13 mentalist of a rare profession, was inexplicably slain by the young master, who was only at level 10. Upon hearing Steward Gu He's account, the agitation in Gu Qifeng's heart was swiftly replaced by overwhelming astonishment. Successfully transitioning to a new profession, attaining level 10 in a single day, conquering a hellish dungeon, achieving an SSS rating, and securing a direct admission slot at Jing Capital Academy. Furthermore, he had even defeated an opponent 3 levels higher in a rare profession. Such an accomplishment, not only in Ling City but even in Gubei City, would overshadow the vast majority of prodigious professionals. Gu Qifeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. All of this, was it truly the work of Gu Chen? His son, Gu Chen? Chapter 47. Merely existing, he has already exhausted his strength upon hearing Gu He's words. Gu Qifeng gazed down at the vast clouds beneath the warship, his heart engulfed in a tumult of astonishment that refused to subside. His son, indeed a peerless genius? A shadow of melancholy crossed his features, and his eyes brimmed with sorrow. Had he shown his son more leniency in the past, Gu Chen would surely not have found himself in a state of exile in the wilderness. Could it be that he had been mistaken all along? Observing Gu Qifeng's expression, Gui let out a soft sigh. The world knew that the son of the Northern War King, Gu Xi, was a prodigy, having not only advanced to a rare profession ahead of time but also gained admission to the prestigious academy in the capital. Yet, who could fathom the extent of resources Gu Qifeng had invested in Gu Xi? Only 2 types of individuals could transition to the Dragon Knight vocation: those possessing dragon blood within them, or those who had received the blessings of the dragon god. Gu Xi, however, bore no trace of such lineage. The resources expended on him throughout his upbringing were nearly equivalent to the military budget of the northern region for an entire year. It is no exaggeration to state that if these resources were piled upon a mere pig, it could yield a formidable boss with 1,000,000 health points. And what of Gu Chen? Throughout his life, the Gu family's investment in him amounted to merely the cost of living during the single month he spent with them. In contrast, who could be deemed the true prodigy? With a sigh, Gu He continued, Your Majesty, did you not always believe that the eldest young master was wallowing in self-despair, akin to a weed unable to be nurtured? Gu Qifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Could there be more to this story? I have discovered that the eldest young master grew up in a peasant household, enduring a life of hardship and hunger, often subjected to the bullying of the children of the affluent. Yet, despite these adversities, his academic performance remained exemplary. It was only after entering high school that the peasant couple passed away, leaving him utterly alone, struggling even for basic sustenance. Thus, he was compelled to toil amidst merchants, sacrificing his education for a meager monthly wage. We perceived him as neglectful and complacent, but we were mistaken. He did not lack ambition, rather, he was obstructed from pursuing it. You previously lamented his apparent decline and academic neglect? He is not foolish. He is acutely aware that if he endeavors to study now, even if he cannot transition to a higher profession or gain entrance to an esteemed academy, he could secure a well-paying job and lead a better life. Yet, he is unable. For each day he attends school, he forgoes a day's income and faces the prospect of hunger. The vision of a better life years down the line is too distant for him. If he does not work, he risks starvation within a week. At this juncture, Gu He's countenance revealed a complex blend of pity and irony. The son of Gu Qingfeng, the rightful heir of the northern royal family, had nearly succumbed to starvation. It was unfathomable to consider the extent of suffering he had endured over the past 18 years. Silence enveloped the room. Gu Qingfeng's expression became rigid, his entire being immersed in an ineffable stillness. Initially, he could not comprehend how Gu Chen, with such a timid disposition, could possibly have slain Li Renjie. However, he has since come to understand what fate awaits a rural youth targeted by the foremost family in lynching, suppression, and control, rendering any hope of rising to prominence utterly extinguished. The news of the completion of the hellish dungeon was meticulously concealed, with coveted spots for advancement being seized, a prime example of such tyranny. Faced with this oppression, even with extraordinary talent, Gu Chen could not extricate himself from the Li family's grasp. Thus, he found himself at a crossroads, with but two paths before him: to bow down and become a servile dog for the Li family, or to sever ties and engage in a life-or-death struggle against them. Clearly, Gu Chen opted for the latter. He was not employing such extreme measures to coerce anyone. He merely sought to survive, attempting to grasp the scant gifts fate had bestowed upon him. For him, merely existing had already consumed every ounce of his strength. Gu Qingfeng inhaled deeply, his heart quaking violently as if pierced by a multitude of steel needles. He could scarcely believe that for 18 years, Gu Chen had been forced to live in a state of perpetual humiliation. He had once thought that suffering would serve as a form of tempering for Gu Chen. But he was mistaken. Suffering is simply suffering, not something to be pursued, nor does it cultivate excellence. It became evident why Gu Chen chose to sever ties with the Gu family. In that moment, Gu Qingfeng recognized his own errors. His heart surged with a tumult of grief and rage, a fierce fire igniting from the depths of his being. How audacious of the Li family to bully even my son, Gu Qingfeng. I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Li clan. Gu Qingfeng turned to gaze upon the ethereal sea of clouds beneath the battleship, directing his gaze toward lynching, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Gu He, inform the royal guards to eradicate the Li family without leaving a trace. Yes. Gu He responded promptly, relaying the command to the captain of the royal guards. In that very instant, hundreds of royal guards stationed outside the Li family's estate unveiled their sharp swords and charged into the Li manor. Soon, the members of the Li family within the estate met a grim fate. This was merely a fraction of the Li clan, with the majority having retreated into the vast wilderness. However, this posed no concern, as those individuals had pursued Gu Chen and were already marked for extermination. Trapped with no avenue of escape, this was the northern territory. Those whom Gu Qingfeng sought to eliminate would find it nearly impossible to flee, even if they sprouted wings. In the depths of the wilderness, just as Lin Yuan and the others had surmised, Gu Chen was indeed advancing toward the direction of Lin Yuan Pass. Yet his true destination lay to the south, at the burial dungeon. Brother Chen, look. If we continue straight along this path, we will reach Lin Yuan Pass. 50 years ago, that place fell victim to an abyssal invasion, and it has since become the territory of foreign entities. Last year, 5 teams ventured forth to undertake missions there, predominantly comprised of 4th-tier experts, yet only 3 managed to return alive. Amidst the swirling black mist, a youth of distinguished attire and extraordinary bearing walked alongside Gu Chen. The youth was named Su Xia, whom Gu Chen had met at the Jinyuan military outpost. Unlike other professionals in the wilderness, Su Xia did not venture into the wild to slay the alien races. Rather, he appeared at the Jinyuan army stronghold in search of a rare material. This particular material could only be found in the 2nd-tier abyssal burial dungeon and was the essential component for crafting level 10 epic equipment. Upon learning that Su Xia sought to forge epic-grade gear, Gu Chen realized he had encountered yet another affluent individual. After exchanging a few words, Su Xia expressed his willingness to offer 800,000 for the coveted material should Gu Chen procure it. Gazing at the compass in his hand for a moment, Su Xia then tilted his body, indicating a specific area within the swirling black mist. Brother Chen, that direction leads to the burial dungeon. If one were to walk, it would take at least 3 hours to arrive. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. In the next instant, the dark mist surged, revealing a sleek, deep blue sports car on the ground beside them. However, if you travel in my floating coupe, we shall arrive in no more than half an hour. Floating coupe? Gu Chen's lips twitched slightly at the sight of the luxurious vehicle, resembling a deep blue beast. How did such a large car come into being? It's neither equipment nor an item. It simply cannot be accommodated in a spatial pocket. Ah, by the way, what is your profession? Gu Chen inquired. A space mage? Su Xia chuckled softly. I failed my class transfer. I am merely an ordinary person. Now, let us get in the car. We shall reach the burial dungeon swiftly. As his gaze shifted, Chen noticed a subtle gleam on Su Xia's finger, a dark silver ring, an indication of a spatial ring. Chapter 48. This is more painful than death. The burial dungeon lies deep within the wilderness, one of the most challenging abysses among the first tier. Yet, this does not deter the throngs of adventurers gathered at the Abyss Square, eager to undertake the challenge. In both dungeons and abysses, risk is directly proportional to reward. The greater the difficulty, the higher the mortality rate, and subsequently, the more substantial the rewards upon completion. Furthermore, when adequately prepared, the Abyss offers a notably superior cost-performance ratio compared to dungeons. After all, dungeons charge exorbitant fees. For instance, the first-tier Hell-level dungeon in Lin City costs 3 million per person per entry. This price is certainly steep, as the operation and maintenance of dungeons entail significant expenses, and the factions controlling them must also profit. Newcomer dungeons follow a similar pattern, although the laws of the Divine Summer Empire grant newly transitioned adventurers a 10-day free period. A special consideration for the student populace. At this moment, a multitude of adventurers occupies the Abyss Square, much like the Dungeon Square, where most are seeking teammates. Currently, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran have arrived at the entrance of the Abyss. Communication is non-existent in the wilderness, and they are unaware of Gu Chen's whereabouts. However, they are astute enough to remain at the Abyss entrance, ensuring that anyone entering will pass right before their eyes. As Lin Yuan observes the crowd, his drowsiness suddenly lifts with a realization. Indeed, there are only 3 of us. Even if we wait for old Gu, that only makes 4. Shouldn't we recruit another member? The more teammates, the greater the experience gain. Lacking 1 member equates to a loss in shared experience. Oh, while we await the master, we should recruit someone, Lin Qingqing suggested. Not easy to find? Lin Yuan remarked. I remember that there were plenty of actors in the newcomer dungeons. Why is it hard to find actors for the first-tier Abyss? The newcomer dungeons are relatively simple, and newly transitioned adventurers lack combat power, all hoping to level up before the academy assessments, thus there are more actors available. However, the first-tier Abyss is different. A few capable adventurers grouping together to conquer it yields much higher rewards than bringing along an actor. Furthermore, second-tier adventurers tend to monopolize experience in the Abyss, making it rare for anyone to volunteer as an actor. I see. You all keep an eye on the Abyss entrance. I'll go inquire. Lin Yuan nodded in partial understanding, glancing at a cluster of adventurers seeking teammates, before approaching a level 12 swordsman. After all, they both wield swords. Perhaps it would facilitate conversation. Hey, we are short 1 teammate. Interested? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the swordsman turned, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan's level. A flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. Level 6, barely even tier 1. Does he dare to venture into a first-tier Abyss? Is he courting death? The swordsman dismissed Lin Yuan's inquiry, retorting with little regard. You must be an actor, right? You are of too low a rank. Summon your captain to converse with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed in irritation. Oh, how presumptuous. A mere level 12 swordsman dares to exhibit superiority? Were it not for the fact that I could not best him in combat, my sword would be drawn by now. Greetings, I am the captain. Do you require my assistance? A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind. Lin Yuan swiftly turned, his eyes illuminating with palpable joy. Simultaneously, the swordsman's gaze fell upon Gu Chen, momentarily taken aback, before his face contorted into an unmistakable sneer. Level 10? A summoner? Are you jesting with me? Unfazed, Gu Chen replied. Is there a problem? I advise you not to venture too deep into the Abyss. It will be your swift demise. The swordsman, displaying evident annoyance, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. This place is not suitable for you high schoolers. You're wasting my time. With that, he sauntered away, seemingly eager to avoid any further engagement with Gu Chen. Old Gu, I have finally awaited your arrival, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Gu Chen, equally astonished, realized that the presence of a teleportation array had restored his communication. Initially intending to message Lin Yuan and the others to descend into the Abyss, he was pleasantly surprised to find Lin Yuan's figure upon his arrival at the Abyss Square, thus saving considerable effort. Old Gu, you have truly accomplished something monumental. If not for the arrival of Lord War King in Lin City, I would have never known you. Do not mention him. I have severed ties with the Gu family. He had traversed the wilderness for nearly a day and a night, encountering numerous professionals along the way, from whom he gleaned news of the happenings in Lin City. He even directed a few pursuers who sought to hunt him down. After all, the wilderness was shrouded in dense black fog, severely impairing visibility, especially with the Blood Clan sovereign and several of his kin accompanying him. The spectacle was hardly one of a mere fugitive wandering the wilds. However, this was but a singular occurrence. After departing from the Jinyuan army's stronghold, he had indeed been noticed by those with ulterior motives. Yet, it was precisely this that led Lin Yuan and the others to surmise Gu Chen's intentions, prompting them to arrive at the Abyss Square in advance. At this moment, Lin Yuan was struck by a sudden realization, his eyes wide with intense astonishment. Old Gu, you have severed ties with the Northern royal family? His mind blanked, his tongue seemed to tie itself in knots, rendering him nearly speechless. Do you comprehend what it means to sever ties with royalty? Others would crawl on their knees to ingratiate themselves. You, however, choose to cut ties? Observing Gu Chen's serious demeanor, Lin Yuan's expression morphed into one more dismal than tears, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. That is the Northern royal family. I was so close to becoming a brother to a royal scion. The wealth and prestige. Damn it. This is more painful than death. Gu Chen interjected, by the way. Is our team lacking a member? I happen to have brought along a friend. He gestured towards Su Xia beside him, interrupting Lin Yuan's lamentations. Lin Yuan's expression swiftly returned to normal as he turned to Su Xia. However, the moment he laid eyes on Su Xia, he nearly lost his composure once more. To his astonishment, Su Xia was not a professional. Wait a minute, my friend. You're not even a professional, and you dare to venture into the first level of the Abyss. Su Xia replied nonchalantly, what? Are the requirements to join your team as an actor really that stringent? Must one be a professional? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Indeed. An actor in the team contributes nothing. What difference does it make whether one is a professional or not? Moreover, Su Xia, not being a professional, would not siphon off experience, yet his presence could enhance the team's experience gain. With this realization, a broad grin spread across Lin Yuan's face. You simply must join our team. Chapter 49. All in is a form of wisdom. Su Xia joined the team. Prior to this, no professional team had ever dared to take an ordinary person who had failed a class transfer into the Abyss. Such an act was utterly incomprehensible to others. However, for Gu Chen, bringing along an ordinary individual was no different from including a professional. After all, the one truly doing the work was him, while the others merely needed to cheer on the sidelines. Moreover, Su Xia was not without merit. Being a native of Wanqing, he was well acquainted with the area surrounding the Buried Bone Dungeon, which lay right at the border of Wanqing. In terms of familiarity with the Abyss, Su Xia was, in fact, the most knowledgeable among them. Nevertheless, when he learned that Gu Chen intended to enter a nightmarish level abyss, he was taken aback. Nightmarish level? Su Xia momentarily struggled to grasp the situation. Brother Chen, are you sure we shouldn't start with the ordinary level? Or perhaps the difficult level would suffice? Gu Chen was momentarily stunned, realizing that he had only mentioned entering the Buried Bone Dungeon without specifying whether it was the ordinary or nightmarish level. Well, we are indeed heading into the nightmarish level abyss. If you find it too perilous, you can exit the team now. Of course, I can refund your payment. And if any materials drop later, you can come to me to purchase them. It's no trouble to find another person. With so many out there in the Abyss Square, we surely struggle to find another actor. Su Xia's face displayed a deep conflict, uncertain whether to proceed. The nightmarish level abyss poses a challenge even greater than that of hell level instances, where there would be no opportunity to escape through a teleportation scroll upon sensing imminent danger. More often than not, by the time one realizes the peril, it is already too late. Many professionals have met their demise at the hands of abyssal creatures without even having the chance to use their teleportation scrolls. The difficulty of clearing such a challenge far exceeds that of typical instances. One could say that instances are preserved scenarios, while the abyss is starkly real. Su Xia was perplexed. Why must they choose the nightmarish level? This was the abyss, after all. Gu Chen, with a look of resignation, replied. Because only by conquering the nightmarish level can we unlock the hell level. Unlike beginner instances, the first-tier abyss is more open, allowing direct selection of the nightmarish level without having to unlock it from the difficult level. Su Xia's expression froze, his mind momentarily stalling. What did that tone and expression imply? Were it not for the nightmarish level restriction, would you not venture directly into the hell level? Are you truly confident that we can succeed? Absolutely. Such confidence? I might withdraw midway. The last person who exited midway likely regrets it now. Su Xia's face revealed clear inner turmoil. An ordinary person who had failed a class transfer entering the nightmarish level abyss was virtually unheard of. It could even be deemed a death wish. Initially, he had merely sought materials. But Gu Chen offered him an opportunity to team up for an expedition into the abyss, an opportunity he could hardly refuse. For someone who could not become a professional, the allure of the abyss was unimaginable. Yet, the nightmarish level abyss was equally lethal. In truth, I merely seek a material. Su Xia's expression fluctuated between joy and despair, ultimately unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Very well, I shall follow. Lin Yuan stepped forward, gently patting his shoulder, and offered his congratulations. asserting that all-in gambling is a form of wisdom. With the decision made, preparations commenced. Chen no longer delayed. He approached the abyss's entrance, activated the interface, and selected the nightmare level. Warning: the current selection is nightmare difficulty. Challengers will face an abyss that is nearly indistinguishable from reality, with extreme difficulty and a high mortality rate. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. The current team's average level is too low. It is advised to reform the party. No. Entering the burial cavern, nightmare level, abyss, please hold on. The entrance to the abyss bore a resemblance to that of a dungeon, as a vortex of space erupted with a sanguine glow. In an instant, Chen and the 4 individuals behind him vanished from sight. Concurrently, all professionals within the Northern Territory received an immediate notification from the professional platform. Notice: Chen, the SSS-rated achiever from Lin City, has led a team of professionals into the burial cavern, nightmare level. A simple notification ignited a frenzy throughout the entire Northern Territory. What on earth? Lin City? SSS rating? Chen. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the summoner pursued by the Li family? The son of the Northern War King? Is this madness? Chen is merely a level 10 summoner, and he dares to venture into a first-tier abyss? Isn't that akin to courting death? Even as the son of the Northern War King, it is inconceivable that he could clear a nightmare-level abyss at level 10. No. You all seem to be missing the point. Chen has indeed acquired an SSS rating from Lin City? The people of Lin City claim otherwise. Chen has successfully cleared the hell-level dungeon of the temple ruins. His SSS rating is genuine. I have witnessed it firsthand. Have I crossed into another realm? Did Chen truly clear the hell-level dungeon? Is the SSS rating authentic? Why ask me? Direct your inquiries to the Lin City Hall. Quickly. Call the City Lord's hotline to verify. Our Lin City has finally produced an SSS-rated achiever. Why are they not reporting it? Since the conversation has led us here, I suddenly wish to pose a question. If Chen has indeed obtained the SSS rating, why engage in a deadly feud with the Li family? In the Lin City Hall, within the City Lord's office, Su Lai felt an immense pressure. As the highest-ranking official of Lin City, he had never encountered such despair since ascending to his position. Indeed, it was despair. Initially, upon learning that a transfer student from Lin City had achieved an SSS rating, he was ecstatic. An SSS rating not only signifies an automatic admission quota to the prestigious academy in the capital, but also implies that he could secure more resources for the Northern Territory, serving as a validation of his governance. Just as he intended to report this matter to Gubei City, he received a request for an audience from the Li family. Li Xiao made a rather modest request, asking the City Hall to delay the submission process for the automatic admission quota by a few days. As for other matters, the Li family would handle them. Su Lai was naturally curious about the intentions of the Li family. However, even as the lord of the city, he was reluctant to offend them, for they were the foremost family in Lin City. From his perspective, as long as an additional admission quota for the prestigious academy could be secured for Lin City, it was inconsequential who received the SSS rating. Delaying the workflow for a few days was a commonplace occurrence, and certainly not a violation of any regulations. Indeed, it was a trivial matter. Thus, Su Lai readily acquiesced. The following day, when news of Li Renjia's demise reached him, Su Lai, though taken aback, managed to maintain his composure. Yet today, the arrival of Gu Qingfeng shattered his calm. Subsequently, Gu Chun's true identity was unveiled. He was, in fact, the son of Gu Qingfeng. In that moment, Su Lai was utterly flustered. As a mere city lord, he had inadvertently obstructed the admission of a royal scion. Even if he were to be killed, it would not absolve him of this grave sin. Just moments ago, he received further alarming news. The Li family had been annihilated. At that instant, Su Lai felt as though the world had dimmed before him, and he could foresee his own demise. Anxiety overwhelmed him, pushing him to the brink of despair. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. With the demise of the Li family, he was the sole keeper of the secrets concerning those affairs. Thus, if he could hastily ensure that the admission quota was assigned to Chen, he might still find a way to land safely. With this thought in mind, Su Lai immediately seized the telephone on his desk. Secretary Li, initiate emergency procedures at once. Secure the admission quota for Chen, and widely publicize the successful completion of the Hellish Novice Dungeon. Hurry. We must act swiftly. He repeated the word hurry thrice, a display of uncharacteristic agitation. However, before his words had fully settled, a striking notification appeared on the monitor before him. Notice: Chen, the recipient of the SSS rating in Lin City, has led a team of professionals into the Buried Bones Cavern, nightmare level. Gazing at the information, Su Lai's eyelids twitched, and his expression froze in utter horror. It was over. Everything was over. With this news, his attempts to conceal the delay in the admission process were utterly futile. Chapter 50. The First Level Abyss. The Burial Dungeon. You have entered the First Level Abyss Burial Dungeon. Nightmare level. Please exercise caution and proceed with care. Accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness. Chen and his companions found themselves in a damp, dimly lit cavern. The air was saturated with a pungent, fermented odor that lingered in their nostrils, refusing to dissipate. This smell, good heavens, how acrid. Lin Yuan cursed, hastily covering his mouth and nose, his stomach churning violently. Chen furrowed his brow. While Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were taken aback, gagging instinctively. The two women quickly shielded their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in discomfort. Though the noxious scent posed no immediate threat, it would undoubtedly impair their combat efficacy. Among them, only Su Xia exhibited no sign of distress, as a metallic mask had mysteriously appeared on his face. Noticing the reactions of his companions, Su Xia promptly produced 4 identical masks from his spatial ring. Here, put these on. I designed the N99 respiratory mask, which can purify the air in the dungeon and also features communication, night vision, and automatic tracking functions. N99 respiratory mask? Lin Yuan swiftly donned one, and the foul stench was rapidly filtered out, replaced by a refreshing aroma that invigorated his senses. In an instant, the world transformed into a much more pleasant place. Chen, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran quickly followed suit, collectively exhaling in relief. I recall the latest mask on the market is the N98 from the Everlasting Group. What exactly is this N99 model? Lin Qingqing inquired. The N99 is an upgraded version of the N98, slated for pre-sale at the Everlasting Group's new product launch in 3 months. Su Xia's voice emanated from the mask. What? This is the latest respiratory mask? It hasn't even been released to the public yet? How did you get it? The Everlasting Group is the nation's foremost technological powerhouse, commanding substantial contracts from the Abyssal Guard due to its advanced weaponry, surpassing several military-industrial groups. The Su family is the actual controlling entity behind the Everlasting Group. Rumors suggest that a core figure within the Su family possesses exceptional research capabilities, bestowing significant technological advantages and commercial value upon the Everlasting Group, making it the designated partner of the Abyssal Guard. Wait, your surname is Su? Lin Qingqing exclaimed, astonished. Could you be the prodigy from the Su family? The one who developed extraordinary weapons capable of vanquishing the abyssal creatures, enabling the Everlasting Group to secure substantial contracts with the Abyssal Guard? I wouldn't dare to claim such a title, but indeed. The Abyssal Guard has expressed considerable satisfaction with my designs, Su Xia replied with a smile. At this revelation, the others regarded Su Xia with newfound respect. So it's him. They had heard that the Su family's security level for him was on par with that of the family head. What could such a pivotal figure be doing accompanying Chen into the abyss? Gathering materials? What materials could be so precious as to warrant the presence of a core figure from the Su family? Though Chen was intrigued, he chose not to dwell on it. Everyone harbored their own secrets. They were merely a team embarking on a journey through the abyss together. Having resolved the unbearable stench of decay, he promptly summoned the BloodClan Lord. Journeying from the wilderness to the burial dungeon, the BloodClan Lord also reaped substantial rewards. With a deep, ominous growl, a multitude of crimson figures materialized within the dungeon. A total of 50 BloodClan descendants emerged, marking the current limit of what could be transformed. The BloodClan Lord had reached level 11, and the descendants he summoned could not exceed his own level by more than 10. Among these descendants, the highest level reached 21, while the lowest stood at 15. The sudden appearance of these numerous BloodClan descendants startled Lin Yuan and his companions, who nearly believed they had fallen into an ambush by otherworldly beings. Fear not. It is merely my skill, Chen reassured the 4 who were preparing to retreat. What? Su Xia exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. How can a summoner possess so many summoned creatures? There is only one summoned creature, the others are summoning units. Chen clarified before commanding the BloodClan descendants to lead the way. Soon, a low, guttural roar echoed from the darkness, as a lizard-like humanoid creature emerged from the shadows. Its grotesque and battered head was smeared with blood, and a pair of crimson eyes glimmered with a savage glint. Its limbs were stout and short, grotesquely disproportionate, and its body was marred with rotting flesh, with some areas even exposing stark white bones. Is this an orc? Lin Yuan mused, having never encountered such a diminutive and repulsive specimen before. Barely needing Chen's command, the BloodClan Lord activated his skill. Bullets illuminated the dark dungeon like lightning, striking the orc with a crackling fury. The orc, known for its strength and resilience, moved swiftly. Yet the BloodClan Lord's skills were as quick as a flash, leaving no opportunity for evasion. In an instant, the orc's health was entirely depleted, and it collapsed to the ground amidst a wail. Kill, Beast Corpse Hybrid LV, 13. Experience 1560, the level 13 otherworldly creature was effortlessly dispatched by a single skill from the BloodClan Lord. This scene left Su Xia's face awash with profound astonishment. In the Nightmare level abyss, otherworldly beings were typically enhanced, far beyond the ordinary creatures of the wilderness. Although it was merely level 13, being obliterated by a single skill from a summoned creature was utterly incredible. After all, the Beast Corpse hybrid boasted nearly 40,000 health points. To have a single skill eradicate such a substantial amount of health was simply absurd. In that moment, Su Xia suddenly realized that with Gu Chen's formidable strength, he might indeed conquer the nightmare-level dungeon. Following the demise of the Beast Corpse hybrid, 6 tendrils of death, formed of black mist, appeared beside its carcass. This was a supplementary skill of the Fallen Orb. Each time a skill struck a target, a tendril of death would materialize. Deadly Shot could unleash 6 bullets imbued with skill effects, hence the emergence of 6 tendrils of death. However, the duration of these tendrils was fleeting, lasting only 2 seconds, or a single breath, before dissipating into black mist. Beast Corpse hybrid? What a cumbersome name, Lin Yuan remarked, glancing at the grotesque corpse of the otherworldly being. Essentially, it is just a failed experiment. Su Xia began. The burial dungeon once served as a site for the dwarves' brutal executions, where countless dwarves met their demise. Subsequently, a voodoo shaman arrived, merging the corpses of the dwarves with those of orcs, thereby creating these half-corpse, half-beast hybrids. As he spoke, Su Xia distributed 4 vials of antidote to the group. The attacks from these beastly hybrids inflict toxic damage, should one be unfortunate enough to be struck. It is imperative to use the antidote immediately, lest they succumb to poisoning and suffer continuous blood loss. Gu Chen accepted a vial of healing potion, the green liquid shimmering like jade. Antidote. Upon use, it swiftly dispels the state of poisoning. On the trading platform, antidotes are priced at 3,000 per vial, which is quite steep. Thank you, Gu Chen said as he stored the antidote in his personal space, instructing the Blood Clan to forge ahead. As they walked, he continued, I acquired some strategies at the Jinyuan military outpost. The location of the final boss in the nightmarish abyss is unpredictable and exceedingly elusive. However, one strategy mentioned that to trigger the final boss, one must eliminate every single one of the alien creatures in this level, leaving none behind. If even a single alien remains alive, the conditions for summoning the final boss cannot be met. Thus, to secure the record-breaking reward upon completion, we must focus on the speed of our slaughter. Chapter 51. First to the main prison. Slay the Beast Corpse Chief. Although the nightmare-level abyss is fraught with peril and boasts a high mortality rate, it has recorded its first successful clearance decades ago. Therefore, if Gu Chen wishes to obtain substantial rewards post-clearance, he must shatter the existing record. Yet, this is the abyss. Is it so easy to break records? Currently, the best performance in the nightmare-level abyss stands at 6 hours and 47 minutes, held by Liang Yi, the current Lord of Wanqing. This record was achieved by Liang Yi and his team at level 19, a feat that approaches the limits for ordinary adventurers. Any faster seems implausible. However, for Gu Chen, there is no intention of stopping here. As he traverses the dungeon, creatures known as Beast Corpse hybrids occasionally leap from shadowy corners. Such encounters pose no threat to Gu Chen and his companions, as a legion of Bloodline descendants leads the charge ahead. With a resounding bang, a shot is fired, striking the beast's cranium and dealing over 8,000 points of damage. The Beast Corpse, a form of undead, is a fusion of the bodies of orcs and dwarves, boasting significant resistance to both physical and magical damage. In the wilderness, a single bullet from the Blood Lord can inflict about 12,000 damage on a level 13 alien creature. Yet, against the Beast Corpse, it only yields 8,000, which speaks volumes of its formidable defenses. Fortunately, the Blood Lord's damage output is sufficiently high, and with the reset upon a kill, any non-elite alien creature meets a swift demise at the hands of the Blood Lord. Gu Chen summons the Nightmare Ruler, who joins the Blood Lord in their hunt. The Bloodline descendants scour every corner of the dungeon, leaving no hidden Beast Corpse hybrid undetected. While the basic attack of the Nightmare Ruler may not surpass that of the Blood Lord, with the assistance of the Nightmare minions, it can unleash damage tenfold, capable of obliterating level 13 Beast Corpse hybrids in an instant. With another resounding bang, the Blood Lord pulls the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that transforms the Beast Corpse hybrid into a mere sieve. Concurrently, the Nightmare Ruler flickers, swiftly executing a kill. Kill Beast Corpse hybrid LV 13. Experience 1560. Kill Beast Corpse hybrid LV 13. Experience 1573. The accumulation of experience accelerates noticeably. In contrast to the mere 500 to 600 experience points obtained from alien creatures in the wilderness, slaying aliens within the abyss yields threefold the experience. Moreover, with the presence of the Bloodline descendants, both the pursuit and execution of kills progress at an impressive pace, as the Bloodline descendants continue to advance deeper into the dungeon. Gu Chen and his companions soon arrive at a desolate expanse littered with bones. With each step, the brittle remains beneath their feet creak incessantly. This place is The first layer of the main prison? Have they arrived so swiftly? Does that mean they are nearing the beast chief? Su Xia scans the surroundings and quickly recognizes the locale. The bone burial dungeon comprises 3 layers, with the first layer housing the initial formidable challenge. Featuring a high-level elite beast corpse, the remains of the former dwarven chief, a formidable adversary that will be challenging to confront. Su Xia immediately remarked, "To confront the Beast Corpse clan leader, we must first eliminate all the Beast Corpse chimeras surrounding us. Otherwise, if we directly enter the main prison, we risk being besieged by these chimeras. But wait, even with 50 Bloodline descendants clearing the path, we shouldn't be able to access the main prison this swiftly. What is going on? Have we lost our way?" A look of confusion flickered in Su Xia's eyes as he glanced at those beside him. Realizing that Gu Chen's expression remained serene, showing no signs of distress despite their premature entry into the main prison. Typically, in the abyss, one would endeavor to eliminate ordinary foreign creatures first, leaving elite adversaries for last. This strategy significantly reduces the difficulty of the ensuing battles. Hence, practitioners entering the burial ground dungeon would usually clear the exterior of beast corpse chimeras first. Once the common beasts were eradicated, they would venture into the main prison to confront the beast corpse clan leader. This approach not only diminishes the challenge of the encounter, but also allows practitioners to gain experience from the chimeras, leveling up before facing the formidable leader. Furthermore, with the elimination of the ordinary foreign creatures, the combat prowess of the beast corpse clan leader would be substantially weakened. The clan leader possesses a skill that allows it to summon additional foes endlessly while in combat, drawing the surrounding beasts into the main prison. Should practitioners find themselves besieged by all the chimeras within the dungeon, escape would be nearly impossible. Thus, most practitioners refrain from entering the main prison prematurely. At this moment, Gu Chen spoke, "The burial ground dungeon is unique. We must eliminate all foreign creatures across the 3 layers of the dungeon to trigger the appearance of the final boss. In other words, if we overlook even a single creature, we will waste considerable time searching for it. Unless we annihilate all the beast corpses, we will never encounter the final boss. Therefore, I have devised an alternative strategy. We should first enter the main prison and utilize the clan leader's summoning skill to gather all ordinary beast corpses from the first layer, allowing us to dispatch them swiftly." "What?" Su Xia's face paled. "You intend to confront the beast corpse clan leader first? The surrounding beast will surge in. How will we fight then? Do not panic. We will handle it as necessary." Gu Chen waved his hand, and the towering figure of the undead golem materialized within the main prison, emanating a black luminescence that spread outward, inflicting the exhausted beyond measure condition on all present beast corpses. Subsequently, the nightmare ruler advanced, weaving a profound dreamscape within the main prison that ensnared all the beast corpses. As the deep dream unfolded, piercing screams echoed through the main prison. The dream energy inflicted continuous and significant damage upon all the creatures within. The life force of the beast corpses plummeted, losing nearly 10,000 health points every second. Witnessing such extraordinary damage, Su Xia's eyelids twitched violently, engulfed by a profound sense of unreality. Beside him, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran exchanged satisfied glances, nodding in approval at Su Xia's expression. Indeed, it is in such a state. 3 parts bewilderment, 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts disbelief, and 1 part existential doubt. Lin Yuan recalled the first time he witnessed Gu Chen engage in battle. He bore a similar expression. The area of effect explosive damage, while not an instant kill, could decimate a large number of foes within just a few breaths, akin to a game of mowing down grass. Although the beast corpses in the main prison were also ordinary extraterrestrials, they were all at level 16, with life points tripled. It seemed rather unrealistic for them to be annihilated in a single strike by the deep dream realm. Moreover, within this main prison, the formidable beast corpse chieftain had yet to emerge. At that moment, a series of muffled, resonant sounds echoed from the darkness, followed by rhythmic tremors shaking the dungeon. A powerful, savage aura suddenly surged forth, advancing towards them. A creature, small yet robust, entirely shrouded in black fur and adorned with decaying flesh and beast hide, stepped out from the shadows. Its body was marred with numerous stitched wounds, resembling a patchwork corpse. Su Xia's complexion abruptly changed. It had emerged, the beast corpse chieftain. Chapter 52. The Terrifying Gathering of Monsters? In truth, it is just moths to a flame. Race, Beast Corpse Chief, Elite. Level, LV, 17. Health points, 121. 500. Attributes, Strength 190, Agility 177, Constitution 192. Spirit 170, Skill I, Beast Blood Boiling. Skill 2, Corpse Poison. Skill 3, Summon Beast Corpses. The 17th level elite from the alien race caused Gu Chen's gaze to shift slightly, revealing a hint of gravity on his face. This beast corpse chief was almost comparable to the final boss, the fallen witch of the temple ruins. Yet, this was merely the first level of the bone burial dungeon. What sort of human scum dared to trespass into this forbidden ground, seeking death? The visage of the beast corpse chief twisted into a grotesque fury. With a thunderous roar, boiling foul blood erupted from within. Its formidable presence instantly engulfing the entire main prison, effectively countering the deep dream's influence in an instant. Meanwhile, numerous ordinary beast corpses outside seemed to have received a command, frantically charging towards Gu Chen and his companions. Su Xia, witnessing this scene, turned pale and even contemplated retrieving a teleportation scroll. Given the current predicament, it appeared that Gu Chen had no means to combat such a multitude of beast corpses. At that moment, a thought struck Gu Chen, and the undying golem erupted with 3 layers of black radiance. 2 beams of black light struck the beast corpse chief, inflicting the statuses of extremely exhausted and black death plague. All attributes were reduced by 50, while the damage taken increased by 50. Healing effects were diminished by 90, alongside a continuous loss of health points. The third beam transformed into a dim shadow, spreading out from the golem's center and enveloping the entire main prison. Within the range of the end of magic forbidden domain skill, the consumption of all targets surged tenfold. With the simultaneous unleashing of these 3 skills, a comprehensive debilitation ensued. The might exuded by the beast corpse chief was abruptly halved, and the deep dream once again released a terrifying wave of dream energy, beginning to dismantle the array of beast corpses within the main prison. Despite the beast corpse chief's high health, it was destined to become a lifeless corpse under such overwhelming weakening. Kill beast corpse composite LV 15, experience 1957. Kill beast corpse composite LV 15, experience 1960. Kill beast corpse composite LV 15, experience 1952. With a series of rapid harvests, experience points surged dramatically, akin to a rocket taking flight. As the beast corpse composites fell in droves, it was not long before Gu Chen's level ascended to 12. Level up, level, LV, 12, 3, 234 21. 600, strength, 337, agility, 336, constitution, 338, spirit, 509, summoned beasts, blood lord LV, 12, legendary, nightmare ruler LV, 12, epic, undying golem LV, 12, epic, talent, currently eligible to acquire a dark bloodline. No one shared experience, and thus, the pace of leveling soared to unprecedented heights. 5 individuals ventured into the abyss, where the challenges intensified, and correspondingly, the experience gain surged, with nearly 90% of it descending upon Gu Chen. This was the very reason he insisted on bringing the actors into the depths. Such a pace of annihilation was inconceivable to other practitioners. Merely a wave of beast corpses breached the periphery, resulting in an immediate elevation in level. A piercing scream abruptly shattered Gu Chen's contemplation. An ever-increasing number of beast corpse hybrids were disintegrated into oblivion by the energy of the dreamscape. The beast corpse patriarch erupted with a furious wrath, dark crimson blood gushing forth from its being, saturating the depths of the dream realm in a desperate attempt to break free. However, with the dreadnought of the skeletal golem standing guard, all resistance was destined to be futile. No matter how fiercely the beast corpse patriarch endeavored to penetrate the depths of the dreamscape, its attributes, diminished by half, rendered it incapable of escaping the confines of this ethereal prison. The dream energy incessantly dismantled its form, and the relentless damage caused its health to plummet. As its vitality continued to dwindle, unable to shatter the dreamscape, the beast corpse patriarch emitted a heart-wrenching roar, summoning all beast corpses for aid in the main prison. This was precisely the spectacle Gu Chen had anticipated. The patriarch's furious bellow reverberated through the shadowy dungeon. Chaotic cries erupted from the darkness, as a multitude of beast corpse hybrids surged forth from all directions, recklessly charging toward the main prison. The moment these ordinary beast corpses stepped into the vicinity of the main prison, they were shrouded in a layer of black light, their attributes halved, and their injuries exacerbated. Subsequently, without a hint of suspense, swathes of ordinary beast corpses were torn apart by the dream energy, transforming into invaluable experience that flowed into Gu Chen's experience bar. The mass death of the beast corpses revealed their utter lack of rationality, devoid even of primal fear. Almost frenzied, they recklessly plunged into the main prison, only to be shredded into fragments by the depths of the dreamscape within mere steps. Was this the monstrous aggregation ability that instilled dread in practitioners? Before Gu Chen, they were merely moths drawn to a flame. Witnessing this scene, the beast corpse patriarch emitted a thunderous roar, madly charging toward Gu Chen's position. Even with its attributes halved, its speed remained astonishingly swift. However, the Bloodlord remained ever vigilant, steadfastly guarding Gu Chen's side. Even with a shield boasting a value exceeding 10,000, it did not forget to summon beasts for protection. Raising his dual pistols, the Bloodlord pulled the trigger at the advancing Beast Corpse Patriarch. Bang, bang, bang. A succession of bullets struck the Patriarch, yet only managed to deplete over 30,000 of its health. Had it been a Beast Corpse hybrid with 40,000 health, it would have been obliterated instantly. Truly, as an elite of another race, even with its attributes halved, enduring a single skill from the Bloodlord still resulted in a mere 30,000 health loss. However, the onslaught was far from over. The skill of the fallen sphere activated. 6 deathly tendrils swiftly burgeoned beside the Beast Corpse Patriarch, mercilessly striking at its form, momentarily slowing its advance. Crack, crack. The deathly tendrils could only endure for 2 seconds, each delivering an assault once per second. Each deceased tentacle inflicts a staggering 3,000 points of damage on its target. With 6 tentacles, that amounts to a total of 18,000 in merely 2 seconds. The damage escalates to an astonishing 36,000. Coupled with the earlier skill damage, within the briefest of breaths, the Beast Corpse Chieftain has lost nearly 70,000 points of life. Lin Yuan and the others were filled with trepidation. Such damage is utterly terrifying. The Beast Corpse Chieftain possesses just over 120,000 points of life, and the Bloodlord's initial strike has rendered it severely weakened. However, despite its health bar being more than half depleted, the Beast Corpse Chieftain did not relent. It charged forth like a ferocious beast, disregarding any assaults, and madly lunged towards Gu Chen. Being an elite alien, the Bloodlord's skills, while delivering extraordinarily high damage, could not impede its relentless advance. Old Gu. As the Beast Corpse Chieftain barreled towards Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and the others shouted anxiously to them. This was Gu Chen's first encounter with an alien foe. It is a well-known fact that summoners possess a significant weakness, their own lack of combat prowess. All their strength is concentrated in their summoned beasts, rendering their own health and defenses exceedingly fragile. Once an alien draws near, it spells doom for the summoner. Yet, in the very next moment, shadows erupted, ensnaring the Beast Corpse Chieftain. Its furious charge was abruptly halted, before it could close the distance of 3 meters to Gu Chen. It was ensnared by the entangling effects of the Nightmare Servants. Concurrently, the entanglement from the 10 Nightmare Servants caused the ongoing damage inflicted upon the Beast Corpse Chieftain to surge tenfold. Boom. Blood burst forth. The Beast Corpse Chieftain found itself immobilized, and its remaining health plummeted at an astonishing rate, dwindling to 0 in the blink of an eye. Chapter 53. The second legendary summon beast within the main prison, the Beast Corpse clan leader had been disassembled into a scattering of dark crimson fragments. All summoned beasts gathered had perished deep within the realm of dreams, leaving only a ground strewn with powder. Kill Beast Corpse clan leader Elite LV, 16. Experience 5725, loot acquired. Dwarven King's Ring LV, 16. Rare, loot acquired. Mithril Armor LV, 16. Rare, loot acquired. Strengthening Stones 10. Rare, level up, level. LV. 13. 1369 43200. Strength, 347. Agility, 346. Vitality, 348. Mentality, 529. Summoned Beasts. Bloodlord LV. 13. Legendary. Nightmare Overlord LV. 13. Epic. Undead Golem LV. 13. Epic. Talent. Currently available. 1 Dark Bloodline. Ascending to level 11 in the wilderness, after vanquishing the first wave of foreign creatures in the burial dungeon. He reached level 12. Now, having cleared an entire floor of the dungeon, he advanced directly to level 13. Indeed, the abyss was fraught with peril but equally rich in rewards. Taking a moment to recuperate, Gu Chen turned to Lin Yuan and the others, opting not to delve deeper. Ahead lay the second level. With each descent into the burial dungeon, the challenges escalated dramatically. After all, they were currently in a nightmare level abyss. And Gu Chen intended to first enhance his summoned beasts. Activating his talent, you have acquired Dark Bloodline Royal Bloodline. A spark of unbridled joy ignited in Gu Chen's eyes, for it had finally manifested. After the previous 2 upgrades, he had only received Descendant Bloodlines, which he had refrained from merging with his summoned beasts. Now, acquiring the Royal Bloodline signified that he would once again obtain a legendary summoned beast. After careful deliberation, Gu Chen resolved to evolve the Undead Golem to the legendary tier. The reason was simple. The comprehensive debuffing effect was simply too enticing. Should it ascend to legendary status, it was unimaginable how profoundly the Undead Golem would exert pressure on adversaries. As for the 2 Descendant Bloodlines, they would be bestowed upon the Nightmare Overlord, allowing it to undergo 2 Bloodline Awakenings. Bloodline Awakening successful, Bloodline Awakening successful, Nightmare Overlord, Epic, level, LV 13, Health 21, 300, Attributes, Strength 179, Agility 186, Vitality 185. Mentality 190, Skill Phantasmal Execution, Enhanced, Phantasmal Execution. Approach the target unit through the dreamscape and execute an attack. Each subsequent kill increases the skill's damage by 1. Note: if the summoned beast dies, the damage bonus resets to 0. Skill, Deep Dream, Enhanced, Deep Dream, constructs a profound dreamscape within an area, inflicting substantial continuous damage on those ensnared. For every target that perishes, all targets within the dreamscape will experience 1 second of stun. With a health pool of 21,000, although it did not rival some elites or bosses, it was already exceedingly rare. Due to the bloodline enhancement bestowed upon elites and bosses, few entities can rival them in terms of vitality. Upon awakening, not only are health and fundamental attributes elevated, but the skills Phantom Annihilation and Deep Dream also undergo fortification. Upon slaying a target with Phantom Annihilation, subsequent skill damage is augmented by 1, and as long as the user remains unscathed, this damage enhancement can accumulate indefinitely. Regrettably, had Deep Dream been the skill receiving enhancement, each target eliminated would increase its damage by 1, resulting in a formidable boost for the Nightmarish Sovereign. After all, Deep Dream is an area of effect damage skill, capable of decimating numerous foes in a short span, unlike Phantom Annihilation, which necessitates targeting each enemy individually. In comparison, the amplification of Deep Dream is relatively modest. Every target that perishes within the dream inflicts a 1-second stun on others. Although this duration is brief, with astute application, it can render all entities ensnared in the dream utterly defenseless. Nonetheless, it serves well to significantly impede the formidable adversaries from breaching the dream realm. Subsequently, Chen endowed the Undead Golem with the Bloodline of the King. Advancement successful. Undead Golem. Epic. Undead Golem. Legendary. Level. LV 13 Health. 26. 700. Attributes. Strength 231. Agility 226. Constitution 243. Spirit 244. The summoned creature's quality elevated from epic to legendary, resulting in attribute augmentation. With the summoner gaining 100 to all attributes, the summoned creature acquires a talent with comprehensive skill enhancement, unyielding legendary, when the undead golem is stationary. Its defense and recovery increase by 1 per second. Targets within a 10-meter radius of the undead golem suffer a 50 increase in negative effects. Exhausted to extremity LV. 20 legendary. Inflicts an exhausted state on nearby targets, reducing their attributes by 50 and increasing the damage they receive by 100, cannot be immunized. Black Death Plague LV. 20 legendary. Infects a target with plague, reducing their healing efficacy by 90. The plague is contagious, and the more targets infected, the greater the ongoing loss of health. Cannot be immunized. Forbidden Domain LV. 20 legendary. The undead golem designates a forbidden domain centered on itself, within which targets experience a tenfold increase in damage taken. And all consumption escalates tenfold. Legendary talents and fully maxed legendary skills. The excitement on Chen's face was palpable. Initially, the enhancement of the talent indicated that when the undead golem remained stationary, both defense and recovery improved by 1 per second. This implies that one must relinquish the mobility of the undead golem to maximize its potential. However, it is impractical for the undead golem to remain stationary, nor could it attract all adversaries to its location. Had this been the case previously, Chen would have found it impossible to fully leverage this talent. Yet, one must not forget that after vanquishing Wang Chongshan and his entourage, Chen learned the skill of spatial displacement from the basic skill scroll. Not only can it allow for the exchange of positions between the summoner and their summoned units, but it also facilitates the displacement among summoned entities themselves. Consequently, the undying golem can initially remain in a designated area to accumulate status effects, and when combat ensues, it need only swap places with the bloodline descendant engaged in battle. Furthermore, targets within a radius of 10 meters from the undying golem will experience a 50 increase in negative effects, thus amplifying the advantages of the positional exchange. While this displacement exchange is merely an exceptional skill, its synergy with legendary summoned beasts results in an astonishingly formidable combat prowess. As for the other 3 skills, each has received varying degrees of enhancement. The damage of utter exhaustion has been augmented by 50. Black Death Plague has gained infectious properties, eliminating the need for the undying golem to cast it individually, and the greater the number of infected targets, the higher the sustained damage. The transformation of Forbidden Domain is the most significant. Previously, it had a tenfold consumption, but now it boasts an additional tenfold damage, rendering targets within the skill's radius virtually devoid of escape. Observing the 3 summoned beasts at his side, Chen felt a surge of confidence. It is time to continue our journey to the second level of the dungeon. To attain the record-breaking reward, we must hasten our pace. With that, Gu Chun commanded the Bloodline descendant to pave the way ahead, while Lin Yuan and the others nodded in agreement and swiftly followed suit. In the nightmarish abyss, in pursuit of breaking the record, swift passage is the only option. Chapter 54. Abandon the Dwarven King's Ring. How does one access the second level of the burial dungeon? Lin Yuan inquired. There exists a labyrinth behind the main prison, and the entrance to the second level of the dungeon lies at the labyrinth's conclusion, Su Xia explained. In other words, one must traverse the labyrinth to reach the second level? And there's a puzzle to solve. What a headache. Lin Yuan lamented, scratching the back of his head. Indeed. The strategy guide lists 5 pathways through the labyrinth. Furthermore, each descent into the abyss presents a different maze, necessitating a trial of each route, Su Xia continued. Although he had never ventured into the abyss, as a resident of Want City, he was intimately familiar with the burial dungeon, as it was practically in his backyard. This is a tremendous waste of time, Gu Chun interjected, shaking his head. I prefer an alternative approach. What method do you propose? Lin Yuan asked. I once read in a guide that at the entrance of the maze stands a statue. If the Dwarven King's ring is placed upon the statue's finger, we can directly access the second level of the dungeon. Indeed, the statue will briefly revive upon receiving the Dwarven King's ring, but only after defeating the statue will the entrance to the second level manifest. Su Xia quickly added. After vanquishing the Beast Corpse clan leader, they had obtained 2 rare-grade pieces of equipment. One was the Dwarven King's ring, boasting remarkable attributes and effects. The other was mithril armor, designated for warrior classes, which Gu Chun intended to post on the practitioner platform once they exited. Dwarven King's ring quality, rare, level, LV, 16. Attributes, strength 30, agility 30, constitution 30. Spirit 30, effect, damage dealt to dwarven units increased by 100. The aberrant creatures within the burial dungeon were primarily crafted from dwarven corpses and orcs. Thus, donning the Dwarven King's ring would result in a doubling of attack power against all subsequent foes, with an enhancement of 30 to all attributes and a 100 damage increase. This boon was unprecedentedly formidable. Consequently, nearly all practitioners would rather attempt the labyrinth repeatedly than relinquish this ring. However, for Gu Chun, in pursuit of record-breaking rewards, it was imperative to remain unperturbed by such trifles. A mere Dwarven King's ring, with its 30 attributes, was of little consequence to him. As for the double damage to dwarven foes, it was not irreplaceable. After all, the undead golem had advanced to a legendary level summon, its contributions far surpassing those of a simple ring. With each descent into the burial dungeon, the challenges magnified significantly. The Dwarven King's ring, granting a 100 damage increase, would prove to be an invaluable tool for conquering later trials. Su Xia advised, moreover, the statue awakened by the Dwarven King's ring is a level 20 entity, immensely powerful with devastating damage. Previously, a paladin with 60,000 health was obliterated by a single skill. No one could withstand such terrifying force. Gu Chun remained silent, his actions speaking volumes as he resolutely approached the stone wall behind the main prison. A square hole opened in the stone wall, marking the entrance to the labyrinth. Beside it stood a statue of a dwarf king, clad in armor and adorned with a crown, wielding a massive stone hammer at his side. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chun slipped the dwarf king's ring onto the statue's finger. A brilliant light flickered across the statue, and its limbs began to stir as if brought to life. With a thunderous roar, the dwarf king statue advanced, brandishing its colossal hammer. Challenger, do you wish to duel with me? The statue's large, coppery eyes bored into Gu Chun's. Witnessing this, Su Xia's expression shifted to one of apprehension. Race, dwarf king statue, level, LV, 20, health, 85, 200, attributes, strength 310, agility 177, constitution 192. Spirit 170, skill, hammer impact, a level 20 ordinary foe with a staggering health pool of 85,000. Gu Chun remained silent, his thoughts igniting as 2 beams of black light erupted from the necromancer golem, striking the dwarf king statue instantly. The statue, being lifeless, rendered the Black Death Plague ineffective. However, under the influence of utter exhaustion, the dwarf king's attributes were halved, while damage dealt to it increased by 100. Feeling the weight of its newfound affliction, the statue's rugged visage contorted with rage as the immense hammer glimmered with golden light. Hammer impact. The colossal golden hammer descended violently towards Gu Chun. Unfazed, he made no effort to evade the impending strike. Su Xia gasped in alarm from the sidelines. At that moment, Gu Chun's form vanished, replaced by the nightmarish sovereign appearing before the dwarf king statue. Boom. The golden hammer crashed down, and the black mist swirling around the nightmarish sovereign surged. absorbing the physical attack with negligible damage due to its energy form. In the next instant, the mist expanded, and 10 shadowy figures ensnared the Dwarf King, enveloping it in dense black fog. Instant obliteration. The nightmarish sovereign unleashed its skill, stacking damage to tenfold, compounded by the additional damage from utter exhaustion. The Dwarf King statue was suddenly subjected to 20 times the skill damage. A heavy wail reverberated through the dungeon, although the statue bore no visible marks of injury. Its health of 85,000 was instantly depleted. In the following moment, the glow surrounding the statue faded, and it resumed its original stance. Dual victory. Defeated Dwarf King statue LV. 20. Experience 3687. The statue turned, its hammer bursting forth with golden radiance as it struck violently against a nearby wall. The wall shattered, revealing a vast opening that descended into a shadowy staircase. The Dwarf King statue retracted its hammer and returned to its previous position, while the ring on its finger vanished without a trace. Gazing at the staircase leading deeper into the dungeon, Gu Chen's face broke into a smile. Yet Su Xia remained in a state of bewilderment. Was the duel with the Dwarf King statue truly over? In the legend, the Dwarf King statue, which supposedly struck down a paladin with a staggering 60,000 health points with a single blow, was unexpectedly annihilated in an instant by the Nightmare Sovereign. At this moment, Su Xia felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. Yet, when he recalled Gu Chun leading the others into the first layer of the main prison, the vivid image of 3 summoned beasts wreaking havoc amidst a frenzy of beast corpses, overpowering the beast corpse chieftain, flashed before him. It was astonishing to discover the immense strength of the summoner. No wonder he exuded such confidence, boldly challenging the nightmare-level abyss from the outset. Su Xia regarded Gu Chen with a complex expression. Although he was not a professional, he could genuinely sense Gu Chen's formidable power. This strength completely subverted his previous understanding of professional players. Shocked? This was merely the beginning. Lin Yuan stepped forward, patting Su Xia on the shoulder. Let us proceed to the second layer of the dungeon. The true battle lies ahead. A throng of Bloodline descendants surged into the cave entrance, ascending the stone steps, advancing into the encroaching darkness below. Gu Chen glanced at the time. It had been exactly 1 hour since they entered the abyss. At this pace, breaking the record for rewards was undoubtedly within reach. With a wave of his hand, 3 summoned beasts trailed behind him as Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others toward the second layer of the dungeon. Chapter 55. What to do if you can't charge up the second level of the dungeon is far more perilous than the first. Here, the alien creatures are no longer the failed experimental amalgams of beast corpses, but rather evolved beings endowed with intellect and greater strength. After traversing a certain distance in the second level, a squad of armored beast corpses discovered Gu Chen and his companions. The leader of the beast corpses wielded 2 enormous axes and, along with his comrades, formed an attacking formation to blockade their path. Humans, vacate our lair. You are unwelcome here. As the words were spoken, the attributes of this group of beast corpses materialized. Alien species, beast corpse warrior, level, LV. 17. Health, 62,500. Attributes, strength 180, agility 173, constitution 192. Spirit 175. Skill, battle array charge. These ordinary level 17 aliens serve as the bridge to the beast corpse chieftains of the first level. The previously encountered level 20 Dwarf King statue was not part of the standard dungeon narrative. It merely represented a choice point. Observing the dozen or so beast corpse warriors before them, Su Xia's complexion paled. Brother Chen, it would be prudent to retreat strategically. I am familiar with these beast corpse warriors. The greater their numbers, the more devastating the damage from their battle array charge. If a confrontation ensues, this squad could unleash a combat effectiveness far exceeding their own numbers. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, yet his resolve to retreat was absent. Beside him, the undead golem let out a fierce roar, inflicting 2 negative statuses upon the squad of beast corpse warriors. The leading beast corpse warrior raised its battle axe high, emitting a deep, thunderous growl. How dare you strike at us, humans? You seek death. Before the words could fully escape its lips, a flurry of gleaming silver bullets erupted within the dungeon, striking the beast corpse warrior's head with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The head shattered, and a headless corpse crumpled heavily to the ground. Beast corpse warrior LV. 17 killed, experience 2299. Simultaneously, 6 tendrils of darkness emerged, attacking the remaining beast corpse warriors. The battle was on the brink of ignition. However, the remaining beast corpse warriors exhibited no signs of disarray. Instead, they swiftly regrouped and charged towards Gu Chen. Truly, these warriors were well trained, unlike the instinct-driven amalgams of beast corpses. Yet, it was still insufficient. The Dominator of Nightmares enveloped itself in a surge of black energy, unleashing a flurry of shadows that swiftly ensnared the squad of beast corpse warriors. The battle array charge, was it still potent if they could not charge forward? A dozen beast corpse warriors found themselves bound in place, suffering continuous damage under a plague state. The Bloodlord and the Dominator of Nightmares seized this opportune moment, plunging into the midst of the beast corpse warriors like a tiger among sheep. Bullets whistled, and black mist enveloped the area as one beast corpse warrior after another fell to the ground. Defeated beast corpse soldier LV. 17. Experience 2236. Defeated beast corpse soldier LV. 17. Experience 2250. Defeated beast corpse soldier LV. 17. Experience 2247. Within the span of merely 3 to 5 minutes, a multitude of beast corpse soldiers lay sprawled across the ground. Level up. Level. LV. 14. 2267 89500. Strength. 457. Agility. 456. Constitution. 458. Spirit. 649. Summoned beasts. Bloodlord LV. 14. Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV. 14. Epic. Undead Golem LV. 14. Legendary. The recent advancement of the Undead Golem from Epic to Legendary granted Chen an augmentation of 100 points to all attributes. Consequently, his average attributes now exceed 500, allowing him to dominate most practitioners, even those of the third tier. Talent. Currently able to acquire a Dark Bloodline, as per tradition. The Dark Bloodline at level 14 is reserved as an option for the summoned beast at level 15. Meanwhile, Su Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. What he had anticipated to be a considerable obstacle, the beast corpse soldiers on the second level of the dungeon, were effortlessly reduced to mere fodder upon confronting Chen's summoned beasts. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran watched with exhilaration. Although they did not perish, they vicariously relished the thrill of experiencing Chen's extraordinary prowess. Upon reaching level 14, the Bloodlord's health surged to 56,340, enabling the transformation of 80 bloodline descendants. Subsequently, it unleashed its skill, consuming 24,000 health to convert all the corpses on the ground into level 17 bloodline descendants. Since Chen aimed to set a record, and the combat prowess of the bloodline descendants was not particularly formidable, they were not engaged in battle but instead served as scouts. However, one must not underestimate them. Apart from a few exceeding level 20, the remainder were above level 10. The self-detonation damage of the bloodline descendants above level 20 was 5,000, while those above level 10 dealt 3,000. Therefore, should all 80 bloodline descendants self-detonate simultaneously, they could unleash a staggering 250,000 damage in an instant. This was Chen's strategy to deliver a decisive blow to the final boss. Subsequently, the bloodline descendants continued to lead the way as Chen and his companions advanced further. The terrain on the second level of the dungeon was far more intricate than that of the first, with numerous intersecting passages. Even with determination, Chen nearly found himself lost while searching for the main prison. Thankfully, Su Xia was present. It was not that Su Xia was particularly familiar with the route. He was equally directionally challenged in the second level of the dungeon. However, he possessed a remarkable piece of technology, akin to a scanning device, which he had developed. By scanning the map and subsequently analyzing his surroundings, he could generate a holographic map. This holographic map displayed their current location and devised the most optimal path, effectively preventing them from getting lost in the maze-like terrain. Prepared to embark, the journey spanned 10 kilometers and would take approximately 45 minutes. The emergence of advanced technology has initiated navigation. The time generated is based on the average speed of a level 14 practitioner. There may be some discrepancies, but they are unlikely to be significant. Nevertheless, 10 kilometers is still quite a distance, so it is imperative to accelerate our journey. Shall I summon a unit to carry you? Chen inquired of Su Xia. With navigation in place, it is time to set forth. Su Xia, being an unclassed ordinary person, would struggle to keep pace with the others. No need, I can keep up. Su Xia replied as he deftly retrieved a mechanical device from his spatial ring and donned it. The apparatus, predominantly dark gray with silver lines, boasted a robust and sleek design that conformed to the contours of the body. Armor covered the shoulders, chest, and legs, equipped with a power unit, while a supportive structure was positioned at the waist, and the back featured heat dissipation fins and antennas. This spectacle left Lin Yuan utterly astonished. Wow, old Su, you're wearing a mech suit? No, this is a battle suit, designated Mark 1. With a series of mechanical clicks, Su Xia began to warm up, flexing his joints and limbs as the battle suit emitted a cacophony of movements. As he took a step, he resembled a swift cheetah, leaping nearly 8 or 9 meters in a single breath. To reduce weight, I intentionally omitted the weapon system, significantly enhancing my walking speed. Let us proceed. We should reach the second level of the main prison in approximately 45 minutes. Chapter 56. The Beast Corpse Queen 80 offspring of the Blood Clan formed a phalanx at the front, paving the way, while Chen and his companions followed closely behind, engaging in a rapid march. As they advanced, numerous beast corpses arranged in offensive formations surged toward them. Chen was disinclined to squander time in this encounter. Thus his strategy for dealing with these beast soldiers was rather straightforward. Once the beast corpses charged, he instructed the Nightmare Sovereign to summon nightmare servants, ensnaring the foremost beast soldiers in place. Consequently, the following beast corpses were thrown into disarray, tumbling over one another, and by the time they regrouped to pursue, Chen and his party had vanished from sight. From the entrance of the second-level dungeon to the main prison, even the shortest route spanned 10 kilometers. Without Su Xia's advanced technological navigation, they would likely have wandered aimlessly for days within this intricate labyrinth. The complexity of the dungeon often caused even seasoned adventurers, armed with strategies and maps, to traverse many unnecessary paths. Furthermore, the condition for the final boss's appearance necessitated the demise of all ordinary alien creatures, rendering the record of the burial dungeon's instance exceedingly difficult to break. 45 minutes later, Chen and his companions arrived outside the main prison of the second level. After dispatching a squad of soldiers drawn to their presence, they entered the main prison. At first glance, the main prison bore no distinction from other areas of the dungeon. However, its internal space was significantly more expansive, accompanied by an intense, frigid aura. This must be the place, Su Xia remarked, surveying the surroundings. The second-level main prison houses an elite alien. That voodoo shaman has stitched together the corpses of the beastmen and the dwarven queen, successfully creating the Beast Corpse Queen, a being endowed with both strength and intellect. As Su Xia spoke, a gust of ominous wind swept through the area, and a low, menacing roar echoed around them as a rugged figure emerged from the depths of the main prison. The Beast Corpse Queen had appeared, her form obscured by matted fur and vibrant scales, grotesquely exaggerated in shape, almost unrecognizable as humanoid. This creature was even more repugnant than the Beast Corpse chieftain, resembling a monstrous amalgamation of various beast men and dwarfs. Alien, Beast Corpse Queen Elite, Level, LV, 18, Health, 151, 500, Attributes, Strength 210, Agility 197, Constitution 212, Spirit 190, Skill I, Frenzied Charge, Skill 2, Corrosive Poison, Skill 3, Beast Corpse Frenzy, Skill 4, Summon Beast Corpses, an elite alien at level 18, with health exceeding 150. 000. The Beast Corpse Queen appeared formidable. Chen promptly commanded his summoned beast to attack. The Blood Clan Sovereign flickered into action, brandishing dual pistols as a torrent of bullets rained down like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact tore fist-sized holes into the Beast Corpse Queen's form. A piercing, harrowing shriek escaped her lips as she sustained damage. Subsequently, she exhaled a vast cloud of purple-black smoke, laden with toxins and capable of inflicting area damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Su Xia found themselves enveloped in a toxic mist, their health points plummeting rapidly. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and his companions had previously navigated a hellish dungeon with Chen, which had not only enhanced their attributes, but also rewarded them with commendable equipment from the treasure chests and first clear gifts. This fortuitous outcome significantly bolstered their defenses, allowing them to mitigate a portion of the damage. However, Su Xia was not so fortunate. Merely brushing against the black fog, he was left with a mere sliver of health. The only reason he survived was that he instinctively used an invincibility scroll at the first opportunity. With his health reduced to a thread, Su Xia's face turned pale as he quickly retrieved a life restoration potion to regain his vitality, silently thanking his quick reflexes. Had he hesitated, he would have surely perished. Su Xia undoubtedly possessed more than one life. As a key figure within the Eternal Life group, he certainly had items akin to the Resurrection Cross. Yet, even with such resurrection tools, their usage was not without limitations. They were subject to cooldowns, and after employing one, he would be unable to use another in the immediate aftermath. With the abyss of the burial dungeon yet to be traversed halfway, wasting a resurrection item here would jeopardize their chances of survival later on. Everyone retreat. Chen commanded urgently. Almost instantaneously, the mechanical whirring of the Mark I battle armor resonated. In the next moment, Su Xia took off running without a moment's hesitation. It dawned on him that in such a treacherous abyss, he was not equipped to contend with its perils. Earlier, having witnessed Chen's formidable prowess in the first level of the dungeon, where he effortlessly dispatched even the level 20 Dwarf King statue with a single blow, Su Xia had unconsciously lowered his guard. This had allowed Gu Chen to easily eliminate the first wave of beastly corpses on the second level, leading him to develop a sense of disdain towards these otherworldly foes. Yet now, he realized that he was but an ordinary individual. Any random creature from the abyss could claim his life, and he had no right to underestimate them. Perhaps due to Su Xia's conspicuous state of distress, the Beast Corpse Queen erupted with a surge of dark energy, her form launching toward him like a cannonball. Furious charge, Su Xia was paralyzed with fear at this sight. This was the skill of the Beast Corpse Queen. Should she make contact, it would surely spell his end. In a panic, he produced a teleportation scroll and narrowly evaded the Beast Corpse Queen's charge, escaping by mere inches. With a whoosh, Su Xia materialized behind Gu Chen, his legs trembling and his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped death yet again. After two close encounters with the Grim Reaper, Su Xia shrank back, shivering amid Lin Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, outside the main prison, a horde of beastly corpse soldiers advanced menacingly. "Human, how dare you slay my kin? You seek death." The words of the beastly soldier were met with silence from Gu Chen as he activated his skill. Swap position, in the blink of an eye. The nearest bloodline descendant to the Beast Corpse Queen transformed into a towering, formidable skeletal golem. As the corpse golem must remain stationary to accumulate its talents, Gu Chen left it in a previous location, where it has been motionless for 10 minutes. This implies that the golem's defense and healing have multiplied sixfold. A deep, dark radiance erupted from the towering construct, causing the bodies of the various alien creatures, including the Beast Corpse Queen, to tremble in unison. Instantly afflicted with utter fatigue and black death plague. "Annihilate them, leave no one behind," Gu Chen uttered calmly. For ordinary practitioners, the sight of the Beast Corpse Queen and the oncoming Beast Corpse warriors would be insurmountable. Merely surviving such a battle with their lives intact would be considered a tremendous stroke of luck. However, to Gu Chen, these creatures were no more formidable than mere fowl. Their attributes have been halved, damage received has doubled, and their vitality continues to wane under the plague's influence. What fear could such beings possibly instill? Even elite creatures would be slain without hesitation. The Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign promptly joined the fray, bullets whistling through the air, shrouded in black mist. As the Beast Corpse warriors fell like chaff, a chilling glint flickered in the Beast Corpse Queen's fierce eyes, rather than leading her legion into battle. She cast her gaze upon the imposing corpse golem beside her. "A debuff-type summon creature? Then I shall eliminate you first," she snarled, charging directly at the golem. Chapter 57. The Beast Corpse General and Dominance skills. The Beast Corpse Queen, an elite alien creature of level 18, unleashed her skill, Frenzied Charge, anticipating the immediate demise of the level 14 undead golem. However, upon the skill's impact, it merely inflicted a meager loss of over 800 health points. The Queen's expression faltered as she beheld the paltry damage, and for the first time, a hint of confusion clouded her previously ferocious gaze. Having ascended to level 14, the undead golem boasted a health pool of 32,600 points. The damage sustained was nearly negligible. In fact, during her moment of bewilderment, the health she had just depleted began to regenerate right before her eyes. Stunned, the Beast Corpse Queen found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Gazing upon the towering figure of the undead golem, she experienced a despair unlike any she had ever felt. Meanwhile, dozens of Beast Corpse warriors had converged on the second level of the dungeon, nearly encircling her, yet the Queen felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign had plunged into the fray of the Beast Corpse warriors, and even the previously passive Bloodline descendants had joined the battle. The scene was starkly clear, a one-sided massacre. The Bloodlord unleashed a relentless barrage in the center, while the Nightmare Sovereign picked off foes from the perimeter. One was a legendary summon, and the other an epic one. Neither could be matched by these ordinary alien creatures. Although the attributes of most Bloodline descendants were comparable to those of level 17 aliens, they possessed innate vampiric traits, with speed, strength, and recovery abilities that surpassed their peers. Thus, the main prison resembled a vast slaughterhouse. Upon witnessing this carnage, the Beast Corpse Queen erupted in fury, bellowing as a crimson aura burst forth from her feet. Waves of bloodlight shot out, striking the nearby beast corpses, who responded with bloodthirsty roars, their forms swelling in size. This was the Queen's ability, Beast Corpse Frenzy, which allowed all Beast Corpse warriors to enter a frenzied state, granting them a 30 damage boost. Su Xia cautioned Gu Chen as he cowered behind Lin Qingqing's robust figure. A 30 damage enhancement is indeed a rare boon for any practitioner, potentially altering the tide of battle in certain circumstances. However, bestowing such a boost upon a gaggle of weaklings still rendered them feeble. It would hardly result in any significant change. At most, it merely slowed their inevitable demise. Approximately 3 minutes into the skirmish, under the relentless assault of the summoned beasts, over 40 Beast Corpse warriors lay sprawled across the ground. The Bloodlord, unrelenting. Pivoted and charged towards the Beast Corpse Queen, who was still engaged in a futile struggle against the undead golem. The Beast Corpse Queen was the most rational entity on the second level of the dungeon, yet her actions were perplexing. On one hand, she recognized from the outset that eliminating the undead golem was paramount. On the other hand, she had spent the entirety of the battle merely scratching the surface of its defenses, disregarding the main battlefield entirely. She exhibited a modicum of rationality, albeit a scant amount. This was Chen's assessment of the Beast Corpse Queen. With a piercing wail echoing through the air, the Beast Corpse Queen succumbed, her body oozing dark, tainted blood. Beneath the dual pistols of the BloodClan Sovereign, defeated Beast Corpse Queen Elite LV, 18, experience 7268, loot acquired. Mirror Ring LV, 15, rare, loot acquired. Fate Amulet LV, 15, rare, loot acquired. Enhancement Stones 10, loot acquired. Life Restoration Potions 5, level up, current level, LV, 15, 2212 162400, strength, 467, agility, 466, constitution, 468, spirit, 669, summon beasts. BloodClan Sovereign LV, 15, legendary, Nightmare Ruler LV, 15, epic, Undead Golem LV, 15, legendary, talent, currently eligible to obtain a dark bloodline, another level gained. Entering the first tier of the Abyss at level 11. Enjoying the experience of 5 players alone, the speed of this advancement is simply exhilarating. Chen glanced at the experience bar. The required experience for the next level had surged to over 160,000, indicating a slowdown in the upcoming leveling pace. The Beast Corpse Queen had dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a ring and an amulet. Mirror Ring quality, epic, level, LV, 15, class restriction, summoner, attributes, agility 50. Spirit 100, effect. Summoned beasts can create 2 mirrors. The mirrors possess all the talents and skills of the original, retaining 80 of all attributes, but suffer a 50 increase in damage. What a remarkable exclusive piece of equipment for summonings. Moreover, it is of epic quality. Such items are indeed rare. The increased damage taken by the mirrors signifies they won't last long, yet this applies only to ordinary summoned beasts. For the BloodClan Sovereign, however, its recovery abilities are extraordinarily formidable. Being a legendary summoned beast, even with the mirrors possessing only 80 of the original S attributes, this limitation is sufficiently offset. Thus, it effectively grants 2 powerful allies. Consequently, Chen equipped the mirror ring onto the BloodClan Sovereign. He then turned his attention to the second item. Fate Amulet, quality, rare, level, LV, 15, class restriction, none, attributes, constitution 60, effect, binds to a friendly unit if their health drops below 30. The damage taken is absorbed by the allied unit. This is a life-saving artifact. Without hesitation, Chen donned the Fate Amulet, binding it to the BloodClan Sovereign. The BloodClan Sovereign inherently possesses a high health growth rate. Following its first Bloodline awakening, its talents were enhanced, allowing it to gain 10 points to its health cap with each unit defeated. With these effects combined, its health escalates at a terrifying rate, surpassing that of the Undead Golem by over 30,000 health points, despite both being legendary tier. After a brief respite, the Scions of the Bloodline resumed their path, discovering an entrance to the 3rd level of the dungeon within a hidden chamber behind the main prison on the 2nd floor. In contrast to the complexity of the first 2 levels, the 3rd level appeared rather straightforward. Descending the stone steps, they encountered a spacious corridor that extended into the darkness. Just past the halfway mark, a deep, guttural roar resonated from the shadows. Moments later, 15 robust figures emerged, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Leading the group were 3 beastly corpses wielding massive hammers, their bodies adorned with stitched patches of animal and human skin, eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. Otherworldly race, Beast Corpse Warrior, level, LV, 19, health points, 75, 200, attributes, strength 198, agility 183, constitution 192. Spirit 185, skill I, Bone Shatter Strike, skill 2, Hammer Stomp. These level 19 Beast Corpse Warriors were a more advanced experimental variant than their lesser counterparts. According to the strategy guide, their skills included a single target burst and a single target control. Possessing formidable combat prowess, they typically operated in teams of 5, meaning a single squad could unleash 5 control abilities. This posed a catastrophic threat to any conventional adventurer group. A single misstep could lead to inevitable demise through overwhelming control. As Chen set foot in the 3rd level of the dungeon, he was met with 3 squads of Beast Corpse Warriors. Such misfortune seemed utterly unparalleled. How could 3 squads appear simultaneously? Suxia's face, paled momentarily. 3 squads, 15 Beast Corpse warriors, equated to 15 control skills. This meant enduring a harrowing 15 seconds of overpowering control in the Nightmare Great Abyss. Su Xia shuddered at the thought, chills running down his spine. Chapter 58. A sudden turn of events. For elite alien races, Gu Chen was acutely aware of the formidable control abilities possessed by the Beast Corpse generals. Hence, he refrained from allowing the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign to charge forward first. The Bloodline descendants surrounded and besieged the Beast Corpse generals. At the command, 80 Bloodline descendants surged forth without hesitation, launching an assault on the 3 squads of Beast Corpse generals. The charge of the Bloodline descendants was essentially a ruse to provoke their skills. Do you not possess powerful control? A firm hold for 15 seconds? Come now. 80 Bloodline descendants, unleash your control as you see fit. The scene descended into chaos, teeming with anxiety. The level 19 Beast Corpse generals were by no means weak, yet annihilating the Bloodline descendants proved challenging. Ultimately, it was the combined efforts of the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign that quelled the tumultuous fray. Kill Beast Corpse General LV 19, experience 3080. Kill Beast Corpse General LV 19, experience 3060. Kill Beast Corpse General LV 19. Experience 3090. As the ranks of the Beast Corpse generals dwindled, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, heralding the approach of 2 squat figures. Their bodies marred by grotesque scars, emerging from the shadows. They were dwarfs. One wielded a black heavy hammer, while the other brandished a massive black axe. If one were to overlook the centipede-like sutures adorning their skin, these were the most human-like dwarves Gu Chen had encountered since entering the burial dungeon. However, in the next moment, Gu Chen's eyelids twitched in surprise. The 2 dwarves emerging from the darkness bore the heads of green-skinned, fanged orcs. Alien race, Beast Corpse Commander Elite, level, LV, 20, health, 185,200. Attributes, strength, 368, agility, 293, constitution, 372. Spirit, 295, skill I, bone-crushing strike, skill 2. Summon Beast Corpses, elite alien races, the Beast Corpse commanders, and they appeared in pairs. With their emergence, a throng of Beast Corpse warriors surged forth from all directions, frantically charging towards Gu Chen's position. Simultaneously, the ground trembled slightly, and a series of muffled sounds resonated from the darkness. Behind the Beast Corpse commanders, 2 massive, muscular, aberrant giants slowly stepped into view. Their skin bore a dark green hue, laced with bulging veins, resembling twisted roots writhing along the surface. Their murky eyes glinted with malevolence, and their enormous jaws were filled with jagged fangs, yellowish slime dribbling from the corners of their mouths, exuding a noxious stench. Alien race, Beast Corpse Aberration Elite, level, LV, 20, health, 236,600, attributes, strength 378, agility 223, constitution 392, spirit 205, skill I, limb grasp, skill 2, blight mist, skill 3, frenzy. Yet another pair of elite alien races. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. With the addition of the 2 dwarf commanders with orc heads, the battlefield was now graced by the presence of 4 elite alien races. Fortunately, the health of the Beast Corpse commander is relatively low. Aside from its crowd control ability, it possesses only a single target attack skill. In comparison to the 2 Beast Corpse aberrations that appear later, the Beast Corpse commander is considerably weaker. Faced with 4 elite alien foes, Gu Chen did not hesitate for a moment and promptly activated the swap position skill, exchanging places with the undying golem that was stacking statuses at the entrance of the 3rd level. As black light radiated across the battlefield, numerous alien entities, including the Beast Corpse commander and the Beast Corpse aberrations, were afflicted with debuffs. The Bloodline descendant was instructed to eliminate the Beast Corpse warriors, while the Bloodline Sovereign activated its mirror images, joining forces with the Nightmare Sovereign to combat the elite aliens. Gu Chen issued commands immediately. During the previous battles, he had refrained from taking command, as his summoned beasts possessed overwhelming strength against the alien foes. However, as they approached the final stage of the Bone Burial Dungeon, the difficulty was evidently escalating. Following Gu Chen's directives, the Bloodline descendant targeted the Beast Corpse warriors, relentlessly charging from the battlefield's periphery and charged forward to unleash an attack without hesitation. A crimson glow illuminated the ring of the Bloodline Sovereign, and in an instant, 2 identical mirror images appeared beside it. With a swift motion, the Nightmare Sovereign materialized behind one of the Beast Corpse aberrations, while its Nightmare servants transformed into shadowy figures, immediately ensnaring the massive creature. The Beast Corpse aberration roared in fury, releasing a thick cloud of green mist. The plague of the Swift virus was akin to the Undying Golem skill, Black Death Plague, both capable of inflicting persistent viral damage. However, the virus emitted by this green mist was utterly ineffective against the Nightmare Sovereign, as it was a conscious energy entity, not a biological being. Viruses could not harm it, much like how the Dwarven King's statue was immune to the damage from Black Death Plague. As the green mist spread, so too did the Black Fog. The Nightmare Sovereign, being a spell-casting type of summoned beast, activated its skill once 10 nightmare servants had ensnared their target. Sensing an imminent threat, the beast corpse aberration let out a fierce roar and attempted to evade the encroaching black mist. Yet, in that moment, it realized that its body was entangled by the shadows, rendering escape impossible. Instant kill activated. In an instant, the dense black fog invaded the beast corpse aberration, inflicting devastating damage under the effects of the debuffs, swiftly depleting its health. Defeated Beast Corpse Aberration Elite LV. 20, Experience 9312. Loot acquired. Heavy Injury Gauntlets, Rare LV. 20, Loot acquired. Teleportation Scroll, Rare, Loot acquired. Life Restoration Potions X3, simultaneously, witnessing the demise of its kin. Another Beast Corpse Aberration let out a thunderous roar and suddenly swelled in size. Berserk, activated. It dropped to all fours, thick beastly fur sprouting from its body, and sharp claws extending from its hands and feet, resembling a frenzied beast bereft of reason, entering a state of rage. At that moment, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the air. The Lord of the Blood Clan materialized before the frenzied beast corpse aberration like a specter, as bullets cascaded down like a torrent of steel, erupting multiple gory craters upon its colossal form. The other two beast corpse leaders fared no better, being relentlessly repelled by the Lord's Mirage. Though the Mirage possessed only 80 of its original attributes, even that fraction emanated from a legendary summoned beast, an imposing force indeed. Just as the Beast Corpse faction seemed overwhelmed, tendrils of eerie green energy suddenly emerged from the shadows. These energies surged into the bodies of the three elite, instantaneously restoring their lost vitality. Concurrently, a dense miasma of poison swept forth from the darkness, aggressively expanding outward and causing the two Mirages to suffer significant health depletion. In the next heartbeat, a surge of purple energy shot forth from the shadows, landing upon the lifeless form of the Beast Corpse aberration. With a roar, the once dormant eyes of the Beast Corpse aberration snapped open, its flesh and blood grotesquely ravaged by the sudden onslaught of toxic mist. Its immense body became a ghastly tableau of rotting flesh and exposed bone, resembling a zombie in every sense. In the following moment, that colossal, zombie-like figure rose to its feet. It was alive? Gu Chen's eyelids flickered as he gazed at the creature resembling a zombie. Beast Corpse Aberration Elite. Level, 20 health. Attributes. Skills. Another elite. The Beast Corpse Aberration. Beyond its name and level, everything else remained a mystery. What on earth was this creature? Chapter 59. All attributes are question marks. Terrifying indeed, resurrected from death, the Beast Corpse Aberration has transformed into a Beast Corpse mutant. This elite extraterrestrial entity, at level 20, presents an enigma. Its health, attributes, and skills remain unseen. There are three potential reasons for such obscurity. Either the information is concealed, the opponent's level exceeds comprehension, or the values simply do not exist. Clearly, the Beast Corpse mutant falls into the third category. Fundamentally, it is merely a reanimated corpse, devoid of life and attributes, which from another perspective, constitutes a form of invincibility. What differentiates this from invincibility? Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched as he beheld the figure resembling a zombie, sending chills down his spine. How could one engage in combat against it? Even with Gu Chen's summoned beast exhibiting explosive damage, victory seemed improbable. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's faces paled slightly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Each fallen elite extraterrestrial is transformed by the voodoo shaman into a beast corpse aberration, existing for a mere minute. They cannot be slain, but once the time elapses, they perish outright. Su Xia hastily shouted from the sidelines. Upon resurrection, the beast corpse mutant emitted a frenzied roar, launching a savage assault against the Nightmare Sovereign. Suddenly, an appendage sprouted from its side, violently reaching out for the Nightmare Sovereign. Had this been an ordinary summoned beast, capture would have resulted in entanglement. However, the Nightmare Sovereign is incorporeal. The sharp appendage effortlessly pierced through the dark mist surrounding it, only to grasp at nothingness. The beast corpse mutant appeared oblivious to this fact. Or perhaps, having returned from the dead, it lacked rationality, persistently attacking the Nightmare Sovereign. Meanwhile, the battlefield had escalated to a fever pitch. Three elite extraterrestrials were left with scant health. Simultaneously, the three Bloodline lords erupted in a sanguine whirlwind, a torrent of furious energy surging forth like an enraged dragon, charging towards the three beleaguered elite extraterrestrials. Crimson Feast, boom, boom, boom. Three resounding impacts struck the elites, their health plummeting drastically. Following this, The secondary damage from Crimson Feast activated, inflicting an additional damage exceeding 20,000 based on 30 of the maximum health of the Bloodline Lord. In an instant, all three elite extraterrestrials met their demise. Almost simultaneously with their collapse, three violet energies shot forth from the darkness, descending upon the lifeless forms. As before, the three elite extraterrestrials rose from the ground, now resembling zombies. Beast Corpse Mutant. Level 20. No health. No attributes. No skill information. Swish. One Beast Corpse Mutant extended its appendage, darting towards the nearest Bloodline Lord with astonishing speed. Yet, the Bloodline Lord, being legendary and possessing extraordinary awareness and reflexes, barely evaded the strike, brushing past the attack. However, another mirrored reaction faltered by a fraction, resulting in the Beast Corpse Mutant's appendage striking true. The Blood Monarch is a being of flesh and blood, and its mirror image is likewise corporeal. Thus, the piercing strike of this appendage inflicts tangible damage, instantly creating a gaping wound in the mirror image. Immediately thereafter, the appendage yanked violently, dragging the mirror image before the Beast Corpse Mutant, from which a deep purple toxic mist erupted, swiftly corroding the mirror image into a macabre skeleton. With a chilling crack, a heap of bones shattered upon the ground. The mirror image had no time to resist and perished in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Such damage? Is this a joke? Even if the mirror image were slightly weaker, it possessed 80 of the Blood Monarch's full attributes, yet it was reduced to mere bones in the blink of an eye. Its four-dimensional attributes were shrouded in mystery, truly terrifying. Upon the mirror image's demise, the Beast Corpse Mutant did not turn its wrath upon another mirror image or the Blood Monarch, nor did it attack the Nightmare Sovereign, but instead charged directly towards the undead golem with astonishing speed. This was untenable. With such formidable attributes, even the undead golem, fortified with tenfold defense, would likely not withstand the onslaught. The undead golem, in a stationary state, could accumulate defense and regeneration up to a limit of 10 times. Yet, despite this, Chen did not dare to recklessly put the undead golem at risk. Should this summoned creature fall, it would equate to losing a crucial trump card. His expression shifted slightly as he hastily activated a skill. Displacement exchange. In an instant, the undead golem swapped positions with the outermost Bloodline Descendant. Almost immediately upon its appearance, the swapped Bloodline Descendant was struck down by the Beast Corpse Mutant, exploding into a mist of blood. What the hell? That was a level 21 Bloodline Descendant. And it was just obliterated? Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This was merely a nightmare level. How horrifying would it be at the hell level? Lin Qingxing's voice trembled slightly. We must stall. The Beast Corpse Mutant can only exist for 1 minute. If we can delay long enough, we can eliminate them, Su Xia said, frowning. 1 minute? It sounds brief, but given the speed of the Beast Corpse Mutant, it could kill us several times over, Su Ran remarked, her gaze flickering, having shattered one Bloodline Descendant. The Beast Corpse Mutant did not relent, continuing its relentless charge towards the undead golem. Bloodline Descendants and Beast Corps soldiers in its path were all obliterated into sprays of crimson mist. Lacking rationality, it unleashed indiscriminate attacks, mercilessly slaying even its own kind. Meanwhile, another mirror image succumbed to the onslaught of the Beast Corpse Mutant, reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. Chen dared not be careless. Facing these elite extraterrestrial entities with attributes shrouded in enigma, he swiftly summoned back the Blood Monarch and the Nightmare Sovereign. Following this, he activated the displacement skill, exchanging the position of a nearby Bloodline Descendant with the undead golem, bringing it to his side. Subsequently, all Bloodline Descendants on the battlefield rapidly converged towards this location, encircling Chen and his 3 summoned beasts like stars surrounding the moon. All summoned units are gathering around him? What is he planning? Su Xia's face displayed clear confusion. Old Gu, you're being foolish. Isn't this akin to allowing all the beastly corpses to envelop you in a dumpling of despair? Lin Yuan shouted anxiously. Stop your incessant wailing. Lin Qingxing pushed Lin Yuan aside. Indeed, when it comes to the great deity's endeavors, it is certainly not as simple as we might presume. Su Ran nodded in agreement. At that moment, the summoned entities, previously scattered across the battlefield, converged around Gu Chen, appearing as though they were ensnared in a siege. This shift prompted all the beastly corpses to redirect their weapons, charging fervently towards the center. The 4 elite alien warriors did not hesitate, turning as one and unleashing a furious onslaught, their sights set squarely on Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts. Concurrently, Gu Chen nonchalantly snapped his fingers. With a soft crack, the surrounding black mist of the Nightmare Sovereign surged, establishing a profound dreamscape centered on his position. In an instant, the 4 charging beastly corpses and dozens of surrounding beastly warriors were ensnared in the depths of the dream. The dream's energy acted like an invisible mire, drastically reducing their speed and causing their vitality to plummet. Chapter 60. The sacrificial ensemble. Quintuple damage multiplier. The enduring damage inflicted by the deep dream realm causes the vitality of all beast corpses to dwindle incessantly. The beast corpse warriors become sluggish in their movements, as if ensnared in a quagmire, swaying precariously under the assault of dream energy. Only 4 mutated beast corpses, enveloped in a swirling aura of purplish-black energy, manage to extricate themselves from the dream's interference, charging ferociously towards Chen and his summoned beasts. Is this overwhelming? Chen furrows his brow slightly. It is the first time he encounters a foreign entity impervious to the deep dream realm's influence. The mutated beast corpses can exist for merely a minute, a fleeting moment, yet in the throes of life and death combat, it stretches into an eternity. Fortunately, following the recent awakening of his bloodline, the deep dream realm has undergone a fortification, enhancing not only its damage, but also its control capabilities. Initially, these beast corpse warriors suffered a halving of all attributes. Now, with the onslaught of dream energy, their health plummets rapidly, resulting in mass casualties within mere breaths. With the demise of the beast corpse warriors, the mutated beast corpses that were charging towards Chen and his summoned beasts suddenly find themselves immobilized, standing dazed and bewildered in place. Within the deep dream realm, each fallen target induces 1 second of disorientation upon all others. Though Chen and his kin reside within the deep dream realm, they remain untouched by the disorienting effects, as they are not the primary targets of the Nightmare Sovereign. Consequently, the 4 mutated beast corpses, under the influence of the disorientation, move as if the scene is stuttering, stopping and starting, their motions sluggish as a tortoise. Thus, the mutated beast corpses are effectively restrained for the moment. From all directions, additional beast corpse warriors and generals surge forth, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Plunging into the deep dream realm, estimating conservatively, there are at least 80 to 90 of them, with each demise resulting in a 1-second collective disorientation. This trajectory suggests that the 4 mutated beast corpses could be held in place until their end. Simultaneously, a thick shroud of black mist suddenly envelopes the deep dream realm, and a myriad of deathly tendrils materialize, striking fiercely at all beast corpse warriors. This is the effect of the fallen sphere. Each time a skill strikes a target, a deathly tendril is conjured beside it. These tendrils exist for but 2 seconds, inflicting 6,000 damage each. However, the sheer number of beast corpses is overwhelming. Inflicting 6,000 damage on 1 beast corpse translates to a staggering 480,000 damage across 80. In just 2 seconds, this results in an explosive total of 480,000 damage. With the threat of the mutated beast corpses eliminated, Chen no longer restrains the Bloodline Sovereign and the remaining mirror image. Go forth, annihilate them all. Whether beast corpse warriors or generals, they become mere targets under the debilitating effects. This is a rare opportunity indeed. The two lead their kin in a relentless assault against the beast corpse warriors, and under the influence of the negative effects in the deep dream realm, the scene transforms into a one-sided massacre. Slaying beast corpse soldier LV 17, experience 2199. Slaying beast corpse soldier LV 17, experience 2250. Slaying beast corpse commander LV 19, experience 3080. Slaying beast corpse soldier LV 17, experience 2120. In addition to the undead golem, the Bloodlord and the Nightmare Sovereign have activated their harvesting mode, mercilessly slaughtering all the alien beings present. The priestly attire adorning Chen radiates a vivid crimson glow. Sacrificial set effect activated. Set effect, performing a sacrificial ritual on the target unit. The sacrificer will gain a damage multiplier of 10 for each unit sacrificed in the subsequent period. Without hesitation, Chen bestows the set effect upon the Bloodlord. While the sacrificial victims are naturally the Bloodline descendants present, out of 80 Bloodline descendants, he sacrifices 50 in one go. 50 brilliant beams of light swiftly surge into the Bloodlord's body, causing the latter's form to expand dramatically, erupting with a scarlet blood flame that blazes fiercely around him. Damage increased 5-fold. With a powerful push from his feet, the Bloodlord transforms into a crimson afterimage, charging out of the deep dreamscape, launching a tempestuous assault against the encroaching beast corpses. The dual pistols spew forth scarlet blood flames, with vividly blood-red bullets incessantly fired, each striking true at the heads of the beast corpses. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious beast corpses, upon nearing, are instantly blasted into headless corpses, collapsing to the ground. Normal attacks. Not a single skill was employed. It was all purely normal attacks. In the sacrificial state, damage skyrockets 5-fold, resulting in an explosive output. There isn't a single beast corpse that cannot be dispatched with one shot. If there is, then it takes 2. The swarming beast corpses fall one after another as if molded from clay. Hiss. The onlookers, Lin Yuan and others, are left gasping in awe, contributing significantly to global warming. Though they have grown accustomed to Gu Chun's summoned beasts unleashing overwhelming damage, they never anticipated it to be this absurd. A level 17 Beast Corps soldier being dispatched with a single shot is already outrageous. Yet, a level 19 Beast Corps commander also falls to a single shot? What is happening? Are the abyssal aliens collectively offering themselves as sacrifices? It's a chaotic massacre. What ecstasy! Lin Yuan trembles with excitement. Gu Chen handles the carnage. And he simply revels in the spectacle. Among the four, Su Xia is the most unrestrained. After all, his understanding of the burial dungeon is the most profound. And witnessing the terrifying lethality of the Blood Lord has left him utterly astounded. His worldview has crumbled. A level 15 summoned beast can annihilate nightmare-grade abyssal beast corps soldiers and commanders merely with normal attacks. If he were to speak of this, he would surely be deemed insane and confined to a mental institution. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. One by one, the beast corpses fall. While Gu Chun maintains his dominion over the battlefield, his experience steadily climbing. Soon, a minute has passed. In the deep dreamscape, mutated beast corpses collapse to the ground, having completely lost all signs of life. The experience and spoils had long been acquired during the vanquishing of the beast corpse aberration. For elite foes yielded a staggering 36,000 experience points and 6 pieces of equipment, an exhilarating triumph. The tide of battle had turned, and no more beast corpses surged forth. As the last of these creatures fell, a piercing, haunting scream suddenly echoed through the darkness. Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and their companions immediately covered their ears, while Gu Chen wore an expression of exhilaration. This cry had finally triggered the conditions for the emergence of the ultimate boss. A howling wind surged within the cavern, resembling the lamentations of vengeful spirits reverberating in their ears. Lin Yuan and his 3 companions, alongside the remaining 30 descendants of the Bloodline, trembled as a powerful force immobilized them. It was a mental assault. Gu Chen felt a wave of dizziness. Yet he remained unfettered, his attributes having surpassed 1,000, with his mental prowess being the highest among his capabilities. At last, it had appeared. Gu Chen squinted, directing his gaze toward a shadowy figure faintly discernible in the depths of darkness. The final boss of the first-tier abyss, the Bone Burial Dungeon, Nightmare Level, the Voodoo Shaman. Chapter 61. Do not misunderstand. I only wish to end your life. The Voodoo Shaman has made his appearance. Over 4 hours have elapsed since descending into the abyss, and a look of satisfaction graces Gu Chen's face. The record-breaking reward is surely within reach. Next, he need only vanquish the Voodoo Shaman to successfully conquer the Nightmare-level abyss. The chilling winds within the dungeon seem to have lessened, and the anguished wails of vengeful spirits have begun to dissipate. With the sound of footsteps, a figure cloaked in dark animal hide emerges from the shadows, adorned with decorations carved from desiccated bones, and obscured by a gas mask that conceals its true visage. In its grasp is a sinister-looking staff, the top of which is embedded with a crystal that flickers with eerie light. Alien race, Voodoo Shaman boss, level, LV, 20, health, 283,100, attributes, strength 330, agility 310, constitution 290, spirit 360, skill I, purifying veil, skill 2, deathstorm, skill 3, corrosive poison. The Voodoo Shaman strides forward, its dark eye sockets reflecting the corpses of beasts strewn across the ground. The mask turns towards Gu Chen and his companions, and a low, rasping laughter emanates from within. Heh, you managed to slay all the test subjects. Do you also wish to acquire the power that transcends death? The sinister laughter carries a chilling malevolence. The Voodoo Shaman resembles a fervent scientific pioneer, obsessed with grotesque biological experiments, such as stitching together dwarf corpses with beast kind or transforming orc bodies into abominations. In essence, his goal is to metamorphose the dead into monsters, creatures that, in his eyes, embody a strength that surpasses mortality. Gu Chen, however, remains unfazed. Do not misunderstand. I merely intend to kill you. A level 20 boss, this is the most formidable alien he has faced thus far. If a party of 15 level adventurers were to confront him, they would surely suffer catastrophic losses. The mortality rate in the Bone Burial Dungeon ranks among the highest in the first-tier abyss, and it is no mere jest. Yet, when compared to the 5-fold damage dealt by the Bloodlord, the situation is entirely different. Kill me? Humph, human, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Voodoo Shaman scoffs, and his body suddenly swells, tearing through his animal hide cloak to reveal a towering, obsidian-hued physique, exuding an explosive aura. His form is riddled with countless stitched scars, reminiscent of a corpse plagued by innumerable wounds. With a swift motion, enormous bony wings unfurl from his back, resembling deadly scythes, covered in jagged protrusions and sharp spines, as if capable of rending anything asunder. A low growl escapes the undying golem, and thick black light surges forth from its form, akin to two black meteors hurtling towards the voodoo shaman. Utterly exhausted, black death plague, regardless of whether one faces an elite or a boss. Succumbing to these two conditions would surely result in a loss of at least half one's life. The voodoo shaman raised his hand, and the crystal atop his staff radiated a blinding light, forming a protective barrier in an effort to thwart the two skills aimed at him. Purity barrier. This defensive skill could negate skill damage. Unfortunately, all abilities of the undead golem were immune to such defenses. Two streaks of black light tore through the barrier like meteors, striking the voodoo shaman instantaneously. The next moment, the debilitating effects took hold. The shaman's aura faltered. His attributes halved, damage received doubled, and he began to lose health in a state of plague. Sensing the abrupt change within himself, the voodoo shaman erupted in fury. Letting out a roar as several bolts of black lightning coalesced around him. Deathstorm, the Blood Clan Lord, immediately took action, unflinching as he charged forward. The black lightning unleashed an astonishing force, crashing down upon the Blood Clan Lord with a series of resounding booms. In previous encounters, such a skill could have easily annihilated a level 15 foe. However, now, the Blood Clan Lord's health had only diminished by a quarter. The voodoo shaman paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by the unexpectedly low damage output. Yet, he dismissed it, recognizing his own diminished state. A lack of damage from a casual spell was understandable. Soon after, a fierce black radiance erupted from him as he pointed at the Blood Clan Lord, unleashing a vast expanse of purple-black toxic mist that surged toward his opponent. Corrosive toxin, like the previous Beast Corpse mutant, this too inflicted toxic damage. Yet, the poison fog conjured by the voodoo shaman was over tenfold more potent, almost materializing into substance resembling a toxic storm barreling forth. Upon contact with the mist, the Blood Clan Lord experienced a drastic health decline, prompting him to retreat swiftly while simultaneously aiming his twin pistols at the voodoo shaman, pulling the triggers without hesitation. Deadly shot, silver bullets entwined with blood flames pierced through the toxic mist, shattering the barrier, and struck the voodoo shaman directly. Bang, bang, bang. Concurrently, 6 deathly tendrils rapidly emerged around him. The voodoo shaman trembled violently, forced to retreat repeatedly as his health plummeted at a visible rate. How could this be? Within the visor of his mask, the shaman's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the apocalypse. A level 15 summoned beast had managed to inflict a staggering loss of 150,000 health with a mere spell. How could such terrifying damage exist? It was crucial to note that he was a boss, boasting enhancements to health, attack, and defense. How could he appear so feeble? The undead golem was truly a monster for hunting. This damage left Chen exhilarated. Although the Blood Clan Lord's damage had quintupled, it was still insufficient to inflict such exorbitant damage solely against the voodoo shaman. After all, he was a level 20 abyssal boss with significant defensive enhancements. The explosive damage could largely be attributed to the voodoo shaman's position, which was less than 10 meters from the undead golem. Irresistible, when the undying golem remained stationary, its defense and recovery increased by 1 per second, and any target within a 10-meter radius of the golem experiences a 100 increase in negative effects. This means that, due to positioning, the voodoo shaman has just suffered a staggering 200 damage. Such a mere doubling of damage is trivial when faced with an abyssal boss. However, one must not forget that the Bloodlord is currently in a sacrificial state, amplifying damage by 5-fold. Consequently, that seemingly unremarkable skill inflicted upon the voodoo shaman resulted in a cataclysmic 10-fold damage output. 10-fold. Fortunately, the voodoo shaman is an abyssal boss, endowed with substantial defensive bonuses. Had it been any other level 20 foe, it would have perished a dozen times over. Why? How could one of merely level 15 unleash such terrifying damage? The voodoo shaman let out a tormented roar, its form ravaged by bullets, with even its skeletal wings suffering a grievous break. The scales of victory have begun to tip. The Blood Lord, undeterred, thought little of the abyssal boss's resilience. If one strike fails to vanquish, then 2 shall suffice. Crimson Feast, a surging torrent of blood flames spiraled forth, resembling an apocalyptic storm, wielding a terrifying power that surged directly towards the voodoo shaman. This was the Bloodlord's ultimate assault, utterly inescapable. Boom. The blood flames transformed into a tempest, mercilessly ravaging the voodoo shaman, leaving it battered and broken, swiftly reducing it to a state of critical health. Immediately, the additional damage assessment activated. A blinding scarlet light erupted violently from the voodoo shaman, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of damage, surpassing all thresholds. The voodoo shaman emitted a wretched scream, thrashing desperately amidst the storm of blood flames. Its health bar had been entirely depleted. Chapter 62. Hurry. I must meet with Chen immediately. In Lin City, within the municipal hall, Su Lai stood nervously beside the desk. Ever since he had seen the information regarding Gu Chen's entry into the abyss, he had known that Gu Qifeng would inevitably seek him out. However, he had not anticipated the swiftness of their arrival. Typically, when practitioners enter dungeons or the abyss, the practitioner trading platform does not pay much attention. Nor does it broadcast such information to all practitioners as it had done this time regarding Gu Chen's descent into the abyss. What could have prompted so many practitioners to receive news of Gu Chen entering the grave dungeon? The answer was simple. He had paid for it. The practitioner trading platform offered a promotional package. For a mere 100,000, one could disseminate a message to all practitioners in the Northern Territory. The message was limited to 30 characters, excluding punctuation, and could only be sent once. In truth, this package was hardly advantageous, yet Gu Chen still purchased it. Aiming to humiliate the Li family. Little did he realize that in Lin City, the Li family had already been obliterated by a single word from Gu Qifeng. Your Majesty, I truly did not expect that young Master Gu Chen would inadvertently enter a first-tier abyss. I am guilty, deserving of death. Su Lai's voice trembled. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. Su Lai was merely the lord of a remote city, whereas Gu Qifeng was the king of the Northern Territory, capable of determining his career and fate with a mere utterance. The disparity between them filled him with an unprecedented sense of suffocation. No one understood why Gu Chen had ventured into the grave dungeon, particularly since he was only a level 10 practitioner. To the outside world, such an action could only be interpreted as an expression of indignation, an act of martyrdom. But why would he choose to martyr himself? Was it merely due to being hunted by the Li family? No, that could not be the sole reason. To be pursued and then choose death? The only outcome would be to spare one's enemies a convoluted path. Thus, this explanation held no ground. Subsequently, after some enthusiasts pieced together the sequence of events, they unearthed a crucial point that clarified to the public why Gu Chen had slain the heir of the Lin City Li family. Gu Chen had successfully cleared the temple ruins, hell level, and achieved an SSS rating. This monumental news had been suppressed by the Li family. Not even the city lord's office had issued an announcement regarding the clearance of the hell level dungeon. Even more infuriating, to this day, many locals in Lin City remained oblivious to the fact that the temple ruins hell level had already been cleared. It is worth noting that in other cities, when a transitioning practitioner received an SSS rating in a novice dungeon, the municipal hall would undoubtedly release a citywide announcement within 10 minutes of the dungeon's notice. Following this, the district of the transitioning practitioner would also issue an announcement. Subsequently, the school of the transitioning practitioner would follow suit. Ultimately, several key officials, led by the city lord, would visit the dungeon square to take photographs with the prodigy and publicly confirm the guaranteed admission slots. After all, such matters are typically celebrated and in normal circumstances. No one would conceal them. However, the handling of this situation in Lin City was exceedingly peculiar. One cannot help but suspect the existence of clandestine dealings behind this situation. Soon, the truth was unveiled by none other than the eyewitness to the incident, Li Wenhui, who had witnessed Gu Chen slay the heir of the Li family. The patriarch, Li Xiao, in a bid to secure a direct admission slot for Li Renjie at the prestigious academy in the capital, promptly coordinated with the municipal hall to delay the admission process by several days. This period provided the Li family with a window of opportunity. If Gu Chen could assist Li Renjie in achieving an SSS rating, the admission slot would rightfully belong to him. Despite the threats and temptations posed by Li Renjie, Gu Chen remained unyielding, ultimately taking the life of Li Renjie. This act of defiance against tyranny exemplifies the spirit that we, the youth, ought to emulate. I have revealed all that I know. Will you spare my life? I do not wish to perish. Woe is me. In a desperate attempt to evade the wrath of the warlord's guards, Li Wenhui divulged every detail he possessed, with no embellishments. In light of this, the steward, Gu He, showed mercy and left him with a whole corpse. Meanwhile, Gu Qifeng had scoured the wilderness for an entire morning, only to learn upon returning to the city that Gu Chen had ventured into the abyss. In search of an outlet for his frustration, Gu Qifeng appeared at the municipal hall of Lin City, his demeanor dark as he entered the mayor's office. His gaze fell upon Su Lai. Icy determination evident in his eyes. Lin City, you manage things well. This brief statement sent chills down Su Lai's spine. Though he was the mayor, it was clear that all matters in Lin City were ultimately dictated by Gu Qifeng, the war king of the northern region, the sole ruler of the 7 cities in the north, and his master. Yet, the master's son had encountered grave trouble in his domain. Not only was he forced into the wilderness by the Li family, but he had also been obstructed from securing his admission slot. Now, having entered the abyss, one must question why a newly minted level 10 practitioner would dare to venture into a first-tier abyss, a graveyard of sorts. It was evident he had been driven there by pursuers, with nowhere left to flee. At this realization, Su Lai trembled. his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. "My king, I vow to eliminate all practitioners pursuing the young master. I beseech you, spare my life." Just as Gu Qifeng was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed from the office door. My king, good news. Young Master Gu Chun has successfully cleared the nightmare-level abyss and has emerged alive from the graveyard. The steward Gu He announced, accompanied by Qin Yun, though her expression appeared somewhat strained. "What? Is this true?" Gu Qifeng swiftly turned around, disbelief etched on his face. "Has Chen truly emerged from the graveyard? My king, how could I just at a time like this? Please, look." Gu He wasted no time, activating the television in the mayor's office, where a prominent message flashed onto the screen. In Linqing, the SSS-class practitioner Gu Qin led his team of practitioners to triumph over the first-level Abyssal Tomb dungeon at the Nightmarish level. They have successfully completed the Nightmarish Abyssal Tomb. Splendid. It is no surprise that Gu Qingfeng's son is capable of such feats. The gloom that once shadowed Gu Qingfeng's face dissipated, replaced by an exuberant gleam in his eyes. Not only had Gu Qin survived, but he had also conquered the Nightmarish Abyss. A remarkable achievement that would overshadow many prodigies even in the esteemed city of Gubei. To speak candidly, over the past decade, he had invested resources worth hundreds of billions into his second son, Gu Ci, yet even he had hesitated to enter the first-level abyss at level 10. The thought of Gu Chun, who not only successfully navigated the first-level abyss but also emerged unscathed, filled Gu Qifeng with unrestrained excitement. Quickly, summon the floating battleship. I must go to the Abyssal Tomb to meet my son Chen at once. Chapter 63. The suppressive education is not at fault. Upon hearing the news that Gu Chun had successfully navigated the nightmare-level grave dungeon, Gu Qifeng felt a surge of anxiety within him. Never in his life had he yearned to see his son as desperately as he did now. After returning from the wilderness, he had made a special visit to Gu Chin's school and had spoken with his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua, to gain insight into Gu Chin's daily life. It was then that he comprehended the many injustices his son had endured. Particularly after grasping the reasons behind Gu Chin's actions against Li Renjia, Gu Qifeng was engulfed in profound regret. Had he been aware of his son's circumstances earlier, Gu Chin would not have been forced into the wilderness due to despair. The Li family of Linqing would have never dared to bully his son. In fact, had he publicly acknowledged Gu Chin's identity, who in the Northern Realm would have dared to lay a finger on Gu Qingfeng's son? Yet, he did not. His inaction had resulted in Gu Chun facing numerous trials from a young age. Now, not only had Gu Chin survived, but he had also miraculously conquered the nightmare-level grave dungeon. Gu Qifeng was now eager to reunite with Gu Chin, having resolved to compensate him in double for all that he had missed over the years. However, at that moment, Qin Yun suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, please do not rush. It is not yet the time to go." Gu Qifeng turned to Qin Yun, his expression growing icy. "What do you mean? Do you not wish for me to bring Chen back?" "No, Your Majesty, that is not my intention. At present, Chen has just emerged from the abyss and is likely planning to return to Linqing. If we venture out to find him now, we may find ourselves empty-handed. Furthermore, we cannot ascertain whether he has calmed down. If we approach Chen and he is unwilling to see us, it would be quite the embarrassment. Your Majesty, consider this. Chen would rather be pursued by the Li family of Linqing and flee into the wilderness than reveal his identity. To my mind, he harbors some resentment." Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. The reason his son was being hunted by the Li family stemmed primarily from his failure to disclose Gu Chen's identity, a responsibility that lay with him. However, one might argue that had Gu Chen chosen to reveal his lineage, even if the Li family doubted his words, they would undoubtedly have refrained from acting recklessly. Contemplating this, Gu Qingfeng's countenance darkened slightly. "My lady, what do you propose we do?" Qin Yun, with a hint of malice, suggested, "Your Majesty, it is indeed a significant achievement that Qino has successfully conquered the grave dungeon. I believe we should host a celebratory banquet for him in Linqing, both to welcome him back and as a means of offering our apologies." Gu Qifeng agreed with the first part of her statement, yet the latter half incensed him. "Apologize?" His expression darkened instantly. In this world, where is the father who admits fault to his son? If this matter were to spread, how would the world regard me? Gu Qifeng, I have wronged Chen and shall naturally make ample reparations. But as for apologies, HMPF, I do not wish to hear of this matter again. Gu Qifeng, the war king of the Northern Realm, a sovereign whose might was renowned, would never easily bow his head. He acknowledges his mistakes and possesses the ability to rectify them. Yet he will never admit to being wrong. Qin Yun displayed a troubled expression and inquired what should be done. Chen was driven away by you, without your acknowledgement. How could he possibly return? The steward, Gu He, silently rolled his eyes at Qin Yun's words. On that day, your kneeling forced him to leave. And now you play the victim? Is this how the heavens turn upside down? Gu Qifeng furrowed his brow slightly, although he yearned to see Gu Chen. The knowledge that Gu Chen was safe calmed his anxious heart. Having spent an entire day and night without rest in search of Gu Chen, he suddenly realized through Qin Yun's words that Gu Chen had no intention of returning home. Could it be that this boy still harbored resentment towards him? Recalling the reprimands Gu Chen had hurled at him in the family hall, Gu Qifeng felt a surge of anger rise within him. His son, who would rather be hunted, preferred to wander the wilderness, and even risk entering the abyss, chose not to seek out his father? Was this a complete severance of their bond? This thought ignited a spark of rage within Gu Qifeng. Despite having imposed stringent expectations on Gu Chen over the years, it was all done with his son's best interests in mind. As the saying goes, steel is forged through fire. Although Gu Chen endured hardships for 18 years, just look at his current achievements. Who among his peers can compare? In the entire divine Xia Empire, who else at level 10 could conquer a nightmarish abyss without the aid of guilds or noble resources? Throughout history, only Gu Chen has accomplished this. And this precisely validates his educational philosophy. His rigorous approach to teaching was not misguided. Had it not been for those trials that led to Gu Chen's transformation, he would have long since faded into obscurity. Contemplating this, Gu Qifeng's anger flared once more. It was his educational methods that propelled Gu Chen to such heights. Yet Gu Chen not only lacked gratitude, but also bore a grudge against him. This boy, having mingled with the wrong crowd since childhood, was now brimming with a rebellious spirit. If he did not impose strict discipline while he was still young, who knew what chaos he might unleash in the future? Qin Yun smiled lightly and remarked, I believe you are too harsh on Chenner. You imposed discipline on him, yet you have never done the same to Zier, your other son. Though her words ostensibly defended Gu Chen, the mention of Gu Zi only solidified Gu Qifeng's resolve. His second son, Gu Zi, had been raised by his side, excelling in both character and scholarship, and had always shown filial piety without causing any trouble. There was no need for discipline with him. Gu Zi has been nurtured by me, always respectful to his parents and never stirring up trouble. Where would be the need for pressure? Gu Qifeng scoffed coldly. But as for Chenner, he realized that he had neglected to guide his temperament over the years. Although he had achieved some success, if he did not promptly correct his course, he would surely become a scourge in the future. After discussing for a while with Qin Yun, Gu Qifeng had made up his mind. Gu Chen was the legitimate heir of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, and his temperament must be rigorously tempered. Otherwise, how could he be entrusted with governing the North in the future? Beside them, the steward Gui listened to the conversation, increasingly chilled at heart. It was no wonder that Gu Chen would rather plunge into the abyss than return to the Gu family. Such oppressive education was suffocating to contemplate. Home? To go back and continue to endure blame and suppression? Any rational individual would likely eschew such a life. Gu Qifeng pondered for a moment before softly commanding, Sulai. Sulai trembled slightly, hastily bowing, Your Majesty, I am here. What is the situation regarding Gu Chen's direct admission? Please forgive this humble servant, Your Majesty. I shall immediately issue a citywide announcement and ensure that the admission spot is secured for young Master Gu Chen with utmost speed. No need for that. Gu Chen is my son and does not require a spot from your city. Inform Gu Chen that if he wishes to secure a direct admission to the capital's academy, he must come to Gubei City to see me. Yes, I will certainly convey Your Majesty's words to young Master Gu Chen. Gu Qifeng ceased speaking, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Chapter 64. Gu Chen, a remarkable talent, will secure one city in the First Order Abyss, the Buried Bone Dungeon. At the moment the voodoo shaman's health was depleted, a flurry of notifications sprang before Gu Chen's eyes. Defeated voodoo shaman boss LV, 20. Experience 15317. Acquired loot. Buried bone robe LV, 20 rare. Acquired loot. Eternal source crystal, rare. Level up, level, LV. 16. 3789 211500. Strength, 477. Agility, 476. Constitution, 478. Mentality, 689. Summoned beasts. Bloodline Sovereign LV, 16. Legendary. Nightmare Ruler LV, 16. Epic. Undead Golem LV, 16. Legendary. Talent. Currently eligible for 1 Dark Bloodline. Congratulations. You have completed the Buried Bone Dungeon, Nightmare level. Rewards. Practitioner experience 50,000. Abyssal Treasure Chest X1. Rare. Exiting the Abyss. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, the Abyss Square was teeming with crowds, with adventurers seeking to form teams. Yang Lin found a relatively spacious spot on the outskirts of the square, seated himself on the ground, and began polishing his longsword. He had just emerged from a normal level abyss with his team. Although the gains were modest, they had at least secured some experience. At this rate, if he completed one more normal level abyss, he would ascend to level 13. Reflecting on this, he could not help but recall the 2 peculiar individuals from that morning. One was a level 6 swordsman, and the other a level 10 summoner. How audacious they were to attempt a team dive into the abyss with such a composition. It was akin to courting death. Yang Lin scanned the square, but could not spot the two figures from earlier. It seemed evident that they had perished within the abyss. After all, the Buried Bone Dungeon was among the most challenging of the First Order abysses, and for practitioners below level 10, entering was tantamount to a one-way ticket to demise. Pitying the foolhardy, he had already advised them, but they had chosen to disregard his counsel, leaving him powerless to intervene. Just then, a public announcement flashed across the large screen in the Abyss Square. Congratulations to the Adventurer team for successfully refreshing the record for the Buried Bone Dungeon. Nightmare level completion time: 4 hours 32 minutes 31 seconds. Team information: Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner, Members: Lin Yuan, Swordsman; Lin Qingqing, Warrior; Su Ran, Assassin; Su Xia, Unclassed. Rewards: Practitioner Experience 50,000. Personal Achievement 1. Record-breaking Gift Box X1. Rare Completion Evaluation. SSS. Yang Lin gaped at the announcement on the screen, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What was going on? 4 hours and 32 minutes for the Buried Bone Dungeon? That was over 2 hours faster than the record set by Wan City's Lord Liang Yi at level 19. Who exactly was this captain named Gu Chen, endowed with such extraordinary prowess? Yang Lin subconsciously glanced at the screen recording the history of the abyss, only to find that the previous nightmarish record holder, Liang Yi, had now been replaced by Gu Chen. Huh? That name seems somewhat familiar. Is the captain a summoner? One of the team members is a swordsman. Impossible. Yang Lin's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively gasped. The nearby professionals were startled, rolling their eyes in annoyance. Stop shouting. The announcement from the abyss cannot be erroneous. Just because you cannot achieve it doesn't mean others cannot. Indeed. It had been several years without any updates. The Bone Burial Dungeon was overdue for a record-breaking attempt. I checked, and that team was composed entirely of newly transitioned players. The captain was only level 10 upon entering the abyss, and such a formation could actually break the record. It's almost unheard of. It was them. I had seen that team earlier in the morning, rather conspicuous, considering none of them exceeded level 10. I recalled that one of their members was an ordinary person, presumably the non-professional mentioned in the announcement. This morning, I had privately mocked them, never expecting to be slapped in the face so swiftly. The youth of today are truly formidable. I should have made myself familiar with Gu Chen back then. While several professionals chatted animatedly nearby, Yang Lin wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? A summoner, a swordsman, with an average team level not surpassing 10. Wasn't that exactly the duo I had encountered that morning? With their levels and composition, they managed to refresh the record of the nightmarish abyss? Yang Lin felt as though his worldview was collapsing, while others regretted not having familiarized themselves with Gu Chen. He realized he had utterly squandered the golden opportunity to soar alongside him. Once, a chance had presented itself before him, and he had failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did he feel the bitter pangs of regret. There is no greater suffering in life than this. What a misfortune. Yang Lin covered his face, nearly choking on his frustration. Every day, he tirelessly stood in the Abyss Square, hoping to find a few powerful teammates. Yet when a great master extended an invitation to him, he had flatly refused. Not only did he decline, but he also urged the individual not to descend into the abyss, for it would lead to a swift demise. What was this? Heaven had offered him a feast. Yet he had brazenly smashed his own bowl. 2 words: deserved it. Elsewhere, in the municipal hall of Wan City, after the nightmarish record at the Bone Burial Dungeon was shattered, Wan City, the closest to the abyss, received the news promptly and convened an emergency meeting. Lord Liang Yi examined the pages of information in his hand, excitement unmistakably etched on his face. Gu Chen had conquered the temple ruins and achieved an SSS rating. And now he had broken the record I set in the Bone Burial Dungeon all those years ago. Such a genius, how could he be suppressed by Su Lai and the Li family in Lin City? The Li family has been annihilated, and as of now, the recommendation quota has yet to be confirmed for Gu Chen. What exactly is Su Lai planning? Regardless of his intentions, with Gu Chen's talent, the recommendation for Wan City is surely secured. Yang Yi slammed his hand on the table, exuding an air of inevitability. Isn't the recommendation slot for Wan City conveniently vacant? Let it be Gu Chen. I pondered. First, the recommendation quota. Second, the rewards for clearing the hellish dungeon. Third, the rewards for conquering the nightmare level abyss. Secretarially, there is no need for an upper-level application. Simply allocate the resources directly from the Lord's estate. Within 3 minutes, prepare 3 sets of rewards to be brought to my office. Furthermore, arrange for the teleportation array. I wish to arrive at the Abyss Square in the Burial Dungeon within 5 minutes. This secretarially was momentarily taken aback. My lord, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Word has already spread from Ling City that Gu Chen is the son of the War King of the Northern Realm. And so what? Gu Chen would rather wander the wilderness than utter the name Gu Qingfeng, indicating his complete lack of allegiance to the Gu family. Just proceed as I have instructed. But what if Gu Qingfeng holds us accountable? How shall one city respond? Accountability? Gu Qingfeng is the war king of the northern realm, while one city belongs to the eastern continent. Can he truly question us? Furthermore, there are royal families in the eastern continent as well, if I am not afraid. Why should you be? Enough with the idle chatter. Go prepare. Should there be any delay in essential matters, I will reassign you to guard the abyss. Chapter 65. Regardless of how much Sulai offers, it is certain that it cannot surpass what I provide. Among practitioners, the competition revolves around levels, equipment, items, and quotas. In contrast, the rivalry among major cities centers on rankings, resources, and talent. Although Lin City and Wan City are neighboring, one is classified under the Northern Territory while the other belongs to the Eastern Province, separated by a wilderness that has historically prevented any significant conflict of interest. However, the current situation is markedly different. The Buried Bone Dungeon is among the most challenging first-tier abysses, conveniently located near Wan City, often referred to as the abyss at the doorstep of its inhabitants. Yet, due to the overwhelming difficulty of this abyss, a considerable number of practitioners from Wan City have been unable to conquer it, with many even perishing within. Over time, the overwhelming majority of practitioners from Wan City have developed an instinctive avoidance of this abyss, leading to a significant outflow of talent from the city. The exodus of practitioners and the severe shortage of talent have resulted in Wan City's continual decline in the rankings within the Eastern Province, consequently missing out on abundant resources. This year marks the third year since Liang Yi assumed the role of city lord in Wan City, and as in previous years, there has been no emergence of promising talent. This situation has caused him considerable distress. He has a foreboding sense that if Wan City continues down this path, not only will the city face ruin, but his own career will also be at stake. His frustration intensifies upon hearing news that a practitioner from neighboring Lin City has attained an SSS level evaluation. Why is it that promising talent always eludes Wan City? However, he soon discovers that the reality is not as dire as he feared. Who would have imagined that Lin City not only disregards this SSS level practitioner, but also conspires with the Li family to suppress him? What options does a farmer's son, orphaned at a young age, have when faced with the combined forces of the city lord and a powerful family? Reluctantly, he has no choice but to concede. Upon clarifying the situation, Liang Yi perceives this as an opportunity. After all, if Lin City does not want this SSS level practitioner, then Wan City will gladly welcome him. Yet, shortly thereafter, Gu Qingfeng appears in Lin City and reveals Gu Chen's lineage, prompting Liang Yi to sigh inwardly. Even if Gu Chen is not a native of Lin City, he is certainly from Gu Bei City, making it unlikely that he would belong to Wan City, just as he contemplates giving up. A flicker of hope reignites within him upon learning that Gu Chen has been driven into the wilderness by the Li family. Could Gu Qingfeng's son truly be forced into exile by the mere Li family? It seems improbable. The only plausible explanation is that Gu Chen does not acknowledge his family's identity, which is why he has not invoked Gu Qingfeng's name throughout this ordeal. With this realization, the situation becomes much more manageable. Since Gu Chen has been oppressed in Lin City and does not recognize his family's identity, then the people of Wan City would wholeheartedly welcome him. Following this revelation, news breaks that Gu Chen has successfully cleared the nightmare-level Buried Bone Dungeon. This revelation solidifies Liang Yi's resolve. He must seize this opportunity. After all, Gu Chen is not only an SSS-level practitioner, but has also set a new record for clearing the first-tier Buried Bone Dungeon. Such talent is a rarity that may not emerge for decades. To allow him to wander the wilderness is simply too regrettable, given the remarkable talent and combat prowess displayed by Gu Chen. It is only fitting that the city lord treats him with the utmost respect. My lord, the 3 rewards have been prepared, came the voice of Secretary Li Feng's, accompanied by a knock on the door, reaching Liang Yi's ears. Furthermore, I discovered that Gu Chen has just ascended to level 16. Typically, at level 15, a summoner can increase their summoning slots. Having just emerged from the abyss, he likely has not yet contracted any new summoned beasts. Thus, I have requested a level 15 summoning skill book from the Wan City Treasury, one of the few rare summoning tomes available in our humble town. Rare indeed. Unfortunately, in a small place like Wan City, summoners are scarce. To procure an epic summoning book, one must venture to central cities where the prices are exorbitant and time is of the essence. Liang Yi rose from his seat, nodding in agreement. Very well. We shall proceed as planned. We can always compensate him later. Li Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, my lord. What if Gu Chen is unwilling to come to Wan City? Liang Yi shot him a glance. We are here to claim him. Do you understand? If he refuses, that is his concern, not mine. Moreover, since Gu Chen was able to slay Li Renjia, it is evident he is not one to endure humiliation. Would he remain in Lin City? What if Su Lai were to apologize and offer additional resources as compensation? This scenario cannot be ruled out. If Su Lai provides sufficiently, Gu Chen might indeed relent. However, with our involvement from Wan City, Gu Chen will undoubtedly refuse to reconcile with Lin City. For no matter how much Su Lai offers, it could never surpass what I can provide. Liang Yi rose from his desk and strode purposefully toward the teleportation hall, with Li Feng holding 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes, swiftly following suit. Though the treasure chests and gift boxes could easily fit into his personal space, he chose not to utilize such convenience. The gesture of courtesy is never unwarranted. At that moment, the Abyss Plaza was teeming with people. The record for the nightmare-level Abyss had been shattered, a rare occurrence that filled the witnessing professionals with pride. As the dizziness subsided, Gu Chen and his companions were teleported to the Abyss Plaza, prompting an uproar among the surrounding crowd. Look, Gu Chen has emerged. Is that really Gu Chen? I heard he is a transfer student. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Spare me. Even if he doesn't, what makes you think you stand a chance? Does he fancy your age or your low level? To break the historical record at such a young age is truly enviable. I am green with envy. Gu Chen hails from Lin City, having shattered the historical record. Where is the City Hall's presence? What is the point? Gu Chen's guaranteed admission hasn't even been confirmed yet. Do the City Hall officials still have the face to show up? Look, aren't those the City Hall officials? They arrived surprisingly quickly. After all, they are dealing with a genius who has refreshed the nightmare-level Abyss record. It seems the Lin City officials are indeed anxious. Amidst the blinding light emanating from the teleportation array, several impeccably dressed men stepped forth from the portal. At the forefront stands a man clad in a deep gray jacket. His stature commanding and impressive. Beneath his thick, pronounced brows gleam a pair of piercing eyes, scanning the surroundings. Goodness, is that not Liang Yi? The Lord of Wanqing? Surely not. Gu Chen is from Lingqing. How could Liang Yi possibly be here? Oh my. It is indeed Liang Yi. Presently, Liang Yi has reached level 50, making him the highest-ranking practitioner in Wanqing. What could he possibly be doing here? What else could it be? Just observe the entourage behind him. Laden with treasure chests and gift boxes, it is evident they are here to seize individuals. Seize individuals? But Gu Chen is the son of the War King of the North. In Gubei City, he is regarded as the prince. How could he possibly go to Wanqing? Oh, you may not be aware, but rumors have spread outside that Gu Chen has long severed ties with the War King of the North. I see now. He has been pursued by the Li family for so long that he would rather flee into the wilderness or plunge into the abyss than utter the name of the War King. It seems there is a major revelation here. Mark my words, I predict Gu Chen will soon become one of us in Wanqing, and at that time, all practitioners in Wanqing will reap the benefits. And what of it? Gu Chen's joining Wanqing is his affair. What relevance does it hold for us? Chapter 66. A sincere invitation to join Wan City. Given Gu Chen's currently displayed prowess, it is indisputable that whichever city he chooses to join will undoubtedly reap the benefits. Why does the Divine Xia Empire invest in cultivating professionals? Because each time a Deep Abyss achievement is attained, it mitigates the incursion of abyssal forces into this world. Although Deep Abyss achievements are not as easily obtained as personal achievements, once one conquers and secures a Deep Abyss achievement, the difficulty of that abyss diminishes, and the rewards for completion correspondingly increase. The high difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon has persisted largely due to the rarity of professionals achieving Deep Abyss accomplishments. In order to attain a Deep Abyss achievement, one must venture into the Hell-level Abyss. Though Gu Chen does not currently meet the criteria, no one questions his potential. After all, in the eyes of the world, he is a veritable genius, and for such a prodigy, achieving Deep Abyss accomplishments is merely a matter of time. At this moment, it finally dawned on some that the first to arrive at the Abyssal Square was none other than the Lord of Wan City. For Wan City, there is an urgent need for a talent like Gu Chen to help them secure Deep Abyss achievements. Despite being a first-tier abyss, the Buried Bones dungeon's high difficulty has compelled numerous novice professionals to abandon it. When they cannot conquer the abyss at their doorstep, they inevitably turn towards larger cities. This has led to a gradual exodus of Wan City's professionals. The loss of fresh talent signifies the city's decline, and once the decline begins, it spirals into a vicious cycle. At this juncture, some professionals from Lin City suddenly realized a critical issue. No, this absolutely cannot happen. If Gu Chen is snatched away by Liang Yi, he will become a citizen of Wan City, and even if he subsequently achieves Deep Abyss accomplishments, we will not benefit in the slightest. How can this be allowed to happen? Lin City has finally produced a genius professional, and we cannot let him be taken by Wan City. But wait, aren't you from Lin City aware of how you have treated Gu Chen? He has held an SSS rating for quite some time, securing guaranteed spots. Wait a minute. Why are Lin City's people coming to the Buried Bones dungeon? This is one city's abyss. If Chen can indeed propel one city to prominence. Perhaps I should rent my balcony for 1,000 a month in the future. Each harbors their own thoughts. Some from Lin City, initially drawn to the excitement surrounding Chen, found themselves unable to remain passive. Initially, they did not regard this matter with much significance, merely coming to witness the legendary royal scion and what set him apart from the ordinary. After all, Chen is on an entirely different plane from them, and there would be no connection in the future. However, the situation has changed. Given Chen's current display of talent, securing a Deep Abyss achievement is merely a matter of time, and it is nearly foreseeable that the difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon will soon decline, with rewards becoming increasingly abundant. Thus, henceforth, the professionals of Wanqing need not forsake their homes in pursuit of advancement. Following Chen's successful conquest of the Abyss, all practitioners in Wanqing shall partake in the rewards. It is accurate to assert that Chen is the cornerstone for all professionals in Wanqing. What on earth is happening in Linqing? Why has the municipal hall not yet made an appearance? The practitioners of Linqing are growing desperate, for they witness Liang Yi approaching Chen with a contingent. How brazen of him! Who among us has connections at the Linqing municipal hall? Quick, rally the troops. Wait. I shall call the city lord right now. My goodness, you have the number of the Linqing city lord? ISNT there is city lord hotline? Oh. Do go ahead and call. If you get through, I shall concede defeat. At that moment, Chen had just organized the spoils from the abyss when he beheld several imposing middle-aged men before him. Liang Yi stood before Chen, dispensing with pleasantries, and stated forthrightly, Chen, greetings. I am Liang Yi, the city lord of Wanqing, and I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our city. Very well. I accept, Chen replied without hesitation. The rationale was simple. Setting aside Liang Yi's prestigious title, it was evident that he approached with genuine intent. The 4 individuals accompanying him bore 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes, regardless of their contents. It was unprecedented in Chen's experience to encounter such generous terms in this world. Upon hearing Chen's immediate acceptance, Liang Yi's face lit up with unmistakable excitement. Meanwhile, Li Feng, standing behind Liang Yi, felt his cheeks twitch as the mere 4 words rendered 3 meticulously crafted arguments moot. Is he not adhering to convention? Behind Li Feng, 3 negotiation experts exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling in unison. Mission accomplished, it's time to clock out. They had never encountered such an effortless task in their careers. Just as this moment of mutual satisfaction unfolded, another middle-aged man clad in a dark gray jacket approached, flanked by several companions. Could it be that the Linqing Municipal Hall has finally decided to show up? The opportunity has long passed. Leading the group was City Lord Su Lai, a figure I recognize from recent news. A total of 5 individuals, yet they arrive empty-handed? This demeanor is truly dismissive of Chen's achievements. Setting aside his status as a scion of nobility, he is nonetheless a genius who has triumphed in the nightmarish abyss. Good heavens! How fortunate I am to be from Wanqing. I am convinced that Linqing shall be brought to ruin under the stewardship of this Su Lai. Young Master Chen, Su Lai exclaimed upon spotting Chen, hastening over with eagerness. Young Master, on behalf of Linqing, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your successful conquest of the first-tier abyss, the graveyard dungeon. The Li family has been vanquished, and I implore you to return with me to Linqing, where the entire populace awaits to celebrate your victory. Regarding the matter of guaranteed admission, it is indeed the municipal hall's oversight. Rest assured, I have prepared a suite of resources that rival the rewards for conquering the hell level as compensation for you. Su spoke rapidly, reciting the remarks prepared by his secretary in one breath, yet he failed to mention the confirmation of the guaranteed admission slots. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi beside him burst into laughter. Lord Su, Chen is a recipient of the SSS rating. Having conquered the hellish dungeon of the temple ruins and refreshed the nightmarish abyss of the buried bone dungeon, is this your form of compensation? It feels like a mere pittance. Su let out a cold snort, disregarding Liang Yi, and continued addressing Chen, young master, as a person from the Northern Territory. You should return to Lin City first. What did you just say? Chen interrupted Su's words directly. Su was taken aback for a moment, contemplated, and replied, I mentioned that we should return to Lin City. No, the previous statement. You said I am from the Northern Territory. Who told you I am from the Northern Territory? You are the scion of the Northern royal family. Lord Su must have mistaken me for someone else. My name does not appear in the royal genealogy. Please leave. Su's expression froze, rendered speechless by this remark. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, Young Master. The king has already made arrangements. Once you return to Gubei City, your guaranteed admission slots will surely be confirmed. Chapter 67. Not even a modicum of justice. Su Lai arrived bearing a message from Gu Qifeng, initially believing it to be a mere errand. However, to his astonishment, Gu Chen showed no inclination to return to the Northern Territory. In a moment of urgency, he relayed Gu Qingfeng's sentiments. Before Gu Chen could respond, Liang Yi interjected. What do you mean? Are you attempting to use the title of the Northern Territory's War King to coerce Gu Chen? Su Lai's expression turned pained. No, that's not it. What about the guaranteed admission quota? The king stated that once the young master returns to Gubei City, the quota will be immediately secured. Isn't that a form of coercion? Gu Chen observed the unfolding scene in silence, fully aware that Liang Yi was exacerbating the conflict. Su Lai recognized this as well and chose to disregard Liang Yi. Addressing Gu Chen directly, Young master, if you accompany Liang Yi to the eastern continent, how will you face the people of the Northern Territory in the future? Gu Chen smiled lightly. It is not impossible to refrain from going to the eastern continent, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Su Lai's eyes brightened with hope. Please. Young master, speak. I shall do my utmost. However, Liang Yi's expression darkened at this exchange. What do you mean? We just agreed. How can it change so suddenly? First, you must disclose the nature of your collusion with the Li family in their attempt to seize my guaranteed admission quota and publicly apologize to me. Su Lai's face immediately reflected distress. Should this information be revealed, his political aspirations would come to a halt. Young master, I can agree to make the process public. But I truly have not colluded with the Li family. Very well, then let me ask you. Did I not receive the SSS rating? Yes. Then why did the municipal hall fail to issue the admission quota in a timely manner? Su Lai fell into silence. Nothing to say? Then it seems there is no further discussion needed, and I need not present my second condition. Su Lai furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it unreasonable to require the disclosure of his collusion with the Li family, attempting to usurp Gu Chen's guaranteed admission quota? For Gu Chen, the victim, it was not unreasonable at all. Yet, as the city lord, Su Lai could not afford to undermine his own foundation. Choosing silence, are we? Very well. I have provided you with the opportunity. If you refuse to comply, I am left with no recourse. Gu Chen surveyed the assembled professionals and shrugged. Everyone has witnessed this. I merely seek a semblance of justice. Yet, even this trivial request is denied. If I cannot secure even a modicum of justice, how can I expect my quota? My resources to be granted? Certainly not. Thus, it is not I who wish to depart from Lin City, but rather Lin City that compels my departure. Su Lai's cheeks twitched, rendered speechless. The negotiation had collapsed. In truth, this matter required no negotiation, for as long as Su Lai remained alive, he would never reveal his collusion with the Li family. After all, he was the lord of Lin City, a 5th-tier professional. Even Gu Qingfeng had chosen not to pursue him, and he would never act in a manner that would jeopardize his own foundation. Even if Gu Chen is the son of Gu Qingfeng, it is hardly reasonable to expect him to sacrifice his future and prospects merely to expose his own scandals. After all, he was sent on a mission, only to convey a message to Gu Chen. Should Gu Chen choose to return, his task would be accomplished. If he refuses, as a subordinate of Gu Qifeng, could he possibly resort to forcibly taking Gu Chen back to Gubei City? Such an action is out of the question. With the Li family of Lin City already annihilated, he possesses no evidence to justify blocking Gu Chen's recommendation spot. In fact, it is precisely because he obstructed this opportunity that Gu Qifeng has gained leverage over Gu Chen. However, no one anticipated that Liang Yi's arrival would present an optimal choice. If the Northern Territory refuses to grant him a recommendation, it matters not, for the Eastern continent has already extended an offer, accompanied by substantial resources as compensation. Gu Chen, clear as day regarding his options, readily accepted Liang Yi's proposal. Su Lai nodded, adopting a tone of feigned regret as he spoke. I have delivered the king's message. Since the young master is unwilling to return to Gubei City, I can only say this much. As for the recommendation spot, it is not that Lin City is unwilling to provide it. Rather, the king has already made arrangements in this regard. If the young master wishes to secure the recommendation, I advise you to make your way to Gubei City at your earliest convenience, lest the king be kept waiting. With that, Su Lai bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Liang Yi regarded Su Lai's retreating figure with a peculiar expression, turning to Gu Chen with a question. He obstructed your recommendation, and you let him go just like that? This is uncharacteristic of your usual approach. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Su Lai's reverence lies with the War King of the Northern Territory, not with me. Even if I were to demand an apology, he would harbor no remorse. Thus, the key to dealing with such individuals is to strike at their vulnerabilities. Let him remain in his arrogance a while longer. Once he faces the ire and scorn of the populace in Lin City, he will surely regret allowing me to depart today. Gu Chen certainly did not intend to let Su Lai off easily, since the latter had taken action against him. He must face the consequences. After all, he harbors a long memory for grudges. Upon returning to Lin City via the teleportation array, Su Lai promptly entered his office and instructed his secretary. The message has been delivered. Since the young master is unwilling to return, report the situation accurately to the king. Next, under the auspices of the municipal hall, release a statement that all dungeons affiliated with Lin City will have their fees reduced by 20 for a month. Ultimately, our young master is merely a talented practitioner. How much loss can his departure truly inflict upon Lin City? By reducing dungeon fees for all practitioners in the city and promoting this matter, the focus will shift away from Gu Chen's situation. As for the future, humph. In 2 years, I shall no longer serve in the Northern Territory. Even if he is a prince of the royal family, what can he do to me? Understood. The secretary noted several key points in his notebook before exiting to make arrangements. In the end, Su Lai's true fear lies solely with the war king of the Northern Territory, Gu Qifeng. As for Gu Chen, although he maintained a demeanor of politeness and respect, he did not regard him with any significance. A genius? What does genius amount to? In the divine Summer Empire, none who hold the title of city lord are ordinary. They are all remarkably gifted individuals. A mere genius yet to fully develop holds no weight in Su Lai's eyes. He believes that if Gu Chen wishes to challenge him, he must at least ascend to the rank of a 5th-tier practitioner first. However, it is unfortunate that Gu Chen has chosen the path of a summoner. No matter how formidable he may be in the early stages, he cannot alter the reality of his eventual limitations. The practitioner system has evolved over a century. Yet the summoner class has never produced a 5th-tier practitioner. It is often said that nobles who transition to summoners are invincible among their peers. Indeed. But this claim is confined to the 2nd to 4th tiers and only under the condition of investing substantial resources. With each 5 levels, a summoning slot opens. And no summoner can afford the nurturing resources required for the 5th tier. This is the reason Su Lai holds Gu Chen in disdain. Nevertheless, Gu Chen is no ordinary summoner. In just a few days, Su Lai will undoubtedly regret his dismissive attitude. Chapter 68, 100. 000 experience. After reaching an agreement with Liang Yi, Gu Chen accepted all the resources brought by him. Among these were a recommendation letter from the prestigious academy in the capital, a rare quality level 15 summoning skill book, a rare grade dungeon treasure chest, and a rare grade abyss treasure chest. Liang Yi promptly declared that if Gu Chen could conquer the hell level abyss, he would be permitted to select any one legendary grade equipment from the treasure vault in Wan City. However, there was a minor condition. He must first clear the hell level burial dungeon. Gu Chen readily agreed, as he had just unlocked the hell level difficulty of the burial dungeon, and he was determined not to venture into any other abyss. Opting for a different 1st-tier abyss would mean starting anew from the nightmare level, which would be a considerable loss. The condition set by Liang Yi evoked unabashed envy from Lin Yuan and the others nearby. The privilege to select a legendary grade equipment from the Wan City Vault was a privilege even the Lord's son did not possess, underscoring Liang Yi's high regard for Gu Chen. Once everything was settled, Liang Yi led Gu Chen and the others through the teleportation array to Wan City. Accompanying them were Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran, all intending to follow Gu Chen into the hell level abyss, unwilling to return to Lin City at such a crucial juncture. Among them was also Su Xia, as the Su family was the foremost family in Wan City. To express her gratitude to Gu Chen, Su Xia specially invited him and the others to the Su family estate for a celebratory feast. The material Su Xia required was the eternal source crystal dropped by the voodoo shaman after being defeated. The two settled on an agreed price, exchanging payment for the goods. The material cost was 800,000, and a single entry into the abyss was 1,000,000, totaling 1,800,000. Su Xia requested Gu Chen's account details and without hesitation transferred 5,000,000. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Gu Chen initially thought he had misread the amount. What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be 1,800,000? Why had she sent him 5,000,000? Su Xia, with a serious expression, explained. The excess is a deposit. Count me in for the next entry into the hell level abyss. If an epic grade eternal source crystal drops, I get priority to purchase it. Of course, Gu Chen readily agreed. After the sumptuous feast, Gu Chen received transfers totaling 2,000,000 from Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. The market price for entering a 1st-tier nightmare abyss was around 1,000,000. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingqing asked, "Great God, you wouldn't be changing teammates for the hell level abyss, would you? Give us an hour, and Su Ran and I will go find some money." Gu Chen pondered for a moment before responding, "No problem. Each entry into the hell level abyss costs 3,000,000. That should not be too steep, right? Not too steep. But not cheap either." Lin Qingqing nodded vigorously. After bidding farewell to the others, she quickly dragged Su Ran out to borrow money. From having nothing before meeting Gu Chen to now being heavily in debt, Lin Xingxing and Su Ran had never imagined they would one day owe millions. However, they were more than willing. Having such a formidable ally as Gu Chen, who merely charged market rates to join the next abyss, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many female adventurers, in their pursuit of rapid advancement, have likely resorted to various means to gain favor with higher-tier professionals. Such occurrences are hardly rare. In contrast to those female adventurers, Lin Xingxing and her companions are indeed fortunate. At this stage, they hold the reins of their destiny. As long as they wish to continue following Gu Chen, he shall lead them onward. Henceforth, I shall grant you both 2 hours. That should suffice for your financial endeavors. We shall convene at the entrance of the teleportation hall in Wan City at 4 o'clock this afternoon. After the 2 women departed, Gu Chen entrusted Lin Yuan with his identification card. He needed to handle some formalities at the Wan City Municipal Office, which typixically requires one's personal presence. However, with Liang Yi providing assistance, Lin Yuan successfully acquired a task of running errands. Subsequently, Su Xia arranged for Gu Chen a tranquil room within the estate, allowing him to begin tallying his gains. From the abyss, he received 2 rewards. The first was a completion reward, comprising 50,000 experience points for adventurers and a rare-level abyssal treasure chest. The second, a record-breaking reward, also yielded 50,000 experience points, a personal achievement, and a rare-level record-breaking gift box. In total, these 2 rewards granted him an impressive 100,000 experience points. Although this figure is exceedingly high, it is justifiable, as Gu Chen single-handedly navigated the nightmarish depths of the abyss. In contrast, Lin Yuan and his companions each received only 15,000 experience points, significantly less than Guang Chen. Nonetheless, their cumulative experience of 30,000 elevated them to level 11. It can be said that Lin Yuan and his group have now surpassed the majority of this cohort of transferees. After all, today marks merely the 3rd day following the transfer ceremony, and most individuals have yet to reach level 10. To draw a clearer comparison, had Li Wenwei been alive, he would likely have barely attained level 11 by now. Consider the fact that Lin Yuan and his companions, despite being commoners, have achieved parity with Li Wenwei, who hailed from the foremost family in Lin City. This starkly illustrates the rapidity of their advancement. It is not difficult to envision that, even if they struggle to keep pace with Gu Chen after reaching the 2nd tier, a bright future awaits them. Gu Chen first claimed his 100,000 experience points. Experience 50,000. Experience 50,000. Level up. Level LV 17. 4123. 321,500. Strength 487. Agility 486. Constitution 488. Spirit 709. Summoned beasts. Blood Clan Sovereign LV 17. Legendary Nightmare Ruler LV 17. Epic Undead Golem LV 17. Legendary Talent currently eligible to obtain a dark bloodline. He leveled up once more, and Gu Chen instinctively expressed his astonishment. Merely traversing one abyss propelled his level up by 6. Entering the 1st tier abyss burial dungeon at level 11, accompanied by 4 actors, one of whom does not consume experience, is akin to a solo player conquering a 5-person abyss and shattering historical records. In less than 5 hours, he ascended from level 11 to level 17. Should any fragile profession hear of this, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror. He was merely 3 levels away from becoming a 2nd-tier professional. If he successfully conquered the nightmarish burial dungeon next, he could potentially reach level 19. This implies that before hitting level 20, he could also venture into another 1st-tier abyss for additional experience. The wilderness surrounding Wan City harbored only the burial dungeon as a 1st-tier abyss, and Gu Chen had no intention of repeating such an endeavor, finding it rather uninteresting. It was rumored that within Wan City itself, there were commendable 1st-tier dungeons, which perhaps Liang Yi could arrange for him in due time. Subsequently, Gu Chen laid all his possessions upon the table before him: a rare-level dungeon chest, 2 rare-level abyss chests, a rare-level record-breaking gift box, and a summoning skill book. Which one should he open first? Chapter 69. Unboxing the warrior-type summoning beast. You have opened a rare-level dungeon treasure chest, obtained Shadow Dagger LV 20, rare level, obtained Teleportation Scroll 1, obtained Enhancement Stones 15, obtained Large Life Recovery Potions 10. Within this treasure chest lies a rare piece of equipment, a teleportation scroll, and a selection of materials and consumables. The Shadow Dagger, designed for assassins, augments strength and agility, and possesses a stealth skill, ensuring that the first strike after emerging from invisibility will always result in a critical hit. It is indeed a weapon of assassination. However, despite its merits, it is ill-suited for him. Therefore, Chen retrieved his mobile device and perused the professional trading platform. Among rare-level equipment, the market price for a level 20 shadow dagger hovers around 3 million. This figure sent a thrill of delight through him. Although he could not wield it himself, he could certainly command a handsome price for it. Chen stored the dagger in his personal space and affixed a label indicating it was for sale. He thought of Su Ran, who also belonged to the assassin class. He pondered whether she might be interested in the shadow dagger. If so, he could sell it to her at market value. Although Su Ran and Lin Xingxing often borrowed money, they consistently received treasure chests and gift boxes after each successful dungeon run. Given that Chen tackled dungeons of considerable difficulty, their rewards were substantial. Thus, selling just a couple of items would swiftly allow them to repay their debts. Next, Chen's gaze fell upon the second treasure chest. You have opened a rare-level abyssal treasure chest, obtained medium cloak LV. 20, rare level, obtained enhancement stones 15, obtained mental recovery potions 5, obtained large life recovery potions 10, the medium cloak, yet another piece of equipment for a different profession. Chen remarked as he lifted the cloak to examine its attributes. Medium cloak, quality, rare, level, LV, 20, profession restriction, summoner, attributes, constitution 50, spirit 50, effect, choose a skill from a summoned beast as a medium. Both the summoner and the summoned beast can utilize this skill, a piece of equipment exclusive to the summoner class. This is indeed a valuable find. With this cloak, he effectively gains an additional skill and can switch between several summoned beast skills, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Chen placed the medium cloak into his personal space and proceeded to open the third treasure chest. You have opened a rare-level abyssal treasure chest, obtained resonance necklace LV. 20, epic level. Obtained enhancement stones 15, obtained purification scroll 1, obtained mental recovery potions 10. Chen's eyes lit up. He had unearthed an epic-level piece of equipment this time. The odds of obtaining an epic-level item from a rare-level treasure chest are merely 1%. And Chen could scarcely believe his extraordinary fortune. Echo necklace, quality, epic, level, LV, 20, class restriction, none, attributes, spirit 300, speed 300, cooldown reduction 45. Recovery speed 45. Echo set, echo necklace, echo ring, echo amulet. Set effect. Instantly restore 10 energy upon killing a target, upon acquiring this piece of equipment. Chen was utterly entranced. This was indeed part of his set, and its effect was to immediately restore 10 energy after each kill. If the Nightmare Sovereign were to don this, would it not infinitely prolong the duration of deep dreams? Remarkable. Simply extraordinary. Judging by the attributes of the Echo Necklace. If the set were completed, it would significantly enhance several key attributes such as health, damage, defense, and recovery. Truly a testament to its epic status. Alas, 2 more pieces were required, and it could only be equipped at level 20. Gazing at the striking set effect, Chen felt a wave of frustration. There remained 3 levels to reach 20. The experience gap from level 17 to 20 was a staggering 4 to 500,000. He would need to conquer the high difficulty first level abyss at least twice more to progress. With resignation, Chen stowed the Echo Necklace into his personal space and turned his attention to the remaining record-breaking gift box. Typically, gift boxes yield equipment or items corresponding to the class of the user. Rubbing his hands together, Chen opened the box. You have opened a rare record-breaking gift box, obtained skill book LV. 17, rare, a skill book? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen's eyes as he hurriedly examined it. Skill book, spiked brutal turtle summon. Level, 17, quality, rare. Effect, contract with the spiked brutal turtle, since this was derived from a gift box. Its level and type corresponded with the class of the user. The spiked brutal turtle, although renowned for its defense, was not a tank type summon but rather a warrior type. To his surprise, a rare summoning skill book had been unveiled. Chen was somewhat taken aback, as the summoning skill book Liang Yi had gifted him was also of rare quality. He promptly took the other summoning book into his hands. Skill book, Nethercat summon, level, 15, quality, rare. Effect, contract with the Nethercat. The Nethercat excelled in speed and burst damage, being an assassin-type summon. After a brief glance, Chen lost interest in this summoning book, for the Nightmare Sovereign was already an assassin-type summon, capable of both single-target burst damage and formidable area attacks. Should he contract the Nethercat as his 4th summon, it would significantly affect his combat prowess. Thus, he placed the Nethercat summoning book into his personal space with the intention of listing it on the practitioner trading platform to see if it could be sold. If it were a rare-level weapon, it would undoubtedly fetch around 3 million. However, for a rare-level summoning book, he would be grateful if it could sell for 1 million. After all, such a level of summoned beast is merely a rudimentary choice for summoners, resulting in a significantly low price and difficulty in trading. Otherwise, Jiang Songhua would not have casually bestowed the Bloodthirsty Bat summoning scroll upon him, having meticulously organized all the available resources. It is evident that both the Cloak of Mediation and the Necklace of Echoes are commendable pieces of equipment, albeit with level restrictions, requiring level 20 for usage. At present, the only viable option remains the summoning skill scroll. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Chun could not help but feel a wave of relief. Fortuitously, he had acquired a suitable summoning scroll from the gift box. Otherwise, he would still be troubled by the selection of a summoned beast. It was almost the case that he would have no available summoned beasts, highlighting the necessity of venturing to larger cities in the future. Whether it be Ling City or Wan City, both can only be regarded as third-tier cities within the Divine Xia Empire, where resources available to summoners are woefully scarce. Liang Yi had previously elucidated that there were merely 3 level 15 skill scrolls within the Wan City treasury, with the summoning scroll for the Nethercat being the most promising among the 3 rare options. Liang Yi also mentioned that should this option be unsatisfactory, he could assist in searching in other cities, displaying an admirable attitude. Such dedication far surpasses that of Su Lai from Ling City. At present, among Gu Chen's summoned beasts, the Bloodline Sovereign excels in ranged output and burst damage. The Nightmare Overlord specializes in instantaneous burst and sustained output, while the Undead Golem focuses on debilitation and weakening. Thus, he is in need of a warrior-type summoned beast. Fortunately, the spiked Violent Turtle fits this role perfectly. Chapter 70, The Slaughter Machine. The Dark-Scale Dragon Tortoise from levels 14 to 17. Gu Chen's extraordinary talent had yet to manifest, and the present moment proved to be the most opportune time. He grasped the summoning skill tome and commenced his learning. You have successfully forged a contract with the Spiked Violent Tortoise, Summoned Beast. Spiked Violent Tortoise. Rarity. Rare. Level. 17. Health points. 11. 220 attributes. Strength 235. Agility 200. Constitution 230. Spirit 195. Talent. Spiked Heavy Armor LV. 20 rare. Skill. Violent Spiked Charge LV. 20 rare. A deep roar resonated within the summoning space, and a massive tortoise adorned with spiked heavy armor materialized. Gu Chun did not scrutinize the attributes of the summoned beast, as he intended to bestow upon it the Dark Bloodline for further advancement. Activating his talent, he successfully acquired 4 Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Primordial. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Offspring. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Primordial. You have obtained Dark Bloodline. Primordial. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Gu Chen sensed that with the elevation of levels, the frequency of acquiring the offspring bloodline had diminished. Prior to level 10, it had manifested almost once every 2 levels. However, it had only appeared once after a 4-level ascent this time. Regrettably, the royal bloodline had not emerged. Subsequently, Gu Chen infused the primordial bloodline into the spiked violent tortoise, followed by employing the offspring bloodline for bloodline awakening, and then utilizing another primordial bloodline for star enhancement. Dark bloodline, primordial fusion successful. Summoned Beast Advancement. Spiked Violent Tortoise, Rare. Dark-Scale Dragon Tortoise, Epic. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening Successful. Summoned Beast Star Enhancement Successful. Dark-Scale Dragon Tortoise. Epic. Dark-Scale Dragon Tortoise, Epic. Level. LV. 17. Health points. 76, 220. Attributes. Strength 380. Agility 350. Constitution 360. Spirit 320. Talent. War's Grief, Epic. Backlash Spiked Armor, Epic. Skill I. Shattering Impact LV. 20. Epic. Skill 2. Roar of Mockery LV. 20. Epic. Skill 3. Dragon's Blood Boil LV. 20. Epic. With a thunderous crash, the once deep brown tortoise underwent a profound transformation, its size swelling to resemble a towering hill. Its shell was rugged and robust, edged with a serrated circumference sharp as a blade, while its surface was adorned with irregular protrusions akin to a formidable spiked armor. Shimmering with a metallic luster under the light, its eyes sparkled like 2 resplendent sapphires, and its jaws boasted sharp fangs. The body was encrusted with hard, horned scales that glimmered like daggers. Its claws, forged as if from steel, were extraordinarily sharp, and its sturdy limbs resembled colossal stone pillars, with bony spikes jutting outward at the joints, creating an image of a creature born for slaughter. In comparison to the previous spiked violent tortoise, the dark-scaled dragon tortoise emanated an even more potent aura, exuding a fierce and bloodthirsty ferocity. The Wounds of Ceasefire. The dark-hunting dragon tortoise gains a 10 damage enhancement each time it receives damage, with the effect lasting until it exits combat. Counterattack Spikes. When subjected to melee damage, 50 of the inflicted damage is returned to the assailant as true damage. Every 20 points of vitality increases the counterattack ratio by 1. Shattering Charge. The creature launches forward with a ricocheting motion, dealing substantial damage and applying a slow effect to targets in its path, while sending the target at the end of its trajectory flying. Roar of Taunt. The creature taunts targets within a certain area, compelling them to attack itself. With each attack received, it gains a 1 increase in attack speed. Dragon's Blood Boiling. When health drops below 30, defense increases by 300, and health recovery speed also surges by 300. With 76,000 health points, counterattack capability, damage enhancement. In taunting abilities, this entity possesses offensive, defensive, and control capabilities, embodying the essence of a versatile warrior. It can endure and strike with formidable prowess, a born killing machine. Truly invincible, this role has long been what Chen lacked. Only with the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise providing frontline control can the Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign unleash their full damage potential. Thus, the summoners lineup has begun to take shape. The afternoon swiftly passed, and the news of Chen joining Wan City became a sensational topic between Lin City and Wan City, garnering attention from nearby cities as well. At 4 p.m., another explosive piece of news emerged from Wan City. Breaking news. Chen has led a team of professionals into the burial dungeon, Hell Level. In an instant, major media platforms clamored to report, igniting unprecedented fervor and propelling Chen's movements to the trending list. Chen was bewildered. He had just cleared the Nightmare Level Abyss in the morning and was now entering the Hell Level Abyss in the afternoon. Who did he think he was? Did he genuinely believe the Abyss was his personal domain? It seemed he had become utterly arrogant. If I were Chen, I would at least allocate a day for recuperation. Otherwise, achieving a clear would be nearly impossible. Disappointment. Such profound disappointment. Initially, it seemed that Lord Liang Yi had brought hope to Wan City, but it now appeared to be a false hope. I had anticipated that Chen would secure Abyss achievements in the burial dungeon, yet this? Was he merely offering himself as a sacrifice? I must say, you are being quite excessive. Chen is a prodigy invited by Lord Liang Yi, and yet you lot, who cannot even clear the ordinary Abyss, have the audacity to criticize? The news of Chen entering the Hell Level Abyss rapidly spread across short video platforms, particularly between Wan City and Lin City, where it nearly exploded. For Lin City, the majority of professionals did not wish to see Chen continue progressing through the Hell Level Abyss, as from their perspective, he had betrayed Lin City. Conversely, in Wan City, there were those filled with envy, those who relished the spectacle, and those who hoped Chen would rise to fame through his exploits in the Hell Level Abyss. Essentially, all hot topics in both cities began to revolve around Chen. However, these discussions did not last long before they came to an end. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, an announcement reverberated through the abyssal square of the Buried Bones dungeon, heralding Chen's triumph in conquering the hellish level. Congratulations to the team of professionals for successfully refreshing the completion record of the Buried Bones dungeon, Hell Level. Completion time, 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 56 seconds. Team information, Captain, Chen Summoner, members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Su Xia, Non-Professional. Completion rating, SSS. In an instant, numerous topics flooded various media platforms, expressing astonishment and confusion regarding Chen's achievement in the hellish depths. Subsequently, the professionals engaged in fervent discussions. With Chen having once again shattered the historical record for the hellish Buried Bones dungeon, did this signify that the records of this abyss would remain stagnant henceforth? If so, it could be argued that Chen merely reset the hellish record without fulfilling the hopes of Liang Yi and the citizens of Wan City. After all, countless inhabitants of Wan City yearned for Chen to attain the abyssal achievement of the Buried Bones dungeon, thereby alleviating the dungeon's difficulty. Should he have exerted his utmost, and yet still failed to secure the abyssal achievement, then Liang Yi's generous provision of resources would have been in vain. Soon, as the public fervently debated, a video account discreetly released a message. The time of 4 hours and 2 minutes is not the ultimate completion time for the hellish Buried Bones dungeon. Had it not been for the pursuit of the abyssal achievement, we could have completed it half an hour earlier. The certification section of this video account bore a singular, succinct line. First tier abyssal achievement holder, Chen. Chapter 71. Abyss Achievement. Apologized to Chen immediately in just 4 hours and 2 minutes, the Hell Level Burial Dungeon was cleared, leaving no room for others. What is the significance of Chen refreshing the Hell Level Abyss? Indeed, the record-breaking reward can only be claimed once, and it will not be issued repeatedly. The Burial Dungeon is inherently challenging, and his actions have completely obstructed the path for other players. How will others secure the record-breaking rewards in the future? Chen is truly a petty individual. May I ask, do you all lack vision? Did you not notice Chen mentioning the Abyss Achievement? The Abyss Achievement? Are you certain he obtained it? Following Chen's recent post, a flurry of comments rapidly emerged. Simultaneously, the Abyss Square of the Burial Dungeon issued another announcement. Notice, The team of players has successfully cleared the Hell-level burial dungeon and achieved the Abyss accomplishment. Starting today, the difficulty of the first-tier Abyss burial dungeon will decrease by 25, and the rewards for clearing it will increase by 25. The 5 members of the player squad have received the Abyss Achievement Badge. Boom. This announcement caused a frenzy across major media platforms, with players from both Want City and Lin City enveloped in indescribable shock. Who just insulted Chen? Come forth and apologize. An apology is a must. No excuses will be accepted. I warn you, apologize to Chen immediately, or I will hunt you down. The leader of Chen's fan club has applied for battle. I told you, a deity like Chen would undoubtedly obtain the Abyss achievement. How could the lord of the city be mistaken? With the difficulty of the burial dungeon reduced by 25 and the rewards increased by the same margin. This applies to the normal, hard, nightmare, and hell levels. It seems the players of Want City are in for a treat. Wait a minute. Chen is one of us from Lin City. Why does this good fortune not belong to Lin City? To clarify, Chen is now one of our own in Want City, thanks to our fine city lord. We must also thank the lord of Lin City. Without him, how would Chen have come to Want City? Why are the people of Lin City silent? I bet 1,000 head of grass mud horses are galloping through their minds. This infuriates me. I want to write the word tragic on Su Lai's leg. Haraha. The citizens of Want City rejoiced, actively sharing their unexpected joy across various platforms. Judging by the momentum, they are resolutely determined to build their happiness upon the suffering of all the players from Lin City. Upon hearing this news in his office at the city hall, Liang Yi nearly leaped from his chair. The Abyss achievement. Chen, having only just entered the Hell-level Abyss for the first time, miraculously secured the Abyss achievement. This far surpassed his expectations. In his plans, he had anticipated that Chen would need to reach level 19, just as he did, before attempting to see if he could earn the Abyss achievement in the burial dungeon. Little did he expect Chen to accomplish what no one had managed to achieve for so many years, all without a sound. No one understands better than he does the immense enhancement that Chen's actions will bring to the professionals of Want City. He can even envision that. In the coming years, the urban combat capabilities of Want City will experience an explosive surge. Rewards. There must be rewards. Chen, this entire floor has been prepared for you by the city lord as your residence. After emerging from the depths of the bone burial dungeon, Li Feng led Chen and the others to a luxurious apartment building situated in the heart of Want City. Are you saying that this entire floor is my residence? Chen momentarily failed to grasp the significance. Indeed, it is a spacious flat, encompassing 518 square meters, exquisitely decorated, with furniture and household items already arranged. Ready for immediate occupation, Li Feng replied with a smile. His earnest demeanor resembled that of a real estate agent. Chen nodded and approached the grand double doors, entering his facial recognition into the system. With a click, the doors swung open automatically. He gestured to Lin Yuan and the others, and they stepped inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, the smart home devices activated promptly. The lights illuminated, the curtains parted gracefully, and the window opened to its fullest extent, allowing a gentle breeze to flow in, refreshing the air within. As they traversed the entrance hall, the living room revealed meticulous decor, featuring many materials that Chen could not name, exuding understated luxury. This expansive flat must be worth at least tens of millions, Lin Yuan marveled. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the bustling city below. To be precise, it is 15,500,000. Although Want City is a third-tier city, a flat in the city center is still quite costly, Li Feng responded. Chen nodded, a surreal sensation washing over him. At that moment, a memory of a dilapidated cottage on the outskirts of Ling City flashed in his mind. Compared to this opulent apartment, his previous dwelling was akin to a sewer. Indeed, regardless of the world one inhabits, the disparity between individuals remains strikingly profound. He had anticipated that Liang Yi, in an effort to win him over, would offer some generous terms, and he must not easily succumb. Yet now, he realized he was mistaken. Poverty had limited his imagination. He had not expected the other party to bestow upon him an apartment valued at over 15 million. It was utterly transformative to his worldview. This apartment is considered a top-tier luxury residence in Want City, boasting optimal lighting and orientation. What do you think? Li Feng inquired. It's quite impressive, Chen nodded, suppressing his astonishment. Earlier, Lin Yuan had advised him to remain composed, regardless of what Li Feng presented, and not to appear underwhelmed. It's acceptable, just SOSO, Lin Yuan remarked, hands on his hips, feigning nonchalance. However, within moments, he could no longer maintain his facade. Is it still possible for me to join Want City now? Lin Yuan turned to Li Feng, wearing an eager smile. You wish to join Want City as well? Do not misunderstand. My intentions are not driven by resources or luxurious residences. Rather, it is my profound respect for Lord Liang Yicheng's character, coupled with the local customs of one city, that evokes in me a sense of familiarity akin to returning home. Li Feng chuckled and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that such matters were beyond his jurisdiction. Once you gain admission to a prestigious institution, you might want to pay closer attention to one city's talent recruitment policies. Very well. We shall discuss it further at another time. Lin Yuan touched his nose, seemingly having noticed the mirth in Lin Qingqing and Su Rant's eyes, and he added, in truth, Ling City is not without its merits, yet one city offers me a broader horizon. Chapter 72. The rising fury of Su Lai in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere among the practitioners of one city. The practitioners of Ling City were seething with rage upon learning that Gu Chen had achieved the abyss accomplishment. In the ruins of the temple's dungeon square, Gu Chen's name glaringly adorned the records of the hell-level dungeon, an irksome sight for many. Countless individuals who were acquainted with Gu Chen surrounded the area, some who had once mocked him, others who had envied him, including a handful of his former classmates. Notably absent among them was Wu Ziyi. Ever since he had betrayed his team during the dungeon expedition, he had not dared to show his face at the novice dungeon square, ashamed of his actions. Currently, discussions among novice practitioners revolved almost entirely around Gu Chen. Did you hear? Gu Chen not only joined Wan City, but also secured the abyss accomplishment in the burial dungeon. It's enviable. After completing the novice dungeon, it's highly likely that Wan City's newly transitioned practitioners will opt for the normal level burial dungeon. After all, the difficulty has been reduced by 25. And let us not forget, the rewards for completing the burial dungeon have also increased by 25. Sigh. Wan City is fortunate to have a capable lord. Liang Yi lured Gu Chen away, benefiting all low-tier practitioners in Wan City. What has the Lord of Ling City provided us? I've heard that Su Lai has lowered the dungeon usage fees in Ling City. What good is that? Without a reduction in dungeon difficulty, we low-tier practitioners remain without a path forward. Su Lai is nothing but a petty individual. He may appear to offer benefits to practitioners in Ling City, but in reality, he only favors the nobility and the wealthy, showing no concern for the plight of the lower-tier practitioners. It's hard to fathom the extent of the enhancement Wan City's practitioners might gain from Gu Chen's achievement. It's all Su Lai's fault. Were it not for his collusion with the Li family to suppress Gu Chen, he would never have left. Su Lai is truly despicable. In the Ling City office, Su Lai sat in his office, listening to his secretary's report, his countenance darkening ominously. Lord, the citizens of Ling City are voicing their discontent on various media platforms. Negative news is trending, severely undermining our credibility. Suppress the news. All negative information related to the municipal hall must be silenced. Do I need to instruct you on this? It's impossible to contain. These are mainstream media platforms. And it's not just Ling City. Several surrounding cities, including Wan City, have also joined in, demanding justice for Gu Chen. Su Lai fell silent, his expression darkening further. WVE also received reports that numerous students are organizing a protest to compel the Lord to apologize to Gu Chen. A flicker of anger surged across Su Lai's face as he responded. Fugubai City has sent word. Starting this month, all taxes in Ling City will increase by 15. And for the next 3 years, all subsidy policies from the northern region will not be implemented for Ling City. Proceed. Following the annihilation of the Li family, the 3 major clans of Ling City have engaged in numerous violent clashes to seize the Li family's enterprises, severely impacting the public order of Ling City. Are they all conspiring against me? Is this deliberate? Are they all aiming to undermine me? With a furious roar, Su Lai slammed his fists onto the table, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it. Why is everyone causing trouble at such a critical moment? If we cannot stifle the online rumors, then shut down the relevant media platforms. I want them all to go bankrupt. Protests? Forcing me to apologize? I shall suppress them. Mercilessly suppress them. All participants shall have their student status revoked and be sent for labor reform in factories. In Gubei City, raising Lin Cheng's tax by 15? Canceling subsidy policies? This is pure retaliation. All right, so the prominent families are not behaving, are they? Capture everyone causing unrest. If Gubei City seeks to drain me dry, then they must not blame me for countering with lethal force. Su Lai roared, seemingly intent on venting his pent-up fury. Initially, he had not deemed the fallen son of the royal family, now estranged from them, worthy of his attention. Yet, unexpectedly, a single oversight led to a cascade of troubles. He had believed that after the annihilation of the Li family, his dealings with Li Shao would vanish forever, but to his astonishment, everything had been exposed. In that moment, a torrent of frustration, rage, and regret surged within him. His anger was immense, and this time, he rarely maintained his usual restraint. He needed to vent. Nonetheless, Su Lai was the city lord and did not entirely relinquish control to his emotions. A minute later, he regained his composure. Exhaling deeply, his face revealed no trace of anger. He had come to realize that the cacophony of external voices was insignificant, and even the title of City Lord was merely a job to him. In 2 years, his term would conclude, and he would likely be reassigned to the western regions or southern frontier. A prince of the northern kingdom. Humph, I disdain you, though I cannot provoke you. Must I still cower? Sulai mused, a hint of resignation gleaming in his eyes. He had long resolved to let things be. In Gubei City, at the residence of the War King, the news of Gu Chen leaving the northern territories to join the eastern continent had reached the royal estate. Gu Qifeng was incensed by this development. Had it not been for Qin Yun's intervention, he would have mobilized troops to invade Wan City. Your Majesty, Zier has called from the capital. The special recruitment assessment at the academy has been completed, and now we await the commencement of the school year, Qin Yun announced, her voice infused with joy and pride. Oh, Zier is returning this afternoon. Is that true? Indeed, this child still cares for his parents. He mentioned that once school starts, he will be busy, so he wishes to spend more time with us before then. Yes, Zier has always been obedient and considerate. It suffices that he has this intention. In that case, please instruct the steward to arrange a banquet in the hall tonight to welcome Zier home. Qin Yun nodded, though a slight concern flickered across her expression. Your Majesty, if you depart for the eastern continent now, and Zier returns to find you absent, he may feel a sense of regret. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's face reflected a hint of unease. Whether it is Gu Chun or Gu Xi, both are his sons. As a father, one cannot neglect one for the other. Traveling to Dongzhou, considering the round trip and dealing with matters concerning Gu Chun, will undoubtedly require at least 2 days. Moreover, it is likely that Gu Xi will not stay long upon his return. This thought stirred a flicker of indignation in Gu Qingfeng's brow. Gu Chun is undoubtedly his legitimate eldest son. Why must he constantly stir up trouble outside? As the elder brother, why can he not be as worry-free as his younger brother Gu Xi? It appears that his previous assessments were not unfounded, having lived outside since childhood. Gu Chen's temperament has become too unruly. He must be reined in, or he will struggle to achieve greatness in the future. With this in mind, Gu Qingfeng let out a long sigh. So be it. Leaving the northern realm was that wayward son's choice. Even if he joins Dongzhou, he is unlikely to cause significant disturbances in the short term. For now, I shall accompany you and your son in Gubei City for these next few days. Once Ci departs from the northern realm, I shall confront that rebellious son. Qin Yun nodded in agreement, and the furrowed lines of her brow instantly relaxed. Chapter 73. The Treasure Vault of Wancheng. Unyielding black armor on the second day after conquering the hell-level buried bone dungeon, Liang Yi fulfilled his promise. Li Feng led Gu Chen to the entrance of the treasure vault of Wancheng. Within this vault lay the greatest wealth of the entire city, housing countless pieces of equipment, items, and rare materials. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the city, aside from the Lord, were permitted to enter and select treasures. Gu Chen, having achieved the abyssal accomplishment in the buried bone dungeon, had indeed made a notable contribution to Wancheng. Receiving a golden card from Li Feng, Gu Chen learned that with this card, he could freely choose one legendary grade piece of equipment from the vault. Go on in, Gu Chen. You can select any equipment of legendary grade or lower, but this golden card can only be used for one item, Li Feng remarked, his voice laced with unabashed envy. Gu Chen nodded and entered through the grand doors of the vault. Inside, the vault resembled a vast exhibition hall, adorned with various pieces of equipment and items, all of at least rare quality. The surfaces of the gear and items radiated a dazzling array of colors, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of treasures, Gu Chen felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, momentarily entranced. After perusing the vast selection, Gu Chen noticed that perhaps due to the scarcity of summoners in smaller cities, there were not many items suited for his class. However, he remained undeterred. Although his options were limited, there was still a plethora of equipment available for his summoned beasts. After a thorough exploration of the legendary grade equipment section, he ultimately selected a piece of armor, the Unyielding Black Armor. Unyielding Black Armor, quality, legendary, level, LV, 20, class restriction, melee classes, attributes, Constitution 500. Health 6000, effect, deals 5 of the wearer's maximum health as true damage to surrounding targets every second. This effect is ineffective against ranged classes. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to claim this armor. Although the Constitution 500 and Health 6000 were impressive, it was primarily the armor's effect that caught his eye. The target refers to enemy units, and if this unyielding black armor were equipped on the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, with its 76,000 health plus an additional 6,000, its maximum health would rise to 82,000. Consequently, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle could inflict over 4,000 true damage per second to surrounding targets during combat. This was indeed per second. The furious roar could compel surrounding targets to attack it, while shattering impact would not only deal damage but also slow down targets in its path. Coupled with the effect of the unyielding black armor, one could only imagine the chaos the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle would unleash once it entered the abyss. Truly a legendary piece. "It's you," Chen exclaimed, using the golden card to exchange for the unyielding black armor. He left the vault with immense satisfaction. Outside, Li Feng awaited him. "By the look on your face, it seems you have chosen an exceptionally satisfying piece of equipment," Li Feng remarked with a smile. "Please extend my gratitude to the city lord." Chen nodded. "Now, you have one more opportunity to enter a Tier 1 dungeon or the abyss. What are your plans?" Li Feng inquired. Chen, now at level 19, had only ascended 2 levels after conquering the hell-level buried bone dungeon. His rate of advancement had considerably slowed compared to before. This was primarily due to the diminished experience gained from defeating foreign creatures as his level increased. Initially, his level 11 summon beast could earn approximately 1,500 experience points from vanquishing a level 13 beast corpse amalgamation. Now, with a level 17 summon beast, defeating a level 15 beast corpse warrior yielded barely 800 experience points, a significant reduction. Furthermore, the experience required for leveling up had escalated. When Chen entered the nightmarish buried bone dungeon at level 11, he needed only 20,000 to 30,000 experience points to level up. However, by the time he entered the hell-level dungeon at level 17, the requirement had soared to over 300,000 experience points. Additionally, the record-breaking rewards could only be claimed once, meaning that subsequent runs through the hell-level dungeon would lack this experience bonus. As levels increased, the pace of advancement inevitably slowed. Thus, seizing the opportunity to enter a Tier 1 dungeon was an opportunity Chen was keen to embrace. "What are your plans, City Lord?" Chen asked. Since Li Feng had broached the subject, he must have come prepared. "Recently, a new Tier 1 dungeon had been established in Wan City. If you're interested, the City Hall could directly allocate a spot for you. This direct allocation would waive the dungeon usage fee, saving over 1 million. A Tier 1 dungeon? What are the experience rewards like?" Chen felt a stir of interest. Though it was an artificial dungeon, if tackled at hell difficulty, the experience rewards would rival those of the abyss, albeit with significantly greater challenges than a standard dungeon. Yet, this was of little concern. As long as the rewards were sufficiently high, the difficulty was inconsequential. Chen was unfazed. After all, it was merely a Tier 1 dungeon. How challenging could it truly be? "That sounds fine. If you agree, I can send you some dungeon information." "Wait," Chen interjected, not eager to hastily agree. "Since we're entering a dungeon, could we perhaps request a small favor from the City Hall?" "What is it?" "I've heard that the difficulty level of artificial dungeons can be adjusted. I wish to directly attempt the hell level. After all, I am already at level 19, and if I were to unlock it step by step from the hard level, I would likely reach 2nd tier before I could even attempt the hell level. Once I become a 2nd tier professional, I want to be able to enter Tier 1 dungeons or the abyss. This might not be feasible for others, but since you have achieved an accomplishment in the abyss, it is not unreasonable to grant you access to the hell level dungeon directly." "All right, then I will trouble Secretary Li." After their discussion, Li Feng sent some dungeon information to Chen and proceeded to arrange the dungeon allocation and the opening of the hell level difficulty. Upon returning to his spacious apartment, Chen summoned Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran are not natives of Wanqing. For convenience, they all reside in Chen's apartment. Given that it is a spacious flat with ample rooms, accommodation poses no issue whatsoever. The team composition for this instance remains unchanged, retaining the previous lineup, which includes Su Xia. During their last venture in the hellish burial dungeon, Chen procured an epic eternal source crystal, which Su Xia purchased for 5 million. According to him, with this material, he could develop the next generation of the Mark 21 battle armor. His intention to accompany Chen into the instance stems from a desire to evaluate the combat capabilities of the new armor. Chen readily consented, as Su Xia not only contributes to the team count, but also does not share the experience gained. Additionally, Chen is filled with curiosity about the new Mark 21 battle armor. After all, this is a world where everyone can change their profession. Could it be that Iron Man is on the horizon? Chapter 74. First level instance. Spider Cave is the difficulty of the first level instance. Spider Cave, exceptionally high. Lin Yuan sat on the floor of the living room, setting aside the PS5 controller, and gazed at the instance information displayed on the television screen. "It is indeed quite challenging. There are numerous alien creatures within," Lin Qingqing remarked. "Numerous?" Su Ran tilted her head in inquiry. "Well, Lin Qingqing pondered for a moment before opting for a more fitting term, immensely numerous. In fact, exceedingly so. After all, it is the spider cave. Does that imply that the experience gained will also be substantial? Lin Yuan queried. Not necessarily. Even if we were granted access to a hell-level instance directly, the ultimate experience harvested would only equate to that of a first-level abyss. Even if it were increased, it would not be excessively so. Given that, since it's all first level, why not continue grinding in the burial dungeon? Lin Yuan inquired. Isn't this something our high school teacher covered? Were you not paying attention in class? Huh? Me? Not paying attention? Come on, you go ahead and explain. I'll fill in any gaps. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes, but patiently elucidated. The abyss has a self-protection mechanism. If one continuously grinds the same abyss, the attributes of the practitioner will be suppressed by the abyss, and the experience gained will diminish. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Yes, I concur with that. Therefore, if the Wan City Hall can approve our quota, that would be splendid. It would save us several million in instance usage fees, Su Ran remarked from the side. Speaking of finances. Ahem. Gu Chen cleared his throat. The cost for a first-level instance is equivalent to that of a first-level abyss. 3 million per person. Should that be acceptable? Lin Qingqing winced at the thought of the expense. It's acceptable, but allow us some time to sell our equipment. We are currently burdened with considerable debt, and several online lending platforms are refusing to extend us credit. Suddenly, Gu Chen recalled something and turned to Su Ran. By the way, I obtained a level 20 dagger, rare grade. If you're interested, I can sell it to you at market price. Ah. I happen to be in need of a level 20 weapon, but I must first sell a few pieces of equipment to raise some funds, Su Ran said, scratching her head in embarrassment. All right, let us proceed with that arrangement. You all take today to rest and prepare. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., we shall enter the first-level instance. Spider Cave. Gu Chen nodded, firmly establishing the plan for the instance. He had received a message from Li Feng confirming that the instance quota had been approved and that the hell-level difficulty had been unlocked, alleviating a significant burden. Once everything was settled, Lin Yuan resumed playing on the PS5 while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran left to sell their equipment, although they could utilize the practitioner trading platform. The process was too sluggish. With the instance scheduled for the next day, they might not have sufficient time. Hence, they headed directly to the equipment recycling shop in the center of Wan City. Su Xia volunteered to take charge of various preparations for the instance, such as strategies, consumables, food, and more. Meanwhile, Gu Chen busied himself organizing his equipment. Within the depths of the hellish burial dungeon, he acquired 3 legendary items in total. Among them, 2 were the Echo Ring and the Echo Amulet, while the third was the Eternal Source Crystal sold to Su Xia. Even Gu Chen had not anticipated that. With just a single venture into a hell-level dungeon, he would assemble the complete Echo set. The attributes conferred by this ensemble were impressive, bestowing upon him a remarkable enhancement of 600 points in spirit, 500 points in speed, and 300 points in constitution and strength. The most formidable aspect was the set effect that Gu Chen yearned for. Upon each target's demise, he would instantly recover 10 of his energy, with 1 more level gained. The Nightmare Sovereign would don the Echo set. Though this epic second-tier set had yet to achieve a star rating, it was undeniably exhilarating. At dawn the following day, Li Feng dispatched an MPV to convey Gu Chen and his companions to the dungeon square of the Spider Cave. It was still shy of 7 o'clock, and the square was not teeming with adventurers. However, upon Gu Chen's arrival, several individuals recognized him. Gu Chen the Great, what a coincidence. You are also venturing into the Spider Cave? Great one, you are my idol. Gu Chen, the people of Wanqing welcome you. In response to the surrounding greetings, Gu Chen courteously nodded, acknowledging the warm salutations. Since he achieved the abyss accomplishment in the burial dungeon, countless low-tier adventurers from Wanqing have earnestly referred to him as foster father. After all, Gu Chen's actions had propelled the vast majority of them to a head start in their journey. As for the few who struggled to keep pace, they bore no resentment in their hearts and were, in fact, grateful to Gu Chen. Now, they could rent their modest balconies to visiting outsiders at prices exceeding 1,000. Without delay, Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and the others through the dungeon square and arrived at the entrance to commence operations. Identity authentication successful. The current dungeon has unlocked hell-level difficulty for you. Please exercise caution in your choices. Gu Chen instructed Lin Yuan and the others to prepare and resolutely selected the hell-level option. The current team's average level is too low. It is advised to reform the party. No. Entering the first-tier dungeon, Spider Cave, hell level. Please wait. The swirling portal representing the dungeon's entrance abruptly transformed into a blood-red hue, followed by an overwhelming aura of terror that engulfed Gu Chen and the 4 behind him. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere of the hell-level dungeon, the adventurers in the square quickly turned their attention, their expressions rife with astonishment and disbelief. Is that Gu Chen the Great? He is actually entering a hell-level dungeon. What? How did he manage that? How can he directly access the hell-level dungeon? What is so surprising about this? Gu Chen is a favored figure beside Lord Liang Yi. Unlocking a dungeon's difficulty is merely trivial for him. Sigh, how enviable. We are of the same age. Yet he has already penetrated the hell-level dungeon while I cannot even clear the ordinary level. I do not envy him. I am weary of envy. Being an adventurer is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps I am better suited to working in a factory. It is said that the fastest completion record for the hell-level spider cave stands at 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you think the esteemed Gu Chen will shatter this record? Coming from the abyss, is such a question even necessary? I shall no longer return to the factory. From this moment forth, I will reside in the Abyss Square, ready to commence my live broadcast. Dear friends, come and take a guess at how long it will take the illustrious Gu Chen to conquer this challenge. Oh my, you've truly mastered the art of live streaming. As the excitement in the instant square began to swell, Gu Chen found himself standing within a dark, frigid cave. Simultaneously, a series of instance notifications materialized before his eyes. You have entered the hell-level instance, Spider Cave. Deep within the cave resides the ghost-faced king spider, tainted by the powers of the abyss. You must prevent the ghost-faced king spider from unleashing a plague of insects. Otherwise, the forces of the abyss will completely corrupt this place. The outskirts of the cave are inhabited by the insect master's tribe. If you can persuade their chieftain, all the insect masters will become your allies. Chapter 75, Old Gu, do you have a plan? As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, Gu Chen and his companions began to survey their surroundings. Everywhere they looked, traces covered in spider silk were evident. These silks resembled layers of delicate gauze, intricately woven across the surrounding rock walls and the cave ceiling, where tiny grayish-white spiders, no larger than grains of rice, scurried about. The ground was littered with chaotic remnants, exoskeletons of insects, and desiccated bones scattered among the webs, exuding an air of decay. Lin Yuan took a few steps to the side, gazing at the dense webs on the cave walls, and instinctively reached out to pull at one nearby. In an instant, a cloud of dust cascaded down, leaving him dust-covered and astonished. The texture and the dust felt astonishingly real. Lin Yuan's tone was filled with wonder. First time in a dungeon? Look at you. So unseasoned. Lin Qingqing shot him a glance. It's my first time in a pay-to-enter dungeon. And it seems no different from the abyss, he replied. Although the dungeon was artificially created, everything here closely resembled the true abyss. Otherwise, why would it cost so much? The pricing standards at the Dungeon Plaza stated that the cost for a first-tier hell-level dungeon was a staggering 1 million per person per entry, an exorbitant fee indeed. In the early days of the Divine Summer Empire, dungeons were monopolized by the aristocracy, leaving ordinary citizens without the privilege to enter. To level up, they had to risk their lives in the abyss. It wasn't until the current monarch ascended to the throne and initiated a series of reforms, clearing out many stubborn nobles, that the ownership of dungeons was nationalized. Subsequently, the empire enacted new policies allowing ordinary citizens to enter dungeons upon paying a usage fee. Moreover, to provide more opportunities for professionals to level up, the empire invested heavily in infrastructure, spending nearly a decade constructing teleportation arrays in every Abyss Plaza. This led to an explosive increase in the number of professionals in the Divine Summer Empire. Even the foremost figure of the military, known as the God of War, Xiao Nanfeng, rose to prominence only after the new policies were introduced. Thus, the current opportunities for ordinary professionals to excel stemmed entirely from the series of reforms implemented by the monarch of the Divine Summer Empire. At this moment, Su Xia, standing beside Gu Chen, inquired, Brother Chen, according to the strategy guide, the outskirts of the spider cave are inhabited by the bug masters. If we can earn their assistance, we could clear the dungeon swiftly. However, to gain the bug master's aid, we must first persuade their chieftain, which is no small feat, Lin Yuan pretended to ponder, then leaned closer. Old Gu, do you have a plan? At his words, the group turned their gazes expectantly. Gu Chen contemplated briefly before nodding. Yes. Lin Yuan's face lit up with joy. This was the response he had been waiting for, and it seemed they were on solid ground this time. Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stepped forward and asked eagerly, Great One, what shall we do next? We're just entering the dungeon, positioned right at the outskirts of the spider cave. Should we head to the bug master's territory and persuade them? I have also perused some strategies regarding the spider cave. The chieftain of the Insect Masters clan exudes an air of arrogance, and the entire clan considers themselves exceptionally gifted, displaying a reluctance to assist us ordinary folk. To persuade the chieftain, one must present 2 pieces of epic equipment, and furthermore, any experience gained from slaying the alien creatures must be shared with them. There's no need for such complexity, Gu Chen interjected with a dismissive wave, interrupting Lin Qingqing. My plan is quite straightforward. First, eliminate the insect masters. Then vanquish the spider-like aliens within the cave, and finally, slay the phantom-faced spider. Lin Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, nearly doubting her own hearing. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and Su Ran, only to find their faces reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue and urged, "Old Gu. Our target is the alien creatures, not the insect masters. Do not conflate these two matters." Gu Chun shook his head solemnly and stated, "Within this dungeon, the phantom-faced spider is on the verge of unleashing a plague of insects. The insect masters reside at the periphery of the cave, facing a dire predicament. Yet, they exhibit no intention of resisting the alien invasion. Instead, they deliberately obstruct us, the professionals. What use are they then?" Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. It made sense. While the primary objective for the professionals is to thwart the phantom-faced spider's impending disaster, it could also be construed as a means of rescuing the insect masters. However, the chieftain and the rest of the insect masters are so haughty that they look down upon the professionals entering the spider cave, demanding equipment and insisting on a share of the experience. Even in a hellish dungeon, epic equipment is not guaranteed. The chieftain of the insect masters simply extends a hand for 2 pieces of epic gear while also expecting to divide the experience, thereby reaping nearly all the benefits. Yesterday, Lin Yuan spent the entire day playing PS5 in the living room, engrossed in Tiger Vanguard, and barely glanced at any strategies. By the time Lin Qingqing and the others returned after selling equipment to gather enough funds, he had yet to even complete a level in Tiger Vanguard. Suran approached him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What game are you playing? Why do all the monsters look the same?" Her lighthearted comment shattered Lin Yuan's concentration. He persevered in his gaming until the early hours of the morning, leaving him no time to review strategies. Now, having learned of the insect master's situation, he spat on the ground in frustration and declared, "Fine, we shall heed old Gu's advice and first eliminate those traitorous insect masters." The prospect of exterminating the insect masters seemed to heighten the challenge. Su Xia felt a pang of uncertainty. Previously, professionals in the spider cave essentially had 2 approaches: either storm the cave, battling through numerous spider-like aliens, and ultimately confront the phantom-faced spider, or, naturally, the latter path posed significant difficulties, requiring absolute confidence. Otherwise, the cave teems with alien creatures, and a single oversight could lead to being overwhelmed and devoured without a trace. After all, these spiders are part of the alien faction, and consuming humans is merely a fundamental instinct. As for the second course of action, it involves enlisting the aid of the insect masters. This extraordinary clan possesses innate abilities that inherently counter the spider-like adversaries, and their assistance would significantly alleviate the challenges of the dungeon. However, it is worth noting that this would also mean they would claim a substantial portion of the rewards. Nevertheless, Gu Chen's choice was unprecedented. He proposed to eliminate the insect masters first, followed by the ghost-faced Spider King, thereby indicating an exponential increase in the difficulty of the quest. After all, this was a formidable clan, although Gu Chen's decision was difficult for some to accept. Su Xia chose to cooperate. A subtle gleam flickered across his spatial ring. With a thunderous roar, a technologically advanced mechanical armor materialized before the assembly. Its striking red and gold exterior exuded an aura of power, seamlessly blending technology with artistry. Su Xia swiftly donned the armor, and the eternal source crystal embedded in his chest erupted with a brilliant blue light, illuminating the dark cavern like a shining star in the vast cosmos. "Let us set forth. Our destination is the territory of the insect masters. I shall lead the way." Chapter 76, Outsiders. The domain of the bug masters does not welcome you. Su Xia's battle armor is equipped with an advanced navigation system, reportedly more sophisticated than the one used in the burial dungeon. Once donned, the armor grants him remarkable agility and dexterity, enabling him to move with a speed that rivals that of Lin Yuan and other level 12 professionals. As the group has only just entered the instance, they are still in proximity to the domain of the Bugmaster clan. After a brief interval, a colossal spider suddenly lunges down from the cave's ceiling, aiming directly for Gu Chen and his companions. "Be careful." Su Xia quickly turns, unleashing a dazzling energy beam from the palm of his mechanical arm, striking the spider squarely on its head. However, the creature's hardened exoskeleton renders the blast almost ineffective, inflicting minimal damage. Fortunately, Gu Chen had anticipated this encounter. Beside him, the Bloodlord had already commenced an assault. Bang, bang, bang. Silver bullets whizzed through the air, and before the giant spider could land, it was obliterated mid-flight. With a resounding crash, the spider-esque carcass struck the ground, its tough exterior riddled with cracks, green ichor splattering forth from its shattered form, while its sharp appendages twisted and broke. Kill, Blade Venom Spider LV. 20, Experience 1050. The experience gained is rather paltry. Gu Chen had prepared himself for this outcome. Although there are many foreign creatures within the spider lair, their individual combat prowess is relatively low, thus yielding scant experience points. A single venomous spider poses little challenge, yet they typically appear in swarms within the cavern. This increases the experience reward, albeit at the cost of heightened difficulty. As a result, many professionals would rather incur some expense to enlist the aid of the Bug Master clan. As the first blade venom spider falls, a cacophony of noise erupts from the darkness, and soon over 20 colossal spiders come into view. Consolidate formation. Chen commands, summoning Su Xia back while simultaneously releasing the Nightmarish Sovereign. While a single blade venom spider yields slightly over 1,000 experience points, the presence of more than 20 translates to over 20,000 experience. Glancing at his experience bar, Chen notes that he requires over 500,000 experience to reach level 20. Indeed, the early levels are quite gratifying. If he were currently level 11, the hordes of foreign creatures before him would suffice to elevate his rank. The Nightmarish Sovereign charges forth. These level 20 ordinary creatures are essentially fodder for an epic grade summoned beast. In an instant, the Sovereign vanishes, reappearing amidst the swarm of spiders, and promptly activates its skill. Deep Dream. Despite facing a group of 20 level 20 blade venom spiders, they are merely ordinary beings, and the Sovereign's ability unleashes devastating damage upon them. Ethereal Dream energy envelopes the area, inflicting continuous damage upon the spiders as their health rapidly dwindles. Damage per second exceeds 10,000. Trapped within the Deep Dream, the over 20 blade venom spiders cannot withstand such overwhelming assault, and in the blink of an eye, they are torn to shreds by the dream energy. The Nightmare Sovereign executed the skill, and in the span of merely 2 seconds, the energy consumption was negligible. Slain Razor Venom Spider LV, 20. Experience 1050. Slain Razor Venom Spider LV, 20. Experience 1030. Slain Razor Venom Spider LV, 20. Experience 1080. Having vanquished them all, he accrued over 24,000 experience points. Chen wore a satisfied expression. How exhilarating! It is no wonder that so many are enamored with mowing games. Previously, whether battling the sinking guards or the Beast Core warriors, one had to maintain a deep dream state to inflict continuous damage, thus depleting energy considerably. However, with the spider alien species, merely lingering in the deep dream state for 2 seconds would result in being torn to shreds by dream energy, leading to minimal energy expenditure. This sense of exhilaration was truly unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, all the razor venom spiders lay dead, and Su Xia, clad in battle armor, stood rooted in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. Incredible, so powerful. His energy beam could only inflict a little over 600 damage to the razor venom spiders, while Chen's summoned beast dealt damage exceeding 10,000 in a single blow. The disparity was staggering. Let us proceed, Chen stated calmly. Soon, the group arrived at the territory of the insect masters. While it was referred to as territory, a term like outpost would be more fitting, with patrolling guards reminiscent of an ancient army encamped. Upon seeing Chen and his companions approach, a squad of insect masters clad in white coats immediately advanced. At the forefront stood a gaunt, bald man, his frigid demeanor evident as he raised a hand to halt them. Outsiders, the insect master territory does not welcome you. If you seek assistance, you must first demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, I will not permit your entry. The bald man cast a sidelong glance at the group, his tone laced with unabashed arrogance and indifference. Chen paid little heed to the offense in the man's tone and instead surveyed the bald man's attribute panel. Alien, Insect Master Guard, Level, LV, 18, Health, 10, 500, Attributes, Strength 240, Agility 245, Constitution 240, Spirit 250, a health pool barely exceeding 10,000? How pitifully weak. Chen maintained a calm demeanor and spoke, I wish to see your chieftain. Summon him. Upon hearing Chen's unabashed disdain, the insect master guard's expression darkened, and he bellowed, impudent. The chieftain's status is esteemed. Before he could finish, a barrage of bullets thundered forth, instantly riddling the bald man and his fellow insect master guards with holes. Their bodies sprawled across the ground. The Blood Clan Lord uttered a low command, activating a skill that caused his health to drop slightly. Blood Clan inheritance, and the next moment, the corpses on the ground were enveloped in crimson light. Rising one by one, their eyes alight with a chilling thirst for blood. The team now boasted 5 additional Blood Clan descendants. At this juncture, Lin Yuan and his companions trembled, finally grasping the situation, even though it is already known that Chen intends to first eliminate the Yuchongshi clan. This is rather extreme. This is murder. How could the execution be so decisive and swift? Even the bald-headed Yuchongshi had not finished his words when a group of guards had already met their demise. Kill Yuchongshi Guard LV, 18. Experience 788. Kill you Cheongshire Guard LV, 18. Experience 809. Kill you Cheongshire Guard LV, 18. Experience 796. Gu Chen, with an expression of indifference, cast a glance at the nearly stagnant experience bar and proceeded directly into the territory of the Yu Cheongshire. Murder? No to him. It was merely a means of gaining experience. Gu Chen's strategy was straightforward. He would push through relentlessly. The territory of the Yu Cheongshire was quite intricate, with numerous passageways. In other instances, one might have to search for the foreign beings individually, an exceedingly cumbersome task. However, here, such concerns did not exist. After dispatching several squads of guards, an alarm signaling enemy attack echoed throughout the territory, followed promptly by over 50 Yu Cheongshire, clad in white cloaks, charging forth with fierce determination. These were merely ordinary guards of the Yu Cheongshire clan, not even close to being their primary defense force. Foreigners. How dare you commit murder in the territory of the Yu Cheongshire? You are truly courting death. Hearing their furious shouts, Gu Chen lifted his gaze towards the Blood Clan Lord. Eliminate them all, leaving not a single one alive. Chapter 77. Killing you is the greatest assistance to me. The Bloodline Sovereign, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, wasted no time in unleashing a deadly shot. Bolstered by the effects of the skill, a single bullet dealt colossal damage exceeding 10,000. The twin guns roared forth, unstoppable in their ferocity. The Scions of the Bloodline surged forth to engage the Insect Tamer's guardians with fierce assaults. The Nightmare Ruler transformed into a wisp of black mist, swiftly appearing deep within the Insect Tamer's territory, simultaneously unlocking the depths of the dream realm. Those guardians charging in were akin to moths drawn to a flame. Upon entering the dream, they were mercilessly torn to shreds. Gu Chen and his companions observed the massacre unfold, a one-sided slaughter that saw their experience points soar. With over 50 guardians defeated, that amounted to more than 40,000 experience points. It was exhilarating. The experience flowed in effortlessly, as if they merely stood still to collect it. Perhaps due to the rapid demise of these ordinary guardians, a new wave of more formidable Insect Tamer warriors emerged, their numbers greater than before. However, even this could not withstand the onslaught of the two summoned beasts. The Nightmare Ruler wreaked havoc deep within the territory while the Bloodline Sovereign and his descendants executed their deadly strikes from the periphery. Some of the more astute Insect Tamers forsook the Nightmare Ruler and charged towards Gu Chen, only to be shot down by the Bloodline Sovereign. Their corpses transformed into new Bloodline Scions. The ranks of the Bloodline descendants continued to swell, turning the territory into a veritable slaughterhouse, reeking with bloodshed. What was perceived as a powerful clan of Insect Tamers by other practitioners was merely a steady stream of experience for Gu Chen. Kill Insect Tamer Warrior LV, 18. Experience 1026, Kill Insect Tamer Warrior LV, 18. Experience 998, Kill Insect Tamer Warrior LV, 18. Experience 1010. As the experience points gradually accumulated, Lin Yuan suddenly interjected. Old Gu, it seems an Insect Tamer Elder approaches. An Insect Tamer Elder? Gu Chen lifted his gaze, only to see that the Insect Tamer's guardians and warriors had suffered such heavy losses that a group of individuals clad in gray cloaks had entered the fray. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man marked by a grotesque scar across his face, enveloped in a voluminous gray coat. His path littered with tiny black insects resembling grains of rice. Alien race, Insect Tamer Elder Elite, level, LV, 19, health, 106,600, attributes, strength 278, agility 223, constitution 292. Spirit 205, Skill I, Insect Division, Skill 2, Insectification, a level 19 elite from an alien race, capable of serving as a final boss even within a nightmare-level dungeon. One skill summoned minions, while the other dealt area damage. Against an ordinary party of practitioners, this would spell disaster, Su Xia remarked. The Insect Tamer Elder's gaze immediately fell upon Gu Chen, his face contorting with a fierce expression of hatred. The feeble humans, mere refuse inferior even to insects. Dare to encroach upon the territory of the Bugmaster? I shall annihilate you all. In the face of the Bugmaster's Elder's wrath, Gu Chen remained utterly indifferent, showing no inclination to engage in combat. He took a few steps back, relinquishing the confrontation to the Blood Clan Sovereign. With a swift whoosh, the Blood Clan's lord materialized before him like a specter. The Bugmaster Elder was taken aback, despite being a level 19 elite from another race. He could not match the elusive speed of the Blood Clan Sovereign. In the next instant, the astonishment on his face was replaced by agony. The Blood Clan Lord emanated a chilling aura of death, unleashing a barrage of silver bullets that erupted with a thunderous ferocity. The explosive rounds mangled the Bugmaster Elder's form, blood splattering across the ground. A piercing scream of torment escaped the Elder's lips, even as an elite. He could not keep pace with the Blood Clan Sovereign, suffering a direct one-third reduction in health. Simultaneously, the last bullet, imbued with skill effects, grazed the Elder's body, obliterating the head of a Bug Master Guard. Boom. Kill Bug Master Guard LV, 18. Experience 826. The kill reset was triggered, refreshing the skills. The Blood Clan Sovereign flickered, leaving behind an afterimage as he appeared behind the Bugmaster Elder. Deadly shot. Another relentless onslaught of bullets ensued, leaving the Elder no time to cast his skills as gaping wounds appeared across his body, a horrifying sight. Had it not been for those guards, the Elder might have held his own against the Blood Clan Sovereign for a few exchanges. Yet now, he was reduced to a state of near death. Staring in fury at the Blood Clan Sovereign and shouting, "Impossible! Why is your skill not on cooldown?" Amidst his rage, a thick cloud of black mist erupted from him. Insect division. No, it was not mist, but a swarm of densely packed black insects. A closer inspection revealed that each insect multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, their numbers surging at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, a dark mass of insects soared into the sky, resembling a vast storm cloud, hurtling directly towards Gu Chen. Eliminate the summoner first. It seems this Elder possesses some cunning. However, what the Bugmaster Elder did not anticipate was that as the swarm of insects approached halfway, 5 Blood Clan descendants propelled themselves into the air like cannonballs. Then, they detonated. Boom. The explosion resonated simultaneously, creating a fearsome plume resembling a miniature mushroom cloud. The area damage swiftly consumed the countless insects. Kill Insect LV, 19. Experience 3, Kill Insect LV, 19. Experience 3, Kill Insect LV, 19. Experience 3. What? The Bugmaster Elder, witnessing the spectacle, suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock. 5 level 18 Bloodline descendants self-destructed, inflicting a total damage of 15,000, merely sufficient to vanquish a horde of insects. The explosive blood flames rapidly dissipated, leaving all the aberrant creatures reduced to ashes. The Elder of the Insect Master faction wore a complex expression. He had initially intended to unleash a swarm to devour the summoner into a mere skeleton, only to discover that the swarm he summoned was obliterated by the explosion. At that moment, the gaze of the Blood Sovereign shifted once more towards him. The Elder's face tightened, feeling as though he were being targeted by the specter of death. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately activated his skill. Insect transformation, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished roars. His body rapidly hardened and deepened, as if a coarse exoskeleton were swiftly forming. Simultaneously, his limbs began to contort, his bones reshaping with a disturbing creaking sound. His arms and legs grew robust, with sharp spikes protruding at the joints. In an instant, the Elder of the Insect Master transformed into a humanoid insect. He then emitted a piercing shriek, his sharp appendages shimmering with a cold metallic sheen as they lunged toward the Blood Sovereign before him. This transformation into an insectoid form was undoubtedly the Elder's most formidable skill. However, the Blood Sovereign regarded him with an icy stare, refusing to flinch or evade. As the sharp appendages pierced forth, he effortlessly deflected them, preventing any further advance. At that moment, a look of sheer horror was evident on the insectoid face of the Elder. This strike, which was intended to penetrate the Blood Sovereign's body, had been thwarted with such ease. Terrifying. We are all level 19. Why are you so formidable? The Elder of the Insect Master trembled, relinquishing any thought of resistance, and implored Gu Chen, "Human, do not take action. I shall guide you to meet the clan leader. Should the clan leader consent, the Insect Master tribe will assist you in slaying the phantom-faced spider." Upon hearing this, Su Xia and the others were taken aback. Has he truly surrendered? The Elder's instinct for survival was indeed exceptionally strong. However, Gu Chen shook his head indifferently, stating, "Killing you would be the greatest assistance to me." As his words fell, a blood-red tempest erupted from the Blood Sovereign. The Elder of the Insect Master was engulfed by the Crimson Storm, his insectoid form shattering. And in the blink of an eye, his health was entirely depleted. Chapter 78. The devastating blow of the Black Death defeated the Insect Master Elder. Elite LV, 19. Experience 8212. Acquired loot. Insect Master Robe LV, 19 rare. Acquired loot. Insect Master Boots LV, 19 rare. Similar to the previous encounter in the burial dungeon, the elite aliens exhibited varying levels of strength, and undoubtedly, this Insect Master Elder belonged to the weaker category. Nevertheless, being an elite, the experience gained from vanquishing him was considerable. The 2 pieces of rare equipment that dropped were a robe and boots, both of which were restricted to the Insect Master class for wear. As a rare profession, it was evident that these items would fetch a handsome price on the profession's trading platform within the territory of the Insect Masters. Witnessing the Elder's demise in battle significantly dampened the morale of the Insect Masters present. particularly the several gray-clad insect masters who had accompanied the elder, sensing the dire situation. Turned to flee. After all, if even the elder could be slain, what hope did they have? In this moment, the insect masters fell into disarray. Retreating deeper into their territory, the Blood Lord led over 30 Bloodline descendants in pursuit. The Nightmare Sovereign also withdrew from the deep dream realm, expending nearly half of his spirit to summon more than 30 nightmare servants. These shadowy apparitions surged forth, ensnaring some of the fleeing insect masters, who were then systematically eliminated by the Nightmare Sovereign. Chen, accompanied by a host of summon beasts, pressed onward into the territory, dispatching every insect master they encountered along the way. Defeated Insect Master Warrior LV, 18. Experience 1026. Defeated Insect Master Warrior LV, 18. Experience 998. Though the accumulation of experience was gradual, it steadily increased. Upon reaching the innermost depths, they arrived beneath a massive sculpture of alien insects, which stood over 3 meters tall, roughly the size of a heavy-duty truck. As Chen and his companions approached, a woman clad in a black trench coat emerged from the statue, moving with deliberate grace. Her appearance was captivating, with a figure that was both alluring and provocative. Beneath her open coat lay a net-like garment that accentuated her sensuality without a hint of modesty. Humans, did you not come seeking my aid? How dare you assault my noble insect master clan? Her voice, cold and haughty, reverberated through the vast cavern. Alien, insect master clan leader, elite, level, LV, 20, health, 155,200, attributes, strength 338, agility 263, constitution 342. Spirit 265, skill I. Swarm devastation, skill 2. Insect master enhancement, skill 3, complete insect transformation. This level 20 elite alien was the pinnacle of the insect master clan, presenting an insurmountable challenge to ordinary practitioners. However, to Chen, she was no stronger than the beastly aberrations he had previously conquered. The insect master clan primarily relied on summoning alien insects to launch their assaults, a tactic that proved to be little more than a mere annoyance to the Bloodline warriors. As for the Nightmare Sovereign, it pales even in comparison to mere scraping. Listening to the tone of the Bug Master Clan leader, Chen could not help but furrow his brow. From her haughty demeanor emanated an unmistakable air of superiority. It seemed that in her eyes, humanity was no more significant than the ants on the ground. Noble? Chen retorted coldly, then perish here with your so-called nobility. Upon hearing the murderous intent in Chen's voice, the Bug Master Clan leader was incensed. She barked a command, and countless exotic insects erupted from her palm, transforming into a torrent of black light that surged into the bodies of the surrounding Bug Masters. Bug Master enhancement, accompanied by the blossoming black light. All the Bug Masters seemed to enter a frenzied state, their bodies swelling rapidly, taking on a half-human, half-insect form. Their levels remained unchanged. Yet their four-dimensional attributes surged by 45, rendering them far more formidable. Next, the Bug Master Clan leader let out a piercing shriek. Swarm rampage, the entire cavern trembled noticeably as the ground and walls erupted with numerous fissures under the immense power. A multitude of black exotic insects crawled forth from these cracks, emitting sharp, fragmented cries, engulfing Chen and his companions. Retreat, Chen decisively commanded, leading the group to swiftly withdraw. The sheer number of these exotic insects was terrifying. Lin Yuan and the others were mere ordinary practitioners, and should they be encircled by the swarm, they would likely be devoured to the last fragment in mere breaths. Seizing the opportunity, the Blood Clan Sovereign activated the effect of the mirror ring. His figure blurred, and beside him appeared 2 stern silhouettes clad in dark crimson attire. The 2 mirages sprang forth, positioning themselves before Chen and the others, unleashing a hail of bullets that obliterated the advancing exotic insects, providing cover for their retreat. Meanwhile, the true form of the Blood Clan Sovereign charged toward the Bug Master Clan leader, initiating an intense battle. Simultaneously, the Nightmare Sovereign unhesitatingly delved into the deep dreamscape, and countless exotic insects crawled out from the cavern, only to be ground into dust by the dream energy. Kill Exotic Insect LV. 20. Experience 5. Kill Exotic Insect LV. 20. Experience 5. Kill Exotic Insect LV. 20. Experience 5. Countless notifications of experience points rolled incessantly in Chen's vision, rendering him dizzy. He could hardly be bothered to glance. Earning a mere 5 points of experience for each exotic insect slain meant that relying on this for leveling up would take an eternity. With a thought, a beam of light from his skills illuminated the cave, and a towering golem materialized within. Roaring, the golem's rock-like form erupted in broad swathes of black light, inflicting 2 debuffs upon the Bug Master Clan. Utter fatigue, Black Death Plague. With the release of these 2 skills, all the exotic beings, including the Bug Master Clan leader, were weakened, and the Bug Masters, who had just experienced a surge in combat power due to Bug Master enhancement, suddenly found themselves frail and vulnerable. The Black Death Plague began to spread rapidly. Following the previous awakening of his bloodline, Black Death Plague had been enhanced, with the number of infections determining the rate at which afflicted targets lost health every second. The leader of the Bugmaster clan summoned a veritable swarm of aberrant insects. Yet rather than inflicting significant harm upon Chen and his companions, it inadvertently escalated the devastation of the Black Plague to unprecedented heights. The contagion spread exponentially, 1 to 10. 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. The Deep Dream could only inflict damage upon targets within a fixed area, while the Black Plague, with each increase in the number of infections, unleashed catastrophic damage. This was a merciless epidemic, a calamitous blow to any tribe. Within mere breaths, countless aberrant insects perished, their lifeless bodies accumulating in a thick layer upon the ground, only to be trampled into dust amidst the fierce struggle between the bloodline descendants and the Bug Masters. Witnessing this scene, the Nightmare Sovereign chose to withdraw its skill. It was unforeseen that such a debilitating technique could unleash such terrifying devastation under these circumstances. Chen himself had not anticipated this outcome. His earlier summoning of the skeletal golem was merely intended to suppress the Bug Master clan, and the Black Plague had been directed solely at them. However, it subsequently infected the aberrant insects, rapidly spreading through the swarm, resulting in the demise of countless creatures. This outcome was indeed an unexpected boon. The leader of the Bug Master clan, upon witnessing this turn of events, felt his icy gaze constrict sharply, his countenance betraying an indescribable shock. Impossible! What manner of skill is this? To annihilate thousands of aberrant insects in mere moments? How could a mere human possess such terrifying combat prowess? Chapter 79. Slaying the Insect Master Patriarch. The Insect Master Patriarch was utterly unprepared for the inexplicable demise of the exotic insects he had once prized. To his astonishment, the damage inflicted by the Black Death Plague, which had infected thousands of these creatures, surged dramatically, causing his health to plummet at an alarming rate. At that moment, as the Insect Master Patriarch stood in shock, the Bloodlord unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets, enveloping him in a thick cloud of crimson mist. Realizing that her skills had not harmed Chen or his summoned beast, the Insect Master Patriarch bellowed fiercely, emanating a powerful wave of energy. Almost immediately, a colossal insect apparition materialized behind her. With a hiss, the Insect Master Patriarch's form expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering insect over 3 meters tall. This was not the half-human, half-insect form of the Insect Master Elder. Rather, it was a complete metamorphosis into a pure insectoid being. As her body fully transformed, a tough exoskeleton emerged, significantly enhancing both her offensive and defensive capabilities, granting her substantial melee bonuses. In an instant, the Insect Master Patriarch's combat prowess surged, as if she had truly become a gigantic insect from the abyss, radiating a ferocious aura as she charged towards the Blood Lord without a hint of fear. Yet, she overlooked the fact that despite her newfound strength, her attributes were severely diminished due to the debilitating state of utter exhaustion. Instead of an increase, her overall capabilities had plummeted, and any damage taken was amplified by a staggering 100%. As the massive insect bore down on her, the Blood Lord raised her weapon and fired, unleashing a storm of bullets that shattered the Insect Master Patriarch's hardened carapace. The once razor-sharp limbs became alarmingly fragile under the relentless onslaught, as her legs were shattered and her protective shell fractured, green ichor splattering everywhere. The colossal insect let out a mournful wail, having sustained grievous injuries without even grazing the Bloodlord's attire. The Insect Master Patriarch's anguished cries echoed. It cannot be. Why is this happening? In a single encounter, her prideful ultimate skill had been obliterated by the Blood Lord. Overcome with despair, she lost her will to fight and turned to flee, retreating towards the direction from whence she came. But could escape be so easily attained? The Blood Lord, a blur of motion, surged forward. The Insect Master Elder sensed a powerful gust of wind at her back, and before she could glance back, a figure appeared directly in her path, blocking her escape. In disbelief, the Insect Master Elder shouted, "Human! The Insect Master clan is the bane of the ghost-faced spider. Should you slay us, the ghost-faced spider will summon an insect plague to obliterate everything here, including you." A cold smirk crept across Chen's face. "You dare to threaten me? No, spare me, and I shall assist you in vanquishing the ghost-faced spider." "Just you?" Chen scoffed dismissively, casting a glance at the Bloodlord. The latter understood the situation and immediately unleashed the Crimson Feast, unleashing a torrential bloodstorm that swiftly drained the health of the Insect Master Clan leader. Defeated Insect Master Clan leader Elite LV 20. Experience 11290. Loot acquired. Insect Master Skillbook LV 20. Rare. With the leader's demise, the remaining Insect Masters scattered like sand, desperately fleeing into the surrounding stone caves. Chen would not let this opportunity slip away. It was not merely the insect masters escaping, but a wealth of experience points. In an instant, numerous nightmarish servants coalesced into shadows, ensnaring those fleeing insect masters, while the nightmarish overlords swiftly targeted each one. Meanwhile, the two Bloodline lords seized the moment to activate Bloodline inheritance. The fallen corpses, revitalized by the crimson energy, rose once more to launch a frenzied assault on the living insect masters. The Bloodline lords, having vanquished the leader, delved deeper into the insect masters' territory, initiating their killing spree against those clad in white or gray. Chen commanded that none should be spared. No insect master was to escape this calamity. Defeated Insect Master Warrior LV 18, experience 1026. Defeated Insect Master Mage LV 19, experience 1326. Defeated Gray-clad Insect Master LV 19, experience 1302. Before long, the Insect Master clan was utterly exterminated. These arrogant beings, who regarded humanity as mere insignificant ants, perished here, their pride and nobility extinguished forever. Chen felt no shred of pity for them. According to the dungeon's narrative, if the adventurers failed to slay the phantom-faced spider, the ensuing insect plague would obliterate everything in this realm. At that moment, the Insect Master clan would face their obliteration due to their own hubris. Death is an inevitable fate for all, thus, it is far better to die with purpose, contributing to Chen's experience. Level up, level, LV 20, 3126 651500, Strength 517, Agility 516, Constitution 518, Spirit 769, Summon Beasts. Bloodline Lord LV 20, Legendary, Nightmarish Overlord LV 20, Epic, Undead Golem LV 20, Legendary, Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise LV 20, Epic, Talent, Current ability to obtain a Dark Bloodline. Finally, having reached the second tier, Chen could not help but exclaim. The time required for leveling had noticeably increased since entering the dungeon. After slaying numerous razor poison spiders, and now having eradicated the Insect Master clan, he had finally achieved a level up. Once he exited this dungeon, he must venture into the second tier abyss. However, before that, Chen intended to further enhance his summoned beasts. The primal bloodlines obtained at level 17 had yet to be utilized. And after his last venture into the Hell-level Grave dungeon, he had reached level 19 and acquired 2 additional primal bloodlines. In Chen's heart, there lingered a faint hope that this time, it must surely be the turn of the royal bloodline. He activated his innate ability. You have acquired Dark Bloodline, first generation, yet another first generation? A look of frustration clouded Chen's face. Was the royal bloodline truly that rare? Oh well, it was better to make use of it for now. The first generation bloodline had its merits, after all, as it could still enhance the Nightmare Sovereign and the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise. With this thought, Chen promptly bestowed all 4 first-generation bloodlines upon the Nightmare Sovereign. Summon Beast level up successful. Nightmare Sovereign, Epic. Nightmare Sovereign, Epic. Health points, 11,290. Attributes, Strength 390. Agility 396. Constitution 395. Spirit 480. New talent acquired. Shadow Kill Arc, Epic. Shadow Kill Arc. When the Nightmare Sovereign launches a skill attack from behind the target, if the target is killed instantly, it inflicts equivalent damage on targets ensnared by the Nightmare Servants. Talent enhancement acquired. Dreams come true. The skill cooldown of the Nightmare Sovereign is reduced by 80, with skill consumption, energy expenditure, and negative effect impacts also diminished by 80. Skill enhancement acquired. Nightmare Entanglement. For every 5 points of spirit, 1 Nightmare Servant can be summoned. Targets ensnared by Nightmare Servants will suffer multiplied damage, up to a maximum of 20 times. Chapter 80, Shadow Kill Arc, Instant Harvest, Epic 5 stars. A new epic level talent has been added. Shadow Kill Arc? By employing this skill to eliminate a target from behind, one can inflict equal damage on targets ensnared by nightmarish minions. This is remarkable. The Nightmare Entanglement skill has just been enhanced. Not only has the damage multiplier surged to 20 times, but it now requires only 5 points of mental energy to summon a nightmarish minion. The mental energy of the Nightmare Overlord is 480 points, which means that based on the current mental attributes, one can summon up to 96 minions at once. In other words, the originally single target, Phantom Instant Kill, skill has transformed into an area attack skill after acquiring the Shadow Kill Arc talent. Now, the Nightmare Overlord no longer has to target enemies one by one. Furthermore, another talent, Dreams Come True, has also been enhanced, reducing skill consumption, energy expenditure, and negative effects by 80. Consequently, the Nightmare Overlord has not only augmented its offensive capabilities but also its sustained combat potential. Upon elevating the Nightmare Overlord to epic 5 stars, Chen eagerly retrieved the long-awaited Echo set, which includes the Echo Necklace, Echo Ring, and Echo Amulet. When he placed the set into the equipment slot of the Nightmare Overlord, its 4-dimensional attributes surged dramatically, increasing mental energy by 600 points, speed by 500 points, and both constitution and strength by 300 points. The equipment effects are equally impressive, featuring a cooldown reduction of 45, recovery speed enhancement of 45, attack increase of 35, and defense boost of 30. The cumulative effects are strikingly noticeable. However, Chen's greatest anticipation lies in the set effect upon assembling all 3 pieces. Set effect: restores 10 energy after each kill, a simple statement that is powerful enough to require no further explanation. This set effect, combined with the Dreams Come True talent, propels the Nightmare Overlord into an infinite firepower mode. Chen surveyed the data on his panel, nodding in satisfaction. Although the Nightmare Overlord remains an epic-level summon, it can now rival legendary-level summons. Moreover, the distinction between epic 5 stars and legendary summons is merely a common initial bloodline. Even if he cannot acquire the Royal Bloodline at level 21, Chen can still advance the Nightmare Overlord to legendary status through the initial bloodline. Thus, among the 4 summons he has contracted, at least 3 will be legendary. In the entire Divine Xia Empire, no second-tier summoner has ever possessed such a formidable lineup. Furthermore, Chen has now reached level 20. Once he emerges from the Spider Cave dungeon, he will be able to contract his 5th summon, leading to a substantial leap in his combat power. The combination of a summoner and divine-level talents is indeed fearsome. After sweeping through the territory of the Insect Masters, Chen's team rapidly expanded, with the level 20 Bloodline Lord transforming 200 Bloodline descendants, advancing inexorably into the depths of the Spider Cave. Among the 200 descendants of the Bloodline, more than half are second-tier Bloodkin, whose combat prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of ordinary beings of the same level. Most importantly, a second-tier Bloodkin's self-detonation can inflict 5,000 points of area damage. 10 detonations result in 50,000 damage, and 100 yield a staggering 500,000. Should all 200 Bloodline descendants choose to self-detonate, Chen fears that the very fabric of the dungeon might be obliterated. Ahead lies the lair of the Razor Venom Spider, within which an elite Razor Venom Spider resides. Slaying it will allow passage to the next lair. Su Xia's voice echoed within the cavern. The spider lair contains multiple nests, each guarded by an elite creature capable of summoning numerous ordinary spiders. Very well, let us proceed. Chen affirmed, commanding the Bloodline descendants to charge forth. Along the way, swarms of Razor Venom Spiders emerge, yet they pose no threat to the Bloodline kin. Each descendant need only take turns striking to eliminate the ordinary spider foes with ease. Before long, a multitude of Bloodline descendants breached the entrance of the Razor Venom Spider's lair. Almost immediately upon entry, the caverns erupted with a cacophony of discordant sounds. Subsequently, thick strands of silk cascaded down from the cavern ceiling as one Razor Venom Spider after another descended, entering the sight of the gathered individuals. How enormous! I can hardly bear it, Lin Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. The spiders leaping forth from the lair were astonishingly larger than cars. Their 6 crimson eyes glaring ominously in the darkness. There appeared to be at least 50 or 60. All were level 20 Razor Venom Spiders. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the intruders, emitting piercing shrieks. Rustling sounds filled the air as the spiders surged forth. Their bloodthirsty gaze fixating upon Chen and his companions as if they were mere prey. Were this seen to confront an ordinary adventurer, it would surely spell doom. However, for Chen, the challenge was far from insurmountable. Nightmare Sovereign, arise. With a commanding voice, Chen summoned the Nightmare Sovereign, which transformed into black mist swirling around him. In an instant, numerous shadows flitted through the lair, ensnaring the advancing Razor Venom Spiders. Over 50 of them found themselves immobilized, struggling in vain against their bindings. 8 legs. Not a single step can be taken. The spiders screeched in furious protest. Yet, just then, one Razor Venom Spider, ensnared by 5 shadows, found tendrils of black mist silently enveloping its grotesque form. Before it could react, the dense mist shrouded it entirely. Nightmare Entanglement, Phantom Annihilation, Shadow Kill Arc, a quintuple damage burst ensued, and the Razor Venom Spider emitted a piercing cry as its health was utterly depleted. In rapid succession, all the Razor Venom Spiders ensnared by the Nightmare Servants shrieked in unison, experiencing the quintuple damage from Shadow Kill Arc in a devastating eruption. The colossal form of the Blade Poison Spider collapsed to the ground, seemingly unscathed, yet its vitality had been utterly depleted. Defeated Blade Poison Spider LV 20. Experience 1023. Defeated Blade Poison Spider LV 20. Experience 1065. Defeated Blade Poison Spider LV 20. Experience 1042. In an instant, the experience notifications in Gu Chen's line of sight began to scroll rapidly, accumulating over 50,000 experience points in the blink of an eye. All dead. Is this the skill of the Nightmare Sovereign? Su Xia's voice was filled with astonishment. Impossible. I must be dreaming. How could such an outrageous skill exist? Lin Yuan was left utterly dumbfounded. After all, it was the skill of a master. A little absurdity was to be expected, Lin Qingxing remarked with feigned nonchalance. It's wonderful that all the spiders are dead. Su Ran quietly exhaled in relief. Just as the group was taken aback, the ground suddenly heaved, forming a massive mound of earth. Shortly thereafter, a giant spider, resembling the Blade Poison Spider yet adorned with vibrant red and green patterns, emerged from the depths. This spider's head was more fearsome, and its size was twice that of the Blade Poison Spider, as it uprooted the scattered stones beneath it and emitted a piercing, shrill roar, asserting its dominance over the territory. Alien species, Blade Poison Spider Elite. Level, LV, 20, Health, 165,200. Attributes, Strength, 328. Agility, 253. Constitution, 332. Spirit, 245. Skill I. Poison Spider Carapace, Skill 2. Corrosive Poison Web, Skill 3. Regenerative Ability, Chapter 81. Encountering the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise. A stroke of luck before me lies the Elite Blade Poison Spider, with a mere 165,000 health points. At first glance, its numerical strength does not seem particularly formidable. However, those who underestimated it have already succumbed to its lethal blades. Its third skill, Regeneration, grants it an astonishing recovery rate, impervious to negative effects that inhibit healing. Consequently, the combat prowess of the Elite Blade Poison Spider is truly terrifying, proving more difficult to vanquish than a cockroach. Even if its 8 razor-sharp limbs were to be obliterated or its body cleaved into segments, it could swiftly regenerate and regain its fighting capability in a remarkably short time. Moreover, it boasts a hard and sharp exoskeleton, alongside a highly corrosive venomous web. One could assert that, aside from its low health, this elite creature possesses no shortcomings in battle, seemingly born for combat. An elite creature born for battle? What a fortuitous encounter! Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, arise! A glint of battle intent ignited within Gu Chen's eyes. Instead of summoning the undead golem, he called forth the warrior-type summon beast, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise. Roar. A soul-stirring roar echoed throughout the cavern as the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise emerged, clad in spiked armor, resembling a fully armed heavy warrior. Its eyes brimmed with fierce battle spirit. For it, combat and slaughter represented the utmost delight. An aura of terror spread in all directions, instilling an unprecedented sense of threat in the Elite Blade Poison Spider. Hiss. Sensing the formidable presence emanating from the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, the Elite Blade Poison Spider suddenly erupted, emitting a sharp and piercing shriek. This cave was its lair, its territory, where no creature that posed a threat to it was permitted to exist. Fueled by an intense desire for battle, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise braced its sturdy legs against the ground and unleashed its skill. Shattering impact, launching forward with a powerful charge, inflicting significant damage on targets in its path while slowing them down, and sending the target at the end of its trajectory flying. Boom. The ground beneath it shattered as the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise surged forward like an unstoppable heavy cannonball. Swish. The Elite Blade Poison Spider simultaneously unleashed its skill, spewing forth a deep purple corrosive venomous web aimed directly at the charging tortoise. Concurrently, crimson patterns erupted across its exoskeleton, enhancing its hardness, while its razor-sharp limbs lunged like spears toward the rapidly approaching giant. Sizzle. The highly corrosive venomous web enveloped the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, but could not hinder its fierce assault. Instead, it was torn to shreds by the spiked armor upon first contact. In an instant, the massive form collided with the Elite Blade Poison Spider. With a resounding crash, the Elite Blade Poison Spider suffered extensive damage, its sharp limbs fracturing into several segments. Its entire body hurled into the air, directly entering a state of being knocked back. One skill, over 80,000 damage. Explosion. The devastation was utterly astounding. However, despite such explosive damage, not a single drop of blood was shed from the Elite Blade Venom Spider. The venomous shell of the Elite Blade Venom Spider trembled as it stood upright, its shattered armor visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. This armor was not merely for defense, it also served the function of a shield. Unless the exterior armor was completely destroyed, true damage could not be inflicted upon it. It is no wonder that this level 20 elite creature had a mere 165,000 health points. Although its health was low, its shield was formidable. An attack of 80,000 damage failed to breach this shield. Chen glanced at the health bar of the elite blade venom spider, realizing that the earlier damage had only diminished half of the shield's value. This indicated that the shield had at least 160,000 points. It was no surprise that so many had perished at the hands of the elite blade venom spider. With 165,000 health points, coupled with a shield nearly equal to its health, most adventurers likely met their demise through sheer attrition. In truth, the elite blade venom spider did not possess any particularly potent attack skills. Its sole strength lay in its substantial shield. Once that shield was breached, it would exhibit remarkable regenerative capabilities. In simpler terms, it relied on its resilience to wear down opponents. However, today, the elite blade venom spider encountered the dark hunter dragon tortoise, which proved to be its match. With a ferocious roar, the dark hunter dragon tortoise emanated a blinding orange aura. Taunt of the roar forces targets within a certain area to attack itself, granting a 1 increase in attack speed for each hit received. Provoked by the taunt, the elite blade venom spider surged forward in a fit of rage, swinging its freshly restored blade-like legs in a vicious strike. Bang! The sharp blade struck against the spiked armor, producing a shower of dazzling sparks. No armor was breached. No health was lost. The damage was negligible. In fact, this attack triggered the dark hunter dragon tortoise's innate talent, causing its imposing aura to intensify. Wounds of War. The dark hunter dragon tortoise gains a 10 damage increase for every hit it receives, with the effect lasting until it exits combat. In the next moment, the dark hunter dragon tortoise swung its arm, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing whoosh, effortlessly cleaving through the hardened shell. The elite blade venom spider did not evade but retaliated directly, and thus began a fierce exchange. Bang! 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 Although the elite blade venom spider was of considerable size, it appeared diminutive before the dark hunter dragon tortoise, its presence markedly diminished. Within a few exchanges, the elite blade venom spider was thoroughly suppressed, proving itself no match. Consumed by rage, it relied on its extraordinary regenerative abilities to mount a more frantic counterattack. This spectacle only invigorated the dark hunter dragon tortoise further, for it possessed another talent: reflective spikes. Rebound armor. When receiving melee damage, 50 of the damage is returned to the attacker as true damage. For every 20 points of constitution, the rebound percentage increases by 1. After donning the unyielding black armor, the dark hunting dragon tortoise's constitution surged to 730 points, elevating the rebound percentage from 50 to an astonishing 86. 5. A truly terrifying transformation. The blade poison spider elite retaliated relentlessly, yet its wounds only intensified. In no time, its entire carapace was devoid of any intact sections. Even with the formidable regenerative abilities of the blade poison spider, it could not mend its shattered form in time. Bang! With a powerful strike from the dark hunting dragon tortoise, the carapace was utterly shattered, and the elite's shield was completely obliterated. The dark hunting dragon tortoise let out a fierce roar, its combat prowess and fighting spirit reaching their zenith, as a chilling radiance erupted from its claws. With a swift motion, its razor-like claws sliced forward, cleaving open the distended abdomen of the blade poison spider elite, scattering vibrant, fragmented entrails across the ground. With a pained scream, the blade poison spider elite abandoned its counterattack, unprecedentedly retreating. Chapter 82. Self-detonation. Bloodclan venom spider. As the elite venom spider retreated, the battle evidently approached its conclusion. The dark hunter dragon turtle existed solely for combat. Once engaged, it grew ever more formidable, becoming an unstoppable force. The dark hunter dragon turtle? What manner of summoned beast is this, to be so terrifying? Lin Yuan's astonishment was palpable, and he could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. Generally speaking, as one's level increases, the cultivation of summoned beasts becomes increasingly arduous. I fail to comprehend how, even with this being the 4th summoned beast, it remains so fearsome, Su Xia thought, her eyes wide with disbelief, nearly questioning her own existence. If the great god Chen could maintain such overwhelming strength, I shudder to imagine the terror he would unleash upon commanding an army, Lin Qingqing mused, astonished yet awed. For ordinary summoners, due to limited resources, the quality of summoned beasts typically diminishes as their numbers increase. However, in light of the current circumstances, Chen's summoned beasts only grow stronger. This completely defies the common understanding. As the dark hunter dragon turtle pursued the elite venom spider, the Bloodclan lord, accompanied by a host of Bloodclan offspring, clashed with the nightmare sovereign at the periphery of their lair, vanquishing the summoned ordinary venom spiders. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the ordinary venom spiders, the 200 offspring transformed by the Bloodclan lord proved equally formidable, augmented by the nightmare sovereign wielding the Shadow Kill arc. The summoned beast squadron effortlessly harvested these ordinary foes. Increasingly more elite venom spiders perished within the lair, and facing imminent defeat. The elite venom spider let out a piercing shriek, charging madly at the dark hunter dragon turtle. Unfazed, the elite creature was but a spent force in the eyes of the turtle, incapable of posing a threat. It unleashed its skill once again, its feet shattering the ground as its body launched forward like a cannonball, an unstoppable projectile. Boom! The elite venom spider, already on the brink of death, absorbed the full brunt of the dark hunter dragon turtle's skill, its remaining health obliterated. The shattered insect body disintegrated under the ferocity of the impact, becoming a mass of indistinguishable fragments. Defeated elite venom spider LV. 20, experienced 9216, acquired loot, venom spider blade LV. 20 rare, acquired loot, venom spider heavy armor LV. 20 rare, acquired loot, strengthening stones 20, acquired loot, toxic spider silk 5. The experience gained from slaying the elite creature remains substantial. As for the two pieces of rare equipment, one suited for the assassin class and the other for the warrior class, they could fetch several million on the profession trading platform, promising a lucrative profit. An elite creature yielded nearly 10,000 experience points, while the slaughter of ordinary creatures at the periphery amassed over 80,000 experience points, a commendable return. Chen brimmed with anticipation for the next spider lair. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the surrounding darkness. Subsequently, a swarm of elite venom spiders surged forth, their numbers exceeding those previously encountered. Here they come again? How could they return so swiftly? Susia gasped in surprise. According to the strategy guide, upon the demise of the elite blade venom spider, a minor tide of insects would erupt from this spider nest. However, the arrival was swifter than anticipated. It was fortuitous. A smile graced Chen's face. Although the experience from a single blade venom spider was meager, the impending insect tide promised untold riches. It was imperative to seize this opportunity. His anticipation was palpable. Bloodline descendants, advance. Chen commanded, and dozens of blood descendants surged forth, launching self-destructive attacks against the oncoming tide of insects. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion inflicted 5,000 damage. 10 explosions would yield a staggering 50,000, all in a wide area. The dim cavern was illuminated by the fierce crimson flames, completely engulfing the blade venom spiders in a cataclysm of destruction. In mere moments, 15 blood descendants self-detonated, annihilating over 40 blade venom spiders. Two images of bloodlords seized the moment to activate their abilities, transforming the corpses strewn across the ground into 15 new blood descendants, replenishing their ranks. The transformation ability was not constrained by the type of target. Previously capable of converting beast corpses, it could now transform venomous spiders. As long as there were bodies to work with, the newly created bloodline venom spiders bore a striking resemblance to their predecessors, save for their bodies entwined with a rich crimson energy, rendering them easily recognizable. Chen remained indifferent to the form of the blood descendants, whether humanoid or insectoid, as the damage from their self-destruction remained constant. Consequently, the multitude of transformed bloodline venom spiders surged forth, initiating self-detonations against the advancing blade venom spiders. Had the elite blade venom spider still been alive, the spectacle before it would have driven it to madness. It could never fathom that the lifeless bodies of its kin could unleash such terrifying damage under Chen's command. All the alien entities slain by the bloodline descendants were considered the achievements of the bloodlords. After all, the blood descendants were a manifestation of the bloodlords' abilities. Thus, any blade venom spider they felled was, in essence, a kill by the bloodlords. Consequently, with each blade venom spider dispatched, the bloodlord's vitality would increment by 10 points. As the self-detonations persisted, the bloodlord's health steadily ascended, continuously enhancing. Meanwhile, Chen's vision was filled with a rolling stream of experience notifications. Kill blade venom spider LV, 20. Experience 1056, kill blade venom spider LV, 20. Experience 1029, kill blade venom spider LV, 20. Experience 1045. The echoes of explosions reverberated throughout the cavern. And apart from Susia, clad in full battle armor, the other four instinctively covered their ears. The blade venom spiders appeared to be dwindling. Before long, Susia observed that the blade venom spiders were diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. This indicated that this wave of insect tide was nearing its conclusion. It seems we have successfully obliterated the first spider nest, Lin Yuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Then let us proceed to the second spider nest, Chen proposed. After vanquishing the last blade venom spider, Chen took a moment to recuperate. Subsequently, Susia continued to navigate, and the group commenced their journey towards the next destination. The two illusions of the Blood Lord had vanished, as such manifestations could not endure beyond 15 minutes. Just before the deadline, Gu Chun transformed the entirety of the Illusion's health into Blood Clan venomous spiders to bolster the team. At this juncture, the progeny of the Blood Clan, derived from the insect tamer's transformation, had been entirely exhausted. The 200 Blood Clan descendants had metamorphosed into a uniform swarm of Blood Clan venomous spiders. Following Su Xia's guidance, the 200 venomous spiders forged a path through the cavern, vanquishing several waves of aberrant insects, until the group finally approached their destination. This marked the entrance to the second spider cave. Su Xia pointed ahead. Upon entering through an opening that stood taller than a person, they arrived in an oval-shaped cavern. Raising their gaze, they beheld the walls adorned with spider eggs, each larger than a human head, clustered in overwhelming numbers, far too numerous to count with the naked eye. Spider eggs? There must be thousands of them. Su Xia, Lin Yuan, and the others paled slightly, feeling a sudden chill run down their spines. Chapter 83. The Nightmare Monarch's Advancement. The chaos elemental. The scene before Gu Chun caused a subtle shift in his expression, instinctively revealing a trace of solemnity. Thousands of spider eggs evoked an overwhelming sense of discomfort, an oppressive aura that was almost palpable. Previously, he had only encountered this in strategies, without any profound feelings. Now, in the midst of it, an instinctual shiver coursed through him. Indeed, these must be the eggs of the bone-crushing spider. Su Xia signaled for everyone to retreat and then lowered his voice, saying, "Maintain silence. If we make any noise here, the bone-crushing spider will emerge from the eggs and launch an attack on us." As his words fell, Lin Yuan and the others hastily withdrew, their gaze fixed upon the countless spider eggs within the lair, each feeling a chill run down their spine. The strategy had mentioned that an elite bone-crushing spider lurked nearby. If they could eliminate it in the outer cave, they could pass through the lair without disturbing the eggs. Thus, we can certainly withdraw first. Su Xia was abruptly silenced, his attention drawn to the swarm of bloodline poison spiders that had surged into the cave. He instinctively turned to Gu Chen, only to find excitement flickering unabashedly in the latter's eyes. Retreat? Within this cave lay thousands of spider eggs? No, that represented an immense reservoir of experience. A true bounty from nature. In mere moments, 100 bloodline poison spiders had filled the lair, and with a command from Gu Chen, they all detonated simultaneously. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a torrent of blood flames erupted within the lair, illuminating it with blinding brilliance. The damage from a second-tier bloodline self-detonation is 5,000. 10 would be 50,000, and 100 equated to 500,000. In this nearly enclosed space, the explosive damage reached its zenith. The blood flames transformed into a sea of fire, surging relentlessly within the lair, as countless spider eggs that had evoked such unease were instantly consumed by the explosion, reduced to ashes in the terrifying inferno. Is there such a tactic? Lin Yuan was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Although he was aware that the bloodline descendants could self-detonate, he had never envisioned employing such a strategy in this context. Nor did he expect Gu Chen to simultaneously detonate 100 of them. It was utterly terrifying. This damage was exponentially more devastating than an elemental mage's forbidden spell. No. A second-tier elemental mage could not possibly unleash such a horrifying forbidden spell. Su Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated. This was not merely terrifying, it was absurd. Lin Xingqing interjected, "Let us not forget, only 100 bloodline poison spiders entered the lair just now, which means that Gu Chun can unleash such an explosion once more." Su Ran exclaimed in realization, her small cherry lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Chen's current state of mind was one of exhilaration, an invigorating clarity radiating from him. As the saying goes, in times of poverty, one may focus solely on oneself. In times of prosperity, one may unleash a grand explosion. While buried in the dungeon, he had contemplated employing this strategy, but at that time, the number of bloodline descendants was limited, and the self-destruct damage was not particularly high. Now, not only has their number increased, but their damage has also escalated. Slain Bone-Gnawing Spider LV, 19. Experience 789. Slain Bone-Gnawing Spider LV, 19. Experience 813. Slain Bone-Gnawing Spider LV, 19. Experience 829. Although the experience gained was modest, it surged wave after wave, steadily climbing. Soon, the power of the explosions began to wane. After the blood flames extinguished, the entire lair was nearly unrecognizable, the ground strewn with the corpses of the bone-gnawing spiders, piled high. Yet, a small fraction of the bone-gnawing spiders had survived the blast and, from some concealed corners, an abundance of them emerged anew. These spiders did not flee. Instead, they charged madly towards Gu Chun and his companions. Had these otherworldly beings lost their minds? Lin Yuan pondered in astonishment. To survive such a devastating blow only to charge recklessly forward was akin to a suicidal assault. These low-level creatures appeared devoid of thought. Driven solely by their instinct to attack, seeking to deplete us through sheer numbers, Su Xia remarked from the side. That works to our advantage. The more they come, the more experience we gain, Gu Chen mused with satisfaction. For the spider creatures, numbers were their strength. However, in the face of Gu Chen, that advantage evaporated. The greater the influx of these spiders, the swifter Gu Chen's ascension became. After slaying 400 or 500 bone-gnawing spiders, Gu Chen's level rose to 21. Level up, level, LV, 21, 2129 801500. Strength, 527. Agility, 526. Constitution, 528. Spirit, 789. Summoned beasts, Bloodline Sovereign LV, 21. Legendary, Nightmare Overlord LV, 21. Epic, Undead Golem LV, 21. Legendary, Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise LV, 21. Epic, Talent, currently available to obtain a Dark Bloodline. Finally, he had leveled up. Gu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, his current leveling speed was already significantly faster than that of ordinary professionals. Yet due to the ease of his earlier progress, this pace now felt glacial to him. Without further ado, he activated his talent. You have acquired Dark Bloodline First Generation Bloodline. Another First Generation Bloodline. Gu Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Nearly to the point of spitting blood. Was the Royal Bloodline no longer available? Why was it so difficult to obtain a Royal Bloodline? However, there was a silver lining. Although it was yet another first-generation bloodline, the Nightmare Overlord had already reached epic 5 stars, making it perfectly poised for a legendary advancement. Subsequently, Gu Chen bestowed this first-generation bloodline upon the Nightmare Overlord. Successful advancement of Summoned Beast, Nightmare Sovereign, Epic, Chaos Primordial Spirit, Legendary. Level, LV, 21 Health, 36. 350. Attributes, Strength 350, Agility 596, Constitution 325, Spirit 680. The quality of the summoned beast has ascended from epic to legendary, resulting in attribute enhancement. With the summoner receiving an increase of 100 to all attributes, talents, unnameable, legendary, dream realized, legendary. Shadowkill Arc, legendary. Unnameable. The body of the Chaos Primordial Spirit is intertwined with the void, capable of absorbing a certain degree of magical and physical attacks. Freely traversing between the void and reality, dream realized, the cooldown, resource consumption, and negative effects of the Chaos Primordial Spirit skills are reduced by 90. Shadowkill Arc, when the Chaos Primordial Spirit skill directly slays a target. All targets ensnared by the Chaos Shadow will suffer equivalent damage. Skill I. Dimensional Assassination LV, 30 Legendary. Skill 2. Chaos Entanglement LV, 30 Legendary. Skill 3. Ultimate Ruin LV, 30 Legendary. Dimensional Assassination. Opens a dimensional space, disregarding terrain and distance, inflicting lethal damage upon a designated target. If the target is slain directly, the skill's damage permanently increases by 2. Chaos Entanglement. For every 5 points of spirit, 1 Chaos Shadow can be unleashed, ensnaring the target in place and dealing multiplied damage, with a maximum damage multiplier of 30 times. Ultimate Ruin. Establishes a chaos domain within a specified area, exerting a gravitational pull on surrounding targets. Those ensnared within will suffer continuous damage for each target that perishes. The remaining targets within the domain will experience 1 second of stun. Chapter 84. The Elite Bone-Cutting Spider Demon, the Legendary Summoned Beast, the Chaos Primordial Spirit. This advancement represents a significant enhancement for the Nightmare Sovereign. Firstly, the 4-dimensional attributes soared dramatically, with the average attribute of level 21 skyrocketing to approximately 487. What does this imply? Even for a level 30 practitioner, the average attributes hover around 460. Thus, the average attributes of a level 21 entity surpass those of a level 30 practitioner, indicating that it can utterly dominate level 30 practitioners purely based on attributes. Moreover, both talents and skills have ascended to the legendary tier, with all talents reaching their maximum level for the current stage. Firstly, the talent, Unnameable, connects the Chaos Primordial Spirit's body with the void, allowing it to absorb a certain degree of physical and magical attacks. Previously, the Nightmare Sovereign possessed high immunity solely against physical attacks, but now, the Chaos Primordial Spirit exhibits a degree of immunity against both physical and magical assaults. The skill Sweet Dreams Realized has also been enhanced, reducing several of its consumption costs to 90. Although the magnitude of this advancement is relatively modest, its effects are remarkably powerful. The skill, Shadowkill Arc, has seen an upgrade as well. The previous requirement to strike the target from behind has been lifted. Now, as long as the skill is employed to eliminate a target, the damage can be shared among other entangled targets. Next, we have the skill Dimensional Assassination, which is an advanced version of Phantom Instant Kill. Previously, the Nightmare Sovereign had to move adjacent to the target to execute the assassination. Now, it can open a dimensional space, targeting foes from a distance of up to a kilometer. Inflicting fatal damage does not guarantee the immediate demise of the target, but it significantly increases the likelihood of a one-hit kill. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. Any deficiencies can be addressed by the Nightmare minions. No, the Chaos Shadows. Nightmare Entanglement has evolved into Chaos Entanglement, allowing the release of one Chaos Shadow for every 5 points of spirit. The Chaos Shadows resemble the former Nightmare minions, but the damage multiplier cap has been elevated to 30 times. 30 times. This is truly terrifying. One can only commend the prowess of the magical assassin. The final skill, Ultimate Ruin, unleashes the Chaos Domain. Unlike the Deep Dream, the Chaos Domain can draw surrounding targets within, continuously inflicting substantial chaos damage. And each target's death will impose a 1-second stun on the remaining foes. After meticulously reviewing the details of the Chaos Primordial Spirit, Chen nodded in contentment. However, there remains a slight disappointment. The maximum health of the Chaos Primordial Spirit is merely over 36,000 points. A mere increment over that of the level 13 Dark-Robed Butler Elite. It is inevitable, as it is an assassin-type summoned beast, and low health is its inherent flaw. Yet, it suffices, for the Chaos Primordial Spirit's body is intertwined with the Void, causing a significant portion of the damage inflicted upon it to be absorbed by the Void. At that moment, a sharp, piercing roar suddenly echoed from a distant cave. From the depths of darkness emerged a grotesquely shaped spider of a foreign species, drawing closer with astonishing speed until it was abruptly visible to all. With a resounding thud, its 8 robust, spiny legs plunged deep into the cavern's stone wall, resembling twisted daggers. The monstrous arachnid revealed itself. Its had a terrifying visage adorned with 8 eyes that glimmered with an eerie green luminescence, and its fangs, sharp as daggers, were stained with a dark, toxic hue. Its entire body was etched with strange patterns, extending from its head to its legs, as if inscribed with some ominous arcane symbols. Species, Bone-Chilling Evil Spider Elite. Level, LV. 20. Health, 196, 700. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Constitution 352, Spirit 274, Skill I, Carapace Penetration, Skill 2, Malevolent Gaze, Skill 3. Berserk State. Indeed, this bone-chilling evil spider elite was a formidable foe capable of entering a berserk state. With nearly 200,000 health points, it was neither trivial nor excessive. For a level 20 elite species, it was rather average. Its 4-dimensional attributes were also moderately low, rendering it unqualified to contend with the Chaos Primordial Spirits. Roaring with fervent battle intent, the dark hunting dragon turtle propelled itself forward with a powerful leap. Shattering impact swish. The bone-chilling evil spider lashed out its spiny legs, unleashing a barrage of chilling spines. Carapace Penetration. Faced with the spider's skillful assault, the dark hunting dragon turtle stood impervious, its spiked carapace colliding with the incoming attack. Bang! 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 The once formidable spines, capable of shattering gold and stone, struck the dark hunting dragon turtle and were obliterated into nothingness, inflicting no damage whatsoever. In that moment, the dark hunting dragon turtle surged right before the bone-chilling evil spider elite. With a colossal crash, the spider was sent flying, its shell fracturing and releasing a torrent of green ichor. Over 80,000 damage. The spider's health plummeted significantly. Seizing the moment of its disarray, the dark hunting dragon turtle, without a hint of hesitation, swung its razor-sharp claws, severing the spider's leg with ease. Screech. The bone-chilling evil spider elite emitted a wretched cry, yet before it could retaliate, the dark hunting dragon turtle's claws swept again, effortlessly creating a gaping wound in its swollen abdomen. 20,000 damage. In an instant, its health of 196,000 dwindled by over 100,000. The bone-chilling evil spider elite, now critically wounded, comprehended the terror of the dark hunting dragon turtle all too well. In the next heartbeat, the strange patterns adorning its body glowed with a haunting purple light, and it instantly entered a berserk state. With a furious roar, the bone-chilling evil spider elite erupted with a formidable aura, a dark, shadowy energy emanating from its being. This darkness coalesced into energy blades, mending the spider's grievous wounds, while its green eyes ignited with an unprecedented surge of psychic power. Malevolent Gaze. Countless spider-like pupils materialized out of thin air, emanating a chilling and eerie light that instantly plunged the dark hunter dragon tortoise into a state of disorientation. This was a rare and formidable mental assault, Gu Chen furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing a tremendous threat from this skill. Before he could react, the bone-crushing evil spider elite leaped into the air. Its 8 razor-sharp limbs wielding an overwhelming force, mercilessly slashing at the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise. Bang! A terrifying damage erupted upon the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, causing its massive form to tremble violently as its health plummeted dramatically. Immediately following, a surge of retaliatory power erupted from the surface of the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, crashing toward the bone-crushing evil spider elite. The elite spider, caught off guard, was struck by an overwhelming force of damage, its grotesque body shattering into a multitude of fragments. As an elite alien creature, the bone-crushing evil spider unleashed its most potent strike upon entering a frenzied state, only to be met with the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise's retaliatory strike that claimed its life. Such a tragic demise. Chapter 85, The Final Boss. The phantom-faced King Spider defeated the bone-gnawing evil spider, Elite LV. 20. Experience 13880. Acquired loot, Venomous Dagger LV. 20. Rare. Once the bone-gnawing evil spider elite fell, the dark hunting dragon turtle finally emerged from the mental assault of the evil gaze. With a thunderous roar, the dark hunting dragon turtle instinctively prepared to retaliate, only to be met with a flicker of confusion in its fierce eyes. What was happening? The bone-gnawing evil spider was dead? How did it perish? Goodness. This was an elite creature? It was killed by reflected damage? Lin Yuan struggled to believe his eyes. It was all quite sudden. Su Xiao was at a loss for words. Ah, truly, the Great One deserves his title. I wish to see the attributes of his summoned beasts, but alas, he bears the black butler emblem. As Lin Qingqing spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. Su Ran. Why not sneak and take the black butler emblem from the Great One? Su Ran was taken aback. Huh? Me, steal? Yes, are you not an assassin? After the elite creature's demise, the remaining bone-gnawing evil spiders were hardly a challenge, swiftly dispatched by the summoned beasts. Although many were slain, their low experience yield did not significantly raise the experience bar. Conversely, the Blood Lord reaped the greatest rewards in this battle, having slain nearly 10,000 spider eggs within the cave, resulting in an increase of over 100,000 in health. The Blood Lord's maximum health surged to over 199,000, nearing the monumental threshold of 200,000. This brought immense joy to Gu Chen, for the fate amulet he wore was bound to the Blood Lord. When health dipped below 30, all damage sustained would shift to the Blood Lord. Thus, his survival was greatly assured. Typically, a level 21 professional would have just over 10,000 maximum health. However, due to the previous consumption of attribute fruits and the nurturing effect of his summoned beasts, Gu Chen's attributes far surpassed those of his peers, rendering his health nearly double that of others at his level. Now, with the Blood Lord's nearly 200,000 health, he would certainly emerge unscathed in battle. Subsequently, the transformed Blood Clan evil spiders and Blood Clan poison spiders launched a comprehensive sweep around the lair, mercilessly killing every foe without allowing them an escape. Approximately 5 minutes later, the last bone-gnawing evil spider within the lair fell to the Blood Lord, and the cacophony within the cave fell into complete silence. Such efficiency was almost unimaginable. After a brief respite, Gu Chen and his companions traversed the lair of the bone-gnawing evil spiders, pressing deeper into the cave. Against the next wave of alien spiders, the killing efficiency of their summoned beasts remained as formidable as before, with each defeat occurring seamlessly during their advancement, maintaining their relentless pace. Defeated the ghost-faced demon spider LV. 20, experience 1150. Defeated the ghost-faced demon spider LV. 20, experience 1160. Defeated the ghost-faced demon spider LV. 20, experience 1180. As they traversed through the second lair, the group advanced into the latter half of the spider cavern. The ghost-faced demon spiders they encountered were, in fact, the progeny of the ultimate boss, the ghost-faced king spider. Except for Gu Chen, who had unleashed all his summoned beasts, their killing speed had significantly increased. Deep within the cavern, the army of summoned beasts harvested the lives of each ghost-faced demon spider mercilessly, like the scythe of death. Their progress was unstoppable, feeling no hindrance whatsoever. Soon, the Blood Tribe's forces eradicated all the ghost-faced demon spiders in the cavern, reaching the final lair. Next, they would confront the ultimate boss, the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen glanced at his experience points, which were disappointingly meager, despite their relentless slaughter. The accumulated experience barely satisfied 1/10 of the requirement for leveling up. Given the current circumstances, even if they defeated the final boss, he would not be able to level up again. After all, the ghost-faced king spider was merely a level 20 boss and could not possibly yield hundreds of thousands of experience points. Inside the cavern, jagged rocks loomed, and most areas were cloaked in eerie white webs, rendering the entire space dark and oppressive. In a shadowy corner of the cave lay a demon, seemingly straight from the depths of hell, quietly resting upon a massive spider web. Its colossal form flickered in the darkness, its pitch-black body adorned with spots that eerily outlined a face that appeared both sorrowful and sinister. This ghastly visage was situated at its abdomen, resembling a cursed seal, exuding a heart-stopping aura. The ghost-faced king spider. Upon noticing Chen and his companions, its grotesque body suddenly surged forth, its sharp mandibles aimed at them, emitting a piercing roar. Otherworldly creature, ghost-faced king spider boss, level, LV, 20, health, 214,650, attributes, strength 300, agility 350, constitution 240, spirit 350, skill I, plague of the demon spider, skill 2, abyssal power. As the final boss of a hellish dungeon, the ghost-faced demon spider possessed only 2 skills. Though few, they should not be underestimated. Skill I, plague of the demon spider, was the pestilence mentioned upon entering the dungeon. The main objective of this hellish dungeon was to prevent the ghost-faced demon spider from unleashing the pestilence. Once the spider cavern was inundated with it, everything within would be obliterated. Skill 2, abyssal power, functioned as a strengthening ability. Once the ghost-faced demon spider activated this skill, all its attributes would be multiplied, meaning the pestilence would become even more ferocious. The strategy suggested that the key to defeating the final boss was to time their attacks precisely, interrupting the ghost-faced king spider before it could unleash abyssal power. Su Xia remarked from the side. The strategy was indeed sound, however. This method of overcoming the challenge was not what Chen desired. With a commanding order from the Blood Lord, a multitude of Blood Clan spider demons surged into the lair, flooding in like an unrelenting tide, all converging upon the colossal web at the heart of the den, where the boss, the ghost-faced spider, awaited. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Clan spider demons reached the ghost-faced spider and, without hesitation, detonated themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The air was rent with violent explosions erupting beside the ghost-faced spider as the surging crimson flames swiftly engulfed its form. With each detonation, a powerful shockwave rippled through the air, leaving charred marks across the spider's body, while tendrils of green blood seeped from its surface. Hiss, the ghost-faced spider let out a furious roar. As the sovereign of the arachnid realm, how dare these minuscule spiders challenge its supremacy? Consumed by rage, a vivid crimson light erupted from its exoskeleton. Shortly thereafter, a massive black vortex appeared at the apex of the cavern. The skill, plague of the spider demons, activated. And within the swirling darkness, numerous shadowy figures emerged. Hundreds of ghost-faced spider demons filled the lair, creating an ominous sea of black, and their numbers continued to swell. In an instant, the ghost-faced spider demons surrounded Chen and his companions, encircling them completely. Chapter 86. The strategy was undeniably accurate. Yet I had no desire to adhere to it. Surrounded by hundreds of phantom spider demons, the cave reverberated with piercing, fragmented cries, an oppressive cacophony that was utterly stifling. A multitude of eerie green eyes fixed their gaze upon Chen and his companions, the icy glare filled with brutality and an overwhelming aura of menace. Above the cavern, a black vortex persisted, incessantly raining down more phantom spider demons. This was the terrifying essence of the Phantom King Spider. The challenge of conquering the hellish spider lair lay in enduring a relentless tide of insects and subsequently interrupting the Phantom King Spider just as it approached death to prevent it from unleashing its second ability. Should one fail to seize the opportune moment and allow it to successfully activate its skill, the Phantom King Spider would summon an unending horde of demons, culminating in a catastrophic insect plague. At that juncture, it would be an unimaginable nightmare for ordinary adventurers who had painstakingly made their way to the boss. Many had perished, overwhelmed by the relentless assault of countless phantom spider demons, simply because they could not interrupt the final boss's ability in time. This crucial strategy was not something one could glean from casually perusing a few guides. Su Xia had leveraged the resources of the Eternal Life Group, investing a substantial sum to acquire this secret. Little did he realize, it was of no relevance to Chen. At that moment, as Chen beheld the ever-growing swarm of phantom spider demons within the cave, a vivid excitement illuminated his face. Having just vanquished all the spider monstrosities outside, he was yearning for experience points to level up, and in the blink of an eye, the Phantom King Spider had summoned hundreds of these demons. What a generous windfall! How can one describe this sensation? It felt akin to dozing off only to be presented immediately with a pillow. What could be more timely than the Phantom King Spider's ability? Were these summoned creatures an infestation? No. They were pure, living experience points. A divine technique. This summoning skill was truly extraordinary. With a shrill cacophony, the phantom spider demons surged forth, a tumultuous wave crashing toward Chen. Simultaneously, Nearly 200 blood-tried demon spiders fearlessly charged forward, launching themselves into a frenzied self-detonation against the looming shadows within the cave. The Blood Tribe Sovereign stood guard beside Chen and his companions, activating the skill of the Mirror Ring, summoning 2 reflections with 80 of its original attributes that materialized instantaneously at its side. Whoosh! The 2 reflections lunged forward, attacking the overwhelming swarm of demons. In quick succession, the ground illuminated with a summoning array, and a colossal, mountain-like demon statue emerged before Chen and his allies. Roar! The undead golem bellowed at the multitude of demons surrounding it, the sound resonating like a thunderclap throughout the cavern. The air vibrated, and black radiance emanated outward, creating visible ripples that enveloped the entire cave. In the realm of the Forbidden Domain, the skeletal golem delineated a zone where the targets within suffered a tenfold increase in damage, and all consumption surged correspondingly. As this skill manifested, the once formidable ghost-faced demon spiders were rendered mere fragile beings, solely reliant on a singular ability. Simultaneously, the inky vortex above the cavern became tumultuous, resulting in a drastic reduction in the summoned ghost-faced demon spiders. Within the skill's radius, even the ghost-faced king spider felt the repercussions, struggling to maintain its own ability. The demon spider plague. Witnessing this, Chen's eyes gleamed with urgency. "Spare the ghost-faced king spider," he commanded, prompting the skeletal golem to exclude the creature from the target list. Chen nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The interruption of the king spider's summoning would have resulted in a significant loss for him. Next, the Chaos Primordial Spirit and the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise surged forward, launching their assault on the dense swarm of demon spiders. Bereft of skills, they relied solely on basic attacks. Under the influence of the tenfold damage effect, these ordinary minions were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the summoned beasts. Remarkably, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise did not even need to intervene, as the demon spiders around it fell in droves. With the indomitable black armor equipped, it inflicted over 4,000 damage per second, which escalated to over 40,000 within the Forbidden Domain. Despite being at level 20, the ghost-faced demon spiders could not endure such terrifying damage, perishing in sways like grass being mowed. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV, 20, experience 1050. Kill the ghost-faced demon spider LV, 20, experience 1060. As the casualties among the demon spiders mounted, Chen's experience began to rise steadily. Meanwhile, the ultimate boss, the ghost-faced king spider, remained ensconced at the center of its vast web, maintaining the dark vortex at the cave's apex. It was uncertain how much skill enhancement the king spider possessed, as its summoning ability persisted, continuously producing ghost-faced demon spiders. The cave was teeming with the shadows of these black spiders, an unending tide. The overwhelming number of demon spiders seemed insurmountable, though the summoned beasts were powerful. As the battle raged on, the quantity of surrounding demon spiders grew exponentially, from a few to dozens, and even exceeding 30. Rather than feeling fatigued, the summoned beasts became invigorated by the slaughter. They fought with reckless abandon. The sheer terror of this hellish dungeon was astonishing. How did other adventurers manage to conquer such a relentless onslaught of demon spiders? Su Xia furrowed his brow, momentarily grasping the despair experienced by those adventurers who had failed to complete the challenge in the face of the overwhelming ghost-faced demon spiders. In such dire circumstances, the use of teleportation scrolls was futile. No matter where one fled, the multitude of demon spiders remained relentless. Unable to endure, the only fate awaiting them was death. Lin Yuan and the others remained silent. Although they faced no immediate threat, the sheer volume of spiders instilled an instinctive sense of dread within them. Before long, after a bloody massacre, the corpses of the monstrous spiders began to accumulate like mountains, their numbers gradually dwindling. It appeared that the summoning skill was nearing its conclusion. Simultaneously, an unprecedented aura erupted from the ghost-faced king spider, which lay ensnared at the heart of a colossal web. A chilling visage on its abdomen suddenly radiated a deep purple energy. Upon witnessing this, Su Xia's face was instantly etched with urgency. According to the critical strategy guide he had procured, this scene before him was a clear indication of the ghost-faced king spider preparing to unleash its second skill. Chenggu, quickly instruct the dark hunting dragon tortoise to use Shattering Impact. If we can induce a knock-up state, we will interrupt the ghost-faced king spider's skill. Chen cast a glance at Su Xia, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Interrupt the ghost-faced king spider's skill? Are you jesting? Hurry. The guide states precisely that. Su Xia implored, his gaze filled with desperation. Indeed, the guide is not mistaken, Chen acknowledged with a nod, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet the crux of the matter is, I have no intention of adhering to the guide's prescribed path. Chapter 87. Thus, you shall depart with dignity. Just as the two conversed, the body of the ghost-faced spider king suddenly surged, and a terrifying spectral visage materialized behind it. Its grotesque form rose ominously from the center of the web, unleashing a piercing roar towards Chen and his companions, as an unprecedented wave of formidable energy erupted. From the dark vortex above, a chilling and malevolent aura was unleashed. Subsequently, a multitude of ghost-faced spiders emerged from the whirlpool, scattering throughout the cavern. Empowered by the abyssal force, these arachnids expanded in size, more than doubling their former stature, exhibiting significant enhancements in both offense and defense compared to before. In an instant, the abyssally augmented ghost-faced spiders charged forth, launching a fierce assault against the summoned beasts. Chen observed the ensuing carnage with an air of indifference, offering no response. After all, this lair had been enveloped by the skills of the corpse golem, and although the number of ghost-faced spiders was considerable, they possessed no capacity for resistance under the weight of tenfold damage and consumption, even with the boon of abyssal power. It remained a mere slaughter, a game of mowing down adversaries that had fundamentally not changed. The primary objective of the hellish dungeon was to thwart the ghost-faced Spider King's impending plague, compelling most practitioners to exert every ounce of strength to prevent the casting of its second skill. Yet, from Chen's perspective, annihilating the summoned spiders also constituted a means to avert the catastrophe. The outcome was the same, however, his method evidently promised greater experience. Why not indulge in such a strategy? The Bloodlord, the chaotic primordial spirit, and the dark hunter dragon turtle surged into action, each vying silently to outdo the others in their tally of kills. The level 21 Bloodlord could transform into 220 Bloodline descendants, radiating a crimson glow. The Bloodline spider plunged into the surrounding swarm, unhesitatingly initiating self-detonation. Following the explosion, it continued to transform, for there were 2 mirrors nearby, and the total available health for transformation reached 320,000. Transforming a second-tier descendant required merely 3,000 health points, and with the Bloodlord's formidable regeneration capabilities, it could easily keep pace with the rate of self-detonation. Each detonation claimed 5 to 6 ghost-faced spiders enhanced by abyssal power. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle did not lag behind. Its spiked carapace afforded it exceptional defense, and coupled with the relentless damage from its indomitable black armor against surrounding foes, it required no deliberate offense. It rampaged through the spider horde, leaving a trail of ghost-faced spiders slain in its wake. As for the chaotic primordial spirit, it effortlessly blinked into position directly beneath the black vortex, promptly unleashing its skill. Ultimate return to ruins in an instant. A dark golden halo emanated from the chaotic primordial spirit, rippling outward to form a chaotic domain that was twice the size of the black vortex. A horde of ghost-faced spiders, having just emerged from the abyss, plummeted into this chaotic realm, scarcely able to emit a cry before being violently disassembled into fragments by the overwhelming chaotic force. Despite being a magic assassin, it wielded unparalleled area of effect skills. Nearly 70% of the spectral-faced demonic spiders fall into the realm of chaos upon their emergence, only to be reduced to mere dust within that tumultuous domain. Furthermore, the chaotic energies coalesce into dark golden, translucent tendrils, relentlessly dragging the surrounding spectral-faced demonic spiders deeper into the abyss. This scene ignited a fervent envy in both the Bloodlord and the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle. This slaughter is truly exhilarating. It stirs my very blood, Lin Yuan declared, clenching his fists. The power of their assault is utterly outrageous, Su Xiao remarked in astonishment. I can only wonder, aside from the great god Chen, how would ordinary practitioners contend with such a scenario? Lin Qingqing inquired suddenly. In the face of such a colossal insect plague, one must never turn to flee. Even if you wish to escape, you cannot outrun it. The sole recourse is to unleash your skills and strike at the earliest opportunity, Lin Yuan asserted resolutely. And then what? Su Ran hastily questioned. For ordinary practitioners like us, even a preemptive strike would be futile against such a ferocious infestation. While your statement holds some truth, at least adhering to my counsel would allow you to perish with a modicum of dignity. Su Ran rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard Lin Yuan's words. Kill spectral-faced demonic spider LV. 20. Experience 1050. Kill spectral-faced demonic spider LV. 20. Experience 1060. Kill spectral-faced demonic spider LV. 20. Experience 1080. As the spectral-faced demonic spiders fell in waves, albeit the experience gained from each individual was meager, their sheer numbers rendered them invaluable. Chen observed the continuous rise in his experience with great satisfaction. Just then, a shadow surged forth from the swarm of spiders, propelled towards Chen and his companions. It was an elite alien creature. Chen's eyes widened slightly in surprise, yet he stood his ground, unperturbed. A translucent shield materialized before him, effectively absorbing the assault from the elite spectral-faced demonic spider. The ceremonial robe conferred a shield with a multiplier of 10 to all attributes. given Gu Chen's current attributes. The shield's value had reached a formidable 22,200. The elite level 20 alien's damage was relatively low, merely diminishing 18,000 from the shield's integrity. No breach occurred. Although the shield was nearing its limit, Gu Chen remained composed. Even if the shield were compromised, he could evade the attack through dimensional shift. Should that fail, his constitution had reached 528 points, ensuring he could withstand this wave of damage. Furthermore, if he were to falter, the Fate Talisman would transfer any subsequent damage to the Bloodlord, who currently boasted over 200,000 health points. Even should this elite spectral face demonic spider unleash its most potent skill, it posed no threat to the Bloodlord. At that moment, the Bloodlord turned, his icy gaze igniting with unprecedented murderous intent. Any entity that dared to assault the summoner would incur the full wrath of the summoned beast. With the Bloodlord positioned closest to the spectral face demonic spider, he wasted no time, erupting in a blaze of crimson light. The Scarlet Feast unleashed a tempest of sanguine fury, sweeping towards the elite alien race. Simultaneously, a chaotic shadow entwined itself around this elite entity. Although the primordial spirit of chaos was the farthest away, it initiated the dimensional assassination at the very first moment, executing a lethal strike that disregarded terrain and distance. In swift succession, the dark hunting dragon turtle surged forth. The shattering impact, its colossal form resembling a menacing projectile, thunderously collided with the elite alien. Almost concurrently, the skills of 3 summoned beasts descended upon the elite ghost-faced demon spider. With a resounding crash, the ghost-faced demon spider elite erupted on the spot, reduced to a myriad of fragments. Eliminated ghost-faced demon spider elite LV 20, experience 11369 loot acquired. Ghost mask LV 20, rare. Chapter 88. What will happen if the phantom-faced spider is not slain? The phantom-faced spider can summon elite extraterrestrials? This revelation greatly exceeded Gu Chen's expectations. However, it proved to be of little consequence. Even elite extraterrestrials posed no threat under the influence of the forbidden domain of the end of magic. Despite the augmentation of abyssal power, the insect plague could not escalate into a significant threat. Before long, the dark vortex representing the spider calamity began to exhibit signs of disturbance, and the number of summoned phantom-faced spiders started to diminish. It is nearing its end. The abyssal power can no longer sustain the summoning ability of the phantom-faced spider. Su Xia's eyes sparkled with delight. Remarkably, a summoning skill had persisted for nearly 20 minutes. Lin Qingqing expressed her genuine admiration. Now, if we simply eliminate the phantom-faced spider ensnared in that web, we can clear the level, correct? Su Ran's tone brightened a notch. No, it is not over yet. Gu Chen's words abruptly interrupted their hopeful musings. Have you considered what might transpire if we do not slay this phantom-faced spider? Not slay it? But the phantom-faced spider is the final boss. Why would we refrain from killing it? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Is there a possibility that if we restore the phantom-faced spider's state, it could unleash its skill once more? A gleam of anticipation flickered across Gu Chen's visage. Lin Yuan and the others were momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished by his statement. Their gazes toward Gu Chen shifted dramatically. Restoring the phantom-faced spider's condition to allow it to cast its summoning skill again, and then continuing the slaughter? This would be an attempt to completely eradicate the phantom-faced spider's lineage. Are you a devil? Such a nefarious scheme could only arise from a malevolent mind. Perhaps it is not entirely unfeasible. Su Xia's countenance revealed a conflicted expression. Though wouldn't such actions be against the natural order? It may be against the natural order, but it does not harm humanity's harmony, Gu Chen retorted. In the next moment, he retrieved a basic restoration scroll from his spatial pouch. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xia's expression transformed into one of sudden enlightenment. It appeared that Gu Chen had not conceived this idea on a whim, but had, in fact, planned it all along. However, upon further reflection, while this approach might be somewhat extreme, it was nonetheless an excellent strategy for farming monsters. After all, Gu Chen had already reached level 21. Once this level was cleared, he would no longer be able to enter a first-tier dungeon. Thus, seizing this final opportunity to maximize his experience was imperative. Impressive. Truly my brother, to possess such ingenuity. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up, utterly impressed. Gu Chen approached, holding the basic restoration scroll. The method of using the scroll was largely similar. It involved channeling mental energy to activate it and unleash its effects. He designated the phantom-faced spider as the target for the basic healing scroll, then activated it. A burst of radiant golden light erupted from the surface of the scroll, enveloping the phantom-faced spider like a luminous veil. In the next moment, a glimmer of disbelief appeared in the depths of the phantom-faced spider's eyes. It could sense that with the continuous influx of golden light into its body, the energy it had previously expended was swiftly being restored, an experience it had never encountered before. Meanwhile, an expression of exhilaration erupted on Gu Chen's face. The scroll truly worked. In a conventional game, healing scrolls could not be used on boss characters. Yet, the realm in which Gu Chen currently resided was a gamified world. The ghost-faced spider was not merely a cold entity of data, it was a living creature, a being of life. Therefore, the restorative scroll could indeed have an effect on it. However, should word get out that a boss could be healed with such a scroll, it would undoubtedly shatter the worldviews of countless adventurers. Moments later, the golden light of the healing scroll began to wane, signaling the completion of the restoration spell. Under the influence of the scroll, the ghost-faced spider's previously depleted energy was fully replenished, and even the minor damage inflicted by the bloodkin spiders was healed. At that moment, the ghost-faced spider crawled to the edge of its web, surveying Gu Chen and his companions from a lofty position with a cold gaze. Ultimately, the ghost-faced spider was merely an insect among the alien race. It could not comprehend why these humans would choose to assist it. Attack. Gu Chen refrained from explaining. His aid to the ghost-faced spider was not born of benevolence. With a single command, the bloodkin spiders, who had long been waiting, charged forward without hesitation, launching an assault on the ghost-faced spider. Under the relentless siege, the life points of the ghost-faced spider began to dwindle. Amidst this fierce onslaught, the creature trembled violently, letting out an enraged roar. With a swift leap, it broke through the encirclement of the bloodkin spiders and bounded back to the center of the vast web. Immediately, a vibrant red glow erupted from its form. It was the prelude to summoning its minions. A glimmer of joy ignited in Gu Chen's eyes as he promptly commanded the bloodkin spiders to retreat. In the next moment, a massive black vortex appeared at the cave's apex. Shadows writhed within, and one after another, ghost-faced spiders leaped forth from it. In an instant, the cave was once again teeming with numerous ghost-faced spiders. Behind Gu Chen, Su Xia and Lin Yuan exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions brimming with excitement. It worked. The ghost-faced spider was summoning again. It was indeed possible. If they could prepare a sufficient number of healing scrolls, could they not continue to slay within the dungeon indefinitely? Once the ghost-faced spider reached a state of exhaustion, they could simply use a healing scroll on it. When its condition was fully restored, it could unleash its summoning skill once more. This way, they could continuously gain experience from kills. It was a brilliant strategy, though any capitalist witnessing it would surely weep. As a multitude of ghost-faced spiders emerged in the cave, the three summoned beasts fixed their gaze, their eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. With a resounding battle cry, they charged into the dense throng of spiders, reigniting the carnage. Defeated the Phantom Spider LV, 20, experience 1030. Defeated the Phantom Spider LV, 20. Experience 1050. Defeated the Phantom Spider LV, 20, experience 1070. The experience notifications continued to appear, and a knowing smile spread across Gu Chen's face. Lin Yuan and the others were filled with uncontainable joy. As long as they could maintain the condition of the Phantom King Spider, they could bask in the experience gains. This sensation was truly unprecedented in its delight. By the way, old Gu, how many recovery scrolls did you bring? Lin Yuan suddenly inquired. Not many, I only brought 3. Gu Chen replied, a hint of regret in his tone. The reason he had only brought 3 was that prior to entering the dungeon, he had approached it with a tentative mindset. At that time, he believed that 3 basic recovery scrolls would suffice. However, he never anticipated that such a strategy would indeed restore the boss's condition. Only 3? That would be a tremendous loss. Lin Yuan exclaimed, his face contorted in pain. Chapter 89. The enthusiastic people of watching not only Lin Yuan, but even Lin Qingxing and others displayed expressions of acute discomfort. Gu Chen had already reached level 21. And upon clearing this dungeon, he would be able to enter the second-tier abyss. The difficulty of the second-tier abyss was significantly higher, with even more stringent entry requirements. But Gu Chen was undoubtedly capable of entering. However, whether he could bring the 3 of them along remained a question mark. Thus, this hell-level dungeon might very well be their last opportunity to cling to Gu Chen's coattails, and it was understandable that they wished to maximize their benefits. 3 individuals were nearly sufficient. Gu Chen contemplated that although he could use a restoration scroll to turn the ghost-faced king spider into an experience extractor, the act of defeating it would still consume time. The experience gained from the spider cave was inherently low. It primarily relied on sheer numbers for victory. This meant that the longer they spent here, the less cost-effective it became. Subsequently, the army of summoned beasts launched a fierce assault on the ghost-faced king spider, causing the experience to surge once more. As a multitude of magic spiders retreated in disarray, the ghost-faced king spider unhesitatingly activated its second skill. The result was the same as before. Even with the enhancement of abyssal power, the dense horde of magic spiders could not withstand the onslaught of the summoned army. Soon, with a feeble wail from the ghost-faced king spider, a disturbance rippled through the black vortex, and the summoned magic spiders began to dwindle. Gu Chen stepped forward again, activating the scroll, and the golden light representing the restoration spell surged into the ghost-faced king spider, swiftly restoring its condition. The ghost-faced king spider regained its peak state. Erupting from the center of the spider web with a sharp shriek, its icy gaze fixated fiercely on Gu Chen and the others. The army of summoned beasts did not relent, continuing their assault on the multitude of magic spiders. Some blood tribe magic spiders even rushed to the ghost-faced king spider, initiating self-detonation. After more than 10 minutes, the ghost-faced king spider could no longer hold out. Gu Chen stepped forward and used the last restoration scroll. Moments later, the ghost-faced king spider's condition was restored to its prime once again, and after a brief cooldown, it began to cast its summoning skill once more. However, this time, what emerged was not the ghost-faced magic spider, but rather the ghost-faced magic spider larvae. Alien species, ghost-faced magic spider larvae, level, LV, 15, health, 8,360, attributes, strength 120, agility 173, constitution 142, spirit 175, skill, evil glare. How did it turn into larvae? Isn't that a lower experience yield? Lin Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. It seemed that even with an ample supply of restoration scrolls, it was impossible to continuously extract experience from the ghost-faced king spider. Gu Chen realized this dilemma. Faced with the level 15 larvae, the blood tribe lord could hardly be bothered to use skills, unleashing a barrage of basic attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Kill ghost-faced magic spider LV. 15. Experience 548. Kill ghost-faced magic spider LV. 15. Experience 533. Kill ghost-faced magic spider LV. 15. Experience 569. The experience gained was shockingly meager. Gu Chen, losing patience, commanded his army to charge once more, unleashing a merciless slaughter. It was not until the third wave of demon spiders was vanquished that they garnered a mere 600,000 experience points, still falling short of the required 200,000 for leveling up. Shaking his head, Gu Chen decided it was time to conclude the endeavor. At the sound of the Bloodlord's command, all the bloodthirsty demon spiders recklessly surged towards the ghost-faced king spider at the cave's apex, initiating a self-destructive assault without hesitation. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the health of the ghost-faced king spider was ultimately reduced to 0. Defeated ghost-faced king spider boss LV. 20, experience 13, 890, loot acquired. King spider's longbow LV. 20, epic, loot acquired. King spider's gauntlets LV. 20, rare, loot acquired. Teleportation scroll 1, loot acquired. Enhancement stones 20, loot acquired. Abyssal emblem 1. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the spider cave. Hell level. Rewards. Class experience 100,000. Dungeon treasure, chest 1. Rare level. Dungeon concluded. Exiting current scene in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the plaza of the spider cave dungeon, an announcement suddenly appeared on the screen, causing numerous adventurers present to pause in astonishment. Congratulations to the adventurer team for successfully breaking the clearing record of the spider cave, hell level. Clearing time, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 15 seconds. Team information, Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner, members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin, Su Xia, Unemployed, Rewards, Class Experience 100,000, Personal Achievement 1. Record-breaking Gift Box 1, Rare Level. This clearing rated SSS to conquer a hell-level dungeon in under 3.5 hours was astonishing. The adventurers waiting in the plaza were all astounded. This was a first-tier hell-level dungeon. Typically, it would require more than 7 hours to complete. However, Gu Chen had that time, leaving everyone in disbelief. Yet, despite their astonishment, no one dared to question the validity of this clearing time. After all, it was Gu Chen who had accomplished it. Before Li Feng escorted Gu Chen and his team to the dungeon plaza, the City Hall of Wan City had already prepared an announcement regarding Gu Chen's achievement. The moment news of Gu Chen entering the Spider Cave dungeon spread, the staff at the plaza had set up a banner congratulating him on his success in advance. Major media platforms were rife with speculation about just how much earlier Gu Chen would break the historical record for hell-level dungeons. All indications pointed to the fact that no one in Wan City doubted Gu Chen's ability to conquer the hell-level dungeon. After all, he was a player who had achieved the abyssal accomplishment in the hell-level grave of the fallen, making a mere hell-level dungeon seem like a trivial task. In the Lord's office, upon receiving the news of Gu Chen's successful passage, Liang Yi could no longer suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. He promptly rose, accompanied by Li Feng, and made their way to the teleportation hall. Upon arriving at the instant square, they found the person in charge already awaiting them. Is Gu Chen out yet? Li Feng inquired of the official. Lord City Master, Secretarially, you have arrived just in time. Gu Chen has just emerged from the instance. The official beamed with delight. Liang Yi nodded and followed the official's gaze, where he beheld the entrance to the instance square thronged with an exuberant crowd. Staff members had unfurled banners, and the air was filled with practitioners brandishing smartphones and bouquets, while reporters from various media outlets had set up their cameras and equipment. The atmosphere was nothing short of grand. One might mistake it for the celebration of a high-tier abyss being conquered. Gu Chen, you are my idol. Gu Chen, I love you. I want to bear your children. Honey, upon exiting the instance, Gu Chen and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. They had merely completed an instance. Why was there a press conference unfolding in the square? Look over there. That man is calling you honey, Lin Yuan said, a mischievous grin on his face. Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears. The fervor was overwhelming. He was merely a summoner. How had this escalated to the level of a celebrity? It seemed the people of Wan City truly embraced him with open arms. Chapter 90. Are you familiar with the Dragon Clan? Ultimately, it was Liang Yi and Li Feng who ascended to rescue Gu Chen. Lin Yuan and the others were pushed forward to engage with the enthusiastic citizens of Wan City, while Gu Chen followed Liang Yi and Li Feng to the mayor's office located within the Wan City Hall. Haha. This spectacle is even more fervent than what I experienced in my youth. Gu Chen, can you feel the warmth of our Wan City people? Liang Yi laughed heartily, his mood exceptionally bright today. Gu Chen, feeling slightly flustered, was relieved that Liang Yi and his companions arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been quite trapped. Gu Chen, would you like something to drink? Li Feng offered a teacup to Liang Yi. Cola, please add some ice, thank you. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Li Feng paused for a moment, realizing that there seemed to be no cola in the mayor's office refrigerator. Please wait a moment. As Li Feng stepped out, Liang Yi, with a beaming expression, said, Gu Chen, congratulations. The novice dungeon has only just opened for 7 days, and the majority of newly promoted individuals are still at the first tier, yet you have already reached the second tier. Your pace of advancement is indeed rare, not only in the Eastern continent, but throughout the entire Divine Xia Empire. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude, but pondered, the mayor is so eager to see me. It must not solely be to congratulate me, right? Well, I prefer to engage with intelligent individuals. It is straightforward and efficient. Liang Yi's demeanor became serious. So, I will speak candidly. Gu Chen, have you considered joining the Jinyuan army? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen revealed a peculiar expression. I have already secured a guaranteed place at the Shangjing Academy. You want me to join the army? Perhaps I did not articulate it clearly. Whether it is the Shangjing Academy or the Jinyuan army, it is not as simple as it seems, as it involves different factions. Confusion flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. And Liang Yi continued, for those at the second tier or above, not all abysses can be freely accessed. High-yield abysses are fundamentally controlled by various influential factions. To put it simply, if you do not align with a faction, you will have little opportunity to enter the abysses they govern. Thus, abysses of the second tier and above become a form of resource, and to obtain these resources, one must choose to join a faction. Take, for instance, the academic lineage represented by the Shangjing Academy, the military represented by the Jinyuan army, and the guilds formed by various noble families. Therefore, before you enter the Shangjing Academy, I hope you will carefully consider whether you are willing to join the Jinyuan army. Gu Chen remained silent, lost in thought. To be honest, he had always believed that gaining admission to the Shangjing Academy was the pinnacle of a career. However, based on Liang Yi's words, both the Shangjing Academy and the Jinyuan army represent factions within the Divine Xia Empire, and different factions control different abysses. It was evident that the Jinyuan army must govern the most abysses within the Divine Xia Empire. Perhaps sensing a lack of response from Gu Chen, Liang Yi continued. To put it simply, the number of instances controlled by the prestigious academy in the capital is the most substantial. While the Jinyuan army guards nearly 80% of the abyss within the Divine Xia Empire, comparatively, the cost of entering these instances is considerably higher. Even joining the academy's faction necessitates the payment of exorbitant usage fees each time you enter. The advantage, as you are aware, lies in the manageable difficulty and enhanced safety. As for the abyss, the challenges are far greater, with unforeseen dangers lurking at every turn. Each year, tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers perish on the abyssal battlefield. Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Given such peril, you still suggest I contemplate this? Liang Yi waved his hand dismissively. You can rest assured on that front. My recommendation for you to join the Jinyuan army is not a mere suggestion for you to become a foot soldier, as you may have surmised. My faction is the Imperial military, and I happen to possess a recommendation slot, allowing you entry into the most elite organization within the Jinyuan army. What organization? Gu Chen inquired. Due to confidentiality regulations, that information must remain undisclosed for now. Liang Yi teased, taking a sip from his cup. while scrutinizing Gu Chen intently. By the way, you've reached the second rank. Have you contracted your fifth summon beast? I just came out of an instance and haven't had the chance yet. That's good. Good? What do you mean by that? The implication in Liang Yi's words was unmistakable. Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly. Are you advising against contracting the fifth summon beast? Is there a reason? A mysterious smile graced Liang Yi's face. Let us put it this way. If you can join the most elite organization within the Jinyuan army, the fifth summoned beast you contract will undoubtedly be exceptionally powerful. Oh, how powerful? Unprecedentedly powerful. Gu Chen could not help but press for more details. Could you be more specific? Liang Yi lowered his voice slightly. Are you familiar with the Dragon Clan? A seemingly casual remark caused Gu Chen's pupils to dilate in shock. The Dragon Clan. They are terrifying beings at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. Contracting a dragon. Just the thought ignites a surge of adrenaline. Are you saying that if I managed to enter that organization within the Jinyuan army, I would be able to contract a dragon as my summoned beast? Liang Yi set down his cup, chuckling. I told you, dealing with intelligent individuals is both simple and efficient. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and asked, what are the conditions for joining that organization? Are there any restrictions? That's an excellent question. Although I belong to the military faction, my role is merely to provide a recommendation, offering you an opportunity. Only through the Jinyuan Army's assessments can you qualify for membership. As for restrictions, well, as long as you do not betray your country, the military will not impose limitations on your personal freedom. In fact, if you perform exceptionally well in the abyss, you could even earn military merit and privileges, such as priority access to particularly lucrative abyssal zones. Such benefits exist? Gu Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. The Jinyuan army commands nearly 80% of the abyss within the Divine Summer Empire. This implies that should he align himself with the military faction, he would gain preferential access to the abyss. Furthermore, he would also have the opportunity to forge a pact with a dragon, a remarkable opportunity that is virtually impossible to find. As for the assessment from the Jinyuan army, whom do they look down upon? If he cannot pass, then it stands to reason that no one from this cohort of the Divine Summer Empire's transitional students could possibly succeed. With this thought, Gu Chen suddenly turned his gaze towards Liang Yi and recalled that although dragons are rare, should I join the Shanjing Academy, I would likely have the chance to contract a dragon as well. Liang Yi did not hold back and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, with your talent, if you were to enter the Shanjing Academy, you would also have the opportunity to bond with a dragon, although that would not be possible until next year. Next year? Gu Chen was slightly taken aback. Indeed, your brother Gu Xi has already been accepted into the Shanjing Academy. He is a rare profession known as a Dragon Knight, which means that the Academy's quota has already been filled. I trust you understand my explanation. Chapter 91. Taking action is the best solution, as the name suggests. A Dragon Knight is a profession capable of wielding dragons in combat. Much like a summoner forms contracts with summoned beasts, a Dragon Knight must also forge a bond with dragons to fully unleash their potential. However, to Gu Chen's surprise, the coveted position of contracting a dragon within the Academy's ranks had already been claimed. The individual who occupied this role was none other than his half-brother, the prodigious Gu Xi. At this moment, Liang Yi continued, dragons are among the denizens of the abyss, proudly claiming to possess the noble blood of dragon deities. And they regard humans as mere pests. For the vast majority of dragons, they would rather face death at the hands of humans than enter into a contract with them, as such an act would be deemed a humiliation. Therefore, for humanity, forming a contract with a dragon is an opportunity that is both rare and invaluable. The only pathway to obtaining this chance is through joining the Jinyuan army. Should you successfully pass the evaluations, you would ascend to the rank of a junior officer, earning a base salary of 30,000 per month, with benefits commencing from the month of employment, including comprehensive insurance. Moreover, if you venture into the abyss, the military will provide additional subsidies. Military merits gained from slaying denizens of the abyss can be exchanged for equipment, items, and materials. In addition, the status of an officer within the Jinyuan army bestows certain privileges, including preferential access to the abyss, command authority during times of war, and unconditional cooperation from local departments. What more is there to discuss? The Jinyuan army offers him the opportunity to forge a contract with a dragon, and the officer's status grants him societal standing and privileges. Slaying the abyssal beings also allows for the accrual of military merits, which can be exchanged for resources within the military treasury. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Chen decisively declared, I am willing to join the Jinyuan army. There was no denying the allure of the military's offerings. Upon hearing Gu Chen's response, Liang Yi's lips curled into an unmistakable smile, which he could not suppress despite his rigorous training. According to military regulations, Should the newcomer he recommended successfully pass the Jinyuan Army's evaluations, he too would receive corresponding rewards. Given Gu Chen's demonstrated talent, he was certain that he would surpass the assessments with ease, and joining the organization would be a mere formality. At that point, as the recommender, Liang Yi would be entitled to a substantial bounty of resources as a reward. The excitement bubbling within Liang Yi was indescribable. He longed to escort Gu Chen to the Eastern Continent Military District immediately. Nonetheless, he granted Gu Chen a 2-hour window, as he too required time to submit the application to the Jinyuan Army. Gu Chen also shared a farewell meal with Lin Yuan and the others. Over the course of 7 days, they had successfully navigated a hellish abyss, a nightmarish abyss, and 2 hellish dungeons alongside Gu Chen. In addition to leveling up, they had amassed significant resources. Even in Gu Chen's absence, they would be capable of forming their own team to easily tackle first-tier abysses below the hellish level. Among them, only Su Xia felt the greatest reluctance to part with Gu Chen. According to his account, each time he followed Gu Chen through the trials, his physical prowess experienced a notable enhancement. While this did not grant him the combat strength necessary to vanquish the alien races, a robust physique would enable him to wield even more formidable armor. Gu Chen could sense that Su Xia must harbor some unavoidable burden. For how else could a core figure of the Eternal Life Group find himself frequently venturing into the abyss or dungeons? Gu Chen refrained from inquiring, knowing that, given Su Xia's disposition, even if he did ask, the latter might not divulge anything. After their farewell, Liang Yi escorted Gu Chen into the teleportation hall of the city hall. A brilliant silver light erupted from the intricate and arcane patterns of the teleportation array, dazzling and intense, swiftly enveloping the two of them. The scene before them abruptly transformed, and instinctively, Gu Chen glanced around, realizing they had now arrived at a base situated in the wilderness. Nestled within a valley, the base was shrouded in a haze outside, yet remained unaffected within. Curiosity flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he followed Liang Yi to a hall where they registered information. After answering a few questions, he was led to the entrance of a closed elevator. Well then, the remainder of your journey must be undertaken alone. A complex emotion flickered in Liang Yi's eyes. He understood that from this moment forth, the youth before him would inhabit an entirely different world. Just as Liang Yi was about to depart, he suddenly turned back to offer a reminder. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. Those eligible to participate in the assessment are all talented practitioners from one city and the surrounding areas. Should any conflict arise here, resorting to force is the most effective means of resolution. Gu Chen nodded and stepped into the elevator, which descended without revealing its destination. When the doors opened, a young soldier clad in military uniform guided him through a labyrinthine path within the base, ultimately arriving at the assessment venue. The venue was approximately the size of 2 basketball courts, with 4 to 5 dozen transition students scattered throughout. Gu Chen surveyed the crowd, noting that the majority of these individuals possessed rare professions and were equipped with shielding items that obscured their levels and attributes. Consequently, he too concealed his own level and attributes, leaving only his profession perceptible. As he entered the venue, low murmurs of conversation filled his ears. There are indeed quite a few geniuses here for the Jinyuan Army assessment. I wonder who will successfully pass. Zhou Xiaodian from Wan City is one. He has transitioned into the rare profession of Demon Hunter and is already level 16. With his epic weapons and armor, we are merely here to accompany him. I believe Zhang Shuran from Ling City is also impressive. At level 15, a rare profession of spatial mage, his survival and output capabilities are astounding. Listening to the discussions around him, Gu Chen felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Having grown up in Ling City, he was well acquainted with the name Zhang Shuran. It could be said that the family to which Zhang Shuran belonged was the largest noble house in Ling City, second only to the Li family. As for Zhou Xiaodian from Wancheng, before entering the spider cave, Li Feng had mentioned his name. He merely inquired whether Zhou Xiaodian could be included in his team. However, at that time, Gu Chen's team was already at full capacity, and thus the request was declined. Once Gu Chen entered the assessment venue, numerous gazes turned toward him. A summoner has come to participate in the Jinyuan Army assessment? Isn't that courting disaster? He must be here merely to fill the ranks, likely not even at level 10. Although he wore an item that concealed his level, I would wager that he is undoubtedly the lowest leveled individual among all present. Gu Chen's appearance immediately captivated the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Even Zhou Xiaodian and Zhang Shuran, standing at the center of the venue, turned their gaze in his direction. Chapter 92, The Examination of the Jinyuan Army. Why is there another summoner? Zhang Shuran was taken aback as she gazed at Gu Chen's handsome face, feeling an inexplicable sense of deja vu. Zhou Xiaodian merely cast a disdainful glance in Gu Chen's direction before promptly averting his gaze. He had no regard for this sudden appearance of a summoner. Why should he care? Did the summoner dare to participate in the Jinyuan Army's examination, believing himself to be the protagonist of this world? In a battle against a summoner, The first order of business would be to eliminate the summoner. Just wait and see. Once the examination commenced, he would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. Zhang Shuren chose not to engage in this line of conversation but instead inquired, "Do you not find this person somewhat familiar?" "Familiar?" A sneer appeared on Zhou Xiaoyan's face. "Forget it. I have no interest in wasting my time on an insignificant nobody." A person so oblivious to the circumstances that they dare to participate in the Jinyuan army's examination can only be described as utterly ignorant. If such a person were to enter the abyss, they would surely be the first to perish. His unreserved words did not escape Gu Chen's ears. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Even in the venue of the Jinyuan army's examination, there were still such fools? What business was it of his that he had come to participate in the examination? Zhou Xiaotian spoke of ignorance and certain death in the abyss. How absurd. Gu Chen's gaze met Zhou Xiaoyan's, who returned the look with a glance filled with contempt. His demeanor was as if he considered himself superior. An air of unwarranted arrogance nearly spilling over. Gu Chen was not one to tolerate such insolence. His expression turned icy as he activated the chaos elemental skill through his medium cloak. Dimensional strike. In an instant, a terrifying spatial fluctuation erupted above Zhou Xiaotian's head. A fleeting expression of horror crossed his face, but before he could react, his body crashed heavily to the ground. Zhang Shuren, witnessing this, rushed to help Zhou Xiaoyan to his feet. However, when she looked at him, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. He was dead. Zhou Xiaoyan had been killed. Zhang Shuren's face turned pale, and as she beheld the lifeless body before her, an icy chill coursed through her spine. Murder? How dare he? This was the examination venue of the Jinyuan army. Others began to take notice of Zhou Xiaoyan's demise, their gazes toward Gu Chen now filled with trepidation. The murmurs in the venue vanished, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Zhou Xiaoyan's body. He had been resurrected. His complexion was ashen, with only 30 of his health remaining, placing him in a weakened state. Revival cross. Fear filled Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes. Had he not been equipped with a revival cross, he would now be a corpse. He glared at Gu Chen, his face a mask of anger and humiliation. I merely misspoke. It was an unintentional mistake, and you resort to murder? Misspoke? An unintentional mistake? Should one listen to the drivel they utter? At this age? Did he truly believe his words were inconsequential? Gu Chen remained unfazed. Oh, so you merely misspoke? You would do well to remember this. Next time, you shall have no resurrection items. Acknowledge your mistakes. Stand tall when faced with punishment. What, do you dare to defy? If so, I shall vanquish you once more. Obliterate you. Gu Chen possesses a singular virtue. He heeds counsel. When Jiang Songhua advised him to deliver a severe thrashing to Li Ranjia, he complied. Liang Yi asserted that taking action is the most effective means of resolving issues, and thus he acted. His intention was merely to impart a lesson. However, Zhou Xiaotian was too feeble and was swiftly dispatched. What could Gu Chen do? Could he be blamed for this? Zhang Shuren, her expression darkening, turned away. Isn't your behavior a tad excessive? Gu Chen raised his gaze slightly. Do you wish to defend him? How many resurrection crosses have you brought? Zhang Shuren's countenance shifted, promptly suppressing her discontent, rendered speechless. She disapproved of Gu Chen's actions, yet what could she do? She hadn't even witnessed how Zhou Xiaotian had perished. Should Gu Chen turn his wrath upon her, she too would meet a swift demise. Combat between candidates is strictly prohibited. The assessment shall commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The venue resonated with a mechanical announcement. Gu Chen paid no further heed to the two individuals, casually finding a spot to sit upon the ground. Others instinctively distanced themselves from Gu Chen, lowering their voices in hushed discussions. He truly is a formidable deity. I didn't even catch how he struck. With a single skill, Zhou Xiaotian was eliminated. What level could this master possibly be? This is utterly terrifying. This individual indeed possesses considerable skill, yet his arrogance is off-putting. He slays anyone who dares utter a misstep, utterly disregarding the presence of others. Best keep your mouth shut. Be wary, lest you become the next casualty. What are you afraid of? He may not manage to eliminate us all before his energy is depleted. How dare you? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyan's face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. His gaze towards Gu Chen was rife with trepidation. He was clad in epic-grade armor, to be dispatched in a single blow. The mere thought transformed his apprehension into profound terror. He was afraid, even shying away from thoughts of retaliation. Gu Chen's frigid gaze felt akin to the stare of death itself. Previously, he had looked down upon everyone, failing to regard any of his peers with respect. A rare class, demon hunter, equipped with epic-grade weaponry and armor. Yet, all that he relied upon crumbled before Gu Chen like a fragile twig, utterly insubstantial. Although he had not perished, he had entered a state of weakness, one that could not be dispelled but would only recover over time. It could be said that from this moment forth, this assessment had become irrelevant to him. The assessment is about to commence. After a period of waiting, a colossal vertical eye, composed of a golden nebula, abruptly manifested upon the ceiling of the venue. A voice, devoid of any emotional inflection, resonated powerfully as if emanating from afar, yet distinctly in one's ear, instilling a sense of inevitable submission. The eye of the secret realm. The audience in the venue looked up, their expressions subtly shifting, their bodies instinctively tensing. It turned out that the assessment was to take place within a secret realm. Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling an unprecedented mental impact emanating from the golden vertical eye. The immense eye exuded a sense of grandeur, its golden nebulae moving languidly, as if harboring a terrifying power that could captivate the soul. At the center of the eye, the pupil, composed of countless starlights, appeared boundless and profound, leaving one dazzled and entranced at a mere glance. A voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resounded once more. All candidates, heed my command. We shall now commence the explanation of the rules. This assessment is categorized into 4 levels of difficulty: ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hellish. The higher the difficulty, the more points one may earn. The results of this assessment will be ranked according to the points accumulated, which can later be converted into military merit. To fulfill the purpose of the assessment, the use of recovery items is strictly prohibited during this major examination. Any candidate found utilizing such items will have their qualifications revoked. The rules have been proclaimed. Now, all candidates, prepare yourselves, for the secret realm is about to open. After hearing the rules, the candidates in the venue stood motionless, their expressions heavy with gravity. The prohibition against recovery items. How could the assessment of the Genuine army be so stringent? It offered no chance for survival. The eye of the secret realm loomed above them, its overwhelming pressure instilling trepidation in every heart. Moments later, countless golden streams of light emanated from the pupil, shooting towards the candidates in the venue. The candidates were enveloped by the golden light, their figures vanishing in an instant, leaving the venue utterly deserted. Subsequently, the radiance on the surface of the eye of the secret realm gradually faded, hovering silently above the venue, showing no further changes, while the internal golden nebula continued to swirl slowly. Chapter 93. Is this not a bit absurd? At the Genuine military base, within the command room, several middle-aged men clad in military uniforms, exuding an imposing presence, were seated before a colossal screen. These officers were all senior military officials from the Eastern Continent military region and served as the examiners for the current assessment. Ling Jiang, the commander, had recommended a summoner for this evaluation, and relevant materials were at hand. A civilian staff member approached and handed a document to the middle-aged man seated at the center. His position, coupled with the insignia of a 1-star general on his shoulders, indicated that he held an extraordinary status. He was none other than the principal examiner for this assessment, Ling Feng. Gu Chen, the son of Gu Qifeng, at level 21, was a summoner. Remarkably, just a week had passed since his promotion ceremony, and this young man had ascended from level 1 to level 21. Truly, Gu Qifeng had sired an exceptional son. Ling Jiang remarked, given that Gu Chen's level far exceeds the average of this cohort, I propose we designate his secret realm as hellish in difficulty. What do you think? Agreed. Additionally, prepare a detailed assessment report based on the examination data. I wish to understand how this summoner achieved such a terrifying rate of advancement. Ling Feng instructed, lowering his gaze to study a thick stack of documents on the table. The other officers nodded in agreement, adjusting their observation screens to focus on Gu Chen's realm. In the assessment secret realm, as golden light shimmered, Gu Chen's figure materialized upon a sandy expanse. Before him stood a humanoid demoness, her skin a vivid crimson, adorned with beast hide and bones. In her grasp, a staff crafted from beast bone radiated fierce flames, an elemental adversary of the magical variety. Without hesitation, Gu Chen summoned the Blood Lord to shield him, facing the blood-soaked demoness in a tense standoff. Assessment Task I. Eliminate Bloodstained Demoness LV. 21. The moment the prompt appeared, the bloodstained demoness sprang into action. The beast bone staff erupted with intense fire elemental energy, visibly coalescing into a searing fireball in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Before the fireball could reach him, the Blood Lord discharged a silver bolt of lightning from its firearm. Deadly shot. In the next instant, the blood-stained demoness shuddered, her head exploding from the impact of the bullet. Silencing her before a scream could escape her lips, she fell lifeless to the ground. A swift kill. Gu Chen's gaze remained tranquil. He was accustomed to such scenes. A level 21 ordinary foe stood no chance against the level 21 Bloodlord. The Bloodlord was Gu Chen's first legendary summoning beast. Though its skills had seen little enhancement, each level up resulted in significant growth as he continued to advance. Ordinary foes of the same level were consistently dispatched with a single strike. Thus, the unfolding spectacle was entirely within Gu Chen's expectations. A swift kill? In the command room, the faces of the examiners were marked with profound astonishment. What manner of summoning creature is this? How can it possess such formidable strength? Surely not. Is it possible to defeat it in an instant? Please verify whether there was a miscalculation regarding the level of the secret realm. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that the secret realm where Gu Chen is located is indeed at the hell level, with no discrepancies. Furthermore, the combat power of that blood-soaked female demon is rated at level 21, consistent with the established parameters. Candidates participating in the assessment will receive a prompt to select the difficulty level immediately upon entering the secret realm. However, due to Gu Chen's superior level, he had no choice but to be directly thrust into the hell-level secret realm. The disparity between the 4 difficulty levels is markedly apparent. In the ordinary level secret realm, the base attributes of the otherworldly beings are at their original values, with no enhancements. In the difficult level secret realm, the base attributes are elevated by 25. In the nightmare level secret realm, the enhancement is 50. At the hell level, the base attributes are increased by 100. This implies that Gu Chen has just confronted an otherworldly being with its base attributes doubled at level 21. Should Gu Chen manage to vanquish it, that would be comprehensible. But an instant defeat. Is this not somewhat absurd? Chapter 94. A precipitous lead. The assessment scores are based on a series of performances during combat, encompassing, but not limited to, rapid response, tactical application, offensive techniques, and the ability to exploit weaknesses. Although beings of the same rank from other races are generally stronger than humans, a practitioner who has undergone systematic training can certainly prevail, provided they maintain their usual performance. Throughout this process, the examiners can also identify and rectify any shortcomings in the practitioners themselves. However, in this instance, Gu Chen had yet to make any move. Merely a skill from his summoned beast had annihilated the blood-stained banshee. How should this be scored? Such a precedent had never occurred in previous assessment records. What to do? The examiners exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, turning their attention to Ling Feng, who sat at the center. As a 5-star general of the Eastern Continent Military District and the chief examiner for this assessment, it was his prerogative to make the final determination. The eyes of several examiners focused on the figure seated at the top, aware of the scrutiny upon him. Ling Feng set down the document he had been reviewing and turned to the young officer beside him. What is the situation? The young officer promptly replayed the earlier recording. General Ling, Gu Chen was placed in the hell-level secret realm, facing a level 21 bloodstained banshee, with his basic attributes enhanced by 100. Nonetheless, that creature was instantaneously vanquished by his summoned beast, the young officer explained. Instantaneously vanquished. This young man is rather intriguing. Ling Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his interest piqued as he observed the footage. His eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. In that case, let us adjust the parameters and elevate all beings in the hell-level secret realm to level 30. Level 30? That would classify them as third-tier beings. Is that not excessively high? After all, Gu Chen has only just reached second tier. Not at all. Such a prodigy ought not to be assessed by conventional standards. I have a premonition that even facing third-tier beings will not pose a challenge for this young man. Indeed, what if he can easily defeat third-tier beings? Another examiner inquired promptly. The purpose of this assessment is to select outstanding talent for the Jinyuan army, not to discourage candidates. If he can withstand the challenge of third-tier beings and still succeed, then he is precisely the talent we seek. But how will the points be calculated? Originally, in the hell-level secret realm, slaying one being would yield 10 points. Now, the examiner responsible for tallying the points wore a troubled expression. The emergence of genius cannot simply adhere to conventional rules. As the chief examiner for this assessment, I reserve the right to enact special measures in response to extraordinary events that arise during the process. Therefore, I propose that for every third-tier being slain in the hell-level secret realm, an additional 5 points be awarded on top of the existing score. Having stated this, Ling Feng glanced around, seeking affirmation. The examiners, without hesitation, nodded in agreement, although Ling Feng adopted an inquiring demeanor. It was evident to all that this was not a solicitation for their opinions. As subordinates, their only requirement was to nod in agreement. In the realm of ordinary level secret domains, each kill grants a maximum score of 1 point. In the challenging level secret domains, the maximum score per kill is 3 points. Meanwhile, in the nightmare level secret domains, it escalates to 6 points, and for the hell level, it reaches a maximum of 10 points. It is essential to note that these figures represent the maximum scores. Thus, should there be any shortcomings during combat, even if an adversary is slain, the likelihood of receiving the full score diminishes significantly. Ling Feng nodded affirmatively, his tone resolute. Since there are no objections, I hereby declare that Gu Chen's previous assessment results are null and void. We shall now adjust the difficulty of the hell-level secret domain and conduct a reassessment. Understood. Within the assessment secret domain, Gu Chen stood still after dispatching the blood-soaked succubus, awaiting a prompt without taking further action. At that moment, The corpse of the fallen adversary suddenly vanished. In the next instant, another blood-soaked succubus materialized at the location of the previous body. Compared to the earlier one, this new succubus radiated a significantly more potent aura. Assessment Task I. Eliminate a level 30 blood-soaked succubus. The notification appeared, and surprise flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. Why is it Assessment Task I instead of Assessment Task II? However, he dismissed the sudden emergence of a level 30 adversary, recognizing that it was a trial conducted by the Jinyuan army. If it were too simple, it would be akin to child's play. No matter, let us proceed. With a commanding shout, the Blood Sovereign raised his weapon and fired. Although the blood-soaked succubus had ascended to level 30, the four primary attributes were still overwhelmingly dominated by the Blood Sovereign, causing no disturbances whatsoever. After all, one was an ordinary foe, while the other was a legendary summoned beast. The disparity was fundamentally insurmountable. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets transformed into silvery gray lightning, instantly obliterating the succubus's head. As anticipated, it was yet another instant kill. The eyes of the examiners widened in disbelief, once again astonished. You annihilated a level 21 adversary, and now a level 30 as well. Are you cheating? Another instant kill? What manner of summoned beast is this? With such a creature at his disposal, it rivals that of a dragon knight's dragon. When did summoners become so formidable? The examiners turned their attention to Ling Feng, awaiting his decision. The assessment continued, and a commanding voice resonated in the ears of the assembly as Ling Feng made his declaration. Subsequently, the first round of assessment was announced as concluded. First round of assessment concluded. Total participants, 54. Qualified participants, 43. With the results displayed, every individual received their rankings and scores, albeit limited to their own standings and points. As for the others, they could only view their scores. In the ranking, Gu Chen stands at the pinnacle with a striking score of 15 points. Akin to a thunderous bomb that quickens the heartbeats of all candidates. Following closely is Zhang Shuren in second place, indicating that the prowess of space mages should not be underestimated. As for the subsequent names in third and fourth place, Gu Chen had never encountered them before and had no recollection whatsoever. A meticulous examination of each candidate's scores reveals a chasm-like lead for Gu Chen. His score of 15 points dwarfs Zhang Shuren's 5 points, which is merely a fraction of his total. Furthermore, the scores are not solely determined by combat skills, as the duration of battles carries significant weight. Even if one defeats the otherworldly adversaries, failing to meet the requisite combat duration will result in a low score. What on earth is going on with the first-place contender? Is he some sort of anomaly? Even in a hellish secret realm, the maximum score for each kill is just 10 points. How on earth did he accumulate 15 points? Has the secret realm's design encountered a glitch? I should have evaded. My negligence cost me a chance at securing 6 points. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Zhou Xiaodian glanced at his disheartening 19th position, feeling a surge of frustration and indignation. He had aimed for the top spot in this assessment, yet unexpectedly, Gu Chen had claimed his life right at the venue, with it being only the first round. He was already on the verge of being cast out of the top 20, and the ensuing rounds promised to be even more dismal. He had effectively become a mere participant in the race. At that moment, the overwhelming majority of candidates, upon witnessing Gu Chen's score, instinctively thought there must be an error in the data. After all, in the annals of the Jinyuan army's assessments, no one had ever achieved 15 points in the first round. Gu Chen remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, utterly unfazed by his top ranking. He had already reached the second tier. What merit was there in comparing himself to these first-tier novices? Just then, a new prompt materialized. Assessment Task 2, in the allotted time. Eliminate as many otherworldly beings as possible. Note, this round of assessment will see an unlimited refresh of otherworldly beings within the stipulated time. Should you find yourself lacking in strength, you may withdraw from the assessment at any time. Chapter 95. Perhaps you should remain as an instructor. As the prompt for the second round of examinations emerged, the expressions of all candidates subtly shifted. What did it mean to refresh the alien species without limit within a specified time frame? Did it imply an endless cycle of slaughter? Would they be compelled to continue until exhaustion, ultimately conceding defeat? To surrender meant forfeiting the opportunity to accumulate points through kills. The exact duration of this time frame was never explicitly stated, rendering the situation all the more tormenting. For ordinary practitioners, this indeed posed a considerable drain. However, for Gu Chen, it was of little consequence. Whether it was 1 alien or 1,000, it was merely a matter of execution, as he would not be the one to engage directly. Within the hellish realm, each alien slain would yield 15 points, a reward several times greater than that of others. The more aliens he dispatched, the more points he would amass, thereby elevating his rank. In this assessment, the vast majority opted for the difficult level realm, with only a few daring to choose the nightmare level. As for the hellish level, no one had the audacity to select it. Although higher difficulty correlated with greater points, no one could guarantee success in the hellish realm. After all, the results of the selection were ranked based on points. The higher the score, the better the ranking. The opportunity was singular. Should one be eliminated midway, all hope would be extinguished. Conversely, choosing the slightly lesser nightmare level realm significantly increased the likelihood of passing all selections and thereby attaining the maximum points. Unlimited refreshing of alien species? A serious expression surfaced on Zhang Shuren's delicate face. For mage professions, she was more adept at swiftly concluding battles with high damage rather than engaging in protracted consumption contests. Nevertheless, she did not allow herself to be disheartened. Besides her commendable abilities, she possessed an epic great staff. This staff was endowed with a skill that granted a recovery effect upon slaying an enemy, thereby alleviating much of her burden. While the aliens had yet to respawn, her gaze instinctively drifted toward the top position on the leaderboard. Each candidate could only view their own name, thus in Zhang Shuren's eyes, Gu Chen's name had been replaced by 2 asterisks. Although she was unaware of the identity behind it, those 15 points appeared remarkably conspicuous. How could this be? How could someone achieve such a high score in the first round of assessments? Even in the hellish level, the maximum score for the first round was merely 10 points. Had this individual perhaps shattered some examination record? As this thought crossed her mind, Gu Chen's image involuntarily flickered in her consciousness. Could it be him? No, it certainly could not be. The memory of Gu Chen's earlier unceremonious threat during the assembly prompted her to dismiss the notion at once. Regardless of who it might be, she simply hoped it was not Gu Chen who held the top position, despite the inexplicable familiarity his visage elicited within her. After a brief period of preparation, the second round of examinations commenced. Opposite Gu Chen, the corpse of the bloodstained siren had vanished, making way for a swirling vortex of space that materialized out of thin air. Immediately thereafter, shadows danced within the vortex, and a humanoid creature, its surface shrouded in patches of desiccated bone, emerged. The monster opened its eyes, and within its eerie green pupils surged an intense, bloodthirsty killing intent directed straight at Gu Chen. Bloodstained Bone Demon. Level, LV, 30, Health, 108,500, Attributes, Strength 580, Agility 300, Constitution 320. Spirit 330, Skill, Bone Blade Slash. At this moment, no command was necessary. The Blood Lord pulled the trigger without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at the alien creature's head. Despite both the recently encountered Bloodstained Banshee and the current Bloodstained Bone Demon being ordinary level 30 entities, their combat prowess far exceeded that of others at the same level. They were stronger than typical aliens but slightly weaker than elite ones. It appeared that the aliens within this secret realm had been adjusted, indicating that they were not truly alien in the traditional sense. The aliens encountered in this assessment realm resembled visible data, as defeating them yielded no experience. Their bodies could not be transformed into bloodline descendants. And even the Bloodlord did not gain any health increase upon their demise. Aside from points, there were no rewards to be had. Gu Chen felt that this was entirely a data-driven test. A flurry of silver bullets whizzed through the air, striking the bloodstained bone demon squarely on the head. Though its primary attribute was strength, nearing 600 points, its speed, constitution, and spirit were just over 300, and its health boost was relatively ordinary, slightly exceeding 100,000. How could it withstand the Bloodlord's skills? Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast, the two skills intertwined seamlessly, and with a resounding bang, the bloodstained bone demon was reduced to a pile of shattered bones. The fragments lay scattered on the ground, gradually fading, disappearing at a visible pace. After a few breaths, at the very spot where the remains had vanished, another bloodstained bone demon materialized out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, the Bloodlord launched another assault. As soon as the bloodstained bone demon appeared, before it could take a single step, the Bloodlord's attack had already struck. Deadly Shot was still on cooldown. Yet this did not significantly affect the Bloodlord's combat capabilities, as the basic attacks dealt considerable damage as well. Soon, a torrential onslaught of basic attacks combined with the follow-up damage from Crimson Feast sent the second bloodstained bone demon crashing to the ground. Thereafter, the Bloodlord stood guard beside Gu Chen, ever vigilant. Its attacks were swift and decisive, never lingering. Whenever a bloodstained bone demon emerged, it would be dispatched in mere moments. Gu Chen observed the scene, finding it reminiscent of an idle game, almost unbearably dull, prompting him to seek a clear spot to sit down, perhaps to alleviate the pressure of the assessment. A new alien would typically appear about 10 seconds after the previous one fell. This was a thoughtful design, providing candidates with a brief respite to catch their breath. However, to Gu Chen, it felt like a waste of time. If only the appearance rate of the aliens could be hastened, or better yet, if several could emerge at once. He desired to confront 10 of them. Within the command room, Several officers gazed at Gu Chen's performance through the screens, their faces exhibiting an exceedingly peculiar expression. What manner of summoned beast is this? Why is it so formidable? The records indicate it is a Blood Clan sovereign, a type of summoned creature they had never encountered before, leaving them uncertain of its capabilities. Utilizing our meticulously designed alien species as mere targets. This creature must possess at least an epic 3-star rating. Its combat prowess is truly unprecedented. Thus far, Gu Chen has summoned only a single beast. Yet he is already far ahead in the assessment. Typically, a level 21 summoner should command 5 summoned beasts. Are you suggesting that Gu Chen's current display is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding his true combat potential? As the words fell, the officers exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Is this a candidate? He could easily qualify for an officer. Chapter 96. A Veil of Darkness. Each candidate's assessment occurs within a solitary secret realm, as one alien foe after another is vanquished. The vitality of all candidates steadily diminishes, except for Gu Chen. At this moment, he reclines on a gentle slope, hands clasped behind his head, leisurely observing the clash between the Blood Lord and the blood-soaked Bone Demon. Meanwhile, several examiners in the control room are infuriated by this scene, their frustration evident as they scowl. How brazen. This is the selection test for the Genuine army, and he dares to attempt passing while lounging? Such audacity. I must make a note of this. Is this what genius entails? It is truly exasperating. Upon overhearing the examiner's discourse, Ling Feng instinctively glanced at the screen. Upon realizing Gu Chen's situation, a subtle yet intriguing smile flickered across his chiseled features. Approximately 15 minutes later, the first candidate announced their withdrawal from the assessment, a swordsman who cited exhaustion as the reason for his departure. This swordsman had entered a nightmarish-level secret realm, concluding with a total score of 55 points, effectively halting his progress. Gu Chen, in a state of ennui, cast a glance at his own score, 690 points, over tenfold that of the swordsman. Had it not been for the sluggish refresh rate of the alien adversaries, he would have shattered the 1,000-point mark long ago. Subsequently, the number of candidates opting to withdraw began to rise, with several others succumbing to miscalculations and being slain by the blood-soaked Bone Demon before they could escape. Death during the examination is commonplace. All participants have signed a series of agreements, Gu Chen included. The absence of a clearly defined assessment duration inherently cultivates anxiety, compounded by the relentless refresh of alien foes, which discreetly tests each candidate's physical and psychological endurance. Under normal circumstances, candidates could utilize items when their stamina waned, or at the very least rest in place. Yet, the current scenario renders such options moot. When fatigue sets in, they grasp at the refresh intervals of the aliens to catch their breath, and when their energy is depleted, they must endure. With each alien defeated, another emerges in an unending cycle, an inexhaustible onslaught. An hour later, the number of candidates has dwindled to half of the initial count. The remaining individuals exhibit signs of exhaustion, their eyes bloodshot, with despair and oppression threatening to drive them to madness. The assessment has concluded. Calculations are now commencing. All candidates may rest in place. At last, a chilling voice echoed, resonating like a celestial melody in the ears of the candidates. What a close call. I nearly surrendered. I managed to hold on. Who knows what I endured? Finally, it's over. With the sound of the announcement, all alien foes vanished instantaneously. The candidates slumped to the ground, a palpable sense of relief washing over them, their faces pale as they gasped for breath. Their physical and mental fortitude had been relentlessly tested in this harsh environment, and to have persevered until now is truly commendable. Zhang Shuren's delicate visage appeared ghostly pale. In her grasp lay an epic staff, its expenditure diminished to the barest minimum. Yet, despite this, the relentless onslaught of foreign entities enveloped her in a profound sense of oppression and suffocation, a torment that assailed both her physical and mental fortitude. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated surrendering the assessment, but the memory of the humiliation she endured at the hands of Gu Chen in the assembly hall rekindled her resolve to persevere. At long last, it concluded. Had it persisted any longer, I would surely have perished here today. Zhou Xiaodian was utterly exhausted, his complexion as pale as parchment. Feeling as though he were on the verge of collapse, devoid of even the strength to move a finger, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body limp as though it were nothing more than sludge. Originally, he ought to have entered the nightmarish realm alongside Zhang Shuren. Yet Gu Chen's assault had rendered him feeble, compelling him to opt for the difficult tier instead. Furthermore, as a rare profession, a demon hunter, he possessed a unique talent that allowed him to restore his condition post-kill, which enabled him to endure until now. Otherwise, had he belonged to another vocation, he would likely have been eliminated by now. Nonetheless, Zhou Xiaodian was utterly drained, his combat prowess reduced to a mere fraction. Should he enter the third round in such a state, His elimination would be inevitable. Is it over? Upon hearing the announcement, Chen rose from the ground. His demeanor relaxed and untroubled. In the second round of assessment, he had essentially coasted through. Although the Blood Clan Lord had been consistently slaying monsters, the restorative capabilities of the Blood Clan rendered his state of consumption negligible. This round of assessment included 43 participants, of which 26 have been disqualified due to injury, death, or voluntary withdrawal. Warning: the difficulty of the next round will continue to escalate. To mitigate excessive casualties, candidates may opt to withdraw voluntarily. Upon reading this notification, the candidate's expressions turned grave. Death had already claimed some in this round, and the upcoming round promised greater peril. To continue would significantly heighten the risk of demise. Yet to withdraw left an unsettling taste in the heart. In that moment, the faces of all candidates reflected a struggle between resolve and fear. I withdraw. After a brief pause, one candidate finally made his decision. With his declaration, his figure materialized in the training ground outside. To have reached this point was already a testament to his limits. Even in retreat, he could secure admission to a prestigious institution, rendering further risk unnecessary. I withdraw. This is where I draw the line. I have done my utmost. Following this candidate, 6 more soon chose to forfeit. The remaining individuals, however, bore resolute expressions, opting to continue the assessment. As the students made their choices, the number of participants for the second round of examinations was confirmed. Qualified participants, 10. Successfully advancing to the next round. The examiners regarded the proceedings with impassive expressions, offering neither commendation for those who remained nor disdain for those who withdrew. For each individual possesses the right to choose their own path in life. Shortly thereafter, the results of the second round of examinations were also announced. Chen, with a score of 1815, stands at the pinnacle, leaving all others far behind. How is this possible? The top score has reached an astonishing 1815? Zhang Shuren's gaze is fixated on the ranking, her delicate brows furrowed in disbelief, her eyes brimming with astonishment. If the first place in this round of assessment belongs to the same individual as the previous one, it implies that this person amassed a total of 1,800 points in the second assessment. Impossible. This is utterly absurd. How could such a thing occur? In an instant, the candidates advancing to the third round exhibited intense resentment. The mathematics behind these figures is starkly evident. Even if the top contender faced a hellish realm, earning 10 points for each slain foe, a score of 1,800 would necessitate the defeat of 180 adversaries, given that the assessment duration is precisely 1 hour. With a 10-second interval between each kill, the total time required to eliminate 180 foes amounts to 30 minutes. This means that the individual in first place had merely 30 minutes of actual combat time. 30 minutes to defeat 180 adversaries? 6 foes per minute? 1 foe every 10 seconds? This is sheer nonsense. A conspiracy. It must undoubtedly be a conspiracy. Chapter 97. The spirited Zhou Xiaodian. It is not merely a conspiracy. It is utterly preposterous. Everyone here is just an ungraduated apprentice, barely reaching level 15 at most. To annihilate a foe of equal rank within a mere 10 seconds? Such a feat may be achievable once or twice for the exceptionally gifted, but to accomplish it over 100 times consecutively, this is sheer nonsense. If you possess such prowess, why not ascend to the heavens? Why even partake in the Town Abyss Army examination? By heavens, what of the score of the person in first place? There must be something amiss. It is evident that they have resorted to cheating. If the Town Abyss Army dares to engage in such underhanded dealings, mark my words, I shall report this to the Imperial Military Council. A retake. I demand a retake. The candidates erupted in a chorus of vitriol, vehemently denouncing the examination's inequity. Among them, Zhou Xiaodian exerted himself the most, bellowing into the abyss, incessantly clamoring for a retake. In this moment, he steadfastly believed that the first-place score must be the result of foul play, or perhaps the offspring of the upper echelons of the Town Abyss Army. How else could one rationalize such an outrageous score? Zhou Xiaodian was not alone in his sentiments. The other candidates also exhibited profound dissatisfaction with the leading score. After all, the figures presented exceeded their comprehension. To vanquish 180 foes of the same rank within 10 seconds, even with restorative potions, was simply inconceivable. Are you endowed with boundless energy? As the candidates grew increasingly despondent, their negativity not only disrupted the examination's normal proceedings but also threatened to spiral out of control. The cold voice within the realm resurfaced once more. To ensure the fairness and integrity of this examination, and to guarantee its proper conduct, the following statement is hereby issued. Candidate Chen, Summoner Profession, Level 21, has entered the Hell-level Secret Realm. Due to Chen's level far exceeding standard parameters, the Chief Examiner has decided to temporarily elevate the difficulty of the Hell-level Secret Realm. Within the Hell-level Secret Realm, all foes will enter a state of frenzy. Their levels raised to 30, and each slain foe will yield 15 points. These decisions have been reported to the Town Abyss Army Examination Review Council and have been ratified. Those who dispute this may appeal to the council following the examination. Upon reading the announcement, the candidates were struck with realization. The difficulty of the Hell-level secret realm has been augmented. All foes within are now in a frenzied state at level 30, and each one slain grants 15 points. Compared to before, the point increase is merely 5. But the escalation of difficulty is staggering. Those who had lamented the unfairness were left utterly astonished by this revelation. How could Gu Chen, at level 21, single-handedly dispatch 120 Tier 3 foes within an hour? This is inconceivable. They stood agape, and at that moment, they were more inclined to believe that Gu Chen had indeed cheated. After all, this explanation seemed far more plausible. All were prodigious practitioners from various cities, under the dual pressures of physical and mental strain. Each additional foe slain would exponentially increase the difficulty. How could anyone possibly achieve the feat of vanquishing 120 Tier 3 foes? Although her heart was filled with doubts, any discerning individual could ascertain that the assessment declaration had already been issued, signifying that the facts were indisputable. Moreover, this was an evaluation conducted by the Jinyuan army. Who would dare to cheat in such an examination? It would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. The notion of underhanded dealings was simply implausible. Unless one wished to be exiled to the abyss. Following the announcement, a few individuals expressed their dissatisfaction. Gu Chen had a higher rank than the others. That was his predicament. Merely increasing the difficulty for him sufficed. So what was the purpose of augmenting the points? Wasn't he this merely widening the gap? Several candidates voiced their grievances regarding this matter. However, they remained silent, for the decision had already been sanctioned by the Jinyuan Army's assessment committee. What weight did their opinions hold? At that moment, Zhang Shuren, who was in second place, displayed a subtle shift in her expression. Gu Chen. It was actually him. No wonder he had amassed such high points. As a native of Lin City, how could Zhang Shuren not recognize this name? Recently, Gu Chen's name had echoed throughout Lin City, to the point of weariness. Alas, due to the influence of Lord Su, Gu Chen had betrayed Lin City and joined the ranks of Wan City. What a pity! Had Gu Chen not defected, as fellow citizens of Lin City, they could have solicited his assistance to teach a lesson to the one who threatened her. Zhang Shuren sighed inwardly. Recalling the humiliating scene from earlier in the assembly, she had never before been threatened in such a manner. She held this grudge close to her heart and vowed to avenge it, no matter what. In that moment, the visage of that individual resurfaced in her mind, and the prior sense of familiarity intensified. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her eyelids twitched violently, and her body trembled as though struck by lightning, leaving her frozen in place. No, it couldn't be. He was Gu Chen. In an instant, Zhang Shuren's charming face turned pale as a sheet. As she recalled the death of Li Renjia and the annihilation of the Li family in Lin City, a chill surged from her spine to the crown of her head. Despair, even a sense of collapse. Initially, she had thought that the individual threatening her was a mere pawn. Thus her heart brimmed with resentment, seeking a chance for revenge. However, upon realizing that the person was Gu Chen, all her animosity evaporated in an instant. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Faced with Gu Chen, she could not muster even a flicker of vengeful intent. Now, all that remained was fear and trepidation, in stark contrast to the terrified Zhang Shuren. When Zhou Xiaodian discovered that the individual topping the leaderboard was Gu Chen, a triumphant smile spread across his face. It was Gu Chen. The first place on the leaderboard belonged to none other than Gu Chen, a fellow townsman. Since Gu Chen had joined Wan City, and he hailed from a renowned family in Wan City, surely this camaraderie could be cultivated. With this thought, a cold smile crept onto Zhou Xiaoyan's face. Once the assessment concluded, he would seek out Gu Chen for a conversation, presenting him with a legendary piece of equipment as a token of their meeting, and subsequently enlist Gu Chen's aid in avenging himself. As inhabitants of Wan City, is it not only natural that we address this minor matter? However, I have yet to establish any rapport with Gu Chen. Once we emerge from the assessment secret realm, it is imperative that I procure Gu Chen's contact information. That scoundrel, regardless of his identity, dares to threaten my life. Today, he must meet his demise. A fierce resentment blazed in Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes. At that moment, golden streams of light cascaded from the heavens above the secret realm, flooding into the remaining candidates. As the golden light flickered, all traces of fatigue vanished, and the candidates were rejuvenated, fully restored. Simultaneously, the voice within the secret realm resonated once more. Number of qualified candidates, 10. Successfully advancing to the third round of assessment. Assessment Task 3, eliminate an elite foreign entity. The one with the least time taken will earn the most points. First place, 100 points. Second place, 60 points. Third place, 30 points. Fourth place and beyond, 10 points, Failure to eliminate the elite foreign entity within 30 minutes will result in disqualification if eliminated by the elite foreign entity during the assessment. Disqualification ensues. Chapter 98. It's not just about having hands. The recent statement disclosed information regarding Chen, which was naturally made with his consent. Once all participants regained their composure, the third round of assessments commenced. This time, elite alien beings made their appearance. The moment the term elite was mentioned, it was evident that the difficulty had escalated several-fold compared to the previous rounds. Only by vanquishing the elite alien beings in the shortest time possible could one secure the maximum score of 100 points. From the 4th place onward, participants who defeated an elite alien could only earn a mere 10 points. All participants faced a solo assessment, which meant each contender was tasked with single-handedly defeating the elite alien beings. Although those who had persevered thus far belonged to rare professions, their current combat capabilities left them woefully unprepared for such a challenge. Merely hearing about this assessment sent chills down their spines. It was apparent that this challenge was designed not only to test their maximum damage output but also their ultimate survival skills. After all, only by remaining alive could they inflict any damage upon the elite aliens. A careless mistake could lead to being slain by these formidable foes, resulting in failure of the assessment and potentially the loss of their very lives. Those who had previously envied Chen could not help but revel in their malicious glee. Aren't you at a high level? The hellish secret realm grants bonus points? Very well. But what will you do if a level 30 elite alien appears? That would be a level 30 elite alien, boasting health exceeding 800,000. I can hardly wait to see if Chen can clear this round. The stakes were high. If he failed to defeat an elite alien within 30 minutes, he would be deemed unsuccessful. This means Chen must deal at least 26,000 damage per minute to avoid elimination. How is that even feasible unless he possesses infinite firepower? In the command room, several officers observed Chen through the screen, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. A level 30 elite alien, in a frenzied state, would certainly put this young man to the test. Indeed, the intensity is commendable, one remarked. But then again, perhaps this elite alien could be easily dispatched. There's something peculiar about his summoned beast, another countered. The examiners held differing opinions, each advocating for their perspective. Ling Feng, engrossed in signing military documents, paid no heed to the discord among his colleagues. Liang Yi had already reported in writing that Chen's aim in participating in the assessment was to join the most elite organization within the Zhenyuan army. If he could not withstand this level of challenge, it would be profoundly disappointing. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodian appeared invigorated. Thank goodness I opted for the hard-level secret realm. And with the golden light within to replenish my energy, I should be able to endure another round. The recent golden light had merely replenished his energy without dispelling his weakness. However, as a rare profession, he believed that a steady approach would see him through this assessment. Unfortunately, Chen's situation seemed perilous. In half an hour, one must deplete over 800,000 hit points from an elite alien creature, inflicting at least 27,000 damage per minute. How is this conceivable? Even if he possesses level 21 combat prowess, it remains an impossible feat. Even if one were to exhaust all their energy. Among the other candidates, many harbor similar thoughts. To the majority of participants, Chen seems to have no chance of turning the tide, destined to be eliminated in the third round of assessments. However, this is a misconception. It can only be said that these candidates have underestimated the challenge. The Bloodlord is a legendary summoned beast, despite being only level 21. Its attributes exceed 600 in all 4 dimensions. In contrast, a mere level 30 elite alien creature has main attributes that have yet to reach 600, with secondary attributes averaging around 300, totaling just over 400 at best. In the secret realm, the space ahead suddenly warped, transforming before Chen's eyes into a towering tree demon with a dark red trunk. Alien, blood-soaked tree demon, elite, level, LV, 30 health, 831,000, attributes, strength 518, agility 213, constitution 546, spirit 375, skill I, life drain, skill 2, tree demon cage. A glance at the elite alien's attributes reveals that aside from its health, which exceeds 800,000 due to elite bonuses, there is nothing particularly remarkable. No wonder the third round of assessments demands that candidates single-handedly defeat an elite alien. It all makes sense now. Although the blood-soaked tree demon boasts a strength of 518 points, its agility barely exceeds 200. This figure is far from the norm for elite aliens. In fact, it is even lower than that of ordinary aliens of the same level. This is still a level 30 elite alien within a hellish secret realm. In other lower-level secret realms, its agility would be even more diminished. Thus, while this elite alien has high health and strength, its speed is remarkably slow, well below the average for its level. Under such circumstances, as long as one exercises caution during combat, even the most ordinary of practitioners has a significant chance of evading the elite alien's attacks. Should one be a rogue or shadow ranger, classes emphasizing agility and burst damage, they could readily confront this elite alien head-on, leveraging their inherent advantages. With 831,000 health, 518 strength, 213 agility, and a stipulated time of 30 minutes. The task of challenging candidates' maximum output capabilities with a high attack, high defense yet sluggish elite alien is indeed a clever design by the Genuine army. Chen nodded slightly, having grasped the crux of the third round of examinations. Now, he simply needed to clarify one thing: how to vanquish an elite alien with over 800,000 health within 30 minutes. With an expression of calm resolve, Chen mused, isn't it simply a matter of having the means? At that moment, the blood-soaked tree demon swayed its massive form and approached. A dark crimson light blossomed above the dense canopy of trees. Suddenly, the ground at Chen's feet erupted, and thick vines, as robust as a man's arm, emerged from the earth, swiftly forming a cage that ensnared Chen within its confines. The skilled tree demon cage had successfully ensnared Chen, and the bloodstained tree demon let out an exuberant roar, slowly lumbering forward with its massive form. Inside the command room, despair loomed. Chen, caught off guard, had fallen victim to the tree demon's cage. How could he have committed such a fundamental error? This tree demon's cage was remarkably resilient. Even warriors of the same caliber would struggle to break free. If the tree demon caught up with him, it would surely spell his doom. Alas, it was a pity. Chen had underestimated his foe, likely due to his previous effortless victories, allowing himself to be ensnared by the bloodstained tree demon in a moment of inattention. Several officers observed the scene, shaking their heads and sighing in dismay. Yet, within the confines of the tree demon's cage, Chen remained unperturbed, his gaze calm and devoid of any turmoil. Recognizing the necessity to eliminate this elite adversary swiftly, he resolved to. Chapter 99, the fourth round. 10 elite alien races with a mere thought. A dense black mist enveloped Chen, and the figure of the chaos spirit materialized beside him. Having advanced to the legendary tier, the mental attribute of the chaos spirit had surpassed the formidable threshold of 700. For a spellbinding type of summoned creature, a higher mental attribute translates to an augmented offensive capability. It is no exaggeration to assert that, even without any enhancements, a level 21 chaos spirit could effortlessly vanquish a level 30 blood-soaked Treant elite. However, in pursuit of swift annihilation, the chaos spirit unleashed 30 chaos shadows, ensnaring the blood-soaked Treant elite in their grasp. The sheer number of 30 chaos shadows amplified the damage multiplier to an astounding 30-fold. Subsequently, the chaotic elemental spirit merely needed to unleash the most fundamental, dimensional assault to evoke unprecedented and terrifying damage. The blood-soaked Treant remained ensnared in the thrill of the hunt, utterly oblivious to the scythe of death looming above it. In the next instant, a pitch-black rift in space materialized abruptly, resembling an incomprehensibly deep blade that seamlessly pierced through the stout trunk. Simultaneously, a dense shroud of shadows enveloped the form of the blood-soaked Treant, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful surge of damage that instantaneously depleted its vitality to nothingness. The massive tree body faltered abruptly, as if all life had been extracted in a mere moment, crashing to the ground, never to stir again. Is it dead? In the command room, several officers rubbed their eyes, almost convinced they were mistaken. Even Ling Feng, seated in the position of the chief examiner, rarely displayed such an expression of astonishment. A swift elimination? How could an elite alien creature with over 800,000 health be annihilated so swiftly? What kind of skill is this? How can it unleash such terrifying damage? A skill dealing over 800,000 damage. Were it not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. Even if I were to be killed. Several officers exchanged glances, their expressions rigid, and it took them a moment to quell the astonishment within. They had originally believed that Chen was ensnared by the tree demon's prison, trapped in a perilous situation. Who could have anticipated that he could eliminate the blood-soaked tree demon with a single skill? But that is an elite otherworldly being of level 30. For practitioners of the same rank, breaching its defenses is no simple task. How could such a formidable elite from a different race be vanquished so swiftly? Is this not rather frivolous? The expressions of several officers were exceedingly complex, adorned with disbelief. Yet they were compelled to accept the grim reality of the blood-soaked Treant's swift demise. Furrowing their brows, they fell into silence, instinctively directing their gazes towards the assessment screens of the other candidates, leveraging the speed advantage afforded by his demon hunter prowess. Zhou Xiaodian deftly evaded the onslaught of the blood-soaked Treant. With agile maneuvers, he sidestepped the lashes of the vines, seizing the opportunity to flank and strike at its vulnerabilities. Empowered by the epic weapon in his grasp, Each of his assaults inflicted no less than 1,000 points of damage. Zhang Shuran, a spatial mage, can fully harness her professional prowess when confronted with the sluggish blood-soaked tree demon elite. Each candidate exerted their utmost effort in the battle against the elite alien species. Except for Chen. He remained effortlessly composed, as though the assessment were merely a child's game in his eyes. Within the command room, several officers bore expressions of frustration. Even the elite alien with 800,000 health points was swiftly eliminated, yet they still did not raise the difficulty for this lad. Were they to allow him to triumph so easily? Commander, Chen's situation is rather unusual. What do you think? No need to concern yourself. The purpose of the assessment is to identify talent, not to thwart it, Ling Feng interjected, cutting off the officer poised to speak. Chen's performance had already been exceptionally commendable. There was no necessity to escalate the challenge due to his prowess. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's stance, the other officers fell silent. Soon, the 30 minutes elapsed. Among the 10 candidates, some were slain, others voluntarily withdrew, and 3 were eliminated in this round. Number of candidates in this round, 10. Qualified candidates, 7, 1. Chen, points, 1915-2. Zhang Shuran, points, 418. 8. Zhou Xiaodian, points, 63. Zhou Xiaodian was eliminated not by death or voluntary withdrawal, but because he failed to defeat an elite alien within the designated time. For someone in his weakened state, the challenge of killing an elite alien, known for its physical prowess, within half an hour was indeed daunting. At this moment, everyone noted the leaderboard's information. Chen remained at the top with an impressive score of 1915, far ahead of the pack. In that instant, all were left in a stupor. Damn it, he is simply monstrous. He can't even be killed by a level 30 elite alien. Incredible! Why isn't he soaring through the skies? I am in awe. We are all professionals, yet how can he be so outstanding? Forget it. This freak is beyond my league. The final assessment is next. As long as I secure a spot in the top 5, I can smoothly join the Jinyuan army. Regardless, he may be strong, but he only occupies 1 slot. My current goal is to break into the top 5. The disparity was too vast, and no one wished to invite discomfort by comparing themselves to Chen. The successful candidates readjusted their mindset, rolling up their sleeves, rekindling their fighting spirit. Warning: the difficulty of the 4th round will continue to escalate. To avoid excessive casualty rates, candidates may choose to voluntarily withdraw. The advisory against participation appeared once more. This time, no one opted to withdraw, for they all understood that their stamina would be replenished prior to the commencement of the next round. Indeed, once it was confirmed that no one would exit, beams of golden light descended from above, replenishing everyone's resources anew. Simultaneously, an announcement was made. Assessment Task 4. Engage in a counterattack against 10 elite alien entities. The participant with the most successful counterattacks will earn the highest points. Those who eliminate all 10 elite aliens will have their points doubled. Points awarded are as follows. First place receives 1,000 points, second place 600 points, third place 300 points, and from 4th place onwards, 100 points each. This round of assessment is limited to 120 minutes. Failure to eliminate any elite alien within the stipulated time results in assessment failure. Any participant who is killed by the elite aliens during the assessment will also be deemed unsuccessful. After reviewing the rules, Chen comprehended the challenge ahead. The 4th round of assessment similarly tests extreme survival and output capabilities, yet the heightened difficulty is not to be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, executing a counterattack against 10 elite aliens is nothing short of a delusion. However, should the elite alien be a low agility entity like the blood-soaked tree demon, the scenario shifts dramatically. By leveraging the inherent weaknesses of such elite aliens, there remains a significant opportunity for success. 10 elite aliens. This may seem feasible for others. Risking their lives might allow them to complete the assessment, but for Chen, the situation appears dire. An elite alien at level 30 possesses over 800,000 health. Thus, 10 would amount to over 8 million health points. How could one possibly defeat such an overwhelming force in 2 hours? To eliminate over 8 million health points within 2 hours requires inflicting damage exceeding 70,000 per minute, a task that seems utterly impossible. Fortunately, I opted for the difficult level. Surprisingly, having a lower level may prove advantageous. I am certain that Chen will not pass the next round of assessment. Meanwhile, upon discerning the rules for the 4th round, a hint of joy surfaced on Zhang Shuren's delicate face. In her view, perhaps Chen's success in the previous round was merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate circumstance that allowed him to defeat the blood-soaked tree demon. However, in this round, with 10 elite aliens encircling him, luck would no longer play a role. Chen would either perish or be eliminated. In either case, it would pave the way for her ascendance to 1st place. Thus, This fourth round of assessment marks the dawn of her rise. Chapter 100. Come, tell me. Who is your support? The fourth round of the assessment commenced. In the mysterious realm, the space before Chen distorted incessantly. Soon, 10 blood-soaked tree demons materialized from the void, wielding their massive branches and slowly advancing towards him with lethal intent. This round primarily focused on the number of kills. Should one succeed in vanquishing all 10 elite alien beings, not only would they earn corresponding points, but they would also receive a reward of doubled points. To eliminate the 10 elite aliens, one had to deplete over 8 million health points. The Chaos Spirit, however, deemed this unnecessary. Its newfound talent was perfectly suited for the task at hand. Shadow Kill Arc, when the Chaos Spirit skill directly slays a target. All entities ensnared by the Chaos Shadows will suffer equivalent damage. A flurry of Chaos Shadows swiftly surged forth, ensnaring the 9 elite blood-soaked tree demons in place. The remaining elite tree demon, still unaware of the unfolding events, emitted a deep and prolonged roar, charging forward with its hefty form. The Chaos Spirit showed no mercy. A series of Chaos Shadows coiled around the elite blood-soaked tree demon, rapidly escalating the damage multiplier to its zenith. Then, the Chaos Spirit unleashed its skill. Dimensional Assassination. In an instant, 30 times the damage erupted upon the elite tree demon, effortlessly depleting its health entirely. Simultaneously, the talent Shadow Kill Arc was triggered. The remaining 9 ensnared elite blood-soaked tree demons shrieked in agony, their wooden forms trembling violently before succumbing to death in a heartbeat. Boom. The 10 colossal tree bodies collapsed almost simultaneously to the ground, rendering them utterly silent. In the span of mere breaths, all 10 elite blood-soaked tree demons lay lifeless. A sight that left the instructors in the command room utterly astounded. A summoned beast slaying 10 elite aliens? How could this be possible? The Chaos Spirit. Was it his second summoned beast? This was terrifying. He had just reached the second tier and was already this formidable? Was this the dawn of something extraordinary? Chen gazed at the fallen bodies of the 10 elite aliens, exhaling a sigh and shaking his head. Was this truly the assessment of the genuine army? It bore no semblance of challenge whatsoever. With a mere thought, he retracted the Chaos Spirit into the summoned beast space, allowing it to recuperate. Over the course of 2 rounds, he had expended a total of 69 Chaos Shadows, nearly depleting half of their reserves. Though the Chaos Shadows could amplify damage, they came with a limitation. One was lost for every one used. Under normal circumstances, within the summoned beast space, the Chaos Spirit could only recover one every 3 hours, amounting to a mere 8 in a day. It was imprudent to exhaust them all at once. Just as Chen had slain all the elite aliens, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, his form vanished from the assessment realm. Buzz. As his vision flickered, Chen reappeared at the previous assessment venue, surrounded by several candidates who had been eliminated from the assessment. He had emerged. He had just slain 10 elite aliens and had yet to even see his results. In Chen's eyes, a hint of surprise flickered. Had he truly been expelled from the secret realm so swiftly? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that since this was an assessment, the results would undoubtedly be announced only after all candidates had completed their evaluations. With this understanding, he did not dwell on the matter any longer. After all, he had vanquished 10 elite foes, securing himself 1,000 points along with a doubling reward. A total of 3,915 points. This score utterly eclipsed all other participants in the assessment. Thus, it was evident that he would claim the title of first place. What lay ahead was merely a matter of waiting a little longer in the venue. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotian, positioned at a corner of the hall, noticed Chen's figure, his eyes instantly brightening. The fourth round of the assessment had only just commenced, and Chen had already appeared in the venue. To Zhou, this clearly indicated that Chen had been unable to pass the assessment and was thus teleported out. He had thought this young man was exceptionally formidable. Yet here he was, eliminated before the fourth round had even properly begun, a mere shadow compared to Chen. Initially, after losing a life, Zhou Xiaotian had been consumed by profound fear of the individual who had effortlessly dispatched him. He had not dared to entertain any thoughts of revenge. However, circumstances had changed. Upon learning that Chen was also participating in this assessment and witnessing his commanding lead on the leaderboard, Zhou's confidence surged. After all, it was Chen. With his level 21 combat prowess, he could easily dominate all present candidates. Zhou was certain that among the participants, only Chen could assist him in exacting revenge. Although he had never met Chen, he believed that since Chen had already invested himself in one city, and given the Zhou family's illustrious reputation there, it would be a trivial matter for Chen to lend his support. Moreover, Zhou had already secured Chen's contact details through familial connections. All that remained was to wait for Chen to emerge from the assessment's secret realm to establish contact. With this in mind, Zhou Xiaodian strode forward with an air of audacity. Hey, do you remember me? He interjected, blocking Gu Chen's path. You once attempted to kill me. Let me inform you. Today you are in serious trouble. Gu Chen raised his gaze slightly, recognizing the newcomer. He merely turned away, dismissing the pompous fool entirely. Zhou Xiaodian felt a surge of anger. The sensation of being ignored ignited a profound humiliation within him. Do not presume that silence will save you. Be wise and immediately present me with a legendary-grade piece of equipment as an apology, or once my backing arrives, your demise will be most unpleasant. A glint of coldness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Disappear from my sight at once. This is your final chance. Rather than feeling intimidated, Zhou's arrogance only escalated. Do you know who my backer is? I dare say it will frighten you. My support is. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Chen delivered a swift kick. Zhou Xiaoyan's body was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, reduced to a crumpled heap. Last time, the nightmarish ruler advanced from epic to legendary status, and Gu Chen received a remarkable attribute boost of 100 points, elevating his average attributes to an impressive 655, nearly surpassing the initial attributes of a level 40 professional. Now, facing a weakened level 15 Zhou Xiaoyan, was this not akin to child's play? Gu Chen stepped forward, planting his foot squarely on Zhou Xiaoyan's face. Now, tell me, who is your protector? Zhou Xiaoyan, feeling the weight of the sturdy soul upon his visage, experienced an unprecedented humiliation, glaring at Gu Chen with unabashed malice in his eyes. Observing this, Gu Chen intensified the pressure of his foot, the sole viciously scraping against Zhou Xiaoyan's face. Dare to glare at me? Come on, show me that look again. Zhou Xiaoyan was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if his very skull might be crushed underfoot. Desperately, he braced himself against Gu Chen's shoe, surrendering without dignity. Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you. Spare me. Chapter 101. The City of Dragons descent. At the moment when Zhou Xiaoyan pleaded for mercy, a tall figure gracefully entered the venue, capturing the attention of all present. The surrounding onlookers, a cadre of professionals, suddenly paled, their expressions betraying an unmistakable blend of anxiety and excitement. It was General Ling. The renowned General Ling was here. Quickly, stand at attention. The candidates were certainly familiar with Ling Feng, for he was the chief examiner responsible for this assessment, and also a 5-star general of the Eastern Military District. Ling Feng strode into the hall with unwavering poise. Without pausing, he made his way directly towards Gu Chen. Observing this scene, the crowd turned their gazes to Gu Chen, their eyes reflecting a palpable sense of pity. The venue had already issued a warning against conflicts among candidates. Yet Gu Chen not only disregarded the rules but had also directly confronted Zhou Xiaoyan, falling prey to Ling Feng's scrutiny. Clearly, his situation was dire. Simultaneously, Zhou Xiaoyan, who found himself beneath Gu Chen's foot, caught sight of Ling Feng's imposing figure. His expression shifted slightly, as if he had spotted a savior, and he shouted without regard for decorum. General Ling, I report to you. This candidate is openly violating the rules of the venue, attacking me in front of everyone. Please, General Ling, uphold justice for me. Silence. Gu Chen lightly stomped his foot, causing Zhou Xiaoyan to suffer a painful blow that shattered a row of his teeth, leaving him howling in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. This act of Gu Chen sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. What madness is this? Not only was he caught red-handed by General Ling, but he also dared to strike someone in the general's presence? Did he truly believe that the 5-star general of the Jinyuan army was a pushover? The surrounding candidates wore expressions of glee, as if they could already envision the grim fate awaiting Gu Chen. Then, Ling Feng strode purposefully to stand before Gu Chen, his stern features softened by an unusual warmth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Feng, the chief examiner for this assessment. Ignoring the bloody Zhou Xiaoyan, Ling Feng approached, a trace of a faint smile gracing his serious countenance. Gu Chen, congratulations, you have successfully passed the Jinyuan military assessment. What? Gu Chen? Zhou Xiaoyan's voice rang out, steady yet laden with disbelief, reverberating through the ears of those nearby like a thunderclap. Gazes converged upon Gu Chen, filled with incredulity. You are Gu Chen? Zhou Xiaoyan seemed to forget his pain, his eyes brimming with shock and dread. Gu Chen remained silent, standing tall and looking down at him. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the air, creating an unprecedented feeling of suffocation. Zhou Xiaoyan felt the world around him dim, as Gu Chen's cold gaze bore down upon him like the stare of death, as if he were about to be executed on the spot. In a swift motion, Zhou Xiaoyan rolled over and, without hesitation, knelt before Gu Chen, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat. He appeared as though he had just emerged from water, daring not to plead for mercy, nor to utter a single word for fear that Gu Chen's mere thought could obliterate him. Zhou Xiaoyan remained silent. Regarding your affairs, Liang Yi has already reported to me. Come with me. I possess news that will undoubtedly pique your interest. A piece of news that is exceedingly intriguing? Could it be related to the Dragon Clan? Gu Chen nodded, dismissing the kneeling Zhou Xiaodian, and followed Ling Feng out of the venue. After a considerable time had passed, Zhou Xiaodian slowly lifted his head, gazing at a nearby practitioner. You, come here and assist me. I cannot rise. The practitioner hurried over to help him up. Zhou Xiao, are you all right? All right? If it were all right, why don't you give it a try? Damn it. You nearly scared the life out of me. Do you think this is nothing? Zhou Xiaodian struggled to stand, wiping the blood from his face. He realized that it was Gu Chen. This day was indeed the unluckiest of his life. Fortunately, Ling Feng had appeared just in time. Otherwise, he could not fathom the consequences. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaodian quickened his pace, fleeing the venue as if for his life. On the other side, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into an exceedingly spacious office. On an enormous screen, Gu Chen's assessment results were displayed in a line graph, soaring above all candidates in the evaluation. Ling Feng, without any unnecessary words, pointed at the data corresponding to the graph. Your total score for this assessment is 3,915 points. No issues there? Gu Chen nodded. He had calculated this score long ago. Over 3,000 points equated to over 3,000 military merits, a small fortune indeed. Ling Feng stroked the stubble on his chin, a knowing smile gracing his face. Indeed, if Gu Qifeng, that old rascal, were aware of your results, he would surely regret it deeply. Gu Qifeng had once been one of the war generals of the Divine Xia Empire. However, being from the northern region, he seldom interacted with this side of the eastern continent. Though Ling Feng's status did not match Gu Qingfeng's, who among the five-star generals lacked a bit of pride. If he cowered at the mere mention of Gu Qingfeng, how could he establish himself in the eastern continent's military district? The smile faded from his face as Ling Feng adopted a serious demeanor. The assessment you just participated in is the selection examination set by the Jinyuan Army for transferees. Once you pass, you will become a formal member of the Jinyuan Army. However, Liang Yi informed me that your intentions extend beyond merely joining the Jinyuan Army. Indeed. Gu Chen nodded. I am aware that within the Jinyuan Army lies an elite secret organization. To become part of this elite group, one must undergo even more challenging assessments. Nevertheless, in the previous examination, you have already showcased your potential, which is why I have submitted a request to the military department, exempting you from the next stage of assessments. Gu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. So, does that mean I am now? No, I have not finished speaking. Ling Feng continued. Although the military department has exempted you from the next stage of assessments, you must accompany me to Longyin City. Longyin City? What kind of place is that? A city has descended from the abyss to this realm, a place where one can find what they desire. Gu Chen's pupils narrowed suddenly, and then his eyes gleamed with ecstatic joy. Could it be that this place is home to the Dragon Clan? Indeed. Ling Feng nodded and said, this time, when we venture to Dragon City, if you can successfully forge a contract with the Dragon Clan, you will attain the qualification to join the elite organization of the Jinyuan Army. Otherwise, you will have to begin as an ordinary member of the Jinyuan Army. Gu Chen responded with an affirmative sound, a flicker of brilliance passing through his eyes. So, the assessment has not been waived, but rather transformed into another form. If I understand correctly, the difficulty of contracting the Dragon Clan is even greater than that of the original assessment, is it not? Chapter 102, the five-star officer, the city of Yinlong, the gateway from the abyss to this world, stands as a testament to the encroachment of darkness. Periodically, rifts from the abyss randomly manifest across the globe, allowing otherworldly beings to descend into our realm. 5 years ago, a city emerged from one such rift, landing within the borders of the Divine Xia Empire. This city is known as Yinlong. Its name derives from its location within the territory of the Dragon Clan in the Abyssal Realm. If the abyss is a closed dimension of time and space, then Yinlong is the very essence of that abyss. Within Yinlong, a multitude of beings of varying ranks dwell, and their arrival has brought calamity upon the Divine Xia Empire. Consequently, following the city's emergence, high-ranking powers from various factions took action. Over the past 5 years, these factions have incurred significant losses, but ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the high-tier entities residing in Yinlong. Presently, only a plethora of low-tier beings remain, posing little threat. In fact, for the younger generation of adventurers, while Yinlong is fraught with peril, it also presents opportunities for meteoric rise. A warrior, after slaying a dragon, may extract its blood to refine his physique. Upon absorbing a considerable essence of dragon blood, he could undergo a secondary job change to become the rare dragon blood warrior. Likewise, a mage might discover a wealth of draconic tomes within a dragon's lair, diligently study them, and subsequently transition into the exceptional draconic sorcerer. Such tales are widely circulated among adventurers, inspiring countless mediocre individuals to aspire for a second job change upon reaching level 25, hoping for their own ascension. Yet, The harsh truth remains that the vast majority of adventurers who enter Yinlong ultimately meet their demise. After all, it is not an ordinary city, but a true abyss. Those who seize opportunities and soar to greatness are but a fortunate few, favored by the whims of fate. Thus, as Gu Chen anticipated, this journey to Yinlong promises to be far more arduous than typical assessments. Nevertheless, his eagerness to contract a dragon as a summoned beast fuels his anticipation for the expedition, allowing him to witness the true nature of the abyss. By the way, how are the points earned during the assessment redeemed? Gu Chen inquired. Points can be converted into military merit, as Liang Yi previously stated. With military merit, one can exchange for equipment, items, and other treasures from the Jinyuan Army's treasury. Having successfully completed the 4th round of assessment, he now possesses nearly 4,000 points, yet remains uncertain of their utilization. Given Gu Chen's performance in the assessment, he is already regarded as a member of the Jinyuan Army. Ling Feng promptly responded, points and military merit are exchanged on a one-to-one basis. Your current military merit is still under 4,000, limiting your exchanges to rare-grade items or below. Would you like to redeem anything? Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Having cleared several hellish dungeons and abyssal realms, I have amassed a plethora of rare-grade equipment, while epic-grade items are exceedingly scarce. It would be wiser to accumulate more military merit and wait to exchange for epic-grade gear later. Subsequently, Ling Feng produced a dark green box, and upon opening it, revealed a dark green medal within. This was the officer's medal of the Jinyuan Army, which not only served as proof of identity, but also possessed attributes of concealment and rank. When presented to local authorities, it could grant the bearer certain privileges. An officer's medal. Gu Chen was initially taken aback, but soon a flicker of doubt crossed his visage. Had he truly become an officer immediately after just passing the selection assessment? Ling Feng elucidated. According to the assessment regulations, candidates who secured first place and accumulated over 2,000 points would be directly awarded the rank of 5-star lieutenant. The officer system of the Jinyuan Army is stratified into 3 tiers, from lowest to highest. They are the lieutenants, majors, and generals. Although the 5-star lieutenant occupies the lowest echelon of the officer hierarchy, a single advancement would elevate one to the rank of major. Moreover, Gu Chen had bypassed the soldier rank entirely upon joining the Jinyuan Army, which was an exceedingly rare occurrence. The other candidates who had also passed the selection would ascend gradually from private, making it impossible for them to achieve such rapid elevation. Gu Chen nodded, accepting the officer's medal and storing it away. Gu Chen, you should return today to prepare. I will come to Wan City to see you tomorrow. Gu Chen agreed, having intended to do so, as he had hurried to the base with Liang Yi right after exiting the instance, and had yet to even open the treasure chest from it. In the mayor's office of Wan City, Liang Yi asserted, I demand that Gu Chen be summoned immediately, by any means necessary. Gu Chen has already registered for the academy assessment, which makes him one of theirs. Who gave you the audacity to send him to the Jinyuan Army? Su Lai, the mayor of Lin City, stood before Liang Yi, his demeanor stern and unyielding. Liang Yi, unfazed, replied with a smile, your information is indeed quite astute, Mayor Su. However, rest assured, it is unlikely that Gu Chen will be away for long. Su Lai snorted derisively, his face betraying intense anger. Ever since Gu Chen had achieved the abyssal feat, benefiting the professionals of Wan City single-handedly, his reputation in Lin City had plummeted. The citizens of Lin City relentlessly lambasted Su Lai across various media platforms, enumerating the top 10 transgressions he could hardly refute. Negative reports concerning him surged forth uncontrollably. Impossible to suppress. Should the situation continue to escalate unimpeded, it would likely incite public outrage in Lin City, jeopardizing his political future. This turmoil drove Su Lai to a frenzy. Left with no choice, he decided to personally travel to Wan City in search of Gu Chen. Upon his arrival, he learned that Liang Yi had dispatched Gu Chen to the Jinyuan Army base, the implications of which were all too clear. If Gu Chen aligned himself with Wan City, there might still be a chance for him to return to Lin City. However, should he join the Jinyuan Army, Su Lai's prospects would be irrevocably shattered. Suppressing the fury within him, Su Lai spoke in a hushed yet forceful tone, Liang Yi, you have sent Gu Chen to the Jinyuan Army without the Academy's consent. Are you instigating a conflict between the military and the Academy? I must take Gu Chen away within 10 minutes, or do not blame me for dismantling your lord's residence. Liang Yi declared, a cold smile gracing his lips, unperturbed. Su Lai, do not place accusations upon me, whether it pertains to the military or the Academy. It ultimately hinges on Gu Chen's own desires. Why do you make such a ruckus here? I have already stated that Gu Chen has registered for the Academy's examination. He belongs to the Academy and must return with me to Lin City. Your unilateral decision to send him to the Jinyuan Army is a grave transgression. Do not think that even the esteemed 5-star generals of the military could come and demand my submission. Su Lai glared at Liang Yi with venom. His face clouded with shadows of anger. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from outside. Demanding the 5-star general to bow and apologize to you? Humph. Who do you think you are to spew such nonsense here? As the words fell, a middle-aged man clad in military attire strode in, adorned with the insignia of a general and 5 gleaming stars aligned upon his shoulders. Su Lai instinctively turned to see the newcomer, and upon recognizing him, his expression shifted abruptly, anger transforming into a palpable sense of dread and trepidation. 5-star general? Chapter 103, setting off to Yinchuan City in an instant. The once imposing Su Lai deflated completely. He had only been speaking casually, but to his astonishment, a 5-star general materialized behind him the moment he finished his words. What could be more terrifying than this? It was General Ling. Liang Yi was also taken aback, but his surprise was one of delight rather than fear. He had been pondering how to send Su Lai away, as he was indeed in the wrong. Now, with Ling Feng's arrival, there was finally someone to take the blame. General Ling, what a surprise to see you here. Please, come in. Liang Yi hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and scraping in a display of servility that starkly contrasted with his usual lofty demeanor as the city lord. Ling Feng strode into the office with purpose, kicking Su Lai against the wall before unceremoniously taking the seat that symbolized the city lord's authority. As a 5-star general of the Jinyuan army and a core member of the military, even in a small city like Wan City, he could issue commands that even the city lord would heed. Moreover, Liang Yi was originally one of his men. At the doorway, Gu Chen followed suit, casually glancing at Su Lai. Is that him? What brings him to Wan City? Ling Feng appeared to be in good spirits and did not pursue any grievances regarding Su Lai's insolence. Instead, he beckoned Liang Yi over. Liang Yi, you have truly recommended an exceptional talent this time. Quite impressive. He then turned to Gu Chen with a smile. Come, show it to City Lord Liang. Understanding the cue, Gu Chen produced the officer's medal from his spatial storage and placed it before Liang Yi. Upon witnessing this, Su Lai, who had just risen from the floor, instinctively stood up and looked over. An officer's medal. Is that a 5-star lieutenant? Liang Yi stared at the medal, his expression filled with disbelief. Gu Chen just participated in the assessment, and now he has become an officer? And a 5-star lieutenant at that. Could it be that he scored over 2,000 points in the assessment? Surely not. This is utterly absurd. Who would believe such a tale? Liang Yi, having once participated in the selection assessments for the Jinyuan army, knew well how daunting a score of 2,000 points was. Over the years, he had never heard of any candidate achieving such a feat. Seeing Liang Yi's incredulous expression, Ling Feng erupted in laughter. Ha, Liang Yi. It's merely a 5-star lieutenant's medal. You have one too. Why do you look as though you've seen a ghost? Taking a deep breath, Liang Yi regarded Gu Chen with admiration. General Ling, I only received my 5-star lieutenant medal upon my discharge, while Gu Chen has obtained his on the very first day. The difference is monumental. With that, Liang Yi turned his gaze to Su Lai, a mocking glint in his eyes. City Lord Su, did you not just declare that you must take Gu Chen back to Lin City today? Su Lai's expression froze, his face darkening in an instant. Observing this, Gu Chen spoke bluntly. City Lord Su, I will not be going to Lin City with you. You should return from whence you came. In an instant, Su Lai's expression darkened considerably. As a peak 4th-tier practitioner, his initial plan was to forcibly bring Gu Chen back to Lin City if the latter refused to comply. However, with the presence of the 5-star General Ling Feng stationed in Wan City, Su Lai's status as a peak 4th-tier practitioner seemed utterly insignificant. In fact, he was hardly worth mentioning at all. To be conferred the title of 5-star general, one must at least be a peak 6th-tier powerhouse, if Ling Feng desired his life. A mere breath from him could extinguish Su Lai. Left with no option, Su Lai clenched his teeth in frustration and departed. Subsequently, Gu Chen stowed away his military insignia. Ling Feng then turned to Liang Yi and instructed, prepare a certificate for Gu Chen. He will be taking a special train to Yinlong City tomorrow. A special train? Gu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Isn't there a teleportation array? During his journey, he had specifically searched for information, discovering that Yinlong City lay in a remote wilderness beyond the eastern continent, quite a distance away. Traveling by special train would take at least 7 to 8 hours. Liang Yi shrugged, explaining that the threat from Yinlong City had only gradually subsided over the past 2 years, and while a teleportation array was in the planning stages, construction was not expected to commence until next year. For now, the best option was to arrange a trip on the new recruit special train. A special train for new recruits? Very well, if possible, could you arrange for a private compartment? Gu Chen made a modest request, considering the lengthy journey as an opportunity for rest. Rest assured, you are now an officer. Your treatment will undoubtedly differ from that of the fresh recruits. The following morning, upon arriving at the high-speed rail station, Chen located the special train adorned with military insignia. From the outside, the carriage was filled with fresh recruits from the Jinyuan army, primarily around level 15, with those at level 16 already considered exceptional. Chen strode forward, found car number 1, and, after presenting his military insignia, successfully entered the carriage. The front half of the carriage was open, resembling a standard train, while the rear half was partitioned into compartments, featuring several private lounges. Upon entering, Chen immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Clad in casual attire, he stood out among the uniformed soldiers like an anomaly. Who is that? How can someone not in uniform board a military train? Shut your mouth. If you offend the officer, you're done for. Given his youth, he can't possibly be a Jinyuan army commander. Then he must be from a distinguished family. Don't provoke him. As the crowd exchanged whispers, Chen paid them little mind. They were merely a bunch of level 15 fresh recruits, hardly worth his concern. Glancing at the ticket information in his hand, he continued deeper into the carriage, entering a private compartment. Once Chen vanished from view, the group of recruits began to chatter idly, although he had retreated to the compartment. His mental attributes exceeding 700 allowed him to effortlessly overhear their conversation, which surprisingly centered around him. Brother, I'm from Jincheng. Where are you from? What a coincidence. I hail from Wancheng, not far from your location. From Wancheng, you say? Surely you must be acquainted with Chen. Oh, that is merely jest. I am just an ordinary individual with a rather rare profession. How could I possibly know someone as talented as Chen? Indeed, for someone in my line of work, merely conquering the nightmare-level abyss is a formidable challenge. Chen, on the other hand, has not only defeated the hell level, but has also achieved an SSS rating. In my estimation, among this year's transferees in Dongzhou, there is likely no one who surpasses Chen's prowess. At this juncture, a level 16 mage nearby interjected. That may not necessarily be the case. I am aware of an individual who far exceeds Chen's abilities. Have you heard? Just yesterday at the Wancheng examination site, a candidate wreaked havoc during the assessment and caught the attention of Commander Ling. Chapter 104. Although Chen is formidable, he pales in comparison to the Great Master. What? A candidate has caught the eye of Commander Ling? That is a 5-star general from the Eastern Continent Military District. This is simply astounding. Indeed. The mage recruit nodded. Having heard that the candidate slaughtered 10 elite alien beings in the final round, undoubtedly surpassing a total score of 2,000. Upon hearing this, those nearby displayed expressions of shock. For an ordinary recruit, slaying even one elite alien is a daunting task. What manner of genius could possibly have vanquished 10? Slaying 10 elite aliens? That seems rather far-fetched. The ranger recruit who initiated the conversation scoffed, asserting that all participants in the assessment are advanced class holders. It is improbable that anyone could kill 10 aliens. If you doubt it, so be it. My brother cleared the assessment at the Wan City checkpoint, but regrettably, he is tight-lipped. I have inquired several times about the identity of that candidate, yet he refuses to divulge. So that is the case. No wonder several of my acquaintances who participated in the assessment at Wan City claim to have encountered a martial king. It appears there is indeed some truth to it. Isn't it so? You've heard about it too. The consecutive slaying of 10 elite aliens, and during the battle, the use of restorative items is prohibited. This is undoubtedly more challenging than the abyssal level. Thus, while Chen is indeed powerful, he still falls short when compared to this great master. The admiration in the mage recruit's tone unmistakable. Not necessarily. The ranger recruit retorted, asserting that Chen, as a prodigy, cannot be measured by conventional standards. In my view, perhaps Chen could also easily slay 10 elite aliens. The mage recruit shook his head vigorously, insisting this is impossible. The assessment is far more challenging than the abyss. Chen may have cleared the hellish abyss, but that does not guarantee success in the assessment. The two exchanged words, quickly escalating into a heated argument, drawing the attention of several other recruits who leaned in to share their opinions. I acknowledge that the great master is impressive, but compared to Chen, who has achieved feats in the abyss, he remains a novice. Precisely. They are merely elite aliens. Chen has slain them before. Yet I doubt that great master has ever accomplished anything in the abyss. You're thinking too narrowly, my friend. Do you recall the reward for slaying 10 elite aliens? Points are doubled. Oh right, I almost forgot. 10 elite aliens yield 1,000 points, and with the doubling, that amounts to 2,000. And what of 2,000 points? I have 680 points and still pass the assessment. Be cautious with your words, my friend. You risk exposing your intellect. The assessment rules state that if a candidate's points exceed 2,000, they are directly promoted to a 5-star lieutenant. What? Does this mean that Great Master is no longer a recruit, but has instead become a 5-star lieutenant? As this revelation sank in, those recruits who had previously supported Chen fell silent. A lieutenant, and a 5-star one at that. This rank is far beyond the reach of a group of recruits. In the Genuine Army, after serving for a year, a recruit may be promoted to a 1-star private. Privates are classified into 5 tiers, with the highest being 5-star, who can then ascend to the rank of 1-star soldier. The soldiers are categorized into 5 ranks, with the highest being 5 stars. Only a 5-star soldier can be promoted to a 1-star officer. This explains the incredulous expression that Liang Yi exhibited upon seeing Gu Chen's 5-star officer insignia. To Gu Chen, it was merely a military decoration, but for Liang Yi, it represented the arduous journey he had traversed over a decade in the military. The ranger recruit fell silent for a moment, his face a canvas of complex emotions. Had he truly just passed the assessment to become a 5-star officer? Was this real? The mage recruit chuckled. Could this possibly be false? What caliber of individual is General Ling? It is unlikely that an ordinary genius would catch his attention. Even a prodigy like Gu Chen has not been known to receive personal recognition from General Ling. In light of this comparison, the gazes of the new recruits shifted dramatically. Filled with awe, several even began to view that esteemed figure as their life's aspiration. Even the ranger recruit, who had been extolling Gu Chen, fell silent. In that moment, the mage recruit's heart swelled with immense satisfaction, as if he were the one being awarded the 5-star officer insignia. Look, while Gu Chen is formidable, he pales in comparison to that esteemed figure. How many individuals go through life without ever becoming an officer? That person's starting point has already surpassed the ultimate destination of the majority. Silence. No loud talking aboard the military train. At that moment, a tall, slender figure clad in a crisp uniform entered the carriage. The new recruits instinctively turned their gaze, deducing from the attire that this individual was the train conductor for their journey. The conductor bore no rank, yet enjoyed the privileges of an officer due to his role in operating the military train. Do not underestimate this. For ordinary soldiers, it represented a pinnacle of achievement. In an instant, the expressions of the recruits shifted dramatically as they sat up straight, eyes directed forward, silently observing. The conductor's keen gaze swept over the faces of the new recruits like that of a hawk, before he turned and moved toward the compartment. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, the conductor's tone transformed to one of utmost respect. Mr. Gu Chen, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Wu Feng, the conductor of this military train. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, the faces of the new recruits erupted with astonishment. Mr. Gu Chen? Their gazes instinctively turned toward the compartment. The door opened, and upon seeing Gu Chen, Conductor Wu Feng promptly explained, I have just received news that the foreign entities near the tundra wilderness are becoming restless. However, rest assured, the nearby town of Yuan's military has already been deployed, and I believe that by the time we arrive at the tundra wilderness, there should be no unforeseen incidents. Very well, thank you for your diligence. Conductor, Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. It is my duty. Mayor Liang Yi has instructed me to ensure that you have everything you need. Do not hesitate to reach out at any time. Wu Feng wished not to impose further on Gu Chen, uttering a few more words before taking his leave. Before exiting the carriage, he specifically reminded the group of new recruits to maintain decorum and not disturb Gu Chen's rest. In an instant, the recruits who had been discussing moments prior felt a surge of anxiety, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. The individual in the compartment was indeed Gu Chen? Did that mean he had overheard their earlier discourse? The expressions of several new recruits turned stiff. They had previously held the least regard for Gu Chen, never expecting that the very person was right beside them. The mage recruit who had just disparaged Gu Chen was now drenched in cold sweat. Was he sitting on pins and needles? Did he feel as though there were thorns prickling his back? If there had been a crevice in the floor of the carriage, he would have wished to burrow into it immediately. After waiting for a while, when no sound emanated from Gu Chen's compartment, the mage recruit's complexion began to return to normal. Perhaps out of curiosity, he leaned towards the ranger recruit beside him and whispered, Brother, we are on a military train. How could Gu Chen possibly be on board? The ranger shook his head in response. At that moment, he unexpectedly posed a question. Do you think it's possible that the great figure from the Genuine Army assessment is actually Gu Chen? The mage recruit scoffed. Don't be absurd. If that great figure were truly Gu Chen, he would at least be clad in military attire. The mage recruit paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. Chapter 105, New Skill, Enforced Submission. Gu Chen did not don a military uniform, for he merely sought a ride and was not accompanying the new recruits to the Genuine military base. After the train conductor departed, he closed the compartment door. Perhaps it was due to the earlier reprimand from the conductor, or perhaps they recognized that Gu Chen was present, but the new recruits outside ceased their fervent discussions. Gu Chen relished the tranquility. After emerging from the spider's lair, he had first visited the city lord's mansion and then participated in the Genuine military assessment. with scarcely a moment to open the treasure chest or the record-breaking gift box. Now, he finally had the time. You have opened a rare-level dungeon treasure chest. Acquired Spider Robe LV, 20 rare. Acquired Teleportation Scroll X1. Acquired Enhancement Stones X15. Acquired Energy Restoration Potions X10. The Spider Robe, splendid, indeed. At last, a piece of equipment suited for a magic-based profession has arrived. Spider Robe, quality, rare, level, LV. 20, class restriction, magic profession. Attributes, health 3000, spirit 200, effect. Wearing the Spider Robe grants spider sense, increasing evasion rate by 30, excellent. For a mage, an enhanced evasion rate is a valuable asset. However, for Chen, it is still insufficient. Currently, he is adorned in a level 10 priest set. Although its attributes are inferior to the level 20 equipment, the set effect allows for a single sacrifice, significantly enhancing the summoned creature's attributes. This is far more advantageous than merely augmenting attributes and a 30 evasion rate. He needed to devise a plan to seek out a renowned blacksmith, hoping to upgrade the priest set to level 20 or higher, though this priest set is classified as rare. It was a drop from the hell-level dungeon of the temple ruins, making it virtually unavailable on the market. Should it appear on the professional trading platform, it would undoubtedly be priceless. Yet, Chen hesitated to sell it. The set's effect was too powerful. If he could find a blacksmith to elevate its level, it would be ideal. He had heard that some master blacksmiths held high status and were not easily accessible. Even if one could engage them, prior appointments were necessary. Thus, he decided to consult Liang Yi for assistance in locating a blacksmith capable of enhancing the set's level. With this thought, Chen sent a message to Liang Yi, requesting help in finding a suitable blacksmith. Subsequently, he placed the seemingly less useful spider robe into his personal space, intending to sell it later. You have opened a rare-level record-breaking gift box, acquired skill book LV. 20, rare, a skill book? Another skill book? Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The gift box had proven to be a treasure trove, having already yielded several skill books. Skill book, enforce submission, level, 20, quality, rare, effect, establish a master-servant contract with alien creatures, allowing them to be summoned as minions. Note, the lower the alien creature's health, the weaker their resistance, and the higher the success rate of the contract. This is fortuitous. This skill has arrived at the perfect moment. Chen's face radiated joy, unable to suppress a broad smile. Initially, there existed a certain lack of confidence regarding the contract with the Dragon Clan, for the dragons, inherently proud, regarded humans as mere insects. The prospect of a dragon submitting to humanity seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, with the acquisition of the skill force submission, the situation transformed significantly. Should the dragons refuse to yield to humans, the solution lay in overwhelming them with force. The skill clearly indicated that the lower the life force of an alien creature, the weaker their resistance, thereby increasing the likelihood of a successful contract. While other practitioners attempted to negotiate contracts with dragons through demonstrations of strength, resource displays, persuasion, coercion, and inducements, they often exerted tremendous effort to no avail. In contrast, Chen's method was straightforward: fight relentlessly, and as long as the dragon was not slain, a contract would inevitably be established. It was remarkably simplistic yet effective. How could the summoner's skill be so formidable? In truth, it was primarily Chen's strength that made the difference. For summoners, forced submission is an essential skill, mastered by nearly all in the field. However, prior to this, no summoner had dared to confront dragons head-on. Chen was the first. Although he had yet to engage, he was already on the path to doing so. Subsequently, Chen claimed 2 portions of practitioner experience from the completion rewards, each amounting to 100,000, totaling 200,000 experience points. Level LV 21, 794,129 801500. He needed just over 7,000 experience points to reach level 22. Upon entering the second tier, progression became notably slow, largely due to Chen's previous engagement in a first-tier dungeon, where the experience gained was naturally insufficient for a second-tier practitioner. Nevertheless, the upcoming expedition to Dragon Call City would be more suited to Chen's level. After 5 years of continuous combat, the predominant presence in Dragon Call City consisted of second-tier alien creatures, with the occasional third-tier or higher being, though such encounters were exceedingly rare. Thus, Dragon Call City could essentially be regarded as a second-tier abyss, albeit one with heightened difficulty, as the inhabitants bore the bloodline of dragons. As Chen opened his treasure chest, the military train gradually set in motion, racing towards Dragon Call City. Upon exiting the city, the omnipresent gray mist obscured all visibility. casting a dim light within the carriage and creating an atmosphere of considerable tension. However, the new recruits remained undeterred, for they were aboard a military train powered by high-grade source crystals, achieving remarkable speed. Even elite level 20 alien creatures dared not obstruct the train, as the terrifying force of impact could easily shatter them to pieces. For hours later, the train entered the tundra wilderness, encountering some jolts along the way. Inside the carriage, the mage recruits gazed apprehensively out at the all-encompassing gray mist. They recalled the train conductor's earlier mention to Chen about the restlessness of the aliens in the tundra wilderness. Would they dare to attack the military train? Despite being a rare profession and having passed the assessments of the genuine army, the recruits, still inexperienced in the wilderness, could not help but feel anxious. However, they were reassured by the news received 2 hours prior. The aliens near the railway had already been dispersed by the genuine army. A portly middle-aged man approached from another compartment, soothing the newly recruited mage before addressing the seated individuals. "I am Su-Hai, the conductor of this military train. Rest assured, the train can reach speeds exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. Even the abyssal denizens would not dare to approach lightly. Furthermore, the train is equipped with weaponry systems, ensuring that should any hostile entities appear, we shall be prepared." Suddenly, an overwhelming force of inertia struck, catching everyone off guard. The conductor and the new recruits within the carriage leaned forward uncontrollably, as the piercing sound of emergency brakes echoed in their ears. With a screech, the train came to an abrupt halt, its speed plummeting. Fortunately, all occupants of the carriage were successful candidates who had passed their assessments, possessing attributes and combat capabilities above average, thus preventing significant casualties. However, a few individuals were nonetheless caught unawares, sustaining minor injuries. In an instant, the carriage was engulfed in a cacophony of chaos. Chapter 106. Mr. Chen, please do not exit the vehicle. The violent inertia left Chen feeling intensely uncomfortable as he stepped out of the compartment, only to be greeted by a chaotic scene within the carriage that caused his brow to furrow deeply. Outside the window, enormous silhouettes flickered ominously in the black mist, rushing towards them at an alarming speed. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from among the new recruits. What were those? The tundra giants? The rock-armored rhinos? The swamp beasts? Wasn't the genuine army supposed to have cleared the area? Why were there so many foreign entities emerging so suddenly? A few new recruits stared in horror at the scene obscured by the mist, their faces paling with fear. The conductor, Su-Hai, steadied himself and instinctively turned to look, his expression changing abruptly. There, amidst the gray fog, dozens of dark figures lay in wait, including several elite foreign beings, each at level 30. Although the military train traveled at great speed, a coordinated assault from multiple level 30 elites could easily bring it to a halt. Typically, foreign entities in the wilderness maintained their own territories and seldom gathered together. However, the current situation was clearly amiss. A group of new recruits trembled as they gazed out the window, wondering why they were decelerating. Accelerate! Break through the encirclement of the foreign entities. At that moment, red alarms blared on both sides of the carriage. The path ahead had been ravaged by the swamp beasts, rendering the train immobile. All personnel, prepare for battle, boomed the voice of the train conductor over the intercom. Su-Hai's brow knitted in distress. The road had indeed been compromised by the swamp beasts. This was clearly a premeditated attack by the foreign entities. The military train stood vulnerable in the wilderness, encircled by hostile beings. Should the rock-armored rhinos charge at the train, it would undoubtedly be overturned. As Chen made his way across the carriage, Su-Hai hurriedly stepped in front of him. "Mr. Chen, please remain still. The soldiers aboard have already mobilized, and the attack system will soon be activated. Everyone must maintain their composure." The last statement was directed towards the panicked new recruits. Soon after, a throng of soldiers armed with weapons rushed down from the train, and the sound of mechanical clicks echoed from the top of the carriage, indicating that the attack system was coming online. Su-Hai remained by Chen's side, cautious not to make any sudden movements. The train conductor had specifically instructed him to keep a close eye on Chen, a favored individual of the city lord of Wanqing. Any misstep could cost him his position. Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed outside. Through the mist, led by the level 30 tundra giant elite, massive dark figures surged forth as if a foreign army were launching an assault. The train's top erupted with a deafening roar as energy cannons automatically locked onto the nearest foreign entities, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Soldiers from the genuine army disembarked, engaging in a fierce battle with the surrounding foreign beings. These soldiers, classified as 3-star warriors, donned the standard issue gear of the genuine army, appearing almost invincible and exceptionally formidable. Under the leadership of several third-tier officers, the soldiers successfully repelled the initial wave of the invading foes. "Mr. Chen, the military train is not only equipped with weapons, but also fortified with a defense system. This is the safest place. You must not disembark." The conductor's voice resonated in Chen's ear. The urgency of his words stemmed from the brief chaos that ensued, as several eager new recruits within the carriage were rallying to disembark and engage the adversaries, including the ranger who had just praised Chen. With the soldiers of the Jinyuan army already engaging the enemy in fierce combat, they believed it was the opportune moment to assist. However, at that moment, a palpable tremor reverberated through the ground, and from the depths of the gray mist, massive shadows charged towards the military train. The new recruits turned pale at the sight. These were the rock-armored giants, each larger than a heavy-duty truck and all at the pinnacle of the second tier, with the lead being a level 30 elite. How could they possibly confront such foes? The highest level among them was merely 16, and to rush forth would be tantamount to seeking death. Observing this, Chen shook his head and proceeded towards the door. Suhai's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly blocked his path, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, it is far too perilous outside. Disembarking now would be an exceedingly unwise decision." In his view, despite Chen's reputation as a genius, he was still merely a newly transitioned fighter, at best a second tier, and could hardly withstand the onslaught of third-tier foes, especially with several elites among them. Chen pointed out the window, "Conductor, if you continue to obstruct me, those rock-armored giants will obliterate the military train." The conductor turned to look and was instantly struck with fear, his face paling. The soldiers of the Jinyuan army were embroiled in an intense struggle with the first wave of the tundra giants, while the military train stood wide open, vulnerable to the impending charge of the rock-armored giants. Do not underestimate these charges. They are the skills of the rock-armored giants. Once colliding with the train, the defense system cannot endure for long before disaster strikes. "Stop the rock-armored giants." A third-tier officer, a bloodthirsty warrior, bellowed, his aura surging forth as he brandished his sword and lunged at one of the giants. With a thunderous crash, the officer was sent flying, his body colliding with the train's surface, creating a massive dent. The sight left the new recruits within the carriage aghast. Chen said nothing further. He forcefully pushed past the conductor and stepped out of the carriage. Allowing those foes to destroy the military train would lead to dire consequences. Beside the door, the officer who had created the dent was just managing to rise. Upon seeing Chen step outside, he let out a thunderous shout, "Halt!" Chen turned to the sound, noticing the officer's tattered combat uniform bearing the insignia of a third lieutenant, the 3 stars stained with blood. A third lieutenant. Chen chose to disregard the warning, fixing his gaze upon the charging rock-armored giants, led by the level 30 elite, accompanied by others at the pinnacle of the second tier. Should the military convoy be destroyed, it is likely that all would perish in the wilderness. "Return at once." The officer bellowed at Chen, brandishing his longsword as he resolutely charged towards the group of rock-armored giant rhinos. While his bravery was commendable, such an act was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Even a third-tier blood warrior, unleashing his full might, would find it impossible to withstand the charge of the rock-armored giants. As a soldier, he had done his utmost. Even if he were to fall beneath the onslaught of the alien tribes, he would still strive to protect the military convoy and the new recruits behind him. At that moment, an unprecedented and formidable aura suddenly emanated from behind him. With no time to glance back, a fearsome figure, equal in ferocity to the rock-armored giant rhinos, surged past him, the violent gust of energy forcibly propelling him aside. The dark hunting dragon tortoise shot forth like a colossal projectile, crashing thunderously into the leading elite rock-armored giant rhino. Chapter 107, the highest military rank on the battlefield. A thunderous roar erupted, and the surrounding gray mist surged like tumultuous waves. At the center, the dark hunter dragon tortoise and the elite rock-armored rhinoceros were engulfed by a raging storm. The level 30 elite rock-armored rhinoceros emitted a mournful wail as its black horn was shattered by the dark hunter dragon tortoise's spiked shell, its imposing body toppling backward under the terrifying impact. Although the dark hunter dragon tortoise was of a lower level, upon reaching level 21, its constitution had soared to 408 points. Coupled with the 500 points provided by the unyielding black armor, its total constitution surged to an impressive 908 points. Consequently, the talent, Rebound Spike Armor, increased its damage reflection rate to 95.4, nearly reaching an astonishing 100. Thus, it could be said that the elite rock-armored rhinoceros sustained such severe damage during the collision primarily due to the repercussions of its own charge skill. Seizing the opportunity while the elite rock-armored rhinoceros lay on the ground, the dark hunter dragon tortoise extended its body from its spiked shell and unleashed a furious roar towards the throng of rock-armored rhinoceroses behind it. With a thunderous bellow, over 20 rock-armored rhinoceroses fell under the effect of taunting, their icy gazes transforming into a furious rage. They quickly redirected their aggression, abandoning their attack on the military formation to mount a frenzied assault against the dark hunter dragon tortoise. Undaunted, the dark hunter dragon tortoise's eyes sparkled with battle fervor. As its talents and skills activated simultaneously, every attack it endured enhanced its damage output by 10 and increased its attack speed by 1. Coupled with its nearly 100 damage reflection, its offensive capabilities utterly overwhelmed the alien horde. Inside the carriage, the new recruits gazed through the windows at the battle, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. Whose summoned creature is this? How can it be so terrifying? Is there any doubt? The answer is evident. Within the Chen army, there exists no summoner class. The sole summoner present is Chen. Su-hai stood within the carriage, overwhelmed by the discussions of the new recruits, his expression betraying an uncontrollable shock. How is this possible? This is Chen. Although he was already aware of Chen's prodigious talent, he never imagined that a student who had just transitioned to a new class less than 10 days ago could possess such formidable combat prowess. That was over 23rd-tier alien creatures. Even the officers of the Chen army could not contend with them. A mere summoned creature from Chen was able to hold them all at bay. This is utterly absurd. The ranger recruit who had previously praised Chen wore an expression of exhilaration, boasting to those around him, "Look, just one summoned creature from Chen is holding off over 23rd-tier aliens. His combat strength must be the strongest in this cohort." No arguments allowed. The mage recruit, though begrudgingly nodding in agreement, felt a sense of indignation. At that moment, the officer beside the carriage regained his composure, gazing at Chen with a complex expression. "Is that your summoned creature? I must admit, it is quite powerful. However, it is not your turn yet to risk your life. A talent like yours should not put themselves in peril. Only by surviving can you become an even more formidable practitioner. Go ahead, the military ranks are where you belong. Even if you must fight, it should be only after we veterans have perished." The officer's tone was resolute. Their mission was to ensure the safe arrival of all new recruits at the Chen military base. Should these foreign entities dare to assault the recruits, they would have to trample over their lifeless bodies. Indeed, commendable courage, yet the present circumstances do not warrant the sacrifice of your lives, Chen stated, retrieving a medal from his spatial pocket and fastening it to his chest before the officer. The officer was momentarily taken aback, his expression stiffening, instinctively rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The new recruits within the carriage also beheld the medal, their faces frozen in shock, utterly astonished. The most stunned among them was the mage recruit, who had always held skepticism toward Chen. Unfazed by the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes, Chen calmly addressed the officer. "Leave this to me. You may return to your post." A medal of honor. Furthermore, a 5-star rank, the highest military title without exception. This meant that upon donning the medal, Chen assumed command over all personnel present, acquiring the utmost authority in this battle. "Yes, Commander." After a brief moment of astonishment, the officer swiftly regained his composure and saluted Chen with a precise military gesture. No explanation was necessary. A 5-star rank was not merely a title, but a symbol of combat prowess within the Chen military. The attainment of this medal unequivocally demonstrated that Chen's capabilities surpassed all present. Chen turned to the new recruits in the carriage and instructed, "Remain here. I shall deal with those foreign entities." With that, he stepped forward into the thin veil of gray mist. Inside the carriage, the conductor Su-hai appeared petrified, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The surrounding new recruits exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of disbelief. Particularly the mage recruit who had previously extolled the prowess of the top candidate during the assessments, now appeared dazed, as if his worldview had been shattered. Such a young recipient of a 5-star rank could only be matched by one individual in the entire Eastern Military District. The extraordinary candidate who single-handedly vanquished 10 elite foreign entities during the Chen military assessments just yesterday. To think, Chen was that remarkable individual. The expressions of the recruits were a tapestry of emotions, each face reflecting a myriad of sentiments. They had just spent considerable time debating the superiority between Chen and the esteemed candidate, only to discover they were one and the same. Unbelievable. All of them had undergone 9 years of professional training. How could Chen excel to such an extraordinary extent? At this moment, within the gray mist, dozens of figures engaged in a frenzied assault, the battle raging fiercely. The dark-hunting dragon turtle found itself besieged by the rock-armored giant rhinoceros, retaliating with ferocity, relying on its innate talents and skills. Despite its formidable physique and defenses, its vitality was depleting rapidly. After all, it was besieged by a cohort of 30-level alien creatures, presenting not only a disparity in levels but also an overwhelming difference in numbers. Even if each rock-armored giant rhinoceros could inflict a mere 10,000 points of damage, the collective assault of over 20 simultaneously unleashed a terrifying level of destruction. Within mere moments, the health of the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle plummeted below the 50% threshold, and it continued to decline at an alarming rate. At that instant, without any command from Chen, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle unleashed a furious roar. awakening the latent power of its bloodline. Dragon blood boiling. When health falls below 30, defense increases by 300, and health recovery speed enhances by 300. The dormant dragon blood power within the dark hunter dragon turtle erupted with a thunderous force. Its body expanded dramatically, and dense, hard dragon scales sprouted all over. While its spiked armor became even more formidable and razor-sharp, its health began to visibly recover. With a deafening roar, the dark hunter dragon turtle's cry seemed interwoven with echoes of dragon's song, reverberating through the air. After enduring such relentless attacks, its attack speed and damage had escalated to an extraordinarily terrifying degree. Its gaze fixed upon the elite rock-armored giant rhinoceros before it. With a sudden, powerful motion of its forelimbs, its claws gleamed menacingly like the scythe of death, striking forward with lethal intent. With a swift slash, the intersecting claws instantly severed the neck of the elite rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Its head, bearing a broken horn, tumbled to the ground, and its massive body collapsed heavily beside it. Kill rock-armored giant rhinoceros elite LV. 30, experience 39, 200 chapter 108. I remember you, the elite rock-armored giant rhino fell. Yet the 20 or so surrounding alien creatures exhibited no sign of fear. Rather, they launched an even more ferocious offensive. The dark-hunting dragon tortoise, undeterred, awakened the dragon blood lying dormant within, enabling it to single-handedly confront these third-tier alien beings without losing ground. With substantial enhancements to its damage and attack speed, the rock-armored giant rhino's formidable form was rendered as fragile as paper, its flesh torn apart by the dragon tortoise's razor-sharp claws, toppling one after another to the ground. Meanwhile, the Jinyuan army appeared to be faltering. Gu Chen's gaze pierced through the murky haze, revealing the silhouettes of several tundra giants surrounding a squad of Jinyuan soldiers completely. Initially, both sides engaged in fierce combat, struggling to gain the upper hand. Several officers coordinated their efforts, successfully slaying an elite tundra giant and 3 others. However, this was the tundra wilderness, the domain of the tundra giants. As more and more giants joined the fray, the Jinyuan army gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. If this continued, once these soldiers perished, the next target would be the military formation. Without hesitation, Gu Chen summoned the chaos primordial spirit. A shadow, akin to swirling black mist, flickered through the gray fog, swiftly appearing amidst the throng of tundra giants, surrounded by the alien entities. The chaos primordial spirit exhibited no hesitation and unleashed a group attack skill, Ultimate Ruins. A dark golden radiance emanated from the chaos primordial spirit, forming a vortex-like chaotic domain that enveloped the surrounding tundra giants and Jinyuan soldiers alike. Within this domain, tendrils of dark golden light extended, pulling alien creatures outside the skill's range towards the center of the vortex. Simultaneously, the potent chaotic force erupted within the area, inflicting significant continuous damage upon all targets contained within. Although the Jinyuan soldiers were also caught within the skill's range, they were not regarded as targets by the chaos primordial spirit, thus they were spared from any harm. The tundra giants, ensnared by the dark golden chaotic energy, were drawn toward the vortex's center, alleviating the pressure on the Jinyuan soldiers, who gazed incredulously at the shadowy figure hovering above. Summoned Beast, Chaos Primordial Spirit, Level, LV. 21. While the officer's insignia possessed a shielding function to prevent accidental harm, Gu Chen nonetheless revealed the name and level of the summoned beast. This is a summoned beast? Where did the summoner come from? Could it be one of these new recruits? Incredible, such power. A single summoned beast has managed to restrain over 10 tundra giants. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and eliminate them. The officer, realizing the urgency, immediately commanded the Jinyuan soldiers to counterattack. Just then, the surrounding gray mist surged violently, and a colossal figure suddenly charged onto the battlefield. Another elite tundra giant. Compared to the surrounding alien creatures, this elite entity emanated a far more immense and potent aura, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn it, these aliens seem endless. The officer's brows furrowed deeply, the long blade in his hand now dulled from relentless combat. If the tundra giants were allowed to ceaselessly enter the battlefield, all the soldiers would inevitably perish from exhaustion. At this moment, Gu Chen also discerned the underlying issue. After the dark hunter dragon tortoise had vanquished all the rock-armored behemoths, a multitude of mire beasts emerged from the earth. While they were not particularly formidable, they proved to be quite troublesome to eliminate. The state of these alien creatures was amiss. They were clearly under some form of compulsion, indicating that a puppet master lurked nearby. Gu Chen approached the officer who had been at his side. Commander, do you have a plan? The officer inquired hastily. You all continue to deal with the tundra giants. I shall unearth the puppeteer, Gu Chen replied. But with just us soldiers, we cannot possibly withstand such a multitude of alien foes. Fear not, I will leave 2 summoned beasts here, Gu Chen assured him. Ah? A look of astonishment crossed the officer's face. If you leave your summoned beast here, won't you be putting yourself in danger? In his eyes, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise and the chaotic primordial spirit were not only capable of engaging foes of higher rank, but could also face numerous adversaries alone. They were undoubtedly Gu Chen's most powerful summoned beasts. This was the wilderness. A summoner venturing deep into it without their summoned beast was akin to courting death. It matters not. You merely need to maintain the formation, Gu Chen stated with resolute confidence. Seeing this, the officer refrained from further questioning, springing into action to strike a tundra giant ahead with his blade. The higher-ups had issued their orders. He would follow them without hesitation. Gu Chen set forth, his gaze fixed upon the direction from which the alien creatures had come. Bloodlord, locate the puppeteer. In the next moment, a tall figure cloaked in black robes materialized beside him. The Bloodlord unleashed a piercing roar into the depths of the gray mist, the sound waves dense and sharp, sending ripples that expanded throughout the fog. Moments later, those crimson eyes locked onto a specific point within the gray mist, as if they had already pinpointed a certain presence. Have you found it? Lead the way. Though the gray mist of the wilderness obscured vision for the Bloodlord, even with closed eyes, it could perceive all that transpired in its surroundings with clarity. This was not merely a skill, it was an innate talent, bloodline instinct. I recall that summoners possess a skill that allows them to gain mental feedback from their summoned beasts. If I were to learn that skill, I could obtain vision through the Bloodlord's mental probing in the gray mist. If an opportunity arose, I must strive to acquire that skill for mental sharing. Gu Chen stealthily followed the Bloodlord through the gray mist and soon discerned a peculiar figure within its depths. However, the instant Gu Chen caught sight of this figure, it seemed to sense his presence, promptly turning to flee. Thinking of escaping? Too late. There was no urgency in Gu Chen's tone. Simultaneously, the Bloodlord vanished from his original position as if teleporting. The strange figure fled without a glance back, but after only a few strides, it suddenly halted. Amidst the dense gray mist, a stark and imposing shadow emerged unexpectedly, its two crimson eyes radiating an otherworldly glow that instilled a profound sense of dread upon his visage. Could it be a human? Gu Chen approached, peering through the thin veil of fog, only to discover that the enigmatic silhouette was a diminutive, hunchbacked man. The man's face bore peculiar black markings, resembling a form of tattoo, and his pallid complexion contrasted sharply with his icy gaze, which lingered upon the Blood Clan Lord for a moment before shifting to Gu Chen, who stood not far away. You possess an astute perception to have detected my presence, the hunchbacked man remarked. With that, he pressed his hands upon the ground and abruptly yanked upward. Suddenly, the earth erupted, revealing 4 level 30 swamp beasts that emerged from the depths. These creatures, cloaked in formidable scales, bore a resemblance to crocodiles, yet were larger in stature, standing upright like humans on their hind legs. With fierce glints in their eyes, the 4 swamp beasts shielded the hunchbacked man, unleashing deep, resonant growls directed at Gu Chen and the Blood Clan Lord. The hunchbacked man regarded Gu Chen, a cruel smile flickering across his pale face. Summoner, I shall remember you, and I will seek you out. With that proclamation, he abandoned the 4 swamp beasts and retreated into the depths of the mist. Chapter 109. Every magic class has a heart for melee combat. As the hunchbacked man finished speaking, a glimmer of coldness erupted in Gu Chen's eyes. Had he been targeted? Would there be retaliation in the future? This was something he could not tolerate. There is only 1,000 days for a thief. How could there be 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves? Are you so confident? Can you escape? Gu Chen coldly exclaimed, immediately activating the effect of the media cloak to cast the skill of the Chaos Primordial Spirit. Chaos Bind, a shadow shot from his hand, merging into the gray mist, and in an instant, it landed upon the hunchbacked man, ensnaring him in place. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen pursued. 4 marsh beasts roared and charged forward to obstruct his path. In a flash, the Blood Clan Lord appeared, conjuring 2 identical mirrors beside him, which engaged the 4 marsh beasts. Although the mirrors possessed only 80 of the original's power, they were still legendary summoned beasts, equally matched against their foes. The Blood Clan Lord followed Gu Chen deeper into the mist. At this moment, the hunchbacked man was filled with dread. Not only was he immobilized, but he could also distinctly sense the 2 presences drawing nearer behind him. He could not fathom why, having targeted the Jinyuan army's convoy, he had provoked such a formidable summoner. Though the wilderness was shrouded in mist, limiting visibility, he could see clearly that the man was not in military attire. Could he, then, not be one of the Jinyuan army? Indeed, how could the Jinyuan army possibly have a summoner? With this thought, the hunchbacked man quickly turned and shouted, "Brother, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Gu Chen had already appeared before him. The sound of rushing air filled his ears, and he could vaguely see a heavy black iron hammer descending upon him with the force of a mountain. Wait, a hammer? Wasn't that man a summoner? The hunchbacked man's mind went blank, unable to escape, leaving him no choice but to assume a defensive posture as a gleaming white shield materialized before him. Bang! The shield shattered under the violent impact, and the hammer continued its relentless descent, crashing down upon the hunchbacked man with devastating force. A scream escaped his lips as he felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed train. The immense power sent him flying, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. His arms were broken, flesh mangled, and even his internal organs felt as though they had been carved by a knife. What nonsense is this? A summoner is a magic class. Why wield a melee weapon like a heavy hammer? The hunchbacked man's eyes widened in terror as his health plummeted. Am I to hammer you? Chen, wielding a heavy hammer and wearing a faintly amused smile, approached the hunchbacked man. Every magic class harbors a heart for melee combat. Previously, while battling the alien races in the abyss, he had refrained from overstepping, allowing his summoned beasts to handle the fighting. But now, it was a matter of vengeance. And he could not refrain from taking action himself. The heavy hammer was acquired previously in the depths of the abyss, its attributes rather unremarkable, rendering it unsellable. Thus it remained in his personal space. Although magic-oriented classes are not precluded from wielding melee weapons, they are unable to benefit from the equipment's inherent attributes and effects. In the hands of Chen, the exquisite heavy hammer bore no distinction from a mere iron mallet. However, with Chen's current strength of 627, surpassing even that of a level 35 warrior, wielding an iron hammer would still inflict unimaginable devastation. Chen crouched down, swiftly removing the concealed emblem from the hunchbacked man's garment, causing the latter's information to materialize before him. Class: Beast Tamer. Level: LV 25. Attributes: Strength 232, Agility 220. Constitution 243, Spirit 384, Skill I, Mastery of Beasts, Skill 2, Commanding Other Beasts, Skill 3, Beast Rampage, the Beast Tamer, a rare class. Had the audacity to act with such arrogance in the wilderness at level 25. Was this an invitation to death? With such meager abilities, he dared to threaten me? I ponder whether I should hammer you to oblivion or simply end your existence. A palpable aura of malice seeped from Chen's words. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked man's face contorted in terror, perceiving the individual before him as nothing short of insane. Which magic class employs a heavy hammer as a weapon? Was he destined to perish at the hands of this lunatic? Suddenly, the surrounding mist swirled ominously, and a deep, gravelly voice resonated from all directions. Young brother, where does such intense murderous intent stem from at such a tender age? Spare this beast tamer, and consider it a favor to our abyssal temple, will you? The abyssal temple? Chen was unfamiliar with it. Nevertheless, he turned his gaze toward the hunchbacked man, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. So, you belong to the abyssal temple. You ought to have mentioned it earlier. Seeing this, the hunchbacked man's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Brother, there must be some misunderstanding between us. But in that instant, the heavy hammer descended with a thunderous crash, plunging the hunchbacked man into darkness as his skull was crushed into a pulp. Chen flicked the red and white remnants off the hammer, surveying the desolate mist with an indifferent smile. My apologies. I was unaware of your abyssal temple. It seems I inadvertently faltered and marred your dignity. Surely, you will choose to forgive me? You seek death. The deep, gravelly voice brimmed with fury. Why not come and kill me then? Chen remained unperturbed. Yet, after a moment's wait, the mist yielded no response, not a shadow nor a ripple of skill manifested. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen's eyes, logically. After he dispatched the hunchbacked man, the self-proclaimed member of the abyssal temple would surely emerge to exact vengeance. However, after a minute or two, not a soul appeared. Was the abyssal temple so timid? Ah, it appears I have not frightened you. In light of your modest bravery, I shall spare your life today. Young one, the mountain may not shift, but the waters will flow. We shall meet again. Attempting to leave? Too late. The reason for the prolonged wait was merely to buy time, allowing the Blood Lord to locate the position of that individual. Had the adversary departed at the outset, their whereabouts would have remained elusive. However, it is now too late. In an instant, the Blood Lord's figure flickered, leaving behind a mere shadow as he surged into the mist, unleashing a torrent of bullets from his twin pistols, each round cascading like a tempest towards a specific area shrouded in fog. The mist churned violently, accompanied by muffled groans, and soon after, a dark figure leaped forth from the haze. Die! Chen bellowed, and the Blood Lord unleashed his powers, a flurry of brilliant silver bullets speeding forth, striking the shadow with the swiftness of lightning. The earlier barrage was merely a tactic to force the enemy into the open. Now, this skill was the true lethal blow. Chapter 110. What use is a minor character? Upon being struck by the skill, the shadow emitted a pained cry, followed by a cacophony of metal clashing. The gray mist dispersed, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his features obscured by shadows. Chen observed him closely, however. Due to the man's shielding equipment, his information remained concealed. Judging by his gear, he was likely a warrior or swordsman. Though the armor absorbed most of the damage from the skill, it bore significant cracks and signs of severe destruction. The man collapsed onto the ground. His complexion pale and breathing labored. As Chen approached, the man quickly donned a facade of insincere benevolence. "Little brother, please don't be hasty. Your grievances with that beastmaster have nothing to do with me. I merely took a job with the Abyssal Temple. How about this? I can offer you an epic piece of equipment as compensation, and even bow to you. Just consider me insignificant and let me go, all right?" Upon hearing about the epic equipment, Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "What is it? Show me." The man wore an awkward smile, scratching his head. "Well, the equipment isn't with me at the moment." Noticing the chill in Chen's gaze, the man trembled and quickly amended, "Little brother, let us talk this over. The equipment is guarded by the Abyssal Temple members at a nearby stronghold. I can take you there. What exactly is it?" The epic equipment is a reproduction ring. This ring can replicate the innate ability of an allied unit and apply it to the user. Replicate an allied unit's ability? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen's eyes as he pressed. "How far is it?" The man's face brightened with a hint of hope as he pointed into the mist. "Not far. If you follow this direction for about 10 kilometers, you'll reach the Abyssal Temple's stronghold. The Beastmaster you just killed was one of their followers, and he orchestrated the attack on the military convoy to create chaos and lure the nearby Jinyuan army into a trap." Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man. "What is your role in the Abyssal Temple?" The man hesitated, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. "I'm just a minor character. A mere worker for the Abyssal Temple. None of this concerns me." Impatience flickered in Chen's gaze. He wasted no words and activated the effect of the medium cloak. Dimensional assassination. Before the man could comprehend the situation, his body shuddered violently as the light of life swiftly extinguished from his eyes. "Since you are merely a minor character, what purpose do you serve? Rest in peace." Although the true nature of the Abyssal Temple remained a mystery, those bold enough to attack the Jinyuan military convoy were undoubtedly not benign. Before his transmigration, such individuals would be labeled terrorists, deserving of eradication. Human nature is exceedingly complex. Chen found no need for further inquiry. It is always prudent to eliminate the root of the problem, is it not? After all, that man had already seen his face, and behind him loomed a terrifying organization. If one is not afraid of thieves, should one not be wary of their lingering intentions? Upon stripping the concealed emblem from the man, his information was unveiled, a level 30 phantom swordsman. A pauper. He dropped a plethora of equipment, the most exceptional being a rare-grade katana. Yet, he was still weaker than a level 25 beastmaster. At least, he had dropped an epic spellbook. While Chen organized his spoils, the Bloodlord was not idle. He transformed the 2 corpses on the ground into Bloodline descendants. Among them, the phantom swordsman, being a level 30 professional, was converted into a level 30 Bloodline descendant, consuming 5,000 life points in the process, although the expenditure was somewhat higher than before. The self-destruct damage was also significantly enhanced, reaching a staggering 10,000 points. Third tier indeed has its advantages. After waiting a while in place, 2 mirrors approached, accompanied by 4 mud beasts that had been transformed into Bloodline descendants. All 4 Bloodline mud beasts were 3rd tier, and with the Bloodline phantom swordsman, a single self-destruct could yield 50,000 damage. Do not underestimate this damage. Humans are not elite foreign races or bosses and do not possess health point enhancements. Apart from the tank class, 3rd-tier professionals rarely exceed 50,000 health points, mainly relying on high-quality equipment to bolster their defenses. Chen and the Bloodlord traversed the black mist, heading towards the direction indicated by the phantom swordsman. Regardless of whether that man spoke the truth or not, they would soon discover the reality. As they journeyed through the wilderness, they found no signs of facilities resembling the Abyssal Temple stronghold. He remained patient, continuing for a while longer, yet still found nothing. It seemed that the phantom swordsman had deceived him. His death was well-deserved. Cursing under his breath, Chen turned back. Just then, a shadow darted swiftly from the gray mist behind him. An arrow, as dark as ink, soared through the air like a bolt of black lightning, aimed directly at the back of Chen's heart. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He made no move and activated his skill. Swap. In an instant, his figure was replaced by a Bloodline mud beast, narrowly evading the imminent attack. At his original location, the Bloodline mud beast was struck by the dark arrow as soon as it materialized. The arrow, like a shadow, smoothly penetrated the mud beast's body. A howl of despair echoed across the wilderness as the skill's damage erupted, and the grotesque form of the Bloodline mud beast was reduced to a pool of foul blood. Annihilation of the corpse. Damn it, he managed to evade. Somewhere within the gray mist, a shadowy ranger cloaked in black expressed his unwillingness. just as he prepared to retreat. A sudden chilling laugh rang out behind him. "Finally found you. You certainly know how to hide." "Who?" The Shadow Ranger trembled, his face etched with horror. He quickly drew a spare arrow, turning away without hesitation, and thrust it backward. The air emitted a sharp, explosive sound, missing any target. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to witness a series of silver flashes striking him like lightning, crackling against his body. The Shadow Ranger's attire was composed of black leather armor, of excellent quality. Yet it proved utterly inadequate against skill damage. In a mere breath, 30% of his health was depleted. A look of terror spread across the Shadow Ranger's face as he fled in panic, devoid of any will to resist. This piece of leather armor was of epic grade, and yet it had lost him 30% of his health. It was unfathomable how terrifying the true damage of this skill must be. Just then, Chen raised his hand and unleashed a chaotic shadow, instantly ensnaring the opponent in place. He then advanced through the thin gray mist, arriving beside the Shadow Ranger. And without uttering a word, he swung his heavy hammer, mercilessly shattering the Ranger's leg bone. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed. The Shadow Ranger, who had just pleaded for mercy, transformed his words into a heart-wrenching scream, the excruciating pain contorting his features grotesquely. Chapter 111, The Replica Ring. Werewolf talent, a piercing scream echoed, abruptly silenced the next moment. The Blood Lord seized the Shadow Ranger by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with a slight press of his palm. The Shadow Ranger's face turned a grotesque shade of purple from asphyxiation, his hands desperately clawing at the Blood Lord's iron-like fingers in a futile attempt to pry them away. Yet, all efforts were in vain. Chen stepped forward, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Where is the replica ring?" The Shadow Ranger pointed without hesitation towards the place he had previously occupied, the underground cavern. In an instant, the Blood Lord exerted pressure with his fingers, severing the Shadow Ranger's head from his body. Removing the concealment emblem revealed the identity of the fallen, a level 30 ranger. Although the Shadow Ranger was renowned as a rare profession, he was limited to ranged attacks. Once engaged in close quarters, his fate was sealed. Not even the legendary Bloodlord or an epic dark hunter dragon tortoise could save him from demise. The Bloodlord transformed the Shadow Ranger's corpse into a third-tier Bloodline descendant. After Chen collected a few pieces of equipment, he led a group of Bloodline descendants to the desolate area indicated by the Shadow Ranger. The underground cavern? Several Bloodline descendants began searching the ground and soon discovered a mechanism-like device. Upon activation, an entrance to a 2-meter square cavern appeared before Chen, shrouded in darkness, obscuring its contents. As Chen instinctively approached, a foul, putrid odor wafted from the cavern entrance, causing him to hesitate. Not only did he detect the stench, but he also faintly heard a low, thunderous growl emanating from the abyss. Damn it, that Shadow Ranger must have been deceiving him. The abyssal shrine harbored nothing good. They all deserved to perish. Just as he was about to turn away, faint rustling sounds emerged from the depths of the cavern. After a few breaths, the noise subsided, only to be replaced by a deafening roar, akin to a beast preparing for an attack. A massive shadow erupted from the cavern entrance, moving with astonishing speed, rendering its form nearly indistinguishable. Chen immediately commanded the Bloodlord to attack, bullets carving through the gray mist in a torrent of steel, aimed at the shadow. However, the figure burst forth with newfound speed, effortlessly evading all projectiles with a series of agile leaps. It then landed atop a 3-meter-high rock, the thin gray mist swirling around it, finally revealing its form. A humanoid wolf. What in the world? It resembled a werewolf, towering over 2 meters, its thick black fur cloaked its body, shoulders broad and muscles taut, radiating primal ferocity and raw power. Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had merely sought the replica ring, yet a werewolf had emerged instead. Moreover, this creature bore a concealment emblem, rendering its information invisible. It is indeed peculiar. This is the first time I have encountered a foreign entity adorned with a concealed emblem. The Bloodlord stood resolutely before Chen, confronting the werewolf. And in its eyes, there flickered a chilling, murderous intent akin to encountering a natural enemy. At a single command, 7 Bloodline descendants surged forth. The werewolf moved with remarkable speed, yet the Bloodline descendants matched its pace. After a series of intense skirmishes, the 7 descendants quickly formed a surrounding formation, effectively cutting off all escape routes for the werewolf. This spectacle was precisely what Chen had envisioned. With a mere thought, the 7 Bloodline descendants detonated themselves beside the werewolf. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion swept away vast clouds of mist, and the blood flame surged, completely engulfing the werewolf's form. Soon, the explosion subsided. The werewolf was grievously wounded, its body mangled and bloodied. Although its health bar had not been entirely depleted, it was left severely diminished. At this moment, disbelief and fear flickered in the werewolf's deep blue eyes. Please, don't kill me, it pleaded. Its mouth filled with sharp fangs producing an unexpectedly clear human voice. Gu Chen's gaze remained icy, devoid of any compassion. At the very instant the werewolf begged for mercy. The Blood Lord radiated a crimson glow, and a powerful energy storm erupted from its being, immediately sweeping towards the werewolf. Crimson Feast, boom. The skill unleashed its damage. And the werewolf's towering form was violently torn apart, blood erupting from its entire body. In the blink of an eye, its health bar was entirely emptied. With no need for a second damage assessment, the immense form collapsed heavily to the ground. It was dead. The combined force of the 7 Bloodline descendant self-detonations in the first strike of Crimson Feast had dealt approximately 15,000 damage. How could a werewolf suddenly appear? As Gu Chen pondered this, the lifeless body of the werewolf began to transform. Its towering stature rapidly diminished, and its dark skin swiftly lightened, revealing the corpse of a human man before Gu Chen's eyes. Simultaneously, a radiant glow erupted, and several pieces of equipment and items scattered forth. Could it be that he was merely human? Gu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. A shape-shifting practitioner? Could this individual be a druid? Curiosity flickered in Gu Chen's gaze as he examined the corpse. Once a practitioner meets their demise, their items and equipment lose their energy supply, thereby losing their potency. The information from the corpse revealed that it was neither a druid nor a demon hunter, professions capable of transformation. Instead, it belonged to a level 25 monk, utterly unremarkable. A transforming monk? That was unheard of. A look of confusion crossed Gu Chen's face as he instinctively glanced towards the ground. His expression suddenly froze. Among the scattered equipment, one item emitted a golden glow. Golden. That was the hallmark of an epic grade. Could it be? A sudden elation erupted on Gu Chen's face. Was it possible that the ghost swordsman had not deceived him after all? He leaned in for a closer inspection. Replica ring. Quality. Epic. Level. LV. 20. Class restriction. None. Attribute. Spirit 600. Effect. Replicates an ally's talent and bestows it upon the user. Current talent. Nightwolf Bloodline. Rare. Note. Each talent change requires a cooldown period of 24 hours. Fortune truly favors me. Gu Chen exclaimed with unrestrained joy as he picked up the epic ring and adorned it on his finger. The most immediate sensation was a surge of 600 points in spirit, bringing an unprecedented clarity and refreshment to his mind. A replica ring, capable of mirroring an ally's talent. This equipment is undeniably tailored for summoners. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen erased the Nightwolf Bloodline talent from the ring. Rare level? What a trivial talent. He possessed 3 legendary summons and 1 epic summon. Merely replicating any of their talents would result in an explosive enhancement to his combat prowess. However, a question arose. Could this epic replica ring indeed replicate legendary talents? Chapter 112. The Abyssal Temple, a resurgence of ashes. The answer is affirmative. The effect of the replica ring is to duplicate the innate talent of a friendly unit, without any restrictions on the quality of the talent, much like the medium cloak. It remains uncertain whether a master blacksmith can be found to forge the medium cloak and the replica ring into a cohesive set, which would be ideal. After sending a message to Liang Yi during the march, he received a prompt reply, indicating that upon his next return to Wan City, a master blacksmith could be arranged. There is no need for appointments or queues, and the blacksmith would prioritize crafting equipment for him, setting aside other tasks. This is indeed a privilege. Previously, he resented the privileged class solely because he was unable to partake in such benefits. Now, however, he finds it quite delightful. After eliminating the night werewolf talent from the ring, it entered a cooldown state, requiring a full 24 hours before a new talent could be replicated. Gu Chen, accompanied by the Blood Lord and 2 mirrors, began to retrace his steps. Upon returning to the location of the military train, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle and the chaotic primordial spirit awaited them. Following the elimination of that beast tamer, the source of the alien threat was severed, leaving the remaining foes devoid of their frenzied state and significantly weakened. The 2 summoned beasts did not exert much effort, easily dispatching the remaining alien entities, and the conflict swiftly subsided with minimal casualties. The soldiers outside the military train were regrouping, while several priest-class soldiers tended to the wounded. The earlier 3-star lieutenant stood anxiously beside the train, awaiting news. Upon seeing Gu Chen emerge from the mist, his spirits lifted, and he hurried forward to salute. Sir, have you dealt with the mastermind behind this? Indeed, Gu Chen affirmed, retracting the officer's insignia from his chest. There were 3 individuals who claimed to be from the Abyssal Temple. The Abyssal Temple? The officer's expression shifted, his brow furrowing in concern. It seems you are familiar with this faction. Pray, elaborate. Certainly, the officer replied. In essence, the individuals associated with the Abyssal Temple are nearly all lunatics. They venerate the Abyss, regarding its emergence as a divine miracle, and even worship the abyssal beings as deities. The most reprehensible aspect is that the Abyssal Temple has covertly recruited many professionals as followers, indoctrinating them and inciting them to murder other professionals indiscriminately. The incident today, involving the ambush on the military train, is not an isolated occurrence. Given that the Jinyuan army guards the abyss, those from the Abyssal Temple harbor an intense hatred towards us. Oh, what is the reason for this? Gu Chen inquired. Those who join the Abyssal Temple have been thoroughly brainwashed, believing that the appearance of the abyss is a divine sign. While the actions of the Jinyuan army obstruct the arrival of their deities, they kill professionals within the abyss, attack military trains, and even assault the Jinyuan army's outposts in the wilderness, all in anticipation of the descent of their abyssal gods. They are fervently convinced that by causing more deaths within the abyss, they can expedite the arrival of the abyss into our world. Such audacity! The Abyssal Temple? Is this not a quintessential terrorist organization? Gu Chen's face revealed a look of astonishment. Could it be that the Divine Summer Empire is indifferent? The officer shook his head. How could they possibly be indifferent? The Abyssal Temple had been deemed heretical by the Empire a decade ago, and the military had initiated a covert operation that delivered a devastating blow to the 34 strongholds of the Abyssal Temple within the Empire's borders. Since then, the Abyssal Temple had vanished from the Empire, and the speed of the Abyssal incursions had been effectively curtailed. However, in the past 2 years, signs of this force's resurgence had begun to emerge. Nodding slightly, Gu Chen recalled all his summoned beasts. Since the Abyssal Temple had been classified as heretical by the Divine Summer Empire, it was essentially doomed. Such trivial disturbances need not be overly concerned about. He then walked towards the train. The moment he stepped into the carriage, all the new recruits turned their gaze towards him. A profound silence enveloped the room, as if a pin dropping could be heard. In every pair of eyes, there was an unmistakable blend of tension and admiration, as though Gu Chen were not their peer, but rather an esteemed figure of great renown. After Gu Chen entered the compartment, the new recruits exchanged glances, and it was only when the military train resumed its journey that they began to whisper amongst themselves. Gu Chen's combat prowess was truly terrifying. Had it not been for him, they likely would have perished under the assault of the alien forces. It was no wonder he had become a paragon of assessment. It seemed that slaying 10 elite alien foes during the trials was not even his limit. Should we go over and become acquainted? After all, he is a 5-star lieutenant. Perhaps that is too ambitious. In the Jinyuan army, strength is paramount. Lacking sufficient combat ability, even the endorsement of an officer would be futile. The recruits exchanged their thoughts, reminiscing about how effortlessly Gu Chen had thwarted the alien offensive, and their faces glowed with admiration. I have made a decision. My life goal henceforth is to emulate Gu Chen. If you wish to avoid hardship, I advise you to call for an officer. Meanwhile, Chief Steward Su Hai watched Gu Chen enter the compartment, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Recalling the earlier scene of the alien assault on the military train, he still felt a shiver of fear. Such an intense crisis had been effortlessly resolved by Gu Chen. No wonder he achieved the rank of 5-star lieutenant at such a young age. His future is limitless. Upon returning to the compartment, Gu Chen organized the equipment dropped by the 3 professionals he had slain. Aside from the replica ring, the most notable item was an epic spellbook dropped by the Beastmaster. Its attributes were striking. It increased mental power by 560 points, enhanced damage by 30, and upon equipping, it could elevate the user's skills by 1 level. Regrettably, it was exclusive to the Beastmaster class, and as Gu Chen was a summoner, he could not utilize it and would have to store it for future sale. The other equipment was unremarkable, and he chose not to waste further time on it. The military train sped through the wilderness, with half the distance to Longin City still remaining. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Gubei City, within the War King's estate, a noble youth clad in a white uniform wielded a long spear as the fierce wind swept through the courtyard, stirring the grass. The tip of the spear sliced through the air, reminiscent of a fleeting shadow, exuding an astonishing aura. Indeed, it was unexpected that Sire, upon his return from the prestigious academy in the capital, had ascended to the rank of a second-tier professional. Such talent was nearly unparalleled among his peers. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Gu Qifeng, adorned in splendid attire, gazed on with a sense of deep satisfaction. Beside him, Qin Yun nodded with a smile, her beautiful eyes brimming with pride and affection. This was her son, far surpassing Gu Chen by countless measures. After a few breaths, Gu Xi sheathed his spear and joyfully approached the couple. Father, mother, have you given any thought to my journey to Longin City? Gu Xi inquired, his face alight with hope. Chapter 113. The command of 5,000 iron floating towers. Gu Xi was determined to venture into dragon-inviting city. On the very day of his return to the Northern Territory, he shared this aspiration with Gu Qifeng and Qin Yun. Having ascended to level 20 in the prestigious examination of the capital's academy, he now stood as a dragon knight, having attained the ability to command dragonkind. For him, the paramount task was to subdue a dragon before the academy commenced, ensuring that upon his admission, he would undoubtedly overshadow 99% of his peers. Noticing Gu Xi's earnest demeanor, Chen Yun spoke with a tone of indulgence. "This matter is beyond my authority. You must seek your father's consent." Upon hearing this, Gu Xi turned gravely to Gu Qifeng. "Father, I am now a second-tier dragon knight, having reached the level to command dragonkind. I implore you to grant me permission to capture my mount." Gu Qifeng furrowed his brow, his expression losing some of its gentleness as he solemnly shook his head. "My son, dragon-inviting city comes from the abyss, fraught with peril. It is not just second-tier practitioners who face great danger. Even third- and fourth-tier professionals have met with calamity there." Gu Xi, unwilling to relent, replied, "Father, danger and opportunity coexist. If others can soar in dragon-inviting city, then surely I can too. At worst, I shall bring along 500 iron floating towers for protection that must ease your worries." Gu Qingfeng's expression hardened as he stated, "My decision is resolute. Do not entertain thoughts of dragon-inviting city again. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. As for capturing dragonkind, the Academy has conveyed to me that if you rank among the top 3 in the year-end assessment, they will grant you access to the Dragon Valley instance. This is a much safer alternative for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Xi fell into silence, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. A year-end assessment? Did this mean he would have to wait another half a year? He had already reached level 20 as a dragon knight. Yet he must endure a further delay to capture dragonkind? Although the outcome was promising, he was profoundly dissatisfied with the process. At that moment, the steward, Gu He, entered the courtyard. "Your Majesty, the Lord of Lin City, Su Lai, has arrived at Gubei City this morning and seeks an audience." Gu He approached Gu Qifeng in haste. "Su Lai? Humph. Why has he traveled so far from Lin City to Gubei City?" Gu Qifeng replied, arms crossed. "Your Majesty, Su Lai has stated he bears urgent news concerning the eldest young master." Chen? Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What could it be? Su Lai said, "The eldest young master has." Gu He wiped the sweat from his brow, steeling himself as he spoke. "He claims that the eldest young master has joined the military, having been enlisted in the Jinyuan army by Ling Feng of the Eastern Continent Military District." What? This is utter madness. Gu Qifeng erupted in fury. The Gu family hails from the academy. That ungrateful wretch has already betrayed the Northern Territory. And now he dares to join the military? Is he intent on severing all ties with the Gu family? Outrageous. How audacious of Ling Feng to dare abduct my son into the Jinyuan army. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. When did this occur? Yesterday. Yesterday? Su came to report today? Gu He fell silent. In celebration of Gu Xi's return from the prestigious academy in the capital, the Wang residents had been in a state of revelry, hosting a grand banquet that lasted well into the night, causing him to miss Su's call and message. Such a matter, he would never willingly confess. Nearby, Chen Yun and Gu Xi exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their surprise. Gu Xi, in particular, could not fathom this absurdity. His half-brother, an utter incompetent, not only had the audacity to sever ties with the royal family, but also possessed the foolishness to join a military faction? Why forsake the esteemed academy to become a mere soldier? It was utterly nonsensical. Suppressing his fury, Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. The Eastern Zhou military district, Ling Feng, if memory serves. This individual should be a 5-star general of the Jinyuan army. A 5-star general, daring to poach from my northern royal family and to target my son no less? Does he truly believe me, Gu Qingfeng, to be a mere lamb to the slaughter? Gu He, mobilize the aerial warships and command 5,000 iron pagodas to set forth with me to the Eastern Zhou military district to retrieve him. Your Majesty, please wait. Gu He hastily interjected. What? Gu Qifeng glared, his voice cold. There is no need for counsel. My mind is made up. You may go and convey my orders. No. Your Majesty, what I meant to say is, if you head to the Eastern Zhou for the retrieval, you would be going to the wrong place. Elaborate. News from Wanqing revealed that the eldest son had boarded this morning's military train, heading alone to Yilong City. Yilong City? Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed instantly. He is merely a summoner. What business does he have in Yilong City? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a surge of anger welled within him. Nonsense. He is but a summoner, foolishly attempting to contract with the Dragon Clan? It is utterly ridiculous. If he wishes to form a bond with the dragons, he could easily come to Gubiching to seek me out. Joining the Jinyuan army is simply a slap in my face. Furthermore, what are those people in the Eastern Zhou military district doing? How could they allow my son to venture alone to Yilong City? If that rebellious child comes to harm, can they bear the consequences? After a tirade of curses, he turned to Gu He, issuing commands. Gu He, Relay my orders, within 10 minutes. Command 5,000 iron pagodas to board the aerial warship and accompany me to Yilong City. Yes. Gu He bowed and swiftly retreated. Gu Qingfeng suppressed his rage. Turning to Gu Ci, did you not wish to go to Yilong City? Depart with the iron pagodas in 10 minutes. Yes, father. Gu Ci replied with a nod, a silent sigh escaping him, a feeling of discontent bubbling within. Going to Yilong City was his deepest desire these past few days. And now he had finally secured his father's consent. Yet, why did it all feel so suffocating? He had pleaded with his father for days, only to receive permission at last. However, when his father learned of Gu Chen's situation, he made a grand show of leading the army towards Yilong City. While Gu Ci had been outright refused when he requested 500 iron floating towers, his father, without hesitation, mobilized 5,000 for Gu Chen. This stark contrast left Gu Ci feeling deeply unsettled. He, a rare dragon knight and a paragon of the northern royal family, could not fathom why his father, today, had diverted all his focus onto that worthless summoner. It felt as though the affection that rightfully belonged to him had been entirely usurped by Gu Chen. A tempest of frustration brewed within Gu Ci, prompting him to coldly inquire, "Father, I fail to comprehend why such a significant commotion. Deploying the aerial battleships and leading 5,000 iron floating towers is merely for that useless Gu Chen? Ci, be silent." Qin Yun's expression shifted abruptly, her voice sharp with reprimand. Gu Ci suddenly grasped the gravity of his words and felt a wave of regret wash over him, chastising himself for his momentary loss of composure. Yet, it was too late. A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving his cheek marked with a vivid handprint before he could even react. Gu Qingfeng's gaze was icy, his countenance darkening. Gu Ci, that is your brother. Regardless of how you may belittle him in your heart, you must not speak so disrespectfully. This was not the first time Gu Qingfeng had lost his temper, but it was the first instance he had laid hands on Gu Ci. Panic enveloped Gu Ci in an instant. Father, that was not my intention. Silence. I do not wish to hear your justifications, but remember this. I do not want a repeat of what just transpired. Yes, father, I understand. Gu Ci nodded obediently, feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, a flicker of resentment igniting within him. This slap had filled him with bitterness. He could not comprehend why his father, who had always showered him with affection, had suddenly begun to care for that worthless Gu Chen. What quality did Gu Chen possess that could possibly compare to his own? Chapter 114. The City of Yilong, Central Dragon Hall. Is this truly the City of Yilong? After disembarking from the military convoy, Gu Chen, guided by the map, arrived before a seemingly endless expanse of ruins. The city of Yilong had transformed into an immense desolate fortress. The once towering city walls had long been obliterated in the years of conflict, and from a distance, this city that descended from the abyss had become a colossal ruin nestled in the wilderness. As he traversed the dilapidated walls, the acrid scent of charred earth gripped his breath like invisible hands. Beneath his feet lay parched, searing soil, while deep fissures coursed with red lava that occasionally spat forth sparks. Upon entering the city, the areas of scorched earth were shrouded in a haze that was nearly imperceptible, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly thin. His vision widened abruptly. Looking up, the sky resembled a vast, decaying curtain, a leaden gray interspersed with eerie crimson, pressing down heavily upon him. Surrounding the city of Yilong were strongholds of various factions. Within minutes, Gu Chen located the encampment of the Zhenyuan army. As he approached the entrance, he was met by two vigilant soldiers of the Zhenyuan army who regarded him with suspicion. Halt! This is the Zhenyuan army's stronghold. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The soldiers barred his passage. Without uttering a word, Gu Chen produced his officer's insignia and donned it. The soldiers, momentarily taken aback, displayed expressions of disbelief. "Greetings, sir." One soldier responded first, promptly saluting, while the other, slightly slower to react, mimicked the gesture. Gu Chen nodded and walked past them, entering the encampment. As he departed, the soldiers could not help but muse, a 5-star officer at such a young age. Could he be a descendant of some renowned general? I doubt it. Unless the general has lost his wits, he would not send his progeny to such a place. Inside the encampment, Gu Chen beheld a gathering of professionals. Although it was the Zhenyuan army's stronghold, most individuals, like him, were clad in civilian attire, with only a handful donning military uniforms. Upon his entrance, the gleaming officer's insignia on his chest drew attention. Several individuals noted his arrival, halted to salute, and instinctively parted to create a pathway. Gu Chen, welcome to the city of Yilong. I am Hou Yu, the commander of this stronghold. A middle-aged man in military attire approached him, his rank insignia indicating he was of equal standing. After exchanging pleasantries, Hou Yu presented a thumb-sized metallic token, explaining, "This is your identification badge. You must carry it at all times." It will record your conduct within the city of Yilong and can be used to summon aid from the stronghold in times of need. Within the city of Yilong, the majority of inhabitants were second-tier alien beings, with a notable presence of third- and fourth-tier entities as well. However, those mid-tier aliens typically operated within designated areas. As long as one refrained from intruding upon their territories, they would not face aggression. At the very heart of the Dragon City lies a majestic dragon hall. Ling has instructed me to convey to you that he will await your arrival within its hallowed walls. Upon uttering these words, Hou scrutinized Gu Chen with a discerning gaze. As a fifth-tier practitioner, Hou's level far surpassed that of Gu Chen, rendering the concealment effect of his military insignia ineffective. Gu Chen's rank was instantly discernible. Merely a second-tier practitioner? A look of surprise flickered in Hou's eyes, almost leading him to believe he had misjudged the situation. A second-tier practitioner, venturing alone to the very core of Dragon City, to the Dragon Hall, faced myriad perils along the way. To say it was a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Were it not for Gu Chen's military insignia, which encapsulated his basic information, Hou might have doubted whether he had mistaken the individual. He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chen, musing inwardly. Could it be that this young man had entangled himself with the daughter of the Ling family? Otherwise, why would a five-star general of the Eastern Continent military district resort to such means to challenge a second-tier practitioner? After entertaining these thoughts, he succinctly outlined the circumstances of Dragon City. Subsequently, Gu Chen received a map of the city and turned to exit the stronghold. Within Dragon City, the overwhelming majority comprised second-tier alien beings. The closer one approached the central Dragon Hall, the more prevalent were the third- and fourth-tier entities. However, as Hou had articulated, as long as one refrained from encroaching upon the territories of these mid-tier beings, one could significantly mitigate the dangers. Upon departing the stronghold and stepping onto the scorched earth, Gu Chen summoned the Bloodlord, who followed closely behind him toward the direction of the Dragon Hall. Not long after, a dragon-like creature loomed ahead. Standing taller than a man, it was a diminutive dragon, seemingly a whelp. Its head was menacingly sharp, and its eyes glinted with malice and ferocity. The scales adorning its body shimmered a striking azure, reflecting an iridescent sheen, while its short, fleshy wings flapped vigorously behind it, and its long, agile tail resembled a whip in motion. Alien species. Iron Wing Whelp. Level 23. Health points 156, 700. Attributes: Strength 368, Agility 233, Constitution 262. Spirit 234. Skill: Piercing Claw Strike. This level 23 ordinary alien, with a health pool of 156,000 and primary attributes nearing 370, posed a challenge akin to that of a nightmarish abyss. If the ordinary aliens at the periphery of Dragon City were so formidable, how powerful must those at the core be? With a decisive command, Gu Chen directed the Bloodlord to raise both firearms and unleash a skill toward the direction of the alien creature. Bullets traced a path of silver light, intertwining like lightning, exuding a fearsome aura. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of muffled thuds ensued as a barrage of skill-infused bullets struck the Ironwing whelp, inflicting catastrophic damage that rendered the creature a mere sieve. Its scaly form erupted with gaping wounds, emitting a harrowing cry as it collapsed heavily to the ground. Its health depleted. Kill Ironwing Whelp LV. 23, experience 5899. Such damage. Truly, a legendary summon beast. A level 23 alien defeated in an instant by the Bloodlord, who was merely at level 21. Moreover, due to the Bloodlord's talent for resetting kills, his skills bypassed the cooldown immediately after the Ironwing Whelpling perished. In the distance, a party of adventurers was also assaulting the Ironwing Whelpling. Among them, a level 28 archer stood in the rear, rubbing his eyes in disbelief after witnessing the recent event. Good heavens! That level 21 summon beast actually annihilated the Ironwing Whelpling. What? A level 21 defeating a level 23? Come on, did you misjudge that? As an archer, you may question my combat prowess, but you cannot doubt my vision, all right? Yet, for a level 21 to vanquish a level 23 seems rather implausible, doesn't it? The archer's expression momentarily faltered. Indeed, it was somewhat unrealistic. Could it be that he was experiencing an illusion? With this thought, he turned to look again. To his astonishment, this gaze rendered him utterly speechless, collapsing to the ground in shock. Chapter 115. Encounter with a severely wounded elite alien before long. The Bloodlord extended his hand and flicked it, sending a streak of crimson light into the corpse of the iron-winged young dragon. In the blink of an eye, the creature was resurrected, enveloped in a scarlet glow, and slowly rose from the ground. Alive? It is alive? The archer's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Meanwhile, several other professionals behind him also took note of the spectacle, their faces etched with astonishment as they turned to Gu Chen. What profession is this? A summoner? No, A summoner lacks such capabilities. You must be a necromancer, correct? As the Bloodlord's young dragon regained its footing, several wounds on its body swiftly healed, and its once azure scales appeared to have been stained with a deep red hue. Its cold eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty gleam. Chen paid no heed to their astonishment. The Blood Lord, accompanied by the young dragon, forged ahead deeper into the central region. As they advanced, one or several iron-winged young dragons would periodically leap from the ruins, arriving as offerings. Chen refrained from summoning additional creatures, for they were merely at the outskirts of the Dragon City, where alien encounters were infrequent and the challenges minimal. The singular summoned creature, the Blood Lord, was more than sufficient. Summoning another would lead to a shortage of foes for these creatures to confront. With the talent of resetting kills, the Blood Lord effortlessly dispatched the alien foes encountered along the way, transforming them into blood dragons. After vanquishing the aliens spawned by the Abyssal Temple in the Tundra Wilderness, Chen had ascended to level 22. The Blood Lord also leveled up, now capable of transforming a total of 240 blood progeny. Each second-tier blood creature self-destructed could inflict 5,000 damage. Thus, summoning 240 young blood creatures would yield a staggering 1.2 million damage. With 3 Blood Lords, that amounted to 3.6 million damage. 3.6 million. The mere thought of such a figure was terrifying. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen's eyes. In this moment, he even entertained the illusion that not even a Dragon King could withstand the onslaught of his blood progeny. Of course, this was but a fleeting mirage. Not to mention the Dragon King, even an elite dragon could unleash a single breath attack, inflicting catastrophic losses upon the young blood creatures. Should these young dragons attempt to besiege an elite dragon, most would scarcely come close, with only a pitiful few capable of inflicting actual damage. As they continued onward, they had not traveled far before the number of young blood dragons leading the way surpassed 10. Chen and the Blood Lord trailed behind, their demeanor relaxed, forming a stark contrast to the professional warriors engaged in fierce combat. Before long, a creature even larger than the iron-winged young dragon came into Chen's view. Race: Iron-winged young dragon, elite, level 25, health 16723, 306700, attributes: strength 468, agility 433, constitution 362, spirit 334, skill I, Dragon Scale Shield, Skill 2, Ironwing Slash, Skill 3, Dragon's Breath, an elite creature of a different race? Chen's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he glanced at the creature's health. Health: 16723, 306700, severely injured? In fact, critically so. Such an occurrence was utterly absurd. Akin to a pie falling from the sky. In Long Dragon City, a multitude of adventurers engaged in battle daily, and encountering a wounded creature was commonplace. However, finding a critically injured elite creature was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This elite being possessed a commendable agility attribute, likely a remnant of being battered by other adventurers, ultimately fleeing here by chance. A smirk played on Chen's lips, regardless of who had dealt the blows to this creature. It was now presented on a silver platter. How could one resist the temptation to strike? With a mere thought, the Blood Lord comprehended the intent. And suddenly a crimson aura erupted from him. Crimson Feast, a fierce bloodstorm surged toward the elite creature. Boom. The iron-winged young dragon was struck by the skill. Its remaining health swiftly obliterated, and its panicked form collapsed to the ground. After all, being critically injured meant its demise was inevitable. Defeated level 25 Iron-winged young dragon, elite. Experience 54800. Loot acquired. Dragon Spirit Hunting Bow 1, epic. Loot acquired. Dragon Scale Boots 1, rare. Loot acquired. Young Dragon Claws 4, rare. Loot acquired. Young Dragon Heart 1, rare. What a bountiful harvest. Defeating a level 25 elite creature not only yielded nearly 55,000 experience, but also dropped an epic weapon, a rare pair of boots, and a collection of rare materials. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon Chen in an extraordinary manner. Contentment swelled within him as he prepared to examine the attributes of the longbow. Whoosh! A frost arrow, radiating an intense chill, sliced through the air like lightning. Chen's expression shifted. Just as he intended to evade, the Blood Lord raised a hand, and a silver bullet swiftly collided with the icy projectile. Bang! The frost arrow shattered, scattering shards of ice across the ground. 13 young dragons of the Blood Clan surrounded Chen, emitting deep growls, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed ahead, brimming with ferocity. Peering forward, Chen discerned 2 figures emerging from the ruins, one in front of the other. There was no need for mental perception. A mere glance at their equipment revealed their professions. The figure in front was a warrior, while the one behind was a mage. The young warrior, wielding a greatsword, wore an expression of fury as he approached. only to be met by a throng of over a dozen bloodline drakes that surged protectively around Gu Chen. The warrior's countenance stiffened, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation, and his bravado faltered. "Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" he demanded. "Young man, according to the customs among practitioners, you have pilfered our elite alien creature. Surely, this is indefensible?" Standing opposite him, a young man clad in the garb of a mage maintained a prudent distance. Gu Chen glanced at the two, regarding them as if they were simpletons. Indefensible? What, pray tell, constitutes a defensible act? It was solely due to his formidable prowess that he was able to vanquish that elite alien creature. Were it a mere level 22 summoner in his stead, they would have likely been dispatched in a single encounter. To be unable to slay aliens, yet be destined to be slain by them. Now that is what truly defies reason. Enough of this banter. I have indeed seized your severely weakened elite alien creature. And what of it? Gu Chen's expression darkened. Should these two persist in their obstinacy, they would find him less than courteous. Humph, trying to bully me, are you? Do you think this warrior is merely a fool? The warrior bellowed, brandishing his great sword, poised as if ready to strike at any moment. The mage stepped forward, his demeanor icy as he spoke. Young man, your summoned beast is at level 22, which indicates you too must be at that level. Do not mistake my silence for ignorance. Both of us are already at level 28. What transpired earlier was indeed your fault, and therefore, all spoils belong to us. Additionally, you shall provide a sum of 1 million as compensation, and we shall consider this matter settled. What say you? The staff in the mage's hand radiated a chilling blue light, delivering an unabashed threat. Chapter 116, The Invincible Scroll. The woman in the cavern. Gu Chen's gaze turned icy. The adversary had clearly underestimated him. In the realm of professionals, human life held little value. Especially in the wilderness, acts of murder and plunder were commonplace. Sensing the chill in Gu Chen's eyes, the warrior erupted in a burst of golden light, casting the shield of courage upon himself before raising his great sword with a menacing expression. I was inclined to spare you, but since you failed to recognize your fortune, very well, there is no need for you to survive. The warrior bellowed, charging towards Gu Chen with his sword raised. In such a scenario, there was no need for Gu Chen to provide commands. The group of bloodline young dragons surrounding him roared in fury and surged forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, a mage in the rear swiftly unleashed an ice impact, dealing over 8,000 damage to the leading bloodline young dragons and encasing them in a state of frost. The effect was noticeable, yet minimal. Bolstered by their innate abilities, these bloodline young dragons possessed attributes superior to those of their counterparts. Even with the freezing effect, their mobility remained largely unaffected. 13 bloodline young dragons rushed forth, launching a ferocious assault that forced the warrior into retreat, quickly encircling both professional adversaries. Then, 10 of them charged forward, initiating a suicide attack, constricting the circle and self-destructing. Boom. The two professionals, still valiantly defending themselves, were suddenly engulfed by a violent explosion without warning. Blinding crimson flames soared into the air and dust billowed around them. Gu Chen and the bloodline lord, accompanied by the remaining 3 young dragons, stood aside, observing with cold indifference. As the dust settled, a massive crater marked the spot where the two professionals had stood. The mage lay lifeless, his shattered body bearing remnants of ice crystal armor, while scattered equipment littered the ground. It was evident that he had attempted to resist the explosion with his skills, but the shield of ice crystal armor proved inadequate against the damage inflicted by 10 bloodline young dragons detonating. The warrior, though battered and with blood diminished by more than half, had not perished. A shield of golden radiance enveloped him, slowly swirling. This was not a skill effect, but rather the result of a magical item, the Invincible Scroll. Upon its activation, one could attain peak defense for 3 minutes, rendering them impervious to both physical and magical harm. At that moment, the warrior turned to Gu Chen, a look of intense horror etched across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, sprinting for his life. The Invincible Scroll offered only 3 minutes of protection, and beside Gu Chen stood a bloodline lord, 2 illusions, and 3 young dragons. What chance did he have? There was no prospect of victory. Already injured from the explosion, he had gained only temporary invulnerability. His offensive capabilities were non-existent, and merely the 3 bloodline young dragons were enough to hold him back. Pursue. With a command from Gu Chen, 2 mirrors surged forward, accompanied by 3 bloodline dragon hatchlings. Although this warrior posed no threat with his mediocre combat abilities, Gu Chen was determined to eliminate all potential dangers. Leaving routes uncut would only invite future troubles. He had no intention of leaving any hidden hazards behind. Seizing the opportunity while the 3 bloodline dragons pursued, Gu Chen approached the fallen mage's corpse and glanced at the scattered equipment. The ground was littered with worthless debris. Aside from the rare 5-star staff he had been using, there was nothing of value. How audacious to engage in such treacherous deeds at this level. Gu Chen stowed away the rare staff, which could fetch a few million, and disregarded the rest. Subsequently, he and the Bloodline Lord pursued the direction in which the warrior had fled. Thanks to the connection between the Bloodline Lord and his offspring, it was not long before Gu Chen tracked them to a concealed cavern. The cavern was quite spacious, approximately 100 square meters, likely serving as a temporary hideout for the two. Upon reaching the innermost part, he found the earlier warrior cornered by the Bloodline dragons. 3 minutes had long passed, and the invincibility scroll had expired. Now he was akin to fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. Spare me, the warrior pleaded, dropping to his knees before Gu Chen. Just as the words left his lips, the Bloodline dragon crushed his skull in one swift bite. Gu Chen had come to kill. Sparing him would have rendered his efforts futile. A glance at the ground revealed several pieces of equipment, and aside from a rare heavy armor, the rest were of excellent quality. After collecting the heavy armor, Gu Chen turned to leave the cavern. At that moment, however, the Bloodline Lord seemed to sense something unusual and, behaving contrary to his usual demeanor, walked deeper into the cavern, tapping on a wall. 3 crisp sounds resonated in the darkness, strikingly clear in the stillness. A hidden chamber? Gu Chen's expression shifted. He hastily approached, discovering that this wall was far smoother than the others in the cavern. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his heavy hammer and struck. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, revealing a dim chamber of several square meters. Embedded in the wall was a crystal emitting a faint glow. On the ground lay a woman of exquisite beauty, bound hand and foot. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with delicate features that combined grace with a hint of allure. Her voluptuous figure was clad in finely crafted leather armor that accentuated her curves, leaving no excess flesh in sight. The armor's contours highlighted her ample bosom, the contrast between the black armor and her fair skin tantalizingly inviting. Yet, despite her stunning appearance, her face was painted with terror, her watery eyes tinged with crimson. Her alluring form curled up in fright as she gazed at Gu Chen with wide, fearful eyes. Gu Chen was slightly taken aback, bewildered by the sight before him. In this desolate and crumbling cavern, how could there be such a sensually enchanting woman? A gift from nature, perhaps? After a brief silence, before Gu Chen could respond, the woman inquired, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her question. Noticing that Gu Chen displayed no signs of malice, perhaps even exuding a somewhat rugged charm, the woman's wariness diminished slightly. "I am Luo Qingxue, hailing from the Luo family of the Northern Territories. 2 days ago, I arrived in Yinlong City, only to be confronted by two. I do not wish to hear any nonsense. Please get to the point," Gu Chen interrupted impatiently. Luo Qingxue's expression faltered, seemingly unprepared for such rudeness from the man before her. Throughout her life, she had never endured such treatment. This thought brought a glimmer of tears to her beautiful eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen was left speechless and chose to disregard the woman further, turning away to leave. Chapter 117. Did you abduct the little princess of the Luo family? Upon witnessing the man turn and walk away in silence, Luo Qingxue felt a surge of urgency. "Hey, don't leave. I was captured and brought here. Can you help me escape?" "Do not seek me. I am merely passing through," Gu Chen replied without looking back. "I hail from the Northern Luo family. If you assist me in escaping, my father will reward you handsomely," Luo Qingxue immediately asserted. "Reward handsomely? How much could that possibly entail?" Gu Chen dismissed her words and continued his exit. "Do you require equipment? I can offer you any quality of gear." "Quite the boast." "Are we? What if I desire legendary equipment?" "That is also possible. However, I can only provide you with one piece of legendary equipment, as my allowance for this month is nearly depleted." Gu Chen turned around. A look of incredulity painted across his face as he regarded the woman. "Your allowance is almost exhausted, yet you can only afford a single piece of legendary equipment? What kind of absurdity is this?" In that instant, he recalled her mention of the Northern Luo family. Could it be the wealthiest Luo family in the north? With this thought, he scrutinized her once more. An 18-level assassin adorned in epic-grade equipment, and what more, it was a full set. Truly, she was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. "Deal. One piece of legendary equipment for my assistance in your escape," Gu Chen conceded. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue let out a sigh of relief, patting her elevated chest as she rose from the ground. "First, please untie me." Standing before Gu Chen, she lifted her chin with confidence. Gu Chen took a glance. Surprisingly, the manner in which she was bound possessed a certain charm. The chains were ordinary but enchanted, which was why they had managed to confine Luo Qingxue within this dungeon. As he unbound her, stepping out of the dark chamber, Luo Qingxue's face suddenly reflected terror. "Aliens? How could there be aliens in this dungeon?" she stammered, pointing at the three young blood dragon beasts outside. Silence. Gu Chen snapped coldly. They are not aliens. They are my summoned beasts. Only then did Luo Qingxue regain her composure, her delicate features flushing with embarrassment as she followed Gu Chen out of the dungeon. Shortly after their departure, a middle-aged man cloaked in black entered the dungeon. Observing the chaotic scene within, a chilling voice emerged from beneath the cloak, filled with anger. Humph. I merely stepped out to attend to matters, and that young girl has been rescued? This dungeon was well concealed. How was it discovered? The Northern Luo family is indeed quite capable. As he spoke, the man in black let out a sinister laugh. However, the enmity between your Luo family and I shall not so easily conclude. Gu Chen did not retrace his steps with Luo Qingxue, but instead pressed onward toward the city center. As dusk fell, they arrived at a supply point on the outskirts of Yinglong City, which turned out to be a dilapidated tavern. The tavern's exterior was riddled with decay, its windows shattered, and the concrete exposed bore the scars of battle. The roof tiles lay scattered in disarray. It is evident that this tavern has witnessed numerous brutal battles. Gu Chen stored the Blood Clan Lord in a spatial pocket and arranged for 3 young blood dragons to remain on standby nearby. He then escorted Luo Qingxue into the tavern. The interior was sparsely populated, and the tavern owner, a balding middle-aged man and a level 35 priest, cast a glance at Gu Chen. Noticing Gu Chen's indifference, he then turned his attention to Luo Qingxue, his face instantly reflecting astonishment. What a remarkable young lady. Indeed a person of great capacity. My lady, he inquired, what would you like to drink? Please contact the Luo family from the north and have them send someone to this tavern to fetch me. Luo Qingxue replied directly. The North's Luo family? Could it be that you are Luo Qingxue? The tavern owner was visibly surprised. Do you know me? Luo Qingxue asked curiously. Upon hearing her words, the tavern owner's expression shifted to one of delight and excitement. Know you? More than that. Since your disappearance this morning, the Luo family has been searching for you frantically. At least 3 groups have come here today to inquire about your whereabouts. He then cast a dubious glance at Gu Chen. Young man, did you abduct the young princess of the Luo family? Gu Chen was rendered speechless. Before he could respond, Luo Qingxue explained, I was kidnapped. And he rescued me. The tavern owner nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Young man, it appears you are in for a stroke of luck. Please hold on. I shall contact the Luo family at once. He moved to the other side of the bar, retrieving a distress signal plate, and began to converse excitedly, clearly relaying the events that had transpired to the outside world. The dragon-invoking city arose from the abyss, nestled deep within the wilderness, devoid of any teleportation arrays, let alone communication facilities. The mobile phones perpetually displayed no service, necessitating the use of specialized communication plates to connect with the outside realm. After a brief exchange, the tavern owner returned, beaming. Miss Luo, I have informed your family. They will likely arrive shortly to collect you. Thank you so much. You are truly a good person. Luo Qingxue said with a smile. The two took a seat in the tavern, and Gu Chen spoke in a low voice. I have rescued you from the abyss. Your family will soon arrive. Therefore, it would be wise for you to fulfill your promise, lest you provoke my wrath. A sudden unease gripped Luo Qingxue, and she replied softly, Dear brother, do not worry. It is merely a legendary grade equipment. I shall not make a fuss over it. When my family arrives, I will have them provide you with a treasury gold card, which you can use to exchange for a piece of legendary grade equipment at any major city's treasury. The treasury gold card was familiar to him. The unyielding black armor had been acquired using a gold card from the treasury in Wanqing. Very well. Let it be as you say, Gu Chen nodded. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky. The night in dragon-invoking city was shrouded in thick clouds, and the temperature plummeted, causing even the magma in the fissures to cool rapidly. Beneath the vast expanse of the earth, visibility was reduced to nothingness, save for the flickering light of a dilapidated tavern that infused a semblance of warmth into the desolate ruins. Soon, a piercing sound sliced through the darkness as a small airship descended from the heavens, and 3 professionals emerged from its confines. The tavern keeper was the first to perceive the commotion, his gaze drawn to the window. Gu Chen also turned to look, observing 3 middle-aged men entering the tavern, led by a 3rd-tier swordsman, flanked by 2 warriors. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qingxue, her face alight with excitement, hastened towards them. Uncle Chen, why have you only just come to retrieve me? Seeing Luo Qingxue unharmed eased some of the tension on Qin Lianshan's face. Miss, you must not act so recklessly in the future. Do you have any idea how worried your family has been? The gravity in Qin Lianshan's tone caused a hint of embarrassment to color Luo Qingxue's cheeks. Quickly, she gestured towards Gu Chen behind her. Uncle Chen, it was this young man who saved me. I promised to reward him with a legendary grade piece of equipment. Could you provide him with a treasure vault gold card? Chapter 118. If you attempt to renegotiate our agreement, I shall end your young lady's life upon hearing these words. Qin Lianshan's expression shifted slightly as he cast a glance at Gu Chen, who stood nearby. A legendary-grade piece of equipment is worth several million. This is no trivial sum. If this individual truly rescued the young lady, a substantial reward would be inevitable. However, the Luo family had dispatched over 1,000 professionals to scour Longying City for an entire day, yet they found not a single trace. Remarkably, as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, the young lady was located by this youth. Is it not rather coincidental? Having served as a guard for the Luo family for over a decade, Qin Lianshan, by instinct, regarded others with a wary gaze. Young brother, may I inquire your name and how you discovered my lady? Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Having saved your family member, now he must endure your inquiries? He would not indulge such demands and replied directly, what is the purpose of all these questions? Just hand over the gold card. Though Qin Lianshan was a third-tier swordsman, a level above him, in a true confrontation, he would pose no threat. Merely a third tier, he had faced such opponents before. Sensing Gu Chen's displeasure, Qin Lianshan spoke. Young brother, please do not misunderstand. The Luo family will not make a fuss over the gold card, but we must ascertain who captured my lady. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. What does this imply? Suspecting that he had abducted Luo Qingxue? The tavern owner, sensing the tension in the air, hurriedly intervened. Qin guard, there seems to be a misunderstanding. If this brother truly had taken Miss Luo, why would he return willingly? Qin Lianshan cast a disdainful glance at the tavern owner. What are you? This is not your place to speak. The tavern owner's expression darkened immediately. How could a mere guard of the Luo family act with such arrogance? Luo Qingxue's face reflected urgency as she hastily explained. Uncle Qin, you must have misunderstood. It was indeed this young man who saved me. My lady, you are inexperienced. In Longying City, appearances can be deceiving. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Merely observe. Uncle Qin, it truly was this young man who rescued me. You cannot repay kindness with enmity. A hint of anger appeared on Luo Qingxue's delicate face. Yet Qin Lianshan remained obstinate. He gestured to the two warriors behind him to ensure Luo Qingxue's safety and then turned his unfriendly gaze toward Gu Chen. Young brother, my lady holds a position of great esteem. Her safety cannot be taken lightly. If you refuse to cooperate, the Luo family stronghold lies just outside the city, and I must insist that you accompany me. Gu Chen's expression darkened. He had no desire to waste time on the Luo family's affairs. Raising his gaze slightly, he fixed his eyes on Qin Lianshan, a fierce chill emanating from him. I have already rescued her. Will you provide the gold card or not? Qin Lianshan sneered dismissively. Young brother, do not be hasty. As long as you cooperate with the investigation, how could the Luo family be stingy with a gold card? Gu Chen's patience evaporated entirely. She is the one I saved. If you attempt to evade your obligation, I shall take the life of your young lady. As the last words fell, a profound silence enveloped the tavern. Luo Qingxue stood in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, the tavern owner's eyelids twitched violently, casting a disbelieving glance at Gu Chen. Are you seriously suggesting we tear up the ransom if it isn't paid? Surely, you cannot be the kidnapper I thought you were, especially after I just defended you. Qin Lianshan wore a look of disdain, sneering as he spoke. Kid, I've seen through your facade long ago. It seems you can no longer maintain your pretense. Gu Chen remained composed, stating, I will give you 30 seconds. Upon witnessing the murderous intent in Gu Chen's eyes, Qin Lianshan unsheathed the longsword from his back without hesitation. How dare you speak so boldly in front of him? Did you think the Luo family guard was merely for show? To dare abduct a daughter of the Luo family. This young man was doomed. With his grip tightening around the sword, Qin Lianshan prepared to strike. Just then, a low rumble echoed from outside the tavern, followed by a thunderous crash as the roof was violently lifted by an unseen force. The patrons instinctively looked up, only to behold a menacing figure, towering at 3 meters. Emerging from the shadows, otherworldly creature, Irewing Blue Dragon, level 32, health 209,800, attributes, strength 535, agility 313, constitution 538. Spirit 310, skill I, Dragon Scale Shield, skill 2, Ironwing Slash, skill 3, Dragon's Breath, the Ironwing Blue Dragon, a mature form of the Ironwing Whelp. Appeared like an enlarged version of its juvenile counterpart, its once emerald scales now transformed into a deep azure, with significantly enhanced attributes, particularly in constitution and health. The tavern owner's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Oh no, how could an adult blue dragon have appeared here? This is not its territory. The Ironwing Blue Dragon extended its grotesquely massive head, its cold eyes filled with brutality and menace, uttering in a rumbling voice, Pitiful humans, you wretched insects. What audacity compels you to provoke the abyssal race? The words dripped with lethal intent, causing Luo Qingxue to tremble, engulfed by a wave of intense terror. What is happening? This is merely a supply point. How could an adult iron-winged blue dragon materialize here? How is this possible? Luo Qingxue felt her scalp tingle. The dragon's oppressive aura seemingly constricting the very air, leaving her shivering uncontrollably. Qin uncle, save me, she cried, hastily retreating behind Qin Lianqing. Fear not. It is merely a level 32 blue dragon, Qin Lianqing replied nonchalantly, his tone brimming with confidence. At level 35, wielding a level 35 epic greatsword. He was more than capable of taking down a level 32 iron-winged blue dragon. How dare such a trifling third-tier creature disturb my young mistress? I shall take your head. Qin Lianshan scoffed, invoking his skills as he swung the greatsword toward the iron-winged blue dragon. A blinding radiance erupted from the blade, forming a sword-shaped beam over 3 meters long, imbued with terrifying might as it descended upon the dragon. With a resounding crash, the skill struck the iron-winged blue dragon, causing brilliant sparks to erupt from its deep scales, followed by the shattering of large portions of its armor. Subsequently, he swung his sword once more. And although the iron-winged blue dragon attempted to retreat swiftly, it could not evade the attack, suffering a horrific gash upon its massive head. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qingxue's face revealed a mixture of astonishment and envy. How formidable! A mere skill was sufficient to injure the iron-winged blue dragon, despite its terrifying appearance. It was evidently no match for Qin Lianshan. Beside them, the tavern owner wore a grave expression, although he was a priest. Reaching level 35 was achieved through battles amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. While Qin Lianshan may have been arrogant, he indeed possessed the capital to be so. It seemed that before long, the iron-winged blue dragon would meet its demise. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at Gu Chen standing nearby. Despite the obscuring effect preventing him from discerning the level, the youth appeared to be at most peak second tier. With such limited combat prowess, how could he dare to boast of killing the young lady of the Luo family? It was evident he held Qin Lianshan in contempt. With this thought, the tavern owner instinctively took a half-step back, distancing himself from Gu Chen. It seemed that once the iron-winged blue dragon was dealt with, this young man would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Chapter 119. Such a fondness for play. Is it entertaining? Qin Lianshan exuded an awe-inspiring presence. His colossal sword effortlessly cleaving through the air, gaining the upper hand due to the effects of his skills. In stark contrast, the iron-winged blue dragon found itself on the defensive, retreating step by step under the relentless assault, emitting a series of anguished roars. At that moment, Luo Qingxue turned to Gu Chen and said, "Young sir, once my uncle Qin has vanquished this blue dragon, you ought to extend an apology. It is simply in his nature. Do not take offense. Rest assured, I will honor my promise to provide you with a treasure vault gold card." Gu Chen retorted without reservation, "Do not attempt to placate me with such words. If I do not receive the gold card today, none of you shall leave here alive." Luo Qingxue, alarmed, exclaimed, "How can you be so unreasonable? My uncle Qin is a level 35 swordsman. Even this iron-winged blue dragon stands no chance against him. How dare you show him such disrespect? Level 35? Is that truly impressive? Let us see if he survives the encounter first." Gu Chen replied dismissively. "What? Are you delusional? Have you not witnessed how easily my uncle Qin has bested that blue dragon?" Luo Qingxue, now incensed, found Gu Chen utterly incomprehensible. She turned her gaze back to the battle, observing Qin Lianshan wielding his great sword like a celestial weapon, forcing the blue dragon into retreat. The situation appeared overwhelmingly favorable. How could anyone claim her uncle would not survive? Such notions were sheer folly. Just as Luo Qingxue wore a proud expression, several towering shadows suddenly emerged from the surrounding darkness, encircling Qin Lianshan in an instant. 5 more iron-winged blue dragons had appeared. How could there be so many? Was there an ambush? This was dire. Upon witnessing this scene, the 2 warriors guarding Luo Qingxue paled in horror, hastily drawing their weapons and rushing to assist. These 2 level 32 warriors, equipped with epic-grade weapons, possessed commendable combat prowess. However, 3 against 6, particularly against 6 iron-winged blue dragons, was a battle with no hope of victory. After a fierce skirmish, 2 resounding thuds echoed as the 2 warriors fell victim to the razor-sharp wings, their bodies brutally torn apart. A final scream pierced the air as they crashed to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing to their injuries. Qin Lianshan, too, was not faring well. The toll from his earlier battle with the first iron-winged blue dragon had drained his stamina significantly. With the arrival of reinforcements, the pressure on him surged alarmingly, forcing him into a defensive posture, retreating while still attempting to strike back, yet he was rapidly losing his ability to counter. Suddenly, an iron-winged blue dragon launched a surprise attack from behind, executing its skill, Iron Wing Slash. The wings, sharp as blades, had already claimed the lives of the 2 warriors. Qin Lianshan's heart raced in alarm as he attempted to evade, but his movements were a fraction too slow. A horrific shriek erupted as his entire right arm was severed at the shoulder. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound, saturating the air with a heavy scent of iron. Qin Lianshan's face contorted in agony as he frantically maneuvered through the gaps between the iron-winged blue dragons, desperately searching for his severed arm. He possessed healing scrolls. If he could retrieve the limb and apply the scroll, it would be reattached instantly without any lingering effects. At that moment, a severed arm wielding a massive sword descended from the heavens, landing precisely beside Gu Chen. Blood continued to spurt from the severed end, splattering onto his shoes. Qin Lianshan, struggling to evade the attacks of the iron-winged blue dragon, rushed towards this location with all his might. If he could reclaim his severed arm and utilize a healing scroll, he might have a chance of turning the tide. The assault from the iron-winged blue dragon had also slowed somewhat. The 5 blue dragons that arrived to support seemed more intent on encirclement and pursuit, like hunters toying with their prey, leaving this human to the original blue dragon he had faced. After all, the first iron-winged blue dragon had been left battered and bruised. "Brother, return my arm to me," Qin Lianshan called out, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Give me my gold card, and I shall kick your arm over," Gu Chen replied, taking a few steps closer to the severed limb. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Lianshan's face contorted with rage upon hearing Gu Chen's words, so much so that he spat out blood. "At such a critical moment of life and death, you dare mention a gold card? Do you not see the 6 iron-winged blue dragons surrounding us? Are you mad?" His face was a mask of fury. 6 third-tier alien creatures loomed nearby. And instead of aiding him, Gu Chen sought to extort a gold card from him. "I saved your life. The gold card is meant to be given to me by the young lady of the Luo family. Will you not comply?" Gu Chen said solemnly. "Young man, think carefully. I am the highest ranked here. If I perish, you shall not live either." Qin Lianshan dodged the nearby attacks, his anger boiling within him. "So, you still refuse to part with the gold card? The Luo family's gold card is not yours to decide upon. You, a mere attendant, presume to take charge?" At that moment, Luo Qingxue interjected, "Uncle Qin, it's just a gold card. Hurry and give it to him." The tavern owner, sensing urgency, chimed in, "Qin Lianshan, the gold card belongs to the Luo family, not to you. Is it worth risking your life for this?" Qin Lianshan had been gravely injured, his vitality waning. On the brink of collapse, he quickly produced a healing scroll and activated it, feeling its restorative magic envelop him. Seizing the moment, he turned to Gu Chen and said, "Fine, I agree to give you the gold card. Just hand me back my arm." At this juncture, reclaiming the severed limb would be fortuitous. Gu Chen chuckled, amused at the situation. Even now, he sought to play games. Did he wager that Gu Chen would not dare let him die? Without responding, Gu Chen delivered a swift kick. Bang! The severed arm was sent flying, not towards Qin Lianshan, but rather towards an iron-winged blue dragon nearby. Hearing the whistling sound of the projectile, the iron-winged blue dragon turned its head. Then, it opened its great maw and swiftly bit down on the severed arm, consuming it in a few crunching bites, much like the sound of crispy cashew chicken. Qin Lianshan's eyes bulged in disbelief, his face contorted in horror at the sight. The tavern owner and Luo Qingxue shared expressions of utter incredulity, and the entire scene fell into a profound silence. Even the iron-winged blue dragon that had been toying with Qin Lianshan ceased its assault. The alien creatures possessed intelligence, and the wisdom of the dragonkin was even greater. Thus, not only did the others present share this sentiment, but even the iron-winged blue dragons believed that Gu Chen would inevitably yield to Qin Lianshan. The reason was simple. This level 35 swordsman was the highest-ranking individual in the arena. As long as he lived, there was hope for the others to survive. Yet, what did Gu Chen do? He fed Qin Lianshan's severed arm to an iron-winged blue dragon. In doing so, he completely extinguished any hope of survival for everyone. "Madman! Scoundrel! What on earth are you doing? Fool! I curse you!" Qin Lianshan was utterly furious, wishing to rush forward and perish alongside Gu Chen. He thought he had everything under control, only to realize that Gu Chen was a madman who had completely lost the plot. Gu Chen glanced at Qin Lianshan's grotesquely contorted face, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Do you enjoy this game? Is it amusing?" Chapter 120. It is not that I wish to die, but that you do not wish to live, little brother. What do you mean by this? The tavern owner asked. Anxiety etched upon his face. What do I mean? I intend to send him to his demise, Gu Chen replied, devoid of any compassion. After all, I saved him. If he perishes, I can simply seek out others from the Luo family for that golden card. In Gu Chen's eyes, Qin Lianshan's life was as inconsequential as a mere trinket. Had the other party offered him the golden card from the outset, he might have contemplated intervening. However, since Qin Lianshan seemed so intent on courting death, he might as well accompany him on his final journey. As he stated, Luo Qingxue was his to rescue. Even if Chen Lianshan were to die, he could still procure assistance from others in the Luo family. Thus, Gu Chen remained unperturbed. Under the effects of the healing scroll, Chen Lianshan's injuries had improved significantly, and his condition had somewhat stabilized. Yet, at this moment, he appeared utterly wretched. His eyes burning with a deep-seated resentment directed at Gu Chen, as if he wished to devour him whole. If only he could reattach his arm. There might have been a glimmer of hope. He still possessed his most potent skill, the key to turning the tide of battle. But now it was all over. In this instant, an overwhelming sense of regret welled up within him. He lamented his own hubris. Having served as a guard for the Luo family for over a decade, he had long considered himself an integral part of it, which is why he had been so adamant about the golden card. Yet, in retrospect, although the card was valuable, it ultimately belonged to the Luo family and had no bearing on him. To sacrifice his arm for something that was never rightfully his was an exorbitant price to pay. Had he foreseen this, he would have readily relinquished the card without hesitation. A look of remorse crossed Chen Lianshan's face, but alas, it was far too late. A shadow of despondency flickered in his eyes as he called out to the tavern owner, "Priest, you are a third-tier practitioner. If you can escort my lady home today, the Luo family will reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, the tavern owner's expression darkened, and he dared not respond. Under normal circumstances, the opportunity to save the Luo family's heiress would have been met with unwavering agreement. However, given the current situation, it was far beyond what a mere level 35 priest could handle. If these adversaries were undead, he might have been able to contribute some combat prowess. But facing the dragon again, his involvement would merely amount to a sacrifice. Seeing the tavern owner remain silent, despair etched itself onto Chen Lianshan's features. Apart from himself, no one could contend with these third-tier adversaries, and he had already lost his arm. Without an arm, he could not wield a sword. A swordsman in such a state was no different from a worthless wretch. All that remained was to await his fate. A resolute expression settled upon Chen Lianshan's face as he shielded Luo Qingxue behind him, fixating his gaze on the iron-winged blue dragon before him. As a guard of the Luo family, he would rather die than fail in his duty to protect Luo Qingxue. More than 40 years ago, his father safeguarded the head of the Luo family in this very manner, thus granting him an exalted position among the myriad of guards in the Luo household. Now, he employs the same method to protect Luo Qingxue, even if it leads to his demise. His son will eventually ascend to become the most esteemed guard in the Luo family. To the foreign tribes, should they wish to make a move, they must first tread over my corpse. Chen Lianshan glared fiercely at the group of iron-winged blue dragons, resembling a cornered beast emitting its final roar. The leading iron-winged blue dragon stepped forward with heavy strides, disregarding Chen Lianshan entirely. With a powerful flick of its long tail, it struck him violently, sending him flying as if it were a steel whip unleashed. Intriguing. The lead iron-winged blue dragon turned its gaze toward Gu Chen, its grotesque visage uncharacteristically displaying a mocking expression. "Human, due to your intriguing nature, I shall grant you a chance for survival. If you eliminate these other humans beside you, I shall spare your life." Hearing the iron-winged blue dragon's words, both the tavern owner and Luo Qingxue's expressions shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating a few steps. Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had anticipated witnessing the demise of Chen Lianshan at the hands of these iron-winged blue dragons. Yet now they were turning their attention toward him. "Human, I have presented you with a path to survival. Why do you hesitate to act? Do you desire death?" The lead iron-winged blue dragon advanced a step, its tone laden with menace. "It is not that I wish for death, but rather you who do not wish to live." Gu Chen replied with an air of indifference. "Do you dare to defy me? You seek your own demise." The iron-winged blue dragon roared angrily, lunging forward, its sharp wings unfurling like broad blades poised to descend. Iron wing slash, the air was cleaved with a sharp tremor. The killing intent swirling in the eyes of the iron-winged blue dragon as it mercilessly aimed its strike at Gu Chen. Witnessing this scene, the tavern owner was rendered speechless in terror, while Luo Qingxue covered her mouth, her delicate features marred by fear. "This is dreadful. Just moments ago, Chen Lianshan had his arm severed by this skill. Now, with iron wing slash aimed squarely at Gu Chen, wouldn't he cleave him in twain?" Chen Lianshan lay on the ground, one hand clutching his severed arm, and as he beheld Gu Chen on the brink of slaughter, a sense of satisfaction spread across his face. After all, he was beyond salvation. Witnessing Gu Chen's death at the hands of the iron-winged blue dragon would serve as a form of retribution for him. However, the next scene sent shockwaves through all present. Gu Chen extended his hand, pointing at the iron-winged blue dragon, and uttered a single word: "Die." Dimensional assassination was unleashed, and a dark, profound rift in space suddenly appeared, imbued with overwhelming destructive power, descending upon the towering form of the iron-winged blue dragon. The killing intent in the eyes of the iron-winged blue dragon morphed into intense terror. Just as it prepared to retaliate, its massive body quaked violently, life fading from its eyes, and it fell lifeless to the ground. Ironwing Blue Dragon LV, 32 slain. Experience 8720. In that moment, the atmosphere grew eerily silent, a stillness so profound it was unsettling. Not only Luo Qingxue and the others, but even the group of Ironwing Blue Dragons across from them were left in a state of stunned disbelief. How could this be possible? That was a level 32 Ironwing Blue Dragon, a formidable third-tier alien species, yet it was effortlessly slain by Chen. What kind of skill is this? A word that kills? This is truly terrifying. This human is exceedingly dangerous. Retreat. It was unclear which Ironwing Blue Dragon uttered these words, but a throng of aliens immediately withdrew. At that moment, 3 dragons, their scales radiating a dark crimson glow, emerged from the shadows, blocking the path of the Ironwing Blue Dragons. Since Chen had already made his move, there was no way he would allow these aliens to escape. Simultaneously, 2 figures appeared beside him. Without the need for any command, the Bloodlord and the Chaos Primordial Spirit wasted no time in launching themselves at the group of aliens. A level 22 facing a level 32, a full 10-level disparity. Nevertheless, the higher-level Ironwing Blue Dragons were being systematically defeated. Kill Ironwing Blue Dragon LV, 32. Experience 8760. Kill Ironwing Blue Dragon LV, 32. Experience 8930. Kill Ironwing Blue Dragon LV, 32. Experience 8850. Before long, the remaining 5 Ironwing Blue Dragons were utterly vanquished. Chen's gaze turned icy as he looked towards Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianshan. The Treasury Gold card. May I have it now? Chapter 121. 5 legendary sets. Upon hearing Chen's words, Luo Qingxue's expression shifted dramatically. So, it is as easy as pie for you to slay these alien beings. Why did you not take action sooner? Had you intervened earlier, those 2 warriors would not have perished, and Uncle Qin would not have lost an arm. Chen let out a cold snicker, his tone unrelenting. Humph. Your bodyguard wishes to hold me accountable and expects my assistance. Do I appear so lowly to you? Luo Qingxue. Do not presume that your status as a daughter of the Luo family grants you the authority to instruct me. I reiterate, if the gold card is not surrendered today, you all shall meet your demise. Feeling the unmasked murderous intent in Chen's voice, Luo Qingxue's face revealed a hint of panic, her beautiful eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Young brother, a mere gold card is but a few tens of millions. To the Luo family in the northern region, it is insignificant. My earlier reluctance was not due to a lack of willingness, but rather a genuine absence of the card. How about this? If you escort me and the young lady to the Luo family's outpost outside the city, we can offer you 2 gold cards. What do you say? Qin Lianshan approached, his visage frail. Despite having utilized a healing scroll moments ago, losing an arm and being gravely injured by the Ironwing Blue Dragon had diminished his combat prowess to less than half. Young brother, I do not intend to make things difficult for you. It is merely that without my arm, my fighting capacity has severely decreased, and I can no longer protect our young lady. The Luo family outpost is not far from here. If you escort us, you will receive 2 legendary pieces of equipment and assured profit. Luo Qingxue, a daughter of the Luo family, had been kidnapped shortly after her arrival in Longyin City. After finally reaching a supply point, they were then ambushed by a group of alien beings, leading him to suspect a connection between the 2 events. From the moment he laid eyes on Chen, he harbored strong doubts regarding his involvement in Luo Qingxue's disappearance. However, after the recent events, he dismissed Chen's culpability. Given his current condition, he was unable to ensure his own safety, let alone protect Luo Qingxue. Thus, he had to set aside past grievances and plead with Chen for assistance. 2 gold cards? You are merely a bodyguard. Do you have the authority to make such promises? Chen scoffed. Isn't it simply 2 pieces of legendary equipment? I shall decide as Uncle Qin suggests, Luo Qingxue interjected. Stepping forward. Are you certain? Chen inquired. What? Do you look down upon the Luo family? 2 pieces of legendary equipment are but a drop in the bucket for the wealthiest family in the northern region, Luo Qingxue retorted. A drop in the bucket, you say? Those are your words. A hint of an intriguing smile appeared on Chen's lips. I could escort you out of the city. But do you not think that 2 pieces of legendary equipment is rather insufficient? Luo Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly. What do you desire? I seek a legendary set for the summoner profession. What? Luo Qingxue's expression changed, her face filled with astonishment. A legendary set. The price is outrageously exorbitant. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Take, for instance, the second-tier equipment. Even the least effective legendary set hovers around 1 billion. The leap from several million to 1 billion is enough to cause even the daughter of the Luo family to wince in pain. Very well. If you escort us to the Luo family stronghold, I shall grant you a legendary set of equipment, Luo Qingxue declared, her gaze fixed on Gu Chen. And after a moment of deliberation, she acquiesced. One set? I never stipulated merely one set, Gu Chen replied, shaking his head with a hint of dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Luo Qingxue's tone shifted. 5 sets, Gu Chen stated flatly. From the 2nd tier to the 6th tier, a total of 5 legendary sets. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The tavern owner trembled, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianqing were utterly taken aback, even questioning Gu Chen's sanity. 5 legendary sets, setting aside the challenge of gathering them, even if they could be assembled. Their value would undoubtedly exceed several hundred billion. While the Luo family is indeed the wealthiest in the northern territories, their vast array of assets may not allow for such a colossal sum to be procured in a short period. Even with ample resources at their disposal, expending several hundred billion at once would surely deplete their vitality. My young friend, you are being excessively greedy. Do you comprehend the implications of requesting 5 sets of legendary equipment? Qin Lianshan's expression darkened. Greedy? Is the Luo family not the wealthiest in the northern territories? Are 5 mere sets of legendary equipment beyond your means? Gu Chen inquired. Mere 5 sets? Young man, do you truly wish to reflect on what you were saying? If this were to spread, you would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Oh, if you cannot afford them, then so be it, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Let it go. Let it go. I sought your protection for our young lady due to your remarkable combat prowess, not anticipating your exorbitant demands. Qin Lianshan retorted coldly. From the 2nd tier to the 6th tier, 5 pieces of legendary equipment would indeed be a significant sum for the Luo family. Not even Luo Qingxue, nor her father, the head of the Luo family, could readily procure such precious resources. Should these be genuinely bestowed, the strength of the Luo family would undoubtedly plummet in the future. Thus, even if an agreement were forged now, upon reaching the Luo family stronghold, this demand would certainly not be fulfilled. In truth, although Luo Qingxue is the cherished daughter of the Luo family, her life does not warrant the sacrifice of such immense family interests, even if her father were to consent. The uncles would surely object, and the elders wielding authority would categorically refuse. Contemplating this, Qin Lianshan dismissed Gu Chen and turned to Luo Qingxue, saying, Miss, I possess a communication talisman that can send a distress signal to our family stronghold. They will undoubtedly rush to our aid upon receiving it. As he spoke, a metal piece, roughly the size of a knuckle, manifested in the remaining palm of Qin Lianshan. Perfectly, let the Luo family bring the golden card as well. Without the golden card, it is impossible for you to leave alive, Gu Chen reminded aptly. The golden card? Once again, the golden card. Do you see nothing but profit? Luo Qingxue reproached angrily. Her initial fondness for Gu Chen completely evaporated. Originally, Gu Chen had rescued her from the abyss, filling her with gratitude. However, at this moment, Gu Chen appeared to her as a cold-blooded, despicable villain. It was evident that with a mere flick of his hand, Gu Chen could have slain those iron-winged blue dragons, preventing the deaths of the 2 warriors and sparing Qin Lianshan from losing an arm. Yet, he chose to stand idly by, a mere spectator, as those 2 brave souls fell to the hands of the alien adversaries. How could he do such a thing? What of his conscience? Chapter 122. Hidden Profession. Necromancer, it was merely a transaction. What could I possibly discuss if not the matter of profit? Feelings? Forgive me, but I harbor no sentiments towards you. Gu Chen expressed no compassion for Luo Qingxue, delivering his words with biting sarcasm. What kind of place is Yilong City? For a 3rd-tier practitioner, it is akin to a death sentence. And yet, how could an 18-level ranger like Luo Qingxue survive until now? This circumstance, upon deeper reflection, is indeed chilling. Humph. If my 30 guards were still here, you would not dare to speak so brazenly. Luo Qingxue's face flushed with indignation. At this juncture, a flicker of surprise crossed the tavern owner's countenance. 30? Guards? Naturally, given the perilous nature of Yilong City, I would be prudent to bring an ample number of guards. The tavern owner's eyelids twitched violently, and he inhaled sharply. How remarkable. It is no wonder she hails from a prominent family. Aware of the grave dangers that beset Yilong City, she resorts to employing 30 individuals as mere shields, knowing full well she cannot contend with the foreign entities here. One can only surmise those individuals prepared their last wills before embarking on this venture. Previously, he had deemed Gu Chen's demands excessive, but in comparison, Gu Chen appeared almost magnanimous. Gu Chen may have refrained from saving lives, yet Luo Qingxue, fully cognizant of the imminent peril, chose to send so many to their doom. It is a pity, indeed, that they were but a cadre of 3rd-tier guards. Though they died with purpose, their demise was regrettably premature. Luo Qingxue wore an expression of sorrow, yet there was no trace of genuine grief upon her visage. The tavern owner's face involuntarily twitched, and he turned away. shivering with revulsion. How utterly grotesque. He discerned that Luo Qingxue was not lamenting the loss of those guards. Rather, she mourned the fact that they could no longer shield her. Her earlier reproach of Gu Chen's greed stemmed from the harm he inflicted upon her interests. Her disdain for Gu Chen's inaction was rooted in the threat their deaths posed to her own safety. To her, human lives were mere tools. The tavern owner instinctively took a step back. A devil indeed. To regard human lives as mere chaff is an appalling notion. Those guards were merely employed by the Luo family, yet she so callously condemned them to death? Did she believe a labor contract was akin to a bond of servitude, where one's life could be bartered away? Noticing Gu Chen's silence, Luo Qingxue seized her communication talisman to relay a message. Soon, the message was dispatched. The talisman's glow dimming rapidly, signaling its obsolescence. This indicated that those stationed at the Luo family stronghold outside the city had received the news. Observing this, Qin Lianshan secretly exhaled in relief, and then turned to Gu Chun with a mocking expression. Little brother, do you now regret your decision? You could have acquired 2 legendary-grade artifacts, but alas, you have missed your opportunity. Greed is indeed the root of all sin. One must possess a modicum of self-awareness. Luo Qingxue approached, her demeanor imperious. This is our first interaction, and I shall not solicit your assistance again. Once my family arrives, I will provide you with a gold card, and we shall be even. Gu Chen smiled, agreeing to her terms. To secure the gold card, while simultaneously establishing a clear boundary, was indeed a double blessing. Upon observing Gu Chen's demeanor, Luo Qingxue's expression subtly shifted. Something felt amiss. How could he agree so readily? This was not how the narrative unfolded. As the esteemed daughter of the Luo family, she was pursued by countless suitors, a claim that could span from the northern realms to the southern frontiers. Numerous prodigies expressed their concern for her well-being, attending to her every need, fearful of causing her even the slightest distress. Yet, Gu Chen's gaze remained unwaveringly calm, as if she were merely an inconsequential passerby. Indeed, after hearing her words, he consented without a moment's hesitation. Did he truly perceive her, a lady of the Luo lineage, as lesser than a legendary artifact? A flicker of discontent ignited within Luo Qingxue's heart. She lifted her eyes slightly, casting a look of feigned innocence towards Gu Chen. Her expression imbued with a touch of sorrow, a glimmer of tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. However, this pitiable display did not capture Gu Chen's attention. At that moment, he had turned away, his gaze fixed upon the vast, enveloping darkness ahead. Simultaneously, Qin Lianshan furrowed his brow and followed Gu Chen's line of sight. In the depths of the shadowy night, a vague figure cloaked in black was steadily approaching, having traversed the distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Startled, Luo Qingxue's expression transformed from one of vulnerability to sheer terror. Beneath the hood of the black cloak stood a gaunt young man, his face emaciated and resembling the desiccated bark of a dead tree, with lifeless, pallid skin tightly clinging to his skeletal frame. His eye sockets were 2 sunken voids, eerily deep and silent, emanating an indistinct, chilling glimmer. The sight of this figure caused Luo Qingxue, Qin Lianshan, and the tavern owner to shudder, a bone-deep chill penetrating their very marrow. May I inquire as to your identity? Qin Lianshan managed to suppress his astonishment and spoke first. The man in the black cloak did not deign to acknowledge Qin Lianshan, instead fixing his gaze upon Gu Chen, a second-tier summoner capable of slaying 6 third-tier aberrations single-handedly. If my disciple had not perished, he would likely rival your prowess. With such formidable strength at a young age. It seems you are the one who disrupted my subterranean lair and rescued this young lady from the Luo family. The necromancer scrutinized Gu Chen with a frigid gaze. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he immediately deployed his mental probing. Class: Necromancer, level 42, health points, attributes, skills. A 4th-tier class. A necromancer. An elusive profession. This was a being even more potent than rare classes. A necromancer. How is that possible? Qin Lianshan's face was a portrait of shock. The tavern owner was equally astonished. Such hidden professions were exceedingly rare, emerging only once in hundreds of thousands. And their power was unparalleled. Noticing Gu Chen's silence, the man in the black cloak remarked coolly, "It seems you and the Luo family are not of the same ilk. I shall overlook your act of saving the Luo girl this time. However, from this moment forth, refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Do you understand? Indeed, it is a coveted desire." Gu Chen nodded and took a few steps back. He had never intended to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Had it not been for the reckless actions of the leading Irewing Blue Dragon, he would have had no intention of intervening. Moreover, Luo Qingxue had previously stated that she would no longer seek his assistance. Now, with the dark-cloaked man's words, he was more than content to extricate himself from the situation, otherwise, he would soon find himself compelled to save someone once more. Observing Gu Chen's discerning retreat, the dark-cloaked man nodded in satisfaction. Prior to revealing himself, he had already assessed the circumstances at hand. His primary target was Luo Qingxue, and the reason he refrained from attacking Gu Chen was that he had discerned that Gu Chen was not aligned with the Luo family. It was precisely for this reason that he chose not to pursue the matter concerning the underground cavern. Otherwise, Gu Chen would have been the first to face his wrath. Chapter 123. I am not here to debate right or wrong. I simply wish to end your life. The gaze of the man in the black robe fell upon Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianshan, a chilling smile emerging on his pallid face. A sudden jolt of apprehension seized Qin Lianshan's heart. He was but a Tier 3 swordsman, even in his prime. He would be no match for a Tier 4 necromancer, especially now that he had lost an arm. Biting down on his tongue, the sharp pain brought him a semblance of clarity. Turning his attention to the man in black, Qin Lianshan respectfully inquired, "May I ask your esteemed identity? If the Luo family has offended you in any way, please do not hesitate to express your grievances. I can offer my apologies on behalf of the Luo family." The black-robed man revealed a sinister grin, chuckling coldly, "There is no need to use the Luo family to pressure me. I have come today solely for vengeance." "Vengeance? Might I inquire how the Luo family has wronged you?" "You have not wronged me, but you have wronged my student." The man in black let out a strange laugh, his frigid gaze fixating on Luo Qingxue as though she were mere prey. Luo Qingxue trembled slightly, her expression one of astonishment. "Me? Surely there has been some mistake. I have never even met you. How could I have offended your student?" The black-robed man snorted derisively, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Luo Qingxue, do you not recall the betrothal arranged by your parents, binding you to the Shao family of Cloud City? That engagement still lingers in the air." Luo Qingxue's countenance shifted. "Indeed, I had an engagement with Xiao Bufan, but it has since been annulled." "Are you his master?" Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Qin Lianshan's expression changed subtly. Yet he spoke up. "While it is true that my lady's decision to break the engagement was a fault on her part, marriage is ultimately a matter of mutual consent. It should not be forced. We can only extend our apologies in this matter." "Humph. If it were merely a matter of youthful affection, I would not sully my reputation by confronting a junior. But who could have anticipated that the daughter of the Luo family, with her celestial beauty, harbors a heart of venom? Reflecting upon my student's infatuation for you, you have repeatedly extorted substantial wealth and resources from him, even threatening him with death, compelling him to relinquish a significant portion of his family's assets in your name as the lesser head of the family." Luo Qingxue's expression darkened as she immediately refuted. "That is untrue. All that he gave me was willingly offered. How can you claim I coerced him?" "Willingly offered?" The black-robed man's eyes blazed with fury. "Then tell me, to whom did all those resources ultimately belong?" Luo Qingxue hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Refusing to answer, "Are we?" "Very well. Allow me to elaborate. You, in your pursuit of elopement with a noble from the Northern Kingdom, bestowed all the wealth and resources you extracted upon that royal scion, merely to expedite his rise in power. My poor student, in his folly, drained his family's resources, only to serve as a mere pawn for another." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Northern Kingdom, noble scion? Something feels amiss." The man in the black cloak remained oblivious to Gu Chen's gaze. His eyes filled with hatred as they bore down on Luo Qingxue. "You clearly do not love Xiao Bufan. Yet you have maintained an ambiguous relationship with him solely to extract resources for your beloved. Over the past year, you have not allowed him to even touch you. Yet you revel in the company of that royal scion every night in the manner he gifted you. Half a month ago, my student inadvertently stumbled upon your scandal with that royal youth, prompting you to publicly renounce your engagement, thus humiliating the Shao family in Yun City. My foolish student sought revenge, only to be killed by your manipulation of royal power. Not only that, but the entire Shao family in Yun City was uprooted. It is both pitiable and detestable that infatuated young man ultimately brought ruin upon himself due to a woman's treachery." As the man in black spoke with increasing fervor, a palpable intent to kill emanated from him. Qin Lianshan's eyes flashed with astonishment. As a man, he found himself feeling somewhat sympathetic toward the unfortunate Xiao Bufan. Yet, as Luo Qingxue's guard, his initial instinct was to defend her. However, his mind raced in vain, struggling to conjure any points of rebuttal. At that moment, Luo Qingxue lifted her exquisite visage. "I admit my faults, but setting aside the facts, has Xiao Bufan done no wrong? Even if I have wronged him, you should not harbor intentions of murder against me. I hail from the esteemed Luo family of the North, as the daughter of a wealthy tycoon marrying him. Is it not expected for Xiao Bufan to endure some grievances? Thus, the issue lies with him." The tavern owner, eavesdropping on their exchange, trembled at her words. The force of her argument, honed over 20 years, struck him deeply. It was indeed her. The man in black bellowed furiously, his aura of malice nearly solidifying in the air. Even he found it difficult to withstand the power behind Luo Qingxue's words. What a sharp-tongued girl. No wonder my student met his tragic end at your hands. However, I did not come here to dispute right or wrong with you. I merely seek to kill you, avenging my student. With a swift motion, the man summoned the earth around them, causing large mounds of dirt to erupt. The sound of cracking earth echoed as nearly 100 eerie skeletons clawed their way to the surface, surrounding the crowd in layers. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qingshue's complexion shifted dramatically. The dead are merely your student and his family. To you, they are inconsequential. But to turn your hand against me? The man in black coldly replied. To me, you are also inconsequential. I wish to slay you as one would butcher a pig or dog. As his words hung in the air, a legion of towering skeletons brandishing weapons advanced mercilessly toward Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianshan. Who dares to lay a hand on a member of the Luo family? At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the shadows. A tall figure, radiating a dense crimson light, darted through the darkness with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of blood-red lightning. In the blink of an eye, a towering figure approached, wielding a pair of enormous axes and aimed to strike at the man in the black robe. Upon witnessing this, the black-robed man donned a suit of skeletal armor. While a legion of skeletons abandoned their assault on Luo Qingxue and surged towards the imposing figure wielding the axes. The two axes, glimmering with a sanguine light, descended with tremendous force, shattering the bones of the three foremost skeletons and sending them flying backward. A hint of astonishment appeared on Gu Chen's face. Even from a distance of 10 meters, he could perceive the violent aura emanating from the towering figure. There was no need for further perception. The combination of that formidable presence and the dual axes unmistakably signified the rare class of a berserker. Second Master, are you not in the Northern Realm? Exclaimed Qin Lianshan. Overwhelmed with joy, the towering man grunted affirmatively and charged forward. With his dual axes, he resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, effortlessly repelling a throng of skeletons in mere moments. Luo Qingshue's face lit up with joy, tears welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, Second Uncle, your arrival is so timely. I was just bullied terribly. You must help me take revenge. Chapter 124. The Berserk Warrior and the Summoned Bone Dragon. The sudden appearance of this berserker was none other than the cousin of the head of the Luo family. The uncle of Luo Qingxue, Luo Quangren. Originally named Luo Chao, he adopted his current moniker upon his transition to a berserker. Upon hearing Luo Qingshue's words, a flicker of anger ignited upon Luo Quangren's countenance. A fourth-tier necromancer, disregarding their status to attack the younger generation of the Luo family. It seems you have wasted your years. Luo Qingshue's actions led to the ruin of my student's family, and with my student deceased, it is only natural that I seek vengeance. Confronted by a level 46 berserker, the withered face of the cloaked man flashed with irritation. The delay caused by the earlier conversation had been detrimental. Had he known Luo Quangren would arrive, he should have eliminated Luo Qingxue first. His intention was for Luo Qingxue to perish burdened by her remorse towards Xiao Bufan. Yet he could not have anticipated Luo Quangren's timely arrival. Luo Quangren's level surpassed his own, and if the opponent was resolute in fleeing with Luo Qingxue, it would pose a considerable challenge. Years ago, I heard of a necromancer emerging from Cloud City. It must be you. Very well, let me witness the true power of a necromancer. With a scoff, Luo Quangren wasted no time in launching his assault. He resembled a humanoid behemoth, swinging his massive axe with a force that rendered him nearly invincible. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The cloaked man chuckled coldly, undaunted by Luo Quangren's aggression, fearing only that he might flee. With a wave of his hand, an overwhelming swarm of skeletons surged forward, encircling Luo Quangren with no escape. The battle erupted as Luo Quangren found himself ensnared, yet he remained unfazed. Wielding his dual axes with unrelenting ferocity against the advancing skeletons, the skeletal warriors shattered beneath the might of his strikes, bones splintering and limbs severing. However, upon closer inspection, they sustained no fatal injuries. The fractured bones rapidly reassembled, and the severed limbs seamlessly reattached, resulting in minimal loss. Conversely, Luo Quangren's wounds began to accumulate under the relentless onslaught. Chen cannot be slain? With eyes blazing, Luo Quangren had initially assumed these skeletons were mere fodder, easily dispatched. Yet now, surrounded and facing increasing difficulty, he thought, then I shall eliminate you first. Luo Quangren bellowed, focusing his ire on the direction of the cloaked necromancer, preparing to unleash his fury. At that moment, the necromancer extended a finger, and a streak of black light shot forth from his fingertip, instantaneously striking Luo Quangren. Luo Quangren's momentum abruptly stalled, his speed diminishing significantly as his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering him incapable of approaching the necromancer. He roared, his body erupting in a dazzling crimson light, forming a protective shield against the surrounding attacks. In an instant, His physique swelled to a towering height of 3 meters. A formidable giant wielding his enormous axes with tremendous might, ruthlessly cleaving through the throng of skeletal warriors. Bang! With a single swing of the axe, 7 or 8 skeletal warriors were shattered, leaving a ground strewn with fragmented bones. At that moment, Luo Quangren transformed into a harvester. His sharp double axes slicing through the air with the ease of chopping vegetables, eliciting expressions of exhilaration from those present. Truly, a necromancer of his caliber could compel the second master to unleash his berserker skills. It seemed this battle was nearing its conclusion, remarked Chen and Shan from the sidelines. Humph. My uncle is a rare berserker, not inferior to that hidden class. Just a mere necromancer. He will soon be reduced to a lifeless corpse, Luo Qingxue scoffed. Instinctively casting her gaze toward Guchan, her eyes glinting with a frigid demeanor. Clearly, she harbored lingering resentment toward Guchan for earlier events. Sensing the chill in Luo Qingxue's gaze, the tavern owner standing behind Gu Chen's expression shifted, becoming somewhat rigid. Who was Luo Qingxue? The daughter of the wealthiest family in the northern region, the jewel of the Luo family. With the 4th-tier berserker Luo Quangren backing her. An unsettling feeling stirred within the tavern owner's heart. Young man, Miss Luo's uncle is named Luo Quangren, the cousin of the Luo family head, a 4th-tier berserker, and a pivotal figure in the northern Luo clan. Once the battle concludes, it would be wise for you to offer them an apology, the tavern owner whispered in caution. Although Gu Chen was exceptionally gifted, having effortlessly slain a 3rd-tier Irewing blue dragon at a young age, Luo Quangren was, after all, a 4th-tier practitioner. Should Luo Qingxue choose to lodge a complaint, it could spell significant trouble. Gu Chen slightly shook his head, his expression calm and unperturbed, disregarding the admonition. Observing the current battle, it was evident that Luo Quangren possessed considerable skill. He held his own against the onslaught of 4th-tier skeletal warriors, even hinting at a potential breakthrough. However, the necromancer had utilized merely 3 skills, summoning skeletal warriors, applying a bone armor on himself, and casting a slowing effect on Luo Quangren. A 4th-tier necromancer could not possibly rely on just these 3 abilities, indicating that he had yet to exert his full strength. It appeared that Luo Quangren's hopes for a reversal would not come easily. Indeed, just after Gu Chen shook his head, dark runes began to surface on the ground before the necromancer. Following this, an unprecedented aura of terror emanated from within, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Enough of this, Luo Quangren of the Luo family. Truly, it is better to hear of your fame than to meet you in person. If my student were still alive, you wouldn't even be worthy of holding his shoes, a voice declared. As the words fell, the ground at the center of the black runes suddenly erupted. Debris flying in all directions as a colossal dragon claw broke through the earth, its sharp, hook-like bones digging into the ground, creating horrific fissures. With a resonant roar that shook the very souls of those present, an immense dragon skull emerged into view. Its hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly green flames. And as its jaws opened and closed, it exhaled clouds of black smoke and a nauseating stench, as if it had just clawed its way out of the inferno, carrying with it an endless tide of resentment. In an instant, a chilling, spectral bone dragon materialized before the eyes of the onlookers. A flicker of astonishment flashed across Gu Chen's eyes as he quickly turned to look. Alien species, bone dragon, level, LV 42 health. Attributes. Skills. The disparity in levels was so vast that the specific attributes remained obscured. However, the intense aura of death emanating from the bone dragon was akin to the chilling gaze of the Grim Reaper, sending shivers down one's spine. The bone dragon shifted its form, its grotesque skeletal frame marred by mottled scars. The wings of bone behind it were adorned with tattered membranes and sharp spines. Each vertebra as stout as a stone pillar, and its ribs stood out distinctly, resembling bars that confined a malevolent spirit. Tendrils of black mist coiled around the skeletal structure. As the bone dragon extended its neck, lowering its body slightly, its eyes, ablaze with an eerie green flame, fixated instantly on Luo Quangren. In that fleeting moment, Luo Quangren's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his brow, as if the scythe of death loomed ominously above him. Chapter 125, The Northern Iron Cavalry. The king comes to our rescue, a bone dragon? An epic 5-star creature? How is this possible? Luo Quangren asked in rapid succession, his face etched with horror. The level 42 necromancer seemed inconsequential to him. However, confronted by a level 42 epic 5-star bone dragon, he felt utterly devoid of any resistance. This creature was but a step away from transcending into the legendary tier. With a fearsome roar, the bone dragon unleashed a torrent of dense black breath towards Luo Quangren, causing the temperature in the air to plummet abruptly, as if an ancient glacier had descended upon them. Luo Quangren's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he turned to flee. Yet, he was already ensnared by the necromancer's slowing effects. unable to muster even a fraction of his usual speed. The black breath surged forth, engulfing him in a chilling embrace that was suffused with terrifying frost. When the black breath dissipated, Luo Quangren lay sprawled on the ground, his health plummeting by over 30. His skin had taken on a ghastly gray hue, his body encased in black ice crystals, exuding a miasma of decay. "Uncle!" Luo Qingxue exclaimed in shock, her face pale. "How can this be?" Qin Lianqing trembled, utterly astonished by the scene before him. A level 42 bone dragon had effortlessly stripped more than 30 of Luo Quangren's health with a single breath. The power of an epic summon was beyond question. The necromancer's eyes glinted coldly, intent on commanding the bone dragon to finish off Luo Quangren. Just then, a powerful tremor reverberated through the ground, accompanied by a thunderous noise in the darkness. Gu Chen turned towards the sound, his gaze suddenly sharpening. A vast array of silver armor came into view, with a flag fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with a prominent character, Gu. The air was thick with a palpable aura of impending slaughter. The Gu banner. It was the Northern Iron Cavalry. "Uncle, hold on. The king is coming to our rescue." Luo Qingxue exchanged a glance with Qin Lianshan, excitement radiating from their faces. Luo Quangren turned to look, his previously ashen visage now alight with unrestrained joy. Beneath the black robe, the necromancer was thrown into disarray, his eyelids flickering. Fear etched upon his features. The Northern Iron Cavalry was notorious, known in the abyssal battlefield as the alien meat grinder, unmatched in ferocity. Who would dare to oppose them? "Miss, the royal family has dispatched over 1,000 cavalrymen to provide support. It seems that young Master Gu holds you in high regard." Qin Lianshan exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. "Of course, I am destined to become the Northern Queen," Luo Qingxue replied, lifting her exquisite face with an air of haughtiness. Witnessing this turn of events, the necromancer's countenance darkened considerably. Damn it, this is intolerable. He had once believed he could control the situation. How had it shifted so abruptly? Why had the Northern Iron Cavalry appeared at this moment? Frustration and resentment flickered in his eyes as he commanded the skeletal minions on the ground to launch a frenzied assault on Luo Quangren. Seizing the moment of tranquility, the necromancer leaped onto the back of the skeletal dragon. With a few powerful flaps of its wings, the dragon vanished into the vast abyss of darkness. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. It escaped? This cannot be. That individual intends to take her life. How could she allow him to flee? "Uncle, pursue him at once. Do not let Xiaobufan's mentor evade capture," Luo Qingxue called out anxiously. "It is too late. That is an epic 5-star, 4th-tier skeletal dragon. If it wishes to escape, not even I, nor the Iron Cavalry of the Northern Territory, could hope to catch it," Luo Quangren replied weakly, shaking his head. Infuriating, Luo Qingxue glared, her beautiful eyes filled with ire. Just then, over 1,000 silver-armored cavalrymen emerged from the shadows. Leading them was a 3rd-tier knight, clad in heavy armor, with gleaming silver iron plating covering his entire form, including his head, torso, arms, legs, and vital areas of his steed. The orderly ranks behind him followed closely, and upon their arrival, a palpable atmosphere of impending slaughter enveloped the air. The cavalry leader tightened his reins and, despite his cumbersome armor, dismounted swiftly to approach Luo Qingxue. "Miss Luo, upon arriving in Longyin City, the young master learned of your perilous situation and commanded me to lead 1,000 iron floating towers to escort you from the city." He spoke with a tone of utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue's eyes brightened with intrigue. Is Gu Xi not in the capital? How has he come here? In response to your inquiry, the young master has reached the 2nd tier. It is indeed time for him to arrive in Longyin City. 2nd tier. So swiftly. Excellent. Excellent. Quickly, take me to see him. A glimmer of excitement flared in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced with resolve. No, he is preoccupied with important matters. I shall not disturb him. Please wait a moment while we gather ourselves before departing with you. The cavalry leader nodded and remounted, commanding his troops to assume a defensive stance, awaiting further instructions. In the interim, Luo Quangren had utilized a healing scroll, restoring a significant portion of his vitality, and learned of the recent events from Qin Lianshan. He then turned his gaze to Gu Chen, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his features. "This young brother. I am immensely grateful for your rescue of my niece Qingxue. Please accept this treasury gold card. Do not decline, as it is your rightful reward." Without any accusations or arrogance, Luo Quangren maintained a casual demeanor, presenting Gu Chen with a gold card. He then turned to the tavern owner, standing nearby. "My friend, thank you for promptly delivering the message. Should you encounter any difficulties in the Northern Territory in the future, simply invoke my name, Luo Quangren." "Ah, Mr. Luo is too kind," the tavern owner stammered, somewhat overwhelmed, as he had merely transmitted a message and had not rendered direct assistance to Luo Qingxue. Yet, Luo Quangren not only expressed gratitude but also bestowed upon him a significant favor. The tavern owner nodded earnestly, excitement bubbling within him. "Uncle, you were just giving him the gold card? He did nothing to help earlier." Luo Qingxue approached from the side, her face betraying a sense of discontent. "Qingxue, if it weren't for this young man, would you still be alive today? Do not presume that everyone ought to treat you kindly without reason. We are but strangers. If someone saves you, it is a matter of goodwill, for which you should be grateful. If they choose not to, it is merely their right." "And there is nothing more to be said," spoke Luo Quangren earnestly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue cast a scornful glance at Gu Chen, curling her lip in silence. Gu Chen, however, chose to disregard her words and collected the golden card, as it was rightfully his. Once everything was settled, Luo Quangren led Luo Qingxue and Qin Lianshan into the ranks of the iron floating tower, as they set forth towards the outskirts of the city. 1,000 iron cavalry galloped swiftly, soon covering a distance of over a kilometer. The cavalry commander, riding atop his steed, addressed Luo Qingxue, saying, "Miss Luo, there lies a geothermal spring 30 kilometers ahead. The Luo family has arranged for someone to meet you there." Luo Qingxue, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. "You are not escorting me out of the city? We have pressing matters entrusted to us by our master. Upon reaching the meeting point with the Luo family, we shall take our leave," he replied. "Very well, once we arrive at the geothermal spring, you must return immediately, so as not to delay the master's instructions. By the way, what is the nature of the task? Is there anything my Luo family can assist with?" The cavalry commander paused briefly, then chuckled lightly. "It is nothing of great significance. The master merely instructed us to remain in Yinglong City to locate someone." Chapter 126. The iron floating tower turns back, silencing witnesses searching for someone? A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Qingxue's beautiful eyes before she replied, "That is quite simple. Just provide me with the individual's information, and I shall assist you in posting a bounty. As for the reward, I can offer a piece of legendary equipment. If that person is still in Longgui City, they will have no place to hide." Upon hearing this, the cavalry commander shook his head. "Young master has instructed that this matter should not be too ostentatious. We must proceed with discretion." "Oh, you wish to find someone, but cannot draw attention?" Luo Qingxue's brows slightly furrowed. Could it be that Gu Xi was secretly harboring someone? Who is this person? Are they male or female? Her tone grew somber. Noticing the change in Luo Qingxue's expression, the cavalry commander felt a momentary shock. Women. If he did not clarify this misunderstanding, he might forever remain a mere captain. "Miss Luo, there has been a misunderstanding. The person we seek is Gu Chen, the half-brother of the young master." "Looking for Gu Chen?" Before Luo Qingxue could respond, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared in Luo Quangren's eyes. "Then why did you not call for him just now?" The cavalry commander's expression shifted slightly as he quickly turned to Luo. "What do you mean by that?" Not only the cavalry commander, but also a look of confusion appeared on Luo Qingxue's face. "Second uncle, what nonsense are you speaking? How could Gu Chen possibly be with us?" Luo Quangren asserted, "The young man who accepted the gold card is Gu Chen." The cavalry commander's face darkened immediately, pulling tightly on the reins to halt the galloping steed. "Mr. Luo, are you certain? A male, no older than 20, and a second-tier summoner. With these 3 conditions combined, it seems there is no one else but Gu Chen, is there?" The cavalry commander expressed regret. "Mr. Luo, since you have deduced he is Gu Chen, why did you not speak up earlier? I assumed you recognized him from the start. If it were not for his identity, I would not have so readily handed out the gold card." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue shot a glare at Luo Quangren, realizing that his earlier earnest admonitions were merely an act. What a seasoned performer. Luo Quangren could only feel helpless in response. The matter of Gu Chen severing ties with the Gu family had long been a topic of speculation. While he could not ascertain the truth of this issue, he was certain that a conflict existed between Gu Chen and the Gu family. Thus, it seemed entirely natural that both sides would ignore each other after the arrival of the iron floating tower. Luo Qingxue pondered briefly before stating, "Commander, since this is a matter entrusted to you by Gu Xi, we should set off immediately." The cavalry commander furrowed his brows. "Miss Luo, what about you? Do not worry. We are not far from the geothermal springs, and besides, my second uncle is a 4th-tier berserker. With his protection, I shall be fine." Luo Quangren glanced at his still replenishing health and sighed inwardly. A daughter grows up too fast. "Then I shall trouble Mr. Luo," the cavalry commander said politely. "Not at all." Luo Quangren waved his hand dismissively. Luo Qingxue did not delay. She promptly led Luo Quangren and Qin Lianshan out of the team. The 1,000 iron pagodas swiftly turned around and raced back towards the direction from whence they came. Before long, they arrived at their previous location. At the entrance of the dilapidated tavern, the level 35 priest, who was also the tavern owner, was busy clearing the aftermath of the battle. Upon seeing the iron pagoda's return, a look of confusion immediately crossed his face. "Priest, what happened to that young man who was here earlier? Where did he go?" inquired the cavalry commander, seated upon his steed. "Sir, after you left, that young man departed," the tavern owner replied with a smile. "Departed? Which way did he go?" "That way. He took the small path towards the city." "Are you certain?" "Indeed. He even specifically asked me for directions before leaving." The cavalry commander nodded. "That is good. Thank you." The tavern owner waved his hands repeatedly. "No need." Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, the cavalry commander's spear abruptly thrust forward, piercing the tavern owner's abdomen, instantly reducing his health by nearly half. Why? Fear filled the tavern owner's eyes, and the intense pain nearly contorted his features. While speaking, he gritted his teeth against the agony and quickly cast a healing spell upon himself. However, the cavalry commander yanked his spear back with force. Bang! The tavern owner's body was flung backward like a sandbag into the ranks of the iron pagodas. "Go!" The cavalry commander urged his steed onward. The iron pagodas surged forward in a relentless wave, showing no mercy as they trampled over the frail form of the tavern owner. Dust settled, and the remnants of the body lay scattered on the ground, barely recognizable as human, in the vast darkness of the night. Chen soared through the skies atop a bloodline blue dragon with a wingspan nearing 5 meters, racing deep into a mountain range. Behind it trailed 5 more bloodline blue dragons along with several younglings. The Northern Iron Riders? What brings them all this way to Longan City, regardless of their intent? They must not impede my path. Otherwise, a frigid expression emerged on Chen's face. Before long, the dragons entered a mountain recess. On the other side, within a lush forest, a cloaked figure leaned against an ancient tree, beside him a large pool of still wet blood. Damn it! How could the Northern Iron Riders appear so suddenly? Is it that royal scion? If it weren't for my injuries, I could have held out a few more minutes to eliminate Luo Qingxue. Just a little longer. If only I had a moment more. The man's tone was laced with palpable weakness, his complexion exceedingly grim. Though the Northern Iron Riders were notorious for their ferocity, he now realized that the silver-armored cavalrymen were merely iron pagodas, not the elite forces of the North. Had he not been frightened into retreat by the Gu family's royal banner, he could have dispatched Luo Qingxue on the spot with just a minute more of resistance. Just then, a formidable aura suddenly descended from the heavens. The man in the black robe tightened his expression, but upon recognizing the newcomer as Chen, he discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing a frigid smile to grace his face. "Little brother, you truly have no fear of death, daring to follow me?" Chen cast a glance at the still-drying bloodstains on the ground and replied nonchalantly, "Are you injured?" The black-robed man's expression abruptly turned icy, and an unabashed murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I had initially intended to spare your life, but since you have chosen to be ungrateful, today shall mark your demise." No sooner had he spoken than a massive skeleton, towering over 3 meters, materialized from thin air. Its deep eye sockets gleaming with eerie green flames, instantly locking onto Chen's figure. In the next moment, the colossal skeleton swung its cleaver down mercilessly towards Chen's head. Should that strike land, it would likely cleave his entire head from his shoulders. However, at that very moment, Chen's form vanished, only to be replaced by a bloodline blue dragon, its scales radiating a dark crimson glow. Transforming into a third-tier bloodline creature required the expenditure of 5,000 life points, while an explosive attack would inflict damage amounting to 10,000 points. Before the blade could descend, the iron-winged blue dragon erupted in a dazzling crimson light. It self-destructed. Boom. A torrent of blood flames surged skyward, and the enormous skeleton was struck as if by some unseen force, fissures appearing across its bony frame as it crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 127, Young Master. This is beyond your control. In a moment of haste, the man in the black robe had little time to react, as the luminescent skeletal armor materialized upon him. He was violently propelled away by an explosion. Thud. His body crashed heavily against a tree trunk, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agony. Fortunately, he was a 4th-tier mage. Had he been a mere 2nd-tier mage, he would likely have been reduced to a lifeless corpse by now. The man in the black robe rose from the ground, his visage shrouded in frost. How humiliating it was for a dignified 4th-tier necromancer to fall victim to the underhanded tactics of a 2nd-tier summoner. Rage surged within him, and in the next instant, a colossal bone dragon emerged from the earth. The black-robed man stood upon the dragon's back, his icy gaze sweeping over the forest below, swiftly identifying Chen's position. Eliminate him. The bone dragon let out a thunderous roar, unfurling its massive wings and soaring toward Chen with lethal intent. Yet Chen remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. Behind him loomed a towering stone golem, over 3 meters tall, radiating an imposing presence. From the golem erupted 2 beams of dark energy, striking the bone dragon and its necromancer master. Exhausted beyond measure, under the powerful debilitating effects, the bone dragon and the necromancer's attributes plummeted to half. Their combat capability reduced from 4th tier to 2nd tier. What is happening? The black-robed man's expression shifted as an icy chill enveloped him. What manner of skill could so swiftly strip him of half his power? As he pondered this, a sinister shadow, the dark hunting dragon tortoise, surged from the depths below, hurtling toward the bone dragon with ferocity. The bone dragon, sensing the disturbance, swiftly turned its head, its eye sockets ablaze with eerie green flames that radiated a terrifying aura. It opened its maw, unleashing a thick cloud of black mist toward the approaching threat. The dark hunting dragon tortoise maneuvered mid-air, its armored shell absorbing the black breath with negligible damage. In an instant, it unleashed its skill upon the bone dragon. Shattering impact, bam. The bone dragon endured the forceful collision as if struck by a meteor, its body violently jolting, numerous bones shattering, and its health plummeting by approximately 10. Were it not for the epic 5-star quality of the bone dragon, its health would have dipped below half. Impossible. A 2nd-tier summoned beast dares to injure my bone dragon? The black-robed man's face was a mask of disbelief. It dawned on him that not only had his own power been halved, but the bone dragon's capabilities had also been severely diminished. What kind of absurd skill was this? Without a moment's hesitation, the black-robed man commanded the bone dragon to change direction and flee. Engaging in battle while under the effects of such a debilitating spell was an act of sheer folly, and he would not commit such a blunder. However, just as the bone dragon pivoted, the surrounding space erupted with numerous fissures. Suddenly, a shadowy figure, akin to dark mist, surged forth from the rifts in space. What is this? The black-robed man's eyelids twitched, and he promptly ordered the bone dragon to accelerate its escape. Where did you capture your bone dragon? Chen's voice resonated from below. The man in the black robe momentarily froze, then revealed a hint of disdain. Do you really think you can tame a bone dragon? Dream on. As a mere 2nd-tier summoner, no matter how formidable your combat prowess, it is impossible for you to succeed. Before he could finish, a massive hand formed from swirling dark mist suddenly emerged from a rift in space, seizing the black-robed man and slamming him violently into the ground. Boom. The impact sent the black-robed man's body crashing down, shattering several sturdy trees in the process, inflicting grievous injuries. No, don't attack, he pleaded, struggling to rise, his face painted with terror. In that moment, he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. A dignified 4th-tier summoner, yet reduced to being toyed with by a 2nd-tier summoner, despair surged within him. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted from behind. The black-robed man turned to see his summoned bone dragon being firmly grasped by a shadowy hunting tortoise, forcefully dragged from the sky. Following that, the shadowy hunting tortoise stomped down upon the bone dragon, its razor-sharp claws ruthlessly slicing into its form. Fragments of bone scattered as the bone dragon roared in fury, retaliating with wild abandon. Yet, under the tortoise's retaliatory talent, the bone dragon appeared as feeble and helpless as a chick, its resistance utterly futile. Chen approached the black-robed man, his expression frigid. Sensing the icy intent in Chen's gaze, the black-robed man trembled, disregarding his dignity as he fell to his knees. Young brother, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. I will reveal everything. Such is the wisdom of a man who knows his predicament. Even with skills yet untapped, he understood that no effort could facilitate his escape from Chen's watchful eyes. Kneeling and pleading for mercy was his sole chance for survival. Chen imperceptibly nodded. He had initially assumed that his opponent was a hidden profession, proud and unyielding. To his surprise, the man knelt so decisively, displaying adaptability. Speak. Where is the bone dragon? Just as he began, Chen's gaze sharpened, focusing on the encroaching darkness in the distance. Amidst the boundless shadows, a legion of silver-armored figures surged forward, enveloped in dust. A large character adorned the fluttering banners. The Northern Border Iron Riders, again? Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This is bad. Those riders are coming to hunt me down. Panic flickered in the black-robed man's eyes. He had aimed to kill Luo Qingxue. Hence the Northern Border Iron Riders pursued him. The assumption seemed all too logical. Silver armor and iron floating towers. While not the most elite of the Northern Border Iron Riders, how could 1 or 2 practitioners withstand such a torrent of steel? Soon, 1,000 Iron Riders charged closer. Chen narrowed his eyes, for he noticed the leading cavalry commander donned a mask, his gaze fixed intently upon him, as if assessing whether he was their target. Commander of the Iron Floating Tower, I have met the young master. After a moment of hesitation, the cavalry commander seemed to have confirmed the target before him. He nodded at Chen and, with an air of arrogance, mounted his warhorse. Have you met the young master? Is this all? The very title of young master signified an acknowledgement of Gu Chen's identity. Yet here you are, a commander of the Northern Iron Cavalry who greets an outsider, Luo Qingxue. With courtesy, and now, in the presence of the true master, you merely offer a tepid salutation? How absurd. You must be mistaken. I am no young master. Gu Chen regarded him with an expression of indifference. Young master, I am here on the king's orders to escort you back to the north. I kindly request. I have already stated that I am not the young master. Go back and inform Gu Qingfeng that I have severed all ties with the Gu family. I shall never return to the Gu household in this lifetime. A flicker of cold light flashed in the cavalry commander's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Young master, I fear that this matter is not yours to decide. Chapter 128. The 1,000 iron statues, utterly annihilated upon witnessing this scene. The man in the black robe stealthily retreated, realizing that these Northern Iron Riders were seemingly not there to take his life. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering the audacity of their intentions. The cavalry commander's voice deepened, devoid of any emotion. If the young master refused to cooperate, he would have no choice but to resort to certain measures. With that declaration, 1,000 Iron Riders behind him raised their long spears. An overwhelming aura of hostility instantly locking onto Gu Chen. Iron statues, heed my command. The young master has been slain by foreign foes. Let us charge forth and avenge him. The cavalry commander pointed his spear at Gu Chen, his face concealed, yet exuding a chilling intent to kill. Gu Chen's gaze lifted slightly, and as the commander met his stark, contrasting eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Simultaneously, a profound rift in space suddenly appeared beside him. This is bad. The cavalry commander, a seasoned third-tier knight, possessed keen battle instincts. Sensing the impending danger, he immediately activated his charge skill towards Gu Chen. Yet, it was a moment too late. A flash of dark light descended upon him, abruptly halting his momentum. And then a deep rift in space silently sliced through in front of him. No one had time to react. The commander merely shuddered before his head was severed from his body. Thud! The severed head fell to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth, and a thick, metallic scent of blood quickly filled the air. The cavalry commander was dead. The 1,000 iron statues behind stared at Gu Chen's composed visage, sinking into a profound silence. The fallen head spoke volumes. A level 37 cavalry commander had been instantaneously defeated without even executing the most basic charge. Can a second-tier practitioner achieve such feats? Charge. Slay the foreign foes. Avenge the young master. Avenge our commander, shouted the deputy commander, prompting a wave of silver-armored cavalry to spur their steeds forward. Resolutely charging at Gu Chen, the silver torrent surged towards him, seemingly poised to engulf him entirely. Gu Chen's expression turned frigid. How audacious! They dared to call him young master while seeking his demise. Was it truly the Gu family that wished for his end? If so, they should not expect to survive either. Faced with 1,000 Iron Riders, the undead golem could not unleash such a multitude of negative effects. Gu Chen extended his hand, summoning the figure of the chaotic elemental into the air. An extraordinary, luminescent necromancy sphere orbited around it, strands of purple-black energy coiling around the chaotic elemental. Necromancy sphere effect activated. The chaotic elemental receives a 100 enhancement to all attributes, lasting for 1 minute. In the next moment, the chaotic elemental's attributes doubled. A thick black mist swirling around its form as it ballooned in size. Die! The chaotic primordial spirit emitted a chilling whisper. Gazing down at the vast array of silver-armored cavalry, a layer of golden energy materialized before Gu Chen. The ultimate return to ruins, manifested as a dark golden vortex, rapidly expanding outward and forming a chaotic domain in an instant. As soon as the domain took shape, 200 to 300 cavalrymen surged into it. Simultaneously, the power of chaos exerted an unprecedented overwhelming force, ensnaring those cavalry within the domain and inflicting substantial continuous damage with each passing moment. Though the iron floating tower was not among the elite forces of the Northern Iron Cavalry, its heavily armored soldiers should not be underestimated, as they withstood nearly half of the damage. Moreover, the number of cavalry entering the domain continued to rise, forming a battle formation. And under the influence of their charging skills, they subtly exhibited a tendency to break free from the domain. Should this tug-of-war persist, it would not be long before these iron floating towers could shatter the constraints of the chaotic realm. Too slow, Gu Chen shook his head. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the undead golem roared and charged forward, its robust arms, composed of massive stones, raised high. And it struck down fiercely in the direction of the iron floating tower's charge. With a resounding boom, a layer of black luminescence erupted from its form, vanishing into the chaotic domain in the blink of an eye, like a drop of ink dispersing in water. The dark, golden chaotic light was tinged with a faint gray energy, causing the two domains to overlap explosively, unleashing an unprecedented might. Within the skill's range, the energy consumption of all targets surged tenfold, and the damage they sustained also escalated tenfold. Furthermore, under the immense continuous damage, with each target that perished, the remaining ones would experience 1 second of dizziness. As the two skills converged, the once fervent iron-floating tower cavalry, poised to break through the oppressive force of chaos, suddenly found the pressure intensifying. Their energy rapidly depleted, and the damage they sustained soared to an unfathomable degree in an instant. In just a few breaths, these iron-floating towers were compelled to halt their charge due to exhaustion. Simultaneously, their health plummeted at an astonishing rate. What of my skill? Charge. Forward. My energy is depleted? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is happening? Why is my health dropping so rapidly? What kind of skill is this? How can the damage be so terrifying? The cavalrymen were gripped by fear, their once fervent battle intent transformed into sheer terror as their health dwindled rapidly. The Northern Iron Cavalry had a fearsome reputation, certainly, but that was in the context of direct combat. Faced with such an utterly insurmountable situation, it felt akin to a mortal challenging a deity. With waves of helplessness and despair crashing against the psychological defenses of each soldier, a group of cavalrymen who could not even charge were hardly a threat. Amid the tenfold increase in damage, the chaotic domain echoed with the anguished wails of the cavalry, who were unable to approach Chen, crushed instead by the overwhelming force of chaos. Men, horses, and even the heavy armor they wore were reduced to mere dust upon the ground. As the brilliance of skill faded into the darkness, every trace of the iron pagoda within its range was utterly obliterated. This scene rendered the cloaked man lurking in the shadows breathless. How could a mere second-tier summoner unleash such terrifying power? At that moment, the Blood Lord stepped forward, transforming the fallen cavalry commander and his steed into blood knights. Chen also approached, collecting several scattered pieces of equipment from the ground. Among them were 2 epic-grade items, a knight's lance and knight's armor, which would surely fetch a handsome price on the trading platform. Having dealt with the corpses and retrieved the gear, the traces of 1,000 iron pagodas were completely eradicated. Even if someone sought to uncover their remnants, they would find no leads. Chen maintained an unperturbed demeanor, devoid of psychological burdens or sentimentality. He never indulged anyone if others sought to kill him. He would respond in kind. What of the Northern Iron Cavalry? They were human too. Did he not have the right to resist? Since they had revealed their fangs, he would retaliate in kind. Chapter 129, The Dragon Gate Baptism, Experience and Rewards for Slaying Professionals. As dawn broke over the horizon, in a certain area of Dragon City, a figure hurriedly entered the central military tent within a brightly illuminated camp. Report. Sir, the 1,000 iron pagodas we dispatched have been unresponsive for a full 7 hours. Upon hearing these words from his subordinate, the handsome young man seated at the center of the tent suddenly fixed his gaze, a fierce aura emanating from his eyes. 7 hours? Where was the last known location of those 1,000 riders? Gusi inquired coldly. Sir, they escorted Miss Luo to the vicinity of the geothermal springs, and subsequently rushed to a tavern on the outskirts of Dragon City to investigate the whereabouts of Chen. After that, we have received no further communication. Convey my orders to gather 2,000 iron riders immediately and head to the outskirts of Dragon City to search for that group, regardless of the circumstances. They must report back to the camp at the earliest opportunity. The disappearance of 1,000 iron pagodas at the periphery of Dragon City was unprecedented. Could it be related to Chen? No, that was utterly impossible. How could a mere summoner possess such capabilities? Sir, logically speaking, all 1,000 iron pagodas are third-tier knights. Even if they were to find themselves in dire straits, it would be inconceivable for them to vanish without a trace. This occurrence is rather suspicious. Should we report it to the king? No need. My father has urgent matters to attend to at the Dragon Hall and appointed me as the commander of 5,000 iron pagodas before his departure. If I report such trivial matters, it would surely disappoint him. And what of the search for young Master Chen? Is that even a question? Gusi scoffed, his voice laden with murderous intent. Understood, his subordinate replied. Furthermore, ensure that all traces of Chen's appearances are erased. Should there be any mistakes, military law will be enforced. Yes, sir. After the subordinate departed, Gusi's brow furrowed in thought. Just last night, upon arriving at the outskirts of Dragon City, Gu Qingfeng had been summoned away by a secret order to head to the center of Dragon City, the Dragon Hall. Gusi, on the other hand, had been appointed as the temporary commander of 5,000 iron pagodas with the task of searching for Chen's whereabouts within Dragon City. Yet, how could Gusi accept such a fate? Searching for Chen within Dragon City was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The 5,000 iron riders represented an exceptional force for subjugating the dragon race. With such power at his disposal, not only could he sweep through Dragon City, But the vast majority of the foreign races within the city would also submit beneath the iron hooves of the iron pagodas. Thus, Gu Xi had only dispatched 1,000 riders, commanding them to assist Luo Qingxue before continuing their search for Gu Chen. Little did he expect that this 1,000-strong cavalry would soon go missing. Most troubling was that their last transmission indicated they had discovered Gu Chen's trail. First, they found Gu Chen, and then they vanished. What a remarkable coincidence. Though Gu Xi sensed something amiss, he did not dwell on it. For he understood that his immediate priority was to tame a dragon as a mount, thereby unlocking the peak combat potential of a dragon knight. Before long, another subordinate rushed in from outside the camp. Report. My lord, the 2,000 iron pagodas dispatched have returned with good news. They have located the position of Longmen. The messenger's tone brimmed with excitement. Oh, is that truly the case? It won't be mistaken like last time, will it? Gu Xi inquired immediately. The cavalry commander assured him. I can guarantee it with my head. It is absolutely correct. Very well, convey my orders. All soldiers prepare to set forth towards the location of Longmen. Longmen? What manner of place is that? Is it where your bone dragon was tamed? In the gentle morning light, a magnificent bone dragon flapped its skeletal wings, soaring swiftly through the air. Upon the dragon's back, Gu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, alongside a necromancer draped in a black robe, who regarded him with utmost reverence, even taking a step back in deference. The necromancer, known as Suimo, had transitioned to a hidden profession, exuding an air of pride and disdain for others. However, after witnessing Gu Chen effortlessly annihilate 1,000 Northern Iron Riders, he had become considerably more subdued. Upon hearing Gu Chen's question, Sumo's expression turned one of surprise. Brother Gu, you have come to the dragon-taming city, yet you are unaware of Longmen? As soon as he posed the question, he noticed a hint of coldness on Gu Chen's face. His heart tightened, and he quickly added, Longmen is akin to the abyssal baptism. Upon crossing it, one can slay professionals. Gu Chen appeared perplexed. But I can slay professionals even now? Not quite. Suimo shook his head. Just now, you defeated 1,000 Iron Riders, all of whom were third-tier knights. But did they possess any experience? None at all. It was a total loss. At that moment, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that crossing Longmen allows one to gain experience from slaying professionals? Not only experience, but also rewards, Suimo confirmed, patiently elucidating. The reason one receives the abyssal baptism upon crossing Longmen is that the abyss compels us professionals to turn against one another. The more formidable the professional, the greater the energy they receive from the abyssal baptism, resulting in higher experience and rewards upon their defeat. Perhaps this is yet another method of the abyss invading our world. Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, what lies beyond Longmen? How shall I put it? The dragon-taming city is akin to a city descended from the abyss. It is a realm of alien races, vastly larger than our human cities. The outskirts of the dragon-taming city can be likened to the suburbs of our human cities. Only after crossing Longmen does one truly enter the city. The difficulty of slaying the alien races will increase exponentially. How significant is the difference in difficulty? Previous data has indicated that the outskirts of the dragon-taming city correspond to a nightmare-level abyss. Crossing Longmen equates to a hell-level abyss. As for the dragon hall you inquired about earlier, it is the most central area of the entire dragon-taming city, seldom visited by anyone. And I am unaware of its specific difficulty. However, I have heard that these alien races regard the dragon hall as a sanctuary, as it is said to seal the true dragon lineage. I am not deceiving you. It is indeed the genuine dragon lineage, possessing pure dragon blood. Not the subdragon known as the iron-winged blue dragon. The true dragon lineage. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was instantly intrigued. It appeared that Ling Feng awaited him at the heart of Longcheng, in the dragon hall, perhaps because it harbored the true dragon lineage. Gu Chen sought to forge a contract with the dragons, and naturally, he would not settle for the commonplace subdragons. The bloodline of the subdragons is exceedingly mixed. Although their combat prowess is remarkable, it remains significantly limited, and their potential is alarmingly low. Even the skeletal dragon contracted by Suimo, reduced to mere bones, far surpass those subdragons. Thus, to gain entry into the dragon hall, one must undergo the baptism of the dragon gate. Splendid. Let us proceed toward the dragon hall. A smile crept upon Gu Chen's lips. Once he passed the dragon gate, he could acquire experience and rewards by vanquishing the profession. This was indeed a generous offering from Longqing. Alas, the 1,000 Northern Iron Cavalry had perished too soon. Such a loss. However, since the Northern Iron Cavalry had journeyed across great distances to reach Longcheng, they must possess more than just a mere 1,000 riders. Gu Chen licked his lips. Let them come, the more, the merrier. If they sought his life, they would have to pay a price. Chapter 130, A Sudden Surge in Difficulty. The blazing fire dragon with the skeletal dragon as his steed, and Su Mo guiding him, Chen swiftly arrived at the location of the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is a colossal portal formed from light and shadow. Traversing through this luminescent veil subjects one to the baptism of the abyss. Is this truly the Dragon Gate? Upon dismounting from the skeletal dragon, Chen reached out toward the ethereal figure of the portal, only to find the light and shadow slipping through his fingers like mist, elusive, yet undeniably real. To be precise, this was merely one among many Dragon Gates. Locating a Dragon Gate and receiving the baptism of the abyss relies heavily on fortune and opportunity. Suemo spoke upon crossing the Dragon Gate. What awaits you is not merely alien races, but also the prodigious practitioners from various factions. These individuals engage in relentless combat within, all vying for the qualification to enter the Dragon Palace. However, regardless of how many prodigies enter, only 3 slots are ultimately available for admission to the Dragon Palace. Only 3? Chen pondered. While the competition may seem fierce, it pales in comparison to the rewards within the Dragon Palace. Nodding in agreement, Chen inquired. Once I enter the Dragon Gate, will I be able to gain experience and rewards by defeating any level of practitioner? No, Suemo replied, there exists a level restriction. To acquire experience and rewards from a practitioner, the level difference between you and your target must not exceed 15 levels. Exceeding this limit will render your efforts futile. So, as long as the practitioners I defeat are no higher than level 37, I am in the clear. Indeed, that is correct. However, Sumo's expression shifted to one of peculiar concern. Those are all prodigies from various factions. Not to mention second tier, there are many third tier and even fourth tier practitioners among them. Do you truly believe you can defeat a significant number? Chen remained silent, raising a single finger. 10. Suemo blurted out, instinctively feeling he had underestimated the figure. He quickly added, are you aiming to slay 100? Chen replied coolly, as many as possible. Sumo's countenance changed, and he fell silent. Truth be told, he felt Chen's confidence was rather excessive. Perhaps the recent annihilation of 1,000 iron pagodas had inflated Chen's self-assurance. However, the iron pagodas were not the elite forces of the Northern Iron Riders. If Chen believed that vanquishing 1,000 soldiers made him invincible, he was in for a rude awakening. By the way, since you subdued a skeletal dragon upon entering, why did you exit? Chen asked. Well, Sumo's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. As I mentioned, those engaged in battle are all prodigies from various factions. I am simply not skilled enough, which is why I withdrew. Then how did you manage to survive? Chen inquired, surprise flickering in his eyes. After crossing the Dragon Gate, defeating practitioners yields experience and rewards. Who would refuse such an opportunity? This does not seem reasonable. Upon seeing the look of confusion in Chen's eyes, Suemo promptly slapped his forehead. A detail I neglected to mention is that after undergoing the baptism of the abyss, each individual bears a mark. And the reason for gaining experience by vanquishing a practitioner lies in the plundering of the energy contained within that mark. Thus, a consensus has formed among practitioners. If the defeated willingly offers their mark, the victor need not resort to lethal measures. Of course, should one encounter an individual who would rather perish than relinquish their mark, they may be dispatched without hesitation. According to the regulations of lawmen, once one loses their mark, they must immediately vacate the area, lest they face annihilation at the hands of higher-tier alien beings. Hence, I made my exit. Chen nodded, seemingly grasping the rules. Given that Suemo had already assumed the role of the defeated, they could no longer partake in the baptism of lawmen, nor could they enter its confines. Thus they could only bid each other farewell at this juncture. Upon entering lawmen, a faint hum resonated from the ethereal light and shadows. And Chen soon felt a strange energy manifest within him. Is this the mark? A sense of familiarity washed over him. How to describe it? It was akin to bearing a buff. Upon crossing the threshold of lawmen, the scenery transformed dramatically. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a ground littered with congealed blood and dust, a desolate wasteland overrun with wild smoke and weeds. From the outside, there appeared to be no anomaly. Yet upon entry, it became evident that the regions flanking lawmen constituted entirely different realms. As Suemo had articulated, under normal circumstances, the experience gained from slaying practitioners of equal rank is nearly equivalent to that obtained from defeating a boss. Thus, one should prioritize seeking out other practitioners. However, Chen held a differing viewpoint. To take a life, one must first locate a target. The vastness of Longying City rendered the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Rather than pursue fellow practitioners first, it would be more prudent to eliminate alien beings. In truth, Sumo's rationale was sound. It was merely a divergence in perspectives. Suemo was a fourth-tier practitioner, while the current difficulty level of Longying City equated to that of a second-tier abyss, rendering the experience gained from slaying alien beings scant. Whereas defeating practitioners of the same tier would yield substantial rewards. Nevertheless, Chen, at level 22, found the alien beings within Longing City to be perfectly suited to his capabilities. Moreover, in vanquishing these aliens, there existed a chance to encounter practitioners of equal rank. He retrieved a map and scrutinized the marked locations of the alien factions, noting that the nearest one was the territory of the explosive flame dragon. Without delay, Chen set forth towards the direction of the aliens. After several minutes, he stepped into the domain of the explosive flame dragon. Suddenly, upon entering, a searing breath was unleashed upon him. Chen's expression shifted as he swiftly activated a skill, swapping positions with a Blood Clan blue dragon behind him. The scorching breath cascaded down upon the Blood Clan blue dragon, inflicting a substantial blow that reduced its health by nearly half. While this may sound considerable in reality, it was quite significant. After all, the maximum health of the Blood Clan blue dragon was merely 210,000, meaning a loss of over 100,000 health in a single encounter. Chen turned his gaze, only to behold a colossal dragon, its scales shimmering with a fiery crimson hue, swiftly approaching from the distance. Alien race, explosive flame dragon, level 26, health 436, 300, attributes, strength 432, agility 423, constitution 658, spirit 620, skill I, flame aura, skill 2, scorching breath. This level 26 alien was 6 levels beneath the iron-winged blue dragon. However, its health was more than double that of the iron-winged blue dragon. As for its total attributes, they surpassed by over 500. It is no wonder that entering the Dragon Gate signifies a steep increase in difficulty. Even an ordinary second-tier alien possesses such formidable strength, hinting at the challenges yet to come. Hiss. Another breath of flame surged forth, almost without pause, striking the Bloodline blue dragon once more. The Bloodline blue dragon let out a wail, its health plummeting to 0 in an instant, reduced to ashes by the searing flames. Chapter 131. Here lies a solitary foe. Vanquished by 2 skills, a once majestic iron-winged blue dragon now transformed by the Blood Clan Lord. Chen's expression shifted, for it was impossible to feign surprise. After all, the iron-winged blue dragon, upon transformation, would gain the innate enhancements of the Blood Clan, resulting in a significant elevation of its attributes, both health and defense far surpassing its former self. The most astonishing aspect was that this blazing fire dragon was merely at level 26. To triumph over such a formidable adversary, and to do so with such ease, was remarkable indeed. Without further contemplation, Chen summoned forth the Blood Clan Lord and the undead golem. The summoned beasts, attuned to their summoner's will, responded almost instantaneously. As the undead golem materialized, 2 beams of dark energy erupted from its form. Exhausted beyond measure, Black Death Plague. These formidable negative effects swiftly descended upon the blazing fire dragon. Undaunted, the Blood Clan Lord immediately created distance, unleashing a fierce assault in response. Hiss. Another searing breath surged forth. This attack was not aimed at the undead golem, nor at the Blood Clan Lord, but directly towards Chen's position. A flicker of gravity clouded Chen's gaze. In mere minutes, he discerned a stark contrast between the alien beings here and those from the abyss. The denizens of the abyss seldom employed ambush tactics, nor would they bypass summoned creatures to strike at their summoner directly. The scorching breath hurtled toward Chen, but was intercepted by the Blood Clan Lord, resulting in a swift decline of over 20,000 health points, from over 100,000 to merely 20,000. The same skill inflicted vastly reduced damage upon the Blood Clan Lord. This was due to 2 factors. The Blood Clan Lord was a legendary summoned beast, possessing a physique and defense far superior to the earlier Blood Clan blue dragon. Moreover, under the influence of the negative effects, the fire dragon's attributes had plummeted by half, consequently diminishing its output capability, a damage of 20,000. When applied to the Blood Clan Lord with over 200,000 health points, seemed trivial indeed. Sensing its precarious state, the blazing fire dragon retreated without hesitation, its wings beating furiously as it attempted to escape this ominous human. But at that moment, Chen raised his hand and unleashed a chaotic shadow. Almost instantaneously, the shadow descended upon the blazing fire dragon, ensnaring it in place. Roar, the fire dragon emitted a cry of alarm, desperately flapping its wings in a futile attempt to distance itself from this sinister human. Yet, by then, the Blood Clan Lord had already surged forward. With dual pistols in hand, it unleashed a torrent of metallic fury, bullets cascading like a tempest upon the fire dragon. Faced with a bound target, no finesse was required. It was merely a matter of execution. With its attributes diminished, the blazing fire dragon found itself unable to escape. Thus, it resolved to turn back and confront the Blood Clan Lord, preparing to retaliate. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a blazing halo of flames that instantly descended upon the Blood Clan sovereign. the flame halo clung to the sovereign, inflicting continuous damage as its health steadily diminished. Yet, this meager harm was scarcely a concern for the sovereign, which maintained its remarkably tenacious combat style, retaliating with blood for blood. The flame halo, affixed to its form, drained a mere 10,000 health points every 10 seconds, while its skills could unleash nearly 20,000 damage in a single strike. Not only was it not at a loss, but it was also profiting from the encounter. In just a couple of breaths, the Inferno Flame Dragon suffered almost 200,000 health points in damage. Thus, the Blood Clan Sovereign ceased its hesitations and unleashed its skill. The Crimson Feast transformed blood energy into a tempest, swiftly enveloping the Inferno Flame Dragon and inflicting over 150,000 health points of damage. Following this, a second wave of damage erupted, causing the Inferno Flame Dragon's health to plummet to 0 in an instant. With a combination of basic attacks, Deadly Shot, and Crimson Feast, the Inferno Flame Dragon was vanquished in under 10 seconds. Kill Inferno Flame Dragon LV 26, experience 11209. Such is the disparity. Outside Dragon Gate City, slaying a level 32 Ironwing Blue Dragon yields merely over 7,000 experience. Yet, crossing the Dragon Gate, defeating a level 26 Inferno Flame Dragon grants more than 10,000 experience. While defeating ordinary foes typically provides commendable experience, it still falls short for Chen. After all, he is currently at level 22 and requires 950,000 experience to ascend to level 23. The journey ahead remains arduous. Subsequently, the Blood Clan Sovereign converted the corpse of the Inferno Flame Dragon into a Blood Clan Fire Dragon before advancing deeper into its territory. Within this realm, Inferno Flame Dragons were scarce, with one appearing every few kilometers, resulting in prolonged search times despite the swift nature of combat, which lasted mere seconds. In the synergy between the Undead Golem and the Blood Clan Sovereign, the combat prowess of the Inferno Flame Dragon was severely limited. Chen's philosophy was to discover and slay every foe he encountered. Thus, his progress was remarkably smooth, and soon he stumbled upon the boss within the territory. However, the Inferno Flame Dragon boss was embroiled in a fierce battle against a team of summoners. The party consisted of 5 individuals, all peak tier 2nd stage professionals, a warrior, 2 knights, a ranger, and a cleric. This configuration provided a robust shield, formidable damage output, and healing capabilities, an archetypal setup for adventurers delving into the abyss or dungeons. As Chen observed, the ranger, positioned behind the 2 knights and unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the boss, suddenly sensed something amiss and cast a sharp gaze in his direction. Rangers typically possessed keen sight abilities, making them exceptionally skilled in reconnaissance. Thus, Chen's mere presence instantly attracted their attention. It seemed the professional team noticed the ranger's unease, prompting the cleric behind to turn and glance as well. "Oh, Captain, there's a lone player over there." The tone of the cleric was laced with a hint of mockery. Hearing a voice beside him, the warrior at the forefront, flanked by 2 knights, replied without turning his head, "Do not act recklessly. Be wary of ambushes." The ranger, with keen eyes, remained silent as he directed his attacks towards the boss, swiftly launching several detection arrows into the surrounding area. After a brief moment of anticipation, the sharpness in the ranger's gaze transformed into a cold smirk. It was confirmed. There were no ambushes nearby, and indeed, it was a solitary target. This was splendid news. The knight, bracing his shield, displayed a look of delight. A lone professional meant abundant experience points upon defeat. After a moment, the warrior, who had been relentlessly assaulting the boss, finally spoke. "In that case, let us act swiftly, defeat this boss, and then eliminate that professional." The ranger fixed his gaze intently, ensuring the individual did not escape. Turning his head to glance back, the ranger, filled with surprise, remarked, "Captain, it seems that person is not preparing to flee. He is approaching us." Chapter 132. "I heard you intend to slay the boss before coming for me?" Upon hearing the ranger's words, the warrior, as the captain, instinctively turned to glance. Suddenly, a figure clad in a dark crimson robe darted forward. Boom! The boss they were assaulting was suddenly struck with tremendous force, engulfed by a ravaging crimson storm. The warrior felt an overwhelming sense of danger, his heart racing with anxiety. After such a lengthy battle, the boss's health was nearly depleted. And now someone had come to steal the kill? Block him! The warrior bellowed in fury, disregarding defense and charging straight ahead. The other 4 members of the team were about to act when their eyes widened in shock, expressions frozen in disbelief. The level 28 boss they had been attacking was completely drained of health by a skill unleashed by the figure in the dark crimson robe. Moments later, the massive form collapsed with a wail, falling utterly silent. Defeated the blazing fire dragon boss. LV 28. Experience 26930, loot acquired. Blazing Staff LV. 28, epic, loot acquired. As the Crimson Storm subsided and the spoils of victory were collected, Gu Chen's figure emerged before the 5 adventurers. I heard you intend to slay the boss before coming for me? Perfect. I've taken care of the boss for you, and now you may proceed. Upon seeing Gu Chen, the expressions of the 5 adventurers shifted from earlier ease and mockery to one of dread. A summoner? How could he possess such terrifying combat prowess? His summoned beast dispatched the nearly dead boss in a single blow? Unable to ascertain his level, could he be of the 3rd or 4th tier? Confounded by Gu Chen's true capabilities, the 5 adventurers were filled with both astonishment and fury, their faces darkened. The warrior, as captain, pondered briefly before making a decision. Since their adversary was alone, they would eliminate the summoner first. Once the summoner was vanquished, the summoned beast would pose no threat. 5 against 1, they held the advantage. Charge. As the warrior gazed at Gu Chen standing before him, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He swung his great sword and charged. Earth split slash. In a fit of rage, the warrior shouted the name of his skill. Instantly, a tremendous aura erupted from the blade, a wide arc descending upon Gu Chen. Gu Chen remained calm, standing his ground. For the boss's corpse had transformed into a bloodline fire dragon, roaring forward towards the warrior. Its massive form, covered in heart scales, loomed like a mountain, effortlessly blocking the skill. Bang! The long sword struck as if against an iron mountain, failing to penetrate even a fraction. The immense recoil sent pain shooting through the warrior's hands, shock blossoming in his eyes. The boss has revived, and it is even stronger than before. What in the world is happening? The warrior forcibly suppressed his astonishment, decisively turning to shout. Retreat! The 4 individuals behind were utterly unprepared. Almost at the very moment the warrior turned around, a barrage of skills bypassed the Blood Clan Fire Dragon and targeted Gu Chen. The objective was unmistakable: eliminate the summoner first. However, amidst a flicker, Gu Chen's figure was supplanted by a Blood Clan young dragon, and in the next instant, the concentrated assault arrived, obliterating the young dragon without mercy, leaving no chance for surrender. As for Gu Chen, he reappeared 2 kilometers away, accompanied by dozens of Blood Clan descendants swiftly approaching. The Rangers had not detected the ambush earlier because, upon spotting this team of professionals, all the Blood Clan descendants had been dispatched. Their initial intention was to keep Gu Chen occupied, while he, in turn, was concerned that the presence of the Blood Clan descendants would frighten away these professionals. Each party held its own motives, a mutual understanding among them. With the summoned Blood Clan young dragon slain, the attack from the Blood Clan sovereign fell upon the Ranger, the primary damage dealer. A combination of basic attacks and skills, augmented by the additional damage from Crimson Feast, unexpectedly claimed the life of a knight. Indeed, the target was the Ranger, yet the knight, who stepped forward to absorb the damage, was taken down. The healer in the back line had done all they could, as the healing spell was cast. The knight's health was entirely depleted. To these professionals, the damage inflicted by the Blood Clan sovereign was astonishingly excessive. The warrior at the forefront was unable to assist, struggling against the Blood Clan Fire Dragon, which had gained the upper hand and was pressing down hard. Gu Chen stood atop the Blood Clan Fire Dragon, trailed by dozens of Blood Clan descendants racing towards the scene. Kill notification, Knight LV. 28, experience 17530. The sudden prompt brought a flicker of surprise to his face. To slay a level 28 professional and earn nearly 20,000 experience points was indeed a delightful surprise. The 2-kilometer distance was neither excessively long nor short. When Gu Chen next encountered the Blood Clan sovereign, that entire team of professionals had been annihilated. Kill notification, Warrior LV. 28, experience 17280. Kill notification, Ranger LV. 29, experience 19850. Kill notification, Knight LV. 28, experience 17390. Kill notification, Healer LV. 27, experience 15530. This professional team had yielded nearly 100,000 experience points. It seemed that reaching level 23 would not take long. Gu Chen approached, gathering the equipment from the ground into his storage space, his expression remaining as calm as ever. Since the adversaries had initiated a lethal strike, yet fell short of their mark, he bore no blame for their misfortune. The only regret was the absence of a mage within this team, resulting in no suitable equipment for him. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. Long Dragon City was vast, and aside from the alien races, it was teeming with professionals. Subsequently, Gu Chen dispatched a group of Blood Clan descendants to continue searching within the territory. Unlike the Abyss, where the alien races vanished after defeating the boss, Long Dragon City was far from devoid of them. Even though the formidable boss had just been vanquished, a multitude of alien creatures still lurked within this territory, requiring time and effort to locate. Moreover, these beings were far more treacherous, employing ambush tactics, flanking maneuvers, and targeting vulnerabilities with cunning precision. In essence, the current combat scenario had transcended mere human-machine interaction. Not long thereafter, a Bloodline blue dragon conveyed intelligence to the Bloodline sovereign, revealing the presence of these alien entities. Chen and the Bloodline sovereign hastened to the scene, only to discover that others had already arrived ahead of them. Or rather, the alien creatures had found their quarry. On a level expanse, an elite blazing fire dragon, accompanied by 5 lesser blazing fire dragons, was engaged in the ruthless pursuit of a summoner's party. This group comprised 5 individuals, all seasoned practitioners at the 27 to 28 level. Yet, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of these aliens. Their collective strength paled in comparison to that of the previous practitioner squad. The elite blazing fire dragon was already an arduous adversary, and with the presence of 5 ordinary aliens nearby, these practitioners could do little more than consolidate their defenses and struggle to hold their ground. Chapter 133. In a mere half-day, a staggering 300,000 experience points were amassed. Setting aside the ordinary explosive flame dragons, the team focused all their energy on the elite alien foes. Otherwise, they would surely falter. This proclamation came from the leader of the adventurer party, a level 29 swordsman. Apart from him and another warrior, there remained only a mage, an assassin, and a priest. This team composition yielded a reasonably substantial damage output, yet only the warriors possessed the fortitude to withstand the onslaught. The priest in the rear devoted nearly all of his skills to supporting the warrior. However, under the relentless assault of the elite explosive flame dragon, the warrior's health dwindled alarmingly. This cannot continue. Although the elite aliens are formidable, these ordinary explosive flame dragons are not to be underestimated, spoke the mage. The searing breath drew ever closer, and the damage from the fiery aura was inescapable. He had already lost a third of his health. And should he be struck by the dragon's breath again, he would likely be left severely weakened. Take down the explosive flame dragon in front of me first, the mage declared, swiftly casting a barrage of ice spikes aimed at repelling the oncoming foes. Just then, the voice of the swordsman resonated from behind him. Wang Gang. Evade immediately. Hurry. Suddenly, an explosive flame dragon surged forward, unleashing a torrent of scorching breath directed at the mage's position. The mage's expression shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. The green energy emanating from his boots propelled him 3 meters forward. Almost as soon as he had vacated his original position, a searing wave of heat enveloped him, and the ground he had just occupied was engulfed in fierce flames, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. That was close. The mage steadied himself, visibly shaken. He was immensely grateful for the captain's timely warning. Otherwise, he would likely have met his demise. The teammates beside him exhaled in relief, though their concern was not solely for the mage's safety. Rather, the death of the mage would spell certain doom for them all. At that moment, the elite alien, frustrated after failing to breach their defenses, exhibited an increasingly menacing ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the elite explosive flame dragon entered a state of frenzy, rapidly regenerating its health and significantly enhancing its attack, defense, and speed attributes. This is disastrous. The faces of several team members turned ashen. The battle, already arduous, became insurmountable now that the elite alien had entered its berserk state. The swordsman, as the leader, bore an expression of utter despair. He could not afford to hold back any longer, and employed a healing scroll upon himself, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the elite alien's assault. Quick! Use the communication insignia, the swordsman bellowed. Those capable of entering Dragon City were primarily individuals from various powerful factions, each possessing an identity insignia akin to Chen's. This insignia not only recorded the combat performance of the adventurers, but also served as a means to summon aid from their respective factions. However, how far was it to the outer stronghold? Even a 4th-tier bone dragon, traveling at full speed, would take an entire night to reach. Now, even if they called for help, it was uncertain if aid would arrive. Should it arrive at all, it would likely be to collect their remains. At the moment when despair engulfed the crowd, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. A blazing fire dragon, adorned with dark red scales, descended from the heavens. With a mere ordinary attack, it forcibly repelled an elite foe. Following this, dozens of Bloodline descendants revealed themselves, launching a frenzied assault against the 5 fire dragons. In an instant, the once beleaguered team of professionals found themselves reinvigorated, their expressions shifting from horror to astonishment. What had transpired? The captain, a swordsman, remained in his defensive stance, yet the battle had now surpassed his involvement. Meanwhile, Chen's figure emerged into view. Provide me with the imprint energy, you may withdraw, he commanded. The swordsman captain and his 4 companions paused momentarily, but after a few breaths, Their faces regained their vigor. "All right, I will comply. Thank you for your timely intervention." Gu Chen replied bluntly, "I seek only the imprint energy." There was no room for pleasantries. He was unwilling to accept any favors. The 5 professionals said nothing further and surrendered, relinquishing their imprint energy to Gu Chen. Defeated professional, Warrior LV, 28, experience 17380. Defeated professional, Swordsman LV, 29. Experience 19650. Defeated professional, Mage LV, 28. Experience 17590. Defeated professional, Assassin LV, 28. Experience 17530. Defeated professional, Priest LV, 28. Experience 17820. As Gu Chen absorbed the imprint energy from the 5 professionals, his experience surged dramatically, granting him nearly 90,000 additional experience points. Simultaneously, the 5 ordinary foes were being relentlessly driven back by the Bloodline descendants. The Bloodline Fire Dragon, transformed from a boss, exhibited significant enhancements in all attributes and was now overpowering the elite Fire Dragon. The Bloodline Lord, undisturbed and unrestrained, unleashed a torrent of firepower, unleashing bullets like a torrential downpour. Almost in the blink of an eye, an elite Fire Dragon collapsed heavily to the ground. Kill count, Elite Fire Dragon LV, 25. Experience 16930. What am I witnessing? Such terrifying damage. A group of professionals, who were on the verge of retreat, gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Those robust fire dragons, seemingly impervious, had been felled in but a breath. It was utterly inconceivable. For them, repelling these foes had already proven arduous. Had it not been for Gu Chen's timely appearance, they might have perished here. Yet, how could these formidable adversaries appear so feeble in the hands of this enigmatic stranger? As if they were mere common foes from a novice dungeon? This ferocious assault could only be likened to slicing through vegetables. A summoner? When did summoners become this powerful? The captain's astonishment deepened. One cannot discern his level. He may be a 3rd or 4th tier summoner, remarked the priest nearby. He appears quite youthful, perhaps even younger than myself. It's unlikely he is a 4th tier, speculated the mage alongside. Gu Chen paid little heed to the discussions of those around him. After absorbing the energy of the imprint, his gaze remained fixated on the elite Blaze Fire Dragon. Defeating such an elite creature would likely yield over 20,000 experience points. Coupled with the 5 ordinary creatures nearby and the 5 surrendering adventurers, this encounter promised at least 170,000 experience points. Indeed, Longying City proved to be a splendid location. He certainly had not erred in coming here. Added to the scattered creatures he had vanquished along the way, the 5 adventurers just now, and the Blaze Fire Dragon boss, he had amassed approximately 300,000 experience points in a mere half-day. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that the experience gained in this brief period equaled that of an ordinary adventurer's growth over several months. At that moment, a fellow adventurer noticed Gu Chen's intent to confront the elite Blaze Fire Dragon. The captain of the swordsmen paled slightly and quickly cautioned, "Be careful. That elite Blaze Fire Dragon is currently in a berserk state." Chapter 134, The Eternal Life Guild. Task issued by Su Xia. Before the words of the captain of the swordsmen could fully escape his lips, the Blood Clan Lord's figure flickered, unleashing a barrage of gunfire directed at the Inferno Fire Dragon elite. With the Blood Clan's Fire Dragon boss standing in front, the Blood Clan Lord could unleash his assault without a hint of restraint, taking full advantage of his remarkable speed. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets, gleaming with silver light, whistled forth, detonating upon contact with the Inferno Fire Dragon elite, piercing its once impenetrable scales and rendering them alarmingly fragile. With each gunshot, a gory wound erupted on the body of the Inferno Fire Dragon elite. A single bullet enhanced with skill effects dealt damage equivalent to the combined firepower of the earlier team of adventurers. The health bar of the Inferno Fire Dragon elite plummeted rapidly, dropping below half in mere moments. For the Blood Clan Lord, this threshold was practically synonymous with the kill line. The skill, Crimson Feast, not only inflicted substantial damage, but also triggered an additional attack when the target's health fell below 50. This secondary damage amounted to 30 of the Blood Clan Lord's maximum health, which currently stood just above 200,000, translating to an additional 60,000 damage at the very least. Coupled with the initial damage of the skill, the total potential damage could easily surpass 200,000 health points. As a blood-red storm enveloped the Inferno Fire Dragon elite, its health, just recently diminished to the halfway mark, crumbled at an alarming rate. Roar. The Inferno Fire Dragon elite let out a despairing roar. Though it was level 25, a distinction of elite status among other races, it did not succumb immediately to the skill's onslaught. However, its health dwindled to below 50,000. The Blood Clan Lord's eyes flashed with unexpected surprise. Seemingly taken aback by the elite's considerable health boost, without hesitation, he pressed on with his assault. Though 50,000 health was not a daunting figure for the Blood Clan Lord, the lack of a kill reset meant all his skills were on cooldown. Thus, eliminating this elite would require additional time. A series of basic attacks struck the Inferno Fire Dragon elite, gradually chipping away at its health, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than before. After 2 to 3 minutes, the health bar was finally depleted, and the body of the Inferno Fire Dragon elite crashed heavily to the ground. Observing the fallen elite's corpse, the nearby adventurers felt their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. In less than 5 minutes, this elite creature, which had nearly obliterated their party, was dispatched by a mere level 22 summon beast? If the summoned beast was level 22, it meant the summoner was also level 22. At this realization, their gazes flickered, their astonishment reaching unparalleled heights. A level 22 summoner single-handedly slaying a level 25 elite creature? The terror of such a feat was simply unfathomable. Slaying the elite Blazing Fire Dragon LV 25, experience 20760, loot acquired. Star Fragment Necklace LV 25, epic, loot acquired. Blazing Source Crystal, epic, loot acquired. Not only did he obtain epic level equipment, but also epic level materials. Chen's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He had not received any epic level materials from the Blazing Fire Dragon boss earlier. Yet now they had emerged from an elite alien. However, while these materials were indeed precious, they held little immediate value for him. He casually stored the Blazing Source Crystal in his personal space and turned his gaze towards the epic level equipment. Star Fragment Necklace, quality, epic, level, LV 25, class restriction, ranged attack class, attributes, strength 350, agility 450, effect. Every third ranged normal attack will carry an additional strike, which will deal damage equal to the sum of the previous 3 ranged attacks. This is a remarkable item. Although there is a class restriction, it is perfectly suited for the Blood Clan Lord. The Blood Clan Lord's normal attacks have always been a weakness, as the damage from skill attacks is overwhelmingly powerful. This leads to a situation where, if a skill does not trigger a kill reset, they become stuck in combat, relying solely on normal attacks while waiting for cooldowns. While the restoration of energy can shorten cooldown times, it does not eliminate the cooldown mechanism entirely. Now, with the Star Fragment Necklace, the inadequacy of normal attack damage can be significantly compensated with this equipment effect after every 3 ranged normal attacks. The total damage from those previous 3 attacks can be added. In other words, this effect can nearly double the damage of normal attacks. This is a tremendous boon for the Blood Clan Lord. However, being level 25 equipment, it cannot be utilized just yet, so he must expedite his leveling up. The 5 Blazing Fire Dragons had already been dealt with by the descendants of the Blood Clan before the elite alien was slain. Chen collected this epic level equipment and also gathered several materials and potions that had dropped. Only then did the 5-member team recover from their astonishment, observing Chen claiming all the spoils without showing any signs of discontent. Although this elite alien was initially discovered by them and they had engaged in battle for a while, they had only managed to deplete 8 of its health. Had it not been for Chen's intervention, they would have faced annihilation. If Chen had chosen to strike later, not only would the equipment dropped by the elite alien belong to him, but also the equipment dropped by these 5 individuals. Now that would have been a true bounty. At that moment, the swordsman captain turned to Chen and spoke. Young man. Oh no, esteemed one. Thank you for your timely assistance. Although Chen appeared younger and at a lower level, in the realm of adventurers, strength is the ultimate authority. A level 22 summoner who single-handedly defeated a level 25 elite alien commanded respect that no one dared to overlook. As Chen was preparing to depart, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the emblem adorning the attire of the swordsman captain. Are you a member of the Eternal Life Guild? Chen inquired with curiosity. The Eternal Life Guild, established by the Eternal Life Group, is regarded as one of the top 10 influential entities among the various powers in the Eastern continent. Indeed, the Eternal Life Group is the very one controlled by the Su family in Wan City, with Su Xia, a former comrade, being one of its core members. The swordsman captain nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am a formal member of the Eternal Life Guild, Lu Mu. He then gestured towards the 4 individuals behind him. My companions are also members of the Eternal Life Guild. We have accepted a commission from a core member of the Eternal Life Group to collect the explosive flame source crystals here. A core member of the Eternal Life Group? Chen instinctively asked. Is it Su Xia who issued this task? The swordsman displayed a look of surprise, nodding as he inquired. Indeed. Did you also undertake this mission? Chen shook his head, pondering for a moment before producing the explosive flame source crystal he had just acquired and handing it to the swordsman. Take this source crystal and deliver it to Su Xia for me. It will conveniently fulfill your commission as well. Chapter 135, Come. Resolve these summoned units within a minute. Gu Chen's actions left the captain of the swordsmen and the 4 individuals behind him momentarily stunned. An epic-grade explosive flame source crystal, a precious material worth tens of millions, was offered so carelessly? Aren't you afraid that I might take your material and flee? The swordsman captain asked instinctively. If you are confident in your ability to evade the Eternal Life Guild's bounty, then feel free to test it, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. The swordsman revealed a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head. What a joke. He was merely a peak second-tier professional and dared not offend the Eternal Life Guild. By handing the explosive flame source crystal to Su Xia, he could not only complete a commission task and accumulate contribution points within the guild, but also receive a reward for the task. Conversely, if he were to keep the explosive flame source crystal for himself, despite the substantial profit, he would thereafter have to live in hiding, always on the run. He could discern the difference between a momentary feast and a life of perpetual evasion. Rest assured, we are all legitimate guild professionals. I will personally deliver this epic-grade source crystal to young Master Su Xia. However, if young Master Su Xia inquires upon my return, what should I say? The swordsman asked earnestly. Simply speak the truth, Gu Chen replied indifferently. All right, I will say that a summoner asked me to deliver it to him. After securing the explosive flame source crystal, the swordsman exchanged glances with his 4 companions, each feeling an overwhelming sense of joy and relief. They had narrowly escaped potential annihilation by that elite alien creature and were now not only alive but also able to complete their commission task. This turn of fortune could aptly be described as a twist of fate. Subsequently, the swordsmen produced and activated their teleportation scrolls, their 5 figures vanishing swiftly from Gu Chen's sight. I wonder how Su Xia's armor development is progressing. When entering the Hell-level spider cave, Su Xia had donned the Mark 21 battle armor and had engaged in several real combat scenarios. Gu Chen had observed that the armor possessed basic combat capabilities, sufficient to contend with level 10 alien creatures for a few rounds. However, the movements during combat were not very fluid, and there was a noticeable delay in various commands. If ample reaction time could be ensured, it could barely manage ranged combat. Yet, once an alien managed to close in, the battle would effectively be over. Given that the armor still had considerable room for improvement, Gu Chen chose not to retain the explosive flame source crystal, although a second-tier epic material was worth over 10 million. Gu Chen believed that delivering the material to Su Xia held far greater significance than merely listing it on the trading platform for a similar sum. Thus, the moral character of Gu Chen remained ambiguous. To label him as a good person would be misleading, as he was often meticulous and profit-driven in front of Luo Qingxue. Conversely, to deem him a bad person would contradict the fact that he silently bestowed a material worth millions upon Su Xia, were Lin Yuan present by his side. This good friend would undoubtedly scratch his head in bewilderment, exclaiming, I truly cannot comprehend you. After the departure of the professional team, the Blood Lord transformed the corpses of the fallen foes into 6-headed blood dragons, thereby augmenting his forces. Among the current Bloodline descendants were young dragons, blue dragons, cavalry commanders, and fire dragons. Gu Chen organized them into several small squads to serve as an advance party, spreading out in search of the next target. This endeavor was not merely a quest for discovery. Should they encounter any isolated foes, the Bloodline descendants would swiftly eliminate them. Gu Chen himself rode upon the back of a blue blood dragon, advancing alongside the advance party. Slain explosive fire dragon LV. 26, experience 11230, slain explosive fire dragon LV. 26, experience 11209. Along the way, experience notifications occasionally emerged. By the time he departed from the territory of the explosive fire dragons, his experience surged by over 200,000, with the experience bar exceeding the halfway mark. Meanwhile, at a certain point ahead, the captain remarked, Look, more foes are approaching. A concealed group of professionals in the woods had detected the trail of the Bloodline descendants. What on earth is that? The captain, a woman clad in a mage's robe, displayed an expression of astonishment, perplexed by the figures in her line of sight. 1 cavalryman, 2 explosive fire dragons, 2 ironwing blue dragons, and 2 ironwing young dragons? What sort of combination is this? Are you certain they are foes? They are not foes, replied a ranger from the team, glancing over and employing his eagle-eye skill to observe the attributes of the Bloodline descendants, then shaking his head. What do you mean they are not foes? The captain inquired. They are merely summoned units. It appears that some professional has utilized a summoning scroll. What level are they? All are level 22. What? Only second tier? The ranger nodded, confirming, indeed, all summoned units are level 22, indicating that their master is merely a second-tier professional. A faint smile graced the captain's cold, exquisite face. It seems Dragon Summoning City has become too complacent in recent years. Now, even second-tier professionals dare to court death. The nearby priest immediately questioned, "What shall we do next?" A second-tier professional team would yield little experience upon their defeat, yet it would expose our ambush. The captain revealed a contemplative smile, and her staff erupted in a brilliant red glow. "Let us engage them." A second-tier professional team should still provide around 80 to 90,000 experience, though not substantial. A mosquito's thigh is still meat. The key point is, I dared not approach Dragon Summoning City when I was at the second tier. How dare they come here? Therefore, I have the obligation to let them witness the perils of our city. Having weathered the storm myself, I shall tear apart their umbrella. The ranger, unfazed by the captain's malicious intent, nodded and unleashed a volley of arrows towards the location of the Bloodline descendants. The barrage was imbued with a freezing effect, and upon striking the Bloodline descendants, it immediately applied a layer of frost. The Bloodline cavalry, clad in heavy armor, sustained minimal damage amidst the rain of arrows. With a vigilant gaze, it scanned its surroundings and promptly detected the ambush of the professional team concealed within the forest. Attack! The Bloodline cavalry brandished its spear, charging forth with unwavering resolve. A roar erupted as several Bloodline descendants unfurled their wings, swiftly following suit, their movements unhindered. The freezing effects of the arrows barely fazed them. Concurrently, the mage captain gracefully emerged from the woods, her lithe form captivating. A mere handful of second-tier opponents, hardly a threat. The ranger remained stationary, focusing on output, prioritizing the assault on the cavalrymen, while simultaneously slowing down other summoned entities. Paladins, don your shields and draw the dragon's ire, assisting me in sharing the damage. Priest, monitor my health. Should it drop below 70%, administer healing. Let us conclude this battle within a minute. I trust the master of the summoned units will soon arrive. Chapter 136. Let this talented younger brother experience despair. The captain of the mages did not waste words. He immediately activated his staff and unleashed the area attack skill. Meteor shower. In the next moment, a torrential rain of fire descended from the heavens, inflicting significant damage upon the Bloodline descendants. Second tier. The captain of the mages scoffed disdainfully as his staff emitted a surge of energy, conjuring a towering wall of flames that split the Bloodline descendants' formation in two. At the forefront charged the Bloodline cavalry and two Bloodline fire dragons. Observing this, the two paladins promptly donned their shields and resolutely advanced. Simultaneously, a barrage of powerful arrows rained down upon the Bloodline cavalry, swiftly depleting their health. A team of third-tier professionals facing a group of ordinary second-tier foes would typically encounter no surprises. However, the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 1,000 heavily armored cavalrymen suddenly emerged from the distance, galloping forth, their chilling aura palpable even from afar. "Captain, what is that? How did a cavalry force appear so suddenly?" "The Northern Iron Cavalry." "It is indeed the Northern Iron Cavalry." The ranger turned his head, immediately spotting the gusting banner of the goo character flapping in the wind. The captain of the mage's expression darkened. It was impossible. How could there be so many Northern Iron Cavalry in Dragon's Reach? A look of disbelief crossed her face, even though she was not from the north. She had heard of the Northern Iron Cavalry's formidable reputation. If those Northern Iron Cavalry were charging at them, surrender would be their only option. In that moment of stunned silence, the cavalry had already approached. The bright silver armor glinted with a frosty malice under the sun, and the leading commander, clad in heavy armor, led a squadron fully armed to the teeth. The captain of the mages had never witnessed such an ironclad force, leaving her momentarily at a loss. At that instant, the 1,000 cavalrymen surged forward like a torrent of steel, activating their charge skill and trampling the Bloodline descendants beneath them. In a mere round of combat, those Bloodline descendants were reduced to a mass of mangled flesh, while a team of third-tier professionals would require tactical coordination and skillful execution to deal with a group of Bloodline descendants. For these 1,000 cavalrymen, a single charge sufficed to resolve the matter. After dispatching several Bloodline descendants, the cavalry's speed rapidly diminished, halting in place. The cavalry commander then directed his icy gaze towards the group of professionals hidden within the woods. "Spare that mage, the rest, kill," with a single command. The front ranks of cavalrymen drew forth their lances and charged towards the professionals in the woods. The 5 professionals, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Dragon's Reach was a perilous place, primarily due to the threats posed by foreign races. Now, with the Northern Iron Cavalry's intervention, it was an overwhelming force. Leading the charge, the foremost cavalryman raised his lance high, executing a piercing skill that impaled the slowest ranger, driving through him completely. The other cavalrymen transformed into instruments of slaughter, as the air thickened with the pungent scent of blood. In mere moments, 4 professionals lay lifeless upon the ground. "No, please don't kill me. I surrender." The mage captain, pale and trembling, knelt in fear. The cavalry commander advanced on horseback, pointing at the corpse of the Blood Knight on the ground with a frigid tone. Explain the circumstances of this night. I don't know. He was already like this when I saw him. I beg you, spare me. The mage pleaded immediately. Don't know? Then what purpose do you serve? The cavalry commander's gaze turned icy, and he thrust his spear forward with brutal precision, piercing the mage's skull. Nearby, the vice commander dismounted and approached the Blood Knight's body, scrutinizing it carefully. This knight was likely one of those who had vanished on the outskirts of Long Dragon City. Though the cause of his transformation into a creature of another race remained a mystery, the cavalry commander's expression hardened. Whoever dared to attack the iron floating tower was openly provoking them, and this matter required thorough investigation. At that moment, a glint of insight flashed in the cavalry commander's eyes as he turned to another direction. A few blood dragon fire beasts descended from the skies, and atop the foremost dragon stood a youth with an austere demeanor. Northern Iron Riders? Chen furrowed his brow, pondering how they had come to be in this place. Was it mere coincidence, or did you slay my summoned creature? Chen inquired, directing his question at the leading cavalry commander. And if so? The cavalry commander's expression shifted abruptly, his slanted eyes narrowing slightly. You are a summoner? Beneath his mask, a pair of slightly astonished eyes scrutinized Chen closely. Unfazed by this detail, Chen smirked coldly and summoned the Bloodlord, leading a throng of blood descendants forward. Since it was you who did the killing, this shall be quite simple. Kill them. Leave none alive. A glint of chilling murderous intent flickered in Chen's eyes. The blood descendants displayed a ravenous hunger, ready to pounce. Hold. Suddenly, the leading cavalry commander bellowed, disregarding his heavy armor as he leapt down from his steed. I am Imohanzan, commander of the Iron Floating Tower. It is an honor to meet the young master. Without hesitation, the cavalry commander knelt in respect. Immediately, the cavalrymen behind him reacted in unison. With a resounding noise, 1,000 Iron Floating Tower soldiers dismounted and knelt in reverence. Young master, the king has commanded us to find you in Long Dragon City. We implore you to return to the Northern Realm at your earliest convenience. The cavalry commander spoke with utmost respect. Return to the Northern Realm again? A glimmer of cold light passed through Chen's eyes. Did they think him a mere child of 3? Spare me the pleasantries, and die. Chen roared coldly. The blood dragon fire beasts unleashed a thunderous roar. Lunging forward with ferocity, their scorching breath aimed to engulf the cavalrymen. Defensive formation. Faced with the onslaught of numerous bloodline fire dragons, the cavalry commander's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly commanded his troops to alter their formation, raising their shields in defense against the ferocious attacks. Merely resisting, without launching a counteroffensive? Chen furrowed his brow. This squad of iron floating towers seemed distinct from the previous ones. Eldest young master, His Majesty is within the Dragon Palace, and the second young master is currently en route there. Since you're unwilling to return to the Northern Territory, we might as well escort you to the Dragon Palace. Came the voice of Commander Imohanzan, resplendent in silver armor. Chen's expression shifted slightly. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Xi? They have both arrived at the Dragon City? Indeed, His Majesty, leading 5,000 iron floating towers, has come from the Northern Territory to Dragon City to locate the eldest young master and bring you back. Since they seek me, why then did Gu Qingfeng go to the Dragon Palace? Are you daring to deceive me? Imohanzan quickly clarified. I would not dare. As soon as His Majesty arrived in Dragon City, he received a secret order to proceed alone to the Dragon Palace. We are unaware of the specifics. As for the 5,000 iron floating towers, they are currently commanded by young Master Gu Xi. Our unit is not favored by him and has merely been assigned a menial task. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded, halting the attacks from the bloodline descendants. He scoffed, a flicker of malice igniting in his gaze. 5,000 iron floating towers commanded by Gu Xi? This meant Gu Xi intended to eradicate him through the hands of the iron floating towers? What did this signify? He had already severed ties. Yet his brother sought to eliminate him completely? Very well, this is intriguing. A faint, cold smile crept across Chen's lips. Since his adversary wished to take his life, Chen would not hold back. A prodigious younger brother, incapable of accepting an elder sibling who had severed familial bonds and was deemed a waste? All right, let us engage in this game. Let this talented brother taste despair. To deal with such an arrogant genius, killing him would be far too mundane. Instead, I shall let him fall at the feet of the brother he looks down upon, ensuring this genius remains forever marked by shame. To slay and to strike at the heart. This is the duty of an elder brother. Chapter 137. Young Master, perhaps 1,000 iron sentinels should accompany you, young master. If you are to journey to the Dragon Palace, I can lead 1,000 iron sentinels to escort you, Imohanzan proposed. Chen shook his head, stating, firstly, I am not a member of the Gu family. I am not the young master you speak of. Secondly, you mentioned that Gu Xi is on his way to the Dragon Palace. What business does he have there? In response to young master, To young Master Gu, Imo Han continued. Gu Ci has already reached level 20. His purpose in visiting the Dragon Palace is to subdue a dragon as his mount. To subjugate a dragon? A hint of disdain flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. According to Lingfeng, the prestigious academy in the capital had already prepared a contract for Gu Ci to tame a dragon. Why forsake the resources provided by the academy to contest for a position in the Dragon City that does not rightfully belong to him? Creating trouble for no reason? Who nurtured such a flaw? Indeed, the Dragon Palace had offered 3 positions, 1 for each tier, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for all professionals entering the Dragon City, regardless of their faction. This time, the 2nd young master was vying for the 2nd tier position. This aligned with what Su Imo had previously informed him, though with more detail. Su Imo merely mentioned the existence of 3 slots for entry into the Dragon Palace, without specifying that one belonged to each tier. Thus, upon passing through the Dragon Gate, one merely arrives at a platform for selection. Reflecting on this, Gu Chun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Ever since arriving in the Dragon City, the personnel at the Jinyuan army base had only provided him with a map and an identity token, then instructed him that Lingfeng awaited him at the heart of the Dragon City, leaving him to navigate everything else on his own. Akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Now encountering Imo Han, he had finally gleaned some of the rules. Gu Chun continued to inquire. How can one obtain that position? Imo Han glanced at Gu Chen with mild surprise. What did this mean? Having passed through the Dragon Gate, could it be that he remained unaware of how to enter the Dragon Palace? Was the young master still oblivious to the rules of the Dragon Palace? Observing Gu Chen's solemn expression, Imo Han quickly clarified. It is thus. Young master must possess an identity token, correct? Indeed. The identity token serves not only as a means of summoning aid, but also records your location. As long as you enter the Dragon Palace with the token, you will naturally qualify. Just a qualification? Yes, merely a qualification. To secure the position, you must triumph over all competitors of the same tier within the Dragon Palace. Ah, I see. Gu Chen nodded. Imo Hanshan's words indicated that defeating competitors of the same tier meant, under normal circumstances, there would be no conflict with professionals of the 3rd, 4th, or 5th tiers within the Dragon City. Is there a time restriction for entering the Dragon Palace? No, however. If one remains stagnant in a particular area for an extended period, their identification badge will emit a warning. If they fail to vacate the current region within 10 minutes after the warning, their eligibility to enter the Dragon Palace will be revoked. While there is no explicit time limit, it compels adventurers to continually advance towards the Dragon Palace. Isn't this akin to a shrinking circle? Gu Chen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, realizing that this resembled a battle royale scenario. After inquiring sufficiently, Gu Chen abruptly stated, by the way, I was the one who killed those 1,000 iron pagodas on the outskirts of Dragon City. Do you seek vengeance for them? Imo Hanshan's expression momentarily froze, and he chuckled. Do not jest, young Master Gu. Although that group consisted of new recruits, they were still 1,000 third-tier knights. While you are merely 2nd tier, am I jesting with you? Gu Chen's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The smile on Imo Hanshan's face instantly vanished, and after a brief silence, he asked with solemnity, Young Master Gu, did you truly slay that 1,000-man regiment? Indeed, if you wish to avenge them, it would be prudent to act immediately. You have misconstrued the situation. The team you eliminated was backed by the 2nd young master. So the matter of vengeance does not concern me. Imo Hanzan replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, the Iron Pagoda incurs annual casualty quotas, and that regiment had only recently joined for less than half a year. In such a perilous place as Dragon City, a slightly higher casualty rate is to be expected. Being annihilated equates to merely a slight increase in casualties? Is that truly acceptable? Very well. Gu Chen appeared exasperated. It seems he would not be receiving the experience from that 1,000 iron pagodas. A flicker of surprise crossed Imo Hanshan's face at that fleeting moment. He keenly detected a hint of regret in Gu Chen's eyes. Regret? He could not fathom what was worthy of such feelings. Young Master Gu, since you intend to journey to the Dragon Palace, why not allow our 1,000 iron pagodas to escort you? Commander Imo, I appreciate your kind offer, but I have no ties with the royal family of the northern region, so it is best to forego the escort. Gu Chen turned away, gesturing as his Blood Clan fire dragon spread its wings, carrying him into the distance. Subsequently, dozens of Blood Clan descendants followed suit, swiftly vanishing from sight. Imo Hanshan shook his head and sighed deeply. Alas, young master, you are the legitimate heir of the northern region's royal family. Why must you engage in such self-destructive actions? After several hours of travel, Gu Chen arrived at a long-abandoned mine. This area was the territory of the second-tier alien dragon men, within which resided a large number of giant creatures adorned with scales and horns, known as dragon men. Originally, Gu Chen could have proceeded directly, but he chose to take a detour here because, according to the map, Traversing through the mine would allow him to cross a vast mountain range, shrouded in toxic mists. Located 50 kilometers ahead. The toxic mist posed a challenge, but the primary concern was that within the toxic mist mountains lurked 5th-tier alien dark poison dragons. Those creatures were indeed 5th tier. Should a battle ensue, given Gu Chen's current combat prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Given the significant disparity in levels and the fact that defeating 5th-tier alien creatures does not yield a full experience reward, Gu Chen found little motivation to engage in such a thankless endeavor. Upon arriving near the mine, he observed a figure clad in alloy armor deep within the depths of the pit, fiercely battling against a horde of dragon men. Indeed, this individual was Su Xia. Adorned in Mark 31 armor, he valiantly confronted dozens of dragon men, engaging in a relentless struggle that had persisted for over 100 exchanges, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The ground was strewn with the corpses of more than 10 dragon men, while his alloy armor bore extensive damage, accompanied by 3 discarded remnants of alloy armor that had succumbed during the combat. Despite the numerous dragon men he had slain, the overall situation for Su Xia appeared increasingly dire. As a dragon man with a prominent horn approached, a cruel smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Human, your armor is indeed formidable, capable of slaying our kind. But alas, it seems this is your final suit of armor, is it not?" Chapter 138, Encounter with Su Xia. 2 royal bloodlines deep within the shadowy depths of the mine, over 30 dragon men had cornered Su Xia into a perilous situation. Just as one dragonman's voice echoed in the darkness, another lunged forward, launching a fierce assault from the shadows. Su Xia's heart raced, and he swiftly raised his hand. With a violent tremor in the air, a brilliant beam of light erupted from his mechanical palm. Bang! The attacking dragon man was sent flying, its scales shattering and blood splattering. While a gaping hole was blown through its broad chest, Su Xia's gaze fixated on the ever-growing number of dragon men, his complexion paling with each passing moment. Initially, he had been at a guild outpost outside of the Dragon Induction City, where a team of adventurers handed him an epic-grade explosive flame source crystal. It was then that he learned Gu Chen was also within the city. Through the calculations of his battle armor, it appeared that Gu Chen had the highest probability of passing through this mine, prompting Su Xia to don his newly developed Mark 31 battle armor for his venture into Dragon Induction City, designed to combat 3rd-tier extraterrestrial beings. The Mark 31 indeed proved its worth. Upon entering the city, he had already dispatched 4 3rd-tier and 53 2nd-tier extraterrestrial foes along his path to the mine. However, the energy contained within the epic-grade explosive flame source crystal fell short of his expectations for sustained operation. The dragon men residing in the depths of the mine vastly exceeded his predictions. After slaying a dozen dragon men, he quickly found himself besieged by even more. The extraterrestrial forces were overwhelming, rendering him unable to hold his ground. The propulsion system of his armor sustained damage during the skirmish, impairing its flight capabilities. If this continued, he would soon find himself with no escape. "Human, what manner of battle armor is this? It surpasses even the exoskeleton armor of the Jinyuan army. Surrender your armor's design, and perhaps I might spare your life." The dragonman's words darkened Su Xia's expression. To refuse would surely lead to his death. Yet to comply could result in betrayal once the designs were in their possession. A turmoil of indecision gripped his heart. At that moment, voices suddenly echoed from outside the mine. "You desire the armor designs? Do you possess the fortune to claim them?" "Who?" The speaking dragonman's demeanor shifted, and he quickly turned to look behind, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. Dozens of fire dragons, their bodies adorned with dark red scales, descended from the heavens. As they landed, their scorching breaths rained down like a fiery tempest upon the dragon men. Dozens of dragon men were engulfed in flames, scrambling backward as they were consumed by the inferno. The leading dragon man found itself ensnared in a fiery aura, its health rapidly depleting, and much of its form charred black. It hastily retreated to a safe distance, fear evident upon its face, devoid of any will to resist. These fire dragons, having descended from the sky, were not foes they could hope to confront. Standing atop one of the Bloodline fire dragons, Gu Chen's expression was stern. The Bloodline lord emerged from behind him, launching an assault on the retreating dragon men. Su Xia gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Gu Chen, his eyes filled with surprise and the relief of survival. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the thunderous echoes of gunfire reverberating in the depths of the mine, more than 30 dragon men fell lifeless within mere breaths. Kill Dragonman LV, 22. Experience 13630. Kill Dragonman LV, 22. Experience 13520. Kill Dragonman LV, 22. Experience 13850. Level up, level, LV, 23, 9691 35, 2530. Strength, 637. Agility, 636. Constitution, 638. Spirit, 909. Summoned Beasts, Bloodlord LV, 23. Legendary. Chaos Elemental LV, 23. Legendary. Undead Golem LV, 23. Legendary. Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise LV, 23. Epic. Talent, currently eligible to acquire a Dark Bloodline. Once again, the opportunity to obtain a Dark Bloodline presented itself. However, for the moment, it was imperative to deal with the Dragon Man first. Who are you? The Dragon Man gazed at Chen, who stood atop the Blood Clan Fire Dragon, his eyes betraying unmistakable horror. Where did the summoner come from, possessing such formidable power? The Blood Lord stepped forward, firing 2 shots that severed the Dragon Man's arms with brutal precision. Chen disregarded the Dragon Man's anguished cries and calmly inquired, I shall ask but once. Where is the passage that traverses the toxic mountains? At that moment, the chilling essence in Chen's tone amplified infinitely within the Dragon Man's senses. Trembling, the creature fixed its gaze on a distant point within the mine. Over there, please don't kill me. I will lead you. Just then, Xia interjected. I have navigation. There is no need to question him further. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Man began to shake violently with fear, realizing that he had lost all value in this moment. No, you are human. You cannot know better than I do. Spare me. I can guide you. What else would you like to know? I can tell you everything. Grant me a path to survival. Please, don't kill me. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of silver bullets erupted forth, instantly shattering the Dragon Man's skull. Kill Dragon Man Leader LV, 23, Experience 14960, all sorted. Chen turned to Xia, his tone laced with surprise. Xia, why are you here instead of studying your battle armor in Wan City? Xia emerged from within his battle armor, his face alight with excitement. Haha, Chen, my armor calculated all your potential routes, and the probability of you appearing in this mine was the highest. The algorithm of your armor? Quite impressive. Are you utilizing big data to exploit familiarity? Xia smiled, pride unabashedly evident on his countenance. By the way, what brings you here? Chen asked. Xia, not one to keep secrets, expressed his desire to accompany Chen to the Dragon Palace. According to him, the more combat data collected and the higher the quality of materials gathered, the greater the power his armor could unleash. On the journey to the Dragon Palace, one is bound to encounter a plethora of diverse races and exceptionally skilled professionals, inevitably accompanied by a multitude of battles. This presents an opportunity to amass substantial combat data and materials for upgrading battle armor, thereby significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Upon hearing Xia's request, Chen cast his gaze upon the adjacent suit of armor, which lay in ruins, resembling nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Your armor has been reduced to mere junk. How could you possibly accompany me to the Dragon Palace? Just a moment. It's not an issue, Xia replied, retrieving a colossal rectangular control panel from his spatial ring. He then placed the severely damaged armor upon the control panel. After setting the program, he stored the entire setup back into his spatial ring, allowing the repair process to commence automatically. Xia donned an exoskeleton suit and said, Brother Chen, my armor should be repaired in approximately 2 hours. In the meantime, I'll have to rely on you. All right, focus on healing the injuries you sustained during the battle. Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the arrangement. After all, accommodating one additional person would not impede his own endeavors. While Xia utilized healing potions, Chen busied himself by accessing his talent panel. He realized he had not drawn from the Dark Bloodline in his last 2 upgrades, which provided him with 2 opportunities. Activating his talent, he received, You have obtained Dark Bloodline, Royal Blood. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, Royal Blood. Both Dark Bloodlines were Royal Blood. Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of intense astonishment erupted within his gaze. Chapter 139, The Legend of 2 Stars. Breaking through the Dragon Realm as Chen beheld the emergence of 2 royal bloodlines within his line of sight, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was indeed real, not a mere figment of his imagination. After ascending from level 14 to level 21, he had yet to encounter a royal bloodline. He had almost resigned himself to despair. Even the Nightmarish Sovereign had progressed to the chaotic elemental spirit using the first-generation bloodline, star by star. And now, to his astonishment, 2 appeared at once. His joy was doubled. The astonishment in Chen's eyes transformed into profound elation as he began to contemplate his next steps. Securing a contract with the dragon race within the Dragon Palace was imperative. Hence, he could only utilize one of the 2 royal bloodlines for the time being. The prospect of combining royal blood with the dragon race was exhilarating. True enjoyment lay in the anticipation of delayed gratification. But the question remained, to which of his summoned beasts should he bestow the available royal bloodline? Among his 4 summoned beasts, the Blood Clan Sovereign, the Undead Colossus, and the Chaotic Elemental Spirit had all ascended to the legendary tier. This left only the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle, still at the epic 1st star. For the sake of balance, it was most prudent to elevate the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle to the legendary tier, thereby addressing the shortcomings in combat power. However, Chen had another consideration, to utilize the royal bloodline to enhance the Blood Clan Sovereign's qualifications to legendary 2 stars. Why pursue this path? One of the Blood Clan Sovereign's innate talents allowed it to gain 10 points of permanent health upon vanquishing a target. This seemingly modest bonus was significant. The Blood Clan Sovereign's current health exceeded 200,000, with a substantial portion accrued through this talent. In contrast, the Undead Colossus, also a legendary summoned beast, excelled in physique, but had yet to reach 100,000 health. The disparity was evident. This was precisely why Chen intended to bind the Fate Talisman to the Blood Clan Sovereign. With the talisman's effect, should his health drop below 30 during combat, the Blood Clan Sovereign's health would become his own. Under such circumstances, not even Tier 3 or 4 practitioners could hope to eliminate him in a single blow. Thus, the immediate priority was to enhance the Blood Clan Sovereign's combat capabilities, allowing him to wreak havoc within the Dragon City. Should he elevate the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle, Chen would only receive a modest boost of 100 to all attributes. However, by promoting the Blood Clan Sovereign to a higher star, its combat power would soar, enabling it to swiftly dispatch foes and accumulate tens of thousands, or even over 100,000, in health points. Was there truly any contest in this decision? Having resolved his course of action, Chen conferred the royal bloodline upon the Blood Clan Sovereign. Successful ascension of Summoned Beast, Blood Clan Lord, Legendary, Blood Clan Lord, Legendary, Level, LV, 23, Health, 248,000, Attributes, Strength 645, Agility 630, Constitution 955, Spirit 668, Skill, Deadly Shot, Enhanced, Deadly Shot. The Blood Clan Lord's basic attack has been augmented, launching high-caliber explosive bullets that inflict multiplied critical damage upon hitting the target. Note: once activated, the skill can be deactivated at will or sustained until energy is depleted. Goodness! An unmistakable excitement illuminated Chen's face. The enhancement of Deadly Shot had transformed the Blood Clan Lord into a veritable powerhouse. From this moment forth, whenever the Blood Clan Lord activated the skill, each bullet it fired would carry the effects of Deadly Shot. What a remarkable development! As for energy depletion, that was a non-issue. Under the innate talent of Blood Clan Instinct, its recovery ability was already astonishingly formidable. Moreover, having slain numerous alien beings in the abyss and dungeons, Chen's personal storage was brimming with energy restoration potions. Indeed, the Blood Clan Lord did not disappoint, with the basic attack-bearing skill effects. Effortlessly piercing through the low-tier alien beings within Dragon City would be a walk in the park. Brother Chen, I am fully restored, Su Xia declared with spirited enthusiasm. All right. Then let us navigate. Do you know the way? Of course. I am well aware. The destination is set to the Dragon Palace, and we shall traverse through areas abundant in alien creatures. Su Xia, having accompanied Chen through the Spider Cave, was well versed in his combat style. Smart. Chen acknowledged with an approving glance. Hiki, Su Xia grinned, initiating the route on the control panel of his arm. Let us commence from the Dragonman's territory, where low-tier alien beings around level 23 predominantly reside. With your combat prowess, I estimate we can clear the mining pit in about 2 hours. The mining pit, excavated by Dragonmen, was filled with countless tunnels, its complex layout making navigation by mere maps an exercise in futility. However, with Su Xia's guidance, such concerns were entirely alleviated. The Blood Clan Lord activated the effect of the Mirror Ring, leading 2 duplicates and an array of Blood Clan descendants into the depths of the mining pit. This vast mining site extended over 50 kilometers, with tunnels belonging to the Dragonmen. The majority of ordinary Dragonmen were level 23, their grotesque visages wielding poorly crafted weapons. If one were to assess the quality of these weapons, most would barely qualify as excellent, with fine being the zenith of their craftsmanship, given their appalling industrial standards. Chen found it perplexing that the Dragonman had requested armor design schematics from Su Xia. Did they truly aspire to forge armor despite their inability to sharpen a blade? Leading the charge, the Blood Clan Lord, now endowed with infinite firepower, surged ahead of the group, wielding dual pistols that spat bullets like a machine gun. The bullets unleashed by ordinary attacks shimmered with a silvery glow of Deadly Shot, making the slaughter of these alien foes resemble the simple act of mowing grass. Each shot found its mark, resulting in a cascade of fortunate headshots. The Dragonmen charged relentlessly, yet they could scarcely approach the Bloodlord, as they were swiftly dispatched. Their skulls shattered upon impact, Occasionally, a few elite dragonkin would emerge, rallying their kin for a counteroffensive, but invariably, they too fell to the relentless fire of the three bloodlords. The mirror images inherited all the talents and skills of their progenitor, thus entering an infinite firepower mode. Their sole drawback was that they possessed only 80 of the progenitor's attributes and incurred a 50 increase in damage taken. However, under the present circumstances, the dragonkin could hardly inflict harm upon the bloodlords, rendering this disadvantage negligible. To ascend from level 23 to 24 required 35 million experience points, which roughly translated to the elimination of over 100 dragonkin. With just over 100 to vanquish, it seemed that an upgrade was imminent. Gu Chen's tone brimmed with unshakable confidence. Had his words reached the ears of other practitioners, they might have been driven to despair. For an ordinary party of adventurers, slaying 100 dragonkin would demand at least 10 days. Yet for Gu Chen, it would take merely a few hours. This was the chasm that lay between them. Su Xia could indeed eliminate 10 or more dragonkin within a short span, but that was his limit. According to him, the manufacturing cost of that Mark 31 battle armor equated to 10 sets of second-tier epic equipment. It was only due to his affiliation with the Eternal Life Group that he could marshal such vast resources. Were it not for this, even someone capable of crafting formidable armor would find it impossible to bear such an exorbitant cost. As he charged forth, every dragonkin he dispatched transformed into blood dragonkin. Gu Chen commanded these newly formed blood dragonkin to disperse swiftly, seeking their targets within the intricate labyrinth of the mine. The density of foes within the mine far exceeded that of the blazing fire dragon territory, and Gu Chen's experience began to surge once more. Kill Dragonkin LV, 22. Experience 13630, Kill Dragonkin Elite LV, 23. Experience 16520, Kill Dragonkin LV, 22. Experience 13850. The notifications of experience gains cascaded like a barrage, overwhelming Gu Chen. At this rate, it seemed likely he would level up in less than 2 hours. The Bloodlord, leading a throng of blood descendants, relentlessly continued to eliminate dragonkin, providing Gu Chen with an unending stream of experience and materials. Despite Su Xia's earlier mental preparation, he was still awestruck by the spectacle. Mages expend mental energy in battle. Warriors deplete physical stamina. Every class must grapple with issues of exhaustion. Moreover, once engaged in continuous combat, this depletion intensifies, a steadfast law of combat. However, these summoned beasts were different. The Bloodlord possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, and with Gu Chen's life and energy restoration potions, the activation of skills had not ceased since the battle commenced. The descendants of the Blood Clan are even more exaggerated. Although they do not possess the formidable regenerative abilities of the Bloodlord, they merely serve as summoning units. Once their energy or stamina is depleted, there is no need for recovery. They charge directly at the dragonmen to initiate self-detonation. After all, there are numerous dragonmen corpses strewn across the ground. When one descendant self-destructs, it can simply be transformed using the remains. Converting a second-tier blood descendant requires only 3,000 health points, a trivial amount for the Bloodlord, who can restore it in mere breaths. This method is not only economical but also remarkably efficient. Before long, an hour had passed, and the dragonman's territory had been utterly breached. Defeated Dragonman Boss LV, 23, Experience 18420, Level Up, Level, LV, 24, 668195, 6500, Strength, 647, Agility, 646, Constitution, 648, Spirit, 929, Summoned Beasts, Bloodlord LV, 24, Legendary, Chaos Primordial Spirit LV, 24, Legendary, Undead Golem LV, 24, Legendary, Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle LV, 24, Epic, Talent, currently able to acquire a Dark Bloodline, Chapter 140. Surprising, isn't it? The 1,500 iron floating towers are nearby. They have penetrated the Dragonfolk territory from within the mine, conveniently passing through the poisonous mountain range occupied by the 5th-tier alien races. Reaching level 24, I activated my talent. You have acquired the Dark Bloodline. First generation. A first-generation bloodline is precisely what is needed for an epic star enhancement. Without hesitation, I bestowed this bloodline upon the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. The Summoning Beast star enhancement succeeded. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, Epic. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, Epic. Level, LV. 24. Health, 137,520. Attributes, Strength 560, Agility 430, Constitution 570, Spirit 450. Skill, Shattering Charge, has been enhanced. Shattering Charge launches forward, repelling all targets in its path, dealing critical damage to the target at the end of the trajectory and sending it flying. Compared to before, The skill now includes a repelling effect and critical damage, making it significantly stronger. After traversing the maze-like tunnels of the mind, Gu Chen and Su Xia emerged from the depths. Beside them was the Blood Sovereign, accompanied by a formidable assembly of over 100 blood dragon folk, each towering over 3 meters, emanating an overwhelming aura. Upon exiting the mine, they encountered a group of soldiers clad in gleaming silver armor guarding the passage. Indeed, it was the Iron Floating Towers. From a distance, one could sense a potent iron-blooded presence emanating from them. Next to the Iron Floating Towers, an imposing stone slab had been placed, inscribed with 4 prominent characters. "No passage allowed, Brother Chen. Look, your army has blocked the way," Su Xia remarked, leaning in with a teasing smile. "Are they specifically waiting for you here?" "Who knows?" Gu Chen replied, gazing ahead. A substantial number of silver-armored soldiers, precisely 500, were stationed squarely in the center of the mine's exit. Along with the slab declaring no passage, the situation clearly indicated an intent to completely seal this route. Gu Chen cast a glance, unperturbed, and strode forward. The mine's interior was intricate, and this was the sole exit. Surely, they wouldn't retreat simply because 500 cavalrymen obstructed the passage? That made no sense. As Gu Chen, Su Xia, and the myriad of blood descendants approached, they caught the attention of the cavalry leader at the forefront. "Gentlemen, this passage has been requisitioned by our Iron Floating Towers. If you wish to proceed to the Dragon Palace, please take an alternative route." The cavalry leader, perched atop his steed, did not recognize Gu Chen but gestured dismissively at the two, as if swatting away flies. "Requisitioned? What a joke. Since when has the Dragon City become your northern territories?" Gu Chen retorted without hesitation. "Let us skip the nonsense. Whether it's the Northern Territories or Dragon City, this place is currently under the jurisdiction of our Iron Floating Towers. Even if the king himself were to come today, he would not pass." A glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he discerned the truth. These Iron Floating Towers were not here to confront him, but rather to pave the way for Gu Xi. The second-tier professionals aspiring to enter the Dragon Palace nearly all traverse through the mine, rendering this path almost a requisite passage. 500 iron pagodas are stationed here, sealing off the exit with a singular objective: to prevent other second-tier professionals from exiting the mine. Consequently, those unable to leave the mine will be disqualified from entering the Dragon Palace due to prolonged confinement in one area. Gu Chen approached, his eyes glinting with coldness. "What if I insist on passing?" The cavalry commander's expression darkened instantly as he cast a frosty gaze at Gu Chen. In the next moment, his eyes, concealed beneath the visor, flickered slightly, and a sardonic smile graced his somber face. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it is the young master. If only you had mentioned it sooner. We have been commanded by the king to seek you for quite some time. I must request, enough with the pleasantries. Clear the way," Gu Chen interjected, his tone brusque. He had grown weary of such platitudes over the past few days. Did these individuals not possess an alternative repertoire of discourse? The cavalry commander made no move, instead inquired solemnly, "Does the young master wish to go to the Dragon Palace?" "Very well. However, before that, I wish to ascertain whether the disappearance of the 1,000 iron pagodas on the outskirts of Yinlong City is linked to you." Those 1,000 iron pagodas vanished while attempting to capture Gu Chen, and to this day, not a whisper of their fate could be discerned. As if they had evaporated from existence. The commander's lips curled into a veiled smirk at this thought. He had resolved that no matter how Gu Chen countered, he would pin this accusation upon him. Yet, Gu Chen's subsequent declaration took him by surprise. "I killed them all. What, do you seek vengeance?" There was neither anger nor dismay in Gu Chen's tone. Rather, it brimmed with a hint of delight. "Now this is how the plot should unfold. You must take revenge. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to strike." The cavalry commander, instinctively perceiving Gu Chen's words as deceit, was skeptical. After all, those were 1,000 iron pagodas, each a third-tier knight. How could they possibly fall to a second-tier summoner? However, at this juncture, the truth became irrelevant. The imposition of blame upon Gu Chen afforded him the perfect opportunity to act. His gaze turned icy as he unsheathed the spear from his waist, aiming it at Gu Chen. "Those 1,000 iron pagodas were my northern brethren, destined to slay the otherworldly on the abyssal battlefield. Yet they perished at the hands of our own. Therefore, I must seek justice from the young master." Witnessing the commander's brazen demeanor, Su Xia took a step back, aware that misfortune awaited the commander. As expected, the next moment, Gu Chen's voice resonated. "A mere 500 iron pagodas dare to confront me. Do you think that's how the 1,000 iron pagodas met their end?" The cavalry commander scoffed disdainfully, unperturbed by Gu Chen's contempt. Instead, he loosed an arrow into the sky. Whoosh boom. The arrow erupted in a burst of flames, illuminating the heavens with its brilliance. Suddenly, Su Xia's exoskeleton armor emitted a warning signal. He leaned closer to Gu Chen and whispered, "Brother Chen, 3 kilometers away, A large contingent of iron floating towers is approaching. At least 1,000 cavalry. Though his voice was low, it was distinctly heard by the cavalry commander. Instantly, a radiant smile spread across the commander's face. Ha ha ha, young master. Did you not expect this? 1,500 cavalry of iron floating towers are dispersed nearby. Today marks your doom. The cavalry commander fixed his gaze on Chen, seeking any hint of panic in his expression, yet found none. Upon hearing this news, Chen not only remained unperturbed, but a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. The commander's expression faltered momentarily, his brow furrowing tightly. He could not fathom why Chen appeared pleased at such a critical juncture. Did he possess a hidden card up his sleeve? Chapter 141. Now yielding, do you take me for mud? 3 kilometers, for the average 3-tier iron floating tower cavalry, was merely a few paces. In the distance, gleaming silver armor revealed its form, racing towards the direction where Chen stood, forming an encircling formation. In just a few breaths, the iron floating tower army had completely surrounded the mine's exit. The cavalry commander glanced at Chen, yet found no trace of panic in the latter's expression. What audacity! What foundation do you possess? Suppressing his complex emotions, the commander coldly declared, Young master, 2,000 iron floating tower cavalry have encircled you. What more is there to discuss? Chen's expression remained indifferent, dismissing the threat as if it were inconsequential. Upon hearing the disdain in Chen's tone, the cavalry commander was instantly enraged. Very well, you regard us as inconsequential? Today, I shall let you experience the oppressive might of the northern cavalry. With a cold snort, he refrained from ordering his troops to advance. A mere second-tier summoner, he could handle this alone. Mounting his warhorse, he unleashed a charge, his spear slicing through the air with a sharp crack that pierced the eardrums. Then, with a shake of his spear, his aura surged dramatically, the weapon radiating with skillful brilliance, resembling a dragon soaring from the water, letting out a resounding roar as it lunged towards Chen. Convinced that this attack would obliterate Chen, he intended to sever all paths of escape for his opponent. The fantasy was alluring, yet reality proved to be merciless. Suddenly, a towering behemoth over 3 meters high appeared in his line of sight, akin to an enraged dragon clad in fearsome spiked armor. The dark hunting dragon turtle surged forward like a cannonball, shattering the ground beneath it as it propelled itself ahead. The overwhelming force of its spiked armor collided with the charging cavalry commander. In that instant of impact, the commander's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if he were facing an unassailable ancient dragon. But wait, the dark hunting dragon turtle would not wait for him. Under the effect of the skill's launch, the charging commander was halted mid-stride, and both horse and rider were sent flying like a sandbag. The spear's skill merely left a shallow dent in the turtle's armor, losing all potency thereafter. With a resounding crash, the commander suffered the dual impact of a critical hit and a knockback, his heavy form crashing into the ground, creating a crater upon impact. His shield shattered, the bones in his arms were fractured by the overwhelming force, causing his health to plummet by 30%. A level 32 knight dared to confront a level 24 epic 2-star summoner beast. The fact that he had not been annihilated was a stroke of fortune. Without the need for Chen's command, the dark hunting dragon turtle pursued relentlessly. Its robust forelimbs swept forward, claws over 3 feet long, sharp as blades, effortlessly cleaving through the armor of the commander. The latter was sent sprawling like a sandbag, tumbling across the ground for several meters before finally regaining his footing. The cavalry leader's arms hung limply at his sides, his armor shattered, and his body drenched in blood. He rose to his feet, enduring the pain as he spoke. I am a subordinate of young Master Gu Ci. Do you not fear offending him by inflicting such severe harm upon me? Chen scoffed. You think to intimidate me with the name of Gu Ci? What is he to me? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. If not for my superior combat prowess, I would have been dispatched by your spear long ago. The cavalry leader spat out a mouthful of blood, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Humph, truly worthy of the eldest son. Your strength is indeed formidable, and today I have witnessed it firsthand. You may leave. But even if you surpass me, you will inevitably fall before the second son. Su Xia, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh. What a fool. You believe that after attempting murder and being bested, you can simply walk away? What gives you such confidence? Are you now trying to placate me? As if I were nothing more than clay? Chen's eyes widened, a palpable killing intent emanating from him. The dark hunting dragon turtle surged forward without hesitation, a wave of deathly pressure overwhelming the cavalry leader, threatening to engulf him entirely. In that moment, he felt as though he had plunged into a sea of corpses, his limbs heavy as if laden with lead, devoid of the courage to resist. Chen's gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion. Had the leader allowed him to depart initially without revealing his true nature, Chen might have unwittingly let them escape with their lives. However, now that he had not only attempted to kill Chen but also exposed his allegiance, Did he still dare to hope for survival? Impossible. The dark-hunting dragon turtle brandished its razor-sharp claws, akin to an ancient wrathful dragon, lunging at the cavalry leader. Kill. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the side. Within mere breaths, a line of iron cavalry formed ranks, swiftly advancing towards the dark-hunting dragon turtle. 2,000 third-tier knights, clad in heavy armor, charged forth with an imposing aura that could send shivers down one's spine. Nevertheless, Chen displayed no hint of fear, although the iron floating tower boasted numbers. Should he summon the undead golem, how would they respond? Boom. The towering stone giant suddenly materialized beside the dark-hunting dragon turtle. This exemplified the advantage of a summoner. Though he did not occupy the front line, as long as he remained within his mental coverage, his summoned beasts could appear at designated locations. The moment the undead golem emerged, it unleashed the forbidden domain of the end times, enveloping all 2,000 knights within its radius. In an instant, the cavalry suffered tenfold energy depletion and damage. The charge skill had barely progressed halfway before it faltered due to exhaustion. The battle had yet to formally commence, yet the knights were already thrown into disarray. Simultaneously, at the command of the Blood Clan Lord, over 100 blood dragon men appeared on the battlefield, akin to a dark crimson blade, tearing a gaping wound through the ranks of the iron floating tower. The iron floating tower knights were compelled to resort to the most primitive of combat methods, clashing brutally with the blood dragon men in a fight to the death. Despite being merely a standard attack of a third-tier knight, it should not be underestimated. In just a fleeting encounter, it managed to reduce a dozen bloodline draconians to a state of near death. Just as these cavalrymen prepared to press their advantage and eradicate the weakened draconians entirely, all the draconians received a command from their bloodline sovereign, and without hesitation, they initiated self-detonation. Boom. The self-detonation damage of a second-tier bloodline descended amounts to 3,000, which feels like a mere scratch to a third-tier iron colossus. However, within the confines of the forbidden domain of the end of magic, this damage becomes terrifyingly formidable. Blinding blood flames surged skyward, and the horrific explosion resembled an indescribable demon, instantly engulfing 2,000 cavalrymen. When the blood flames subsided, all that remained at the site where the 2,000 cavalrymen once stood was a shocking crater, devoid of any trace of their existence. Chapter 142, The Abyssal Balance Mechanism, A Disheartening Loss, Defeated Iron Float Cavalry 1999, Defeat Invalid, Experience 0, no experience? Defeat invalid? Was this all in vain? Staring at the experience notification that popped up before him, Chen was left utterly bewildered. Was it not said that after undergoing the baptism of the abyss, defeating a practitioner would yield experience? Why was the defeat deemed invalid? How could there be no experience gained? What had gone awry? Chen wore a puzzled expression. No experience. Su Xia pondered for a moment, concluding that they had triggered the protective mechanism of the abyss. The protective mechanism of the abyss could also be understood as a form of balancing mechanism. The reason for the invalid defeat might be attributed to the overwhelming number of iron float cavalry, the brevity of the battle, or the circumstances of the defeat not aligning with the will of the abyss. Take Chen's recent situation, for instance. Annihilating nearly 2,000 cavalrymen in such a short span would be deemed an abnormal combat scenario by the will of the abyss. It was akin to a high-ranking military officer leading a vast army through long men, only to command his soldiers to surrender at once. In such a manner, he could amass millions of experience points in an instant. This, clearly, contravened the balance mechanism. At present, Chen was merely at the second tier, having dispatched almost 2,000 third-tier cavalrymen in a matter of breaths. From any perspective, this was not conventional combat, and thus was adjudged as an invalid defeat. After hearing Su Xia's explanation, Chen felt a wave of frustration. The balance mechanism? Could it be interpreted from another angle, suggesting that the abyss had greedily consumed all that vast experience for itself? It was hard to say. Regardless, he had certainly come out at a loss from this encounter. At that moment, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle struck with its claws, mercilessly cleaving the cavalry leader in two, the crimson blood splattering across the ground. Defeated Iron Float Cavalry Leader LV, 34, Experience 26850. In a battle that annihilated 2,000 Iron Cavalry, he had garnered merely 26,000 experience. What a disheartening loss. Chen felt immensely displeased, even furious. The reason he had commanded over 100 Blood Clan Dragon men to self-destruct was precisely the anticipation of the substantial experience to be gained from defeating those 2,000 iron floats. Yet, after all that commotion, it seemed he had merely made a noise. Who could endure such a setback? Gusiai, you relish in causing trouble, do you? It appears my dear brother has indeed been spoiled, Su Xia remarked. Old Su, adjust the navigation. We shall head directly to the Dragon Palace. Chen's expression turned cold. Understood, Su Xia replied, deftly manipulating the controls. He knew someone was about to face dire consequences. Heading directly to the Dragon Palace did not imply a straight shot. Rather, it meant abandoning several previously established waypoints. Glancing at the map, the most formidable challenge ahead lay merely 200 kilometers away in a third-tier alien territory, the Phantom Dragon Clan. Once they surpassed this region, the path would be clear. Su Xia retrieved the floating sports car from his spatial ring, whisking Gu Chen away at great speed. An hour later, they arrived at the Phantom Dragon territory. Wu Yuexin, a third-tier ranger, was searching for a concealed refuge amidst the ruins. In this territory, her small squad had fallen victim to an ambush by a horde of spectral dragons, resulting in the demise of 4 out of 5 members. Though she had managed to escape, her body was gravely wounded. And the severely damaged leather armor she wore testified to the ferocity of the previous battle. Dragging her heavy frame, she squeezed into a corner of the debris, where the narrow space barely concealed her petite figure. After consuming a healing potion, she exhaled deeply, only for an inexplicable noise to suddenly echo from outside. Wu Yuexin's delicate frame trembled, her heart racing to her throat. Silently, she instinctively peeked out to discern the source of the sound, yet found nothing amiss. Could it have been a mistake? A look of confusion crossed her face. However, in the next moment, a chilling sensation surged from behind her. She jolted, spinning around to find the corner of the ruins utterly devoid of anything unusual. Wu Yuexin wiped the cold sweat from her brow. It seemed she had merely frightened herself. During her hasty escape, she had been swift, and the spectral dragons were preoccupied with devouring her comrades, showing no interest in her. Perhaps those spectral dragons had not pursued her at all. Drip. Suddenly, a drop of dark red liquid fell beside her, the sanguine hue starkly evident in her sight. Blood. How could there be bloodstains? Wu Yuexin's eyelids fluttered, and at that moment, realization struck her, causing her pupils to dilate. There were no anomalies in front or behind her, but what about above? A look of horror crept onto her face as she instinctively glanced upward. There, an ominous spectral dragon, engulfed in eerie green flames, had appeared above her head unbeknownst to her. Its shadowy, fearsome visage, with glistening fangs radiating cold light and blood-red eyes brimming with malice, resembled a demon clawing its way out of hell. Human, I have found you. Boom. The chilling, sinister voice resonated with a tremendous crash, instantly creating a massive crater in the ruins. Fortunately, Wu Yuexin had the presence of mind to dodge aside at the last moment, narrowly evading the ferocious assault. She fell to the ground in terror, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. For there, before her, stood a 36th-level alien spectral dragon. After its initial strike failed, it extended its frigid claws towards the direction of Wu Yuexin once more, taunting her with a chilling laugh. Ha, I have found you. Prepare to die, human. Su Xini trembled, paralyzed by fear on the ground. Despair coursed through her heart, and in that moment, she envisioned her own demise. Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected voice resonated from beside her. I have found you too. Wu Yuexin's gaze shifted instinctively, revealing a stranger standing before her. The man bore a stern countenance, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. On either side of him stood a shadowy figure draped in a dark crimson gown and a colossal, imposing statue. The phantom dragon turned its head, fixating on the sudden appearance of Gu Chen, its blood-red eyes ablaze with intense malice. Human, perish. The ghostly flame erupted upon its slate-gray scales as the phantom dragon lunged ferociously toward Gu Chen. At that moment, the undead golem bellowed, and a wave of black luminescence burst forth from its ancient, rugged form. Exhausted beyond measure, the black light shot forth, instantly inflicting a debilitating effect upon the phantom dragon. The undead golem shifted its heavy frame, swinging its enormous fist, resembling a boulder, toward the ferocious figure charging at it. With a thunderous impact, like a meteor crashing down, a single blow sent the phantom dragon's head plummeting into the ground, its scales and flesh exploding in all directions. Chapter 143. A beautiful woman would surely weep for a long time after a blow in the majority of prior battles. The undead golem primarily functioned as a caster of debilitating effects, remaining largely uninvolved in combat. However, this does not imply that its offensive capabilities are inferior to those of other summoned entities. Firstly, it is a legendary class summon. Secondly, it is a golem. The combination of these two elements ensures that the undead golem would never merely linger on the periphery of battle like an ordinary support-type summon. With a colossal fist ascending, the head of the spectral dragon was forcefully embedded into the ground. With another exertion of strength, that fearsome dragon's head burst apart like a watermelon, scales, shredded flesh, and bones scattering in all directions, accompanied by a shower of dark green blood that pooled beneath. The creature was effortlessly vanquished. It was not that the level 36 spectral dragon was particularly feeble. Rather, it had fortuitously ventured within the 10-meter radius of the undead golem, thereby succumbing to its innate abilities. Unstoppable. When the undead golem is stationary, its defense increases by 1 per second, and its recovery also rises by 1 per second. Targets within a 10-meter vicinity of the undead golem experience a 50 amplification of negative effects. Under the influence of utter exhaustion, the spectral dragon had already sustained a 100 increase in damage taken, coupled with a 50 reduction in all attributes. Upon entering the 10-meter zone of the undead golem, the damage taken surged to an increase of 150, while all attributes plummeted by 75. Under such terrifying debilitation, it was hardly surprising that the spectral dragon was dispatched with a single blow. Kill. Spectral Dragon LV. 36. Experience 24650. This experience was somewhat meager, likely due to the spectral dragon's level exceeding Gu Chen's by 10, resulting in a diminished yield of experience points. A loss, indeed. Gu Chen paid little heed to this detail, for he had ventured into the dragon's territory solely as a necessary passage toward the Dragon Palace. Slaying the spectral dragon was merely an incidental acquisition of experience. The preceding spectacle elicited a profound expression of astonishment from Wu Xinyue. To annihilate a level 36 spectral dragon with a single punch, what manner of being was this summon? Spare me, and I shall surrender. Gu Chen approached the woman, who stood in stunned silence. Since he was collecting experience, he could not afford to let any opportunity slip by. Suddenly regaining her composure, Wu Xinyue exhaled as if liberated from a perilous situation. Without responding to Gu Chen's words, she turned slightly, her leather armor accentuating her flawless figure. She lifted the leather armor, revealing a delicate waist that could be grasped with a single hand. I am injured. It hurts so much. Please, take a look, she implored. Her alluring form presented before Gu Chen, emanating an urgent invitation. This was an astute woman, keenly showcasing her intrinsic value at the first opportunity to bind herself to a formidable ally. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes, studying the woman before him with keen interest. Taking in her exquisite features, she was indeed striking. A beautiful woman like this would surely weep for a long time after a single blow, wouldn't she? The vampire lord flickered into existence before the woman with an otherworldly grace. Bang! A fist collided with her flat abdomen, causing her delicate features to contort in agony as she was overtaken by the excruciating pain. The frail figure collapsed onto the ground, clutching her abdomen in a spasm reminiscent of a large shrimp. I offer you a chance at life. Do not seek your own demise. Gu Chen's voice echoed in the woman's ear, devoid of any hint of compassion. It was not that he lacked interest in women, rather, this one, with her dubious origins and willingness to surrender herself, might well be a biological host. Although Gu Chen possessed the attributes to be immune to such ailments, hygiene concerns could not be overlooked. Upon deeper reflection, it was rather unsettling. Wu Xinyue gradually recovered from the excruciating pain, completely unprepared for the fact that her previously foolproof methods proved ineffective against this young man before her. Wasn't it said that young men had an abundance of energy seeking an outlet? Instinctively, she glanced at Gu Chen, only to be met with the bloodthirsty crimson glimmer in the eyes of the Blood Clan Lord, akin to the gaze of death itself. A shiver coursed through Wu Xinyue, and without a moment's hesitation, she conceded defeat. Defeated the profession, Ranger LV. 33, experience 20160, as Gu Chen emerged from the ruins. He was accompanied by a Blood Clan phantom dragon. The level of Blood Clan descendants could not exceed that of the Blood Clan Lord by more than 10 levels. Thus this 36-level phantom dragon was only at level 34. Its gray scales revealed a distinct dark crimson hue, and even the ghostly green flames burning upon its surface faintly shimmered with a dim bloodlight. Outside the ruins, Su Xia, donned in the newly repaired Mark 31 battle armor, descended slowly from the sky. Brother Chen, ahead on our path, for professionals have been surrounded and slaughtered by a horde of phantom dragons, with an elite phantom dragon leading the charge toward us. Let us go, lead the way. Gu Chen leaped with agility, landing atop the Blood Clan phantom dragon, the swirling ghostly flames rapidly receding until they vanished entirely. This ghostly fire was a skill capable of inflicting immense burning damage on surrounding targets, only appearing when activated. Riding the phantom dragon, they moved with astonishing speed, and Su Xia found herself left behind by over 300 meters in an instant. At that moment, a massive elite phantom dragon charged toward them, entering Gu Chen's line of sight. With a mere thought, the Blood Clan Lord guided him to leap from the back of the phantom dragon. His dark crimson attire spread wide, akin to the wings of a bat stirring the air, landing gracefully. Simultaneously, the Blood Clan phantom dragon surged forward like a missile, crashing violently into the elite phantom dragon. With a thunderous impact, the two dragons collided. The simple physical assault inflicted minimal damage upon the elite creature. However, in the next instant, the figure of the Blood Clan phantom dragon flickered and transformed into a towering stone golem. Teleportation exchange. In midair, the skeletal golem extended its massive hand, seizing the elite phantom dragon by its neck, while the other hand violently tore away half of its wing. The elite phantom dragon let out a pained cry, plummeting rapidly, crashing heavily into the ground alongside the golem. However, it was the elite phantom dragon that bore the brunt of the impact. After a violent tremor, the undead golem rose from the massive pit created by its emergence, its rocky hand firmly pressing down on the head of the phantom dragon elite, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds against the ground. Chen approached with the blood lord by his side. I shall ask but once. Answer my question, or I shall twist your head off. Where is the phantom dragon boss? The phantom dragon elite, rendered immobile by the overwhelming pressure, refused to respond. Its massive blood-red eyes glaring at Chen, flickering with frost and fury. Chen let out a cold chuckle. Crack! The undead golem exerted its strength, unleashing a terrifying force that swiftly severed the grotesque head from its body. The decapitation resulted in a gruesome shower of flesh and scales. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen's eyes as he turned and strode back in the direction he had come. It seemed the Phantom Dragon clan possessed considerable resilience. Thus, he would refrain from inquiries and simply carve a path forward. Chapter 144, The Graveyard Altar. Connecting to the abyssal plane at this moment, the elite Bloodline ghost dragon, transformed from the spectral dragon, ascended from the rear, having exchanged positions with the undead golem. Chen, my battle armor has scanned the terrain and identified the locations of several bosses. Lead the way, one by one. All right. Defeating the ghost dragon has a chance to yield precious materials known as Dragon Core Source Crystals, a coveted item for Susia. Should an epic-level Source Crystal be obtained, it would elevate the battle armor to Tier 3 combat strength. As they were to traverse the ghost dragon's territory, Chen resolved to eliminate the boss, hoping to present an epic Dragon Core Source Crystal to Susia. Under Susia's guidance, they flew low and swiftly arrived at a vast cavern shrouded in ominous energy. Two Bloodline ghost dragons forged ahead, penetrating deep within. At the center of the dragon's lair, a ghost dragon, towering at 3 meters, coiled, surrounded by a dense, eerie green ghostly flame. Alien. Ghost dragon. Leader. Level 36. Health 458. 300. Attributes. Strength 485. Agility 494. Constitution 528. Spirit 532. Skill I. Infernal Ghost Flame. Skill 2. Soul Harvest. It was indeed a leader, with over 450,000 health points. Among elite aliens of Tier 3 and above, there exists a minuscule probability of a leader emerging. While slightly weaker than a boss, it is significantly more powerful than an elite. The most direct advantage is the acquisition of greater experience and superior quality equipment upon defeat. Upon witnessing the sudden intrusion by Chen and his companions, the ghost dragon leader momentarily hesitated, particularly when its gaze fell upon the two Bloodline ghost dragons, a clear expression of confusion flickering in its crimson eyes. What race are you? How dare you trespass in my domain? Depart at once. As fellow dragons, I shall overlook this transgression. Chen let out a cold laugh. How magnanimous of you. As his words fell, the two Bloodline ghost dragons surged forth, their bodies enveloped in ghostly flames, the dim bloodlight surging dramatically. The ghost dragon leader rose, its corpse-like, ashen form radiating a chilling aura, retaliating against the two attacking Bloodline ghost dragons. With a mere thought, Chen commanded one of the Bloodline ghost dragons to charge forth, which instantaneously transformed into a towering golem. The undead golem's surface shimmered with black light, swiftly applying the debuff, utterly exhausted, upon the ghost dragon leader. All attributes were reduced by 50, and damage dealt was amplified by 100. The ghost dragon leader's momentum abruptly faltered, and it felt its combat prowess diminishing in an instant. Before it could react, a heavy fist composed of ancient stone came crashing towards it. This unadorned strike directly embedded the ghost dragon leader's head into the ground, scattering scales and flesh, and instantly depleting 30 of its health. The chilling ghostly flames that enveloped the spectral dragon's main body had yet to unleash their fury when a violent tremor coursed through, diminishing their strength akin to embers flickering in the wind. Such overwhelming power. Within a radius of 10 meters, all negative effects on targets were amplified by 50%. This talent was utterly devastating for melee attackers of the alien race. With its skull deeply embedded in the ground, the spectral dragon leader struggled helplessly, urgently exclaiming, "Do not strike. Spare my life, for I know the location of the boss." Chen and Susia exchanged knowing glances and laughed outright. It seemed not all spectral dragons possessed the same tenacity as the one before. The undead golem wasted no time, stepping atop the spectral dragon leader and seizing its wing with both hands, yanking forcefully. With a deafening scream, two wings, drenched in black blood and shredded flesh, fell to the ground, still unwilling to cooperate. Should you utter even a single falsehood, I shall tear you apart piece by piece. Gu Chen's voice dripped with a chilling intent, instilling deep fear in the spectral dragon leader. This was no mere human. They were more ruthless than the aliens. The spectral dragon leader, genuinely terrified, promptly divulged, the boss has descended into the abyss. It has harnessed the sinister energy of the graveyard to open a rift to the abyssal plane, seeking to summon more abyssal creatures into this realm. Open a rift to the abyssal plane? Summon abyssal beings into our world? No wonder the various factions have failed to eradicate the aliens in Dragon City after 5 years of slaughter. These aliens can indeed call forth reinforcements. Su Xia pondered for a moment before leaning closer to whisper, Brother Chen, there have been precedents of aliens opening abyssal planes, but should high-ranking aliens descend? It could spell even greater peril. In my opinion, we should forego the Dragon Core Crystal and head directly to the Dragon Palace. What do you think? That is acceptable. I shall investigate. You and the Blood Lord will remain here. If genuine danger arises, we can retreat, Gu Chen replied. Su Xia had intended to accompany him, but refrained upon recalling that Gu Chen possessed a displacement skill that allowed for instant escape. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord and the undead golem launched their assault, and the cavern echoed with the spectral dragon's anguished screams and curses. Half an hour later, Gu Chen found himself alone atop the graveyard of the spectral dragon clan. The graveyard appeared as a desolate wasteland, strewn with decaying dragon corpses and withered bones, stretching endlessly into the horizon. For the spectral dragon clan, this place did not signify death and finality, but rather a realm of rebirth. Every spectral dragon was birthed from the remains of their dragon kin. Standing at the edge of the graveyard, Gu Chen could discern large masses of ominous clouds gathering in the sky, beneath which intricate patterns of black energy were imprinted upon an altar. At the heart of the altar lay a pitch-black void, resembling an unfathomable abyss connecting to another plane. As Gu Chen approached the altar, he could feel a terrifying aura emanating from it, sending chills down his spine. Was this how the spectral dragon boss had entered the abyssal plane? Summoning the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, Gu Chen unleashed shattering impact, colliding forcefully with the altar. A resounding boom reverberated through the air. The altar quivered violently, its surface fracturing into a multitude of cracks, from which dense black mist began to seep forth. The altar trembled intensely, its form becoming indistinct, akin to an illusion, revealing countless phantoms amidst the tumult. The central void appeared to be torn asunder by an unknown force, a fissure marred with cracks manifesting above the altar, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Could this chasm lead to the abyss? Moments after the altar was breached, furious roars erupted throughout the domain of the ghost dragons. All the ghost dragons abruptly ceased their previous activities, frantically racing towards the graveyard. In a certain canyon within the abyssal realm, rocks shattered from the cliffs, the ground riddled with ravines, and the landscape littered with debris of shattered stone and trees, nearly obliterated by an unparalleled force. Amidst the howling winds, a ghost dragon, its body engulfed in azure flames, lay battered. Opposite it stood a suit of black armor, quietly hovering in the void, enveloped in thick black mist, exuding an aura of enigma and coldness. Armor of darkness, accompany me to the lowly realm occupied by humans. Blood, life, souls, whatever you desire, I can provide. Ghost dragon, words are futile. If you wish for my kin to battle on your behalf, then demonstrate your true strength. The mist beneath the armor writhed as if imbued with a life of its own, pulsating in rhythm with the tone of the conversation, waxing and waning in intensity. Just as the ghost dragon was about to respond, an instinctive awareness surged within. It sensed that the altar had been desecrated, disrupting the equilibrium of the abyssal realm. Time was of the essence. Failure to return would ensnare it in this place indefinitely. Damn it! Someone has defiled my altar. How infuriating! It bellowed. In an instant, the ghost dragon erupted in rage, its azure flames surging dramatically, its presence magnified. Armor of darkness, I can no longer afford to battle with you. The altar has been compromised by humans, and the balance of the realm has been shattered. I must depart at once. If you choose not to accompany me to the lowly realm, escaping the abyss in the future will not be so simple. This opportunity is singular. The choice is yours. With that, the ghost dragon unfurled its wings and surged towards the horizon. Chapter 145, slaying the third order beasts as if they were dogs in the domain of the phantom dragons. With the echoes of roars reverberating throughout the territory, the phantom dragons scattered across the land frantically converged towards the graveyard. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing upon nearly 100 phantom dragons, their bodies ablaze with chilling, ghostly flames, charging towards him from a mere 100 meters away. Since they had come, it was time to deal with them collectively. As his words fell, the undead colossus was summoned, towering beside Gu Chen. In the foreground, the chaotic spirit hovered in the void, its piercing gaze cutting through the black mist, fixated on the swiftly approaching emerald ghostly flames on the horizon. Kill, Gu Chen uttered softly, his tone laced with a frigid murderous intent. The undead colossus let out a furious roar, a faint gray light blossoming from its surface, rippling outward. In an instant, the area within 100 meters of the altar was enveloped by the skill forbidden domain. The chaotic spirit, surrounded by a swirling dark mist, unleashed a series of chaotic shadows that entwined with the foremost dozen phantom dragons. Subsequently, its gaze locked onto the leading phantom dragon, launching its skill with fierce resolve. Dimensional assassination. Under the effect of a tenfold damage reduction, the foremost phantom dragon was instantly obliterated. Simultaneously, the talent Shadow Kill Arc was triggered. All targets ensnared by the chaotic shadows suffered severe injuries, their health bars depleting instantaneously as they collapsed to the ground. Phantom Dragon LV, 36 killed, experience 24. 850 Phantom Dragon LV, 36 killed, experience 24. 520 Phantom Dragon LV, 36 killed, experience 24. 630. Having dispatched the leading dozen of the alien beasts, the chaotic spirit unleashed its full might, continuing to execute dimensional assassination, akin to a sniper meticulously targeting each phantom dragon with precision. The corpses of the phantom dragons plummeted from the sky like dumplings, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. Unlike the Bloodlord, the chaotic spirit, although lacking in kill resets, enjoyed a remarkable advantage under the effect of the talent Dreams Come True, which diminished the cooldown, skill consumption, energy expenditure, and negative effects by a staggering 90. For it, cooldowns existed but were scarce, and skill costs were minimal to the point of absurdity. Within the confines of the forbidden domain, the chaotic spirit became a harbinger of death, mercilessly dispatching any foe, be they ordinary beasts, elite creatures, or lordly entities. None could withstand its onslaught. One fell with each approach, and 10 would meet the same fate. Thanks to the Shadow Kill Arc talent, it had no fear of being overwhelmed by the horde. Standing resolutely in the void, the chaotic spirit completely encircled the nearly 100 alien beasts. On the ground lay over 30 phantom dragons, their bodies unscathed, devoid of any visible wounds, dying in the most bizarre manner. At this moment, Chen perched upon the broad shoulder of the undead colossus, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, commanding all like a sovereign of war. His expression was calm, his demeanor composed, with an undercurrent of arrogance permeating his tranquility. Indeed, it was arrogance. A second-tier professional, amidst the territory of third-tier alien races, ruthlessly slaughters these foes as if they were mere dogs. After the demise of over 30 spectral dragons, the remaining aliens are visibly shaken. Hovering at a distance of 100 meters, their eyes filled with trepidation. After a brief stalemate, the spectral dragons suddenly congregate, forming a tight formation, spiraling in the air to maximize their speed. Then, in unison, they unleash a blinding ghostly flame, diving from the heights towards Chen's position. The air vibrates with a resonant roar, an overwhelming force that is simply unmatched. What a spectacle! Chen's expression remains cold and unyielding. Is this truly all they could muster? Whether a singular spectral dragon or a battalion executing their skills, to him, there is no distinction. Once they step into the forbidden realm, their fate is sealed, death. The necromantic golem radiates a dark light, instantly casting a state of utter exhaustion upon the charging spectral dragons. As they breach the boundaries of the forbidden zone, the blinding flames enveloping them rapidly diminish. At this moment, the dark-hunting dragon tortoise makes its appearance, its savage eyes fixated upon the airborne spectral dragons, launching its skill with ferocity. With a powerful thrust of its stout legs, the dark-hunting dragon tortoise propels itself like a cannonball, its spiked carapace imbued with terrifying strength, crashing into the formation of spectral dragons. The impact obliterates 7 or 8 spectral dragons, their bodies shattered and flesh scattered. The remaining dragons are sent reeling, plummeting to the ground in disarray. The dark-hunting dragon tortoise lands with poise, emerging from its spiked armor to directly engage the fallen spectral dragons, executing swift and lethal strikes as if mowing down grass. Suddenly, an elite spectral dragon lunges forth, exhaling a chilling emerald ghost fire in an attempt to ambush Chen, only to be met with the tortoise's razor-sharp claws that rend open its abdomen, dark viscera spilling forth. The elite spectral dragon recoils in pain, its expression one of horror. The dark-hunting dragon tortoise roars, its 3-foot-long claws crossing in a deadly arc, slicing through flesh and bone, swiftly severing the dragon's head from its body. With a step forward, the tortoise places its heavy paw upon the severed skull. Crack. The cranium shatters, blood and innards spraying forth. Kill elite spectral dragon LV, 36. Experience 27450. Chen halts the advancing chaotic spirit, allowing the dark-hunting dragon tortoise to plunge into the throng of spectral dragons. Within the forbidden domain, the once impenetrable scales of the spectral dragons are torn asunder by the tortoise's claws, their bodies cleaved with ease, blood and flesh flying through the air, shattered bones scattered about. It is a scene of savagery, devoid of any semblance of aesthetic violence. It is simply murder, without technique, without emotion. A relentless slaughter, shattering all that stands before it. When the spectral dragon boss returns from the abyss, it is met with the sight of dozens of spectral dragon corpses strewn across the ground, surrounded by a gruesome tapestry of blood, gore, and stained scales. Within the territory, the vast majority of spectral dragons have been eradicated completely. Chapter 146, Phantom Dragon, Boss, Armored Form, Race, Phantom Dragon, Boss, Level, 37, Health, 608, 300, Attributes, Strength 580, Agility 595, Constitution 635. Spirit 640, Skill I, Burning Ghost Fire, Skill 2, Phantom Shield, Skill 3, Death Binding. Chen stood beside the shattered altar, gazing at the Phantom Dragon boss that had just emerged from a rift in space. It was rumored that you intended to summon more abyssal beings into this world. Had you considered that upon your return, all your Phantom Dragons would lie lifeless? The Phantom Dragon boss emanated an aura of brutality, its body trembling violently, its blood-red eyes scanning the territory. Corpses littered the ground, flesh scattered everywhere. This human, daring to invade its domain, had slaughtered its kin. The eyes of the Phantom Dragon boss blazed with fury and malice. Human, you court death. We have no enmity. Yet you dare to kill my kin and desecrate my altar. I shall avenge my people. In a fit of rage, the Phantom Dragon boss nearly lost its faculties. The blue ghostly flames on its body surged dramatically, its eyes reflecting a profound murderous intent. It roared, and its dragon wings unfurled, summoning visible strands of black energy that swiftly coalesced into dozens of tangible, ebony chains, surging forth with overwhelming power of death towards Chen. Death Binding. Without hesitation, the boss unleashed its ultimate skill. In a different scenario, this skill would pose a significant threat to Chen. However, the Phantom Dragon boss was within the confines of the End of Magic Forbidden Domain. The dozens of black chains shot forth, only to dissipate into shadows before reaching Chen. A flicker of horror surged within the boss's eyes. Under the tenfold consumption, such a devastating ultimate skill could not be executed. In its earlier fury, it had solely focused on eliminating the human before it, neglecting its own peculiar state. Realizing the anomaly, it felt its energy wane. In the next moment, the Dark Hunter Dragon turtle roared and propelled itself forward, its fearsome spiked shell crashing into the Phantom Dragon boss. Boom. Taken by surprise, the boss was sent hurtling away, its forelimb and part of its shoulder obliterated, causing a 30 reduction in health. The Phantom Dragon boss, filled with astonishment and rage, instantly perceived the terrifying power of this summoned creature. In its state of being flung, it was rendered stiff, unable to mount any defense. The Dark Hunter Dragon turtle surged forth, its 3-foot-long, razor-sharp claws piercing deeply into the boss's side. With a rip, its half-body was torn asunder by a formidable force, scales and dark blood splattering, crashing into the ground below. As the dust settled, the Phantom Dragon boss was soaked in blood, its scales shattered in large patches, leaving it gravely wounded. The dark-hunted dragon tortoise's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, poised to charge forward. Demon armor, since you have made your decision, what more do you await? The Phantom Dragon boss bellowed towards the rift in space. Whoosh. As the words echoed, a shadowy figure burst forth from the spatial tear, positioning itself before the Phantom Dragon boss. Chen turned to gaze, his eyes narrowing. What he perceived was not merely a figure, but an armor shrouded in swirling black mist. Is this truly the inferior plane you speak of, Phantom Dragon? Can a mere second-tier summoner inflict such grievous wounds upon you? A deep voice resonated from within the armor. Spare me your prattle. Once we eliminate this human, I shall lead you to the blood of the Dragon Clan. The Phantom Dragon boss retorted coldly. Very well, those are your words, the demon armor thundered. As dark mist surged forth, each component detaching and reshaping itself to appropriate dimensions, one after another enveloping the boss's form. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, an entire suit of heavy armor adorned the Phantom Dragon boss, appearing as if it were a colossal steel dragon. Race, Phantom Dragon boss demon armor form, level, 37, health, 152,075, shield, 304,150, attributes, strength 290, agility 298. Constitution 318. Spirit 320. Skill I, Blazing Flame Ghost Fire. Skill 2. Phantom Shield. Skill 3. Death's Binding. Hum. Ethereal blue ghost fire erupted from the crevices of the armor, burning with wild abandon, emitting an unprecedented aura of oppression that bore down upon Chen. What kind of wretched place is this? My energy is depleting at an alarming rate. I cannot hold on much longer. Eliminate that human swiftly. The voice of the demon armor echoed from the Phantom Dragon boss. Chen's gaze sharpened. revealing a hint of surprise. Upon donning the armor, the boss's attributes had inexplicably surged twofold. Most astonishingly, an additional shield value of 300,000 had manifested, equivalent to double the boss's maximum health. It was evident that these enhancements stemmed from the demon armor. Fortunately, the augmentation was applied after the undead golem inflicted its debuffs. Thus, the Phantom Dragon boss's attributes were initially reduced by 75, only to be amplified by 200 through the armor's assistance. The cumulative effect resulted in a final attribute reduction of 50. Chen's gaze subtly shifted as he regarded the heavy demon armor enveloping the Phantom Dragon boss, his eyes betraying a sense of awe. Race: Bloodthirsty demon armor. Level: 37. Health: 659,300. Attributes: Skills: Bloodthirsty demon armor? Could it be an exotic race? Chen marveled in astonishment. Moments later, the wonder in his eyes dissipated, giving way to a frigid resolve, yet it was still not sufficient. As the words fell, a surge of dark light erupted from the corpse-like figure, swiftly descending upon the enchanted armor. In an instant, the armor's enhancement effect for the spectral dragon was significantly diminished. Previously, while in the forbidden realm of the end, the armor was devoid of negative states, thus only experiencing a tenfold consumption impact. Now, burdened with adverse effects, the innate abilities of the corpse-like figure were immediately triggered. The armor's attributes plummeted to 50, further reduced to 75 under the influence of the innate abilities, and it incurred a staggering 200 damage effect. In the blink of an eye, the spectral dragon's recently boosted state rapidly deteriorated, its four-dimensional attributes falling below 200, and its once formidable shield of 300,000 dwindled to just over 190,000. How could this happen? Why has my power been suppressed to such an extent? Spectral dragon, you have betrayed me. I am truly undone by you this time. The voice of the enchanted armor was laced with unabashed terror. Enough of your prattling. You are merely a second-tier summoner. Is it really necessary for you to be so frightened? With your assistance, I now possess at least a 70% chance of vanquishing that human. The spectral dragon boss scoffed, its eyes igniting with fervent battle spirit as its heavily armored form charged directly towards Chen. Chen remained composed, his eyes brimming with disdain. 70% chance to kill me? What gives you such confidence? With a mere glance, the shadow-hunting dragon tortoise unleashed its abilities, surging forward with a devastating strike. Boom. In a single blow, the shield of 190,000 was obliterated, inflicting catastrophic critical damage upon the spectral dragon boss. Simultaneously, the enchanted armor appeared severely compromised, crumbling and scattering across the ground. The spectral dragon boss was utterly aghast, completely unprepared for the ferocity of this summoned creature's attack. No. How could you be so powerful, crack? Before the words could escape, two razor-sharp claws intersected, severing its neck in one swift motion. With a resounding thud, the massive dragon head tumbled to the ground. Kill spectral dragon boss LV. 37. Experience 32,560. Chen paid no heed to the fallen boss's corpse, instead turning his gaze towards the scattered remnants of armor. Enchanted armor, do you truly believe I cannot see through your pretense of death? Chapter 147. Eradication of the bloodthirsty armor. With a chilling shout, Chen observed that the heap of armor lay motionless upon the ground, resembling a lifeless object. At that moment, a slight frown creased his brow. After the demonic armor had fallen from the phantom dragon, its components scattered across the ground, and Chen found himself unable to sense its presence any longer, as if it had truly perished. Yet, deep within him, he was utterly convinced that the armor was still very much alive. No notification of a kill had appeared in the presence of a professional. Extraterrestrial beings possessed no ability to feign death. Upon witnessing the inert pile of armor, Chen's tone grew cold. Dragon tortoise, shatter all the pieces of the armor. The dark-hunting dragon tortoise, receiving the command, acted without hesitation, its razor-sharp claws ruthlessly cleaving toward the armor fragments. Following a series of battles, its output capabilities, bolstered by innate talents, had accumulated to a terrifying degree. With a single claw strike, it effortlessly severed a piece of leg armor in two, the cut smooth and devoid of any jagged edges. As it stomped down to crush the shattered leg armor, its claws glimmered ominously, pivoting to strike at a nearby helmet. Stop. Stop. Halt your attack. Let us converse. A voice, filled with terror, suddenly echoed. The heap of armor components began to levitate, entwined by tendrils of black mist, swiftly reassembling itself. Even the grotesque fissures on the leg armor slowly mended. Simultaneously, Chen's consciousness once again registered the presence of the demonic armor. A flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Was this a skill or an innate ability? It could directly obscure mental perception, so close yet utterly elusive to his mind's grasp. Previously, he had never encountered such an extraterrestrial entity as the demonic armor. However, this was to be expected. Within the abyss, myriad races flourished. Despite the school textbooks cataloging nearly 1,000 extraterrestrial beings, humanity had yet to fully unravel their mysteries. Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the piece of armor suspended in midair. Bloodthirsty armor, do you hail from the abyss? The black mist swirling within the armor suddenly faltered. Extraterrestrial? What is that? Chen's expression shifted slightly as he realized that extraterrestrial was the term humans used to describe the beings of the abyss. These entities would not refer to themselves in such a manner. Perhaps those abyssal creatures considered humans to be the true extraterrestrials. Are you an abyssal being? Chen inquired further. Indeed, I am not well acquainted with the Phantom Dragon clan. Release me, and I shall return to the abyss at once. Never to set foot in this world again, the armor replied, its tone remarkably earnest. Initially, it had envisioned descending into this realm to wield great power. Yet it had not anticipated nearly being slain by 2 second-tier summoned beasts. If 2 second-tier beings were so formidable, how could this be considered a low-tier dimension? The armor, filled with trepidation, cursed the fallen Phantom Dragon boss 100 times over in its heart. If Chen would allow it to return to the abyss, it vowed to distance itself from this dimension as far as possible. However, it was overestimating. Chen was no benevolent soul, and he would show no mercy to an extraterrestrial being. Moreover, this alien race had just attempted to take his life. Release you? Do you perceive me as a benevolent soul? I offer you but a solitary path to survival. Submit to me and become my summoned creature. Impossible. We, the armored demons, shall never be enslaved. Beneath the armor, dark energy surged violently. Very well, then there is nothing left to discuss. Chen scoffed coldly. The Wraith Golem unleashed a beam of black light upon the armor. Although the armor is indeed a form of protection, it is fundamentally an abyssal being and thus cannot evade the toxic harm of the Black Death Plague. Moreover, within the confines of this forbidden realm, the damage is amplified tenfold, and the life force of the armor began to plummet at a visibly alarming rate. What could be more terrifying than witnessing death approach with unblinking eyes? In mere moments, the armor's vitality had dwindled to 50%. No, human, you cannot do this. Release me at once. A cry of despair resonated from beneath the armor, the surrounding dark energy swirling chaotically before rapidly dissipating into the atmosphere. I have stated my terms. Submit or perish. Chen's tone was frigid. 5 years. I shall enter a contract of equality with you, serving as your summoned creature for 5 years. The armor conceded. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Chen ceased to speak, watching as the armor's life force dwindled to 40%. Human, first remove the poisoning, and we might discuss this further. The vitality fell to 30%. 10 years. I will sign a 10-year equal contract with you. Is that acceptable? The vitality decreased to 20%. 20. No, 50 years. I shall serve as your summoned creature for 50 years. The vitality plummeted to 10%. Quickly, lift the poison. I submit. I yield to you. I have already granted you an opportunity. Is it not too late to seek submission now? Human, I submit. I do not wish to die. Save me. The vitality waned to 5%. Master, I do not wish to perish. I am willing to submit. I beseech you, grant me this chance. Master, I implore you. Allow me to become your summoned creature. I do not wish to die. I submit. Sensing the opportune moment, Chen allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. Simultaneously, he activated his skill. For submission, a brilliant silver light emanated from Chen's palm, striking the armor like a bolt of lightning. The contract was forged. There was no hindrance. It proceeded with utmost ease, just as the armor desperately pleaded. The master-servant contract was successfully established, and Chen had successfully claimed his 5th summoned creature. The silhouette of the armor flickered and vanished, ensnared within the realm of summoned beings. You have successfully established a contract with the Bloodthirsty armor. Summoned beast, Bloodthirsty armor, rarity, rare, level, 37, health points, 659,300, attributes, strength 560, agility 575, constitution 615, spirit 620, talents, life drain, rare, inanimate, rare, skills, attribute enhancement, rare, LV, 37, armor shield, rare, LV, 37. Note: the level of the summoned beast exceeds that of the summoner, rendering it unable to engage in battle within the realm of summoned beasts. The chorus of lamentations abruptly ceased, and dark energy swirled around the armor, its various components trembling violently. A master-servant contract? How could this be possible? Human, how dare you compel me into this pact? Chen paid no heed to the outcry. Was this not a conventional skill of a summoner? It appeared that the armor indeed hailed from the abyss. Such a rarity was indeed perplexing. However, judging by its tone, the armor harbored a sense of unwillingness in its conscious mind. In certain circumstances, summoned beasts do not exhibit absolute loyalty towards their summoners. Some may even betray their summoners at critical junctures in battle. Contemplating this, Chen furrowed his brow. He would not permit such a scenario to unfold. The most effective remedy for a disobedient summoned beast is to annihilate it, thereby enabling its rebirth. A summoned beast obliterated by its summoner will revert all attributes to their original state, including, but not limited to level, rarity, and consciousness. The drawback, however, lies in the fact that all resources expended on the cultivation of the summoned beast will be rendered entirely futile and cannot be reclaimed. In other words, should he allow the Bloodthirsty armor to be reborn, its experience would be reset, its level would plummet to level 1, and its rarity might descend from rare to the lowest tier. Nonetheless, Chen did not waver. He immersed his thoughts into the realm of summoned beasts and resolutely obliterated the Bloodthirsty armor. Chapter 148. The Fifth Summoned Beast, the Rampaging Demon Armor. Arriving at the Dragon Palace, Summoned Beast Reborn, Summoned Beast. Yanjia. Qualification, Ordinary. Level, 1. Health points, 83. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 1, Constitution 2. Spirit 4, Talent, Parasitism, Ordinary. Skill, Fusion, Ordinary, LV, 1. Yanjia. Of Ordinary Qualification? It is rather shocking. Upon rebirth, all attributes of a summoned beast revert to their initial state. If the Blood Clan Sovereign were to be reborn, it would once again become a level 1 bloodthirsty bat, possessing superior qualifications with merely the talent of bloodsucking and the skill of sonic attack. Conversely, upon rebirth, the bloodthirsty demon armor's qualification plummets to the lowest tier. This implies that this bloodthirsty demon armor ascended from an ordinary qualification, step by step, to a rare level. The journey was fraught with challenges. Who knows how it acquired so many opportunities for advancement? Chen sighed, then promptly opened the panel to activate his talent. During the previous battle against nearly 100 phantom dragons, he had already reached level 25. Yet he had not focused on the matter of leveling up due to the ongoing skirmish. You have acquired the Dark Bloodline. Primordial. The Primordial Bloodline is precisely what is needed to elevate the demon armor to the epic level. Without further ado, the Primordial Bloodline was directly bestowed upon Yanjia. Summoned Beast Advancement successful. Yanjia, Ordinary. Rampaging Demon Armor, Epic. Summoned Beast Qualification advanced from Ordinary to Epic. Receiving Attribute Feedback. Summoners all attributes 10. A delightful surprise of 10 points to all attributes. Summoned Beast, Rampaging Demon Armor, Qualification, Epic. Level, 1. Health points, 1980. Attributes, Strength 26, Agility 38, Constitution 32, Spirit 36, Talent, Dual Form, Epic. Absolute Camouflage, Epic. Skill I. Refinement, Epic, LV, 10. Skill 2. Morphing, Epic, LV, 10. Skill 3. Symbiotic Link, Epic, LV, 10. Skill 4. Parasitic Plunder, Epic, LV, 10. Dual Form, and 4 skills. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Chen's face. Dual Form. The Rampaging Demon Armor can switch between symbiotic and parasitic forms. In symbiotic form, it cannot utilize parasitic skills, and vice versa. Absolute Camouflage. The demon armor conceals all its fluctuations, rendering it undetectable by mental probing skills. A talent that allows the summoned beast to change forms is exceedingly rare, and coupled with its capability to evade mental skills, it becomes even more formidable. Chen then turned his gaze towards the skills. Forging. The ruinous demon armor can be melded with other equipment, items, and materials to gain attribute enhancements. Morphing. The ruinous demon armor can undergo various transformations of its components. Symbiotic Link. The ruinous demon armor can grant the target a 100 attribute boost and absorb 1 fatal attack on behalf of the target. Note: if the ruinous demon armor is destroyed by a fatal attack, a 24-hour wait is required for revival. Parasitic Plunder. The ruinous demon armor can latch onto a target, seizing control of their body and continuously draining their life force until death ensues. What an astonishing skill set for a mere level 1. The ability to absorb a fatal blow for the wearer alone makes it worthwhile. Chen summoned the ruinous demon armor, which, akin to the bloodthirsty armor from earlier, was enveloped in a swirling black mist, imbued with a faint consciousness. After the previous consciousness was obliterated, this represented the rebirth of the ruinous demon armor's essence. With a mere thought, Chen activated the symbiotic state, and the various components flew toward him. Accompanied by a resounding clang, he was encased from head to toe in the ruinous demon armor. The armor gleamed with a metallic luster, adorned with mysterious dark golden patterns, exuding an aura of dominance and power. The helmet, shoulder guards, chest plate, down to the leg armor, each piece fit his form impeccably. Through the helmet's crevices, Gu Chen's gaze pierced forth, radiant like stars in the cold night sky. Simultaneously, a surge of energy coursed through him. Under the state of symbiotic link, he experienced a 100 attribute enhancement, effectively doubling all his attributes. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of power filled every cell within him. Should he encounter a phantom dragon boss again, he could effortlessly vanquish it alone. Such overwhelming strength at level 1. If the ruinous demon armor were to reach level 24, the enhancements would be terrifyingly potent. With a mere thought, the armor enveloping his right hand rapidly transformed, morphing into a 3-meter-long colossal axe. The axe bore a fearsome design, its black blade glinting ominously, stretching over a meter in length, radiating an aura of intimidation. Let us test it out. Gu Chen turned to the towering altar nearby, wielding the colossal axe that was now an extension of his armor, and struck down with force. Boom. The altar, riddled with cracks, shattered into countless fragments, leaving a debris-strewn site. Gu Chen examined the axe. The violent impact had caused several curls to form on the blade. However, since this axe was an extension of the ruinous demon armor, it was akin to a part of itself. With another thought, the curled blade of the axe began to mend itself, returning to its pristine state in no time. All set. After all, it's only level 1. As it levels up, its output capabilities will undoubtedly skyrocket. The ruinous demon armor is truly a formidable weapon for melee combat. Excitement sparkled in Gu Chen's eyes, and his heart raced with anticipation. Every magic-based class harbors a yearning for close-quarters combat. Moreover, the territory of the Phantom Dragon has been breached, with the next destination being the Dragon Palace, where he would soon reunite with his prodigious younger brother. When it comes to vengeance, one must take matters into their own hands to truly feel satisfied. Once the situation was resolved, Gu Chen stored the Chaos Origin Spirit and the Undying Magic Statue into the Summoning Beast space, meticulously collecting the drops from the Phantom Dragon boss and the ordinary alien equipment. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the direction from whence he came, and with the assistance of the rampant demon armor, he soared into the air with astonishing ease. Indeed, he was flying. For the demon armor clan, aerial maneuvering is as fundamental as eating or drinking. Being borne aloft by the armor posed no hindrance whatsoever to Gu Chen. In midair, he savored the sensation of flight, the vigorous winds whipping past him with wild abandon and grace. It was a rare sight for a Tier 2 practitioner to traverse the skies. If anyone were to witness it, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Upon reuniting with Su Xia, Gu Chen removed the rampant demon armor and settled into Su Xia's levitating vehicle. Here, the Dragon Core Source Crystal you requested has just dropped from the Phantom Dragon boss, and it's of epic quality. Su Xia exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement. Thank you so much, Brother Chen. I'll pay you the highest market price for this Source Crystal. The Tier 3 Epic Source Crystal had previously fetched astronomical prices, with one even selling for 60 million. A sum that was indeed considerable, even for Su Xia. All right, it was a trivial matter. Our immediate priority is to head to the Dragon Palace. I'll take a short rest. Wake me when we arrive. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, feeling little urgency for the 60 million. Since entering the Dragon City, he had amassed a substantial collection of equipment, which, once sold, would undoubtedly be worth several billion. For him now, money was merely a string of numbers, devoid of significant meaning. Reclining in the passenger seat and adjusting it to a comfortable angle, Gu Chen focused his thoughts. And the replica ring on his hand shimmered with a faint golden light. Replica ring, quality, epic, level, LV. 20, class restriction, none. Attributes, spirit 600, effect, replicates an ally's talent and bestows it upon the user, current talent, none. The 24-hour interval had long passed, and the previous talent of the Night Wolf had been erased from the ring. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen utilized the ring to replicate the talent of the Undying Magic Statue. Instantly, an additional talent appeared on his talent panel. Unyielding. From equipment effect, when you are in a stationary state, your defense increases by 1 per second, your recovery improves by 1 per second, and any targets within 10 meters of you experience a 50 increase in negative effects. Success. As long as the equipment remained intact, he would retain this talent indefinitely. With the replica ring and the medium cloak, Gu Chen effectively transformed himself into a duplicate of the Undying Magic Statue. With the 100 attribute enhancement from the Chaos Demon armor, even when faced with 4th-tier professionals, he would maintain a distinct advantage. Subsequently, Gu Chen presented 2 pieces of equipment. One was the Star Shard Necklace, obtained from the elite Blazing Fire Dragon. Star Shard Necklace, quality, epic, level, LV, 25, class restriction, ranged attack class, attributes, strength 350. Agility 450, effect. Every third ranged basic attack will carry an additional strike, with damage equating to the sum of the previous 3 ranged attacks. The other item was the Phantom Gauntlets, dropped from the recently defeated Phantom Dragon boss. Phantom Gauntlets, quality, epic, level, LV, 25, class restriction, ranged attack class, attributes, agility 500, effect. Upon hitting a target with a skill, basic attack speed increases by 100 and attack range expands by 100. Since the Blood Clan Lord ascended to the legendary 2-star rank, the effective deadly shot could now be applied to basic attacks, resulting in a significant enhancement in damage output. The Star Shard Necklace further augmented damage after 3 basic attacks, effectively doubling the damage of basic strikes. Coupled with the 100 increase in attack speed and range granted by the Phantom Gauntlets, the combat prowess of the Blood Clan Lord was substantially elevated. After equipping the 2 epic level items to the Blood Clan Lord, Chen turned his gaze to the recently removed Chaos Demon armor. At that moment, the armor sat in the rear, its components connected by swirling black mist, resembling a shadow clad in armor. A spark of eager anticipation flickered in Chen's eyes as he retrieved a dagger from his spatial inventory, presenting it before the Chaos Demon armor. Simultaneously, he conveyed a mental command, forge. Almost instantaneously, the armor extended its gauntlet, glistening with a steel hue. Grasping the dagger as its chest plate split open with a cracking sound, revealing a gap through which the black mist flowed. What sound is that? Su Xia was startled by the commotion, fearing an external attack from a foreign entity, and instinctively pushed the sports car to its limits. A hurried glance back revealed the gaping chest plate of the Chaos Demon armor, exposing the swirling black mist within. It's nothing, just the summoning beast at work. Chen reassured, allowing Su Xia's expression to settle. Meanwhile, the dagger was absorbed into the chest plate of the Chaos Demon armor, igniting the black mist with a pulsating dark glow. In mere moments, the dagger vanished into thin air. Forged Shalon's blade, strength 9, incredible. Simply forging equipment can enhance attributes. Eliminating the need to slay monsters? Having just transformed a rare-grade weapon, Chen once again retrieved a rare-grade shield from his spatial inventory. Since it had languished unsold on the trading platform, he deemed it no loss to offer it to the Chaos Demon armor. The steel gauntlet seized the shield, without a hint of hesitation, and sent it directly into the black mist enveloping its chest. Within the black mist, a shadowy light flickered, and after a few breaths, the shield vanished without a trace. Forged round shield, Constitution 6. Chen did not pause. He retrieved a summoning skill book, the one Liang Yi had previously gifted him, which he had yet to utilize. He directly infused the skill book into his chest armor, and once again, the black mist illuminated with a dark glow. Forged summoning skill book, Spirit 8. Chen was overwhelmed with joy. It seemed that by forging different equipment, one could acquire various attributes. Although the increase in attributes was modest, it was evident that Chen had accumulated a considerable amount of equipment in his spatial inventory. Throughout his journey in the Dragon City, he had gathered numerous items, initially intending to stockpile them for sale on the adventurer trading platform once he exited. However, it appeared that such plans were now unnecessary. Could money purchase such permanent attributes? Perhaps, but at a tremendous cost. The ability to casually forge several pieces of equipment to enhance attributes, especially when those attributes were permanent, was a dream that other adventurers could scarcely fathom. Chen glanced at his spatial inventory. There were many idle pieces of equipment, over 100, which could easily elevate the 4-dimensional attributes of the chaotic demon armor beyond 200. The thought ignited a fierce excitement within him. A level 1 summoned beast with over 200 in 4-dimensional attributes. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly shatter countless worldviews. From that moment on, Chen busily fed nearly all the idle equipment in his spatial inventory to the chaotic demon armor. Brother Chen, we have arrived. Su Xia's voice came from the front row. Chen turned to look. Through the car window, he could see a magnificent and imposing structure standing not far ahead. In the plaza before the Dragon Hall, adventurers had gathered from all directions. Most appeared disheveled, their equipment damaged, with some bearing visible injuries. It was evident that the absence of priests and the depletion of healing scrolls spoke volumes about the harrowing experiences they had endured along the way. After storing the car in his spatial ring, Su Xia followed Chen to the plaza in front of the Dragon Hall. To enter the Dragon Hall, one must first queue in the plaza, submit their identity insignia for registration, and verify their qualifications before gaining entry. At that moment, a robust and upright figure surged forth from within the Dragon Hall, appearing before Chen in an instant. The visitor was none other than Ling Feng, a 5-star general of the Eastern Military District. Chen, you have only just arrived in Dragon City and already come to the Dragon Hall? This greatly exceeds my expectations. Come, I shall take you in to register your qualifications. Chapter 149. Where have you bound her? Under the guidance of Ling Feng, Chen effortlessly navigated through the throng. Arriving at the registration desk at the entrance of the Dragon Hall, Witnessing this scene, the practitioners in line behind could not help but express their discontent. Who is this person that he can enter the Dragon Hall without registration? One muttered. Come on, can't you see that a 5-star battle general is personally welcoming him? What ordinary individual could command such respect? It appears he must be the scion of some noble family, surely here to enhance his reputation. TSK. To think he has the audacity to take the back door all the way to Inglong City. I wonder how many alien beings he has actually slain? Ha! A bunch of fools, a disdainful scoff interrupted from the side, as Su Xia stepped forward to defend Gu Chen. Su Xia was not a practitioner and did not meet the qualifications to enter the Dragon Hall. To put it bluntly, the elite alien beings I have slain far exceed the common ones you have taken down. Do you know who this esteemed figure is? Gu Chen, the prodigious summoner from Wanqing. Throughout his journey, regardless of whether they were common alien beings, elites, leaders, or bosses, he has single-handedly vanquished them all. Do you comprehend what single-handedly entails? If you could achieve such feats, you wouldn't be standing in this queue. Are you jesting? Single-handedly defeating leaders and bosses? Several practitioners exclaimed, disbelief etched on their faces. If he is so formidable, why isn't he soaring to the heavens? A few nearby practitioners echoed their incredulity, joining in the mockery. I hail from Wanqing, and indeed, Gu Chen is a notable figure. However, if you claim he has single-handedly slain elites and bosses in Inglong City, then I must challenge your assertions. Exactly. A mere novice who has just reached the 2nd tier. What capability does he possess to slay a boss? At that moment, Gu Chen's identity badge was handed to the staff member in charge of registration. The enormous screen displayed Gu Chen's route, which resembled a sharp blade cutting through the outskirts of Inglong City, piercing through numerous alien territories along the way. Concurrently, the tally of alien beings slain was displayed beside the route map. Ordinary aliens, elite aliens, leaders, and bosses. It was all laid bare, with his achievements verifiable. How is this possible? The staff member responsible for registration was left speechless, overwhelmed by the astonishing data before him. The total number of alien beings slain stood at 387, with personal damage output accounting for 100. What did this imply? It meant that every alien being had been vanquished by him alone. Such accomplishments were unimaginable for an ordinary practitioner. In an instant, those who had previously harbored disdain for Gu Chen lowered their heads in silence. To single-handedly slay over 300 alien beings, including elites and bosses. Such terrifying combat prowess rendered them mere playthings, akin to tormenting a dog. After a brief moment, the staff member regained composure, returned the identity badge, and granted passage. Even omitting the intermediate procedures. It was no jest. If an individual with such accomplishments could not gain entry to the Dragon Hall, then every practitioner present that day would undoubtedly face elimination. After securing his identity badge, Gu Chen followed Ling Feng into the inner sanctum of the Dragon Palace. I recall that the young scion from the Su family was accompanying us. Where has he gone? Ling Feng suddenly inquired as they stood on the steps at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. The enduring collaboration between the Eternal Life Group and the Jinyuan Army is primarily attributed to the weapon designs crafted by Su Xia. Hence, Ling Feng was certainly familiar with Su Xia. He mentioned that Su Xia was waiting for me in the public square. You may bring along the young man from the Su family as part of your entourage, once inside the Dragon Palace. He may only observe and is prohibited from entering the combat zones. This is splendid. I shall seek him out at once. Su Xiao's presence in Longing City was to gather more combat data for the battle armor. Being able to observe the battles within the Dragon Palace would undoubtedly be the best opportunity. Ling Feng nodded and continued into the Dragon Palace. Since the registration was complete, Gu Chen could follow the procedure once he entered. After bidding farewell to Ling Feng, Gu Chen turned back. He had not taken many steps when he noticed a commotion at the registration desk, with a throng of people gathered closely around. Su Xia was among them. Standing at the periphery like an eager onlooker, thirsting for news, Gu Chen approached and tapped Su Xia on the shoulder. Old Su, what is happening here? Why so serious? Su Xia turned, surprised. Chen Ge, weren't you going inside? Sensing a potential misunderstanding, Su Xia quickly added, why are you back out? I can bring one companion into the Dragon Palace, but we can only observe and must not enter the combat area. Would you like to join me? That sounds fantastic. I must go? Su Xia's spirits soared, eager to accompany Gu Chen into the Dragon Palace, but then he suddenly pointed behind him. Chen Ge, someone is looking for you over there. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Looking for me? Who could it be? This was Longing City. Didn't he have any acquaintances here, did he? Who could it be? Could it possibly be Gu Xi? That seemed unlikely, in such a public setting. Even if Gu Xi harbored deep resentment towards him, she would not act openly. I heard it might be someone from the Luo family of the Northern Realm. Su Xia responded. The Luo family of the Northern Realm must be the same one to which Luo Qingxue belonged. Gu Chen contemplated the situation. After rescuing Luo Qingxue, Luo Quangren had given him a treasury gold card, effectively clearing any past grievances. Why then were they seeking him now? Did they wish to reclaim the gold card? As the unfolding drama drew nearer, Gu Chen instinctively glanced over. There, at the registration desk, stood Luo Quangren alongside Qin Lianshan, who was missing an arm, confronting the staff member who had just handled the registrations. Listen closely, the daughter of the richest man in the Northern Realm is missing. We have searched all day without finding any trace of my niece, Luo Qingxue. Before she disappeared, she left a note stating her intention to seek Gu Chen for the Luo family's treasury gold card. In this unfamiliar Longin city, my niece has never offended anyone. If there is anyone with whom she has a grievance, it can only be Gu Chen. I harbor grave suspicions that Gu Chen has abducted my niece. You must summon him at once. The tone of Lord Luo brimmed with undeniable certainty. Moments ago, he had overheard news concerning Gu Chen amidst the crowd, prompting his urgent arrival, only to find that he had arrived a moment too late. The staff member wore a wry smile and replied, Mr. Luo, I am merely an employee. I lack the authority to summon anyone from the Dragon Hall. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Lord Luo let out a cold snort, disregarding the man's words. His gaze shifted towards the Dragon Hall, signaling the staff to call for assistance immediately without delay. However, with that fleeting glance, he suddenly spotted a figure he recognized all too well on the outskirts of the crowd. Gu Chen? Lord Luo exclaimed, striding purposefully towards him. Gu Chen, my niece Qingxue has never wronged you. Where have you taken her? Chapter 150. Accusation against the officer of Jinyuan army. Upon hearing the words of the madman Luo, Gu Chen's expression instantly darkened. Could this person possibly be suffering from some grave affliction? Is he prone to biting at anyone he encounters? What a name, Luo Quangren. Perhaps he should rather be called Luo Fondok. At this moment, Qin Lianshan interjected. Master Gu, although there may be some grievances between you and my young lady, she hails from the wealthiest family in the northern region. Regardless, you must hand her over to us. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Su Xia wore a look of astonishment. Indeed, the people from the Luo family in the north had an audacity that rivaled their arrogance. How dare they accuse Gu Chen of kidnapping their young lady? Which of your eyes witnessed this? Gu Chen's countenance grew cold as he furrowed his brow and replied. The disappearance of Luo Qingxue has nothing to do with me. If you cannot even manage your own people, do not come here to throw tantrums. Seeing the chill in Gu Chen's eyes, Qin Lianshan's expression shifted slightly. He spoke in a low voice, Master Gu. My young lady was unaware of your identity before and may have inadvertently offended you with her words. Please forgive her. Here. I apologize on her behalf and hope you will release her. Gu Chen scoffed. You have mistaken the wrong person. I have never seen Luo Qingxue. Luo Quangren's expression changed, and he asked solemnly, Master Gu, as the esteemed young master of the northern region, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Luo family? Enough. Gu Chen's face turned icy. Let me make this clear. My surname Gu is not synonymous with the Gu family of the northern region. I do not wish to hear any more of the so-called esteemed young master. Luo Quangren's face paled, and he nodded, Master Gu. Even if you are at odds with the northern Gu family, must you vent your wrath on my niece? Perhaps you could propose a condition for her release? Release your niece? Luo Quangren, you claim I have abducted her, yet I must ask, where is your evidence? You dare to accuse me without proof? Humph. How could I possibly lack evidence? Luo Quangren's face bore no trace of fear as he produced a note, displaying it to those present. This note was left by my niece before her disappearance. It clearly states her intention to seek you for that vault gold card. Master Gu, this black and white evidence is as solid as a mountain. Will you not release her? Holding the note as if it were an imperial decree, Luo Quangren exuded an overwhelming aura, his strength surging to its peak in an instant. Preposterous. The two lackeys of the northern Luo family dare to slander an officer of the Jinyuan army. You are courting death. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the direction of the long hall. An oppressive force descended from above, causing Luo Quangren and Qin Lianshan to pale in an instant. In a mere moment, a figure appeared beside Gu Chen Lingfeng. Upon hearing the words Jinyuan army, Luo Quangren felt a jolt of fear. A glance revealed the insignia on the military uniform, glaringly prominent, which struck him with a sense of dread. A general of the Jinyuan army had arrived. And not just any general, but a 5-star war general. Such a formidable figure capable of suppressing the abyssal battlefield single-handedly. At this moment, the atmosphere was electric, with everyone eager to witness how the madman of the Luo family would conclude his encounter with an imperial general. Gu Chen was equally taken aback by Ling Feng's unexpected appearance. His gaze shifted slightly, a flicker of delight evident in his eyes. Gu Chen, harbor no doubts. Although the Luo family of the Northern Territory boasts a formidable reputation, it ultimately depends on whom they are compared to. I refuse to believe that the Luo family would dare to slander our Jinyuan army, Ling Feng declared, his eyes ablaze with a chilling intensity. He had long heard tales of powerful clans exploiting their strength to oppress the common folk, and today he had borne witness to such audacity. Armed with a piece of fictitious evidence, the madman of the Luo family dared to defame the officers of the Jinyuan army. As a high-ranking officer of the Jinyuan army, it was his duty to seek justice for Gu Chen. Thank you, General Ling, for your support. I have encountered countless clowns like the madman of Luo. Even if he is a fourth-tier powerhouse, he will find no advantage here, Gu Chen asserted. It is of no consequence. To slander the officers of the Jinyuan army in plain sight, I suspect he has grown weary of life. As his words fell, the temperature around them plummeted. A palpable wave of murderous intent surged forth, instantly locking onto the madman of the Luo family. Luo Quangren trembled, momentarily stunned. What? Accusing the officers of the Jinyuan army? Such a label, if placed upon him, would be too much even for the head of the Luo family to bear. The Jinyuan army's officers? Is the Gu family of the Northern Territory not subordinate to the academic powers? How has Gu Chen aligned himself with the Jinyuan army? In his horror, a flicker of doubt crossed Luo Quangren's mind. Could Ling Feng be attempting to intimidate him? Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, he recalled hearing rumors of Gu Chen's affiliation with the Jinyuan army. In an instant, the words he had prepared were swallowed back down. Luo Quangren dared not exhibit any insolence, forcing himself to state, General Ling, this is all a misunderstanding. I would never dare to slander the Jinyuan army. However, what met him was Ling Feng's icy, murderous gaze. Misunderstanding, you say? You dare to utter such nonsense. Without further ado, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful punch. Unwilling to entertain Luo Quangren's feeble justifications, to defame the Jinyuan army in broad daylight, caught in the act, and still claim it was a misunderstanding? This was intolerable. Whether a misunderstanding or not, Ling Feng trusted only what his own eyes had witnessed. How audacious for a mere lackey of a powerful clan to brazenly challenge an officer of the Jinyuan army. Did he intend to provoke the military with the authority of his lineage? Within the realm of the Divine Xia Empire, regardless of the stature of one's clan, when confronting the military, one must bow like a dragon coiled or a tiger lying low. The dignity of the military would not suffer any affront. Countless soldiers of the Jinyuan army had sacrificed their lives on the abyssal battlefield, defending their homeland, wrapped in their battle-worn shrouds. Not a single soldier had ever faltered in their resolve. How could one return from such a battlefield only to be bullied by a mere lackey of a powerful clan? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ling Feng's fury and murderous intent erupted in full force. Ling Feng transitioned to the rare occupation of martial sage, unleashing an unstoppable force within his punch that crashed down upon Luo Quangren and Chen Lianshan. The two men's expressions shifted dramatically, and they dared not withstand the blow. Instead, they turned and fled in a desperate bid for survival, narrowly escaping the brunt of Ling Feng's attack. In the place they once occupied, a massive pit with a diameter of 5 meters emerged, wisps of faint green smoke rising from its depths. The power of a martial sage's fist was indeed terrifying. Witnessing this scene, even Gu Chen could not help but feel astonished. How formidable! Ling Feng, their leader, may be reticent on ordinary days, but when the situation demands, he acts decisively and with lethal intent. A single casual punch possessed the capability to annihilate a fourth-tier practitioner. Fortunately, Luo Quangren and his companion had remained vigilant, allowing them to escape just in time. Had their reactions been just a moment slower, they would likely have been reduced to mere puddles of flesh within that deep pit. Chapter 151. Your Majesty, I have spotted the eldest son. Dare to flee? Ling Feng's eyes widened as he gazed in the direction of the two fleeing figures, his fingers grasping the emptiness before him. An irresistible force converged from the surrounding heavens and earth, pulling the two individuals backward with unyielding strength. This is bad. Luo Quangren's complexion changed abruptly. Ling Feng was a peak 6th-tier martial saint, and how could they, mere 4th-tier warriors, withstand such power? In the blink of an eye, the two figures were yanked back. Ling Feng let out a cold snort, sending a punch toward the void before him. A massive phantom of his fist materialized and ruthlessly surged forth. Luo Quangren and Chen Lianshan were struck with terror. In an instant, a series of defensive shields and barriers illuminated their forms as they activated all their protective measures. Boom! The fist descended with overwhelming force, shattering all their defenses in an instant, sending them crashing to the ground, thoroughly incapacitated. Ling Feng retracted his attack, his aura gradually calming as he fixed a cold gaze upon the two. I see you have the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Let me make myself clear. Should anyone dare to target Gu Chen again, they will find themselves at odds with me. I am not one for lengthy speeches, nor am I fond of reasoning. Should anyone be dissatisfied, let them come and test their mettle against me. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Following a brief pause, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Good heavens! The five-star general of the Divine Xia Empire had made his stance known, providing support for Gu Chen in plain view of all, henceforth, apart from a select few apex powers, who would dare to provoke him. It could be said that from this moment on, Gu Chen could traverse the vast majority of the Divine Xia Empire with impunity. Luo Quangren rose from the ground, and upon hearing Ling Feng's proclamation, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What on earth is happening? Gu Chen's identity was already formidable enough, and now he had a five-star general backing him. How could one navigate this situation? His father was the war king of the northern region, and now a military giant stood in his corner. What was the Luo family in the face of this? The wealthiest in the northern region? Mere trifles. To others, you are merely a purse. The fact that they haven't drained the Luo family of its wealth is already showing them considerable favor. Second Master, what shall we do now? Qin Lianshan inquired weakly. What can we do? With a five-star general supporting Gu Chen, not even the family head would dare to stand against him. Such misfortune. A scholar facing a soldier, reason falls on deaf ears. I have heard that the king has also arrived in Yilong City. I must contact the family head and seek his guidance on how to locate the war king. Indeed, the king is a man of great integrity and will surely not allow Gu Chen to act with impunity. Luo Quangren had thought himself quite audacious. Yet today he encountered Ling Feng and learned the true meaning of recklessness. Moreover, Ling Feng possessed the capital to be such. Though he was on the brink of annihilation, he dared not express the slightest indignation. After so many years, Luo Quangren had never endured such humiliation. Without uttering another word, he turned and fled. For it was not his daughter who was missing, and there was no need to risk himself further in this debacle. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Qin Lianshan also decided to make his exit. As he observed the two individuals departing, Gu Chen couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. He had not anticipated that Ling Feng, with his fierce demeanor and few words, would take immediate action, scaring the two away and thereby sparing him from potential troubles. Turning to Ling Feng, Gu Chen's tone took on a more earnest note, expressing his gratitude for Ling's defensive justice on his behalf. Ling Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that such matters were of no consequence. Gu Chen was one of his men. How could he stand idly by? Suddenly, Ling Feng inquired, by the way, is the disappearance of the Luo family girl related to you? Gu Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. He had initially thought Ling Feng was siding with him out of trust, but it seemed this was a matter of impartial scrutiny. Ling Feng exhibited an unexpected confidence. Su Xia, too, was taken aback, feeling a twinge of envy. With Ling Feng's attitude, wouldn't Gu Chen soon soar to new heights? Since we parted ways outside the Dragon City, I have not seen Luo Qingxue, Gu Chen replied. Ling Feng merely hummed in response, not overly concerned. Ling, is Gu Ci currently within the Dragon Hall? Gu Chen suddenly asked. This was a pressing matter. The urgency of his visit to the Dragon Hall was solely to reunite with his beloved younger brother. I am not entirely certain, but once we enter the Dragon Hall, we can inquire, came the reply. Gu Chen nodded, leading Su Xia as the trio advanced towards the interior of the Dragon Hall. Inside the Dragon Hall, various areas had been delineated. At this moment, within a certain courtyard, the steward Gui spoke with pride, Your Majesty, I bring good news. I just spotted the eldest son in the plaza outside the Dragon Hall. Gu Qifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is Taifu Tua still searching for him? How did he suddenly arrive at the Dragon Hall? Are you certain it is Qiner? Indeed, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Furthermore, I witnessed the eldest son's remarkable achievements. From ordinary adversaries to formidable bosses, he has single-handedly vanquished them all. He truly stands unrivaled. Gu, he continued, his voice brimming with unrestrained excitement. In my opinion, given the eldest son's prowess, it is likely that none of the professionals outside Dragon City could hold a candle to him. Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Oh, it seems that the summoner class truly excels in his hands. Indeed, for many years, summoners have been regarded as a lowly profession, shunned by commoners and only reluctantly embraced by nobles when no other options were available. However, with the eldest son's current achievements, he is destined to become a significant figure within the summoner profession. As Gu spoke, his tone was filled with unreserved enthusiasm. Having emerged from humble beginnings himself, he deeply understood the hardships Gu Chen had endured to carve a path from obscurity to prominence. Now that the fruits of his labor had come to bear, should their father-son relationship improve, he would undoubtedly receive the royal family's focused cultivation in the northern territories. Your Majesty, now that the eldest son has arrived at the Dragon Hall, it is indeed time for you both to have a meaningful conversation. Sighing softly, after a moment of contemplation, Gu Qifeng nodded and rose slowly. Indeed, as Gui had remarked, it was time for a serious discussion. Gu Chen was his son, Given his ability to harness the power of a summoner to such an extent, it was imperative to nurture his potential. Even if he could not command the Northern Territory in the future, he could certainly become one of the Empire's foremost warriors, safeguarding a region on the Abyss battlefield. Furthermore, should he achieve success within the Jinyuan army, becoming a 5-star general like Ling Feng, it would not tarnish the honor of his lineage as the Northern War King. On the journey to Longyan City, Gu Xi had continually provided counsel, helping him to gain some clarity. Regardless of whether Gu Chun aligned himself with the academic institutions or the military factions, the ultimate goal remained the same: to defend the divine Xia Empire against the Abyss. Different paths could lead to a common destination, seemingly without significant disparity. Should Gu Chun resolutely choose to join the military, Gu Qifeng would no longer oppose the decision. If Gu Chun were willing to humble himself and acknowledge his mistakes, Gu Qifeng could readily offer a substantial portion of the resources from the 7 cities of the Northern Territory to support his son's development. Even upon arriving in Longyan City, he had set aside Gu Xi and the others, venturing alone into the Dragon Hall, not due to receiving any secret orders, but rather to secure a contract with the Dragon Clan for Gu Chun. Now, everything was in place. Only Gu Chun's attitude remained to be determined. As the Northern War King, he was prepared to spare no effort in cultivating his son, provided that his son understood the importance of gratitude and was willing to bow before him, acknowledging his paternal authority. Chapter 152. Where is Gu Chun? Call him out to meet me. Upon entering the Dragon Palace, Ling Feng arranged accommodations for Gu Chun and then busied himself with his own matters. He advised Gu Chun to rest in the courtyard for a couple of days, as the final selection would not commence until the day after tomorrow. In simpler terms, they were still in the phase of narrowing down the candidates. Old Su, you stay here and take a break. I have some errands to run, Gu Chun said as he walked toward the courtyard's exit. He was not in search of Gu Xi. The interior of the Dragon Palace was vast, with numerous spaces and a complex arrangement of various functional areas. Searching for someone in such an expanse would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Regarding Gu Xi, Ling Feng had already sought assistance to inquire about him and was now awaiting a response. After navigating several twists and turns in the corridor, Gu Chun arrived at the commercial area of the Dragon Palace. This section was bustling with shops, primarily catering to the needs of the adventurers of Long City, offering items for enhancement or replenishment. Shops for weapons, armor, materials, and miscellaneous goods were all neatly categorized and readily available. Gu Chun proceeded directly and soon found himself at the Beast Companion shop. As the name suggests, this shop primarily sold items related to beast taming or summoning professions. He had taken note of this store upon his arrival, but at that time, it was inconvenient to explore as Ling Feng was accompanying him for administrative purposes. With his chaotic magic armor currently at level 1, he needed to expedite its leveling process. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by a tall, slender middle-aged man who displayed a warm smile upon seeing Gu Chun. Young brother, feel free to browse. If you can't find what you're looking for on the shelves, you can ask me directly, the shopkeeper remarked. Gu Chun, disinterested in browsing, inquired directly, Boss, do you have any items for upgrading summoned beasts? The shopkeeper beamed. You must be looking for beast experience elixirs, right? What level of summoned beast are you aiming to upgrade, and what level? Gu Chun's eyes lit up at the question. It was a strong indication that the shopkeeper had the goods in stock, though he was uncertain about their quantity. The drawback of a summoned beast rebirth was that it required leveling up again, to elevate the chaotic magic armor to match his own level. A considerable amount of experience would be necessary. He aimed for it to reach level 25. While experience elixirs could bestow vast amounts of experience directly to summoned beasts, there was a limitation. The level of the summoned beast could not exceed that of the summoner. Level 25, then you will need to purchase second-tier beast experience elixirs. They have no side effects, and a quantity of 25 should suffice. How much do they cost? Gu Chun inquired. Each one is 50,000, totaling 25 million. Seeing Gu Chun's lack of response, the shopkeeper added, if you're genuinely interested in buying, I can offer them for 2 million, but no installments. 2 million was not exorbitant for Gu Chun at this moment. He nodded and continued. Do you sell low-tier skill books for summoners? Low tier, meaning levels 1, 2, and 3, anything beyond that is not usable, the shopkeeper chuckled. Yes, we have them. The skill books are stored in the warehouse downstairs. Please wait a moment while I retrieve them for you. After leaving a message for Gu Chun, the boss turned and walked towards a partitioned area at the back, presumably to retrieve skill books from the warehouse below. Gu Chun stood in place, surveying his surroundings. The vast store was devoid of any other outsiders. The shelves were laden with an array of props and materials, which, upon cursory inspection, must have been worth several million. Suddenly, the thought of acquiring these items for free flickered in his mind, but it was swiftly extinguished. Anyone capable of conducting business in such a place was no fool. Had they not been confident in their security measures, they would never allow an outsider to remain alone in the store. Indeed, every item on the shelves was secured by a formation, and without prior unlocking, none could be removed. Attempting to seize anything would undoubtedly alert the guards within the Dragon Palace, leading to dire consequences. While Gu Chen awaited the skill books, several imposing figures were making their way down a corridor towards the courtyard he had just settled in. The personnel responsible for management noticed this and turned to observe, their expressions filled with astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't that the War King of the Northern Region, Gu Qifeng? What brought him to the residence of a second-tier professional? It was rumored that a certain noble from the Northern royal family had ascended to the second tier. Could he be seeking Gu Chen? Are you blind? The handsome figure in white beside Gu Qifeng is none other than Gu Chen himself. What remained uncertain was whether some professional had offended that nobleman and was now facing retribution. The staff whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued, yet they dared not approach, remaining at a distance to observe. After all, Gu Qifeng was an unparalleled force within the empire, his mere presence exuding an overwhelming pressure. The aura he radiated was a result of 18 years spent slaying thousands of foes on the abyssal battlefield, rendering ordinary professionals hesitant to step forward. Soon, after traversing several corridors, Gu Qifeng and his entourage arrived at the entrance of the courtyard where Gu Chen had recently settled. Your Majesty, this is where the eldest son is staying, one of them announced. The courtyard door stood wide open, just as Gu Qifeng was about to enter. Su Xia stepped over the threshold and emerged. Upon seeing Gu Qifeng, a look of gravity crossed Su Xia's face, yet he steeled himself to approach. Su Xia from the Eternal Life Group. I greet the War King of the Northern Region. Gu Qifeng cast a glance at Su Xia, nodding slightly. During his journey, he had already gleaned a general understanding of Su Xia's situation from Gu He, merely a common man who had failed to transition jobs. To this, Gu Qifeng paid little heed, calmly inquiring, where is Gu Chen? Summon him to meet me. Despite having anticipated this moment, Su Xia's heart quaked involuntarily. The pressure emanating from Gu Qifeng was simply too formidable. He felt as though he stood before a deity from the abyss rather than a mere human. Taking a deep breath to quell his trepidation, Su Xia replied respectfully, Your Majesty, Gu Chen has gone out and is not in the courtyard. Not here. Gu Qifeng's brows furrowed deeply, and his countenance darkened. As the king and a father, how could he lower himself to seek his son, only to find nothing? Where could he possibly place his dignity? Beside him, Gu Xi's face contorted with anger upon hearing this. How could he not be here? You just settled in. And we arrived right after. How dare you deceive my father? Su Xia forced a bitter smile, hastily clarifying, how could I possibly deceive the king? It is merely that Gu Chen is truly not present. As soon as we settled, he mentioned he had matters to attend to. Gu Xi scoffed coldly and retorted, I have heard you and Gu Chen are good brothers. Tell me, does Gu Chen know that our father is within the Dragon Palace? At these words, Su Xia's expression stiffened. To say he did not know? That was inconceivable. Before the War King of the Northern Borders, he lacked the capacity to lie. With a heart full of resignation, Su Xia could only muster the courage to say, Gu Chen knows. Gu Xi's expression instantly turned frigid. If he knows, then why did he not immediately go to greet our father after you settled in? Knowing full well our father would come to find him. Why does he deliberately avoid us? As the War King of the Northern Borders, our father's visit is already a significant concession. Does he not appreciate it? Or does Gu Chen still harbor resentment towards us, insisting that everyone must revolve around him for his satisfaction? Chapter 153. This unfilial son. He has brought shame to the North Kingdom's royal house. The sudden barrage of accusations left Gu Qifeng's countenance even darker. The anger he had painstakingly suppressed surged forth once more. Initially anticipating a harmonious reconciliation filled with paternal warmth, it now seemed that there was little left to discuss. He was acutely aware that his father resided within the Dragon Palace, yet he chose to avoid him at the first opportunity. After such a prolonged absence, the wildness within him showed no signs of abating. Was he still harboring resentment? He was no child. How could he not comprehend the difficulties that had once beset him? At his age, to indulge in such childish antics, did he truly believe that throwing a tantrum would compel his father to yield? Such naivety was laughable. Su Xia, contact Gu Chen immediately and summon him to see me, or I shall expel you from the Dragon Palace. The moment those words escaped his lips, Su Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Expel from the Dragon Palace? If anyone else had uttered such a statement, he would have dismissed it as a mere jest. However, the speaker was Gu Qifeng, the War King of the North. He dared not question the veracity of those words. Should Gu Qifeng indeed resolve to oust them from the Dragon Palace, even Ling Feng would likely be powerless to intervene. What was to be done? Su Xia felt a tumult of emotions. The crux of the matter was that he truly did not know Gu Chen's whereabouts. Your Majesty, I genuinely do not know where Gu Chun is gone. He merely mentioned stepping out for a while, and I did not pry further. Anger welled up in Gu Qifeng's eyes, ready to erupt, when suddenly an excited voice rang out nearby. Your Majesty, I have finally found you. The gathered crowd instinctively turned to see three figures hastily approaching, one man in front, flanked by two others. The foremost was a middle-aged man, resplendently attired with an air of distinction. Following behind him were the wounded Luo Quangren and Qin Yinshan, who had fled the Dragon Palace Square. At this moment, Gu Qifeng was in a foul mood. Upon sighting the trio, his gaze flicked disdainfully, his tone laced with surprise. Luo Changchuan, how did you manage to enter the Dragon Palace? The man referred to as Luo Changchuan was the current head of the Luo family in the north, renowned as the wealthiest individual in the region. Following the disappearance of his beloved daughter, Qingxue, in Ilong City, Luo Changchuan had rushed there at the first news. Unable to remain idle. Stepping forward, Luo Changchuan first bowed respectfully, then exchanged a brief glance with Gu Chun before inquiring, Your Majesty, I seek to ask about a certain individual. Might you inform me of Gu Chen's current whereabouts? Searching for Gu Chen? Why would Luo Changchuan be looking for his son? Gu Qifeng furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. What could Luo Changchuan possibly want with Gu Chen at this juncture? Coldly, Gu Qifeng questioned. What do you want with my son? Your Majesty, Gu Chen has taken my daughter, Qingxue. If she has offended him in any way, I can ensure that she offers her sincere apologies. However, I implore you to have Gu Chen return her to me at once. Luo Changchuan stated his purpose without hesitation. As Gu Xi stood nearby, the relationship between him and Luo Qingxue assured that today's events were undoubtedly secure. What? Qingxue has been taken by Gu Chen? When did this happen? Gu Xi's expression changed dramatically. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed deeply, and his countenance darkened to the utmost degree. This ungrateful son. No wonder he dared not come to see me. It turns out he has stirred up trouble outside. What was he thinking, abducting that girl from the Luo family? Even if the Luo family had wronged him, could he not come to me for resolution? Now, in front of everyone, the Luo family is confronting him. Where is the dignity of the Northern Realm's war king to be placed? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Qifeng felt a surge of anger. That rebellious son has landed him in a predicament, and now that they have been cornered, he cannot even find Gu Chen. It is as if he has been unjustly burdened with a black mark, driving him to the brink of madness. Gu Chen has brought disgrace upon the royal family of the Northern Realm. No, something is amiss. Beside Gu Qifeng, Gui displayed a peculiar expression. The eldest son abducting a girl from the Luo family? Impossible. Earlier at the registration desk, he had seen Gu Chen advancing through Longyin City without a backward glance. How could he have abducted Luo Qingxue? On what grounds do you assert that the eldest son kidnapped Miss Luo? Do you possess any evidence? Gui instinctively inquired. Indeed. Luo Changchuan nodded and exchanged a glance with Luo Quangren standing nearby. The latter understood and promptly produced a note. Your Majesty, my lady has gone missing while seeking Gu Chun, and the evidence lies here. Gui instinctively leaned in to glance at the note, his face instantly reflecting indignation. This. Just because Luo Qingxue left a note stating she was looking for my young master, you conclude that he has abducted her? Luo Changchuan's expression shifted slightly, and he took a deep breath, speaking in a solemn tone. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not have thought so, but previously. Gu Chen had a conflict with my niece at the outskirts of Longyin City, combined with Qingxue's inability to endure grievances. Nonsense. Gu Qifeng bellowed, the accumulated fury surging to its peak. Luo Changchuan, you dare to slander him over a mere conflict between your daughter and my son? Luo Changchuan's expression stiffened, and he quickly lowered his head. Your Majesty, I beg you to quell your anger. I only harbor suspicions, given that Gu Chen's disappearance is directly related to Qingxue's. Luo Quangren added, at the outskirts of Longyin City, I gifted Gu Chen a treasure vault gold card. Qingxue sought him to retrieve that card. A treasure vault gold card? Gu Xi stepped forward, lowering his voice before Gu Qifeng. Father, previously, my older brother killed the heir of the Li family over a guaranteed admission spot while in Lin City. It is not beyond possibility that he would abduct Qingxue for a treasure vault gold card. Gu Qifeng furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. According to Gu Xi's words, there seems to be some merit in the reasoning. After all, Gu Chen has a history. What if Luo Qingxue truly is in his grasp? In that moment, Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened as he fell into contemplation. Luo Changchuan furrowed his brow and remarked, Your Majesty, I am not slandering young Master Gu Chen. I merely harbor doubts regarding him. As for whether Qingxue was indeed taken by him, I implore you to summon young Master Gu Chen to provide an explanation. Should it turn out that he is in no way involved in Qingxue's disappearance, I, Luo Changchuan, am willing to accept full responsibility for my prior affronts. Gu Qifeng sighed softly and shook his head slightly. If Qingshua's vanishing is truly linked to Gu Chen, I shall certainly offer you an explanation. However, at present, I cannot even locate that ungrateful wretch. Gu Xi scoffed disdainfully, fixing his icy gaze upon Su Xia, and declared coldly, "Aren't you and Gu Chen close brothers? Immediately contact him and summon him here. The turmoil that has ensued is all stemming from him. We must ascertain Qingshua's whereabouts, and he must present an account." Chapter 154. Standing firm against your assault as Gu Xi's words fell, all eyes converged upon Su Xia. "Did you not hear? Immediately summon Gu Chen back." Gu Qingfeng's tone was profoundly chilling. In that moment, Su Xia felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. "I truly do not know," Su Xia lamented inwardly, a hint of relief mingling with his desperation. Fortunately, Gu Qifeng remained unaware of Gu Chen's whereabouts. Otherwise, Su Xia doubted his capacity to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from him. Just then, a figure unexpectedly emerged, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Brother Chen." Su Xia stared in disbelief at the figure before him, his face a canvas of shock and astonishment. "How have you returned? Is this not courting trouble?" Upon hearing this, Gui turned to look, a smile of delight spreading across his face. "Your Majesty, it is the eldest young master. He has returned." Gu Qifeng slightly nodded, a flicker of concealed excitement flashing in his eyes. He instinctively stepped forward, as if intending to approach, yet in the next moment, something seemed to weigh on his mind, causing him to furrow his brow and halt abruptly. Gu Xi's gaze settled upon Gu Chen, his brow knitting slightly, a shadow of distaste flickering in his eyes. However, in the subsequent moment, that distaste transformed into a smile as warm as spring, and he approached Gu Chen. "Elder brother, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried we all have been?" Gu Xi's tone was laced with concern, his expression sincere, as he launched into a display of fraternal affection. One could only wonder if he had a penchant for acting. If he pursued a career in performance, his current skills would surely earn him accolades as a leading actor. Gu Chen turned to regard the handsome youth of similar age beside him, though he had already begun to suspect the young man's identity. He felt compelled to confirm it to avoid any missteps. "You are Gu Xi?" Gu Chen inquired nonchalantly. Gu Xi's expression momentarily faltered, his feigned sincerity instantly morphing into vexation. How could Gu Chen not recognize him? This was beyond belief. Since childhood, Gu Xi had been acutely aware of Gu Chen's existence, viewing him as a thorn in his side throughout the years. Born into royalty yet burdened with an older brother, this was hardly a source of joy. What astonished him most was that this person he had harbored resentment for nearly 2 decades did not recognize him in the end. "Elder brother, I am Gu Xi." "Your younger brother," Gu Xi stated, his expression a complex amalgam of emotions. In his mind, Gu Chen ought to regard him as a significant threat, perhaps even a rival. How could he not recognize him? Yet Gu Chen seemed indifferent to the confusion in Gu Xi's gaze, simply nodding in acknowledgement. As long as he had identified him, that sufficed. Suddenly, Gu Chen's demeanor turned icy. In the next instant, slap. Without any pretense of cordiality, he struck Gu Xi with a force that sent him flying. The expressions of those present changed dramatically as they gazed at Gu Xi, who had been violently struck and sent flying. All were taken aback. Gu Xi rose from the ground, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, one side of his face swollen grotesquely, his eyes fixed on Gu Chen, brimming with vengeful hatred. Yet, in the next moment, he forcibly suppressed this animosity. The royal family detests internal strife, a fact that Gu Qifeng regarded as a grave taboo. Previously, he had assumed that Gu Chen would feign cordiality, presenting a facade of brotherly affection while secretly vying for dominance. To his astonishment, Gu Chen did not even bother to pretend. Upon their encounter, he delivered a resounding slap before Gu Qingfeng's very eyes. Had Gu Chen lost his sanity? How dare he? Gu Qifeng, seething with rage, glared furiously as he bellowed, "You scoundrel! How dare you raise a hand against your brother? Are you intent on driving me to my grave?" Gu Chen remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm in the face of Gu Qingfeng's fury. "What do you mean by that? I have severed all ties with the Gu family. What brother do you speak of? Moreover, I made it abundantly clear on the day I left the Gu household that I wished to have no further dealings with you. Why do you seek me out again?" At these words, Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated Gu Chen to show him such disregard in public. "As father and son, how can you allow me to be the subject of gossip? You bear my blood. You are bound to the Gu lineage. Can you truly claim to sever that connection at will?" A chilling glint flickered in Gu Qingfeng's fierce eyes, his aura surging with a tempestuous intensity, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly tense. "This is a heavy accusation. My parents were mere farmers on the outskirts of Lin City. How could I possibly be linked to the Gu family?" Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged, steadfast against the invisible yet powerful pressure that bore down upon him. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the room, landing on Luo Quangren and his companions, who had remained silent until now. Were they also here to stir trouble? Had they all converged in this moment? Young master, you must not say such things. Regardless, you are the son of the king and the queen. The reason you were fostered in Lin City was due to the king's pressing circumstances. If the queen were watching from above, she would surely not wish to see you, and the king at odds to such an extent, Gui implored, his voice laden with urgency. Gui's words elicited a barely perceptible flicker of guilt on Gu Qingfeng's otherwise ashen face. His imposing aura faltered slightly, and his tone softened a fraction. Gu Chen, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but if you return to the northern realm with me, I will compensate you for whatever you desire. Gu Chen's expression was frigid, his eyes devoid of warmth. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I, Gu Chen, share no connection with the Gu family. My parents perished long ago on the outskirts of Lin City. What claim do you have over me? Impudent! You dare defy your father. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on his behalf. The moment Gu Chen finished speaking, a voice of fury erupted nearby. Gu Xi charged forward, his fury palpable. Delivering a punch reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed at Gu Chen from an exceptionally cunning angle. As a dragon knight, he excelled in strength and physical prowess. Even without the use of weapons or skills, his raw power was seldom matched. Be careful, Su Xia exclaimed in alarm. Never anticipating that Gu Xi, whom she deemed insignificant, would resort to a sneak attack in front of so many onlookers. Yet, Gu Chen remained steadfast, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Having stood in place for so long, bolstered by the innate talent of unstoppable, his defense and recovery capabilities had surged to threefold. Without any attempt to evade, he allowed the formidable punch to come crashing down. A resounding thud echoed as the forceful strike landed mercilessly against Gu Chen's ribs. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Gu Xi's eyes. He believed this blow would at least leave Gu Chen severely injured and bleeding, thus avenging the earlier affront. However, in the next moment, his arrogance morphed into sheer astonishment. In his perception, the overwhelming force of the punch dissipated upon contact with Gu Chen, as if it had vanished into thin air. He looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief, locking gazes with Gu Chen, who regarded him with a chilling and mocking expression. You stand there and strike, yet you cannot breach my defense. How could you be so inept? Chapter 155. Gu Chen is my soldier. His matters are my concern impossible. How can you, a magic class profession, contend with me in close combat? Gu Xi gasped in astonishment, feeling as though his entire worldview had collapsed in that instant. He was a rare class known as a dragon knight, blessed by the dragon god, possessing extraordinary talent and unmatched physical strength. Although he was currently only at the second tier, his attributes surpassed those of many third-tier warriors. Even the lower-tier commander of the Iron Floating Tower was no match for him. In stark contrast, Gu Chen, a magic class, exhibited a frail physique and wore no armor. After directly enduring that punch, he stood unscathed as if nothing had happened. There's nothing impossible about it. Do you really think you're strong? A playful smile appeared on Gu Chen's face as he stepped back with his left foot, a massive warhammer materializing in his hand, which he swung down mightily towards Gu Xi. With a dull thud, the sound of shattering bones echoed. Gu Xi coughed up blood, a searing pain radiating throughout his body, his ribs feeling as though they were set ablaze. He was sent sprawling backward like a rag doll. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the scene before them, utterly astonished that the two young masters of the northern royal family were engaging in such a fierce confrontation. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened with fury, his heart ablaze with rage. Stop this at once, he bellowed, a terrifying aura sweeping through the crowd like a tempest, causing everyone to feel a weight pressing down on them, as if their very breath had been frozen. Suddenly, an overwhelming storm of energy descended from the heavens, erupting between the two, forcefully halting Gu Chen's assault. Gu Xi, however, was left bloodied and pale, stumbling backwards several meters before collapsing in front of Gu Qifeng. Gu Qifeng stepped forward instinctively to help Gu Xi to his feet, his gaze now burning with fury as he glared at Gu Chen. You scoundrel! How dare you lay such heavy hands on your own brother? Are you even human? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's furious expression, Su Xia was momentarily taken aback, a sense of absurdity washing over him. Gu Xi had initiated the ambush. Gu Chen had merely retaliated. How could this be blamed solely on Gu Chen? Was he expected to endure the attack without defending himself? Should Gu Chen be hung up for a beating instead? Su Xia furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Initially, he had felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Chen upon learning of his severed ties with the northern royal family, but now he understood the truth. It appeared that Gu Chen's standing in Gu Qingfeng's eyes was alarmingly low. At that moment, Gu Chen's expression was icy, a faint, indifferent smile playing at the corners of his mouth. So what? He wants to kill me, and I am not allowed to fight back? Gu Qifeng's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, Nonsense. Gu Xi is your own brother. Why would he wish to kill you? It seems I have been remiss in my duty to discipline you. allowing you to become so unruly. The failure of a parent to educate their child is a parent's fault. As a wayward son, you must return to the Northern Realm with me at once. Surrender immediately." With a sharp command, Gu Qifeng reached out, intending to seize Gu Chen. "Stop." At that moment, a figure suddenly shot in from another direction. Ling Feng's figure flashed and positioned itself in front. The War King of the North, Gu Chen, is an officer of my Dongzhou Yuan army. His military orders cannot be disregarded by anyone. Ling Feng's expression was frigid, and his tone bore no semblance of courtesy. Although he arrived late, it did not imply ignorance of the earlier events. Gu Xi's sneak attack and Gu Chen's counterstrike. What was wrong with that? Just because Gu Xi was left bloodied? Absurd. To be bested is a consequence of one's own inadequacy. Enduring a beating from Gu Chen today is far preferable to perishing at the hands of foreign foes in the future. Ling Feng's presence only intensified Gu Qingfeng's anger. "Ling Feng, I am currently dealing with family matters. Your input is unwelcome. I have yet to settle the issue of your involvement in drafting my son into the Jinyuan army, so it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Truly, the War King of the North exuded formidable authority, but you shall be disappointed. Gu Chen commands my troops, and his affairs fall under my jurisdiction." Ling Feng met his challenge head-on, unperturbed. At that moment, Gu Chen stepped forward and restrained Ling Feng. "Ling Jiang, there is no need for such hostility. This is a matter between the Gu family and myself. It is best to resolve it today to avoid future entanglements." "Very well, proceed as you wish. While others may fear Gu Qingfeng, I do not. Rest assured, the Jinyuan army shall always stand behind you." Gu Chen nodded in appreciation, then advanced to face Gu Qingfeng, whose eyes suddenly radiated a chilling intensity. "Gu Qifeng, what a splendid War King you are. I ask you, why do you continuously blame me when it was Gu Xi who initiated the sneak attack? I merely retaliated. Is it because he could not match my strength? Is it because he was left bloodied?" Gu Qingfeng frowned, momentarily rendered speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke, in the heat of the moment. "I did not mean to accuse you. Rather, I wish to avoid seeing the two of you harm one another." Gu Chen scoffed, regarding it as mere pretense. "Do you think I would be swayed by such words? You claim to act in my best interest while alluding to your own grievances. Yet what have you truly done? Your son attacked me, and you remained indifferent. I retaliate, and you chastise me. This is your idea of looking out for me? No. You are still too young to grasp the burdens of parenthood. Both of you are my sons. How could I show favoritism? Ridiculous. I have long since stated that you have never fulfilled your duties as a father in my eyes, so do not lecture me. For you lack the standing to do so. Outrageous. I am your father, and you dare speak to me in this manner. Do you think you are worthy of being my son?" Gu Chen countered fiercely, refusing to yield an inch, escalating the conflict to its zenith. Until this moment, no one could have anticipated Gu Chen's ferocity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stood firm, challenging Gu Qingfeng with his second-tier combat prowess. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have already met their demise. The onlookers were terrified. Even Luo Changtuan, who was preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter, maintained his composure. At this juncture, no one dared provoke Gu Qingfeng's ire. Well said. In the midst of the crowd, Ling Feng appeared utterly unfazed by the escalating tension. His face alight with excitement as he clapped and cheered, completely disregarding Gu Qingfeng's extraordinarily grim demeanor. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng was seething with rage. He bellowed fiercely. And a flicker of sword-like light flashed from his hand, a palpable wave of murderous intent surging towards Ling Feng. The expressions of those surrounding them shifted dramatically as they desperately fled in every direction, fearing that they might be caught in Gu Qingfeng's onslaught. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. A colossal fist-shaped aura erupted from his hand, striking out with an unparalleled, domineering force. With a resounding crash, a mist of blood erupted as a gruesome gash tore across Ling Feng's body, slicing from his left shoulder to his right hip, blood gushing profusely. In a moment of wrath, Gu Qifeng had reduced Ling Feng to a state of near death. Had Gu Qifeng not exercised restraint, Ling Feng would have been cleaved in two. A sixth-tier peak martial saint stood before the War King of the Northern Realm, akin to a mere ant that could be effortlessly crushed. In this instant, the overwhelming power of a king-level warrior indelibly etched itself into the hearts of all present, instilling a profound chill within their souls. Chapter 156. If I were to return to the Northern Territory, you would only become its shame. Ling Feng lay heavily injured, and Gu Chen's gaze turned icy as he hurried to support him. What immense royal authority! Life and death rest entirely within your thoughts. If you feel unsatisfied, then by all means, eliminate us all. I have heard of your countless victories against the alien races on the Abyss battlefield. Surely, taking a few lives is no challenge for you? Gu Qingfeng's expression twisted with fury, rage surging in his eyes. Rebellion. A disobedient son. I, Gu Qifeng, A hero of my time, have spawned such an ungrateful child. Begone. I disown you as my son. From this day forth. Gu Chen is stripped of his royal status in the Northern Territory, and the Gu family shall have no further connection with him. Gu Qingfeng bellowed. As his words fell, the onlookers gasped in shock. To disown the legitimate heir of the Northern Territory royal family, this is unprecedented. Gu Chen wore a cold smile, unfazed by the declaration. Stripped of my status? I welcome it. The Northern Territory royal family may seem lofty to others, but to me, it is merely trivial. You dare to insult the royal family? I will kill you. Gu Xi's face contorted with rage as he suddenly surged forward. In his heart, the honor of the Northern Territory royal family was more precious than his own life. As a member of the royal family and one of its heirs, he would never permit anyone to disrespect them. With a furious shout, a set of epic 5-star knightly armor enveloped him, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him. He reached out, and a black spear erupted forth like a dragon from the depths, radiating a fierce aura of power as it charged toward Gu Chen. Donning his gear and unleashing his skills in a fit of rage, Gu Xi's combat prowess soared to its zenith as he unleashed his mightiest strike against Gu Chen. Sensing the chilling pressure, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, an icy glare intensifying within them. In an instant, the rampant demon armor materialized upon him. With a resounding clang, he was wholly encased in black, ominous armor, exuding an intimidating and fierce presence. Having consumed a beast experience elixir, the 25-level rampant demon armor's attributes surged, and its skill effects advanced significantly. Symbiotic link. The rampant demon armor provides a 150 attribute boost to the target and can absorb one fatal attack. Upon advancing to the second tier, the boost of symbiotic link rose from the original 100 to 150. What does a 150 attribute boost imply for Gu Chen? His 4 core attributes soared past the 1,000 mark. This alone placed him among the top tier of 4th-tier warriors. Facing Gu Xi, a mere 2nd-tier opponent, would be like child's play. As symbiotic link activated, an unmatched aura erupted from Gu Chen. Meeting the oncoming spear thrust, he descended like a god of war. His heavy fist propelled by an unstoppable momentum, crashing against the glinting spearhead. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, an overwhelming force detonating through the spear, sending shockwaves that exploded in Gu Xi's hands. Gu Xi felt as though struck by lightning, letting out a pained cry as the long spear slipped from his grasp, flying away, while his body soared backward like a kite with severed strings. Gu Chen elevated above the ground, gazing down upon Gu Xi's disheveled form with an air of superiority, having transitioned into the rare profession of Dragon Knight, drawing upon the might of the 7 cities of the north to secure the blessing of the Dragon God, and with an abundance of resources and wealth lavished upon him. How could it be that he could not even best a mere peasant like me? Is this what is deemed a genius of the north? A prodigy of unparalleled talent? Do you not feel the weight of your own inadequacy? Genius is not merely the result of accumulated resources. Even if Gu Qifeng were to amass countless resources to elevate you to heights unbefitting, in my eyes, you remain nothing more than a worthless creation of those very resources. As his words concluded, Gu Xi's complexion darkened, a tide of humiliation swelling within him, leaving him in a state of unbearable turmoil. To confront a genius, the cruelest method is to trample them mercilessly into the dust, evoking a sense of helpless despair, a fall from grace that manifests in unprecedented emotional upheaval. Gu Qifeng, standing aside, bore a complex expression. His second son, whom he had nurtured for 18 years, was reduced to a defenseless lamb in Gu Chen's hands, provoking an unprecedented sense of defeat within him. In midair, Gu Chen emitted a cold snort, his disdainful voice emanating from within the enchanted armor. After squandering countless resources of the north, is this all the strength you possess? To call you worthless would be a compliment. Do you understand why Gu Qifeng exiled me from the royal family of the north? He truly has your best interests at heart. Should I return to the north? You shall forever be the disgrace of the north, and there will no longer be a place for you within the royal lineage. Gu Chen's tone was chillingly indifferent. Though his voice was soft, it struck terror into the hearts of all present. In that moment, the atmosphere plunged to an icy stillness, enveloping the crowd in a suffocating silence. What does it mean to strike at the heart? Those words had perfectly illustrated the essence of that phrase. This was the gift Gu Chen had prepared for his prodigious brother, to shatter his psychological defenses with the most casual of remarks, to elevate himself while reducing Gu Xi to mere dust. From this moment forward, should he fail to transcend this threshold, he would be rendered utterly worthless. A cold smirk graced Gu Chen's lips. You wish to kill me, yet I have merely scolded you a few times. Is that not generous enough? I am worthless. The disgrace of the north? No, that cannot be. I am not the disgrace of the north. I absolutely refuse to be the disgrace of the north. With each roar, Gu Xi's defenses crumbled entirely. Previously, Gu Chen had appeared to him as nothing more than a malleable fool. Yet now, He could not fathom the reality of his own defeat at the hands of this so-called fool. Why had it come to this? Transitioning into a rare profession. Receiving the blessing of the dragon god, enrolling in a prestigious academy, how could a genius like him be vanquished by someone he deemed worthless? His spirit rebelled against this injustice. He was the favored child of destiny. How could he have fallen to such depths? Gu Si's eyes burned red, veins of fury coursing through him, and in that moment, he was stripped of the confidence that once characterized his youthful brilliance. All the pride he had nurtured throughout his life was shattered by a few dismissive words from Gu Chen, just when Gu Si felt utterly despondent. The voice of Gu Qifeng unexpectedly resonated in his ear. Gu Si, it is merely a failure. It amounts to nothing. You have yet to forge a contract with the Dragon Clan, and it is entirely natural that you cannot unleash the full might of a Dragon Knight at this stage. Upon hearing these words, Gu Si momentarily froze, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his gaze. After a brief pause, clarity dawned upon him, and his dejection swiftly dissipated. Indeed, he was a Dragon Knight, a late-stage core. As time progressed, his combat prowess would only intensify. One failure was inconsequential. Once he mastered the dragon and truly embraced his identity as a Dragon Knight, he would be able to manifest his utmost strength. With this thought, Gu Si's eyes suddenly sharpened. He fixed his gaze on Gu Chen, an expression of icy indifference in his eyes. Gu Chen, mark my words. Soon you shall understand who the true failure is. Chapter 157. For your entire life, you shall remain in my shadow in the midst of their exchange. Gu Si's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his spirit revitalized, having emerged completely from his previous despondency. A true warrior dares to confront their own failures. At this moment, Gu Si had indeed achieved this realization. He now understood that he had been excessively arrogant all along, never truly acknowledging Gu Chen's formidable prowess, which had led to his current predicament. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Had he approached Gu Chen with utmost diligence from the outset, he might not have faced such a humiliating defeat. Contemplating this, a fierce determination ignited in Gu Si's eyes. Gu Chen, I shall permit you a fleeting moment of triumph. Once I forge a pact with the Dragon Clan and become a true Dragon Knight, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. Gu Si's expression turned frigid, his voice imbued with an indelible hatred. Is that all you can muster? Gu Chen scoffed dismissively, barely acknowledging the provocation. If not for Gu Qifeng investing countless resources in you, you wouldn't even qualify to contend with me. Have you become so arrogant merely from a single compliment of being a genius? Genius is but a mere threshold to encounter me. Today, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Next time we meet, you shall be a mayfly basking in the vast sky. As long as I exist, you shall forever dwell in my shadow. Each word struck like needles, and Gu Si's countenance darkened, the stability of his heart wavering once more. Gu Qifeng's expression grew complex as he witnessed his two sons transform into mortal enemies, grief washing over him. He was, after all, the ruler of the Northern Territory, presiding over thousands of miles, yet he could not even maintain a harmonious family. It was utterly laughable. Why was Gu Chen's nature so rebellious? At 20 years of age, could he not prioritize the greater good or empathize with his father's struggles? To sever ties with his family, to be at odds with his father, to engage in a deadly feud with his brother. How could a person descend to such extremities? Alas, let it be. With a heavy sigh, Gu Qifeng felt aged in that instant, realizing that reconciling with Gu Chen was an impossibility. As he turned to leave, a tremor coursed through him, compelling him to ask one last question. Gu Chen, do you not wish to form a pact with the Dragon Clan? If you agree to return with me to the Northern Territory, I can secure that opportunity for you right now. Gu Chen, having retracted his chaotic demonic armor, remained indifferent, slowly making his exit without a word. The coldness in Gu Chen's tone stirred a tumult of emotions within Gu Qifeng. How had the bond between father and son become so estranged? Both Gu Qifeng and Gu Si walked with heavy hearts, accompanied by Gu He and several loyal guards. As they quietly departed, it was only at this moment that Gu Qifeng comprehended that Gu Chen's actions were not mere childish antics. From the very beginning, this was an irreconcilable chasm between father and son. Had he realized this issue earlier, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. However, now his son is reluctant to return home. After Gu Qifeng and his entourage departed, Sulai finally exhaled a sigh of relief while standing at the gate of the courtyard. He glanced at Gu Chen, preparing to offer some words of comfort, when suddenly, Luo Chanchuan approached from the side. Gu Chen, my esteemed nephew, I am Luo Chanchuan from the Luo family of the northern frontier. I implore you to show mercy and release my daughter. As for her previous transgressions against you, I, on behalf of the Luo family, assure you that we shall provide a satisfactory resolution. Luo Chanchuan wasted no time and delved straight into the matter, having waited on the sidelines for far too long. Upon hearing this, Su Xia couldn't help but begin to worry for Gu Chen. After all, Gu Chen had already been expelled from the royal family of the northern frontier. While the Luo family was the wealthiest in the region, a discarded scion of the royal lineage posed no concern for them whatsoever. The situation took a sudden turn. No sooner had Luo Changchuan finished speaking than Luo Quangren stormed forward, his eyes wide with fury, his tone stripped of all pretense of civility. Gu Chen, you had better release my niece immediately and hand over that precious gold card, or else you shall face dire consequences today. The abrupt shift in demeanor was startling. He had come in addressing Gu Chen as young master, and now he was openly threatening him. This sudden transformation was due to two factors: Gu Qingfeng's personal expulsion of Gu Chen from the royal family, and Luo Changchuan's presence, which had bolstered his confidence. As the head of the Luo family, he was an indisputable pinnacle fifth-tier powerhouse and a rare psychic practitioner. His formidable skills were capable of delivering devastating attacks in an instant, and even against a novice sixth-tier practitioner, he would still pose a significant threat. As the atmosphere crackled with tension, Gu Chen remained unfazed, calmly addressing Luo Changchuan. I have already stated that the disappearance of Luo Qingxue has nothing to do with me. Your entanglement here serves no purpose. With that, Gu Chen turned to Luo Quangren, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. As for that gold card, it is a reward promised to me by Luo Qingxue. Who do you think you are to attempt to take it from me? A mere gold card is inconsequential. Consider it a token of goodwill from the Luo family to my esteemed nephew Gu Chen, Luo Changchuan remarked, waving his hand dismissively. However, the disappearance of Qingxue is indeed related to you. If you truly had no part in her abduction, then release your mental defenses and allow me to probe your mind. Shall we? This was a unique skill of the psychic practitioners. Once a practitioner's mental defenses were breached, all their secrets would be laid bare before the psychic. Moreover, high-level psychic practitioners could implant a slave mark deep within the consciousness of a practitioner, gaining complete control over them. Should the practitioner defy the psychic's will, a mere thought could trigger the slave mark, resulting in instantaneous death. Gu Chen, with an air of disdain, coldly remarked, "No wonder you are the wealthiest in the northern realm, presenting me with my own possessions as a greeting gift. Your intentions are as transparent as your greed. And you dare to pry into my consciousness? Have I offered you any favor?" Luo Changchuan's expression darkened immediately. Gu Chen, I must remind you that the respect you once commanded was due to your status as a noble scion of the northern royal family. However, now that you have been cast aside by the clan, what right do you have to treat me with such insolence? No sooner had he finished speaking than Ling Feng stepped forward without hesitation, his tall figure resembling a spear poised to pierce the heavens. He glared at Luo Changchuan, unleashing a torrent of invective. You wretched fool, do you think I am blind? What are you, to threaten the men of my Jinyuan army? Chapter 158. The Logistics Department. The war god, Ling Feng, stood before Gu Chen, who was no longer a prince of the royal family. Are you still willing to stand up for him? Luo Changchuan's expression shifted as he sensed the ferocious aura emanating from Ling Feng, instinctively taking a step back. Behind him, Luo Quangren appeared equally bewildered. For the sake of a discarded royal scion, Ling Feng was prepared to confront the wealthiest man in the north? He was disregarding even the Luo family's reputation. What was his intention? Ling Feng's eyes ignited with intense fury, offering no explanation. The pent-up rage within him erupted as a powerful fist surged forward. Luo Changchuan swiftly erected a defense, attempting to withstand the assault while retreating. Despite Ling Feng being reduced to a mere remnant of his strength by Gu Qingfeng's casual strike, it was only due to Gu Qingfeng's overwhelming prowess. He was a king-level warrior, akin to a human nuclear bomb within the Xingxia Empire, an almost insurmountable presence. Now, as Ling Feng directed his aggression towards Luo Changchuan, it was akin to bullying a weaker opponent. Should he harbor murderous intent, none of the three from the Luo family would escape the Dragon Hall alive. Retreat. Luo Changchuan could no longer endure Ling Feng's relentless onslaught and turned to flee. Sensing the imminent danger, Luo Quangren and Qin Lianshan followed suit, fleeing without a backward glance. Within mere moments, the three members of the Luo family vanished without a trace. Thank you, General Ling, for coming to my aid. Otherwise, I would have found myself embroiled in yet another troublesome affair. However, your injuries, it's nothing, though they may appear severe. They bear no real consequence for me. That's a relief. I feel I have caused you undue trouble. Do not burden yourself with such thoughts. As you are my soldier, I shall bear all your grievances. Your sole task now is to swiftly contract a dragon as your summoned beast. Rest assured, General, I shall undoubtedly complete this assessment successfully. Ling Feng shook his head as he and Gu Chen entered the courtyard. No, I am not referring to the assessment. The combat prowess you have displayed has surpassed my previous expectations and fully meets the criteria for joining the Logistics Department. The Logistics Department? Indeed. It is the most elite organization within the Town of the Abyss Army, known as the Logistics Department. This. Gu Chen's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. This was the most enigmatic and elite organization within the army. How could it be so casually named? Prior to this, Gu Chen had speculated about the nature of this organization's title. He had leaned towards names like Night Watchmen, Outlaws, or the Imperial Guards. However, considering the military orientation of the Town of the Abyss Army, it could very well be something akin to werewolves. But Logistics Department was entirely unexpected. What? Are you particularly eager to voice your criticisms? My expression was identical to yours the first time I heard that name, Ling Feng remarked with a smile. I'm merely curious as to who determined this trio of characters, Gu Chen replied, his face reflecting intrigue. You should be rather familiar with this individual. Oh? Who is it? The commander-in-chief of the Town of the Abyss Army, the war god, Xiao Nanfeng. It's him, Xiao Nanfeng. Every professional is undoubtedly familiar with this name. He is the true paragon of the Divine Xia Empire, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, with a substantial possibility of having ascended to the 8th. As the supreme commander of the Jinyuan army, he surely belongs to the military sphere of influence, right? Gu Chen pondered with curiosity. However, although Xiao Zhanshan holds the title of supreme commander, at his level, he has long transcended the conflicts of military and academic factions. His position is akin to that of the Empire's zenith. His concerns revolve around the very survival of the Empire, strategies to fend off foreign incursions, and the containment of abyssal invasions. Speaking of which, if Xiao Zhanshan were to lead the military forces, even if Gu Qifeng had tenfold courage, he would not dare to lay a hand on me. Gu Chen nodded, realizing the weight of this truth. After all, he is none other than Xiao Nanfeng, the revered figure of the Divine Xia Empire. Who would dare to provoke him? Straying from the topic, Ling Feng's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he redirected the conversation. I need you to contract with the Dragon Clan swiftly, not for the sake of assessment, but because Gu Xi is soon to become a true Dragon Knight. Do not forget, he is a human blessed by the Dragon God. Once he takes command of a dragon, he will gain the Dragon's attributes, and his combat prowess will undoubtedly multiply. Gu Chen immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Are you suggesting that Gu Qifeng will transfer the quota he possesses to Gu Xi? Indeed, that quota was originally fought for on your behalf. Considering Gu Xi already has a quota at the Capital S Academy, it is said that he paid a considerable price for that quota on your account. At this point, a knowing smile crept across Ling Feng's face. So, do you not feel a twinge of regret? From another perspective, your father, the War King, has treated you quite well. Gu Chen shook his head indifferently. This is merely a lever to force me to yield, no different from the guaranteed quota I was offered before. What I desire can be attained through my own efforts. I find it disheartening to beg for favors with lowered eyes. His urgency for Gu Xi to contract with the Dragon Clan is nothing more than a ploy to have Gu Xi triumph over me, thereby validating his stance and compelling me to concede. However, in the face of absolute combat strength, even if he contracts with the Dragon Clan, it would only be a further humiliation for him. Ling Feng remained silent, a glimmer of approval evident in his gaze. Gu Chen possesses an invincible conviction that crushes all, a quality that he greatly admires. Meanwhile, within a courtyard of the Dragon Palace, Luo Changchuan roared with murderous intent, cursing the wretched Ling Feng. My family, the Luo clan of the Northern Territory, will not let this go. Had it not been for Ling Feng's meddling, he would have undoubtedly gleaned the desired information from Gu Chen's spiritual consciousness today. Faced with Ling Feng's formidable presence, they had no choice but to abandon their prior plans. As he contemplated this, Luo Changchuan felt a surge of anxiety. Luo Qingxue had been missing for a day and a night. Where could Gu Chen have concealed his precious daughter? Madman, are you certain that Qingxue's disappearance is related to Gu Chen? Luo Changchuan could not help but begin to doubt. Master, I can guarantee with my life that I witnessed a figure clad in a red robe abducting Qingxue. It was undoubtedly Gu Chen's summoned beast. Luo Quangren asserted earnestly. Master, I was also present and saw it. It is impossible for two individuals to be mistaken. Qin Lianshan promptly concurred. Luo Changchuan's brow furrowed deeply as he let out a heavy sigh. This complicates matters. What does it matter what you saw? We need evidence. Without evidence, how could we possibly compel Gu Chen to release her? Master, what shall we do next? Qingxue's life is at stake. Every day of delay increases her peril, and we cannot afford to postpone. Since Gu Chen has been expelled from the Northern Royal Clan, his relationship with Gu Qifeng is irreparably strained. If we can avoid Ling Feng, perhaps we can capture that lad. Luo Quangren proposed. No, that approach is far too perilous. If the situation is exposed, Ling Feng's temperament will not allow us to escape unscathed. In 2 days, the Dragon Palace selection will commence. During this time, Gu Chen will remain within the palace. and Qingxue should be safe for now. I believe the best course of action is to wait. Wait? Indeed, Tianhong will soon enter the Dragon Palace during this election. He can act against Gu Chen openly, and even Ling Feng would be powerless to intervene. Ah, the young master is coming too? Qin Lianshan exclaimed in surprise. Tianhong is coming. Splendid. Luo Quangren's face lit up with excitement. He is a level 27 mentalist, and no matter how strong Gu Chen is, he will surely be no match for him. No, by the time he arrives at the Dragon Palace, he should have ascended to level 29, Luo Changquan remarked. Excellent. Truly. The youth is formidable. At such a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Whether we can retrieve Qingxue this time hinges entirely on young Master Tianhong. Chapter 159, The Royal License in the Dragon Knight Guxi. As time progressed, an increasing number of qualified practitioners entered the Dragon Palace. 2 days swiftly passed, and all participants in the selection were summoned to their respective venues. Gu Chen arrived here with Su Xiao, and their appearance immediately drew considerable attention. The fallen scion expelled from the royal family. Over these 2 days, Gu Chen's reputation had gradually spread among the practitioners, achieving a modest level of fame. It seems you have become the center of attention, Su Xiao remarked playfully. Sensing the myriad gazes directed their way, Gu Chen smiled faintly, surveying his surroundings without paying heed to the varied looks, even as whispers floated around him. Are they discussing me? Gu Chen inquired. Primarily, they are discussing Gu Xi, Su Xiao elucidated. Just yesterday, Gu Xi successfully tamed an epic-level dragon. Now, more and more people are optimistic about him, especially since he is a dragon knight capable of commanding a dragon. Surprised, Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. The selection only begins today, and he already formed a contract with a dragon yesterday? Su Xia seemed unfazed, attributing it to the royal license. Nobility and commoners rarely trod the same path. The royal license? Huh. Gu Chen nodded, saying nothing further. Fairness was a mere illusion in this world. However, if Gu Xi believed that taming a dragon would enable him to vanquish Gu Chen, he would only face further humiliation. Look, the expressions of these second-tier practitioners are rather grim. With Gu Xi having contracted a dragon, his participation in the selection would certainly constitute a dimensional suppression. Why would he come to take someone else's place? He's not here to take someone else's place. He is here to claim yours, Su Xia shrugged. Gu Chen smirked, acknowledging that this was not the first time Gu Xi had engaged in such behavior. Ultimately, it boiled down to one truth. He was spoiled and in need of a lesson. At that moment, the crowd erupted in commotion as a strikingly elegant young man strode in from outside. Dressed in opulent attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, he was clearly of noble lineage. Luo Tianhong, the heir of the Luo family from the north, had arrived. He was last year's top scholar from the north and, like Gu Xi this year, had been admitted early to the prestigious academy in the capital. It was rumored that Luo Tianhong was already a peak second-tier mentalist, with his level and combat prowess. He could easily overpower practitioners of the same tier. Isn't this just bullying? The peak second tier of the academy could indeed walk with impunity. A mentalist could control others with mental imprints, suggesting that Luo Tianhong intended to use this method to tame a dragon as a familiar. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Su Xia keenly noted that Luo Tianhong's gaze was directed towards them. Brother Chen, why do I feel that this young master from the Luo family is coming for you? At this, Gu Chen revealed a cold smile. It seems the entire family has come, and quite coordinated at that. Su Xia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. By the way, has Luo Qingxue really gone missing? Why are they clinging to you without evidence? It cannot be ruled out that Luo Qingxue has indeed been captured, as she mentioned in her note that she was coming to find me. However, it is possible that while she was searching for me, she was fortuitously intercepted by another person. On the outskirts of Longjiang City, after Gu Chen acquired the golden card from Luo Quangren, he sought out Su Mo. Subsequently, it was Su Mo who escorted him to the Dragon Gate, after which they parted ways. Luo Qingxue, being an assassin, is adept at tracking, which is quite normal. Thus, there exists a possibility that when Luo Qingxue was pursuing Gu Chen, she inadvertently encountered Su Mo, who was returning after delivering Gu Chen to the Dragon Gate. Upon hearing Gu Chen's analysis, Su Xia revealed a bemused expression. Indeed, I find this possibility highly plausible. Otherwise, sharing this matter with them would only make these persistent nuisances all the more bothersome. One cannot easily persuade the relentless. It is best to disregard them. Gu Chen shook his head, saying, I understand your urgency, but there's no need to rush. Since they cannot comprehend reason, let us observe who ultimately suffers the greater loss. Just as the two were conversing, a stir arose within the crowd. Gu Xi had made his entrance. With his arrival, a cacophony of grievances erupted among the various professionals. This was unfortunate. My greatest concern had materialized. A dragon knight capable of commanding a colossal dragon represents a significant disparity for everyone. They might as well award him the spot outright. Compared to 2 days prior, Gu Xi had undergone a remarkable transformation in demeanor. Upon his entrance, an overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him, forcing several lower-level professionals in his vicinity to retreat. Level 25. He had ascended 5 levels in just 2 days. Soon, a few keen-eyed professionals noted this detail, and shock rippled through the crowd, their gazes filled with unspoken envy. Truly, as a scion of the Northern Kingdom's royal lineage, his foundation was formidable. In merely 2 days, he had traversed a path that would typically take an ordinary person several months. Such a rate of progression is nothing short of terrifying. For an ordinary individual, merely grinding to level up is an inconceivable endeavor. Amidst the astonishment, Gu Chen's expression remained largely unchanged. Leveling up 5 times in 2 days was merely par for the course. Moreover, levels are but a superficial measure. True geniuses can engage in combat beyond their rank. Upon reaching level 25, Gu Xi displayed an air of superiority as if proclaiming himself the unrivaled champion, an epitome of hubris that could be succinctly summarized. Those who boast the fiercest bravado often attract the most severe repercussions. As Gu Xi entered the venue, his sharp gaze swept the surroundings, quickly locating Gu Chen. In the next moment, a frigid glint flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, upon Gu Xi's entrance, the lauded Luo Tianhong swiftly approached him. Gu Xi, congratulations on successfully contracting an epic dragon. It seems you will dominate the year-end assessments at the Capital Academy, Luo Tianhong greeted him. Brother Tianhong, you flatter me. I am still unfamiliar with some skills of the Dragon Knight. It is not as exaggerated as you claim. Gu Xi humbly downplayed the situation. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed his demeanor. After exchanging a few words, Luo Tianhong finally steered the conversation back on track. Gu Xi, that individual must be the ineffectual brother you mentioned earlier, right? Luo Tianhong's gaze settled upon Gu Chen. Luo Tianhong and Gu Xi had known each other since childhood. Along with Luo Qingxue, among the younger generation of the northern region, these three were indeed exceptional, often referred to as the Iron Triangle of the North. Indeed, Gu Xi's expression grew solemn as he nodded. You have heard about the incident from the day before yesterday, haven't you? I was merely careless at that moment. A single misstep allowed that country bumpkin to gain the upper hand. Now I have mastered the art of commanding a dragon. Should we cross paths again? While I cannot guarantee an absolute victory, the odds would certainly be in my favor, with a ratio of 9 to 1 in my advantage. Chapter 160. The inability to kill 5 summon beasts were swiftly banned, and Gu Xi's tone exuded an air of disdainful superiority, his gaze haughty and dismissive. It was evident that he had entirely emerged from the shadow of his defeat by Gu Chen. Luo Tianhong nodded, confident in Gu Xi's combat prowess, also sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him. This was the oppressive force of the dragon lineage, a genuine bloodline dragon. Distinctly different from the substandard dragon species commonly found within the confines of Longqing. Gu Xi, I'm aware of your grievances. But you must also be cognizant of the matter concerning Qingxue. I must first ascertain her whereabouts through Gu Chen. So I implore you to temporarily set aside your personal vendetta with him. I am fully aware of that. Even if you hadn't come, I would have compelled him to reveal where Qingxue was taken. Now that you are here, let us prioritize the matter of Qingxue. Thank you then. Luo Tianhong nodded, a confident smile gracing his face. In his eyes, Gu Chen was merely an insignificant figure, unworthy of his time. Were it not for his sister's mysterious disappearance, he would hardly condescend to speak with someone of Gu Chen's ilk. He was a prodigy of the prestigious academy in the capital, and associating with such a lowly individual was a humiliation he could scarcely endure. At that moment, 3 formidable figures entered the arena simultaneously. The foremost among them was a middle-aged man clad in a silver-gray mage's robe, Meng Yanqiu, the Lord of Longqing, a 6th-tier powerhouse and a rare spatial mage. He held complete authority over today's Dragon Palace selection, though his combat strength did not rival that of Gu Qingfeng. His spatial magic was particularly effective in containing the abyss's spread in Longqing. It was rumored that Meng Yanqiu harbored a narrow-minded disposition, harboring grudges and seeking retribution. Offending him could result in lasting repercussions, even if one emerged victorious in the selection. Flanking Meng Yanqiu were the Northern War King Gu Qingfeng and the 5-star General Ling Feng, both wearing cold expressions, their demeanor indifferent. Even an outsider could perceive the palpable tension between the two. Indeed, the animosity was evident. Not only had Ling Feng sustained grave injuries 2 days prior, but their positioning today also revealed much about their allegiances. Gu Qingfeng stood with Gu Xi, while Ling Feng positioned himself alongside Gu Chen. Such a simple arrangement of standing positions clearly indicated their respective stances. The selection is about to commence. All participants, please maintain silence. Irrelevant personnel must vacate the premises immediately. Meng Yanxiu proclaimed, seemingly unfazed by the hostility between the two men beside him. At once, the assembled professionals adopted solemn expressions, readying themselves for the event. Accompanied by Su Xia and others, some quickly exited to the observation area. Moments later, the arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Meng Yanxiu nodded, addressing the more than 200 second-tier professionals present. 2 rules. First, no killing. Second, falling means elimination. As his words echoed, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon the assembly. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chen's eyes. His 4-dimensional attributes far surpassed those of his peers. And he felt no discomfort, merely a slight heaviness in his body compared to before. In a similar state were Gu Xi, Luo Tianhong, and a select few among the elite talents. However, the experience was markedly different for other practitioners. The majority of them were bent under the weight of the oppressive force the moment it descended. Some displayed expressions of struggle, their legs quaking uncontrollably, suffering painfully beneath the invisible pressure. Meng Yanxiu observed everything without concern. The intensity of the pressure within the arena would continuously escalate over time. Currently set at a level of 1, automatically increasing in difficulty every minute, with no upper limit. Now, I declare the selection process officially commenced. As the words resonated, the arena erupted into a fervor. Most believed the intensity of the pressure was constant, unaware that it would gradually intensify, without bounds. Who could endure such a trial? Nevertheless, some soon grasped the rationale behind the increasing intensity. It was merely to expedite the pace of battle. Thus, the swift elimination of nearby opponents would conclude the selection at minimal cost. In an instant, combat erupted, with dozens of practitioners launching indiscriminate assaults on the competitors beside them. The rules were simple: no killing, and falling meant elimination. Here, falling did not imply merely collapsing, but rather, failing to rise would result in disqualification. In essence, one had to fight fiercely, yet refrain from delivering fatal blows. The initial assailants gained the upper hand, swiftly eliminating more than 10 practitioners. Most were knocked unconscious before they could react, while a few sustained grievous injuries and fell incapacitated. In this non-lethal combat scenario, 4 of Gu Chen's 5 summoned beasts were promptly banned. The Vampire Lord, the Chaos Primordial Spirit, and the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle were self-explanatory. Even the least combat-oriented of his summons, the Undying Magic Statue, could inadvertently slay a second-tier practitioner with a careless strike. After fending off several attackers, a figure suddenly appeared before Gu Chen. The aura of a peak second-tier practitioner swept outward, instantly repelling a dozen charging combatants and clearing a space around Gu Chen. Luo Tianhong approached with an aggressive demeanor. Gu Chen, reveal my sister's whereabouts at once, or I shall render you incapacitated today. Gu Chen responded with detachment. If you possess the ability, feel free to try. Explanation proved futile. Gu Chen was disinclined to elaborate. When words fail to bridge the gap, engaging in combat becomes the most effective means of resolution. You have brought this upon yourself, Luo Tianhong sneered, a powerful mental wave surging from his being, unleashing an invisible energy towards Gu Chen. Mental Storm. This was a unique skill of the mentalist, directly attacking the adversary's mental consciousness. Any opponent with a mental attribute lower than that of the caster would be instantly disoriented, losing their capacity to fight. The greatest weapon of a summoner is the summoned beast. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of such a creature, he directly unleashed Mental Storm to incapacitate Gu Chen. Once Gu Chen's combat capability was diminished, he intended to employ mental control to enslave him, thus gaining complete dominion over his consciousness. At this moment, Luo Tianhong was resolute in his objective. Mental attacks, with their enigmatic and unpredictable nature, are far more challenging to withstand than physical or magical assaults. Unless Gu Chen's mental attributes significantly surpassed his own, he would undoubtedly be severely injured by Mental Storm, leading to a loss of combat ability. However, given the 4-level disparity between them, how could Gu Chen's mental attributes possibly exceed his? In a scenario where strength is forced upon weakness and strategy is employed against the unsuspecting, Luo Tianhong found no conceivable possibility of defeat. Chapter 161. With individuals of your caliber, I could easily suppress you with a mere hand. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Tianhong's expression froze. He witnessed Gu Chen stepping forward, defiantly braving the onslaught of his Mental Storm. Just as Gu Chen burst forth, a suit of black armor enveloped him from head to toe. Symbiotic link activated. A powerful aura radiated from him, enhancing all attributes by 150. Effortlessly shattering the rampant Mental Storm. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen appeared before Luo Tianhong, gazing upon the imposing figure clad in heavy armor. Luo Tianhong's eyes brimmed with intense disbelief. How could a level 25 summoner possibly breach my skill? Why is this happening? However, he had no time for contemplation, as a sharp pain erupted in his cheek, and he was sent sprawling by an overwhelming force. Gu Chen, standing tall amidst the chaos, revealed a pair of icy eyes beneath the shadow of his helmet. Mentalist? A worthless trifle. Luo Tianhong tumbled on the ground, struggling to rise, half of his face already swollen and bruised. Upon hearing Gu Chen's disdainful tone, his fury surged uncontrollably. Gu Chen, you are merely an ordinary profession. What right do you have to insult me? Luo Tianhong's anger reached a boiling point, shocked that a single misstep had led to such public humiliation. Born into a wealthy family and recognized as the top scholar of the northern region, he was a notable figure even in the prestigious academy of the capital. Now, a worthless summoner dared to publicly scorn him, an affront of monumental proportions. His eyes blazed with rage. Every word and action of Gu Chen trampled upon his noble pride. In his lifetime, he had never endured such humiliation. Gu Chen's cold laughter pierced the air, his voice emanating from beneath the frigid armor. You should be grateful I am merely an ordinary profession. Otherwise, given your qualifications, you wouldn't even deserve to stand before me. If I can send you flying, I could just as easily crush your skull with a single strike. If not for the constraints of the rules, you would already be dead. Individuals like you are even inferior to that useless Gu Ci. As Gu Chen's words hung in the air, the surrounding practitioners were awestruck. How audacious. Among the many second-tier practitioners present, the most promising candidates for victory were the Dragon Knight Gu Ci and the mentalist Luo Tianhong. One commanded dragons to unleash unimaginable damage, while the other wielded unpredictable mental assaults. Ordinary individuals wouldn't dare to offend either, yet Gu Chen had the audacity to provoke both at once. Did he not fear their alliance? Luo Tianhong's face contorted with rage, his inner fury boiling to the surface. Brother Tianhong, stay calm. He is deliberately trying to provoke you. Gu Ci hurriedly interjected, recognizing that Luo Tianhong was already on edge. If he fought Gu Chen in such a state, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Luo Tianhong, once the top scholar of the northern region, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, despite his overwhelming anger, managed to suppress the flames of fury within him at Gu Ci's gentle admonition. The furious gaze suddenly radiated an icy glare, fixated intently on Gu Chen, as if he intended to devour him whole. Gu Ci stood beside Luo Tianhong, observing Gu Chen's figure, and coldly commanded, enough of this nonsense. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Only the weak resort to such trivial antics. Gu Chen sneered, pointing disdainfully at the two, his tone laced with contempt. A waste of space. And one even less than that. You two are utterly unworthy to confront me. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, I could eliminate you as easily as one would a chicken. Arrogance. Utterly insufferable. Feeling the hubris and disdain in Gu Chen's words, a surge of anger erupted within Gu Ci. This was sheer audacity. Did Gu Chen truly believe that no one could rein him in after his repeated boasts? A murderous intent welled up in Gu Ci's heart, and he instinctively glanced at Luo Tianhong. The latter seemed to sense this, turning to meet his gaze. In that moment, a sharp glimmer of cold light ignited in their eyes. Gu Chen merely chuckled, unfazed. What, do you wish to join forces? You are but two wastes, even united. You are no match for me. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. How could a mere second-tier practitioner utter such words? Gu Ci and Luo Tianhong were renowned prodigies of the northern region. Who had granted him such audacity? One might mistake him for a deity, given his audacity. To face two opponents with such disdain was an affront that was almost unbearable. Those nearby felt their pride wounded simply by listening, let alone Gu Ci and Luo Tianhong, whose lofty aspirations were being trampled upon. On the main stage, Gu Qingfeng observed Gu Chen's conduct with a complex expression. In the first month after reclaiming Gu Chen, he had perceived weakness, insecurity, and a submissive demeanor devoid of independent thought. This was a far cry from the son he had envisioned, leading him to regard Gu Chen with disdain. However, today, the Gu Chen before him appeared transformed. He was still Gu Chen, yet all traces of his previous shortcomings had vanished. He had become confident, resolute, and even from afar, one could sense the overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him. This was the son he had always dreamed of, yet his son no longer acknowledged him. Had he been mistaken all along? At that moment, Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow deeply. Within the arena, sensing the extreme contempt in Gu Chen's tone, Luo Tianhong spoke icily. Do you understand the cost of humiliating me? Gu Chen? Gu Chen snorted dismissively, his voice dripping with arrogance. Spare me the chatter. With a single hand, I can utterly subdue the likes of you. Come at me. I grant you this one opportunity. With that, Gu Chen placed one hand behind his back, standing defiantly in the void, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Such arrogance. Utterly insufferable. If Gu Chen's previous behavior had merely been words, now he demonstrated through action the truth of his claims. Two worthless individuals, you may as well join forces. For it is merely a trifling matter. This is your own declaration. Today, I shall make you pay for your arrogance. The murderous intent in Gu Si's eyes was palpable, as he could hardly believe that Gu Chen dared to treat him with such disdain. Luo Tianhong was similarly consumed by bloodlust. He had never endured such humiliation before the geniuses of the prestigious academy in the capital. How could it be that a nameless figure like Gu Chen would dare to provoke him? Two formidable auras emanated from them, compelling the surrounding practitioners to retreat in haste. Gu Chen extended his hand, and from the gauntlet of his chaotic demonic armor, a massive black axe swiftly materialized. The blade was broad and unsharpened. However, after refining over 100 pieces of equipment and elevating it with experience elixirs, the attributes of the chaotic demonic armor had reached an astonishing level. What is this? Equipment? Or merely an effect? Gu Qingfeng's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Chen's chaotic demonic armor, internally astonished. He could sense that even without a sharpened blade, the ominous aura emanating from the black axe far surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier weapon. At that moment, Luo Tianhong and Gu Si's expressions shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by an astonishing aura that surged from Gu Chen. No, how could he possess such overwhelming presence? Luo Tianhong was taken aback, raising his hand to cast a mental torture, attempting to immobilize Gu Chen. Yet, under the 150 increase in all attributes, the damage and effects of mental torture were negligible against Gu Chen. In the next instant, a colossal black axe descended from above, filling his entire field of vision. Bang! Darkness enveloped him as the broad blade struck Luo Tianhong. He let out a pained cry, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, countless bones undoubtedly broken. Gu Chen stood where Luo Tianhong had previously occupied, wearing an expression of nonchalance. With just a single strike, he had demonstrated an absolute superiority. The top scholar of the northern region, a prodigy? Merely a clumsy fool. Chapter 162. How dare you play with the precasting? Is this your first day in actual combat? How is this possible? How did he achieve this? Gu Si's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes betraying an astonishment that was difficult to contain. Such power, such speed, could this truly be the prowess of a second-tier summoner? Impossible. Even a third-tier warrior could not unleash such might. Under the terrifying pressure, a previously unseen ferocity erupted from within Gu Si. A radiant projection of dragon scales suddenly blossomed at his brow, and shortly thereafter, his pupils transformed into a striking amber hue. As a formidable aura surged forth from his being, dragon's blood boiling, this was the signature skill of the Dragon Knight. Akin to the dragon's blood boiling of the dark hunter dragon turtle, both igniting the dragon blood within to enhance one's own strength. Though Gu Si bore no dragon bloodline, he had received the blessing of the dragon god, enabling him to experience a significant power surge under this skill. Gu Chen, today I shall surely redeem my prior disgrace. With a thunderous roar, Gu Si's voice seemed to resonate with a hint of dragon's chant. As his aura reached its pinnacle, the atmosphere became utterly electrified. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. Gu Si had forged a pact with an epic-level dragon. Was there any room for doubt? To us, dragons are elusive and rare. Yet to the royal family, they are akin to mere pets. How terrifying it was, just a single skill unleashed such ferocity. If he were to command a dragon in battle, what would that entail? It seemed Gu Chen was destined to lose. After all, he was merely a summoner. How could he possibly contend with a dragon knight wielding a dragon's might? The crowd murmured, expressing their sympathy for Gu Chen. Prior to this, he had displayed combat prowess that far surpassed that of his brother, known as the pride of the northern regions. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Si had suddenly gained the support of a dragon, allowing him to manifest the true strength of a dragon knight. The dragon's aura emanating from him was enough to send shivers down the spine, even from a distance of several meters. Roar. The roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the vicinity, sending visible sound waves radiating outward. Gu Si brandished a dragon-patterned spear, a translucent dragon phantom coalescing behind him. As an unprecedented ferocity erupted from the spear. Eternal Dragon Spear. This was a decisive strike. The longer the charge, the more devastating the damage. If he could amass sufficient power, he was confident that a single blow would render Gu Chen incapable of further combat. However, in the next instant, Gu Chen's figure abruptly vanished from his sight. Then, a subtle rush of wind sounded from behind him. You dare to play with precasting in a 1v1? Is this your first day in actual combat? Gu Chen had somehow appeared behind him, swinging a colossal axe with the force of splitting mountains. Gu Si's eyelids twitched as the dragon phantom surged into the spear, causing the air to quiver, and the spear erupted with astonishing might, transforming into countless spear-like phantoms that pierced toward Gu Chen. Bang! A thunderous explosion ensued. The black giant axe, imbued with terrifying strength, shattered the multitude of spear phantoms that had surged forth. Break for me. Gu Chen advanced, once more wielding the colossal axe as if to cleave the heavens, mercilessly striking at Gu Xi. In response, an overwhelming aura of a dragon erupted from Gu Xi, and a deep blue spectral image of dragon scales materialized, instantly solidifying into a massive shield of dragon scales that stood resolutely before him. The Dragon Rider's guardian shield resembled the body of a genuine dragon, immensely thick, akin to a towering fortress wall, providing Gu Xi with formidable protection. The black axe crashed against the dragon scale shield, merely leaving a multitude of menacing fissures on its surface, failing to inflict any harm upon Gu Xi whatsoever. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Chen's eyes. This skill of Gu Xi's had managed to thwart his assault? It was worth noting that Gu Chen's attributes were already comparable to those of a fourth-tier practitioner, and under the effects of the symbiotic alliance skill, he had gained a staggering 150 enhancement. With his current combat prowess, even an ordinary fifth-tier practitioner would struggle to withstand his might. Yet, this full-force strike could not breach Gu Xi's defenses. The Dragon Knight, bolstered by the might of the dragon, was indeed extraordinary. However, this was merely the beginning of the end. It was but an extraordinarily resilient shell, and to think it could turn the tide was a folly of the highest order. No matter the circumstances, Gu Xi was destined to face defeat today. With a swift motion, the effect of the intermediary cloak activated, and Gu Xi was immediately afflicted with the utter fatigue debuff. All attributes were reduced by 50, while damage taken was increased by 100. In the next moment, the dragon scale shield, akin to a castle wall, rapidly dimmed, the once solid dragon scales becoming ephemeral, shrinking to half their original size in an instant. What was happening? Sensing the abnormal state within himself, Gu Xi's expression shifted to one of alarm. Yet, the shock did not linger long, for a far more terrifying occurrence transpired. The moment the negative effect manifested, the talent, unyielding, was triggered. Any target within 10 meters of Gu Chen experienced a 50 enhancement of negative effects. In an instant, Gu Xi's attributes crumbled anew, his momentum plummeting, causing the range of Dragon Rider's guardian to diminish once more by half. This spectacle drew gasps from the onlookers. What skill was this? Upon the main stage, Gu Qifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Chen had executed a flawless synergy of talent and skill, yielding an effect so terrifying that even he was left speechless. In his perception, the once victorious Gu Xi now resembled a flickering candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. Such unparalleled debilitating capability was beyond the reach of even the most elite sorcerers of the Divine Xia Empire. How could it be that Xi was on the verge of defeat? Gu Qifeng shook his head slightly, his countenance a mixture of emotions. In that moment, he realized with clarity that even if Gu Xi summoned the Great Dragon, he would still be unable to contend with Gu Chen. The chasm between these two was irreparably vast. Once more raising the colossal axe, Gu Chen swung forward, unleashing a surging gale that shattered the dragon scale shield, sending Gu Xi hurtling several meters away. With a cough, Gu Xi expelled a mouthful of blood, tumbling backward to the ground. Disregarding the fractured bones that ached within him, he instinctively lifted his gaze towards Gu Chen, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. How could he be so formidable? Gu Xi's countenance resembled that of ashen despair. At this moment, he felt as though he was but a laughingstock. The brother he once deemed worthless now effortlessly crushed all his pride with a mere hand. The defeat was utterly devastating. In a head-to-head confrontation, with every ounce of his strength exerted, he still succumbed. Although he had yet to master the art of battling with the dragon, Gu Chen had not summoned any beasts either. The contest was fair and just, devoid of any semblance of favoritism. At this moment, Luo Tianhong, who had been struck away by Gu Chen's axe, had nearly restored his injuries through a healing scroll. Witnessing Gu Xi's plight, a fierce rage ignited within him. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of mental energy surged forth from his being. Gu Xi, rally yourself. We cannot afford to lose this battle today. Chapter 163, crushing two great talents, an invincible stance with a thunderous roar, Luo Tianhong surged forward, his face ablaze with intense fury. Right from the outset, he was struck by a fierce axe blow that sent him careening away, leaving him severely weakened. Having not even been grazed by Gu Chen, his body suffered the fracture of over a dozen bones. Were it not for the several high-level healing scrolls he carried, he would still be lying on the ground, consumed by humiliation. The sound of Luo Tianhong's shout resonated with an invigorating force, jolting Gu Xi from his momentary defeat. He turned, locking eyes with Gu Chen, his gaze sharp and suffused with murderous intent. I absolutely cannot lose. Gu Chen, today I must end your life. As the words fell, the dragon scale mark on his forehead radiated a magnificent dragon's might. A fierce aura erupted from within him. However, Gu Chen's speed was astonishingly swift. Just as Gu Xi regained his composure, he saw a flicker of movement, and Gu Chen stood directly before him. Kill me? What audacity, Gu Chen smirked. A hint of derision gracing his lips. Is that based on your status as the disgrace of the northern region? You are courting death, Gu Xi bellowed. Just based on my resolve. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from the side. Luo Tianhong, enveloped in a ghostly azure glow, wielded a staff that pulsed with formidable energy. A tempestuous wave of energy surged from his body, as the energy crystal atop the staff conjured a colossal mental array that hovered in the air. Spiritual judgment, a powerful intent locked onto Gu Chen, and in the next moment, dozens of ethereal mental chains shot forth from the array like lightning, pursuing Gu Chen relentlessly. This was the pinnacle of Luo Tianhong's current offensive skills. The soul chains unleashed by the array inflicted tremendous damage upon piercing the target and ensnared their very essence. The confinement would last for 8 seconds, during which the target would be entranced, stripped of their ability to resist, and suffer a loss of 10% of their maximum health each second. Thus, being struck by this skill effectively heralded the conclusion of the battle. As the mental chains flashed towards him, Gu Chen acted without hesitation, summoning 2 substitute dolls to shield him. One doll could absorb 3,000 damage, while the other could withstand 5,000, both spoils from previous ventures into the abyss or dungeons. In the blink of an eye, the mental chains pierced through the substitute dolls with lightning speed, resulting in catastrophic damage and rendering both items useless. Following this, a multitude of mental chains closed in. Gu Chen darted forward, evading the onslaught of chains, and in an instant, he appeared before Luo Tianhong. You seek death, Luo Tianhong roared. Conjuring mental chains that materialized from thin air, aimed at Gu Chen with lethal intent. Rather than retaliate, Gu Chen summoned the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle before Luo Tianhong. As it emerged, its spiked carapace positioned itself protectively in front of Gu Chen. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the once impenetrable armor was pierced by the mental chain. It is not a physical penetration, but rather an illusory visual effect. Immediately, the overwhelming mental damage erupted from the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle, which let out a painful cry as its health rapidly declined. Almost as soon as the dragon turtle's vitality diminished, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from Luo Tianhong. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle's retaliatory talent was no trifling matter. Under the influence of a one-fold retaliatory ability, Luo Tianhong's mental judgment not only struck the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle but also landed squarely upon himself. Subsequently, the mental array that had released mental judgment in the void collapsed instantaneously, causing the numerous mental chains that failed to catch up with the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle to dissipate in the blink of an eye. Both parties swiftly fell into a state of confinement, losing their combat capabilities as their health plummeted. Gu Chen called back the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle and was about to surge forward when he heard a thunderous roar from beside him. Gu Xi. Surrounded by a radiant golden light, Dragonfall as Heavenly Fury, all attributes increased by 50, with a 70 damage reduction, unleashing a pulse of dragon breath from the dragon spear that descends from the heavens, inflicting sustained high damage on the target. Dazzling brilliance erupted from him as 2 energy dragon wings, resembling black crystals, suddenly unfurled from his back, soaring into the sky and distancing himself from Gu Chen. At the moment his attributes surged, Gu Xi's spear emitted a blinding glow, locking Gu Chen within a golden zone. Then, the spear lunged fiercely downward toward Gu Chen, releasing a surging energy pulse akin to a pillar. The powerful airflow whistled past Gu Chen's ears, but his gaze remained contemptuous, dismissing the impending strike entirely. Too feeble. Under the effects of the chaotic magic armor skills, Gu Chen's attributes received a staggering 150 enhancement, compounded by the negative effects of utter fatigue. All these conditions combined granted him an overwhelming advantage. He raised his head to meet the descending dragon breath pulse, swinging his gigantic axe skyward. The black axe swelled in the wind, its blade sharpening to an extreme as it cleaved toward the oncoming pulse. Boom. The dragon breath pulse was split in two, with torrents of energy rippling outward, causing several innocent practitioners to be caught in the backlash and eliminated instantly. Gu Chen, wielding the black axe, surged against the dragon breath pulse, charging toward Gu Xi with the force of creation. The scene before everyone was one of sheer astonishment. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Gu Chen actually withstood the skill and charged forth? How ferocious. Isn't he a summoner? Why does he resemble a warrior so bizarrely? What is this? Who said that magic classes cannot engage in close combat? To hold his ground against 2 of the northern region's prodigies single-handedly, and not falter, this is no genius. It is a monster, undoubtedly a prodigy. Alas, if he had received the training of the northern region's war king from a young age, his current achievements would be unimaginable. In midair, Gu Chen ascended with the force of creation, tearing through the dragon breath pulse emitted by Dragonfall as Heavenly Fury, and appeared before Gu Xi. No, it cannot be. Gu Xi's eyelids twitched, his face as pale as death, as he gazed in disbelief at the rapidly enlarging black giant axe before him. Bang! With but a single strike, Gu Xi's armor shattered, revealing gaping wounds that exposed his very bones. Blood spilling from his mouth and nose as his body plummeted to the ground. Facing two foes, the onslaught of both adversaries disintegrated in the blink of an eye. The recent spectacle truly demonstrated to all what it meant to embody invincibility. Gu Chen stood suspended in the air, casting a scornful glance at the figures below. You two worthless beings dare to call yourselves geniuses of the Northern Realm? One hails from a wealthy lineage, the other from royal descent. Yet after squandering such vast resources and wealth, you remain this feeble? It is not my intention to belittle you. But had the resources wasted on you been invested in a mere pig, it would undoubtedly surpass your capabilities. Chapter 164. You have merely acquired a qualification that was defeated by me under the acerbic words of Gu Chen. Gu Xi and Luo Tianhong erupted with fury. Damn it. I will kill you. Gu Xi bellowed, disregarding his injuries as he charged forward with a spear. Simultaneously, Luo Tianhong broke free from the 8-second confinement, with only about 20 of his health remaining. Yet, he paid little heed to his dwindling vitality and, as soon as he regained his ability to act, unleashed a mental prison directed at Gu Chen. A surge of mental energy abruptly invaded Gu Chen's consciousness, attempting to ensnare him in place. Gu Chen turned his gaze, his eyes filled with disdain. His primary attribute was spirit, which, augmented by the chaotic demonic armor, had nearly reached 1,500 points, 3 times that of Luo Tianhong's. Given such a vast disparity in attributes, the impact of the mental prison skill on him was negligible. Almost immediately after the mental prison was cast upon him, Gu Xi approached, his spear enveloped in a phantom of an enraged dragon, exuding unmatched might. Just as everyone anticipated that Gu Chen would suffer a grievous blow, a resounding crash echoed as Gu Chen effortlessly shattered the dragon phantom with a single slap. Before Gu Xi could react in shock, Gu Chen reappeared before him. I have said it before, as long as I am here, you will forever live in my shadow, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than the black giant axe in Gu Chen's hand transformed into a heavy hammer, descending without hesitation. Boom! A wave of excruciating pain surged through Gu Xi, as if his very bones had come unhinged. Even though the Dragon War Knight excelled in strength and physique, he could not withstand such a straightforward blow. His body was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding train, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Gu Chen showed no mercy. With a swift step, he left behind a fleeting shadow. The heavy hammer, transformed from the chaotic demonic armor, swelled in the wind, expanding to the size of a car in an instant and crashing down upon Gu Xi with the force of a mountain. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed. Gu Xi had already lost the ability to resist, yet Gu Chen not only showed no signs of restraint, but escalated his assault. With a cold snort, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and a radiant holy sword projection shot forth, blocking in front of Gu Xi. Boom! The holy sword projection erupted in a dazzling light, unleashing a terrifying might that pierced the heavens, severing the descending black giant hammer. Gu Chen, caught off guard by this turn of events, had no time to react and was swiftly hurled away by the residual force of the sword strike. Damn it, he cursed, as he was propelled 10 meters away before managing to stabilize himself. Thanks to the protection of the chaotic demonic armor and the fact that Gu Qingfeng's strike was not aimed specifically at him, he sustained no significant injuries. However, the chaotic demonic armor was in dire straits. First, his very essence was cleaved asunder by the radiant blade of the holy sword, followed by an indiscriminate onslaught of sword energy, leaving his vitality reduced to just over half. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen promptly produced a healing potion to apply to the berserk demon armor. The advanced healing potion took effect, and his health began to visibly and steadily recover. Simultaneously, he turned his gaze towards Gu Qingfeng, who stood upon the main stage, a fierce anger surging within his eyes. During the second-tier vocational selection, how dare you, the War King of the Northern Region, intervene? Have you lost your dignity? Have you aged to the point of living like a dog? On the other side, Luo Tianhong, upon witnessing Gu Chen retrieve the healing potion, could not suppress a glimmer of delight upon his visage. The War King of the Northern Region intervening could not be merely coincidental. Surely Gu Chen had sustained significant injuries. How fortuitous. I shall seize the opportunity to take your life. In a fleeting thought, Luo Tianhong unleashed another mental storm aimed directly at Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Chen was seething with rage, and upon seeing this fool approach with reckless abandon, his fury flared even more. Damn it, if I cannot slay Gu Xi, can I not deal with you? Gu Xi has Gu Qifeng backing him. Who, pray tell, is supporting you? Luo Tianhong? Die. In that instant when the mental storm was upon him, Gu Chen propelled himself forward, activating the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise's shattering impact to collide with it. Boom. The ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web, and the raging mental storm was instantly thrown into disarray. With unyielding momentum, Gu Chen accelerated, and the berserk demon armor in his grasp transformed into a colossal black spike that extended forward. The air was sliced through, the sharp explosive sound causing a painful reverberation in his eardrums. Bang! Luo Tianhong felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, an excruciating pain pierced through his body. Looking down, he beheld a black spike, thick as an arm, impaling him, having penetrated cleanly through his torso, reducing his health to a critical low. Cough. Luo Tianhong's face turned pale, his pupils quaking, and just as he attempted to speak, fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Gu Chen snorted disdainfully, and the sharp black spike rapidly retracted, transforming into a black gauntlet adorning his hand. Luo Tianhong now bore a ghastly wound, a tunnel of blood visible from front to back, with crimson splattering the ground. Do you see? Even if I grant you a hand, you remain unworthy to be my opponent. Talent is merely the threshold to my door. You may have emerged from the millions in the northern region to stand before me, but it only grants you the privilege of being defeated by my hand. As his words reverberated through the crowd, a cacophony of astonishment ensued. The two prodigies, having risen from millions in the northern region, were merely granted the opportunity to be vanquished by Gu Chen. Such words reeked of arrogance and confidence. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flickered with disbelief. Grappling with the notion that in just over half a month, Gu Chen had matured to such a formidable level. That unparalleled arrogance and pride were precisely the expectations he had originally held for Gu Chen. Thud. Luo Tianhong, overwhelmed by excessive blood loss, could no longer endure the mounting pressure within the arena and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the next instant, a silver light enveloped his form and whisked him away from the scene. Meng Yanxiu had intervened, employing the teleportation spell of a spatial mage to transport Luo Tianhong for treatment. Any further delay could prove fatal. Whether hailing from the northern region or the eastern continent, all were subjects of the divine Xia Empire, and those who reached this juncture were undeniably among the most gifted. To perish in the selection process would represent a significant loss for the empire. After sending Luo Tianhong away, Meng Yanxiu cast a discontented glance at Gu Qifeng beside him. In the selection for second-tier practitioners, must you, the War King of the northern region, meddle? This is Longying City, not your Gubei City. If everyone were to act as you do, what semblance of fairness could the selection process possibly maintain? Chapter 165. The storm and snow weighing down for 18 years. He laughs as the storm seems light as cotton. Luo Tianhong had been eliminated, and Gu Chen's gaze shifted towards Gu Xi, revealing unabashed disdain in his eyes. No matter how inept Luo Tianhong was, he had been exhausted in battle. What about you? A mere wastrel who relies solely on family protection. Dragon Knight? Huh. You might as well remain your father's obedient son. Just as Gu Xi had managed to catch his breath, he was suddenly provoked, his face flushing crimson. Particularly, the remark about being a waste dependent on family ignited an unprecedented sense of humiliation deep within him. As a prominent scion of the Northern Kingdom, had he ever endured such indignity? Gu Chen's actions today had shattered all remnants of his pride. His esteemed identity, profession, and honors had all become mere jokes. Truly a blow to both body and spirit. In that instant, uncontrollable rage flickered across Gu Xi's face, his eyes filled with hatred, radiating a chilling murderous intent. Gu Chen remained unfazed. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Then go ahead and take action. I will kill you. Gu Xi brandished his spear, charging forward once more. Stop. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng's voice resonated from the main platform. Gu Xi, step back. You are no match for him. As those words fell, Gu Xi felt an unbearable humiliation, his heart a tempest of sorrow and fury. Did even his most respected father believe he was inferior to Gu Chen? Gu Qingfeng's statement was akin to publicly shattering whatever little dignity he had left. With eyes ablaze, Gu Xi uttered not a word, once again unleashing the eternal dragon spear towards Gu Chen. Those nearby sensed the palpable murderous aura emanating from Gu Xi, their expressions shifting dramatically. This intensity left no room for mercy. Gu Xi was indeed intent on murder. Was he truly going to kill someone? Such an act would violate the selection rules. But he was a royal scion. What did the rules matter to him? As the chilling murderous intent from Gu Xi enveloped the area, murmurs of discontent arose among the onlookers. Earlier, Gu Qifeng's interference had already sparked dissatisfaction, and now this? Did they truly believe the royal family could act with impunity? At this moment, Gu Qifeng could no longer remain composed. In Gu Chen's hands, Gu Xi appeared as a mere plaything, utterly outmatched, with no glimmer of hope for redemption. This spectacle caused a shadow to darken his expression. To toy with Gu Xi in front of so many was a disgrace to the northern royal family. Enough. Cease this at once. A furious roar erupted from the main platform as a radiant sword light descended, an overwhelming pressure sweeping over the two. Gu Chen felt an immense force crashing down upon him. He swiftly swung his giant axe, but upon mere contact with Gu Xi, he was sent hurtling backward. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in complaints. Are you at it again? Will anyone else even get a chance? Do you really think this dragon city is your northern territory? Stop it. By Lian, Ling Feng could no longer contain himself. A fierce anger erupted from within him. Even if he could not win, he would still fight. The might of the sixth-tier martial saint erupted with a thunderous force as the dazzling golden radiance blossomed from Ling Feng's fists, surging towards Gu Qingfeng. However, Gu Qingfeng merely raised his hand casually, effortlessly forcing Ling Feng to retreat repeatedly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Stop. Meng Yanqiu's expression darkened, and a silvery shimmer, akin to a mirror, materialized between the two, absorbing all offensive momentum and transferring it to another dimension. In an instant, all assaults were nullified. Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed. His intention was merely to prevent the two brothers from turning against each other, not to target Gu Chen. Yet, Ling Feng not only spoke disrespectfully to him but even dared to strike. Anger surged within him as he prepared to teach Ling Feng a lesson when he suddenly felt a heavy hand on his shoulder. Warlord, ultimately. Ling's actions were in defense of Gu Chen. This matter finds you at fault. After a moment of contemplation, the chill in Gu Qingfeng's gaze lessened, and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring Ling Feng's disheveled state. It was indeed rare for Ling Feng to act on behalf of Gu Chen. However, how could he not intervene in such a situation? Could he simply stand by and watch Gu Xi be mercilessly humiliated in front of the crowd? Absolutely not. A measured response was necessary. If the violence continued, it would not merely disgrace Gu Xi, but also tarnish Gu Qingfeng's name and the honor of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. In the arena, the radiance of the holy sword emanated a powerful pressure, forcing the two brothers back before vanishing in an instant. Gu Chen was sent flying more than 10 meters, while Gu Xi fell to the ground in a pitiful state. The onlookers, both contestants and spectators, could no longer remain composed. This was sheer tyranny. Each time Gu Chen appeared close to victory, Gu Qingfeng intervened. What fairness could there be in this selection process? Damn it. We can all be eliminated, yet Gu Xi cannot? The younger son must not lose, while the elder son cannot win. This is blatant favoritism. Is this the behavior of a father? It was no wonder Gu Chen sought to sever ties with the Gu family. Who could endure such a father? Initially, upon hearing of Gu Chen's decision to disassociate himself from Gu Qingfeng, I thought him overly sentimental and rebellious. It seems I owe Gu Chen an apology. Such a disconnection should have occurred long ago. After all, they are of royal blood. Gu Qingfeng's unyielding favoritism towards the younger son would leave Gu Chen with no place in the royal family should he return to the Northern Kingdom. In an instant, the crowd saw through Gu Qingfeng's hypocritical facade. What baffled them even more was that, in terms of talent, combat power, and rank, Gu Chen far surpassed Gu Xi by several folds. Why then did Gu Qingfeng insist on favoring a worthless son? In this world, where strength reigns supreme, did the Northern Kingdom's royal family truly stand for the weak over the strong? Gu Qingfeng's actions were suffocating to contemplate. Regardless of Gu Chen's exceptional qualities, in the end, he would always show preferential treatment towards the younger son, even suppressing the elder son to do so. What kind of upbringing could one endure under such circumstances? Indeed, Gu Chen possesses an extraordinary talent, enabling him to seek a glimmer of hope amidst such adversity, thereby rising with remarkable strength to attain his current accomplishments. Had his aptitude been lesser, he might have succumbed to psychological distortions under such oppression, ultimately becoming a mere shell of a person. Throughout the vast expanse of the divine Xia Empire, which prodigy has not relied upon the foundation of noble families or powerful factions to ascend to the pinnacle of success. Rarely, if ever, do we encounter someone like Gu Chen, who, through sheer determination, shatters records in dungeons and abyssal realms, effortlessly surpassing the greatest talents. As this realization dawns upon the onlookers, their gazes toward Gu Chen are imbued with admiration. Born into royalty yet rising from obscurity, he has never enjoyed the privileges of his lineage, yet he ascends through his own merit, eclipsing even the most gifted scions of noble houses. From this day forth, Gu Chen's name shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the northern realms. For 18 years, the weight of wind and snow bore down upon him, yet he regards them as light as cotton. With no one to support his lofty ambitions, he has forged his own path through the snow to the mountaintop. Chapter 166. Behind this door lies the Dragon Clan. Gu Qingfeng intervened in the battle, merely wishing to prevent his two sons from continuing their conflict. Without any intention of targeting anyone specifically, Consequently, when Gu Chen was forcefully propelled by the radiant pressure of the holy sword, he emerged unscathed. At this moment, he turned to Gu Qifeng, his expression betraying an utter indifference. Now tell me, in what aspect do I fall short of Gu Xi? He has transitioned to the rare profession of Dragon Knight. He has enrolled in the prestigious Academy of the Empire. With that monkey-like visage. How can he possibly compare to me? Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air. Gu Xi rose once more, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. How dare you call me a monkey-faced fool, claiming I am inferior in every way? The overwhelming humiliation had nearly shattered Gu Xi's composure. Gu Chen, you have insulted me to this extent. Today, I shall surely take your life. His voice dripped with murderous intent. Gu Xi could hardly fathom that he, a noble scion of the royal family, had been so deeply humiliated by a mere commoner. From this day forth, how could he possibly establish himself in the Northern Territories? How could he maintain his standing in the Imperial Academy? If he did not make Gu Chen pay for this affront today, he would be condemned to a life of ridicule. He was Gu Qingfeng's son, a princely figure of the Northern royal lineage. Even if he could not best Gu Chen, he could not suffer such a disgrace. Gu Xi raised his spear skyward, and a colossal illusion of a summoning array swiftly materialized. He intended to summon a dragon, unleashing the full might of a dragon knight to deliver the most formidable strike against Gu Chen. However, as the summoning array emerged, a resounding slap met his expectations instead. You insolent wretch, who do you intend to kill? Your elder brother is foolish, but must you follow suit? Gu Qingfeng's face was a mask of fury, his eyes reflecting unrestrained disappointment. He could hardly believe that Gu Xi, whom he had nurtured with such dedication, would utter such treasonous words. You, a royal scion, wish to slay your own brother in public? If such an outrageous act were to occur, not even the Northern War King could preserve Gu Xi's standing within the royal family. Gu Qingfeng's anger flared. How could his two sons be so reckless? Stunned by the blow, Gu Xi felt a surge of profound grievance rising within him. Just as he was about to retort, a cold voice rang in his ears. Do you not find this enough of a disgrace? Get back. In a daze, Gu Xi could only shoot a venomous glare at Gu Chen, constrained by his father's command. Simultaneously, Gu Qingfeng's gaze fell upon Gu Chen. At this juncture, he comprehended fully that no matter what he said, Gu Chen would not return with him. The rift between father and son had become irreparable. As he watched Gu Qifeng and his two sons depart, Gu Chen shook his head slightly, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. With Gu Qifeng present today, he had never found an opportunity to strike. How unfortunate. However, there was no need for haste. After today's confrontation, he had become an indelible nightmare in Gu Xi's heart. The road ahead was long. One day, Gu Xi would regard him with the reverence one affords a deity. At this moment, Meng Yanxiu stepped forward and addressed the gathered contestants. Since Gu Chen has exited, he shall be deemed eliminated, and the selection shall proceed as usual. With his words, order within the venue was promptly restored. However, following the recent commotion, the crowd's perception of Gu Chen had completely reversed. The once admired prodigy from the northern region had utterly fallen from grace. Now subjected to scorn and labeled as the disgrace of the North, a stigma that would be difficult to shake off in the near future. In stark contrast, Gu Chen had earned the respect and recognition of all through his formidable prowess. Father and son at odds, brothers turned adversaries? If he did not act accordingly, he risked being devoured whole within the northern royal family. If self-preservation were a sin, then what remained that could be deemed righteous? Meanwhile, those contestants who remained in the arena wore expressions of bitter amusement, with even the most exceptional talents succumbing to Gu Chen's strength. What hope did they possess of enduring further? Some might argue that giving their all is a mark of respect towards their opponents, yet under these circumstances, persisting would seem somewhat theatrical. After all, Gu Chen's combat prowess had eclipsed everyone present. Who could possibly compare? No, I am already on the brink of defeat, and Gu Chen remains in peak condition. How can I proceed? I can barely stand. Who would dare challenge him? The pressure in the arena escalated, while Gu Chen appeared unfazed, as if unaffected by the mounting intensity. In this competitive atmosphere, they had all been accustomed to being the center of attention in their respective cities, when had it been their turn to play the supporting role. Yet, before Gu Chen, they had been wholly relegated to mere background figures, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Who would willingly seek humiliation? Enough. Reaching this point is commendable in itself. The contestants exchanged wry smiles, gradually vacating the arena. Observing this scene, Meng Yanxiu's stern expression softened slightly. It seemed the outcome was clear in everyone's minds. In light of this, I declare that Gu Chen has emerged victorious in this second-tier professional selection. With that proclamation, Meng Yanxiu turned to Gu Chen, gesturing for him to follow. Gu Chen, come with me. No sooner had he spoken than a silvery light enveloped Gu Chen. In the blink of an eye, both Meng Yanxiu and Gu Chen vanished from the spectator's view. Ling Feng stood rooted in place, satisfaction evident in his gaze. Gu Chen's accomplishments were indeed well-deserved. The thought that this exceptional talent was one he had nurtured made a smile involuntarily curve his lips. A strong general boasts no weak soldiers. Upon returning to the military headquarters with Gu Chen, who could dare claim that Ling Feng was incapable of producing talent? The others gazed toward the spot where Gu Chen had stood, their faces reflecting envy and admiration. To have battled alongside such an extraordinary genius, even in defeat, was far from shameful. Meanwhile, Gu Chen found himself transported to a vast hall, where a grand and imposing black iron door loomed silently before him. Meng Yanxiu gestured towards the imposing, sealed door ahead. Her tone softened slightly. Do you know where this is? Gu Chen glanced at the towering black iron gate, his brow furrowing as he felt an overwhelming, unsettling aura seeping through the cracks of the door. Dragons! Not the mere sub-dragons outside, but the true dragons with pure bloodlines. There could be no mistake. The formidable pressure emanating from a higher echelon of life was certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary otherworldly beings or sub-dragons. Could it be that the dragons themselves lie beyond this door? Gu Chen inquired. Indeed. Step inside. The caliber of dragon you may contract depends solely on your fortune. Meng Yanxiu replied, extending her hand to indicate the entrance. The massive doors slowly creaked open, unleashing a chilling, terrifying aura that enveloped them. Chapter 167. The Secret Dragon Prison. Behind this door lies the prison of Dragon City, the Dragon Prison. Here, all the dragons captured during battles are held captive. Stepping inside, a bloodthirsty and brutal aura descended upon him, as oppressive as the weight of Mount Tai. Even with the enhancements from the chaotic magical armor, he felt a profound tremor that resonated deep within his soul. This pressure did not merely stem from the suppression of levels or combat prowess, but was a constraint of life essence itself, a dominion that only true pure-blood dragons possess. A high-level life form's oppression over those of lower standing. It is no wonder that among the hundreds of second-tier practitioners, only one was chosen. The pressure derived from the essence of life would likely incapacitate any practitioner of lesser strength. Following the signs, Gu Chen arrived at the area where second-tier dragons were imprisoned. Second tier indicates a lower level, not lesser potential. Gu Chen approached, his gaze sweeping over the massive cells, where detailed information about the imprisoned dragons was displayed upon the doors. Species, Golden Scale Dragon. Level, 25. Potential, Rare. Talent, Treasure Perception Rare. Skill, Golden Scale Strike. Rare. Species, Shadow Evil Dragon. Level, 26. Potential, Epic. Talent, Shadow Drain. Epic. Skill, Shadow Pulse. Epic. Species, Azure Holy Dragon. Level, 28. Potential, Legendary. Talent, Holy Dragon Spirit Drain. Legendary. Skill, Azure Holy Fury. Legendary. As Gu Chen traversed the broad corridor of the dragon prison, he moved slowly past each cell, his eyes scanning the dragons within, meticulously reviewing the information on the plaques. With each dragon he observed, his frown deepened. To be frank, the dragons imprisoned in these cells possessed exceptional potential. At a glance, the lowest among them were of rare grade, with a few cells harboring epic-level dragons, and even a select few containing legendary beings. Legendary dragons, if unleashed upon the outside world, would be formidable beasts capable of inciting madness among practitioners. If offered on the practitioner trading platform, they would be regarded as priceless treasures, drawing countless bids regardless of how exorbitant the prices might be. After all, legendary summoning beasts are a rarity. Even the most esteemed summoners of noble lineage begin with rare-grade beasts, advance to epic, and reserve legendary creatures as their most prized possessions. While there are opportunities for summoners to acquire higher-tier beasts, the resources required for their cultivation are immense, rendering it difficult, even for summoners of noble descent, to bear the burden. This is why the summoner profession is lacking in high-tier practitioners. Upon transitioning to a summoner, one immediately gains a summoning slot, with an additional slot granted every 5 levels. For instance, at level 25, Gu Chen already had 5 summoned beasts and an available summoning slot. Individuals of the same rank require merely a single resource to enhance their abilities, whereas a level 25 summoner necessitates resources that are several times greater than those of their peers. Aspiring to elevate oneself while lacking offensive and defensive capabilities poses a dilemma. One cannot simply amass all resources to fortify a single summoned creature, can they? Some summoners resolve from the outset to nurture only 3 or 4 summoned beasts. However, as one ascends in levels and encounters a remarkably qualified exotic creature in battle, will they choose to capture it or not? Or upon discovering an exceedingly rare summoning skill tome in the abyss, will they opt to learn it or forego the opportunity? It is evident that the summoned creatures contracted by a summoner at the first tier are incomparable to those bound at the third tier. They exist in entirely different realms. How could one possibly limit their cultivation to just those initial 3 or 4 summoned creatures? Moreover, with the increase in level and the number of summoned beasts, the resource demands will multiply exponentially. Consequently, legendary summoned creatures are exceedingly rare, and those of mythic caliber are even more elusive. Observing several legendary dragons before him, Chen felt both satisfaction and discontent. The satisfaction stemmed from the rarity of legendary dragons. Capturing one would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. However, his dissatisfaction arose from the fact that, for him, legendary creatures were not as uncommon as they seemed. He still possessed an unutilized royal bloodline, which meant that even if he were to contract a rare dragon, he could elevate it to legendary status through this royal lineage. Thus, ordinary legendary dragons appeared somewhat lacking in allure to him. Within the confines of the dragon prison, few dragons captured his interest. Leading Chen to return to the entrance of the dragon prison, Meng Yanxiu awaited him at the entrance, and upon seeing Chen's return, a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. Why have you come back? The second-tier dragons here would be priceless treasures in the outside world. Aren't you going to take a closer look? Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the presence of several legendary dragons among them. However, he voiced a lingering question. When I first entered the dragon prison, from which dragon did I perceive that overwhelming life pressure? Upon hearing Chen's words, Meng Yanxiu regarded him with a peculiar expression, acknowledging his keen perception. However, you may be disappointed. He summoned a portal and led Chen through it. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived in a vast hall. The hall was enveloped in silence, dimly lit, and upon entering, Chen felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from a higher life form. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal figure, exuding a heavy aura. Coiled in the center of the hall, encased behind a series of energy barriers. This was a dragon whose life was drawing to a close. Its broken body marred by vicious scars, with shattered and missing scales, and its wings were tragically incomplete. The sudden arrival of the two seemed to have captured its attention, as it opened its murky eyes and let out a deep, resonant roar. Humans, do not harbor delusions. Even in death, I shall not submit to you. The voice was interwoven with sorrow and fury, as fragments of internal organs were expelled with the roar. The dragon kin are a proud race, and the mightier the dragon, the more difficult it is to subjugate them. The vast majority of dragons would rather embrace death than yield to humanity. Chen paid no heed to the giant dragon's defiance. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the plaque in the corner of the grand hall. Race, End of Days Demon Dragon, Level, 65 Qualities, Mythical, Talents, Power of Ruin, Mythical, Counterattack and Desperation, Mythical. Skills, Judgment of the Demon Dragon, Mythical. Cataclysmic Annihilation, Mythical. Mythical Grade. Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Initially, upon sensing that overwhelming life force, he had merely entertained doubts, never anticipating the presence of a truly mythical dragon. Indeed, Meng Yanxiu nodded, his expression one of regret. It was unfortunate that this mythical dragon had already suffered grievous wounds to its essence and would not survive for long. Chapter 168. I would rather it live humbly. The essence was wounded, and even the most advanced life restoration elixir could not heal it. For this end-of-era dragon, unless it could acquire mythic-level healing materials, its life would gradually fade like a candle flickering in the wind. Was this damage to its essence sustained in battle? A glimmer of curiosity appeared in Chen's eyes. What level of power could inflict such harm upon a 6th-tier mythic dragon? No, look closely. Meng Yanxiu shook his head. Chen focused intently, and in the dim light of the great hall, he discerned a frail young dragon nestled beside the giant beast. The young dragon was diminutive, approximately 1 meter in length, and its once vibrant scales now appeared dull and cracked, stained with blood. Its breath was rapid and feeble, each gasp seemingly exhausting all its strength. Its soft, powerless claws scraped against the cold floor, trying to grasp something, but only leaving shallow marks on the ground. What has happened to that young dragon? A look of astonishment ignited in Chen's eyes. Due to the layers of barriers separating them, he could not sense the young dragon's condition. Meng Yanxiu shook his head and explained, this young dragon faced a calamity during its birth, nearly perishing. To extend its life, the dragon mother chose to sacrifice herself, channeling her essence to sustain it. Now, while the young dragon has barely survived, its potential has plummeted to the epic tier, and the dragon mother, having sustained damage to her essence, has little time left. The disparity between a mythic dragon's potential and that of an epic one was akin to the heavens and the earth. To sacrifice oneself for the sake of a youngling, such as the bond of blood? Chen nodded, moved by the sentiment. Had the dragon mother abandoned her ailing offspring from the outset, how could such a majestic mythic sovereign have descended to this tragic state? Even beings of other races exhibit parental affection, willing to sacrifice their lives for their progeny, while some individuals live in a manner lesser than that of these creatures. It was simply laughable and tragic. Meng Yanxiu nodded, acknowledging that the two dragons had little time remaining. Let us not intrude. It is best to allow them their moments. With that, he turned towards a nearby portal. Wait, Gu Chen suddenly interjected, stepping forward to the edge of the barrier. He gazed into the immense amber eyes of the End-of-Era dragon and calmly stated, "Perhaps I possess a solution." The End-of-Era dragon showed no reaction, a flicker of disdain passing through its colossal gaze. Overestimating oneself. The young dragon was inherently frail. Even this 6th-tier mythic dragon could only extend its life through self-sacrifice. What could a mere 2nd-tier human possibly do? Gu Chenyu. Meng Yanxiu attempted to dissuade him, but as he uttered a few words, he witnessed Gu Chen extend his hand, grasping at the air. In an instant, a dark crimson network of veins materialized above his palm. In that moment, a chilling surge of bloodline power radiated from it. Dark bloodline, royal blood. Within this moment lies a potent lineage capable of propelling an ordinary creature into the realm of legendary dark beings. Even if it were to suffer a wound to its essence, it could be reborn anew. Beside him, Meng Jinxiu's expression shifted dramatically as a 6th-tier practitioner. He could distinctly sense the astonishing power of bloodline energy emanating from the orb of energy in Gu Chen's grasp. Though uncertain of the nature of the object Gu Chen held, he was resolute in his belief that it was no ordinary artifact. Initially assuming Gu Chen was merely toying with illusions, he was taken aback to discover the sincerity of his endeavor. Suddenly, the end-of-days dragon's murky gaze sharpened, as if sensing the overwhelming aura of royal bloodline it emitted. Its enormous pupils fixated intently on the intertwining luminous veins in Gu Chen's hand, revealing an unprecedented astonishment in its depths. "Human, what is it that you hold?" The end-of-days dragon rasped. "Does the power of bloodline serve you?" Gu Chen unabashedly displayed the luminous veins before the dragon. Upon absorbing the rich essence of bloodline energy, the dragon's eyes flared with fervent hope. It abruptly rose from the ground, its head, as massive as a hill, leaning towards Gu Chen, fixated on the palm of his hand. After a prolonged silence, the dragon bowed its head, revealing a pleading glimmer in its eyes. "Human, could you bestow this bloodline power upon my offspring?" The scene before Meng Yanxiu left him utterly astounded. This once indomitable 6th-tier mythic dragon now lowered its head in humble supplication to a mere 2nd-tier human. Should this incident become known, it would undoubtedly astonish countless souls. Gu Chen's gaze flickered, and he spoke. "This young dragon is inherently flawed, even if revived. Its potential for growth will never match that of its kin. The sole opportunity lies before you. Will you not save yourself?" The end-of-days dragon's voice was hoarse as it replied, "This is my child. I cannot bear to watch it perish before my very eyes. Human, I implore you, allow my offspring to become your summoned beast and grant it the bloodline power." The dragon was acutely aware that neither humans nor dragons would offer unconditional kindness. Becoming Gu Chen's summoned beast was the young dragon's only chance for survival. Upon hearing this, a mix of shock and joy washed over Meng Yanxiu's face. Just moments prior, the end-of-days dragon had been unyielding, yet now it humbly beseeched Gu Chen to contract with its young. "My child has yet to open its eyes to this world. It carries the bloodline of the end-of-days dragon and is a born sovereign, destined not to perish so easily. Are dragons not inherently proud? You once refused to bow to humans, even in death. Why now allow your young to become my summoned beast? I may die, but my child must not. I would rather it live." Humbly, Gu Chen's demeanor shifted, momentarily engulfed in silence. Rationality dictated that contracting an inherently flawed epic young dragon did not align with his expectations for his 6th summoned beast. This is the Dragon Abyss, where he could easily step out of this grand hall and forge a new pact with a legendary dragon. Yet, in certain circumstances, one often fails to act with reason. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." After a brief silence, Gu Chen softly uttered these words, ultimately arriving at a decision within his heart. Although this young dragon is currently of the epic tier, it inherently possesses the potential of a mythical being. Coupled with his dark bloodline, Gu Chen firmly believed that, given sufficient time, reclaiming its former glory would not pose a challenge. "Thank you, human." The murky eyes of the in-game dragon suddenly softened. With the assistance of the Dragon Mother, Gu Chen successfully forged a pact with the frail young dragon. "You have forged a pact with the in-game dragon, young dragon." Without examining the young dragon's panel, Gu Chen directly infused the royal bloodline into its body. Summon beast advancement successful. In-game dragon, epic. In-game dragon, legendary, level, LV, 21. Health, 366,800. Attributes, strength 885, agility 860. Constitution 853. Spirit 768, skills. Chapter 169. Assisting it to ascend to mythical level with all my innate power. With a thunderous roar echoing through the hall, the young dragon was reborn. Its overwhelming draconic aura permeating every corner of the grand chamber. Its form began to transform. The once dull scales regained their luster, the dim eyes sparked with vitality, muscles swelled, and bones cracked audibly. The expansive dragon wings, measuring 3 meters in diameter, unfurled as if welcoming a new existence. After merging with the royal bloodline, it had completely metamorphosed from a dying hatchling into the sovereign of the dragon race, the in-game demon dragon. However, constrained by inherent flaws, it did not ascend to mythical status like its progenitor. Legend has it that 2 stars were the current pinnacle. My child. Witnessing this scene, the dragon mother trembled slightly, disbelief evident in her eyes. She slowly opened her arms, embracing the young dragon with her battered form. The hatchling stepped forward, letting out an excited roar. Though Chen did not comprehend the significance of that roar, he could clearly sense the joy radiating from the young dragon's heart. Human, thank you. Before my demise, I have finally fulfilled a long-held wish. The dragon mother's voice resonated in Chen's mind. Alas, I possess only one trace of that bloodline. Otherwise, you too could have survived. Chen replied with a hint of regret. There is no need for sorrow. To witness my child break free from death and be reborn, all is worthwhile. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to sacrifice such a precious bloodline in vain. I will burn the remnants of my life, using all my innate power to aid it in ascending to mythical level. That is unnecessary. Chen instinctively shook his head. For him, as long as he continued to level up, he could perpetually acquire the dark bloodline, ensuring that one day the young dragon would once again step into the realm of the mythical. It matters not. My life is nearly at its end. Instead of perishing meaninglessly, I would rather assist it one last time before my time concludes. As for my child, I entrust you with its care. As she spoke, an immense and terrifying aura surged from her, and her colossal form radiated a resplendent golden red light, seemingly igniting in some form. With each breath, the brilliance intensified, dazzling to the point of overwhelming the senses. After a few moments, the radiance dissipated entirely, and the dragon mother's massive body had vanished, along with the young dragon. In their place stood a gigantic dragon egg, over 3 meters tall, adorned with intricate patterns and shimmering with a golden red sheen, radiant and magnificent. Chen approached, keenly attuned to the faint yet pulse-quickening life force burgeoning within. Indeed, there was truly no need. Chen shook his head, moving towards the enormous dragon egg, his palm caressing the patterns on its shell. Alas, how could I have overlooked this? For your sake, she is willing to go to such lengths. With a fleeting thought, the dragon egg vanished from sight, drawn into Chen's summoning beast space. Now, we wait. On the day the young dragon breaks free from its shell once more, it shall ascend to become the true sovereign of the dragon kin, the mythical abyssal dragon. Witnessing the recent events, Meng Yanxiu approached with an unmistakable grin of admiration. Chen, what fortuitous luck you possess. Contracting a mythical dragon at merely the 2nd tier, throughout the entire divine Xia Empire, I dare say no summoner could possibly rival you. Lord Meng, you flatter me. I hardly anticipated this. It was merely a stroke of luck, Chen replied modestly. Ah, to think you possess such humility. How curious indeed. Ha ha ha. The memory of Chen's earlier confrontation with Gu Xi and Luo Tianhong was still fresh. His words had been sharp and imposing, leaving an indelible impression. Thus, Meng Yanxiu assumed that a youth so accomplished and spirited would naturally be arrogant. Yet, he was surprised to hear such modesty from Chen after a few pleasantries. Was the sun rising from the west? With a smile, Chen exchanged a few more words with Meng Yanxiu, requesting him to keep the matter of the abyssal dragon under wraps. After all, as a mythical summoning beast, its revelation would have profound ramifications. He preferred not to be the center of attention wherever he went. After bidding farewell to Meng Yanxiu, Chen returned to the courtyard where he had been residing for the past couple of days. Upon entering, he found Ling Feng lounging casually on the sofa. Upon noticing Chen, Ling Feng's stern visage softened into a warm smile. It appears you have indeed obtained a dragon as your summoning beast, Ling Feng remarked. Indeed. I am grateful for your assistance during the selection, Chen expressed, his eyes reflecting his appreciation. Ling Feng had intervened on his behalf, enduring bloodshed at the hands of Chen Feng in the process, a debt of loyalty he would not forget. Do not dwell on it. I have said before, as you are my soldier, I shall bear all your grievances. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, then his expression grew serious. Now that you have successfully contracted with the dragon and passed the assessments of the Jinyuan army from this day forth, you are officially a core member of the military's ranks. You have been promoted to a 1-star officer. Ordinarily, I would escort you to the headquarters for a formal ceremony. However, there is an urgent new task for you, one of great significance. Chen nodded. He knew Ling Feng was not one to make idle statements. If he deemed the task important, it surely bore weight. What is this task, Commander Ling? The mission is crucial, as it pertains to your 2nd-class advancement. It is quite simple, really. You must procure a special material. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Gu Chen suddenly realized he was nearing his second-class promotion. Reaching level 30 would fulfill the requirements for this transition. Only by completing the second-class advancement could he elevate to an intermediate profession at level 39. For ordinary practitioners, the journey from level 25 to 30 typically spanned approximately 6 months. Yet, for Gu Chen, it merely entailed a venture into the hellish depths of the second-tier abyss. Ling Feng's character was forthright, as he straightforwardly stated, deep within the chasm to the west of the Dragon Palace lies the territory of the second-tier alien rock-armored dragon. Are you aware of this? I am. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Prior to their arrival, that chasm had been included in Su Xia's navigational waypoints, but they had chosen to come directly to confront Gu Xi. Your task is to venture into the depths of the chasm and retrieve the Earth Spirit Stone marrow within. Is it truly that simple? Ling Feng chuckled incredulously. The rock-armored dragon was a peak second-tier alien, and the combat power of its boss approached that of the third tier. The Earth Spirit Stone marrow was extraordinarily precious, with a remarkably low drop rate. A multitude of professionals gathered there solely for this material. In other words, this mission would require you to contend not only with the aliens, but also with a mixed bag of professionals. Once you bring back the Earth Spirit Stone marrow and exchange it for military merit, you will earn the privilege to bypass the queue. At which point I will arrange for you to enter the military's most prestigious second-tier abyss. Chapter 170. New Skill, Spiritual Sharing. Testing against some bosses as he entered the second transition abyss, Gu Chen felt a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Ling Feng nodded and began to elucidate. Although the abyssal forces incessantly invaded this world, from another perspective, the abyss also represented a vital resource. Within the borders of the Divine Xia Empire, nearly 90% of the abyss was under the watchful eye of the Abyssal Guard, with the most lucrative abysses firmly controlled by military factions. In fact, within the elite second transition abyss, ordinary practitioners had a certain probability of becoming rare classes upon their transition. Therefore, for Gu Chen, the opportunity to access a premier second transition abyss was of paramount importance for his future development. If he could become a rare class during the transition, the potential for his future achievements was beyond imagination. Having heard this, Gu Chen gained a clearer understanding. While the Abyssal Guard dominated the vast majority of the abysses, from a resource perspective, valuable items were eternally scarce and often contested. The possibility of ordinary practitioners transitioning into rare classes within the elite second transition abyss alone ignited the aspirations of countless individuals. Thus, the forthcoming expedition to the depths of the rift to collect Earth Spirit Stone marrow was crucial for him. All right, I shall bring back the Earth Spirit Stone marrow, Gu Chen promised. Good. Over the next few days in Longying City, elevate your level to 30. When you return to the Eastern Continent Military District with the Earth Spirit Stone marrow, I can promptly arrange for your entry into the second transition abyss, Ling Feng instructed. Understood, Gu Chen nodded. After a few more reminders, Ling Feng rose and departed. Gu Chen had successfully completed his assessment, and there were numerous matters awaiting his attention in the Eastern Continent Military District. His role as a guardian was drawing to a close. After bidding farewell to Ling Feng, Gu Chen found Su Xia training the combat module in the mechanical chamber. Accompanying Gu Chen through numerous battles had allowed Su Xia to amass extensive combat data. With this data, the combat module of the battle armor would experience rapid growth. Brother Chen, it seems you have successfully contracted the giant dragon, haven't you? Su Xia inquired eagerly. Yes, it went rather smoothly, Gu Chen replied, then asked, I plan to venture into the depths of the rift west of the Dragon Palace. What are your intentions? Perfect timing. My battle armor has been upgraded with the latest combat module and possesses the capability to combat third-tier alien forces. I shall accompany you, Su Xia declared. All right, prepare yourself and keep an eye out for any news regarding the Earth Spirit Stone marrow, Gu Chen suggested, pleased to have Su Xia's assistance, which would save him considerable effort in navigation and strategy. Absolutely. By the way, Brother Chen, a staff member from the Dragon Palace delivered a package for you earlier, Su Xia mentioned. Upon seeing the package, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Upon opening it, he discovered a skill book inside. Previously, at the pet store, the owner had procured several skill books for the summoner class for Gu Chen, but they were all rather lackluster and of little use. Before departing, he informed his employer that if any superior skill books were available, they should be sent over. Skill book, Mental Sharing Class, Summoner, Level, 25, Quality, Epic, Effect, enables mental sharing with summoned creatures, allowing the summoner to perceive all sensations of the summoned beings. This skill was immensely powerful. With it, he could gain the visual perspective of his summoned beast through mental perception, akin to acquiring a divine vantage point. Without hesitation, Gu Chen grasped the skill book and learned it immediately. You have learned a new skill, Mental Sharing. A new skill now graced his skill panel. With a mere thought, Gu Chen summoned the Bloodlord. As the effects of mental sharing manifested upon the Bloodlord, an additional perspective blossomed within Gu Chen's consciousness. A sensation both wondrous and reminiscent of the concept of external incarnation mentioned in novels. However, he pondered whether the skill's effects could be applied to the Bloodlord's progeny. If so, he would no longer fear the threats of the dark mist while traversing the wilderness. Once adequately prepared, Gu Chen and Su Xia departed from the Dragon Hall. Embarking deeper into the chasm, the depths of the chasm held a minuscule chance of yielding Earth Spirit Stone marrow, which attracted numerous adventurers year-round. Upon entering the chasm, Gu Chen's presence immediately drew the attention of many. Following the selection at the Dragon Hall, he had single-handedly triumphed over the two prodigies of the Northern Realm, establishing himself as a notable figure. Though his level was modest, at merely Tier 2, his achievements were astonishingly remarkable. Look, Gu Chen has arrived. Could he be here for the Earth Spirit Stone marrow as well? With such a prodigy among us, how are we Tier 2 adventurers to survive? Acquiring Earth Spirit Stone marrow depends on luck. What uses sheer power? Indeed, such thoughts circulated among the onlookers. But Gu Chen paid them no mind as he followed Su Xia deeper into the chasm. Su Xia consulted relevant data, noting that the drop rate of Earth Spirit Stone marrow was significantly influenced by location, with previous yields predominantly occurring in the depths of the chasm. Some speculated that only by venturing deep enough could one enhance the drop rate, while others suggested that slaying a sufficient number of rock-armored dragons would elevate the chances. Regardless of the approach, both were fraught with peril. Nevertheless, Gu Chen harbored no apprehensions regarding these dangers. After all, rock-armored dragons were merely peak Tier 2 beasts. And even if a rock-armored dragon boss appeared, it would only be at the threshold of Tier 3. Given his current combat prowess, they posed little threat. Brother Chen, I've heard that the drop rate for Earth Spirit Stone marrow is exceedingly low. It is said that a single drop occurs for every 100 bosses defeated. And it has been 6 months since the last drop. Gu Chen considered this. Despite the low drop rate, the number of adventurers congregated in the chasm was significant. Moreover, 6 months had elapsed since the last drop, and the number of slain rock-armored dragon bosses surely exceeded 100. Why, then, had there been no new drops? Clearly, the quantity of kills was not a rigid criterion. It was not simply a matter of slaying enough bosses to guarantee a drop. I have encountered the information you mentioned, yet I find myself in disagreement. During my journey, I conducted a comparison and discovered that those who acquired the Earth Spirit Stone essence were predominantly solo players. While there were instances of teams, they were exceedingly rare. Thus, I speculate that there may exist another possibility. The increase in the drop rate of the Earth Spirit Stone essence occurs only after a boss is defeated solo. At this point, Gu Chen pondered further and considered another possibility: the number of times damage is taken. Su Xia expressed a hint of confusion on her face. The number of times damage is taken? Indeed, it suggests that the fewer times one is struck by the boss during battle, the higher the potential drop rate may be. However, these are merely my conjectures, lacking any substantial evidence. Once we venture deeper into the chasm and slay a few bosses, we should be able to form a more accurate assessment. Upon hearing this, Su Xia's lips twitched in disbelief. Goodness, you suggest we simply try killing a few bosses? Have you truly considered what you were saying? Chapter 171. Arrival at the Depths of the Rift. Annihilating the elite, the city of Yilong is not governed by the same abyssal mechanics as before. It does not follow the principle that the more individuals in a party, the greater the experience gained. Moreover, Gu Chen surmised that only by defeating the boss solo could one obtain the Earth Spirit Stone essence. Thus he had no intention of forming a party. Su Xia, however, was not particularly surprised. From the mine where the dragon people resided to the dragon palace, Gu Chen had traversed the entire journey alone. Teaming up seemed utterly superfluous. Yet, when the professionals within the rift observed that Gu Chen had not brought a party, their faces were etched with disbelief. The majority assumed that upon his arrival, Gu Chen would seek out a team, and they were all eagerly anticipating the opportunity to join him. After all, he was a veritable powerhouse. However, they were taken aback when Gu Chen made no overtures for a team and proceeded straight into the depths of the rift. What, are you going to solo it? Are you certain? They murmured. This is Yilong City. Do you think it resembles those low-tier abysses filled with creatures akin to AI? Those who can solo within the rift are predominantly 4th-tier professionals. There has been no precedent of someone attempting to solo the rift at level 25 like Gu Chen. Unfazed by the astonishment and incredulity that surrounded him, Gu Chen continued on his path. At that moment, a rugged man clad in a hunter's outfit approached Gu Chen, flanked by 3 other professionals. The leading hunter was robust, towering nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an air of wildness. You are Gu Chen, I presume? I witnessed your performance during the selection matches. I must concede, amongst 2nd-tier professionals, you possess a measure of strength, he remarked. gesturing towards the three individuals behind him. "We are from the Dragon Hunter Guild. If you wish to venture into the depths of the rift with us, we can guide you." Upon hearing this, whispers erupted around them. "Ah, it's the Dragon Hunter Guild. I've heard they've taken on the mission for the Earth Spirit Stone Essence. Look, all four of them are third tier. They must be well prepared for this endeavor." Their attire boasted epic-level gear, indicating their determination to obtain the Earth Spirit Stone Essence. Chen, too, caught wind of the surrounding chatter, but he dismissed it. "Step aside. I have no intention of forming a party." His demeanor remained composed as he regarded the third-tier hunter. "Not forming a party, soloing? Are you certain?" The hunter's brows knitted together. "As a senior, I feel compelled to warn you. Do not let a few victories over second-tier professionals in the Dragon Palace selection lead you to arrogance. This is Elong City. If you do not alter this mindset, you will inevitably face dire consequences." Chen smirked disdainfully. The hunter's self-importance was rather amusing. "So, my refusal to join your party equates to arrogance and a prelude to disaster?" His gaze swept over the hunter, noting his youth. What an odd sense of superiority for someone so young. What an absurdity. Chen let out a cold laugh, as if he were observing a farcical spectacle, and turned a stride directly towards the edge of the chasm. The hunter's brow furrowed at Chen's blatant disregard for decorum. To be publicly humiliated by a second-tier professional in front of so many onlookers was a slap in the face. Although anger surged within him, he could not act against Chen in such a public setting. The protection that Ling Feng had shown Chen in the Dragon Hall was evident to all. As a professional hailing from a minor guild, how could he dare provoke a member of the Jinyuan army? Is it merely because he has the backing of a major faction that he feels so invincible? I doubt he has the audacity to tackle the chasm alone. The hunter scoffed, his expression one of indignation as he glared in the direction Chen had departed. However, just as he turned away, he witnessed Chen and Su Xia standing at the edge of the chasm, unhesitatingly leaping into the vast abyss below. At this sight, the hunter's expression shifted dramatically. This brat, he dares to enter the chasm without forming a party? He only brought one companion, seeking his own demise? Meanwhile, the crowd of prospective party members began to stir with excitement. Is Chen out of his mind? He descended with just one person? Bold enough to solo the chasm in Yulong City, impressive. Fresh news indeed. I have never seen a second-tier professional attempt to solo the chasm. But what if he actually succeeds? As if it were that simple. Last time, I nearly perished inside while teaming up with a horde of beautiful mages. The hunter's expression darkened further as he listened to the murmurs around him. He was celebrated as the most outstanding genius hunter within the Dragon Hunter Guild, always the center of attention wherever he went. Now he found himself overshadowed by a mere second-tier professional. A wave of frustration surged within him. Dragon Hunter Squad, follow me into the depths of the chasm. This time, we must slay a rock-armored dragon boss before we can emerge. With a decisive gesture, the hunter led the three professionals behind him to leap resolutely into the expansive ravine ahead. Chen may be attempting a solo venture, likely only capable of dealing with isolated foes. Once they managed to eliminate a rock-armored dragon boss, they would undoubtedly draw a multitude of gazes. If fortune favored them, and they were to procure Earth Spirit Stone Marrow, his reputation would soar. At the bottom of the chasm, the landscape was rugged, with rocky outcrops and walls draped in wild grasses and vines, while the sky was shrouded in thick mist, casting a dim light. The moment Chen leapt from the edge of the chasm, he summoned the chaos magic armor to soar through the air. Simultaneously, Su Xia donned the latest Mark 31 battle armor. The two soared through the chasm's heights, observing the multitude of professionals battling the alien foes below. This area was merely the periphery. The level and density of the rock-armored dragons here were significantly lower than what one would encounter deeper within the chasm, ensuring a much safer combat environment. Thus, the chasm's outskirts had attracted a vast majority of second-tier professionals. As Chen and Su Xia delved deeper into the wilderness, the number of adventurers they encountered dwindled, while the presence of rock-armored dragons began to surge, appearing in groups ranging from 3 to 5, and at times, as many as 11 or 12. In such a treacherous environment, even well-prepared teams of adventurers dared not act recklessly. The duo continued their aerial journey until they reached the desolate depths of a ravine, seldom trodden by human feet. Below, a dozen rock-armored dragons took notice of the two figures descending from the horizon. With a thunderous roar, the leading elite rock-armored dragon arched its body, emitting a menacing growl that seemed to proclaim its dominion over the territory. Let it commence with you, Chen thought coldly, swiftly diving downwards, targeting the elite dragon, and boldly executed the skill of the Shadow Hunter Dragon Tortoise. Shattering impact, boom. His speed surged dramatically. He plunged downwards, the surrounding air compressing sharply into a swirling vortex trailing behind him. Simultaneously, The gauntlets of the chaotic demon armor transformed into two massive ebony axes, wielding an overwhelming force as they descended with ferocious might. Crash! In a mere confrontation, the elite rock armor dragon's neck was swiftly severed by the razor-sharp blades, its colossal triangular head rolling upon the ground, leaving a gory trail in its wake. Kill. Elite rock armor dragon LV. 28. Experience 17530. Chapter 172. Advancing effortlessly. Like slicing through melons, level 28 elite alien beings were swiftly dispatched. With a single strike, the enhancement effect of the berserk demon armor was vividly showcased. Upon landing, the remaining dozen or so rock armor dragons let out furious roars, unhesitatingly unleashing their skills. A barrage of rock missiles rained down upon Chen. Yet he did not evade. Instead, he instantaneously summoned the dark hunting dragon turtle, whose formidable spiked armor withstood the onslaught of the rock missiles, charging forward fearlessly. With innate talent and skills, the dark hunting dragon turtle held its ground against numerous foes without yielding an inch. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan Lord, along with two mirrored images, made their presence known. The Blood Clan Lord surged ahead first, decisively pulling the trigger as dual pistols emitted a series of silver arcs of electricity, inflicting extensive wounds upon the rock armored dragons. In the blink of an eye, one rock armored dragon collapsed, its health bar completely depleted. For a mere level 27 ordinary alien, facing the Blood Clan Lord who wielded infinite firepower, adorned with the Shattered Star necklace and phantom gauntlets, the slaughter was as effortless as butchering chickens. Kill rock armored dragon LV. 27. Experience 13260. Kill rock armored dragon LV. 27. Experience 14300. Kill rock armored dragon LV. 27. Experience 13650. With ease, all 13 aliens, including the initial elite, were vanquished. Chen was in high spirits, having garnered over 180,000 experience in a single encounter, promptly collecting the equipment that had dropped. Acquired loot: Steel Shield LV. 24. Rare. Acquired loot: Flame Staff LV. 24. Epic. The depths of the entire chasm were the territory of the rock-armored dragons, abundant in number, hiding within the caves beneath the rock faces, launching attacks whenever someone passed by. The Blood Clan Lord activated Blood Clan Inheritance, transforming the alien corpses on the ground into 12 Blood Clan rock-armored dragons, sending them forth to scout ahead. Chen, accompanied by Su Xia, followed behind the summoned beasts, advancing steadily and unhurriedly. Every rock-armored dragon encountered along the way was dispatched and subsequently transformed into Blood Clan descendants to continue the scouting ahead. Weeds, withered trees, scattered bones, and decaying corpses. Apart from the harsh environment, there was nothing else. After more than an hour of travel, the path ahead began to widen. From a high vantage point, one could observe that from this point onward, the fissures of the chasm grew broader and deeper. Chen instructed the Blood Clan descendants to spread out ahead and continue scouting. Along the way, they encountered several groups of professional practitioners. Upon seeing the throng of Blood Clan rock armored dragons surrounding Chen, their faces erupted with unparalleled astonishment. Chen paid them no mind, commanding his team to press forward. The ordinary professional team struggled to slay the rock-armored dragons as effortlessly as he did by the time he vanished from sight. That same team had scarcely managed to defeat 2 rock-armored dragons. As they continued their journey, the only anomalies were the harsh environment and the absence of anything unusual. However, having ventured deep into the territory of the rock-armored dragons, it was only natural that beneath the calm facade lay concealed dangers. Indeed, before the Bloodline descendants could advance far, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as massive boulders from the rock face came crashing down, revealing 7 or 8 even larger rock-armored dragons. They roared fiercely and charged swiftly towards the nearby Bloodline descendants. Chen's gaze remained composed as he immediately extended his consciousness to perceive the colossal figures within his line of sight. Alien species, rock-armored giant dragon, level 28, health points 556,300, attributes, strength 690, agility 463, constitution 698, spirit 452, skill I, rock missile, skill 2, armored charge, skill 3, earthquake. Each rock-armored giant dragon stood over 5 meters tall, and with their tails, their total length reached approximately 10 meters. The tips of their tails were dark brown and horn-like, resembling a heavy hammer from a distance, exuding an aura of formidable power. As the 7 rock-armored giants charged forward, the Bloodline rock-armored dragons showed no trepidation, launching themselves into the fray to attack immediately. In contrast, other adventurer teams would typically exercise caution, carefully assessing the situation. Upon encountering such a multitude of rock-armored dragons, they would undoubtedly retreat at the first opportunity. For ordinary adventurers, the optimal strategy would be to lure the rock-armored dragons one by one, systematically eliminating them. However, Chen was unfazed by the threat posed by these colossal creatures. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle unleashed its skills, its spiky armor projecting like cannonballs, sending several rock-armored dragons crashing to the ground with anguished roars. Meanwhile, the silver bullets from the Bloodline Monarch inflicted terrifying damage, cascading upon the massive bodies and leaving behind a plethora of gruesome wounds. Killed rock-armored dragon LV. 28. Experience 15500. Loot acquired. Dragon scale armor LV. 28. Rare grade. As one rock-armored dragon fell, the intensity of the battle escalated. With each successive attack, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle's counter damage and output multiplied, surpassing 5 times its base attributes. The counter damage and output would accumulate during combat, with a maximum cap of 10 times, akin to the undead golem. The distinction, however, was that once the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle exited combat, the attribute bonuses conferred by its talents would dissipate. Thus, from the moment it entered the fray, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle had scarcely ceased its relentless assault. Its spiky armor served as both spear and shield, providing not only substantial defense but also inflicting formidable counter damage. With the activation of Shattering Impact, one rock-armored dragon was sent flying, the staggering damage instantly depleting its health bar, leaving only its lifeless body rolling upon the ground. Its lethal claws gleamed ominously, delivering successive, harrowing slashes across the bodies of the rock-armored dragons. As the rock-armored dragons continued to perish, Chen's experience surged, and the fallen equipment and materials were swiftly collected into his spatial inventory. The 28-level aliens offered just over 1,000 more experience points than their 27-level counterparts. Fortunately, within this chasm, there exists a multitude of alien beings, presenting a vast reservoir of opportunities. As long as this continues, the act of leveling up becomes as effortless as the daily rituals of eating and drinking, while other practitioners expend every ounce of their strength, toiling exhaustively to vanquish these foes. For Chen, it requires but a mere flick of his breath. When the flow of experience came to a halt, the 7 rock-armored behemoths that had just emerged were already vanquished. Subsequently, these colossal entities joined the ranks of the offspring of the Bloodline. Chen, alongside the rapidly expanding contingent of Bloodline descendants, pressed onward into the depths of the chasm. Upon arrival, there was no need for navigation. One merely needed to follow the vast fissure to its conclusion. Along the way, numerous rock-armored dragons emerged, primarily camouflaged as stones or rocky walls, nearly indistinguishable unless one observed closely. As the offspring of the Bloodline drew near, they swiftly launched their attacks. However, under the onslaught of the 2 summoned beasts, these ambushes were rapidly eradicated, and the alien beings along the path transformed into experience, seamlessly contributing to Chen's experience bar to ascend from level 25 to 26. A staggering 1 million experience points were required. Although Chen had already dispatched nearly 100 rock-armored dragons along his journey, he found that his experience progress barely exceeded 30 of the total needed. The distance to his next level remained considerable. Chapter 173. Breaching the stronghold of the rock-armored dragons. After traversing the chasm for over an hour, Chen found himself accompanied by more than 200 descendants of the Blood Clan. This grand procession entered the fault zone of the chasm, descending along the steep slopes. In this span of time, they encountered merely 2 other groups of professionals. Beyond that, no other souls were in sight. The deeper they ventured, the more desolate the surroundings became. With the elevation of the alien beings and their increasing numbers, the advance of most professional teams would invariably slow. This was an acknowledged axiom. Yet, Chen defied this principle, pressing forward at an extraordinary pace into the depths of the chasm. Upon navigating through the descending terrain, Chen and his company arrived at a more level expanse. Before them loomed a formidable congregation of colossal rock-armored dragons, with the most prominent among them being an elite rock-armored dragon stationed at the forefront. Alien, rock-armored dragon elite, level 29, health 686,300, attributes, strength 740, agility 513, constitution 748. Spirit 502, skill I, rock missile, skill 2, rock armored charge, skill 3, earthquake. The 29th level elite alien boasted health nearing 700,000. It was significantly more powerful than its predecessors, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that it surpassed even the elite beings found in the second-tier hellish abyss. Chen scanned the surroundings and realized that they had inadvertently infiltrated an alien stronghold, with the total number of beings exceeding 40. Faced with such a multitude of rock-armored dragons, other professional teams would have succumbed to despair. However, Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile blooming on his face. Su Xia mirrored his exhilaration, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you've struck gold. There are actually 42 rock-armored dragons and one elite rock-armored dragon here." Gu Chen chuckled, sensing that his experience would soon surge dramatically. Just as he made this discovery, the alien beings became aware of their presence. After all, the 200 descendants of the Blood Clan were exceedingly conspicuous. Merely standing there, the crimson aura emanating from them suffused the surrounding rock walls with a sanguine hue. In an instant, the foremost group of rock-armored dragons unleashed a furious roar, charging forward while simultaneously activating their skills, unleashing a deluge of rock missiles toward them. However, before the aliens could act, the Blood Clan's rock-armored dragons had already surged forth. Although the rock missiles appeared to be densely packed, their threat diminished when averaged out among the 200 Blood Clan descendants. Without hesitation, the Blood Clan descendants surged ahead and, drawing near to their adversaries, collectively executed the skill rock-armored charge. The effect of over 200 rock-armored dragons employing this skill was akin to the charge of dragon riders. Boom! The forces collided. And with the enhancement provided by Blood Clan instinct, the rock-armored dragons barreled through the opposition with an unstoppable momentum, shattering their ranks with ease. Immediately, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of thunder rolling across the heavens. The earth quaked, and the skills of the Blood Clan's rock-armored dragon were executed with seamless precision and remarkable speed. The moment they clashed, a powerful shockwave rendered their adversaries utterly dazed. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The elite rock-armored dragon, witnessing the scene before it, felt an inferno of rage igniting within its enormous eyes. Just as it prepared to retaliate, a menacing shadow surged toward it with astonishing speed. With a thunderous impact, the elite rock-armored dragon was struck head-on by the spiked shell of the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, an effect akin to a human being struck in the face by a durian. In a mere instant, the triangular head of the dragon was smashed, leaving half of its face a gruesome mess, exposing bone beneath the flesh. Subsequently, the skill triggered a knockback effect, sending the dragon's stout limbs off the ground and its massive form hurtling backward. In midair, the elite rock-armored dragon unleashed a roar filled with wrath. It was known for its formidable defense, with an inherently robust constitution and impenetrable scales. How could it have suffered such a grievous injury from a single blow? The Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise's eyes glimmered with irritation as it extended its glistening claws, seizing the opportunity while the elite dragon was airborne to launch a fierce attack. It was only due to the recent disengagement from battle that this elite creature had found a moment of respite. Had it maintained its prior status of retaliatory and damage enhancements, that single skill might have annihilated it entirely. Just then, the assault from the Blood Clan's lord arrived. A series of silver bullets detonated upon the elite rock-armored dragon, followed by a devastating crimson storm. Boom. First came the initial damage, then additional damage struck. The elite dragon's health plummeted rapidly. As soon as it landed, its health bar was completely depleted. Kill Rock-Armored Dragon Elite LV, 28. Experience 21300. Obtain loot. Rock-Armored Helmet LV, 28. Rare. It was not a one-hit kill, as the entire process of elimination lasted 3 seconds. Despite the disadvantage in levels, achieving such overwhelming superiority was a feat coveted by countless individuals. Although the Blood Clan's lord claimed the kill, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise displayed no sign of discontent. Not even a glance exchanged, as it ferociously charged toward the over 40 rock-armored dragons entangled with the Blood Clan's offspring. This exemplifies the insurmountable chasm between summoner teams and ordinary professional teams. In the latter, each member operates on a cooperative basis, with clear divisions of spoils following each kill. Any instance of kill stealing, even if accidental, typically leads to internal discord. However, within a summoner team, such issues are non-existent. Whether it is the Blood Clan's lord or the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, they are ultimately the summons of Gu Chen. In essence, their combat is solely in service of Gu Chen. Even in the face of a headhunting incident, no disputes would arise, for all achievements belonged solely to him. The Shadow Hunter, the Dragon Tortoise, surged into the midst of the rock-armored dragons, once again transforming into a relentless killing machine. With blades gleaming coldly, it executed a series of swift and precise strikes, sending the rock-armored dragons crashing to the ground. Defeated Rock-Armored Dragon LV, 27. Experience 13260. Loot acquired. Complete Dragon Scale, rare. Defeated Rock-Armored Dragon LV, 27. Experience 14300. Loot acquired. Dragon Bone Necklace, rare. Defeated Rock-Armored Dragon LV, 27. Experience 13650. Loot acquired. Scale Armor, rare. Experience began to rise steadily, from the moment he delved into the depths of the chasm until now. Gu Chen's experience had surged to 45. What an ordinary practitioner would accomplish in half a month, he achieved in less than 3 hours. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement could only be described as akin to riding a rocket. Chapter 174. The forging and the flaws of the chaotic demon armor. On the ground lay an array of equipment, each emanating varying hues of light. Yet none exhibited particularly high quality. Even the only elite foreign creature present had dropped merely a piece of rare-grade equipment, which rendered the prospects for the common creatures even more dismal. Despite having vanquished over 100 of these foes, not a single piece of epic-grade equipment had materialized. The drop rate was astonishingly disheartening, Su Xia remarked with a frown. However, Chen remained unfazed. With a mere thought, he summoned a chaotic demon armor. An armor enveloped in swirling black mist, which materialized in the adjacent space. "It is all yours," Chen stated as he patted the armor's sturdy form, simultaneously presenting an assortment of equipment he had previously gathered. "Thank you, Master," a youthful voice, reminiscent of a child, emanated from within the black mist of the armor. The gender was indiscernible, yet the mental feedback from the summoned creature conveyed a palpable excitement. The components of the chaotic demon armor parted, revealing a vertical opening through which the tumultuous black mist surged forth. Stepping closer, the armor grasped a piece of protective gear and inserted it into the opening, where the black mist rapidly engulfed it. Following this, a series of metallic clinks resonated from within the armor. After a few moments, the sound subsided, and a prompt materialized in Chen's vision. Forged scale armor, rare, Constitution 4, only an increase of 4 points in Constitution? Chen's expression faltered, revealing a hint of perplexity. He recalled that during his previous journey from the Phantom Dragon's domain to the Dragon Hall, the chaotic demon armor had forged a piece of armor, yielding properties that were double what he now observed. As Chen pondered this, the chaotic demon armor proceeded to forge a staff from the ground. Forged rock staff, rare, spirit 3, merely 3 points in spirit? What is happening? Compared to the last occasion, the attributes gained from the forging were halved. Chen furrowed his brow and promptly inquired through his thoughts, soon receiving a response. Previously, the chaotic demon armor had been level 1, and because the forged equipment exceeded its level, the resulting attributes were correspondingly high. Now that the armor had reached level 25, forging equipment of similar tier yielded significantly diminished attributes. Should it attempt to forge first-tier equipment of a lower level, the resulting attributes would be even less. After hearing this explanation, Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had invested considerable resources into purchasing experience potions for the chaotic demon armor to facilitate its leveling. Had he made a miscalculation? With a silent sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. It was not feasible to allow the armor to undergo rebirth. Otherwise, the initial lineage and the equipment worth billions would have been rendered futile. Forged Dragonbone Fist, rare, Strength 3, Forged Dragon Scale Boots, rare, Agility 5. In short order, the chaotic demon armor had forged over 30 pieces of equipment. Glancing at the attributes, he noted: Summon Beast, Chaotic Demon Armor, Epic, Attributes, Strength 676, Agility 416, Constitution 660, Spirit 403, excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied. The primary attributes of the rampant demon armor are Constitution and Strength, while its secondary attributes are Agility and Spirit. Taking the foundational attributes of a level 25 practitioner as an example, the primary attributes typically remain below 400, with secondary attributes falling under 250. The epic level summoned beast possesses inherently high attributes, and the enhancement from refinement aligns the level 25 rampant demon armor with a level 35 practitioner. In light of these attributes, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The stronger the attributes of the rampant demon armor, the greater the direct combat power he could wield. However, a slight drawback remained. Refinement only allowed the rampant demon armor to gain attribute enhancements. If it could also transfer the skills attached to the equipment, it would be ideal. At that moment, Su Xia's gaze swept over the rampant demon armor from top to bottom, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained excitement, akin to beholding a rare treasure. "Chen Ge, is this armor your summoned beast? May I examine it up close?" Previously, Su Xia had regarded the rampant demon armor merely as an item of equipment. But witnessing the earlier spectacle made him realize that this armor was, in fact, a summoned beast. Such a summoned beast was beyond his comprehension. For this modest request, Chen readily acquiesced, as it was not a significant matter. If Su Xia could gain inspiration from the rampant demon armor to develop even more formidable battle armor, it would undoubtedly be a positive outcome. Chen generally preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, yet he felt a certain degree of empathy towards Su Xia. After all, he too had experienced the anguish of failed class transitions, a plight shared by a considerable portion of the populace in this world. However, few are those who, after such failures, resolve to rise against their fate through various means to enhance their combat prowess and make a comeback. The path he chose, flesh and blood suffering, Mechanical ascendance was his own. While it remained uncertain whether Su Xiao would one day become a formidable opponent against the abyssal races single-handedly. The indomitable spirit he exhibited was undoubtedly a prerequisite for becoming a strong warrior. Subsequently, Chen and his companions continued their advance. Over 200 bloodline descendants forged ahead. While the bloodline sovereign and the shadow hunter dragon turtle flanked Chen, Su Xiao walked at the rear with the rampant demon armor. The expanse of the Rift Valley was vast, and to locate the boss, they needed to hasten their pace. As they traversed, a sudden and violent tremor shook the ground beneath their feet, causing the earth to erupt with massive fissures that tore toward Chen's location from all directions. Chen's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly donned the rampant demon armor and ascended into the air. Su Xiao activated the propulsion device of his battle armor and followed suit. The bloodline sovereign leaped onto the nearest rock face, eyes vigilant as they scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, the shadow hunter dragon turtle and the multitude of bloodline descendants, unperturbed by the spreading cracks, remained steadfast due to their colossal size. Suspended in the void, Chen peered down the fissures, only to behold a regiment of armored rock-jawed dragons standing resolutely ahead. The rock-armored dragons stand tall, their forms, though not as colossal as the rock-armored giant dragons, are entirely enveloped in rocky armor. Aside from the tail's tip, which is exposed, only a pair of eyes filled with ferocity is visible. At this moment, the distance between the two sides exceeds 100 meters, rather than engaging the frontline bloodline descendants. All fissures in the ground converge towards Chen. This indicates a significant enhancement in the intelligence of these alien creatures. Without needing Chen's command, the frontline bloodline rock-armored dragons charged forward, directly clashing with the rock-armored dragons clad in stone armor. Simultaneously, Chen utilized his mental perception to ascertain the basic information of the adversary. Alien race. Rock-armored dragon warrior. Level, 29. Health points, 558, 300. Attributes, strength 640. Agility 413, constitution 648, spirit 402, skill I. Rock missile, skill 2, armored charge, skill 3, earthquake. It remains a mystery what material comprises the armor worn by these rock-armored dragon warriors, as their defensive capabilities are astonishingly high. Even the assaults from the bloodline rock-armored giants are effortlessly repelled, and they hold their ground against overwhelming odds without faltering. Within mere moments, the frontline bloodline descendants began to fall in droves, soon turning into a gruesome spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Chen did not hesitate. He uttered a single word: explode. As the words left his lips, a multitude of bloodline descendants hastily retreated. More than a dozen bloodline rock-armored giants surged into the opposing ranks, their bodies erupting with a thunderous blast. A tempest of crimson flames erupted, swiftly engulfing the rock-armored dragon warriors within its wrath. Chapter 175, The Rocky Armored Dragon Camp. The elite commander, the Rocky Armored Dragon Warrior, is renowned not only for its formidable defensive capabilities, but also for its body encased in an enigmatic rocky armor. This dual-layered defense renders it exceedingly resilient, particularly against physical assaults. However, the explosive damage inflicted by the bloodline descendants does not solely constitute a physical attack. At the moment the raging blood flames erupted into the sky, the rocky armored dragon warriors instinctively recoiled. Yet, it was too late. With over a dozen bloodline descendants detonating themselves, escape was futile. The only question remained as to how much health they would lose. As the surging blood flames swiftly dissipated, a noticeable decline in the health of the rocky armored dragon warriors became evident. Their health, exceeding 550,000, could withstand the initial explosions, but the situation was dire. A fleeting thought prompted the remaining 200 bloodline descendants to charge forward, detonating themselves upon approach. Witnessing this, the rocky armored dragon warriors dared not resist and turned to flee, whether impoverished, bewildered, or obstinate. The greatest fear lies in facing those who are willing to sacrifice their lives. This principle holds true not only for humans but for all beings. Combat is conducted to vanquish the opponent. If the adversary is indifferent to their own demise, how can one fight effectively? Although a second-tier bloodline descendant could inflict merely 3,000 points of explosive damage, the sheer volume resulted in a substantial transformation. Furthermore, the speed of the rocky armored dragon warriors paled in comparison to that of the bloodline descendants, who effortlessly pursued them. However, due to the varying speeds of their retreat, the bloodline descendants had to encircle them for the explosions to be effective. After 7 or 8 rounds of explosions, only 30 of the original 200 bloodline descendants remained, ultimately leading to the demise of all the rocky armored dragon warriors. Kill Rocky Armored Dragon Warrior LV, 29, Experience 18, 300. Acquire Loot, Dragonbone Horn LV, 29, Rare. Kill Rocky Armored Dragon Warrior LV, 29, Experience 17, 900. Acquire loot. Dragon Pattern Sword LV. 29. Rare. Kill Rocky Armored Dragon Warrior LV. 29. Experience 18. 600. Acquire loot. Dragon Pattern Armor LV. 29. Rare. Chen approached, casting a glance at the equipment strewn across the ground, which he entrusted to the chaotic demon armor for refinement. The Bloodline Lord stepped onto the battlefield, converting the slain Rocky Armored Dragon Warriors into Bloodline descendants. The recent significant reduction in their numbers, combined with the newly transformed, amounted to just over 80. It seemed that for the next self-detonation of the Bloodline descendants, maximizing the damage in one fell swoop would be imperative. Otherwise, as experienced this time, failing to eliminate them all in one go would necessitate considerable effort to pursue them again. After clearing the battlefield, they continued their advance. The ranks of the Bloodline descendants steadily grew, and after an hour and more, Chen finally leveled up. Defeated the Rock Armored Dragon Warrior LV. 29. Experience 18600. Level up. Level. LV. 26. 9587 60. 3500. Strength. 767. Agility. 766. Constitution. 768. Spirit. 1069. Summon Beasts. Bloodline Lord LV. 26. Legendary. Chaotic Elemental LV. 26. Legendary. Undead Golem LV. 26. Legendary. Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise LV. 26. Epic. Rampaging Demon Armor LV. 26. Epic. End of Days Dragon LV. 21. Legendary. Talent. Currently able to acquire a Dark Bloodline. The primary attributes have surpassed 1,000, attributed to the contract with the End of Days Dragon, which elevated its rank from Epic to Legendary, granting an overall attribute increase of 100. Glancing at the attribute panel, Chen promptly opened the talent interface. Activated talent. You have acquired Dark Bloodline First Generation, another First Generation? Could it be that the previous two royal bloodlines have exhausted all luck? At this thought, Chen furrowed his brows. Since there exists a tier above Legendary, there must surely be even more advanced bloodlines above royal. If acquiring a royal bloodline is so arduous, then attaining a more formidable bloodline seems even more elusive. The advancement of summon beasts is indeed a challenging endeavor. With a quiet sigh, Chen contemplated for a moment before bestowing the first-generation bloodline upon the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise. Currently, the only epic-level summon beasts are the Rampaging Demon Armor and the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise. Comparatively, the latter holds greater potential in combat. Summon Beast Star Upgrade successful. Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise LV. 26. Epic. Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise LV. 26. Epic. Strength 635. Agility 392. Constitution 656. Spirit 360. Summon Beast Skill Enhanced. Roaring Taunt. Taunts targets within a designated area, reducing their speed by 50 and forcing them to attack oneself for each attack received. Gains a 1 attack speed increase, a modest enhancement. After casting Roaring Taunt, it can impose a slowing effect on targets within a specified area. This reduction pertains to both movement and attack speed, and at a 50 decrease, the numerical advantage is indeed remarkable. Next, Chen turned his attention to the experience bar. The next level up requires 6 million experience. It is becoming increasingly difficult. He wondered how other professionals managed to level up. A sudden curiosity arose within Chen. At merely level 26, the experience required is already measured in the millions. How is the experience calculated for those at the 6th and 7th tiers? Subsequently, with the Bloodline descendants leading the way, Chen continued to advance within the team. Although the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise has acquired a slowing skill, Chen did not grant the Rock Armored Dragon Warrior any opportunity to escape in the ensuing battles. Each time, he unleashed hundreds of Bloodline descendants to self-destruct. While the consumption was somewhat considerable, the continuous transformation post-explosion was manageable. As long as there are corpses, the Bloodline Lord can perpetually convert them. Soon, Chen beheld a vast encampment ahead. A series of subterranean chambers lay arrayed before him, where one could discern a multitude of rock-armored warriors engaged in various activities. As one drew nearer, it became apparent that the camp housed hundreds of these formidable fighters, commanded by 2 elite leaders. These were not mere elites, but rather 30th-level alien champions, the rock-armored dragon commanders. Clad in heavy armor, their physiques were significantly more robust than those of ordinary rock-armored warriors, exuding an unprecedented aura of power. Indeed, they surpassed even the creatures found in the second-tier hellish abyss. Without uttering a word, Chen commanded the descendants of the Blood Clan to charge forth. This was not a dungeon raid. There were no strategies to consider, if there were any. For Chen, it simply entailed overwhelming the enemy with sheer force. The rock-armored warriors stationed outside the camp were roused, emitting chilling howls, and soon, 2 rock-armored dragon commanders led a throng of hundreds of their kin into the fray. As Gu Chen beheld the advancing horde of rock-armored warriors, a question arose in his mind. How had previous adventurer teams managed to confront such a formidable assembly? He overlooked one crucial detail. Ordinary adventurers could hardly create the kind of commotion he had. Typically, they either engaged in battle if capable or stealthily slipped past when they could not. In truth, most adventurers would circumvent such a camp, employing diversionary tactics rather than confronting it head-on. It was unlikely that any adventurer, aside from Gu Chen, would choose to stand their ground against the overwhelming force of 2 rock-armored dragon commanders and their legion of warriors. Chapter 176. The Camp's Arrow Tower. Unmatched damage. Race. Rock-armored dragon commander. Elite. Level. 30. Health. 702. 360. Attributes. Strength 680. Agility 453. Constitution 698. Spirit 452. Skill I. Wrathful Strike. Skill 2. Rock Armored Charge. Skill 3. Rock Blade Storm. In comparison to the Rock Armored Dragon Warriors, the commander exhibits a comprehensive enhancement of its attributes, resulting in a substantial augmentation of its capabilities and an exponential increase in combat strength. Most astonishing is its staggering health pool of 700,000, a sight to behold. The rocky armor adorning its form glimmers with a dark, lustrous sheen, resembling not mere stone but rather a form of metal. Undoubtedly, this dark-hued armor bestows formidable defensive prowess. As Gu Chen scrutinized the commander's attributes, the vanguard of the Bloodline descendants clashed violently with the rock-armored dragon warriors. Following a series of successful eliminations, the number of Bloodline descendants had burgeoned to over 300, predominantly comprised of the fallen rock-armored dragon warriors. This bolstered Gu Chen's confidence to launch an offensive against the camp. The air was electric with the impending clash. An array of skills erupted in a dazzling display of power. The Bloodline descendants darted across the battlefield with remarkable agility, and in no time, 200 of them had successfully disrupted the formation of the rock-armored dragon warriors, weaving through the chaos with ease. Positioned at the rear of the ranks, Gu Chen activated the skill Mental Link, establishing a connection with 10 of the Bloodline descendants. In an instant, he experienced 10 distinct perspectives within his consciousness. It was not that he desired to limit his vision, but rather that, at present, 10 was the maximum capacity of his skill. To connect with more summoned entities, he would need to enhance the skills level. In that moment, Gu Chen recalled several other skills in his arsenal. It appeared that he had seldom utilized those skills since learning them through skill books, and he had not upgraded them either. Typically, the level of a skill book merely indicated the threshold for learning that skill. Obtaining a level 10 skill book did not guarantee that the acquired skill would be of level 10. However, there were exceptions, particularly for pet and summon-related skill books, where the level indicated the rank of the creature or summon contained within the tome. Consequently, the 4 skills Gu Chen had mastered, Comprehensive Link, Teleport Exchange, Force Subjugation, and Mental Link, were all at level 1. Reflecting on this, he deemed it necessary to elevate the levels of these skills. However, that was not to be addressed immediately, for skill levels could not be casually raised at will. The perspectives granted by Mental Link allowed Gu Chen to maintain a clear awareness of the battlefield ahead. As the Bloodline descendants completed their infiltration among the ranks of the rock-armored dragon warriors, Gu Chen issued his command. Shortly thereafter, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, and a torrent of blood flames surged skyward, resulting in devastating casualties among the engaged rock-armored dragon warriors. Defeated the Armored Dragon Warrior LV 29. Experience 18300. Loot acquired. Dragon Tooth Dagger LV 29. Epic. The surge of experience was astounding, accumulating 25 towards the next level in a short span since the last upgrade. The Armored Dragon Warriors suffered significant casualties amidst the battlefield filled with hundreds of alien creatures, ultimately yielding the first epic-grade equipment since entering the chasm. Gu Chen cast a glance, a fleeting look of regret crossing his eyes. It was a dagger suited for assassins. This explosion, while devastating, did not deliver a fatal blow to the Armored Dragon Warriors. In the aftermath, the remaining few armored dragons, bloodied and battered, fled towards the distant camp without a backward glance. 2 armored dragon leaders, stationed at the rear, were untouched by the recent explosion. Upon witnessing the Bloodline's sudden reduction by 2/3, they immediately commanded the armored dragon warriors within the camp to charge forth. Nearly 100 armored dragon warriors re-entered the battlefield, launching an offensive against the remaining 100 or so Bloodline descendants. Gu Chen observed the unfolding scene with an air of tranquility, his gaze calm. Futile. No matter how many come, they are merely fodder. At that moment, The Bloodline Sovereign and 2 avatars entered the fray, unleashing their skills. Bloodline Legacy, in an instant. The corpses of the armored dragon warriors on the ground began to stir, dragging their broken bodies, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. One by one, the Bloodline descendants rose anew. This spectacle left the 2 armored dragon leaders in a state of shock. Just moments ago, they beheld lifeless bodies. And now they were rising to attack. Who could comprehend such horror? Chen disregarded the 2 leaders, summoning the Bloodline Sovereign back, even restraining the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise. In battles of this magnitude, the summons were too slow to make an impact. It was more effective to unleash explosive power directly. The conflict intensified, and Chen, through the vision granted by mental sharing, closely monitored the skirmish. Once the Bloodline descendants maneuvered through the ranks of the armored dragon warriors, without a moment's hesitation, Chen unleashed a thought, and a terrifying explosion erupted once more. The casualties were devastating. Following this, the Bloodline Sovereign re-emerged, and the fallen corpses stood once again, charging towards the camp. Behind them, the 2 armored dragon leaders were nearly paralyzed with fear, their once ferocious eyes now filled with sheer terror. Retreat. The 2 leaders issued the command without delay. The severely wounded armored dragons had already begun to withdraw, never having anticipated such formidable strength from humans. The ability to transform corpses into summoned units and execute self-destruct attacks, what manner of skill was this? Within mere moments, the Bloodline descendants surged beyond the camp's perimeter. Simultaneously, the defensive towers within the camp unleashed a barrage of stone arrows, distinct from the usual projectiles. Each arrow was as thick as an arm and over a person's height. What might be termed arrows to the armored dragons were, without a doubt, siege crossbows to the human practitioners. Swoosh! A fierce wind swept through, followed by a relentless barrage of black arrows that pierced through a dozen or so Bloodline descendants, their massive forms impaled into the ground. Before they could free themselves, another volley of arrows descended, swiftly extinguishing the lives of all the Bloodline descendants. In an instant, the scene was filled with the lifeless bodies of these beings. This sight caused a flicker of gravity to appear in Chen's eyes. It is worth noting that after their transformation, the Bloodline descendants possessed attributes even more formidable than before, yet, astonishingly, they succumbed after merely 2 arrows. What terrifying damage! Chen lifted his gaze, directing it towards the 2 arrow towers at the entrance of the camp, his eyes betraying a palpable sense of trepidation. Chapter 177. Breaching the camp. Finally confronting the rock-armored dragon boss with a commanding voice, Chen instructed all the Bloodline descendants to withdraw from the range of the arrow towers. He gazed up at the towering structures, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Inwardly, he pondered how other practitioners managed to confront such high damage from the arrow towers. A multitude of Bloodline descendants charged forward, yet over a dozen fell to the relentless rain of arrows upon their first encounter. If a team of practitioners had been in their place, they would have been utterly decimated. Brother Chen, if things become too perilous, we should circumvent the area. After all, those alien creatures would not dare pursue us into the open. To circumvent? Under such circumstances, ordinary practitioner teams would typically avoid direct confrontation with such formidable foes, opting instead to stealthily navigate around them. Chen shook his head, dismissing this notion outright. Within the camp lay 2 elite rock-armored dragons, a source of immense experience. To bypass them would indeed be a significant loss. After a moment of reflection, Chen's gaze sharpened, and the priestly set he donned radiated a vibrant crimson glow. Priestly set effect activated. Set effect. Conduct a sacrificial ritual on the target unit. The sacrificer will gain a damage multiplier of 10 for each unit sacrificed over the subsequent period. It had been a long time since he utilized the priestly set. This time, he sacrificed 100 Bloodline descendants in one breath. 100 brilliant rays of light surged into the body of the Bloodline Lord, enveloping him in a blazing crimson aura that ignited fiercely around him. Tenfold increase in damage. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The sacrificial effect raised his damage multiplier. But once he entered the range of the arrow towers, he would undoubtedly be engulfed by the torrential storm of arrows. Even the Bloodline Lord's astonishing speed could not guarantee perfect evasion. At that moment, the chaotic magic armor enveloped him in a swirling black mist and swiftly transformed in midair, covering the dark hunting dragon tortoise entirely in the blink of an eye. Symbiotic collaboration activated. Roar. The dark hunting dragon tortoise bellowed skyward, adorned in heavy black armor, with an increase in all attributes by 150. The armor morphed into a formidable form tailored for the dark hunting dragon tortoise, with menacing black spikes protruding menacingly, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. First, dismantle the towers, Chen stated coolly. With a mighty roar, the dark hunting dragon tortoise surged forward, emboldened by the enhancement of the chaotic magic armor, charging alongside the Bloodline Lord. The intent behind urging the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise to lead the charge was not to utilize its reflective damage talent against the arrow towers, for such abilities were ineffective against structures. The primary advantage lay in its spiked armor, which possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Coupled with the enhancement from the chaotic magic armor, it could serve as an impenetrable bulwark. Thus, with the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise providing cover, the Bloodline Lord could adjust his position slightly and commence his assault beneath the towers. Just as Chen's words echoed, the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise thundered forward, entering the range of the arrow towers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As it approached, a flurry of arrows descended from above. In the next instant, it unhesitatingly unleashed its skill. Shattering impact, boom. The Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise launched itself like a cannonball, its armor adorned with sharp spikes, wielding formidable power that shattered the incoming arrows. Subsequently, the razor-sharp spines collided thunderously against the arrow tower, producing a resounding crash as it shook violently, with large sections fracturing upon impact. The Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise extended its claws, unhesitatingly slashing at the tower, sending stone debris and dust flying through the air. Though the display was grandiose, the damage inflicted upon the tower was negligible in the grand scheme of things. Almost as soon as the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise arrived beneath the tower, a torrential rain of arrows descended, clattering against its resilient spiked armor. Seizing the moment, the Blood Clan Lord swiftly entered the tower's attack range, raising his dual pistols to unleash a barrage of blood flames intertwined with silver light. Since the last star elevation, the skilled deadly shot had remained activated, allowing each shot fired to carry the skill's effects. Under the sacrificial effect, the damage multiplier surged tenfold, further amplified by the star-shattering necklace and phantom gauntlets, elevating the output to unimaginable heights. The bullets detonated against the tower's surface, creating gaping craters reminiscent of siege artillery as the tower's exterior shattered significantly. The extent of damage escalating rapidly. Within the encampment, two rock-armored dragon leaders initially gazed outward with pride, utterly incredulous that two second-tier summoned beasts could penetrate their defenses amidst the tower's devastating firepower. However, they were left dumbfounded when the Blood Clan Lord's assault commenced. They could not fathom how an ordinary summoned beast could unleash such terrifying damage. Without a moment's hesitation, the rock-armored dragon leaders promptly commandeered the tower, locking onto the Blood Clan Lord as their target. Following the target switch, a deluge of arrows rained down, hurtling towards the Blood Clan Lord's position. Yet, with the Blood Clan Lord's swiftness, evading these mechanical arrows was effortless, provided he did not linger in battle. In a flash, his dark red attire left behind afterimages as he swiftly reached the side of the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise, utilizing the tortoise's spiked armor as cover. The Blood Clan Lord unleashed flames from his dual pistols, igniting blood flames and silver light, further fracturing the surface of the tower. The tower's defenses surpassed those of the alien bosses, and under the protection of the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise, the Blood Clan Lord's assault persisted for over 10 minutes before finally obliterating the two towers. The Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise's health had already plummeted to 30, but thankfully, the dragon's blood-boiling skill activated, boosting its defense and health regeneration by 300, preventing its demise at the hands of the tower. Inside the encampment, the two rock-armored dragon leaders stood poised with the remaining dozens of rock-armored dragon warriors. The long-awaited Blood Clan descendants surged into the fray, positioning themselves before unleashing a self-destruct mechanism. A multitude of rock-armored dragon warriors were consumed by the blood flames, their health bars depleted in an instant. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan Lord and the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise charged mercilessly towards the two elite alien foes, commencing their ruthless slaughter. As Chen stepped into the encampment, two colossal rock-armored dragons lay on the brink of death. The mirage of the Blood Lord led all the Bloodline descendants in launching a final assault on the last batch of rock-armored dragon warriors. Chen and Su Xia surveyed their surroundings, intending to proceed towards the center of the camp. At that moment, a towering figure of a dragon emerged from the central path of the encampment, clad in resplendent golden armor. It exuded an aura of invincibility akin to that of a sovereign. Even upon witnessing the rock-armored dragon warriors being utterly routed, it displayed not a flicker of anger. Meanwhile, Chen furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming force wash over him, a power so immense that it instilled a sense of pressure within him. Nevertheless, he revealed no sign of fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The rock-armored dragon boss had finally made its appearance. Chapter 178, Vanquishing the Boss. Acquiring Earth Spirit Essence, Alien Race, Rock-Armored Dragon King Boss, Level 31, Health Points 808, 300, Attributes, Strength 563, Agility 425, Stamina 585. Spirit 440, Skill I, Earthquake Fury, Skill 2, Shattering Roar, Skill 3, Rock Blade Scatter, the 31st level boss, the rock-armored Dragon King, emerged with an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. In an instant, the intense pressure caused the Bloodline descendants to falter in their assaults. Observing this scene, Gu Chen's gaze turned icy as he commanded the Bloodkin to charge forth, causing the remaining dozen or so rock-armored dragon warriors to flee in disarray. Simultaneously, two anguished cries pierced the air. The Blood Lord and the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise had resolved their skirmish, leaving two bloodied rock-armored dragon leaders to collapse heavily into a pool of crimson. Experience notifications cascaded before Gu Chen, but he paid little heed to the rising numbers. With a sweeping gesture, he urged his summoned beasts forward, propelling them towards the rock-armored Dragon King. Though the rock-armored Dragon King's four primary attributes fell short of the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, the inherent boss augmentation mechanism rendered certain latent attributes invisible in numerical form. Engaging such an alien entity proved formidable, yet not insurmountable, especially with the Bloodlord leading the charge. As the Bloodlord approached the rock-armored Dragon King, the latter's eyes glinted with malevolence, unleashing its skill. The earthquake fury struck down with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the ground. The Bloodlord vanished from sight, while the earth beneath him splintered, sending several nearby blood descendants tumbling away, sustaining varying degrees of injury. Towering at 8 meters, the rock-armored Dragon King loomed like a small mountain, rendering the Bloodlord, in comparison, as insignificant as an infant. The effects of the ritualistic set that had previously amplified damage tenfold had long since waned, and now, the Bloodlord's attacks against the boss lacked their former ferocity. At that moment, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise surged forward, utilizing the rebound effect of its shattering charge to leap high and crash into the rock-armored Dragon King. However, due to the latter's colossal size, the impact failed to produce a knockback effect. The Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise unleashed its icy blades, relentlessly slashing at the rock-armored Dragon King's body, while the Bloodlord provided support, firing a barrage of gleaming silver bullets that struck the boss mercilessly. The silver projectiles fell like a torrential downpour, quickly enveloping a substantial portion of the rock-armored Dragon King's form. Explosive bullets detonated upon impact, amplifying the damage dealt, eliciting furious roars from the boss. In a fit of rage, the rock-armored Dragon King unleashed a radiant skill aura, opening its massive maw to unleash a torrent of energy in the form of a yellowish beam. Shattering roar. Amidst the resplendent, ochre energy, a fierce sonic assault pierced through the air, momentarily bewildering the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, which was abruptly hurled away by a powerful force. Upon crashing to the ground, it collided with several nearby Bloodline heirs. Gu Chen's expression shifted slightly, an unexpected gleam flashing in his eyes. The towering form of the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, standing over 3 meters in height, had been forcefully propelled by a single skill. This boss, it seemed, possessed considerable might. The rock-armored Dragon King turned, its gaze sweeping past the nearby Bloodline Lord, unleashing a wave of murderous intent directly towards Gu Chen. With the execution of Earthquake Fury, the rock-armored Dragon King's colossal paw descended, tearing open deep fissures in the ground, akin to massive serpents launching an assault, swiftly closing in on Gu Chen. A fierce gale met him head-on, stinging his cheeks, as the earth trembled violently, leaving no avenue for escape. Gu Chen's focus sharpened. He promptly activated a skill, exchanging positions with a distant Bloodline heir. In the very next instant, as the Bloodline heir materialized, the ground erupted with extensive cracks, an invisible force mercilessly shredding the air to pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Chen's expression changed. Fortunately, he had just evaded the skill's range through position swap. Had he been struck, though he would not have perished, he would have undoubtedly lost a significant portion of his health. As the rock-armored Dragon King zeroed in on Gu Chen, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise advanced without hesitation, unleashing its skill. Roar of derision echoed forth, an almost imperceptible sound wave radiating outward, landing squarely upon the rock-armored Dragon King. In the next moment, the creature's enormous pupils blazed a vivid crimson, a torrent of savage fury surging from its depths. Without a moment's pause, the rock-armored Dragon King pivoted and charged frenziedly towards the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise. However, the current roar of derision was not merely a taunt. Upon its ascension to Epic 2 stars, the skill had been enhanced, now incorporating a slowing effect, reducing both its movement and attack speeds by 50%. Instantly, the rock-armored Dragon King's actions were severely hampered. Seizing the opportunity, the Bloodline Lord beside it unleashed a barrage of attacks, unleashing a deluge of bullets that steadily drained the rock-armored Dragon King's health. As the creature sensed this shift, its agitation intensified. With a skyward howl, it began to gather a golden-hued aura within its gaping maw, a potent surge of energy radiating forth. Shattering roar was unleashed once more. The roar transformed into a tangible force, manifesting as a visible shockwave directed at the location of the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise. Unfazed, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise dug its legs into the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath it, and then propelled itself forward. Crushing impact saw its hardened spines collide with the incoming ochre shockwave with the force of a cannonball. With the defense of its spines, coupled with the enhancements of the Berserk Demon armor, the damage sustained by the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise was minimal. In stark contrast, the rock-armored Dragon King suffered grievously, emitting a heart-wrenching shriek as its health plummeted under the effects of over 100% reflected damage. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise surged forward once more. Under the effect of deceleration, the offensive prowess of the rock-armored Dragon King was significantly diminished, while the attack speed and damage of the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise increased with each injury sustained. Additionally, the Bloodlord stood nearby, delivering consistent damage. In comparison, the threat posed by the rock-armored Dragon King had been greatly reduced. However, due to the inherent boss bonuses, with its substantial health and high defenses, even with the joint efforts of the Bloodlord and the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise, it would not be a swift endeavor to bring it down. With this thought, a flicker of impatience crossed Gu Chen's eyes. He lacked the patience to linger here. With a mere thought, the undead golem materialized onto the battlefield. From its robust rock form, two beams of black light erupted, shooting forth with great intensity. Exhausted to extremes, Black Death Plague. As these negative states afflicted the rock-armored Dragon King, its attributes plummeted, and its health diminished rapidly. The undead golem advanced, and as it approached within 10 meters of the rock-armored Dragon King, its innate ability triggered, amplifying all negative effects by 50. The rock-armored Dragon King found itself increasingly suppressed, suffering greatly. The skills of the Blood Lord and the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise rained down upon it, their anguished cries echoing across the camp. Bullets fell like torrential rain, inflicting considerable damage. The claws of the tortoise slashed through, sending blood splattering and flesh mangling. The assault grew ever more ferocious. The rock-armored Dragon King struggled to resist, but to no avail, its wails of despair gradually fading. Ultimately, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes before the colossal form of the rock-armored Dragon King collapsed heavily to the ground. Defeated rock-armored Dragon King LV, 31 boss. Experience 28600, acquired loot. Rock-armored battle garb LV, 30, epic, acquired loot. Rock-armored bracers LV, 30, epic, acquired loot. Rock-armored leggings LV, 30, epic, acquired loot. Rock-armored helmet LV, 30, epic, acquired loot. Rock-armored boots LV, 30, epic, acquired loot. Earth Spirit Stone Marrow, epic. Immediately thereafter, a succession of messages appeared. Level up, level, LV, 27, 12,789 70, 5800, strength, 777, agility, 776, vitality, 778, mentality, 1089, summon beasts, Bloodlord LV, 27, legendary, Chaos Origin Spirit LV, 27, legendary, Undead Golem LV, 27, legendary, Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise LV, 27, epic, Rampant Demon Armor LV, 27, epic, in-game Demon Dragon LV, 24, legendary, talent, currently available, 1 Dark Bloodline, Chapter 179. The Earth Spirit Stone Essence is destined for you. The rock-armored Dragon King crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, its dropped equipment scattering across the floor, dazzling with brilliant golden light. Epic Grade. A complete set of epic grade. After entering the rift, they had slain hundreds of rock-armored dragons, yet hardly any epic equipment had dropped. To their astonishment, defeating the rock-armored Dragon King yielded an impressive 5 pieces at once, not only of epic grade but also part of a set. Even more unexpectedly, the Earth Spirit Stone Essence was among the spoils. Incredible. This was truly a stroke of luck. Suxia's face was a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Gu Chen also wore a look of surprise. Generally, the higher the quality of the set, the more challenging it was to collect. It was rare, though not unprecedented, for someone like Gu Chen to slay a boss and receive 5 pieces of an epic set. Upon closer inspection, the 5 pieces of equipment were all designated for melee classes: a battle suit, shoulder guards, leg armor, a helmet, and battle boots. With this, the set was complete. Merely gazing at these 5 pieces revealed a staggering boost of 830 points in strength, 650 points in constitution, 320 points in agility, and 300 points in spirit. The rock-armored tunic boasted a 50 chance to block. The rock-armored leggings had a 30 chance to evade. The rock-armored gauntlets enhanced attack speed by 30. And the rock-armored boots increased movement speed by 45. But that was not all. Upon activating the set effect, a shield equivalent to 65 of the user's maximum health could be summoned, which reduced incoming damage by 30 while it remained intact. Once shattered, this shield could be refreshed every 10 minutes. Truly, this epic set was overwhelmingly powerful. With great satisfaction, Chen stowed the set away. A Tier 3 epic set was far too valuable to be sold or melted down for the chaotic demon armor. Although he could not use it, it could certainly be donned by the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. And the Twilight Demon Dragon as well, though it was currently in a crucial stage of evolution. Chen had noticed earlier that the Twilight Demon Dragon had leveled up to 24. In less than half a day since leaving the Dragon Palace, it had risen from level 21 to 24. Once the Twilight Demon Dragon fully absorbed the Dragon Egg's energy, its combat power would experience a tremendous leap. After securing the rock-armored set, Chen picked up the Earth Spirit Stone essence from the ground. Examining its attributes, he learned that this essence was a vital material for forging the legendary equipment, Dawn's Guardian, a material that had eluded players for half a year. And Chen had obtained it upon his first boss kill. What extraordinary luck, Brother Chen. I can't shake the feeling that this Earth Spirit Stone essence is destined for you. Su Xia's voice suddenly chimed in from beside him. Oh, what makes you say that? Chen asked with a smile. Just look. Prior to this, there have been various speculations circulating outside. Some assert that for every 100 boss defeats, a piece of Earth Spirit essence will drop, which is evidently implausible, especially considering that this item has not appeared in half a year. Over the course of 6 months, the number of adventurers converging in the rift has been staggering. Surely, it is improbable that they have failed to vanquish 100 bosses. In the abyss or dungeons, bosses respawn upon their demise. However, in Dragon's Roar City, when the Rock Armor Dragon King falls, it is truly the end. Subsequently, the Dragon Clan convenes to select a new leader, who becomes the new boss. Given the vast expanse of the rift and the numerous Rock Armor Dragons, it is certain that there exist multiple clans, each with its own boss. Thus, in terms of sheer numbers, defeating 100 bosses should not be overly challenging. Yet, the absence of any reports of Earth Spirit Essence dropping after 6 months indicates that calculating drop rates based on boss kills is unreliable. Furthermore, some speculate that the deeper one ventures into the rift, the higher the likelihood of obtaining Earth Spirit Essence. Others conjecture that the drop rate is inversely related to the number of participants. Fewer adventurers yield a higher drop rate. Additionally, there are theories suggesting that the drop rate correlates with the number of times one sustains damage or the total damage taken. Fewer injuries and lower damage result in a higher drop rate. Various theories abound, yet none can be definitively proven. In contrast, Chen has seemingly met all these conditions. The deeper he delves into the rift, the higher the drop rate. He has been advancing for several hours into its depths, with only himself participating in the battle. The number of adventurers is minimal. Since his summoned beast has been engaging in combat throughout, he has sustained no injuries, further enhancing his chances. Given these accumulated factors, it appears that the Earth Spirit Essence is indeed destined to be his. Regardless, the task assigned by Ling Feng has been accomplished, and the matter of the second-tier abyss is resolved. Initially, Chen intended to capture this outpost and continue his advance. However, having obtained the Earth Spirit Essence, he no longer wishes to squander time in the rift. After a brief respite, Chen and Su Xia began their return along the path they had taken. Unbeknownst to them, at the moment the Earth Spirit Essence dropped within the rift, nearly all the Rock Armor Dragons underwent a dramatic shift, simultaneously unleashing furious roars. The most conspicuous change was observed among the ordinary Rock Armor Dragons on the periphery, who became agitated and restless, their roars echoing as if their home had been invaded. At this juncture, the adventurers surrounding the rift erupted into a frenzy. The Rock Armor Dragons were in a state of madness, a phenomenon not unheard of, but rare. Such scenes typically manifest only when the Earth Spirit Essence drops. The hundreds gathered outside the rift displayed expressions of curiosity, intently observing each adventurer returning from the depths of the rift. Could it be? Given the commotion, it was undoubtedly the Earth Spirit Essence that had dropped. Who could possibly have achieved this? It hardly requires inquiry. It must be the Dragon Hunter Guild. Indeed, I am aware of that. The leader of the team is named Zhang Nan, renowned as the most talented hunter within the Dragon Hunting Guild. Your mention has jogged my memory. I witnessed Zhang Nan's team entering the rift firsthand. It was truly remarkable. Zhang Nan of the Dragon Hunting Guild. After all, the Earth Spirit Stone Essence had not been seen for half a year. Yet, astonishingly, they managed to extract it in just over 6 hours. It's as if they were blessed by fortune itself. I, Zhao Ritian, cannot accept this. Precisely, I share your sentiment. Every day, hundreds venture into the rift. Why should it be exclusively the Dragon Hunting Guild that retrieves the Earth Spirit Stone Essence? Indeed, I personally observed Chen entering as well, and he did so before Zhang Nan's team. It is entirely plausible that the Earth Spirit Stone Essence was obtained by him. Chen? "Ah, my friend, do you consider yourself amusing?" Chapter 180. How dare you accuse me of ambush? Few believed that Gu Chen was the one who had extracted the Earth Spirit Stone marrow. Even the professional who had just called out Gu Chen's name held no faith in that claim. His intent was merely to provoke a debate. Just then, a voice brimming with arrogance rang out nearby. "Oh, is there truly someone who believes that Gu Chen obtained the Earth Spirit Stone marrow? Pray tell, what makes him worthy of such an achievement?" As the words fell, the Dragon Hunting Guild, led by Zhang Nan, came into view. "Come now, speak up. What merit does Gu Chen possess that allows him to claim such a treasure? Is it merely because he is a castaway of the royal family?" Zhang Nan's tone was laced with unabashed disdain. Zhang Nan was the most gifted member of the Dragon Hunting Guild. Initially, upon hearing of Gu Chen's overwhelming prowess during the Dragon Palace selection, which saw him single-handedly dominate the two prodigies of the Northern Territory, he had desired to befriend him. However, when he fortuitously encountered Gu Chen outside the chasm and extended an invitation to form a team, he was met with a blunt refusal. This slight left Zhang Nan feeling quite vexed. As the foremost genius hunter of the guild, it was a blow to his pride to be rejected so outright. Nonetheless, he held a degree of trepidation regarding Gu Chen's affiliation with the Jinyuan army, which compelled him to swallow his pride. After entering the chasm, fortune smiled upon him. Shortly after arriving at its depths, he stumbled upon a severely weakened rock-armored dragon boss in a cavern. Although the rewards for defeating the rock-armored dragon were not as bountiful as those of the rock-armored dragon king, it was still a formidable foe. With the assistance of his teammates, Zhang Nan exerted tremendous effort, taking over 4 arduous hours to vanquish the rock-armored dragon. This victory bolstered his confidence immensely. Among the throngs of professionals surrounding the chasm, to slay a rock-armored dragon was indeed a feat to be envied. Thus, a thought began to fester in Zhang Nan's mind. Did you not reject my invitation, Gu Chen? Now, having led my team to slay a rock-armored dragon boss, I wonder if you regret your decision? I may be wary of your background and refrain from confrontation, but witnessing your discomfort is truly delightful. Seeing the earlier boastful individual fall silent, Zhang Nan smiled with satisfaction, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. However, a few others from the crowd soon emerged to counter him. "Zhang Nan, why are you so arrogant? In the end, you have not acquired the Earth Spirit Stone marrow either. Indeed, 50 steps laughing at 100 steps, what do you have to be proud of?" Zhang Nan remained silent, his expression one of utter disdain. Behind him, a female mage clad in a robe stepped forward with a scoff. "True, we did not obtain the Earth Spirit Stone marrow, but under Brother Nan's leadership, we did manage to slay a rock-armored dragon boss." As she spoke, the female mage produced a pair of gauntlets radiating with a golden glow. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the surrounding crowd shifted dramatically, their gazes igniting with fervent intensity. "Did you see that? This lava gauntlet is dropped by the rock-armored dragon boss, an epic-grade piece of equipment," the female mage proclaimed with palpable pride. The crowd paused, their attention collectively drawn to the radiant, golden gear. Epic-grade, lava gauntlet. This was a treasure only a boss could yield. This meant that Zhang Nan and his companions had genuinely vanquished a rock-armored dragon in the chasm. At that moment, envious glances were cast towards Zhang Nan, unmasked admiration gleaming in their eyes. To have such a prodigious leader must surely render their journey of leveling up exceptionally smooth. It was no wonder Zhang Nan only brought 3 companions. He valued quality over quantity, opting for excellence rather than excess. As whispers filled the air, Zhang Nan maintained an air of superiority, observing the expressions of those around him, a derisive smile curling upon his lips. "Do you see this? This is the chasm that separates us. Someone like Gu Chen, a forsaken child of the royal lineage, is but a mere shadow compared to my brilliance. I previously invited him to join my team, but he declined. Alas, the rewards and glory that could have been his have now slipped away. With his combat prowess, merely escaping the chasm would be an achievement. The Earth Spirit Stone? He believes he is worthy? It was mere luck that earned him Ling Zhong's favor. In truth, he pales in comparison to me." At that moment, a swift sound of slicing air echoed in the ears of the crowd. They looked up to see 2 figures descending from the heavens with astonishing speed. Zhang Nan's expression tightened, and he grasped his longbow, unleashing a flurry of arrows in an attempt to repel the attackers. Just then, one of the metallic armored figures discharged an energy beam, shattering all of Zhang Nan's arrows in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal axe, born from the chaotic magic armor, descended upon him. Zhang Nan's face blanched in shock. As he attempted to retreat, a sudden, searing pain gripped his chest, and a tremendous force shattered his longbow. He was hurled backward, tumbling over a dozen meters before finally regaining his footing. "Am I truly so different from you? Is the Dragon Hunter Guild merely filled with petty individuals like you, who gossip behind others' backs? Unable to even protect your own weapon, yet you dare to bark?" Gu Chen hovered in the air, two elaborately designed giant axes resting by his side, looking down with disdain at Zheng Nan, who was now disheveled and clutching a broken bow. His haughty demeanor left the crowd in stunned silence. Gu Chen has arrived, the female mage exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she aimed a barrage of ice blades at him. Su Xia let out a disdainful snort, raising the alloy arm of his Mark 31 armor, unleashing a series of short, rapid laser bursts that swiftly obliterated the ice blades. Moments later, a conical energy beam shot forth from his alloy palm, piercing through the female mage's shield and creating a gruesome wound in her shoulder. She screamed in agony, her robe soaked in blood as she collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. How dare a third-tier mage challenge Brother Chen? How many lives do you think you possess? As the conversation unfolded, Su Xia abruptly dashed forward, her palms radiating intense beams of light, swiftly locking onto the last two warriors of the Dragon Hunting Guild. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward, erupting violently and sending the two warriors flying with a single strike. Gu Chen hovered in midair, gazing down at Zheng Nan with an expression of utter indifference. How dare such worthless beings attempt to undermine him in such a public setting? Zheng Nan, seething with rage, equipped himself with a brand new longbow, glaring fiercely at Gu Chen. What merit was there in a sneak attack? If he had the courage, let him face me in an open confrontation. With a decisive step, Gu Chen seemed to teleport, appearing instantly before Zheng Nan. His massive axe swung down with ferocious intent. In that moment, Zheng Nan clearly perceived the axe growing larger in his field of vision, descending upon him with blinding speed. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to respond. Though his eyes registered the threat, his body could not match the velocity. In the blink of an eye, a horrific gash erupted across Zheng Nan's body, blood spraying forth. He was hurled backward, crashing to the ground and leaving a trail of devastation, his bones likely fractured beyond count. Gu Chen loomed above, his tone dripping with contempt. You, a mere waste, do not even possess the qualification to warrant my attention, yet you dare accuse me of ambush? Chapter 181. To be embarrassed. One must be completely so. In a mere 2 exchanges, the prodigious hunter of the Dragon Hunting Guild, Zheng Nan, was grievously injured. The female mage, previously pierced in the shoulder, rose to her feet, her form aglow with the radiance of healing scrolls. The blood from her wound had staunched, yet her pallor remained. Approaching with an expression of icy severity, she addressed Gu Chen. You have only exchanged a few words with Zheng Nan, and yet you have inflicted such harm upon him. Is this not excessive? Excessive? Gu Chen scoffed. Indeed, perhaps I am excessive. But what can you do about it? He believed that if Zheng Nan dared to provoke him before so many, he must be prepared to face the consequences. With a chilling glare, Gu Chen continued. If you wish to assist him, do so swiftly. If not, then leave at once. If you dare to bark again, I shall tear your mouth apart. The mage trembled, her beauty paling in the face of Gu Chen's menacing gaze. During her time in Dragon City, Gu Chen's name had often graced her ears. Renowned for single-handedly overpowering the 2 foremost talents of the northern region, a truly remarkable feat initially, she had presumed Gu Chen to be merely a second-tier practitioner, believing that should he encounter a third-tier opponent, he would surely falter. Yet, she was astonished to witness him, with second-tier prowess, rendering Zheng Nan, a third-tier, utterly helpless. Having witnessed the earlier confrontation, the mage comprehended that they had grossly overestimated their own capabilities while simultaneously underestimating Gu Chen's. Zheng Nan, being one of the most illustrious talents within the Dragon Hunting Guild, had expected a modicum of respect, yet Gu Chen had shown him none. Contemplating this, the mage furrowed her brow. If this matter were to escalate, they would find themselves in a precarious position, after all. It was Zheng Nan who had first spoken disrespectfully in front of the crowd, provoking this calamity. With this thought, the mage's eyes flickered, and her voice quivered as she uttered, I apologize. It was our fault. Gu Chen snorted disdainfully, believing that a few sharp words warranted a reprimand, and that a beating would suffice. Beside her, witnessing the mage submit to Gu Chen, Zheng Nan erupted in fury, spitting blood. Gu Chen, what kind of skill is it to bully a woman? He bellowed, retrieving a healing scroll to tend to his wounds, forcing himself upright, his eyes blazing with indignation. I led a team to slay a rock-armored dragon boss in the rift. What have you done? No matter how strong your individual prowess may be. What good is it? Have you slain a boss? Have you obtained epic gear? You are inferior to me? Am I mistaken? Zheng Nan declared, brimming with righteous fury. In that moment, the gazes of those surrounding them shifted. Indeed, though Zheng Nan may have faltered, he had still been part of a team that vanquished a boss and procured epic equipment. While Gu Chen was undeniably formidable, he operated as a solitary wolf, rejecting the notion of teamwork, merely showcasing personal valor. In the end, he had only managed to slay a few ordinary foes before emerging from the rift empty-handed. Had he not merely engaged in a futile endeavor? In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Gu Chen shifted, with murmurs and speculations filling the air. Standing beside them, Suxia turned her attention to Zheng Nan, laughing unabashedly. The prodigy of the Dragon Hunting Guild, Zheng Nan. Ha! You truly leave no dignity for yourself. What? Must one be utterly humiliated to achieve enlightenment? Zheng Nan, perplexed, wore a look of confusion. At that moment, a squad of soldiers clad in dark military uniforms entered from the periphery. At the forefront was a commanding officer of the Jinyuan army, none other than Hou Yu, the officer in charge of the base whom Gu Chen had encountered upon his arrival in Longling City. Navigating through the crowd, Hou Yu's eyes immediately fell upon Gu Chen, who stood proudly in the center. His expression shifted slightly, and he promptly advanced with his team. Greetings, sir. Hou Yu rendered a precise military salute, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze. The last time they met, both were of 5-star lieutenant rank, considered equals. However, today, he had just received news that Gu Chen had excelled in the Dragon Palace selection and had been promoted to a 1-star officer. Although the difference was merely a star, the disparity in status was monumental. Now, as the head of the Jinyuan army base in Longling City, Hou Yu, a 5-star lieutenant and a 5th-tier powerhouse, had to respectfully salute the 2nd-tier Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, choosing to overlook the complexity in Hou Yu's eyes, understanding without needing to articulate. Without further ado, he retrieved a piece of Earth Spirit Stone marrow from his spatial pouch and handed it to Hou Yu. There is but one task for you. Deliver this Earth Spirit Stone marrow to General Ling with utmost haste. Earth Spirit Stone marrow. Upon hearing these 4 words, surprise erupted on Hou Yu's face. He paused, scrutinizing the material in his hands, his astonishment swiftly transforming into unabashed joy. Earth Spirit Stone marrow. And it's of epic quality. This is indeed a piece of epic Earth Spirit Stone marrow. Excitement laced his tone. Simultaneously, the eyes of the surrounding crowd were drawn to the Earth Spirit Stone marrow, filled with unprecedented shock and envy. The case was cracked. No one had anticipated that the one who had procured the Earth Spirit Stone marrow would be Gu Chen. No, this is impossible. Such a precious material can only be obtained by defeating a boss. You alone? How could you possibly defeat a boss? Zhang Nan's expression mirrored disbelief. What of being alone? Is it truly so difficult to solo a boss? Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. At this remark, the majority of the professionals present displayed expressions of utter despair. Could Gu Chen truly solo a boss? Was this a mistake? While others required an entire team to conquer a boss, Gu Chen could do so single-handedly. How could this be classified as a 2nd-tier professional? At this moment, Zhang Nan hung his head low, fists clenched tightly, his face burning with shame. He had been thoroughly humiliated, and in front of a crowd. His face felt as though it had been slapped resoundingly. What a disgrace. It was utterly mortifying. His face flushed crimson. He could no longer bear to remain in that place and turned on his heel, leaving without a backward glance. Under the weight of so many penetrating gazes, he could not endure even a second longer. At that moment, Hou Yu had already secured the Earth Spirit Stone essence and turned to Gu Chen with a serious expression. Inquiring, rest assured, sir, I will ensure that this Earth Spirit Stone essence is delivered to General Ling without delay. Is there anything else you would like to instruct? Gu Chen nodded and asked, what resources are available within the Longling City stronghold that could facilitate my swift skill enhancement? Chapter 182, The Forest of Tree Spirits. Enlightenment of golden leaves. Upon hearing Gu Chen's inquiry, Hou Yu's expression momentarily faltered. Resources for swiftly upgrading skills? That would solely pertain to skill books or skill points. Practitioners may purchase corresponding skill books to elevate their abilities based on the skills they have mastered. If acquiring the requisite skill books proves elusive, one may also obtain skill points within certain specific abysses and instances. By amassing a sufficient quantity of these points, one can enhance their skills. However, obtaining skill points from abysses or instances is comparatively more challenging and fraught with uncertainty. Should fortune favor the venture, one might elevate several skills to their utmost level in a single expedition. Conversely, misfortune may yield no advancement whatsoever. In response to the officer's query, Hou Yu stated that the Longling City stronghold has amassed a considerable stockpile of equipment and items, yet skill books are rather scarce, particularly those pertaining to the summoner profession, which are virtually non-existent. The stronghold essentially serves as a supply point, predominantly stocked with equipment for mainstream professions or some conventional items. The summoner class, having not made an appearance in Longling City for years, naturally lacks corresponding resources. However, with a shift in tone, Hou Yu continued, there exists a highly challenging Tier 2 instance in Boicheng, known as the Forest of Tree Spirits, where practitioners entering the forest have a chance to acquire skill points, albeit at a rather low probability. The Forest of Tree Spirits, Boicheng? How far is it from here? Gu Chen inquired. By taking the military special train, one could arrive in 3 hours. The next train is scheduled to depart in 2 hours. Sir, Shall I arrange it for you? Gu Chen pondered for a moment. Unlike Longin City, Buching is a regular human settlement. Should he travel to Buching, he would undoubtedly be able to procure some of the skill books he requires for skill enhancement. If he is unable to purchase them, he could venture into the Forest of Tree Spirits for a chance at luck. Should he manage to level up to 30 within the instance, he would meet the requirements for a second-class transfer, allowing him to directly access the Eastern Continent Military District via Buching's teleportation hall. Thus, it appeared that traveling to Buching would yield multiple benefits. After a brief contemplation, Gu Chen nodded in agreement. Ho Yu, along with a cadre of soldiers, saluted respectfully and promptly turned to arrange the military train and the Earth Spirit Stone for Gu Chen. Brother Chen, the special train S stop is set outside Longin City. Allow me to escort you, Su Xia offered, producing a floating sedan. The distance from here to the military train stop was not insignificant. Traversing it on the chaotic demon armor would be both time-consuming and laborious, making the sedan a far more comfortable option. After delivering Gu Chen to the military train stop, Su Xia received a message indicating that something urgent had transpired at the Eternal Life Group, necessitating his swift return. Thus, he did not accompany Gu Chen to Buching, and the two parted ways outside Longin City. In the evening, after 3 hours aboard the military train, Gu Chen arrived alone in Buching. Following the navigation prompts, he wasted no time and proceeded directly to the instance plaza of the Forest of Tree Spirits. Although Ho Yu mentioned that the probability of acquiring skill points in the Forest of the Tree Spirits is quite low, Gu Chen still wished to try his luck. If he could amass enough skill points, he would be able to elevate all 4 of his current skills to their maximum level, potentially unveiling delightful surprises in the effects of the upgraded skills. In truth, Gu Chen's situation was rather unique. Other practitioners typically enhance their skill levels through combat. Once a skill is cast a certain number of times, its level automatically increases. However, Gu Chen's battles primarily relied on his summoned beasts, and his own skills were seldom utilized. For instance, the skill, Comprehensive Link, allows the summoned beasts and the summoner to share beneficial effects while mitigating detrimental ones. It is a remarkably powerful skill, yet Gu Chen had only employed it in the ruins of the temple. Another skill, Displacement Exchange, had been used more frequently than any of his other abilities. Nevertheless, Gu Chen, now at level 27, had yet to reach even 27 uses of this skill. On average, he had not utilized a single skill, even once per level. This would be unimaginable for other practitioners. Gu Chen found it perplexing. Summoners were not a rare profession. So why was he encountering such an unusual issue? The entrance plaza of the Forest of the Tree Spirits bore no distinction from several other plaza entrances Gu Chen had previously encountered. A throng of practitioners congregated outside, some waiting to form parties, others selling equipment, and yet others seeking practice partners, a veritable tapestry of activity. After a cursory glance, Gu Chen found nothing of particular interest. This time, he intended to delve into the dungeon solely for skill points, thus he planned to tackle it solo. Just as he approached the dungeon entrance, a youth clad in a mage's robe took notice of him, his previously handsome visage darkening instantly. Gu Chen? What is he doing in Bo City? Luo Tianhong's expression soured immediately. Indeed, Luo Tianhong had also arrived in Bo City, ever since Gu Chen had severely injured him during the selection at the Dragon Palace. He had come to a profound realization of Gu Chen's formidable strength. Consequently, he had ventured to Bo City, hoping to acquire sufficient skill points within the Forest of the Tree Spirits to expedite the leveling of his current skills to their zenith. However, upon arriving at the plaza to form a party, he was taken aback to see Gu Chen, seizing the opportunity while Gu Chen remained oblivious to his presence. Luo Tianhong pondered briefly before stealthily withdrawing from the plaza. Meanwhile, Gu Chen strode purposefully towards the dungeon entrance, having already reviewed the strategy guide along the way. He was confident that this second-tier dungeon posed no challenge to him. He could simply bulldoze through it. The crux of the matter was whether he could locate the pivotal item known as the Enlightenment Gold Leaf within the Forest of the Tree Spirits. Each gold leaf would grant a practitioner an additional skill point. Yet, the probability of finding such a leaf was exceedingly low, rarely encountered and seldom sought. Are you Gu Chen? A voice suddenly resonated from behind him. As Gu Chen reached the dungeon entrance and turned to investigate the source of the voice, he beheld an unfamiliar practitioner gazing intently at him. Subconsciously pondering, Gu Chen found himself devoid of any recollection of this individual. Thus he inquired, "Is there something you need?" The man nodded, stating, "Young Master Luo wishes to see you. Please accompany me." His tone was imbued with an inexplicable air of arrogance. Which young Master Luo? Gu Chen could hardly be bothered to engage further, turning back to continue towards the instant's entrance, carelessly adding, "Let him come find me himself." The man immediately displayed a look of astonishment, his gaze fixed on Gu Chen's retreating figure as he exclaimed, "Do you even know who young Master Luo is?" "Whoever he may be, I insist he comes to me himself, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as he stood at the entrance of the instance. Chapter 183. The privilege of officers, directly engaging in hellish difficulty. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the man's expression instantly darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. He pondered to himself, who on earth is this young man, to disregard even the esteemed face of young Master Luo? Realizing they were in the instance plaza, he refrained from taking action and merely scoffed before turning away. As soon as the man exited, Gu Chen departed from the instance entrance as well. Firstly, he had forgotten to pay the fee, and secondly, he needed to adjust the difficulty level. The second-tier instance imposed restrictions, requiring one to conquer the hard mode to unlock subsequent difficulties, and Gu Chen had no time for such trivialities. He made his way to the instance management office, presented his 5-star officer's medal, and exercised his officer privileges, directly unlocking the Hell Mode instance for himself, subsequently paying the instance usage fee. 6 million was drawn from his account without a flicker of hesitation. Gu Chen felt an exhilarating sense of freedom rather than remorse. When Gu Chen approached the instance entrance once more, the earlier man had already arrived before Luo Tianhong. Gu Chen had refused to approach, insisting that the man go see him himself. Humph, quite the airs he puts on, Luo Tianhong remarked with a frown. Indeed. Who is this Gu Chen that even young Master Luo's face holds no sway? The man inquired, confusion etched on his face. You do not recognize him? Luo Tianhong replied, astonished. Well, the name seems vaguely familiar, but I truly have no impression of him, the man admitted. Luo Tianhong nodded, realizing that the news of the Dragon Hall selection had likely not reached Bo City so swiftly. Very well, you may leave. In due time, you shall understand, he concluded, offering a 500 yuan tip to send the man on his way. Forget him for now. Once I have elevated all my skills, I shall seek an explanation from him, he resolved internally. Born into the wealthiest family of the northern region, Luo Tianhong was inherently proud. Yet the selection at the Dragon Hall had inflicted upon him an unprecedented sense of failure. Embarrassed and eager to regain his dignity, his emotions were in turmoil. Previously at the Dragon Hall, constrained by the selection rules, he had refrained from executing his final trump card. Moreover, Gu Chen was in the instance plaza, where practitioners from the Bo City Public Security Bureau were stationed nearby, and no one dared to violate the law. Should he directly attack and manage to kill Gu Chen, he would be unable to escape the consequences. Otherwise, even as the heir of the Luo family, Luo Changchuan could not shield him from repercussions. However, if he could await Gu Chen's departure from the instance and venture into the wilderness, an opportunity would present itself. Meanwhile, upon selecting the Hell Mode difficulty, Gu Chen stepped into a swirling vortex radiating a dark crimson glow. The scenery before him shifted, and he found himself in the instance of the forest of tree spirits. The wind rustled through the leaves, revealing an intricate interplay of peculiar lights and shadows, where cold luminescence mingled with darkness, filtering through the twisted branches above. As he advanced, his feet crunched upon a thick layer of decayed leaves, seemingly untouched for many years. Occasionally, a low, mournful wailing echoed through the woods, unsettling the mind and spirit. Standing here, one can observe numerous trees seemingly influenced by a mysterious force, swaying their branches like sentient beings, and even emitting eerie, chilling laughter. Deep within the forest, ordinary beasts transform into fearsome predators, lurking beneath the foliage, a palpable sense of danger permeating the air. Should one recklessly charge into this woodland, a moment's carelessness could lead to ambush or even grievous injury. Where might the enlightenment leaf be concealed? A hint of difficulty surfaced on Gu Chen's countenance. Yet, he did not dwell on it, for the enlightenment leaf resembled a hidden quest, elusive and rare. With a mere thought, a series of figures materialized beside him. The Shadow Hunter Dragon Tortoise forged ahead, with the Bloodclan Lord and the Chaos Primordial Spirit following closely, ever prepared to unleash their might, while the riotous demon armor enveloped Gu Chen. As for the undead golem, due to its sluggish movements, it remained temporarily within the summoning space alongside the ascending Doomsday Dragon. Advance, Gu Chen commanded, and the Shadow Hunter Dragon Tortoise took bold strides forward, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The Bloodclan Lord and the Chaos Primordial Spirit followed suit without hesitation. Foreign species, Shadow Vine Demon, level, 27 health, 436, 300. Attributes, Strength 432, Agility 623, Constitution 658. Spirit 423, Skill I, Soul Binding Vines, Skill 2, Shadow Prison. Upon entering the forest, a massive vine, as thick as an adult's thigh and resembling a black python, obstructed their path. Almost simultaneously, a strange noise emanated from another direction. Foreign species, Corrupted Wood Tree, level, 27 health, 482, 900. Attributes, Strength 610, Agility 447, Constitution 673. Spirit 458, Skill I. Soul Binding Vines, Skill 2, Shadow Prison. In the blink of an eye, 2 foreign entities appeared. However, these challengers possessed attributes far inferior to the summoned beast accompanying Chen. Before the Shadow Hunter Dragon Tortoise could react, the Blood Clan Lord had already raised his dual guns. A barrage of bullets, shimmering like bolts of silver lightning, tore through the air, striking the 2 foreign beings. Boom, boom, boom. The substantial damage erupted in rapid succession, and the Shadow Vine Demon, which had just ensnared its target, found its health depleted in an instant. Swoosh. The Shadow Hunter Dragon Tortoise's formidable claws descended with ruthless precision, severing the resilient vine into multiple segments in a single breath, effectively slaying it. Simultaneously, a crack in space, exuding an ominous aura, appeared beside the corrupted wood tree. With just one strike, this 27-level foreign entity was utterly vanquished. Kill Shadow Vine Demon LV, 27, Experience 12. 590, Kill Corrupted Wood Tree LV, 27, Experience 13. 202 notifications emerged, and a barely perceptible shift stirred in the experience bar. Though modest, every little bit contributes to the whole. It remained uncertain how much enhancement could be gained upon completing this dungeon. Following this, Chen walked behind his summoned beasts. The treacherous tree spirit forest posed no challenge for him, unlike for other adventurers. In the forest, there exists a plethora of diverse creatures, yet they are remarkably dispersed, causing a considerable expenditure of time merely to locate them. Fortunately, the Lord of the Blood Clan possesses the Bloodline legacy, allowing all slain creatures to be transformed into progeny of the Blood Clan, who then scatter to seek out their targets. The Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise. The Lord of the Blood Clan and the Chaotic Primordial Spirit each oversee a designated region, with their team advancing in 3 fan-shaped formations. With 2 legendary summoned beasts and 1 epic summoned beast, the slaughter proceeds effortlessly, resembling an unstoppable force. This was something Chen had anticipated. After all, his summoned beast had already reached level 27, and after days of combat in Dragon Inviting City, returning to such an artificial Tier 2 dungeon felt akin to an adult overpowering a child, an utterly delightful experience. Chen quickened his pace, keeping in stride. After a while, he suddenly became aware of an oddity. It was strange that amidst all the slaying, only ordinary creatures were encountered. Where were the elites?